Chapter 1. The Infinite Gems. Jiang Chun cradled the freshly acquired set of infinite gems, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An involuntary smile crept across his lips as his fingers glided over the smooth surfaces of each gem, savoring their unique textures. Eagerly, he pulled out his phone, intent on bestowing a 5-star review upon the seller. However, upon entering the online store, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's going on? Why is the store closed? He scrolled back and forth on the screen, searching for any clues. Bewildered and resigned, he let out a soft sigh. Wow, the shop shut down rather quickly. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but jest. I recall this was supposedly a shop run by a Marvel fanfiction author from S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that writing novels isn't a particularly stable profession, especially for an author whose work flops. His gaze returned to the infinite gems on the table, despite the store's closure leaving him somewhat disheartened. He remained quite satisfied with his purchase. He picked up one of the gems, examining it closely under the light. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if harboring some arcane power. A hint of puzzlement crossed Jiang Chen's face as he mused. Why do these stones emit light? He murmured to himself, his fingers caressing the gem's sleek surface. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, deciding to relinquish this line of thought. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I won't. He placed the gem back on the table, stretched his arms, and turned towards the sofa, picking up the remote to turn on the television. The screen displayed the latest Marvel movie trailer, and as he watched the familiar superheroes assemble once more, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ever since Avengers Endgame, Marvel has lost its allure. His tone carried a tinge of disappointment and resignation. The plots have become increasingly formulaic, and the character development feels increasingly superficial. As he flipped through channels, his gaze caught the infinite gems on the table, a strange glimmer igniting in his eyes. If only I could traverse into the Marvel universe. Half joking yet half serious, he spoke with a sense of yearning. I must experience the power of the Infinity Gauntlet firsthand. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned himself wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. Just then, the infinite gems on the table emitted a faint glow. The light was so gentle that Jiang Chun, lost in his daydreams, remained oblivious. Outside, the night deepened, and the city's clamor gradually subsided. Jiang Chen glanced at the time, deciding to conclude this ordinary evening. He rose and walked to the bathroom, commencing his usual nightly routine. Amidst the sound of running water, his thoughts lingered on that distant Marvel universe. As he brushed his teeth, images of various superheroes flashed through his mind. After finishing, he turned off the bathroom light and returned to his bedroom, his gaze once more sweeping over the infinite gems. The 6 gems lay there quietly, as if waiting for something. Jiang Chun thought little of it, turned off the room light, and nestled into his warm bed. Soon, he drifted into slumber. However, while he was deep in sleep, the infinite gems on the table glowed once more, this time with increasing intensity, gradually illuminating the entire room. A mysterious force began to surge through the air, as if it sought to tear apart the fabric of reality. Jiang Chun remained ensconced in his dreams, unaware of the fate that awaited him. Outside, the entire city, the whole of HYDRA, was enveloped in this enigmatic force. A monumental transformation was quietly unfolding. When all was said and done, the 6 infinite gems dissipated, transforming into 6 beams of light that entered the slumbering Jiang Chen's body. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Jiang Chun slowly opened his eyes. The sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on his face. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, sensing something was amiss. The surroundings seemed subtly altered, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. He sat up, surveying the room. The furnishings appeared as usual, yet the air was imbued with an unusual energy that stirred within him an inexplicable exhilaration. Shaking his head in an attempt to dispel the odd sensation, he rose and made his way to the bathroom to begin his daily routine. The cold water splashed against his face, and Jiang Chun finally awoke fully, looking up at the mirror, only to be taken aback. The reflection revealed a taller, more robust version of himself, with more pronounced muscle definition. Jiang Chun blinked, convinced he was mistaken, and reached out to touch his face, the sensation undeniably real. What's happening? Did I get bitten by a spider while I slept? He murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lowering his gaze to his hands, he noticed the muscles in his arms had also become more defined. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling an unprecedented power surging within him. This sensation was both foreign and familiar, as if a dormant energy had finally been awakened. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to finish his morning routine before investigating this transformation further. As he brushed his teeth, Jiang Chun noticed his movements had become remarkably agile, the toothbrush twirling effortlessly in his grip as if it had a mind of its own. While washing his face, every detail of the water's flow became vividly clear, even the faint sound of droplets striking his skin. This extraordinary sensory experience left Jiang Chun both exhilarated and bewildered, intensifying his suspicion that perhaps he had indeed been bitten by a spider and transformed into Spider-Man. After completing his routine, he exited the bathroom, ready to change for work. However, when he opened his wardrobe, he discovered that the clothes which once fit comfortably now felt uncomfortably snug, barely clinging to his form. Standing before the mirror, Jiang Chun appraised his new physique: broad shoulders, a solid chest, and long legs. He appeared as if he had stepped out of the pages of a comic book, a true superhero. Could I still be dreaming? He mused, unable to resist slapping himself, the sharp sting confirming the reality of his situation. Taking a deep breath, he aimed to remain calm. Could it be that my sleeping position last night caused these changes? He attempted to rationalize the phenomenon scientifically, yet a part of him yearned for a more extraordinary explanation. Stepping into the living room, his gaze instinctively drifted to the coffee table, eager to see the infinite gems he had purchased the night before. To his astonishment, however, the table lay barren. The 6 gems that once radiated an enigmatic glow now vanished without a trace. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Chun as an ominous premonition struck him. Could it be that a thief has entered my home? He hurriedly checked the doors and windows, only to find everything intact, with no signs of forced entry and no other belongings missing. The only exception was the set of infinite gems, valued at 666, which had inexplicably disappeared. Jiang Chun's brow furrowed deeper, his mind swirling with uncertainty and unease. He recalled the faint glow he had witnessed the previous night, and a bold hypothesis emerged. Could it be that I actually acquired the real deal? He shook his head, dismissing the notion as absurd, and resolved to set it aside as he prepared to leave for work. P.S. Arrays a brief explanation to prevent any future questions. Regarding the protagonist's abilities, the 6 enhanced infinite gems are more potent than their original counterparts and can be considered as rule gems. As the entire nation transitioned into the realm of Marvel, energy waned, leaving only the Space Stone, which retained its teleportation capabilities. In due course, upon acquiring the Infinity Stones of this world, energy would be absorbed, gradually unlocking powers. Given that this is a developmental narrative, it would be devoid of significance to render the protagonist invincible from the onset. Thus, a process is required, with the protagonist's abilities serving as a safety net. Regarding the traversal, the 2 worlds' versions of China would interchange, and once the story concludes, an epilogue could explore the Marvel-inspired China invading the real world. Additionally, the reason why others on Earth remain oblivious to the changes is that, during the transit facilitated by the Infinity Stones, the thoughts of the inhabitants of this world were subtly altered, a revelation that would unfold gradually. Even formidable figures like the Ancient One would experience some degree of influence, sensing a slight dissonance without delving deeper into it. Furthermore, discussions about Marvel movies or storylines would be entirely forgotten by the locals once they spread beyond the borders of China, which can be interpreted as the will of this world, akin to the power of the one above all. Moreover, the traversed world is the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where survival would involve narratives from the multiverse, and upon fully unlocking higher dimensions of space and time, one could traverse through myriad realms. Chapter 2. Acquiring the Genuine Article. Jiang Chun was engrossed in astonishment at the transformation of his own body when suddenly, the shrill ringtone of his phone shattered his reverie. A glance at the screen revealed his superior's name glaringly displayed. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun answered the call, striving to maintain an air of composure. "Hello, Jiang Chun. Why haven't you arrived at work yet?" His supervisor's tone was laced with evident displeasure. Jiang Chun glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already past 9:30. "Apologies, boss. I'll be there shortly," he replied hurriedly, internally chiding himself. No sooner had he spoken than the scene before him shifted dramatically. He found himself instantaneously at the company entrance, clutching milk and bread, yet wearing his slippers. Passers-by cast incredulous glances his way, some even halting to rub their eyes, seemingly in disbelief at what they beheld. Stunned, Jiang Chun stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. He looked down at the bread in his hand, then surveyed the familiar surroundings of the company entrance, his heartbeat quickening, breath rapid. He closed his eyes, envisioning his home, and when he reopened them, he was indeed back in his living room. This time, he distinctly perceived a blue, mist-like radiance swirling around him, reminiscent of cinematic special effects. Impossible! This is the space stone? Jiang Chun murmured, a surge of exhilaration welling up within him. His supervisor's impatient voice broke through the excitement. Hello? Jiang Chun? Where are you? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun endeavored to calm himself. Boss, I'm unwell today. I need to take a day off. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. Jiang Chun scanned his surroundings, seeking the elusive infinity stones. Yet, everything in the room appeared normal, devoid of any anomalies. He shut his eyes once more, concentrated, and imagined himself in his bedroom. Instantly, he felt a slight dizziness, and when he opened his eyes, he was indeed standing beside his bed. Could it be that I truly acquired the genuine article? This is the power of the space stone. Jiang Chen's heart raced, excitement and trepidation intertwining. He hurried to the wardrobe, incredulously staring at himself, as if caught in a dream. Suddenly recalling something, he approached his computer, eager to search for infinity stones. However, the results left him astounded. The page displayed no relevant results found. He attempted various keywords like Marvel and Avengers, but the outcome remained dishearteningly blank. Furrowing his brow, a sense of unease crept into his thoughts. How is this possible? Such a popular film. How could there be no information at all? He muttered, his fingers incessantly tapping the keyboard. Then, a chilling thought flashed through his mind, causing his hands to freeze above the keys. Could it be that I've traversed worlds? Jiang Chun shook his head, deeming the notion absurd. Yet, the surreal nature of his surroundings defied rational explanation. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to attempt once more. Closing his eyes, he envisioned himself at the other end of the city. The blue light flickered again, and he felt a sensation of weightlessness. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself atop a skyscraper, gazing down at the bustling cityscape below, filled with traffic and throngs of people. The city appears as familiar as ever. Could it be that the entire city has traversed? Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, striving for calm. He closed his eyes and envisioned returning home. With a flash of blue, he safely found himself back in his living room. Slumping onto the sofa, his mind raced if he had truly traversed worlds. Where exactly was he now? Had the entire city really crossed over? He picked up his phone to check the date. The display read 2008, yet events in the country remained unchanged. The Shenzhou 19 had just launched, the 18 had landed safely, and the Zhuhai Air Show had just commenced. Yet, why was there no news of the election across the ocean? That had certainly been a headline in recent days. A sinking feeling enveloped Jiang Chun, a profound fear casting its shadow over him. He approached the window. Drawing back the curtains, the world outside appeared unchanged, bathed in sunlight, with hurried pedestrians going about their day, everything seemingly ordinary. But Jiang Chun knew deep down that everything had shifted. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to conduct one final test. He picked up his phone and dialed his mother's number. The call connected swiftly, and her familiar voice resonated. Hello, Xiao Chun. Why are you calling at this hour? Jiang Chun exhaled in relief. At least his family remained. He exchanged a few casual words with his mother, confirming that all was well. After hanging up, he fell into contemplation. If he had indeed traversed worlds, then he was not alone. Perhaps the entire nation of China had been swept into this upheaval. His mind raced as he sought to untangle his thoughts. Firstly, he had obtained the powers of the space stone. Secondly, this world seemed devoid of any Marvel-related information. Finally, while the surrounding environment appeared unchanged, all signs pointed toward an inconceivable conclusion. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, striving for calm. If this were indeed the case, what should he do next? He needed more information, more evidence. Jiang Chun decided against rushing into action and instead chose to observe the changes in this world closely. He hastily opened his phone, perusing various social media platforms, only to discover that the online community was in an uproar, with countless individuals discussing this peculiar phenomenon. It turned out he was not the only one who sensed something amiss. Many others in the country had noticed it as well. Among them were numerous Marvel enthusiasts who, upon waking, found their cherished collectibles mysteriously vanished, as if some enigmatic force had eradicated all related items. These individuals inquired online, only to discover that no matter how they searched, they could find no news about Marvel or the Avengers, leading everyone to a certain realization. As a user shared news from across the ocean in America, as well as other pertinent information, the online populace found themselves in utter disarray. This is a narrative concerning a wealthy individual from across the ocean, a well-known playboy, the illustrious Tony Stark. In recent news, he has achieved a remarkable feat, having charmed 12 cover girls, securing the entire year's accolades for himself. The emergence of this information has led everyone, including Jiang Chun, to ponder a singular possibility. They seem to have traversed into the Marvel Universe. As a side note, without revealing too much, the protagonist's enhanced version of the Infinity Stones has facilitated a journey from HYDRA to the Marvel cosmos, effectively replacing the original HYDRA and nullifying subsequent repercussions. Thus, the protagonist's Infinity Stones lie dormant, their energy merely slumbering. In the Marvel realm, the stereotypes surrounding HYDRA are deeply entrenched. Even those so-called superheroes from within the country appear to be rather subpar. Consequently, a decisive approach has been taken to discard them entirely, opting instead for a complete integration of HYDRA as it exists in reality. Additionally, many readers have inquired about the fate of the original HYDRA in the Marvel Universe. Allow me to clarify this up front. The initial plan was to entirely eliminate it, given the numerous derogatory characters within that context. The intention was for HYDRA to eventually possess the capability to return to its original world, simply reappearing at the moment of its traversal, while also organizing another Zhuhai air show and directly implementing the Southgate plan. Chapter 3. The Marvel Universe. Jiang Chun sat before his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard in a fervent attempt to search for the Avengers and Iron Man. However, the search results filled him with profound disappointment. A notification proclaiming the absence of relevant content flickered on the screen, piercing his eyes. He switched between several search engines and even attempted to search in English, yet the results remained unchanged. How could this be? Jiang Chun took a deep breath, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He opened his hard drive, rummaging through the Marvel films he had previously downloaded, only to find the folder containing all Marvel movies had inexplicably vanished. I distinctly remember revisiting Avengers Endgame just last night. His fingers trembled slightly as the mouse traced anxious paths across the desktop. Even the content stored on his own computer yielded nothing but despair. All information related to Marvel seemed to have been erased by some mysterious force. Leaning back in his chair, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, and an unsettling tide surged within him. He then picked up his phone and dialed his friendly Ming. "Hello, Lowly. Do you remember the movie we watched together last week? Of course, it was Venom 3, right? It seems that Marvel's recent films have been lackluster, except for Deadpool, which was passable." Li Ming's voice on the other end resonated with a sense of resignation. "Can you find any information about that film online now?" Jiang Chen's heart tightened. "Huh, that's odd. Why can't I find anything? Has it been taken down? There's not even a rating on Dubon." Li Ming's exclamation sent Jiang Chen's spirits plummeting. "All right, I understand. We'll talk later." Jiang Chun ended the call, lost in contemplation. The memories lingered, yet the data had vanished. What could this signify? Suddenly, he recalled and reopened his browser, directly searching for Tony Stark. In an instant, search results flooded the screen. A myriad of news articles detailing CEO Tony Stark of Stark Industries will travel to Afghanistan to showcase a new weapon. Playboy Tony graces the cover of Time once again. Stark Industries stock price reaches an all-time high. Military orders surge. Jiang Chen's fingers hovered in midair, his pupils dilating slightly. He meticulously read each article, confirming the timeline. Tony had not yet become Iron Man, nor had he been kidnapped. This was the origin point of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He slumped in his chair, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Outside, the sun continued to shine brightly, and the streets bustled with activity. Yet he understood that this world was no longer the one he once knew. The entirety of HYDRA had traversed to the moment when the Marvel films began. and it seemed all of this was somehow linked to the Infinity Stones he had acquired. Jiang Chun rubbed his temples, a sharp headache beginning to form. He was acutely aware of the events that were to unfold in the future, yet this foreknowledge sent chills down his spine. He knew that significant changes were imminent, and the entire HYDRA would soon be swept into a storm that would alter the very fabric of the world. Who could tell me why the Infinity Stones sold by that dubious author are authentic? Jiang Chun sat before his computer, his thoughts swirling like autumn leaves in the wind. He raised his hand, gazing into his palm, recalling the previous teleportation. A familiar energy coursed through him, akin to the power of the space stone from the Marvel Universe. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and he closed his eyes, regulating his breath, allowing his consciousness to delve inward. Within his mind, 6 orbs of radiant light floated, each emitting a distinctive wave of energy. The blue orb was the most vibrant, while the other 5 remained dormant, poised for action. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of blue light flickered in his pupils. He reached out to touch the desk, feeling the spatial energy swirling at his fingertips. With a mere thought, he gently tapped the water cup on the table, and in an instant, it vanished, reappearing at the opposite end of the desk. Indeed, it was the power of the space stone. Clenching his fist, he felt the immense energy surging within him. Rising to his feet, Jiang Chun moved to the center of the room, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding space. Energy surged within him, as if the entirety of space lay within his grasp. Captain Marvel had also gained her powers through the space stone. What made her so formidable? He furrowed his brow, recalling the terrifying strength displayed by Carol Danvers in the film. Jiang Chun lifted his hand, attempting to gather energy, a faint blue light emanating from his palm. Yet it paled in comparison to Captain Marvel's brilliance. Was it possible that he had not yet mastered his full potential? He flexed his wrists, feeling the potency within him. Indeed, he was far stronger than an ordinary person, yet there remained a chasm between him and those superheroes. Approaching the window, he gazed at the distant skyscrapers, their glass facades gleaming under the sunlight. Perhaps time was needed to adapt and develop. He tightened his fist, determination flashing in his eyes. Even with the power of the space stone alone, it was sufficient for him to establish his presence in this world. Jiang Chun raised his hand, the spatial energy dancing at his fingertips. With a surge of intent, his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. In the next moment, he found himself atop a rooftop. A gentle breeze caressing his face, the city's cacophony ringing in his ears. Tony Stark had yet to become Iron Man. This was merely the beginning. A smile crept upon his lips, anticipation sparkling in his gaze. To traverse into the Marvel Universe and acquire the power of the Infinity Stones was not a curse. Perhaps it was an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, deeply sensing the energy swirling within him. The powers of the other 5 stones lay dormant, awaiting their awakening and development. Jiang Chun believed that, with the passage of time, he would undoubtedly harness even greater strength. This world was on the brink of profound change. Opening his eyes, Jiang Chun looked into the distance, his silhouette standing tall like a pine tree under the sun. Yet, a thought flickered in his mind. What should he do next? Should he join the Avengers? Become a superhero? The image of donning a peculiar uniform and parading through the streets sent a chill down his spine. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had no heart for heroics. And why not remain in his homeland? What purpose would it serve to run to America, to be a third-class citizen, to face discrimination? Jiang Chun is not the kind of person who would engage in trivial pursuits. He is well aware that upon the return of the understanding king to power, there has been a clear directive to expel immigrants. Who, then, would be foolish enough to venture to America? Oh, the understanding king has yet to assume office, and moreover, this is the Marvel Universe devoid of him. Setting aside other matters, if one possesses such capabilities, perhaps it is time to resign. This unbearable situation is one I no longer wish to endure. Chapter 4. Submission. Jiang Chun sat upon the sofa, his fingers gently tapping against the armrest. A tempest of thoughts swirling within his mind. Now that I possess the power of the Infinity Stones, must I still toil away like a beast of burden? He lifted his gaze to the clock on the wall. The hour hand pointed to 9. Ordinarily, he would be immersed in work at the office by this time. The thought of endless overtime and unreasonable demands made his lips twitch involuntarily. Resignation. I must resign. He abruptly rose, pacing restlessly about the room, anxiety coursing through him. Yet, his steps soon faltered, brow furrowed in concern. Wait, since this is the Marvel Universe, what future events may unfold. Images from films flashed through his mind, such as the moment Thanos snapped his fingers, turning countless beings to ashes. Jiang Qin's complexion paled instantly, thoughts of his parents and friends intruding upon his mind. A mere 50% chance suggests that some of those dear to him would inevitably vanish. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. No, I cannot allow such a fate to transpire. I must not remain idle. Approaching the window, Jiang Chun gazed out onto the bustling street. Pedestrians moved about as usual. Cars flowed ceaselessly, yet beneath this calm facade lay the harbinger of impending disaster. He took a deep breath and turned towards his computer, launching the browser and once more typing Avengers. The page still bore the message indicating that no relevant results were found. He attempted to search for Iron Man, yet encountered the same lack of results. Interestingly, Captain America yielded a wealth of information, with even a dedicated museum in the United States. Indeed, all information pertaining to Marvel had been meticulously erased. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, recalling a previous forum, only to find that the once vibrant discussions had vanished, clearly manipulated by unseen hands. At that moment, a notification popped up on the screen. If you encounter anything unusual, please remain calm and contact the authorities. The nation has taken action. Trust in your homeland. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, fingers lightly drumming on the desk. The collective memory of the populace concerning Marvel still lingered. Soon, all would uncover the truth. He rose, moving to the window, sunlight streaming through the glass. Warm yet not blinding. It seemed the entire nation had traversed into the Marvel universe. Lowering his gaze, he summoned the power of the Space Stone. Watching as the radiant energy of the Infinity Stones swirled in his palm, tightening his chest with apprehension. Traversing dimensions is one matter. But how could an entire nation be transported? Is there still time for me to regret this? Jiang Chun shook his head with a wry smile. Such matters were evidently beyond recovery. What does this all signify now? It signifies that they will confront a world teeming with superheroes and villains, and more importantly, face disasters that could potentially annihilate the planet. Operating alone is not a viable option. Jiang Chun shook his head. Even with the power of the Infinity Stones, he could not face the looming threats alone. I require a mightier force and greater preparation. His gaze gradually became resolute. Collaborating with the nation is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, sensing the surging energy within him. This power ought not to serve merely his own interests. In this perilous world, the current state of HYDRA necessitates unity. Perhaps, this is the very essence of my strength. If I cannot alter the present, then I must endeavor to change the future. Jiang Chun approached the mirror, adjusting his attire, meticulously smoothing the deep blue suit jacket and readying his tie. He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to attune himself to the power of the Space Stone, feeling the energy coursing through his veins, stimulating every nerve like a current. Target locked, the capital. A blue radiance flickered around him, and the fabric of space began to distort. In the next moment, Jiang Chun's figure vanished from the room. In the renowned conference building, within a spacious meeting room, dozens of high-ranking officials were seated around a long table, the atmosphere thick with tension. According to the latest intelligence, we are indeed in an entirely new realm, an older leader remarked. The world we inhabit has been confirmed to be the Marvel Cinematic Universe. We must promptly activate the emergency response plan to stabilize public sentiment. Before he could finish, a burst of blue light suddenly illuminated the center of the conference room, drawing everyone's attention instantaneously. Jiang Chun's figure emerged from the brilliance, impeccably attired and composed. The room fell silent, save for the soft sounds of breathing. Guards immediately raised their weapons, aiming at this unexpected intruder. Jiang Chun quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he bore no ill intent. Greetings. I am Jiang Chun, and I come to pledge allegiance. Faced with those he had only ever seen on television, Jiang Chun's voice quivered slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering. I believe you are already aware of our current predicament. We are in the Marvel Universe, and I possess the power of the Infinity Stones. He lifted his palm. The characteristic blue glow of the Space Stone swirling in his hand, an overwhelming energy wave pressing upon all present. A bespectacled leader gestured for the guards to lower their weapons. Young man, share your thoughts. Jiang Chun surveyed the room, his eyes meeting the faces of everyone present. The Marvel world is fraught with danger. Although the narrative primarily unfolds in America, it will inevitably affect the entire globe. The imminent threat is that, in a few years, An entity known as Thanos will eradicate half of all life in the universe. We must prepare in advance to confront any potential threats that the future may hold. The atmosphere in the conference room grew even more somber, a realization born from the data they had gathered. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others exchanged hushed whispers. "You interrupted our meeting. We were discussing this matter." At that moment, a bespectacled executive spoke up. "Yet perhaps this serves as an opportunity." Jiang Chen nodded, not surprised by the interruption. "Thus, I have come here. I require the nation's support, and the nation, in turn, needs my strength. In this perilous world, we must unite." The bespectacled executive approached Jiang Chen, scrutinizing him intently. "Young man, elucidate your specific plans." Jiang Chen straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. "First, we must establish a dedicated research institution to assist in exploring the power of the Infinity Stones and to unlock further possibilities. Secondly, we must swiftly master the technology of this world. Lastly, we should form our own superhero team." A murmur of subdued discussions filled the conference room. Some voiced agreement, while others expressed skepticism. Yet all were acutely aware that they had no alternative. Chapter 5. For the nation, you are correct. Your proposals indeed align with our previously established plans. The bespectacled executive nodded slightly, a glimmer of agreement crossing his eyes as if reminiscing about earlier discussions. In truth, prior to Jiang Chen's arrival, they had engaged in extensive deliberations regarding these plans. Initially, they had intended to establish a specialized agency to address the phenomenon of traversal and had already begun implementation. Furthermore, they had meticulously analyzed external technologies and confirmed that, as of 2008, our technological prowess was distinctly superior. The events of Iron Man transpired in 2008, and now the entirety of the Chinese nation has traversed into this world, truly outpacing others in technology. However, this is also a science fiction realm, where many technologies defy conventional logic. It is essential that we grasp these advanced technologies. After all, in this science fiction world, there exist numerous technologies that challenge reason, and even the present-day China finds these advanced technologies perplexing. A superhero team? We do not require such. Our people's army is fully capable of addressing all challenges. In matters of great significance, China does not advocate for individual heroism. There is a widespread acknowledgement that no hero descends from the heavens, but rather, ordinary individuals step forward. Each person has the potential to be a hero, rather than merely elevating a select few to the status of so-called superheroes. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen felt a profound impact. 5 millennia of history attest that no one has ever single-handedly altered the course of destiny. All success is the result of accumulated time and effort. In the face of calamity, the notion of altering outcomes through individual strength is not recognized in China. Thus, despite being aware that this world venerates individual heroism, China continues to pursue a path that aligns with its own distinctive character in forming a heroic team. It is quite straightforward, directly fortifying the military. In China, the true heroic team is the People's Army. Reflecting on the tumultuous year of 2024, as disasters continuously struck the nation, one could always witness the Army's presence in disaster relief efforts at the first opportunity. In stark contrast, the United States across the ocean appears powerless in the face of the same calamity. While the domestic situation swiftly returned to normal within 2 days following the disaster, the U.S. has been besieged by the ravages of hurricanes, leaving millions affected and even giving rise to the absurdity of illegal relief efforts. Disaster relief is the responsibility of socialism. The government owes nothing to the populace, and it is the citizens who ought to be part of the solution. The mayor of Colorado City, Texas, reflects this sentiment. With the same disaster unfolding, the wolf warriors of China have already mobilized. Yet, where is the Western equivalent? The Captain America of the United States? Millions are deprived of water and electricity, and many remain trapped in floods. Such a comparison provokes deep reflection. It is precisely for this reason that China does not require a team of superheroes. Should the need arise, it would merely call upon a cadre of heroes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled with relief, realizing that he need not worry. The nation has already devised a meticulous plan. From last night until now, a night has passed, and given China's execution capabilities, they have likely made numerous preparations. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to refrain from further comments and stood quietly aside. At this moment, due to his proactive submission, the trust in him surged, and the leaders present did not bid him farewell. Even the bespectacled senior executive gestured for him to come closer. The meeting continued unabated by Jiang Chun's presence. Standing beside the leaders, he surveyed the room filled with senior executives, noting their serious and focused expressions as they proceeded with the agenda. One leader spoke regarding information about the Marvel Universe. Although we currently lack specific data, the narrative trajectory etched in our memories remains vivid, providing us with a distinct advantage. His voice was steady and strong, conveying a clear grasp of the situation. Indeed, another leader chimed in, reminding the assembly that we all remember what is destined to transpire in the future, granting us a strategic edge. However, the most pressing issue at hand is the incident involving Iron Man, Tony Stark, continued another executive. According to the storyline and our intelligence, he is currently en route to Afghanistan, where he will subsequently be captured by terrorists. This experience will mark the pivotal moment in his transformation into Iron Man. The leader added, a hint of concern threading through his tone. Our initial plan was to refrain from intervention, the bespectacled executive whispered to Jiang Chun, emphasizing that stabilizing the domestic situation and calming public sentiment must come first. He sighed and elaborated, acknowledging the world's inherent perils. We must prepare for potential crises that may loom ahead. We cannot remain passive and leave our fate to chance. A senior leader suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resolute, resonating with the others in the room who nodded in agreement. China must take control of its destiny, he continued, asserting that even with the knowledge that events will unfold favorably, we must not grow complacent. We cannot afford to be mere spectators. So, how shall we proceed? Inquired another young leader, his eyes alight with fervor. Firstly, we must dispatch troops to Afghanistan to covertly safeguard Taoistak. A proposal was made, and others listened attentively, nodding in agreement from time to time. However, we cannot directly intervene in his capture process, another added, as that is a pivotal moment in his development. Secondly, the bespectacled senior official continued, we must enhance our communication with other governments to pave the way for potential future collaborations. His tone grew serious. We must tread carefully, ensuring that our foreknowledge remains concealed. The others nodded in unison, fully aware of the significance of this caution. Finally, he surveyed the room, asserting that we need to accelerate our domestic technological advancements, particularly in the realms of energy and weaponry. Jiang Chun couldn't help but think of the arc reactor and the steel battlesuit. These were indeed true cutting-edge technologies capable of significantly elevating the strength of HYDRA in a short span of time. Thus, let us commence our actions. Detailed plans must be submitted promptly. In this world, we possess our own advantages, yet we must not grow complacent and must seize every opportunity. The leader at the forefront also rose, his voice resonating, proclaiming everything for the motherland, for the people. The others stood as well, their faces etched with determination and confidence. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chun felt a surge of fervor within him, which was precisely why he chose to reveal his capabilities. Chapter 6. Preliminary Plan After the Meeting. Jiang Chun was escorted to a secret base. Do not be anxious. I will assign someone to oversee your arrangements. Perhaps, in the future, you will bear significant responsibilities. A Hummer transported Jiang Chun to the nearby military district, accompanied by the bespectacled leader who had previously greeted him, named Lu Guoqiang, a figure within the military. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the designated location, and Lu Guoqiang led Jiang Chun into a large building, entering an expansive laboratory. Under the bright lights, various advanced instruments flickered with blue luminescence. Comrade Jiang Chun, we need to test the limits of your abilities. A researcher clad in a lab coat adjusted his glasses. Clearly, the personnel here had been informed of Jiang Chun's arrival in advance. Jiang Chun nodded and extended his palm, causing ripples to emanate through the air. A blue portal slowly unfolded before him, radiating a soft glow, with swirling smoke reminiscent of cinematic effects. Although curious, the researchers promptly sprang into action, and various instruments emitted beeping sounds. The energy readings were astonishing. This portal possessed a stable spatial structure. Comrade Jiang Chun, please attempt to pass through the portal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun stepped forward, and in the next moment, he found himself at a distance. Please attempt to return through the portal. Upon hearing the words of the researchers, Jiang Chun approached the still flickering portal. In the next moment, he found himself back at his previous location. Previously, when utilizing his teleportation ability, he had not contemplated maintaining the portal, causing it to dissipate immediately after his transit. However, now he endeavored to sustain the portal, enabling him to traverse back and forth. He also sought to attempt transporting others. After recording some data, the researchers continued their discourse. Jiang Chen nodded, observing several soldiers approaching, and stepped through the portal first. The soldiers followed suit, swiftly emerging at the opposite end of the base. The entire process flowed seamlessly, without any hindrance. This was splendid news, as it indicated that the plan to rescue Tony Stark could now be set in motion. Lu Guoqiang's eyes sparkled with delight, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Not only could warriors be transported through the portal, but they could also directly rescue Tony Stark. Although Jiang Chen had volunteered, the authorities were hesitant to allow him to take risks. Now that Jiang Chen's portal could accommodate others, this concern was alleviated, as military personnel would naturally take the lead in confrontations. This was also the reason for prioritizing soldiers. During times of peril, they were given precedence, making it only fitting for society to provide them with preferential routes. However, it is worth noting that most of the time, barring emergencies, soldiers typically refrained from utilizing these special paths. Next came the physical fitness assessment, and Jiang Chen took his place on the strength testing platform. The numbers on the display fluctuated before finally settling at an astonishing 1,000 kilograms, nearly 10 times the capacity of an ordinary person. The researchers excitedly recorded the data. Moreover, monitoring indicated that his strength continued to grow. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. This newfound strength instilled him with confidence. Perhaps he could indeed reach the heights of those superheroes in the future. Report to the commander. All test results are exceedingly favorable. The researchers informed the attending leaders. Let us commence the formulation of the rescue plan, Lu Guoqiang decisively stated, leading Jiang Chen towards the adjacent conference room. Inside, a map of Afghanistan was displayed prominently on the screen. According to our analysis, Tony Stark is likely to encounter an attack in this region. We must ensure his safety without interfering with his pivotal experiences, ideally fostering a friendship with him. Jiang Chen listened intently to the staff outlining the mission's details, contemplating the likelihood of success. I propose that we open the portal at a critical moment to transfer him to safety. Simultaneously, we could seize the opportunity to acquire some technical data on the Iron Man's suit. As a staff member concluded the plan, Lu Guoqiang nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a sound strategy. What do you think, Jiang Chen? Do you have confidence in completing the mission? This plan was already quite detailed, and with Jiang Chen's spatial gem abilities, it could be accomplished with relative ease. As long as there are precise coordinates, I can open the portal. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before affirming. He could teleport directly from his city to the capital. Distance was not a significant issue, after all. This was the capability of the space gem. Interstellar teleportation posed no challenge, let alone traveling to Afghanistan, which shares a border with Huagua. That's excellent. Upon receiving a positive response, Lu Guoqiang smiled. After giving some instructions, he departed, as there were numerous matters to attend to across the country, and he was exceedingly busy. Jiang Chen chose to remain, familiarizing himself with his abilities, assisted by research personnel, allowing him to gain mastery over his powers more swiftly. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chen spent his time in the military district laboratory, exploring his capabilities. As a voluntary participant, he effectively integrated into the organization. On the military training ground, the sun scorched the earth. Jiang Chen stood at the center of the field, flanked by a special operations team named Flying Arrow, led by Captain Wang Yu, who would oversee Jiang Chen's training over the next few days, instructing him in the use of basic firearms and the subsequent potential mission to rescue Tony Stark, which he would lead. Jiang Chen effectively joined this elite unit, leveraging his teleportation abilities in coordination with the Flying Arrow team. During the training, Wang Yu guided his team through the portal with precision and agility, as the special forces swiftly navigated various terrains, gradually acclimating to this novel mode of combat. The situation in Afghanistan was complex, with American forces occupying vast territories and terrorists roaming freely. Wang Yu unfurled a map, indicating several critical areas. Our intelligence suggests that Tony Stark will conduct a weapons demonstration here, showcasing America's military might. Jiang Chen scrutinized the map, explaining to the other team members. The state of affairs in Afghanistan in this world was even more tumultuous than in the original timeline. The American military continued to expand its influence, suppressing all resistance through force. Stark's appearance was merely another display of bravado from an arms dealer. Simultaneously, images flickered on the screen mounted on the wall, showing a desert outside an American military base, where new missile systems were displayed, likely the Jericho missiles developed by Tony Stark. We cannot intervene too early. We must wait for the opportune moment, Wang Yu analyzed. At present, Tony Stark is not Iron Man. He is merely a weapons dealer. It is only after enduring a life-threatening ordeal that he will truly transform. Had he not faced such an experience, he would not become the revered Iron Man. For now, he remains that arms dealer and playboy. Until the missiles fall before him, he will remain oblivious to the carnage his creations unleash and the countless families torn apart. Chapter 7. Tony captured under the blazing sun. The training ground was almost blinding. Jiang Chen stood at the side, his gaze fixed on the large screen mounted on the wall. In the center of the display, the Jericho missile was activated, 2 missiles launched with flames trailing behind them, soaring towards the target range at an astonishing speed. They screamed skyward, only to suddenly split near their destination, releasing a multitude of smaller warheads like raindrops cascading to the ground. The thunderous explosions unleashed a violent sandstorm, obscuring the sky. The formidable U.S. military in Afghanistan was undeniably executing a dimensional strike. Despite the well-known corruption of trillions of dollars within the U.S. forces here, their might was incomparable to the local guerrillas. Wang Yu squinted, his expression grave, truly reminiscent of a science fiction realm. The lethality of such weapons is indeed terrifying. How can we see this so clearly? Jiang Chen could not help but inquire. Hypervelocity reconnaissance drones are relaying real-time footage from 10,000 meters above, Wang Yu replied, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's 2008. No radar can detect its presence yet. It will hover over Afghanistan, monitoring everything occurring below. All right, let us proceed with our training. In about 10 days, we will also be deployed. Jiang Chen felt an invisible pressure as the storyline commenced. The following morning, upon opening the news, Jiang Chen was confronted with a shocking global headline. Arms tycoon Tony Stark had been ambushed in Afghanistan, and his whereabouts were unknown. The terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings claimed responsibility. It was evident that Tony had been captured by the Ten Rings. Meanwhile, the entire nation of HYDRA was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Marvel-related movie posters, toys, and merchandise had vanished from the streets. All that remained were the vivid memories in people's minds, reminding them of the astonishing fact that they had traversed into the Marvel universe. Online, a wave of panic began to spread. Heavens, does this mean that Thanos' snap will affect us too? Will half the population vanish? This is too horrifying. Fortunately, the authorities swiftly intervened, implementing psychological support from top to bottom. Major media platforms disseminated authoritative information to stabilize public sentiment. On the streets, throngs of people continued to bustle about. The shopping malls remained bustling with activity. Jiang Chen sat at the edge of the training ground, scrolling through the news on his phone. Another individual seeking fortune had been apprehended by border security. He shook his head in dismay. These people truly see themselves as protagonists, believing they can easily become superheroes? Do they think that by merely journeying to America, they can ascend the social ladder, marry the affluent, and reach the pinnacle of life? This is a perilous Marvel world. For an ordinary person to venture, there is nothing short of courting death. Moreover, who can predict the consequences of rashly divulging the plot? These individuals are merely seeking their own demise. Wang Yu approached and handed him a bottle of water, remarking, "Human nature is such that there are always those who refuse to heed warnings. I believe they have lost their senses." Jiang Chen tilted his head back to take a sip, reminding himself that this was the Marvel universe, not some fantasy of immortals. Hence, the government maintained strict control. Wang Yu's expression turned grave. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Jiang Chen nodded, gazing towards the training ground, scorched by the relentless sun. This world was far more perilous than depicted in films. Behind every seemingly heroic act lay the potential cost of countless lives. Much like the reality of disaster relief in America, where the media heralds the rescue of a cat, painting a picture of triumph and success. The rubble concealed beneath the camera's gaze might entomb hundreds, if not thousands. The world operates similarly, despite the exhilarating scenes of Avengers saving lives. Who truly knows how many perished beyond the lens? No matter how formidable the Avengers, they were but a handful. How many could they truly save? This exemplifies the flaw of individual heroism, often despised by comrades in the military. In matters of life and death, the pursuit of personal glory only leads to greater losses. Take the invasion of New York by the Chitauri in the first Avengers film. While the Avengers repelled the invaders, the death toll exceeded 100,000. Those who believe they understand the plot and tempt fate are merely courting death. Even the entire phenomenon of traversing identities in HYDRA would inevitably attract the attention of certain organizations. In the vastness of HYDRA, these entities might refrain from immediate actions, but once you venture out, they will certainly target these travelers. Furthermore, those recklessly seeking out Kamartaj in Kathmandu to learn magic should reconsider. The mage's duty is to safeguard this world from the perils of other realms. Seeking them out recklessly is tantamount to courting disaster. We must approach the most dangerous situations with utmost caution. Wang Yu patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Indeed, Jiang Chun replied as he stood and stretched. Ready to resume training. In about 10 days, Tony should be able to escape, right? No worries. Our drones are continually monitoring this area. Should anything arise, we will be the first to know and can swiftly respond thanks to your teleportation abilities. Wang Yu seemed unconcerned. After all, Tony would not perish. It was necessary for the current playboy to endure a bit of hardship. Chapter 8. Changes in HYDRA. As Tony was kidnapped, HYDRA underwent significant transformation. Although the populace continued their daily routines, an invisible pressure weighed heavily upon everyone across the nation. Even those unfamiliar with the Marvel Universe were acutely aware that HYDRA had traversed into a perilous world, one that intermittently faced threats of global annihilation. Without delving into distant matters, let us consider recent events. Shortly thereafter, Thanos snapped his fingers, causing half of the universe's population to vanish. An invisible cloud of despair enveloped the vast expanse of China. Fortunately, the authorities acted swiftly, providing psychological support to the populace, which soon quelled the rising panic. The nation once again demonstrated unparalleled unity, with citizens placing their trust in their homeland, confident that it would navigate this crisis with resilience. The majority of the populace harbored faith in their country, believing that it would adeptly thwart any forthcoming calamities. Of course, there were also ardent fans of the Avengers who remained unfazed, for they were well aware of the narrative's trajectory. According to their perspective, regardless of how the future unfolds, their beloved superheroes would emerge to save them, leading the plot towards a favorable resolution. Some even urged others to refrain from resistance, advocating for a natural acceptance of events, awaiting the Avengers to vanquish future crises. To Jiang Chun, such attitudes seemed utterly irrational. Those unwilling to take charge of their own destinies, yet relying on others for salvation, epitomized a lack of self-reliance, waiting for someone else to rescue them in times of distress. As for superhuman saviors descending from the heavens, one might first inquire of the disaster-stricken in America whether Captain America had come to their aid. Oh, if one were to claim that Captain America was currently frozen in the Arctic and unable to assist, Jiang Chun would have no further retort. In any case, within China, the overwhelming majority wished to seize control of their own fates, and it was precisely this trust in their nation and military that kept society largely tranquil, with disturbances swiftly subsiding within a matter of days. Perhaps the only individuals left disheartened were those engaged in foreign trade, as their businesses had been obliterated. Yet, arriving in this world seemed to present new opportunities. In this realm, set in 2008, surely one could easily introduce products that would dominate the global market? This would not be a mere advantage, but a significant lead. Ah, how fitting it was to be in a Marvel universe, where such stereotypes ran deep. On this day, Jiang Chun observed Lu Chang entering the laboratory with a disgruntled expression, assessing the training outcomes of recent days. "Mr. Lu, what troubles you?" Jiang Chun inquired, puzzled. "Our entire nation has seemingly replaced the original China in this world." Lu Chang expressed his dissatisfaction. "Other countries are rife with stereotypes about us, and the outside world remains utterly oblivious to our transformation. They persist in viewing us as a closed, barbaric, and backward nation. Western media even claims we are still subsisting on tree bark. Those outlets are relentless in their smear campaigns, failing to consider that if we were truly so backward, how could we be among the permanent members of the Security Council? The simplicity of such lies is astounding. It reveals their intellectual shortcomings. The Western model of happy education has become deeply entrenched, manifesting the ancient policy of keeping the populace uninformed in this new era." Lu Chang's tone was laced with disdain. However, there are benefits to this situation. At the very least, the transformations within our nation have not attracted any international attention. No country has noticed us. not even the United States, which we regard as an adversary. Presently, our primary foe remains the formidable entity from the north. This, without a doubt, is fortuitous for our nation. It provides us with an excellent opportunity for development and adaptation, allowing us ample time to address domestic affairs. The lack of international scrutiny enables our nation to develop quietly, akin to Wakanda, thriving in the shadows. However, unlike Wakanda, which has constructed its own defenses to obscure its existence from others, our nation is shrouded by the Western media's blockade and the arrogance of the Western world, which has severed communication with us, rendering our changes unnoticed. For our nation, this is indeed a positive development. In the year 2024, our nation has seemingly traversed into the Marvel universe. Curiously, this event has not piqued the interest of other nations, primarily because they are indifferent to us, a reality that has persisted since 2008. Furthermore, within the Marvel universe, there appears to be an inherent disregard for our nation, so despite the enormity of this occurrence, it has stirred not a whisper of intrigue. This is something our nation welcomes, although it might be somewhat irksome. Isn't that splendid? Quietly prospering. And once we establish a firm footing, we shall have no further concerns. Jiang Chun wore a smile, genuinely pleased upon receiving this news. They had arrived in a perilous Marvel world, where the strategy required was to remain low-key, minimizing interactions with the outside world, and even in those interactions, ensuring they did not attract undue attention. Other countries disregarding our nation? Is that not precisely what we desire at this moment? Haha, indeed. While it may cause some discomfort for our diplomatic corps, who must endure a period of arrogance from other nations, Lu Chang remarked with a chuckle. Since foreign nations label us as a closed-off country, let us indeed present ourselves as such. At this juncture, Lu Chang's expression took on a contemplative tone. What do you mean? Jiang Chun inquired with curiosity. After traversing into this world, all the foreigners who were previously in our country have vanished, which implies that they did not cross over with us. Only we, the citizens of our nation, have made the transition. Initially, we received numerous reports of foreigners traveling or working domestically who had gone missing. Our personnel were quite anxious at first due to the sheer number, fearing it might lead to international complications. Eventually, we discovered that all foreigners had simply disappeared. Now, we understand that all 1,400,000,000 of us have crossed over. Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Jiang Chun also grasped the gravity of this issue. So, does this mean that our nation currently consists solely of our own people? Not a single foreigner remains. Jiang Chun was taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips as he remarked, well, this is indeed a good thing. Indeed, in this world, we need not forge deep connections with other nations. Since they relish spreading rumors about our isolation, let us embrace that isolation. At the very least, it is essential for this period. Presently, our nation stands in stark contrast to the rest of the world, necessitating a time of seclusion. Chapter 9. The Reason for the Crossing. You are quite to my liking, Lu Guoqiang chuckled heartily, gazing at Jiang Chun with satisfaction. I was initially concerned that foreign nationals within our borders might leak news of our crossing, but it seems we need not worry about that now. The task of cleansing the presence of illegal foreigners has been quite bothersome, yet now it appears we need not attend to it. They have all been cleared away. Remarkably, even spies hidden within our country have not crossed over, which is indeed astonishing. The crossing of our nation did not include those foreigners. Not even the spies lurking within our borders are in sight, clearly indicating they were not brought along during the transition. But what of our compatriots abroad? Engaged in business or travel? Regrettably, there is no news of them either. Lu Guoqiang sighed, acknowledging the imperfection of the world. Perhaps, in the future, we may have the opportunity to return. As for now, there truly is no way. To this, Jiang Chun felt utterly powerless. By the way, you mentioned how you acquired your abilities. Could you elaborate on that? Lu Guoqiang inquired, curiosity piqued. With the pressing matters now arranged, he felt free to investigate this. I purchased a set of infinity stones online, and when I awoke the next day, the stones had seemingly fused into my being, Jiang Chun recounted without reservation. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, it was then that I discovered I possessed the power of the infinity stones, and subsequently realized our entire nation had crossed over. Immediately after, I sought out the leaders. So, you received the infinity stones, and then our entire nation crossed over? Lu Guoqiang mused, easily deducing the timeline. Could it be that our nation's crossing is the result of these infinity stones? He furrowed his brow. Jiang Chun fell into silence, pondering the implications. Could it be that on that fateful night, when he had obtained the Infinity Stones and whimsically wished to enter the Marvel Universe, the stones had granted his desire? Had they transported him, and indeed the entire nation, into the Marvel cosmos? Hiss. Contemplating this, could the nationwide crossing truly be attributed to his own actions? Regardless of the truth, he could never admit it. He would rather face death than concede. Why does your expression seem troubled? Is something amiss? Lu Guoqiang asked, perplexed. Nothing much. Just, I have a cousin studying abroad. Hearing you say that I might not see her again makes me feel a bit melancholic, Jiang Chen hastily remarked. I see. Lu Guoqiang nodded, recalling that Jiang Chen's profile indeed mentioned such a circumstance, and he chose not to dwell further on it. The reason the authorities placed their trust in Jiang Chen was due to their thorough investigation. He was merely an ordinary individual without any suspicious traits, which naturally fostered their confidence in him. Moreover, Jiang Chen's abilities were undeniably crucial, as they were of significant interest to the nation. Given his willingness to cooperate, it was only natural that he would be treated favorably. As for the notion of conducting experimental dissection on Jiang Chen, please, who would be foolish enough to engage in such a harebrained scheme? While the allure of the Infinity Stones was indeed compelling, it would be utterly imprudent to take any actions that could jeopardize Jiang Chen, especially considering his capability to traverse space at will with the Space Stone. After all, as long as Jiang Chen remained cooperative, he was regarded as one of their own. The Infinity Stones in his possession would not differ in value from those in their control. Furthermore, it seemed that the Infinity Stones were plentiful within the Marvel Universe. There would be future opportunities to acquire them, rendering any foolish actions unnecessary at present. By the way, where did you purchase the Infinity Stone? We should initiate an investigation, Lu Guoqiang suggested. Since Jiang Chen acquired the stone online, it could serve as a lead for their inquiries. Who knows if the seller might still have more stones available? I bought it from an online store, but I had looked it up before and didn't save any information, Jiang Chen replied, pulling out his phone, only to find no shopping records remaining. All right, do you remember any details about that store? I'll have someone look into it. Lu Guoqiang continued his inquiry. It seems it was an online shop run by a failed novelist, and it appears to have gone out of business. I think it was called Marvel, the Mightiest Huiqiang Bai, authored by Chun Mumu. I heard it has been completed, Jiang Chen explained. Investigate, Lu Guoqiang instructed his secretary, and soon enough, the information was retrieved. Due to all Marvel-related content vanishing, the fan fiction had also disappeared, yet the author had other works. Indeed, it turned out he was a failed writer. However, it appeared that all records of this author had seemingly vanished as if he had never existed, mirroring the disappearance of Marvel-related items, leaving no trace behind. I see, Lu Guoqiang sighed, acknowledging that this was an expected outcome. If they could truly locate more Infinity Stones, it would have been a significant breakthrough. Do you recall the plot of that book? With no other recourse, Lu Guoqiang could only ask Jiang Chen. It was about the protagonist traversing into the Marvel Universe and then elevating Huaqiang to new heights, ultimately connecting it with various realms, Jiang Chen recounted. So, our endeavor this time is akin to an entire nation crossing over into the Marvel world? Is the author out of his mind? Why not write about the protagonist mingling with the Avengers like other authors do? Why not portray them as formidable beings who can conquer anything? Isn't that what captivates readers? Jiang Chen exclaimed, expressing his disbelief. Is this the sort of nonsense the author concocted? If I could go back, I would surely confine him to a small dark room for a few days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Never mind him for now. What we must consider is how to confront our current predicament. How has your training progressed over these past few days? Lu Guoqiang inquired of Jiang Chen. It has been satisfactory. I have gained considerable mastery over my own strength. Under the influence of the Infinity Stones, Jiang Chen's power has experienced a remarkable enhancement and continues to rise, now reaching nearly 2 tons of strength. If this trajectory persists, even greater heights are attainable. Additionally, I have made significant strides in harnessing the capabilities of the Space Stone. I can now open and maintain a portal anywhere on Earth for troop deployment. Jiang Chen's command over the Space Stone is akin to how Vision wields the Mind Stone, functioning as a conduit for the gem's abilities with remarkable ease. With the assistance of researchers, a tailored training regimen has been devised, allowing Jiang Chen to fully master his capabilities within a matter of days. Furthermore, under the tutelage of elite forces such as Wang Yu, he has familiarized himself with various firearms. At the very least, handling a gun poses no challenge. That is excellent. Lu Guiqiang nodded in satisfaction. For the current state of Huagua, Jiang Qun's strength is of paramount importance. Chapter 10. The story unfolds. Jiang Qun swung his fists, feeling the awakening power within him, akin to a colossal beast stirring from slumber. Each breath was accompanied by a subtle tremor in his muscles, as if proclaiming his transformation. In just a few short days, his body has been continuously reshaped by the energy of the Infinity Stones, as if every nerve has been fortified, with power swelling within him, captivating and exhilarating him in equal measure. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, a man was enduring excruciating torment. In Afghanistan, within a dark and damp cave, the air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and decay, invoking nausea. Tony Stark, the renowned playboy and genius inventor, found himself in a dire predicament, held captive by terrorists, with the arc reactor in his chest flickering weakly, barely sustaining his life. Sweat drenched his hair, cascading down the sharp contours of his face. He clenched his jaw, enduring agonizing pain, as the wound on his chest gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. Struggling in vain, despair washed over him like a relentless tide. Perhaps, as the old adage in Huagua suggests, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first test their resolve, strain their sinews, and starve their flesh. Under the looming threat of death, Tony Stark's potential was ignited. He calmly analyzed his circumstances, striving to uncover a glimmer of hope for escape. His gaze fell upon the scattered tools and components, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He trembled as he began assembling a rudimentary device, each movement exacerbating the wound on his chest and inflicting excruciating pain. Yet he persevered, for this was his sole hope. With Ethan's assistance, Tony swiftly completed the design, ready to put it into action. Time ticked away relentlessly, the cavern resonating with the clang of metal colliding. Tony Stark appeared entranced, wholly engrossed in his work, his gaze shifting from despair to resolve. He cast aside pain and fear, consumed by a singular thought: survival. After more than a week, the steel monstrosity was born within the cave. Mark-I, rough and cumbersome, yet brimming with power. As Tony donned the iron suit, it was as though he had been reborn. He moved his stiff limbs, feeling the strength that steel afforded him, and a confident smile finally graced his lips. After Ethan, at the cost of his own life, managed to buy precious time, Tony successfully activated the power system of Mark-I. Flames erupted, illuminating the entire cavern. He advanced toward the cave's mouth, each step infused with might. The terrorists gazed in terror at this steel behemoth, raising their weapons to fire, but it was futile. The firepower of Mark-I annihilated them one by one. Tony Stark, reborn from the ashes, piloted Mark-I out of the cave, the explosion's flames painting half the sky crimson. News reached above. The narrative had commenced. While chaos unfolded in the cavern, Jiang Qun and others in Huagua received the news promptly and convened urgently. "Are we ready?" Wang Yu inquired, looking at Jiang Qun. With a steady gaze, Jiang Qun, having undergone days of military training, appeared calm and resolute, always prepared. Clad in black tactical gear, his vest laden with equipment, he firmly grasped the Type 95 assault rifle, its surface gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The other elite soldiers were already in position, fully armed, their eyes sharp, resembling poised leopards ready to pounce. With everything in readiness, all eyes turned to Jiang Qun. He raised his left hand, palm upward, as the unique blue aura of the space gem flickered, swirling like a nebula, enigmatic and profound. The energy waves of the space gem began to ripple, an unusual energy permeating the air, distorting the space around them. A swirling portal, aglow with a ghostly blue light, materialized, its diameter spanning 3 meters, leading deep into the deserts of Afghanistan. 3 desert-colored Dongfeng, Mengshi military off-road vehicles roared to life, akin to steel beasts poised to charge. At Wang Yu's command, everyone boarded, and the 3 vehicles sequentially entered the portal, vanishing into the cerulean radiance. The portal slowly closed, the space returning to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. In Afghanistan, in a desolate stretch of desert, the air was parched and searing, the sun scorching the earth, waves of heat distorting the distant landscape. The 3 off-road vehicles emerged from the portal, their tires kicking up clouds of dust. Jiang Qun swung open the car door, leaped out, and inhaled the air infused with the scent of dust, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. The objective lay a kilometer ahead, under the vigilant gaze of drones, while the remaining team members stood guard. Wang Yu issued commands in a deep, resonant voice. One of the teammates retrieved an eagle-like drone from his backpack, unfurling its wings and activating its power. The drone ascended gracefully into the sky, soaring like a true raptor before swiftly vanishing from sight. Soon, the live feed transmitted by the drone appeared on the tactical computers adorning each comrade's wrist, vividly illuminating the scene of a terrorist base. Nestled within a cave, several armed terrorists guarded the entrance, their demeanor betraying evident tension, an unruly mob. Jiang Chun surveyed the screen with a disdainful smirk. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from within the cave, succeeded by a cacophony of gunfire. As a throng of terrorists fled in panic from the depths of the cavern. Had the operation commenced? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a colossal figure emerged from the cave's mouth. It was a towering giant, forged from steel and exceeding 2 meters in height, radiating a metallic sheen. Mark I. The Mark I staggered out of the cave, each step reverberating through the earth like an earthquake. In its grasp, a flamethrower unleashed searing flames, instantly engulfing the pursuing terrorists. The fiery explosion painted half the sky crimson, thick smoke billowing forth, obscuring the sun. Jiang Chun watched in astonishment, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. So this is the masterpiece of Tony Stark? Truly unique. Chapter 11. Rescuing the innocent on the screen of the tactical computer. The cumbersome yet formidable silhouette of Mark I filled the entire frame. The terrorists scattered like ants disturbed from their nest, their panic palpable. Their AK-47 spat fire. Yet their efforts were akin to mere tickles against the steel behemoth. One terrorist attempted to launch an RPG at Mark I, only to be consumed by a pillar of flames in the instant he aimed. The Mark I disregarded the bullets whizzing past, remaining steadfast as it systematically eliminated the terrorists with its flamethrower. Such was the essence of violent beauty, he mused quietly, licking his cracked lips. Wang Yu, eyes fixed on the screen, calmly commanded, maintain distance with the drones, prioritize safety. Acknowledged, came the response from the drone operator. On the display, the flamethrower in Mark I's grasp continued to unleash torrents of searing heat. The wails of the terrorists, the sounds of explosions, and the grinding of metal intertwined, composing a brutal symphony. Tony Stark maneuvered Mark I with deliberate assurance toward the mountain of weapons. Behind his visor lay a visage etched with fury and remorse. These weapons bore the emblem of Stark Industries, once his pride, now transformed into instruments of slaughter in the hands of terrorists. He inhaled deeply and pressed the switch of the flamethrower. A searing inferno erupted, engulfing the piles of weaponry. The blazing flames illuminated Tony's face with a crimson glow, casting light upon the shadows within his soul. The roaring fire seemed to incinerate all remnants of his past. Waves of explosive shock reverberated through the ground, causing it to tremble. Thick clouds of smoke billowed, obscuring the sky. In this tumultuous moment, Tony felt a sense of relief. He harbored no regrets as he piloted the Mark I directly away from the terrorist stronghold. Jiang Chun observed the magnificent scene, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. From this moment onward, Tony Stark's life would be irrevocably transformed. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and commanded in a solemn tone, "Let us depart." 3 Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicles roared to life, stirring up clouds of dust as they sped toward the direction where the Mark I had vanished. The desert winds battered against the windows, producing a sharp howling sound. Jiang Chun gazed out at the desolate landscape, his heart filled with anticipation. They were on the verge of encountering a legendary figure, the indisputable protagonist of this Marvel universe. Half an hour later, the convoy halted beside a sand dune. In the distance, a solitary figure staggered forward. It was Tony Stark, who had long shed the cumbersome Mark I and now walked alone in the vast desert. His clothing was tattered, and his face was smeared with dust and sweat. He stumbled, as if on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing the approaching military vehicle, Tony Stark perceived a glimmer of hope. He waved his arms and shouted, believing it to be the American forces come to rescue him. Wang Yu opened the car door and leapt out, the scorching sunlight striking his face and causing him to squint. He regarded the disheveled Tony Stark before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Stark, greetings." Tony Stark paused, bewildered. He looked at the group of soldiers clad in unfamiliar uniforms. Confusion etched upon his features. "Who are you?" Wang Yu stepped forward, extending his hand. Tony Stark hesitated for a moment, then finally grasped it. His hand was dry and rough, akin to weathered bark. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse. Wang Yu patted his shoulder, offering a friendly smile. Get in the vehicle. We shall take you away from here. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tony seemed to recognize he had no other options. Wang Yu supported Tony's wavering form, assisting him into the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Tony sank into the soft seat, a groan escaping his lips as his weary bones seemed to unravel. Jiang Chun handed him a bottle of water and a compressed biscuit. Mr. Stark, please replenish your energy. Trembling, Tony accepted the water, greedily gulping down several mouthfuls. With some spilling over the corners of his mouth and soaking his chest, he devoured the biscuits voraciously, as if he had been starving for several days and nights. Wang Yu ignited the engine, and the off-road vehicle roared forward, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. Inside the vehicle, the cold air from the air conditioning caressed Tony's face, providing a modicum of comfort. He surveyed his surroundings. The unfamiliar and rudimentary military jeep instilled a sense of unease within him. Who are you really? Tony rasped, his voice tinged with caution, furrowing his brow in confusion. He inquired, are you American troops? No, Jiang Chun shook his head. We are citizens of Huagua. Huagua? Tony's tone was laden with astonishment as he scrutinized Jiang Chun and his companions, noting how their uniforms and gear starkly contrasted with his preconceived notions of Huagua soldiers. What brings you here? Jiang Chun replied with a mysterious smile. We have our own mission. We merely encountered you here. At this, Tony Stark fell silent, realizing it was best not to pry into the affairs of foreign missions. The off-road vehicle raced through the desert, the endless desolation visible through the windows. As Tony gazed upon this unfamiliar terrain, confusion enveloped his mind. Huagua, a closed and underdeveloped nation. He scoffed. I never imagined you could reach this place. It's truly remarkable. Wang Yu disregarded Tony's mockery, focusing intently on driving. Jiang Chun and another team member maintained their silence, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Your equipment seems rather outdated. Tony continued to prattle. This vehicle hardly compares to a Hummer, and the interior is quite Spartan. The military's equipment does not prioritize comfort. Would you not agree? Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly. Moreover, Mr. Tony Stark, 50 years ago, we managed to defeat you with inferior equipment. What do you think of that now? Tony's expression stiffened. He was taken aback by the directness of this Huagua man. Besides, we have not engaged in external warfare for decades, Jiang Chun continued. Unlike certain nations that instigate conflict everywhere, the current state of Afghanistan is largely attributable to your country. Another team member interjected, especially certain arms dealers, who have manufactured countless instruments of death, their hands stained with the blood of innumerable innocents. His tone was frigid, piercing Tony's heart like a sharp blade. Tony's complexion turned pallid, and he fell silent, his gaze dimming. Memories of the Stark Industries weaponry he had seen in the terrorist base flooded his mind. He couldn't help but think of the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had created, the families shattered by explosions. In that moment, Tony was engulfed by a profound sense of regret and sorrow. Chapter 12. Returning home, the soldier in the passenger seat had struck at the very core of Tony Stark. Whether by his own volition or under orders remained unclear. The vehicle lapsed into silence, with only the roar of the engine echoing across the desert. Tony clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He realized that a change was imperative. He must cease the creation of weapons and the act of killing. He must utilize his abilities to save the world rather than bring about its ruin. A plan began to form within his mind. The off-road vehicle continued to speed forward, heading towards the border of Hua country. Inside the vehicle, Tony's breathing gradually steadied as he closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. The arrogance and disdain that once marked his expression gave way to a weightier sense of responsibility. In the distance, a cluster of lights appeared on the horizon, temporary airfield established in the desert by Hua country a few days prior. Wang Yu accelerated the vehicle towards the illumination. Tony Stark's gaze was vacant as he stared ahead, mechanically swaying with the bumps of the ride, resembling a soulless shell. Occasionally, he would instinctively touch his chest, where the crude metal of the makeshift arc reactor reminded him that this was all real. His tightly pressed lips quivered slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. He harbored no objections to Jiang Chun's mention of traveling to Hua country. At that moment, he merely wished to escape the tormenting desert, to flee from the haunting memories of captivity. To him, Hua country was but a temporary sanctuary, a stepping stone back to America. He could hardly muster the energy to ponder how such a closed and backward nation, in his perception, could possess such advanced military power. Jiang Chun observed Tony's every move with quiet intensity, acutely aware that the proud genius would never easily bow to any nation or person. To earn his respect, and potentially his collaboration, one must demonstrate genuine strength. And a transformed Hua country was the ultimate testament to that. The temporary airfield was ablaze with light, like a pearl in the desert, radiating brilliance. A massive transport plane sat quietly on the runway, its propellers glinting with metallic sheen in the night. The roar of the engines shattered the desert's silence, heralding Tony Stark's embarkation on another journey. As he stepped onto the plane, Tony exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves finally beginning to ease. A wave of relief washed over him, leaving him feeling drained. He turned to Jiang Chun, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "May I use your phone? I need to reassure my company of my safety," he said, his voice hoarse, lacking the usual arrogance and imbued with fatigue. "Of course," Jiang Chun replied readily, producing his phone and handing it over. "Our destination is the capital airport of Hua country, but we will need to make several transfers along the way, which may take 2 to 3 days," he added. Tony grasped the phone, his gaze fixated on its exquisite design, akin to a work of art, which left him in awe. The slender body, smooth texture, and trifold screen exuded a profound sense of technological advancement. In 2008, even in the technologically advanced United States, mainstream phones were predominantly either bar or flip designs. Yet, this device appeared to be a creation from the future, evoking an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity and astonishment within Tony Stark. Instinctively, he opened the phone, and as the screen illuminated, the clarity of the display and the fluidity of operation astonished him anew. Could this truly be a phone utilized by the military of Hua country? He cast a disbelieving glance at Jiang Chun, his eyes brimming with questions. Just as he was about to inquire, the airplane began to taxi, the thunderous roar drowning out his voice. He had no choice but to momentarily suppress his curiosity and dial Stark Industries. "Pepper, it's me," he said, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. Upon hearing her familiar tone, his emotions finally relaxed completely. The aircraft soared through the clouds, gliding steadily across the night sky. Jiang Chun sat quietly in his seat, eyes closed in repose, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at something profound. Everything was about to commence from this moment. "Tony, are you all right? Thank heavens. Where are you? Are you okay?" Pepper's anxious voice crackled through the receiver, infused with deep concern. "I'm fine. Just encountered some unforeseen circumstances. I'm currently on a plane to Hua country and should arrive in a day or 2. Tony succinctly explained, deliberately omitting the details of his abduction by terrorists to spare Pepper the worry. "Hua country? What are you talking about? How did you end up there? What on earth happened?" Pepper keenly detected the oddity in Tony's tone and pressed further. "It's a long story. I'll explain everything when I return. I encountered some individuals from Hua country who rescued me. In short, I'm unharmed. There's no need to fret," Tony reassured her, though his gaze inadvertently wandered back to the phone in his hand. This stunning foldable device radiated the brilliance of futuristic technology, leaving him in disbelief. Its slender profile, smooth touch, clear display, and seamless functionality challenged his preconceived notions of Hua country's manufacturing capabilities. However, he mused that the excessively large screen when unfolded felt somewhat peculiar, obscuring his face during calls. After concluding the call, he returned the phone to Jiang Chun. "Thank you," he said, his tone lacking the usual arrogance. Jiang Chun accepted the phone, a barely perceptible smile playing at his lips. "Actually, you need not unfold it to make calls. It functions perfectly well in its folded state. Yet, wouldn't it be a disservice to such a price not to utilize its full potential?" Tony remarked. This device merely scratched the surface of Hua country's technological prowess. Soon, he would reveal to Tony much more, fundamentally altering his perceptions of Hua country. Through the porthole, Tony gazed down at the undulating expanse of the desert, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He recalled the scene in the cave, where, with rudimentary tools, he painstakingly forged the mark eye. In those moments, he was engulfed by despair and fear, yet simultaneously driven by an insatiable will to survive. He remembered the terrifying faces of the terrorists and the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had created. Regret and guilt surged within him like a relentless tide, threatening to overwhelm him. He knew he must effect change. At this moment, he was en route to a nation he had once deemed insignificant, a nation he perceived as closed off and backward, yet one that boasted such advanced technology. Chapter 13. Intent to collaborate, the airport in Xinjiang sparkled with lights, akin to a resplendent galaxy against the night sky. The airplane descended slowly, its thunderous roar echoing across the vast expanse of the airport. Tony disembarked, inhaling deeply the dry yet refreshing air. As he surveyed his surroundings, his expression was one of shock and disbelief. "How is this possible?" he murmured, as if ensnared in a dream. This was a stark contrast to the backward image he had envisioned. It was clearly a modern international airport, perhaps even more advanced than those in New York. He had once wholeheartedly believed the Western media's portrayal of Xinjiang as a poor and underdeveloped region. Yet now, the reality before his eyes was a resounding slap to his face. Jiang Chun took in Tony's astonishment with quiet satisfaction. The renowned Tony Stark, it seemed, was not impervious to surprise. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Mr. Stark, welcome to HYDRA." Tony regained his composure and offered an awkward smile. "This is truly beyond my expectations." He had to concede that his understanding of HYDRA was profoundly flawed. The group boarded a domestically produced C-919 passenger aircraft to continue their journey to the capital. When Tony learned that this was a large passenger plane entirely manufactured in HYDRA, he was once again taken aback. He meticulously observed the cabin's amenities and savored the smooth and comfortable flying experience, his admiration for HYDRA swelling within him. He could no longer afford to underestimate this nation. Through the porthole, Tony beheld the bustling city below. Towering skyscrapers lined up like sentinels, ceaseless streams of traffic, and throngs of people. He witnessed a scene of national prosperity and flourishing vitality, in stark comparison to the self-proclaimed civilized and advanced cities of America. Rife with homelessness and vice, he suddenly felt a sharp pang of embarrassment. The derogatory narratives spun by Western media now appeared utterly feeble. He began to reflect on how foolish and absurd his previous prejudices against HYDRA had been. In Rongqing, dusk enveloped the city, and countless lights twinkled like fallen stars. Through the porthole, Tony gazed down at this magnificent spectacle. The towering skyscrapers, arranged in a splendid array, pierced the heavens, their neon lights flickering like stars, weaving a vibrant tapestry of color. The streets teem with a continuous flow of vehicles, a stark contrast to his previous impression of a backward China. He had once perceived it as a closed-off, impoverished land, influenced by the entrenched narratives of Western media. Yet, the reality before his eyes shattered those preconceived notions. He felt as though he were in a futuristic metropolis, overwhelmed by the spectacle, a profound sense of awe swelling within him. Gripping the handrail tightly, his knuckles turned white. Breath quickening, heart racing. His cheeks flushed, as if he had been struck sharply. "How could this be possible?" he murmured, his voice trembling. Jiang Chun stood nearby, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, reveling in Tony's astonishment. The renowned Tony Stark could also experience such shock. "Mr. Stark, this is China," Jiang Chun stated with a hint of pride. Tony regained his composure, offering an awkward smile. "This truly exceeds my expectations." He had to concede that his understanding of China was profoundly flawed. The plane, refueled, continued its journey to other cities, seemingly deliberately passing over major urban centers, allowing Tony Stark to witness the modern and advanced China firsthand. It was not until deep into the night that the aircraft gradually descended at the capital's airport. Tony disembarked, inhaling deeply the dry yet refreshing air, which brought him a sense of comfort. The modern terminal, expansive tarmac, and orderly operations all reflected the strength of this nation. "Mr. Stark, welcome to the capital of China," Jiang Chun greeted warmly, extending his hand. Wang Yu and the others had already returned to their base, leaving Jiang Chun to accompany Tony. According to the arrangements, Jiang Chun would likely need to meet with other Avengers, thus facilitating the interactions with Tony. As they shook hands, Tony's gaze still held a hint of disbelief. "Thank you," he said, his tone lacking the usual arrogance. "We have arranged a hotel for you. Tomorrow morning, your private jet will arrive to take you back to America," Jiang Chun explained, adding that Ms. Potts would also be present. At the mention of Pepper's name, a softness appeared on Tony's face. "Thank you for your arrangements," he expressed sincerely. After their conversation, Jiang Chun departed. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, filling the room with warmth. Tony awoke, stretching leisurely before moving to the window to gaze down upon the city. Skyscrapers stood tall, and traffic flowed abundantly, a scene of bustling prosperity. He recalled the sights he had witnessed in Chengdu the previous day, his heart once again stirred by the shock. Was this truly the so-called backward nation? Ignorant and still gnawing on tree bark, as portrayed by Western media? A joke, just yesterday, among the cities he witnessed, which one could possibly compare unfavorably to the major cities of America. They were, in fact, far more advanced and infinitely cleaner. At the very least, Tony did not encounter any homeless individuals or addicts. The streets were immaculate, and the faces of the people radiated confidence. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Tony said. The door opened, and Jiang Chun entered with a middle-aged man. Mr. Stark, this is Mr. Zhang Zhongzhao, one of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokespersons and concurrently the director of the Ministry of Commerce, Jiang Chun introduced. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark, Mr. Zhang extended his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. Likewise, Tony replied, shaking his hand. On behalf of HYDRA, we wish to discuss future collaboration with you, Mr. Zhang stated directly. Tony nodded, indicating for him to continue. We understand you are an eminent scientist, inventor, and entrepreneur. A subtle smile graced Tony's lips, a swell of pride rising within him. Though frequently lauded, the acknowledgement from an official of HYDRA filled him with a unique sense of accomplishment. We hope to collaborate with you in the realm of technology, fostering advancements that benefit humanity, Mr. Zhang continued. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression turned serious. He had anticipated discussions surrounding weaponry collaboration, given that Stark Industries was primarily known for its arms manufacturing. Many nations sought partnerships in this area. Yet HYDRA seemed disinterested in military technology, instead expressing a desire for cooperation in civilian technology. At that moment, Tony, who had initially pondered how to decline and inform them of his plans to shut down the weapons division, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 14. Closing the weapons division. Indeed, technology should not be wielded for warfare and slaughter, Tony spoke solemnly, but rather employed to enhance the quality of life and benefit human society. Mr. Zhang nodded in approval. We wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. This has been HYDRA's continuous endeavor, he remarked. We have always been committed to peaceful development, utilizing technology for the betterment of people's lives. You must have observed that many of our technological advancements are directed towards improving livelihoods and constructing infrastructure. Tony felt a stirring within his heart, resonating with his current philosophy. Memories flooded back to the cave, where he had fashioned Mark I with rudimentary tools. In that moment of despair and fear, a fierce will to survive had ignited within him. He recalled the menacing faces of the terrorists and the innocent lives lost to the weapons he had created. Regret and guilt surged like a tide within him. I am willing to collaborate with HYDRA in technology, Tony stated resolutely, his voice imbued with sincerity. A smile of satisfaction graced Zhang Zhongzhao's face. This is truly wonderful, he remarked, expressing confidence that this would be a mutually beneficial collaboration. Standing nearby, Jiang Chun admired the effectiveness of the official strategy. Indeed, it had proven successful. By escorting Tony through various major cities, allowing him to witness firsthand the prosperity and strength of HYDRA, his preconceived notions were utterly dismantled. Moreover, the cooperative principles proposed by HYDRA resonated harmoniously with Tony's current thoughts. All of this culminated in the establishment of this partnership. However, on this occasion, Zhang Zhongzhao and Tony did not engage in substantial dialogue. Rather, it was merely a matter of familiarizing themselves with each other, laying the groundwork for future collaborations. At the capital airport, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A thunderous roar approached, heralding the arrival of Stark Industries' private jet, which gracefully descended onto the runway. As the cabin door slowly opened, Pepper Potts emerged at the top of the steps, spotting Tony standing a short distance away, still embodying his usual nonchalant demeanor. She noticed a hint of weariness and depth in his gaze. Pepper dashed forward, reaching Tony in an instant. He gently patted her shoulder, sensing her trembling form. His heart awash with mixed emotions. Raising his eyes, he glanced toward Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, who stood nearby, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Thank you, he uttered, his voice somewhat hoarse yet imbued with sincerity. Jiang Chun shook his head with a smile, indicating it was a mere trifling effort. Wang Yu offered a salute, his eyes filled with respect. As Tony and Pepper boarded the aircraft, the door gradually closed, and the plane ascended once more, vanishing into the cerulean sky. Jiang Chun watched the departing aircraft, inhaling deeply. He understood that the wheels of destiny had begun to turn. For HYDRA to establish itself and survive in this world, it must actively engage in the global game. Remaining on the sidelines would render it a lamb to the slaughter. Huagua must enter the fray. Jiang Chen's gaze grew resolute and sharp. He turned, walking alongside Wang Yu toward the military vehicle parked by the roadside, returning to the training base. He, too, needed to grow stronger in order to thrive. Can we truly survive in this world? Jiang Chun broke the silence within the vehicle, his voice low and gravelly. Wang Yu, driving, was less contemplative than Jiang Chun, brimming instead with confidence. Of course we can, he asserted with unwavering conviction. We have a powerful motherland and a valiant army. We will undoubtedly overcome all challenges and carve out our own brilliance in this world. Indeed, no obstacle could thwart their resolve. The following day, headlines across global media were dominated by a singular piece of news. Tony Stark safely returns. The details surrounding his rescue remain shrouded in mystery to the outside world. The official explanation from the United States is vague, merely stating that through concerted efforts, Tony Stark was ultimately liberated. Tony himself, however, has chosen to remain tight-lipped about the circumstances of his salvation. Upon returning to America, the first action he undertook was to convene a press conference. The venue was teeming with people, reporters clamored to pose their questions, and the incessant flash of cameras illuminated the hall as brightly as day. Standing on the stage, Tony Stark exhibited a serious demeanor, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. While savoring a hamburger, he gestured for everyone to lighten the atmosphere, encouraging them to take a seat and relax, even choosing to sit on the floor himself. Observing this, the other journalists had no choice but to follow suit, settling onto the ground in anticipation of Tony's forthcoming remarks. I, Tony Stark, am here today merely to announce one significant matter. His voice was deep and resonant, with each word distinctly reaching the ears of everyone present. Effective immediately, Stark Industries will permanently close its weapons division. At this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. Reporters exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears, and sprang to their feet, eager to interview Tony. Driven by a desire to comprehend what had transpired during his captivity to provoke such a momentous decision. Weapons manufacturing has always constituted the core of Stark Industries' operations and its primary source of profit. Shutting down the weapons division is undoubtedly akin to severing one's own limb, and it would inflict significant damage on Stark Industries. Mr. Stark, are you certain? This is a monumental decision, one journalist exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and uncertainty. I am unequivocally certain, Tony replied with unwavering conviction. I have witnessed the brutality of war firsthand and faced the specter of death. I have come to realize that technology should not be wielded for war and destruction, but should instead serve to benefit humanity. His words resonated with clarity and strength. I will redirect all the resources of Stark Industries toward clean energy, healthcare, and other fields to forge a brighter future for humanity. The reporters surged forward in a frenzy, desperate to extract more insights from him, but were thwarted by security personnel. Meanwhile, Tony, escorted by Stark Industries security team, swiftly departed the scene. His words reverberated like thunder across the globe. Stark Industries stock plummeted in response, leaving countless investors in despair as they hastily divested their shares. Yet, Tony Stark remained unfazed, knowing he had made the right choice. Across the vast ocean in Huagua, Jiang Chun sat before his computer, engrossed in reports about Tony Stark's press conference. Countless individuals in Huagua following this news understood that the Marvel Universe had officially commenced. Chapter 15. Journey to America. The announcement of Tony Stark's closure of the weapons division was akin to a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, sending ripples that swiftly enveloped the globe. In Huagua, the impact of this news was particularly profound. Many were already aware that the entire nation had traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and when this news broke in the media, it affirmed that understanding for all. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the highest echelons of Huagua, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The enormous projection screen continued to display the figure of Tony Stark, his words resonating throughout the vast chamber, each syllable striking the hearts of those present like a hammer. The Marvel Universe has truly commenced, murmured an elderly officer, a hint of unmistakable concern lacing his tone. Another officer furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly lost in contemplation. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the hum of the projector and the weighty breaths of the leaders. Everyone understood that a brand new era had begun. At that moment, Jiang Chun sat before his computer, his gaze fixated on the image of Tony Stark on the screen. From the instant Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, the Marvel Universe had officially unfurled. I must grow stronger, Jiang Chun shouted inwardly, resolute and fervent. He shut down the computer and approached the heavy bag in the corner of the room. Taking a deep breath, his fists descended upon the bag like a torrential downpour, producing a resounding thud with each strike. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his attire, yet he showed no inclination to cease. Every movement exuded power. Every breath was imbued with determination. In this perilous world of Marvel, only by ceaselessly growing stronger could one seize their own destiny. Thud, thud, thud. The bag swayed violently, as if struggling to withstand the tempestuous onslaught. Jiang Chun's breaths grew more hurried, yet the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Jiang Chun. The voice of Wang Yu echoed from outside the door. With a final, forceful punch, Jiang Chun sent the 2-ton bag flying. Wang Yu stood there, watching the bag soar with an envious glint in his gaze. Clad in a crisp military uniform, his expression bearing a semblance of seriousness. There is a new mission from above, Wang Yu stated succinctly. What mission? Jiang Chun inquired, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. You will accompany Comrade Zhang Zhongzhao to America, and during this time, we will continue your training. Wang Yu's words left Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. To America? He had not anticipated that his next assignment would lead him across the ocean. What exactly is the mission? Jiang Chun pressed, curiosity tinged with eagerness in his voice. In discussion with Tony Stark regarding future collaboration, Wang Yu expressed a desire to acquire the technology behind the iron armor, a glimmer of ambition flickering in his eyes. The technology of the iron armor holds significant allure for Huagua. When do we depart? Jiang Chun inquired, his tone resolute and commanding. In 2 weeks, Wang Yu replied. No problem, Jiang Chun nodded, confidence radiating from his gaze. In the ensuing days, Jiang Chun engaged in rigorous training, striving to master his own strength, while simultaneously enhancing his military capabilities. Thanks to his formidable physique, he progressed rapidly, transforming into a top-tier special forces soldier within a fortnight, augmented by the extraordinary abilities bestowed by the space gem. 2 weeks later, the morning sun bathed the airport runway in golden light as Jiang Chun, accompanied by Qin Gang and others, strode towards the awaiting aircraft. Once aboard, he settled into a window seat. The plane taxied slowly before accelerating sharply, ascending into the azure sky. Jiang Chun gazed out at the diminishing scenery, eagerly anticipating his encounter with the current Iron Man, Tony Stark. If memory served him right, Tony had refined the iron armor upon his return, and it was plausible that he had already developed the Mark II or even the Mark III during these past few days. The present day Tony had truly embraced the essence of Iron Man. After more than 10 hours of flight, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Jiang Chun rubbed his aching neck as the plane gradually descended towards New York Airport. Exiting the cabin, Zhang Zhongzhao led the diplomatic team, striding confidently towards the awaiting American representatives. Jiang Chun followed closely behind, keenly observing his surroundings with vigilance. Under the guidance of the American representatives, the group departed the airport. Inside a conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Jiang Chun stood in the corner, silently watching the exchange between the two delegations. Zhang Zhongzhao spoke with poise and authority, eliciting frequent nods from the American representatives as both sides reached a consensus on various matters. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Zhang Zhongzhao cast a discreet glance at Jiang Chun. Next, we shall proceed to Stark Industries, he murmured. The convoy made its way to the Stark Industrial Complex, arriving shortly thereafter. At that moment, Tony Stark himself awaited them at the entrance, wearing his signature smile. Welcome, welcome, my friends from Huagua, he exclaimed, warmly shaking hands with Zhang Zhongzhao. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Chun, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Oh, isn't this Jiang Chun? Tony approached him and enveloped him in an enthusiastic embrace. Jiang Chun felt a touch of awkwardness but reciprocated the gesture. Mr. Stark, it is a pleasure to see you again. Tony patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, smiling broadly. Just call me Tony, we are friends. Zhang Zhongzhao observed the scene with a smile. As the leader of this expedition, he was well aware of Jiang Chun's capabilities and thus welcomed the favorable relationship developing between Jiang Chun and Tony, which would prove advantageous for numerous future plans. Tony invited Zhang Zhongzhao and Jiang Chun into a private conference room, while the others were arranged to wait in a separate area. Inside the conference room, Tony occupied the main seat, his hands clasped on the table. Zhang Zhongzhao, and Jiang Chun took their places on either side of him. "Let us get straight to the point," Tony initiated, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Zhang Zhongzhao retrieved an encrypted USB drive from his briefcase and presented it to Tony. Raising an eyebrow, Tony accepted the USB drive and connected it to the conference room's computer. On the screen, the bold characters of Eastern Super Ring flickered. Tony glanced at Qin Gang in confusion. "This is our latest research achievement in nuclear fusion," Zhang Zhongzhao stated with a steady tone. "We sincerely invite Mr. Stark to visit and explore the possibilities of collaboration." Tony opened the file, revealing rows of data and diagrams that filled his vision. Leaning forward, his gaze fixated on the screen, his breath grew increasingly rapid. His pupils dilated, reflecting intricate schematics, while his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. After a prolonged moment, Tony lifted his gaze, his expression filled with incredulity. "Is this a genuine nuclear fusion device?" His voice trembled slightly, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled subtly, "As you can see." Chapter 16. Negotiating Cooperation. Tony's gaze returned to the screen, his fingers swiftly gliding over the mouse as he perused the vast array of data and research progress. He inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "My arc reactor, while powerful, pales in comparison to this." He shook his head, as if attempting to dismiss a lingering obsession. "It is as if a small sorcerer encounters a great one." Tony's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He seemed to behold a colossal sun blazing on the screen. "Artificial sun," he whispered, the phrase laden with yearning. "If we can achieve this breakthrough, humanity will possess limitless clean energy," Zhang Zhongzhao added. Suddenly, Tony sprang to his feet, pacing excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable. "I want in," he declared with conviction. "I must be part of this project." He halted, his gaze piercing into Zhang Zhongzhao's. "This is nothing short of revolutionary technology." Tony rubbed his hands together with childlike glee, his face alight with the vision of a future powered by clean energy. Yet, abruptly his smile faded, and his expression grew complex. "I just shut down the weapons division," he said, a hint of frustration in his voice, preparing to transition into the energy sector. "My arc reactor is on the verge of success, ready to provide clean energy for countless households." He turned, a wry smile on his lips. But now, he glanced at the words Eastern Super Ring on the screen, shaking his head with a bittersweet resignation. If the Eastern Super Ring achieves success, what significance would remain for other energy industries? In truth, after shutting down his weapons division, Tony Stark sought new avenues, setting his sights on the energy sector. After all, once his arc reactor is perfected, a continuous supply of clean energy would be within reach, providing Stark Industries with a fresh direction. Yet, at present, there is no progress. Stark Industries has not yet ventured into the energy domain, and discovering the Eastern Super Ring project presented by HYDRA has dealt a significant blow to him. Tony's expressions have shifted from initial astonishment to excitement, and now to a sense of resignation. The advancement of technology is often cruel. It can create miracles, yet it can also obliterate everything. Zhang Zhongzhao approached Tony and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Mr. Stark," he said earnestly, "we believe that collaboration is the key to mutual success. The success of the Eastern Super Ring does not signify the demise of other energy industries. On the contrary, it will herald a new era, an age of limitless energy, a renaissance for humanity. In this era, we require more brilliant minds like yours to explore the future together." Tony paused, his gaze gradually regaining its spark. "You are right," he said, lifting his head with renewed determination. "Collaboration is indeed the path to success." He extended his hand, firmly clasping Zhang Zhongzhao's. "I am willing to join." His voice resonated with strength, reminiscent of the spirited Tony Stark of yore. "Haha, I am confident that with Stark's involvement, our Eastern Super Ring will soon achieve significant milestones." Zhang Zhongzhao was equally elated. After all, this was Tony Stark, a figure whose intellect was often likened to that of the divine. Establishing a partnership with him would undoubtedly advance HYDRA's long-stagnant, controllable nuclear fusion technology. Should this technology succeed, humanity would find itself on the brink of a new leap forward in development. Although Tony's arc reactor also employs controllable nuclear fusion technology, it remains vastly different from an artificial sun like the Eastern Super Ring. Moreover, with the arc reactor as a testament to its feasibility and Tony's collaboration, the Eastern Super Ring might very well succeed. A successful Eastern Super Ring would represent true limitless energy, far more reliable than something like the Infinity Stones. I will arrange a time to personally visit the Eastern Super Ring and discuss collaboration with your research personnel. In that moment, Tony rediscovered his fervor for scientific inquiry and his pure love for science, no longer fixated on the setbacks of Stark Industries' energy strategy. Haha, I appreciate Mr. Stark's genuine passion for science. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled, visibly delighted. Sometimes, breakthroughs in science bear little relation to profit. The success of controllable nuclear fusion signifies a remarkable advancement for humanity, one that cannot be quantified by mere monetary value. Upon hearing Zhang Zhongzhao's words, Tony was struck with a sudden clarity. Indeed, to evaluate a technology like the Eastern Super Ring in terms of financial gain is a grave affront to the very essence of science. Unbeknownst to him, Tony realized he had unwittingly become the very type of person he once scorned. It dawned on him that his perspective had been narrow-minded. With a sigh, he acknowledged that, at that moment, he embodied the spirit of a scientist, dedicated to monumental endeavors, unconcerned with profit and loss, and prioritizing the welfare of society as a whole, a notion forever beyond the comprehension of capitalists. Capitalists are invariably preoccupied with one question: profit. They would never engage in a venture that promises losses. Take the United States, a nation steeped in capitalism. Would they invest in the construction of high-speed rail systems that are financially unviable? Absolutely not. They are even reluctant to maintain existing subway systems. The willingness to undertake seemingly unprofitable projects is a unique characteristic of Huagua, a concept utterly foreign to the Western world. Haha, Mr. Stark, you jest. Zhang Zhongzhao remarked lightly. There are indeed numerous collaborative projects we can pursue with Stark Industries. Being from the year 2024, we have an intimate understanding of future developmental trajectories in Huagua, readily identifying a plethora of lucrative industries. If energy proves unfeasible, we can simply pivot to other sectors. In terms of essentials, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, what industry cannot yield profit? Huagua, emerging from the future, can effortlessly enumerate a vast array of opportunities. For a high-tech enterprise like Stark Industries, it suffices to tailor a select few paths for collaboration. Consider the smartphone industry, the computer sector, or drones. These markets remain largely untapped, presenting enormous potential. For instance, smartphones and smart devices won't emerge for another 2 years. Thus, Huagua could swiftly capitalize on its advanced mobile technology, reaping substantial rewards. Although Huagua has arrived in this world, survival necessitates engagement in profitable ventures. While there may be aspirations for isolationism, it does not equate to a complete severance from the outside world. Presently, Huagua is already laying the groundwork across various industries. Stark Industries, with its established foothold, remains a valuable asset, and maintaining a positive rapport with Tony, the protagonist in this realm, is of paramount importance to Huagua. Therefore, what harm is there in sharing a slice of the pie? Chapter 17. Mark II. With that, Zhang Zhongzhao produced a pre-prepared Huashing smartphone and accompanying materials, presenting them to Tony Stark. As Tony received the device, his long fingers delicately caressed the prototype before him, his gaze akin to that of a scanner, meticulously examining this nearly flawless piece of technology. Is this your latest technology? Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with incredulity. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled and nodded. This is merely our preliminary version. Tony acknowledged with a nod, not surprised. After all, he had previously witnessed the trifold phone from Jiang Chun, and compared to that, this device appeared significantly outdated. The phone's screen was remarkably thin, with a smooth touch. Both its materials and craftsmanship far exceeded the imagination of this era. Tony sensed that this was no ordinary mobile device design. Zhang Zhongzhao took the opportunity to speak. Huashing Group is prepared to collaborate with Stark Industries. We provide the technology, while you contribute the channels and branding. Simultaneously, we will grant you numerous patent licenses and jointly develop subsequent technologies. Tony squinted, his mind racing with possibilities. In the consumer electronics industry, Stark Industries represented a blank slate. Indeed, the entire world was a void in this regard. Conversely, Huagua possessed exceptionally advanced technology, and if they chose not to collaborate, it would not be long before Huagua could completely dominate the market, rendering it nearly impossible for others to enter. The enormity of the consumer electronics market was apparent to him, a top-tier businessman. Moreover, this phone was not merely a communication device. It resembled a microcosm of future technology. While he was confident that Stark Industries could eventually develop something comparable, by that time. The market would have already been seized by HYDRA, rendering any such endeavor futile. For Stark, the only viable option was collaboration. Even if the terms were stringent and they could not hold a controlling stake, it was simply unavoidable. The phone's screen resolution was astonishingly clear, and the system ran as smoothly as a gentle stream. Hongmeng system? Tony murmured, pondering the system's name. Zhang Zhongzhao nodded. The high-end models will utilize Hongmeng, while the lower-end ones will operate on Android. The Hongmeng system demanded considerable hardware specifications, making it impractical for HYDRA to launch high-performance phones from the outset. They would naturally begin with lower-end models, thus employing the older version of the Android system. Meanwhile, Tony's mind swiftly calculated the potential of this collaboration. Intriguing. As he toyed with the phone, his gaze flickered, realizing they were poised to revolutionize the entire mobile communications market. Not a revolution, but an advancement for all of humanity. Zhang Zhongzhao smiled. Hardware will cover the market, while software will dominate it. Hasn't America repeatedly accused Huawei's phones of threatening its national security? You often think this way. If we don't fulfill your expectations, would that not be a disservice to your speculations? This time, HYDRA was prepared to learn from the Americans, flooding the world with their products while embedding backdoors in the phones to monitor the globe. Arriving in this perilous universe of Marvel, Zhang Zhongzhao was willing to employ any means necessary to ensure the survival of HYDRA, with everything prioritizing the nation's interests. The lower limits of HYDRA were the upper limits for America. Tony Stark flipped his Hwashing phone, his gaze scanning each detail with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. It appeared that the possibility of refusal had vanished. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a casual resignation. The energy market was no longer an option. The consumer electronics sector loomed as an enormous, untapped opportunity, untouched by any competitor thus far. If Tony refrained from collaboration, HYDRA would seize the entire opportunity, leaving none for others. Thus, the sole chance lay in partnership. The negotiations progressed exceedingly smoothly. Tony understood that missing this opportunity would result in Stark Industries losing its competitive edge in consumer electronics. While the Chinese team across the table had clearly been strategizing for some time, with their mature hardware and systems, not to mention a vast software ecosystem, they left little room for other contenders. Once the collaboration agreement was signed and Zhang Zhongzhao and his team prepared to depart, Tony suddenly remarked, "Jiang Chun, care for a drink?" Jiang Chun glanced at Zhang Zhongzhao, who nodded slightly, affirming, "It's beneficial for young people to engage in dialogue." Zhang Zhongzhao bid farewell and led his team away, confident in Jiang Chun's abilities and mindful that bringing him to Stark Industries was intended to foster a positive relationship with Tony Stark. Tony escorted Jiang Chun to his underground workshop, where the glass doors slid open silently, revealing a space brimming with technological sophistication. JARVIS. Lights on, Tony commanded, and the studio instantly illuminated, with various holographic projections flickering in the air. At the center stood a silver battle suit, tranquil and imposing, Mark II. Leaning casually against the workbench, Tony mused that this was a genuine creation, unlike the makeshift contraption he had crafted in Afghanistan. Jiang Chun circled the suit, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "It truly looks impressive," he remarked, unable to resist gently touching the cool surface. "Indeed," Tony replied, snapping his fingers. "Once this suit is perfected, I will no longer need to worry about terrorists, nor will I require anyone to protect me. If soldiers don such armor, their casualty rates would undoubtedly plummet." Jiang Chun contemplated, adding, "Moreover, the flight capability signifies high maneuverability, which is crucial for military operations." Tony shook his head, lifting his glass to take a sip. "I do not trust the military. It is wiser to maintain control in one's own hands. Besides, the cost of producing a suit is exorbitant, making it impractical for military outfitting." "Cost?" Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. "Tony, have you forgotten the basic principle of economies of scale? Producing one or two suits incurs high costs. But if manufactured in bulk, material procurement expenses will naturally decrease. This is precisely what our nation excels at, mass production to drive down costs. Even so, I cannot entrust such weaponry to the military," Tony stated resolutely. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Chun's eyes. "Tony, you are referring to the American military, are you not? However, the army of HYDRA is entirely distinct. In HYDRA, the military is the army of the people. Soldiers emerge from the populace and return to serve the people, Protecting them is the intrinsic mission of every HYDRA soldier. Chapter 18. Flight Test. As Tony absorbed these words, his brow arched slightly, a hint of surprise and skepticism gracing his features. He scrutinized the young man before him, seemingly searching for any trace of deception etched upon his face. Yet, in the end, he merely shook his head gently. In his perception, a military is a military. Regardless of the nation, it exists merely as an instrument of state violence, a machine of war. The Western media has never reported any positive news regarding the HYDRA military. So how could he possibly believe such assertions? Nevertheless, Tony refrained from voicing his doubts and simply raised his glass, signaling Jiang Chun to join him in a toast. Jiang Chun offered a nonchalant smile, aware of Tony's mindset, yet understanding that such prejudices require time to dissipate. His gaze fell upon the silvery suit of armor, and he reached for a piece of the arm armor, weighing it in his hands. The defense appeared quite commendable. Jiang Chun gently tapped the surface of the armor with his fingers, though its actual efficacy remained uncertain. Tony set down his glass, a confident smile spreading across his face. This is a special alloy. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. Is that so? Jiang Chun's smile widened as he grasped both ends of the arm armor. Shall we put it to the test? Hey, what are you planning to do? Tony furrowed his brow, though his tone bore a casual undertone. Don't bother. It's futile. Before he could finish his sentence, a jarring sound of metal twisting abruptly echoed in the air. Tony's pupils dilated in disbelief as he witnessed the once robust alloy arm armor in Jiang Chun's hands, yielding and contorting as if it were mere Play-Doh. How is this possible? Tony staggered back a step, his glass slipping from his hand and shattering on the floor with a crisp crack. Jiang Chun casually placed the deformed armor on the workbench, the metallic clash ringing out sharply. He turned to face the astonished Tony, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tony, this world is far more intricate than you can imagine. To be honest, even with my capabilities, in the presence of certain entities, I am but an ant. Tony's gaze oscillated between Jiang Chun and the twisted armor, his hands trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a scientist, he struggled to comprehend the unfolding scene. How could an apparently ordinary young man distort a specially crafted alloy with his bare hands? Are HYDRA's soldiers truly this formidable? Jarvis. Tony inhaled deeply, striving to steady his voice. Did you capture the earlier moment? Yes, sir. The artificial intelligence's voice emanated from the ceiling. According to calculations, the force exerted by Mr. Jiang moments ago was approximately 2 tons. Tony stroked his chin, the astonishment in his gaze gradually yielding to a focused determination. He approached the workbench and scrutinized the deformed arm armor. It appeared that the Mark II required further enhancements. Jiang Chun observed Tony's earnest engagement and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Tony was worthy of the title Iron Man. Even when confronted with phenomena that defied logic, he could swiftly recalibrate his mindset and concentrate on technological improvements. Setting the armor aside, Tony turned towards the control console, his fingers gliding swiftly across the holographic screen. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate the new testing protocol. It seems we need to undertake a comprehensive upgrade of the alloy's strength. Standing before the console, his fingers danced across the holographic display, data and blueprints flashing before him. His gaze was intent, pausing intermittently to adjust various parameters. J-A-R-V-I-S. Modify the alloy composition to titanium gold alloy and recalculate the strength. Understood, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S responded. According to the calculations, the protective capability of the new material will increase by approximately 150, though the cost will triple. In the holographic projection, the armor's hue gradually transformed into a lavish gold, prompting Tony to frown, evidently displeased with the color. Incorporate some red elements, he said, glancing around until his eyes fell upon a cherished vintage red sports car nearby. An idea sparked, and he traced elegant arcs on the screen. Just like that, perfect. He infused his favored shade of red into the new armor, rendering it remarkably striking. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood aside, admiring the red gold armor in the holographic projection, nodding in awe. This was the future Mark III. Merely viewing its exterior indicated a significant enhancement over the current version, a true Iron Man suit. Of course, this remained only a design proposal, primarily concerning aesthetics and materials. He would only contemplate the creation of the Mark III once the Mark II was thoroughly completed. At that moment, J had already donned the backup arm armor, and Tony turned towards the Mark II, a look of eager anticipation on his face. "Sir, the flight testing program has been completed," JARVIS reminded him. "Excellent," Tony replied, flexing his wrist as he began assembly. The mechanical arms whirred to life, swiftly attaching the silver armor piece by piece to Tony. The sound of metal clashing resonating throughout the laboratory. Observing the mechanized spectacle, Jiangchen couldn't help but marvel. Truly, machinery was the epitome of a man's romance. Watching as Tony maneuvered the Mark II, which wobbled precariously into the air, Jiangchen suddenly interjected, "Wait, shouldn't you conduct an unmanned test first?" Having completed the armor assembly, Tony turned his head, a confident smile visible through the faceplate. What better testing method is there than first-hand experience? No sooner had he spoken than the thrusters surged with power, propelling Tony's body into the air. However, it was evident that he was still acclimating to this manner of flight. The armor swayed unsteadily, at times colliding with the ceiling and nearly crashing into the walls. Damn it! Tony diligently adjusted his posture, the high-temperature airflow from the thrusters creating chaos within the laboratory. The nearby sports car was charred black, and the tools on the workbench were scattered haphazardly, forcing Jiangchen to dodge debris. Yet, this turmoil seemed to have no impact on Tony's spirits. He quickly regained his balance and began experimenting with various aerial maneuvers. "How does it feel, sir?" Jarvis inquired. "Absolutely fantastic." Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. It appeared to be the perfect moment for an outdoor test. The armor landed steadily on the ground, and Tony lifted his gaze toward the laboratory exit. Jiangchen could sense his eagerness to explore the heights. "Jarvis, open the garage door." At Tony's command, the heavy metal door ascended slowly, revealing a starry night sky that seemed to beckon this soon-to-be airborne hero. Taking a deep breath, Tony reignited the thrusters, this time demonstrating a marked proficiency. His silver figure shot through the night sky like a meteor. Jiangchen stood rooted, watching the diminishing point of light, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Who wouldn't he yearn to soar freely across the heavens? Perhaps this is the eternal dream of humanity. Chapter 19. Saving you once more. Jiangchen stood at the laboratory's entrance, gazing up at the silver figure in the night sky. Tony resembled an ecstatic child, tracing elegant arcs in the air. The glow emitted by the armor's thrusters was particularly brilliant against the darkness, akin to a shooting star cleaving through the night. "I truly wish I could experience that feeling," Jiangchen thought, instinctively clenching his fists, his eyes shimmering with desire. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice broke the silence. "Sir has ascended to an altitude of 10,000 feet. All systems are functioning normally." Jiangchen furrowed his brow, a flash of memory flickering through his mind. Wait, wasn't there an incident during the inaugural flight of the Mark II? He recalled that in the film, Tony's suit had frozen due to excessive altitude. "Jarvis, can you establish contact with Tony?" Jiangchen inquired urgently. "The communication system is operational. However, Mr. Stark appears to be engrossed in the thrill of flight." Jiangchen looked skyward. Tony's figure had become exceedingly diminutive, merely a blinking point of light. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the laboratory. "Warning! A rapid drop in the exterior temperature of the suit has been detected. System anomalies occurring." Jarvis's voice carried a note of urgency. Jiangchen's heart sank. Trouble had indeed arisen. In the night sky, that point of light abruptly extinguished, followed by a terrifying descent. "The suit's systems are fully shut down. Backup power failed to activate." Jarvis's alarm blared incessantly. Yet, Jiangchen remained surprisingly calm. According to the narrative, Tony should be able to reboot the system in time. However, as Tony's figure drew closer, Jiangchen's expression grew increasingly grave. The armor showed no signs of deceleration. Instead, it plummeted faster. "Jarvis, is Tony's communication still functional?" Jiangchen's voice was laced with tension. The system was completely unresponsive, exhibiting a total crash. The situation appeared far more dire than anticipated. Jiangchen's pupils constricted sharply, a cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This was amiss. Logically, Tony should have rebooted the system by now. Could it be that his crossing over had caused a deviation in the narrative? In the night sky, Tony's figure grew increasingly distinct, the silver armor reflecting a chilling light under the moon's glow. The descent of the gentleman had surpassed the safety threshold. Should this continue, Jarvis's voice would abruptly cease. Jiangchen clenched his fists, his heart pounding like a drum. For the first time, he felt genuine terror. This was not a film. It was the real world. Should anything happen to Tony here, it would not only alter the trajectory of the entire Marvel universe, but more significantly, he would lose a newly forged friendship. Was there any way to save him? Jiang Chun furrowed his brow and inquired. The backup system was utterly non-functional, unable to establish contact with Mark II. Jarvis's tone imbued with a sense of helplessness. Jiang Chun fixed his gaze on the rapidly plummeting figure, contemplating whether to intervene immediately. His heartbeat intensified in sync with Tony's swift descent. The silver armor traced a blinding trajectory in the moonlight, hurtling earthward like a meteor. A flicker of anxiety crossed Jiang Chun's face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tony could not perish here. Otherwise, the entire Marvel Universe's course would be irrevocably altered. For HYDRA, foresight into the future was the greatest advantage. Should Tony die, that advantage would vanish, a scenario Jiang Chun fervently wished to avoid. He tightened his fists, his nails digging into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. As the armor continued its rapid descent, Jiang Chun maintained his composure. Just a moment longer. He urged himself, his gaze fixed on Tony's figure, fingers trembling slightly. Jarvis's alarm blared incessantly. 500 meters to the ground. The system remains unresponsive. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun's focus remained on that silver silhouette. 400 meters. 300 meters. Jarvis's voice trembled with unprecedented urgency. Jiang Chun's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes unblinking as they scrutinized the sky. When the armor was merely 200 meters from the ground, Jiang Chun finally raised his right hand. A dark green portal materialized at the location where Tony was about to land. In the next instant, another portal flickered a kilometer above. Tony's figure swiftly traversed the halo, reappearing in the high altitude. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the system of Mark II finally rebooted, the thrusters erupting with a brilliant blue light, allowing Tony to abruptly adjust his posture midair. The silver armor traced a graceful arc, landing steadily at the entrance of the laboratory. As the faceplate opened, Tony's complexion was pale, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. "Good heavens, I almost met my maker," he exclaimed, removing his helmet and exhaling deeply. The voice of Jarvis resonated. "Sir, I have detected an unusual energy fluctuation, seemingly emanating from Mr. Jiang." Tony turned to Jiang Chun, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Did you create that portal?" Jiang Chun offered a subtle nod, neither confirming nor denying. "Thank you. You have saved my life once again." Tony stepped closer, patting Jiang Chun on the shoulder, his words imbued with gratitude. "Among friends, there is no need for thanks." Jiang Chun responded with a faint smile. A moment of emotion flickered in Tony's eyes before he resumed his characteristic demeanor of nonchalance. But honestly, that sensation of soaring through the air was simply exhilarating. Jiang Chun shook his head in resignation. "Remember to check for ice formation at high altitudes next time." "You're right. It seems the Mark II still requires improvements." Tony mused thoughtfully. With the assistance of a mechanical arm, Tony removed his armor, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun. The laboratory lights illuminated his face, revealing an unmistakable curiosity. What exactly was the principle behind that portal? Tony arched an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Leaning against the laboratory table, Jiang Chun's lips curled slightly. "Magic, quite simply." Tony paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Magic? Are you joking? How could magic possibly exist in this world?" Jiang Chun shrugged. "This world is far more astonishing than you can imagine, Tony. Is it some kind of sorcery from HYDRA?" Tony frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Sorcery? Your imagination is rather vivid." Standing tall, Jiang Chun met Tony's inquisitive gaze, recalling another place. "Magic is not as inscrutable as it seems. It follows its own rules, and anyone can learn it." Tony's eyes brightened. "Really?" Jiang Chun nodded. "If you are interested, there is a place you could visit. In Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal, at the foot of the Himalayas, there lies a place called Kamatiji. They teach magic there. It would be quite intriguing if Tony could learn magic." Chapter 20. Obadiah. Tony's expression stiffened, his brow slightly furrowing, a look of disdain crossing his face. "I'm afraid I have no interest in such an enigmatic thing as magic." He turned toward the workbench, his fingers gliding rapidly across the holographic screen. As if it were his sole faith. "I believe that all phenomena can be explained through science. Magic? Perhaps it is merely technology that has yet to be elucidated by science." His voice was resolute, carrying an air of undeniable confidence. Jiang quietly observed Tony, reflecting on the fervor and dedication to technology that flowed through this brilliant scientist. Tony halted his actions, turning to Jiang, his eyes shimmering with confidence, the corners of his mouth lifting into a proud arc. I shall uncover the principle behind your portal through science. Just wait and see. Jiang smiled faintly, pondering to himself that this is Tony Stark, a staunch materialist. Even upon witnessing something as extraordinary as a portal, he insists on interpreting the world through a scientific lens. In the laboratory, Tony was absorbed in the enhancement of his armor, with holographic projections swirling in the air, the blue light illuminating his focused visage. Leaning against the workbench, Jiang gazed at the darkening sky outside and remarked, "Tomorrow, I will return to my homeland with Ambassador Zhang Zhongzhao." Tony paused momentarily, his wrench halting midair as he looked up at Jiang, surprise flickering in his eyes. "So soon? Aren't you going to stay a few more days? I still wish to study that remarkable portal of yours." Jiang shook his head with a smile, "Perhaps in the future." At that moment, the laboratory door swung open abruptly, and Obadiah strode in. His polished shoes echoed heavily on the floor, and his countenance was clouded with displeasure. "Tony, the board meeting just concluded." Tony raised an eyebrow. "What meeting? Why was I not informed?" "An emergency board meeting." Obadiah halted before Tony, his tone as frigid as ice. "You have been temporarily relieved of your position as CEO." Tony was taken aback, the wrench clattering to the workbench as disbelief washed over his face. "What? You should take some time to rest. I will manage the company's affairs for the time being." Obadiah's gaze flicked disdainfully towards Jiang. "Furthermore, Tony, can you enlighten me as to why you are collaborating with HYDRA?" Tony furrowed his brow. "That is a corporate trade secret." "A trade secret?" Obadiah scoffed. "Are you now keeping secrets even from the board?" He paced to the window, turning his back on Tony, his tone dripping with contempt. "Stark Industries has no need to collaborate with underdeveloped nations." At these words, Jiang's brow furrowed, discontent stirring within him. "Underdeveloped? It seems your understanding of HYDRA remains rooted in the previous century." Obadiah turned, scrutinizing Jiang without pretense. "Young man, do you know what Stark Industries represents? We embody the pinnacle of global technology." Tony interjected, attempting to defuse the tension. "Obadiah, enough." He faced Obadiah, his voice tinged with anger. "You are the one who has gone too far." Obadiah pointed an accusing finger at Tony, his voice rising. "First, you suddenly abandoned weapon manufacturing, and I supported your shift to the energy sector. But now, you have forsaken that as well, turning to collaborate on some mysterious project with HYDRA? You are ruining this company. Just because HYDRA saved you, does that grant you the right to act irrationally?" A hint of fatigue permeated Tony's voice, yet his gaze remained resolute. "I am doing what is right." He placed his hands on the workbench, inhaling deeply in an effort to compose himself. "Right?" Obadiah scoffed. "The board does not share your sentiment. It appears you harbor a deep-seated prejudice against HYDRA." Silence. Obadiah abruptly turned to Jiang, his fury palpable. "You have no right to partake in this discussion." Tony interposed himself protectively in front of Jiang, his anger flaring. "Obadiah, you have gone too far." "Too far?" Obadiah pointed an accusatory finger at Tony. "Do you comprehend why the board has agreed to terminate your position? It is because of your obstinacy, your blatant disregard for the company's interests." Tony clenched his fists tightly. "I am paving a new path for the company." "A new path?" Obadiah scoffed. "Collaborating with underdeveloped nations is your idea of progress?" Standing in the center of the laboratory, Tony's brow furrowed with fatigue as he handed Obadiah a dossier containing information regarding smartphones. "Obadiah, I have already reached a consensus with HYDRA on this collaboration. You need not fret about the profits." Obadiah's countenance darkened, resembling iron. He held little faith in any fruitful project with HYDRA, even dismissing the documents in his hands, which he crumpled in his grip. "Tony, you have greatly disappointed me." His voice was low, tinged with a sense of loss. "I cannot fathom why you insist on partnering with HYDRA," he declared, his expression grim. Tony remained unfazed, his gaze resolute. "Because this is the optimal choice. Indeed, the only choice. Continuing in the energy sector would lead us to ruin. Once HYDRA perfects its controllable nuclear fusion technology, humanity will possess truly limitless energy. At that juncture, HYDRA will dictate the energy supply to the entire world, and to venture into the energy market then would be tantamount to self-destruction." Obadiah abruptly hurled the dossier to the ground, papers scattering in disarray. "The best choice? Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Chun observed this exchange silently. Perceiving that Obadiah was on a path to self-destruction, Tony lifted his head, his eyes unwavering. I am fully aware. This is advantageous for the company and beneficial for the future. Obadiah inhaled deeply, suppressing his ire. Very well, if you are so determined. Take a few days to ponder your decision. He turned to stride toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the vast laboratory. Before departing, he glanced back at Tony. Do not forget, you still owe an explanation to the other board members. The door slammed shut, plunging the laboratory into a fleeting silence. Jiang Chun approached Tony, a light laughter escaping him. It seems he is quite furious. Tony shook his head, managing a smile. He has always been this way. But I am serious about this collaboration. His gaze was steadfast. For him, once a decision was made, it would not be easily altered. Rest assured, Stark Industries remains under my stewardship. Jiang Chun nodded. As the official representative of HYDRA, Tony needed to elucidate matters to him, for the occurrences here would undoubtedly be reported to superiors. This collaboration will encounter no obstacles, and I shall not allow anyone to impede it, Tony assured earnestly. I have always kept my word. Chapter 21 Charity Gala. Jiang Chun observed the door to Obadiah's office with a cold gaze, a faint smirk playing on his lips. The laboratory's lights cast shadows across his face, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. How intriguing! The second-in-command of Stark Industries appeared to be rather arrogant. Tony rubbed his temples, fatigue weighing heavily as he leaned against the workbench. Jiang Chun sauntered over to him, eyes glinting with mockery, and said, Tony, don't you find certain matters rather peculiar? Tony looked up at Jiang Chun, furrowing his brow. What matters? For instance, the time you were kidnapped in Afghanistan. Jiang Chun's words caused Tony to stiffen. Why would terrorists possess Stark Industries weapons, especially the latest models? Tony's expression shifted to one of grave concern, his hands instinctively gripping the edge of the workbench. Jiang Chun pressed on. Are your weapons truly only sold to the U.S. military? Tony's pupils narrowed as he began to recall his harrowing experience of captivity. Indeed, he had been astonished to see his company's weaponry in the hands of foes. Observing Tony's contemplative demeanor, Jiang Chun spoke softly. Actually, the answer is rather simple. Only Obadiah could covertly sell weapons to terrorists without your knowledge. Perhaps he even has ties with them. Obadiah's presence irked Jiang Chun, and he was determined to make him uncomfortable. Tony abruptly raised his head, disbelief etched across his features. Impossible. His voice echoed in the laboratory. Obadiah is my father's friend. He would never do such a thing. Jiang Chun shrugged. You are too naive. Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Tony rose, pacing back and forth, visibly agitated. No, this cannot be true. It was evident he still refused to believe that Obadiah could engage in such treachery or have connections with terrorists. Every shipment of Stark Industries weaponry was meticulously documented. Jiang Chun smiled lightly. Then why not investigate those records? Or, he paused, casting a knowing glance at Tony. Check Obadiah's computer. You might uncover something intriguing. Tony halted, lost in thought, as the laboratory's lights cast deep shadows across his face. Jiang Chun could see the struggle and hesitation flickering in Tony's eyes. I know this is difficult to accept, but sometimes those closest to us can pose the greatest danger. Taking a deep breath, Tony's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. I will get to the bottom of this. Jiang Chun nodded, sensing that time was of the essence, and turned to leave. Some truths are best uncovered sooner than later. His footsteps echoed in the laboratory, while Tony stared at the scattered documents on the floor, immersed in profound contemplation. The images of the weapons seen in the hands of terrorists flashed repeatedly in his mind. Jiang Chun's words were like a seed, taking root and sprouting within Tony's heart. Outside the laboratory, Tony sat at the bar, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the metallic surface, producing a steady sound. His brow furrowed, and his gaze drifted into the distance. Lost in thought, at that moment, Pepper Potts entered the laboratory, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, interrupting Tony's reverie. Mr. Zhang's accommodations have been arranged at the company's guest house in the West District, she informed him. Tony nodded, his fingers continuing their mechanical dance on the table. Concern etched on her face, Pepper observed Tony, sensing his emotional turmoil. Are you all right? You seem a bit off, she remarked. Tony shook his head, forcing a strained smile. I'm fine, just pondering a few matters. He rose from his seat, distancing himself from Pepper as he made his way back to his workshop. Heading towards the Mark II armor. The silver armor glimmered coldly under the light. Tony caressed its surface, recalling the harrowing experience of nearly crashing during a test flight. It appeared there was much to improve. He murmured to himself, realizing that perfecting the armor was of utmost importance, while other matters could be set aside for the time being. After all, the weapons division had been shut down, and these concerns could be investigated later. To him, it seemed certain that Stark's weapons would no longer fall into the hands of terrorists. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the Stark Industries building. Jiang Chun stood on the helipad. Behind him, the Chinese government plane prepared for takeoff, ready to return to China with Zhang Zhongzhao and the others. Tony, I look forward to our next meeting. Jiang Chun bid farewell. As the roar of the engine filled the air and the aircraft ascended slowly, disappearing into the azure sky. In the ensuing days, Tony secluded himself within the laboratory, dedicated to refining the armor. He endeavored to dispel the unsettling thoughts plaguing his mind through work, as the armor's performance continually improved and the flight system became increasingly stable. At that moment, a news segment on the television captured his attention. Stark Industries was to host a charity gala at the Disney Concert Hall, providing funds for firefighters. Standing before the screen, Tony's brow furrowed deeper. The news anchor was introducing the event held in his name. It was reported that Mr. Tony Stark would not be attending the event due to health reasons. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Jarvis, pull up my recent schedule, he requested. Sir, I found no record of an invitation for this charity gala, Jarvis replied. Tony's expression grew serious. It appeared Stark Industries wished to distance itself from him. Returning to his workstation, he accessed the production program for the Mark III, discovering that it would take 5 more hours to complete. In the meantime, he decided to attend to other matters. Jarvis, continue the production of the Mark III. I need to make a trip to Los Angeles. Understood, sir. Tony donned a sharply tailored suit and retrieved the most conspicuous sports car key from the garage. With the roar of the engine, the car surged out of the garage, heading towards Los Angeles. He aimed to proclaim to the world that Stark Industries was unequivocally his, Tony Stark's Stark Industries. As night fell, the Disney Concert Hall illuminated the surroundings, hosting a myriad of prominent figures from both political and business realms. Tony's sports car halted before the hall, its engine's growl capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Under the glimmer of crystal chandeliers, a throng of reporters lined the red carpet, cameras at the ready. Tony swung open the car door and stood poised in front of the vehicle, instantly surrounded by a flurry of flashing lights. Mr. Stark, weren't you unwell? What brings you here tonight? The reporters clamored, microphones nearly jabbing into Tony's face. At that moment, Obadiah emerged from the crowd, his face adorned with a beaming smile, arms outstretched as he approached Tony. Tony, what a surprise. I recall you mentioning your recent health issues, Obadiah said, his voice laced with feigned astonishment, though a subtle shadow flickered in his eyes. Chapter 22. The village of Camila. A smile curved at the corners of Tony's mouth as he replied, I'm feeling quite well. Merely needed a breath of fresh air after a prolonged rest. I have already secured the board's approval regarding your collaboration with HYDRA. Obadiah clapped Tony on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The design of that mobile phone is truly remarkable. The market potential is quite promising. Tony raised an eyebrow, noting the eagerness in Obadiah's tone. Have you seen the prototype? He inquired curiously. Indeed, the potential is boundless. Obadiah unabashedly expressed his enthusiasm. I suggest you take a break. I can handle the company affairs in the meantime. Unbeknownst to him, the prototype he had received was merely a low-end phone within Huaxing Group, sufficient for promotion in the international market. Tony gazed directly into Obadiah's eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he asserted, however, I believe what I truly need now is to immerse myself in work, not rest. He circumvented Obadiah and traversed through the crowd towards the ballroom. The crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall, filled with business luminaries. As Tony approached the bar, a sharply dressed man with a receding hairline leaned in. Mr. Stark, I am Phil Coulson. He introduced himself, presenting a business card emblazoned with a lengthy institutional title. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics? Tony chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. I believe you ought to consider a more concise and memorable name. Coulson responded with a smile. We shall take that into consideration. Tony swirled his drink, casting a sidelong glance at Pepper, who was gracefully navigating through the crowd in a backless gown, appearing particularly enchanting, at least in Tony's eyes. She was the most beautiful woman in the room. So what brings you to seek me out? Tony inquired, expressing little interest in the obscure agency's representative. "We are deeply intrigued by your experiences in Afghanistan," Corson remarked with a calm demeanor, though his gaze betrayed a sense of inquiry. Upon hearing this, Tony tightened his grip on his glass slightly. "We would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the events that transpired, as well as how you were rescued by the Chinese military." Corson smiled, clearly eager to glean information that his country's Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau was keen to uncover. "I cannot provide that information," Tony shrugged, growing increasingly impatient. He extended his hand to shake Corson's and said with a smile, "I must first seek out my assistant. This matter requires her to reschedule a time." Excusing himself, Tony made his way towards Pepper, leaving Corson standing alone. Approaching Pepper, he took her hand and led her to the center of the dance floor. The crystal chandelier cast a soft halo of light around them, while the melodious strains of the violin gently flowed. As Tony pulled Pepper closer, a blush crept onto her cheeks and her body tensed slightly. "Relax, follow the rhythm of the music," Tony whispered in her ear, striving to ease her tension. "I'm not very good at dancing, Mr. Stark," Pepper replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Tony chuckled softly. "Call me Tony. It's not work tonight." His hand rested gently on her slender waist as he guided her to sway with the music. The delicate sheen of Pepper's backless dress glimmered under the lights, and Tony could feel the warmth of her skin beneath his palm. Gradually, they became attuned to the rhythm, and Pepper began to relax. "You look beautiful tonight," Tony remarked, gazing into Pepper's eyes, warmth blossoming in his heart. She lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. "Thank you." As the dance concluded, Tony led Pepper to the balcony, where the night breeze caressed them, offering a refreshing coolness. Leaning against the railing, they admired the distant twinkling lights of the city. Tony turned to observe Pepper's profile, the light accentuating her exquisite features. It struck him suddenly that this woman, who had always been by his side, had quietly nestled into his heart. Unable to restrain himself, Tony leaned in closer, tilting his head to kiss her lips. Pepper's eyes widened in surprise, and her glass slipped from her hand, shattering on the floor with a crisp sound. This left them both momentarily stunned, the atmosphere turning awkward. Clearing his throat, Tony said, "I'll get you another drink." He hurried back to the ballroom, his heart still racing. "Mr. Stark," a familiar voice called out from behind. Tony turned to see a beautiful blonde woman. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled some memories of her. It seemed they had shared a passionate encounter about 2 weeks prior. She was a reporter, perhaps named Christine. "I didn't expect to see you here. I thought you would remain in hiding," Christine said with a slight smile, mischief glimmering in her eyes. "What?" Tony replied, perplexed, regarding her with curiosity. "I think you should take a look at this." Christine produced several photographs and handed them to Tony. Upon receiving the images, Tony's brow furrowed in distress. The scenes depicted were harrowing. Stark Industries' weapons lay amidst the ruins of shattered homes, a burning village, and civilians sprawled in pools of blood. A group of terrorists wielded Stark Industries armaments, mercilessly slaughtering innocent lives. "This was Gamera, just yesterday." Christine's voice was icy. Tony's expression darkened instantly. "This was inconceivable. Nothing is impossible," Christine replied, meeting his gaze. "Moreover, these are all Stark Industries' latest weapons." Tony fixated on the photographs, remaining silent, his knuckles whitening from the tension. "Did you not announce the closure of the weapons division?" Christine pressed. "How do you account for these weapons?" Tony lifted his head, fury igniting in his eyes. "I did not authorize any arms transactions. But your company did," Christine retorted with a cold smirk. Clenching his fists, Tony recalled Jiang Chen's words. Obadiah, it had to be him. Despite having declared the closure of the weapons division, Stark's arms had still been sold. He could think of no one else with such authority but Obadiah. "How do you intend to explain these photographs?" Christine continued her interrogation. Tony did not respond. Instead, he turned on his heel and strode away, even forgetting Pepper in his fury. The horrific images of Gamera's villagers haunted his mind, and his rage threatened to engulf him. If memory served, Ethan had once mentioned that his hometown was Gamera, a modest village in Afghanistan. Now, the terrorists had targeted this village, evidently as a form of retribution against him. This ignited a fire within Tony. This must come to an end. Chapter 23. Tony's Awakening. Tony swiftly traversed the bustling ballroom, his gaze scanning the crowd for Obadiah's figure. Amidst the flickering lights, he finally spotted the familiar, robust silhouette of Obadiah near the entrance of the gala. Obadiah, holding a glass of wine, was engaged in jovial conversation with several high-ranking Stark executives, laughter intertwining with the music. Tony approached decisively. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low yet resolute, fury blazing in his eyes. Obadiah turned, a warm smile gracing his face. "What is it, my dear Tony?" Tony forcefully slammed the photographs before Obadiah, revealing the devastation of Gamera. "You owe me an explanation regarding Gamera." Obadiah glanced at the images, his expression unchanging, as if observing an inconsequential piece of art. "What is there to explain? I have declared the closure of the weapons division. How could these weapons still be in the hands of terrorists?" Tony's voice lowered, anger surging like a tide. Obadiah gently set down his wine glass and gestured to the others. "Apologies, I need to speak with Tony privately." After everyone else had departed, Obadiah's expression instantly turned cold. "Tony, you are exceedingly naive." Beneath the moonlight, Obadiah's visage appeared particularly somber. "The arms trade is the cornerstone of Stark Industries. Do you truly believe it can be relinquished so casually? As America's largest arms dealer, Tony's decisions are not so easily executed, even if he harbors intentions to abandon it. The vast network of vested interests behind him would never allow such a thing to slip away effortlessly. But you are committing murder. Those are innocent civilians." Tony clenched his fists, a tumult of anger and despair swirling within him. Obadiah patted Tony on the shoulder, his tone laced with sarcasm. "I am protecting you, Tony. Do you know how Stark Industries has flourished over the years? War has always been the most lucrative business, and we have built our foundation upon it. Selling to the U.S. military while simultaneously supplying their adversaries is the survival strategy of an arms dealer." Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Obadiah. "Your father operated in this manner when he was alive. You simply remained oblivious." Obadiah chuckled lightly, his words plunging Tony into an icy abyss. "Do you think it was anyone else who sought to oust you?" A glimmer of menace flickered in Obadiah's eyes. Tony felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he grasped the railing, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Indeed, upon reflection, aside from Obadiah, the other board members lacked the authority to do so. Obadiah straightened his suit and turned to leave. "Think carefully, Tony. This world has never been as simple as you imagine." Tony stood alone, surrounded by laughter and merriment that felt utterly distant. In the brilliantly lit banquet hall, amidst the clinking of glasses, he found himself enveloped in darkness outside, experiencing an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Observing Tony's desolate figure, Christine, who had followed him outside, also turned to depart. Stark Industries had prospered through arms trading, and as Tony gazed at the distant city lights, a wave of discomfort washed over him. After the banquet, Tony, in a daze, drove back to his workshop, his entire being seemingly shrouded in shadow. Jarvis's voice resonated in the darkness. "Sir, you appear to be in a rather poor state." Upon hearing Jarvis's voice, Tony inhaled deeply and stepped into the workshop, illuminating all the lights. "Bring up the blueprints for Mark III. It is time to take action." Holographic projections unfurled in the air, and Tony's gaze hardened with resolve. He would personally dismantle those weapons, bringing an end to it all. On the workbench, new weapon modules were being designed, as Tony's fingers danced across the keyboard, continuously optimizing the weapon system's design. Just as Tony transitioned into Iron Man, Jiang Chun was returning to his daily routine. He was in his homeland, scientifically planning his workouts, and he could feel his progress each day, a sensation that Jiang Chun greatly cherished. As for the events occurring in America, he did not concern himself with them overly much. What China requires at present is steady development, while all other matters must be set aside. The Jericho missile, too, exists in our original world. Wang Yu was imparting some basic military knowledge to Jiang Chun. However, it is evident that in the Marvel universe, it has been intentionally mythologized. In reality, the power of the Jericho missile is not particularly formidable. It pales in comparison to our Truth Series missiles. At this point, Wang Yu's eyes brimmed with disdain as he continued. The Jericho missile is colloquially dubbed the Sword of Judah. It is a short-range ballistic missile used by Israel as a strategic weapon to intimidate Middle Eastern nations. Capable of carrying nuclear warheads and with an effective range of approximately 1,000 kilometers. However, its combat effectiveness is rather lackluster, and there are notable distinctions from Tony Stark's version of the Jericho missile. So is Tony Stark one of the Jews? Jiang Chun remarked in astonishment at this revelation. The entirety of Hollywood is under Jewish control, so it is only natural that they infuse some personal agenda into their works, Wang Yu remarked with resignation. After all, Some individuals have long boasted that Jews are the most intelligent race in the world. It would be rather peculiar if the films produced under their control did not feature the astute Tony Stark. By the way, are there any recent plans from above? Training every day has become somewhat monotonous, Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. In truth, after the entire nation traversed into the Marvel Universe, Jiang Chun does not need to take any special actions. He merely needs to remain at ease, as professionals will handle the front line. Naturally, Jiang Chun possesses considerable potential, which is why the state will provide him with training, as he may prove useful in the future. After confirming the transition to the Marvel Universe, the country has made numerous arrangements, but the primary focus remains domestically. To secure oneself from external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. This is a simple principle. Without domestic stability, the nation will not recklessly engage externally. However, to my knowledge, several personnel from the military have been dispatched to Kathmandu, presumably in pursuit of the local magic, Wang Yu supplemented. For the newly arrived China in this world, mastering the most fundamental supernatural powers undoubtedly equates to wielding magic. After all, according to the Ancient One, anyone can learn magic as long as it is not used for malevolent purposes. She is more than willing to impart her knowledge. However, it remains uncertain what the Ancient One's stance is toward the entire traversing nation of China, which is one of the reasons for sending individuals to make contact. Chapter 24. Kamartaj. Just as Jiang Chun and Wang Yu were engaged in casual conversation, Wang Yu's communicator suddenly rang. He straightened, immediately connecting the call. Wang Yu, Jiang Chun. There is an important mission that requires your attention, came Luke Wuqiang's calm and authoritative voice from the communicator. Jiang Chun perked up, casting a curious glance at Wang Yu. Please give your instructions, Wang Yu replied, standing tall with a serious tone. You need to proceed to Kathmandu at once and seek out the legendary Kamartaj. Luke Wuqiang slowly articulated the task. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, and a surge of excitement welled up within him. Just moments ago, he had been in Kamartaj, and now he was on a mission. Report, Commander, did we not already send someone there? Wang Yu's brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed. This is precisely the crux of my statement. Luke Wuqiang inhaled deeply and continued. None of the hundreds of soldiers we dispatched have found any trace of Kamartaj. This is rather unusual. Logically speaking, while Kamartaj is shrouded in mystery, it should not be entirely elusive. We have reason to believe that they are deliberately evading us. Luke Wuqiang's voice bore a hint of resignation. Wang Yu relaxed his brow, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. At least they have not taken hostile action against our soldiers. Indeed, that is a piece of good news. Luke Wuqiang's tone softened. Their failure to regard us as intruders indicates that there is still room for negotiation. The sorcerers of Kamartaj are committed to protecting the earth, particularly against incursions from other dimensions and worlds. Jiang Chen stood up and stretched his limbs. So, it is our turn to take the stage? Exactly. Your duo is the most suitable. Luke Wuqiang's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Jiang Chun possesses the power of the Infinity Stones. We surmise he can attract the Ancient One. With Jiang Chen's abilities and Wang Yu's military discipline, perhaps we can find a breakthrough. Understood. Upon receiving the mission, Wang Yu swiftly entered a state of readiness, beginning to gather his gear. Jiang Chen also retrieved some essentials from the base, deftly packing them into his backpack. Equipment is ready, Wang Yu confirmed after checking the last item. They carried no weapons, nor was there any need for them. Even the previous soldiers had not borne arms. They were here to seek out Kamartaj, to pay a visit, and naturally, weapons were inappropriate. With preparations complete, Jiang Chun raised his hand to summon the power of the space stone, and a dark green portal materialized before them. The portal's glow illuminated the room, revealing glimpses of Kathmandu's streets on the other side. Wang Yu stepped into the portal first, with Jiang Chun following closely behind. As the portal gradually closed and vanished behind them, the moment they passed through, the unique air of Kathmandu enveloped them. At the street corner, a soldier in civilian attire leaned against the wall. Upon seeing the two, he stood upright and saluted Wang Yu. Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings. Ancient brick walls were entwined with vines, while the distant sounds of the marketplace buzzed in the air. Yang Rui, I didn't expect to see you here. How's it going? Clearly, Wang Yu recognized the soldier before him and inquired directly. Old classmate, we've been here for a week, but we haven't spotted any trace of a sorcerer. Yang Rui shook his head, displaying a hint of frustration. I'm starting to wonder if there truly are sorcerers here. Indeed, According to the experiences of the future Doctor Strange in his pursuit of knowledge, it was through the introduction of Master Mordo that he found himself at Kamar-Taj, suggesting that Kathmandu must indeed harbor active sorcerers. Regrettably, despite dispatching hundreds of individuals, we have yet to uncover any trace of a mage. And it has been quite some time since our search began, leaving me almost bored to death. Is it even possible to be bored on a funded trip? Wang Yu could not resist teasing. Funded trip? Yang Rui shook his head with a wry smile. This is hardly a vacation. We wander the streets aimlessly, like headless flies. Moreover, Nepal is exceedingly impoverished and underdeveloped. Initially, it may seem novel, but after a while, it feels utterly unbearable. After so many days without even a glimpse of a mage, I am beginning to question my existence. Wang Yu sympathetically patted his shoulder. You have borne much. I can sense spatial fluctuations, even the remnants of a teleportation portal. If we can locate the signs of the portal, we can open it, Jiang Chen stated, closing his eyes to attune himself to the vibrations emanating from the spatial gem. The ancient streets of Kathmandu were infused with a subtle aroma of spices. The sounds of market vendors echoed, while tourists navigated the narrow alleyways. Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes, shaking his head as he addressed his companions. There are no spatial traces here, at least not in recent times. Let us explore further. Wang Yu and Yang Rui nodded in agreement, and the trio proceeded along the winding cobblestone path, encountering several familiar faces from their homeland, unmistakably fellow warriors. As Jiang Chen walked, he continued to sense the fluctuations of spatial energy. After half an hour, he suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on an unremarkable street corner. There, he discerned the traces of spatial teleportation. Wang Yu and Yang Rui immediately grew serious, their eyes focused intently on the spot Jiang Chen indicated. The corner appeared rather mundane. Yet Jiang Chen could sense the faint spatial vibrations. Follow me. He swiftly approached the corner, the energy of the spatial gem surging within him. He extended his hand, causing gentle ripples to form in the air. A dark green portal gradually unfolded before the three of them. On the other side of the portal, vague outlines of structures could be discerned. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged determined glances. Let us step inside and investigate. Wang Yu was the first to stride forward, with Yang Rui closely behind. Jiang Chen was the last to enter the portal, and the spatial fluctuations behind them dissipated. The scene that unfolded before them left the three in awe. A vast stone-paved square adorned with ancient buildings arranged in pleasing disarray. The gray-blue walls were etched with enigmatic runes. Kamar-Taj, the legendary sanctuary of sorcerers. In the square, dozens of robed apprentices were practicing spells. Golden magical circles flickering in the air, while waves of energy permeated the entire space. The sudden appearance of the three individuals undoubtedly captured the attention of all present. The apprentices immediately ceased their activities, magical circles coalescing in their hands as they regarded the unexpected arrival of Jiang Chen and his companions with vigilance. A palpable tension hung in the air. Wait. Wang Yu quickly raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance. We come in search of Master Gui. We mean no harm. Yang Rui promptly echoed this sentiment, declaring, We hail from the Hua Kingdom and are here on a friendly visit. At that moment, Jiang Chen observed that the entirety of Kamar-Taj seemed to exist in an alternate dimension rather than the physical realm, explaining why the Hua Kingdom's technological efforts had failed to locate it. The apprentices exchanged glances, yet the magical circles in their hands remained unbroken. Chapter 25. Master Gui. The apprentice's caution was not without justification. After all, they had directly transported themselves by tracing spatial signatures. This was indeed an affront to the guardians of Earth. However, with the situation at hand, all they could do was await a response. The atmosphere in the square was tense, as both parties seemed to be anticipating something, the unease spreading throughout the area. A tall figure gradually made his way through the crowd, his dark skin glistening under the sunlight. Jiang Chen instantly recognized the newcomer, Baron Mordo. Clad in a deep brown robe, his expression was stern, his eyes betraying a sense of disdain and arrogance. Baron Mordo raised his hand, signaling the surrounding mages to lower their guard. The golden magical circles gradually dissipated, yet the apprentices remained alert. Master Gui is aware of your arrival. Baron Mordo stated coldly, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Follow me, and do not hinder our progress here. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Jiang Chen shared a brief look with the two before nodding slightly. and the three of them followed suit. Baron Mordo led them through the grand stone corridor, flanked by ancient tapestries depicting the tales of the mages safeguarding the earth. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting dreamlike patterns on the floor until they arrived at a spacious tea room. The room was adorned with rustic furnishings, and outside the window lay a panorama of snow-capped mountains, where Master Gu-Yi sat at a low table by the window, clad in a simple white robe. Her countenance radiated tranquility, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Welcome to Kamartaj," Master Gu-Yi smiled, gesturing for them to take a seat. The air in the tea room was suffused with an elegant fragrance of tea. Jiang Chun and his companions exchanged glances before slowly approaching the low table. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden glow upon Master Gu-Yi as she gracefully poured each of them a cup of tea, steam rising delicately. "I am most curious." Master Gu-Yi sipped her tea lightly. "What compels you to seek this place so fervently?" It was evident that Master Gu-Yi had long been aware of the Hua Kingdom's search for mages in Kathmandu. The atmosphere within the tea room grew subtly charged. Baron Mordo leaned against the door frame, observing with a cold gaze. The clouds outside swirl in a mist, obscuring the contours of the snow-capped mountains. "We find ourselves in need of strength." Wang Yu, after a moment of silence, candidly articulated the aspirations of Huagua. "We require the power to establish our foothold in this world. As the supreme sorceress, the might of Ancient One is beyond question, and before her, there is no need for concealment. To my knowledge, Huagua is an immensely powerful nation, capable of standing firm on earth. What then compels the pursuit of magical prowess?" A smile graced the face of the Ancient One as she continued, "Given your current military might, you should have found no equals on this planet. Kamartaj is not entirely detached from the mundane world and possesses a certain awareness of external affairs. Strangely, Huagua in our realm differs somewhat from Huagua in the multiverse." At this juncture, the Ancient One cast a curious glance at the trio, inquiring, "Recently, I visited your Huagua and found it to be more advanced than any nation in the outside world, with seemingly superior weaponry. The entirety of Huagua has traversed into this world, albeit diminished by an unknown force, yet it has not gone unnoticed by certain inhabitants of this realm. The Ancient One is one such observer, particularly since she can traverse the multiverse and witness the diverse incarnations of Huagua. In this context, the Huagua of the present world appears even more extraordinary." Sipping her tea, she gazed deeply at the three. "With such formidable military strength, why is there still a yearning for magical power?" The mist outside enveloped the distant snow-capped peaks. "I can sense the yearning within you. But what lies hidden behind this fervent pursuit?" Wang Yu exchanged glances with Jiang Chun and Yang Rui, gently placing his teacup down. Sunlight poured into the tea room, casting delicate shadows upon the low table. "Power is an everlasting pursuit." Wang Yu rose and approached the window. "We require an even greater force, not only in military terms, but also in magic, technology, and all forms of attainable strength. Perhaps there is no danger at present, but who can guarantee that the future will remain free of peril? Forgetting the art of war invites danger, and complacency in battle leads to defeat. The millennia of Huagua's history instruct us to maintain a consciousness and preparedness for potential crises." He turned, his gaze resolute as he looked towards the Ancient One. "Only by wielding sufficient power can we better safeguard our people, protect our nation, and defend the myriad homes behind us." The Ancient One's brow relaxed slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. The notion that power is a means of protection is commendable. She gracefully rose, her robe fluttering gently in the breeze. "However, what reason do I have to believe that you can accomplish this?" This question left the three momentarily speechless. Jiang Chun instinctively touched his nose, while Yang Rui furrowed his brow. Wang Yu stood still, momentarily at a loss for words. Baron Mordo scoffed at the entrance, asserting that while anyone can utter pleasant words, who can truly guarantee that their power will consistently be wielded for virtuous purposes? The Ancient One gently gestured, conjuring a golden magical circle that shimmered in her palm. "However, I do possess a method to test this." She spoke softly, laced with a hint of mirth. "I am well versed in various forms of magic, including illusionary magic, which can ensnare individuals within a dreamlike realm, allowing them to experience diverse scenarios and choices." The golden luminescence danced within the tea room, casting shifting shadows upon the faces of those present. "Among you, who is willing to undergo this test? Let me discern if you truly aspire to wield power for the sake of protection, as you claim." As the supreme sorceress, The Ancient One had lived for centuries and mastered an array of magical arts, including this illusionary sorcery, which she could effortlessly command. Should you pass the test, I would be amenable to bestowing upon you the power of magic. However, if you fail, then I must express my regrets. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chun and his companions exchanged glances, their trust in the Ancient One's abilities unwavering, yet they were uncertain as to the nature of the trial she proposed. After all, this was no trivial matter, and they hesitated to act impulsively. According to the Ancient One, this was tantamount to testing the entire military of HYDRA. Even with confidence, making a hasty decision was unwise. All militaries are alike. What distinction is there between your HYDRA forces and those of America? Baron Mordo derided from the side. He harbored disdain for the soldiers of HYDRA, perceiving the study of magic as a sacred endeavor. In his view, those who pursued power with evident intent, such as these soldiers, were unworthy of mastering the noble arts of magic. He believed that militaries, by their very nature, existed to oppress weaker nations, embodying the essence of bullying and tyranny. In essence, an army is merely a nation's instrument of violence. Chapter 26. The trial. Do not fret, even with your superiors present. They will consent to your attempt, the Ancient One continued, her smile unwavering as she regarded the hesitant trio. The fact that you have been selected to seek magic signifies that you are exemplary soldiers. If you cannot represent your military, who else can? It must be said, the Ancient One's assertion held considerable merit. Wang Yu and Yang Rue exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. Though they were uncertain of the trial specifics, they felt no inclination to retreat. As for Jiang Chun, they did not hold high expectations, as they viewed him merely as an ordinary individual who had undergone military training for a mere 2 months. Despite Jiang Chun's latent capabilities, Wang Yu and the others instinctively positioned themselves protectively before him. This was the principle they had steadfastly upheld. Furthermore, Jiang Chun, with only 2 months of training, could hardly be seen as a representative of the military. Yet Jiang Chun was acutely aware of this fact and could only remain silent. No matter the trials we face, we shall not retreat, Wang Yu declared earnestly to Master Gui. Very well, Master Gui replied, her expression filled with admiration as she nodded and waved her hand. The previously drawn magical array transformed into 2, which then entered the foreheads of Wang Yu and Yang Rue. The 2 promptly closed their eyes, appearing to fall into a deep slumber. Now, let us observe, Gui said calmly, waving her hand once more. Before her, 2 luminous screens materialized, displaying certain scenes. Upon closer inspection, they showcased videos featuring Wang Yu and Yang Rue as the protagonists. Rest assured, they are in no peril. This is merely their current experience within the illusion, Gui reassured, noticing the concern in Jiang Chun's eyes with a reassuring smile. Jiang Chun exhaled, turning his gaze toward the screens. Yang Rue slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a cerulean sky adorned with drifting white clouds. He found himself reclining on a chaise by the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water caressing his ears as a soft breeze brushed against his face. Memories surged like a tide. Today was a rare day of respite, and he had come alone to this riverside for relaxation. Beside the chaise sat a thermos filled with warm tea, from which he took a sip. The river sparkled under the sunlight, and occasionally, leaves danced in the wind, drifting upon the water's surface, carried away by the current. Yang Rue reclined back into the chaise, closing his eyes to savor this fleeting moment of tranquility. Help! Help me! A faint cry for assistance pierced through the sound of the flowing river. Yang Rue's eyes shot open, and he sprang up from the chaise. His gaze, sharp as lightning, scanned the river's surface, quickly pinpointing the source of the distress. In the turbulent waters, 2 small figures struggled, occasionally submerging, only to resurface. They were 2 children in peril. Instinctively, Yang Rue sprang into action. He swiftly removed his shoes and tore off his shirt, casting it aside. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the rushing river. The icy water enveloped him instantly, sending a jolt of chill through his body, but he paid it no mind. With powerful strokes of his arms and swift kicks of his legs, he propelled himself toward the children. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unusual heaviness in his body. Each stroke felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, far more taxing than during his training. However, he had no time for contemplation. All that occupied his mind were the 2 drowning children. Hold on, I am coming to save you, Yang Rue shouted, encouraging the children while also motivating himself. Water surged into his mouth, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Finally, he reached the children, with one hand grasping each child's collar. He lifted their heads above the water's surface. "Hold tightly to my shoulders, and do not let go." Yang Rui directed the two children to grasp onto him. Then he pivoted and began to swim towards the riverbank. Each stroke felt as if he were battling the entire current. His muscles were ablaze with exertion, yet he dared not pause for even a moment. After several arduous minutes, he finally reached the shore. With the last vestiges of his strength, he pushed the two children onto the bank. Exhausted, he collapsed at the water's edge, gasping for breath. Nevertheless, a smile of relief graced his face as he gazed at the rescued children. "Uncle, please save my brother. He's still in the water." One of the children suddenly cried out. A pang of anxiety struck Yang Rui as he swiftly turned to look at the river. Indeed, a small figure appeared upstream, being swept downstream by the raging waters. His limbs trembled, and his lungs burned with pain, but without a moment's hesitation, he leaped back into the river. This time, every movement felt excruciatingly difficult, as if invisible ropes were tugging at his limbs. Yet, seeing the small figure drawing nearer, Yang Rui gritted his teeth, internally roaring with determination. His consciousness began to blur, but the instinct for survival and his sense of duty as a soldier propelled him onward. At last, his fingers brushed against the child's clothing. With a desperate grasp, he pulled the child into his embrace, and in that fleeting moment of turning, he could no longer feel his limbs. Yet, he clung tightly to the child, striving to swim towards the shore. Ultimately, he summoned every ounce of strength to push the child onto the bank. He attempted to grasp onto a stone at the edge, but at that moment, he was utterly spent. The tumultuous waters engulfed him, sweeping him away into the distance. In the final moments before consciousness faded, a smile lingered at the corners of Yang Rui's mouth. He knew he had saved 3 lives, and that was sufficient. When others were in peril, he exhibited no hesitation. His courage and decisiveness truly commanded admiration. Master Gu Yi observed the scene, unable to suppress her emotions, and nodded as she looked at the unconscious Yang Rui. What he had accomplished was beyond what most individuals in this world could achieve. This was Master Gu Yi's test for Yang Rui, and it was evident that his performance had exceeded her expectations. After all, he was randomly selected from among hundreds of soldiers in Kathmandu. This illustrates that warriors like Yang Rui, who embody a spirit of sacrifice and dedication, are prevalent throughout the military of HYDRA. His actions naturally earned the acknowledgement of Master Gu Yi. In truth, as long as Yang Rui demonstrated a willingness to save others, even if he had only rescued the first 2 children, Master Gu Yi would have been satisfied. She never anticipated that. Fully aware of the high probability of his own demise, Yang Rui would leap back into the torrent without a moment's hesitation. What astonished Master Gu Yi even more was that at the end of his life, Yang Rui gazed upon those he had saved, and they wore smiles devoid of any regret. Chapter 27. Trial 2. Captain, stop daydreaming. Hurry and save them. A voice filled with urgency jolted Wang Yu from his stupor. The searing heat assaulted his face, and acrid smoke billowed through the air. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself clad in heavy firefighting gear, a water gun firmly grasped in his hand. Memories surged into his mind. He was now a firefighter, tasked with a rescue operation amidst the inferno. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. As a retired Special Forces soldier from the Aero unit, how could he lose focus at such a critical moment? Wang Yu swiftly regulated his breathing, directing his full attention to the blazing scene before him. Teams, proceed with the rescue according to the established plan, he commanded decisively, leading the charge into the most ferocious area of the fire, where flames greedily licked every corner of the structure. Are there still people trapped? Wang Yu called out as he advanced, his voice muffled behind his gas mask. Several firefighters were battling the flames with their water guns. The corridor shrouded in a mist of water vapor. Captain, the 1st and 2nd floors have been cleared. The 3rd to 5th floors are confirmed safe. The reports from his team came in rapid succession. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and continued to lead the search upward. Suddenly, a rescued resident stumbled towards them. Please, there are still people on the 7th floor. A mother and her 2-year-old daughter. This plea struck Wang Yu like a thunderclap. He immediately signaled 2 team members to follow him as they dashed towards the stairwell. Each step echoed ominously with the building's foreboding creaks, the steel and concrete groaning under the intense heat. The stairwell from the 6th to the 7th floor was completely engulfed in smoke, and the trio pressed against the wall, hurrying forward with bent bodies. At last, They reached the 7th floor, and Wang Yu kicked open the door to the targeted apartment. Is anyone there? The only response was the crackling of flames. They split up to search, and in that moment, every second felt agonizingly protracted. Captain, over here. In the bathroom. A young woman clutched her little girl, both curled up in the corner, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Wang Yu swiftly placed portable oxygen masks on them. Hold on. We're getting you out. 2 team members lifted the mother, while Wang Yu tightly cradled the little girl in his arms. They retraced their steps, each movement executed with utmost caution. However, just as Wang Yu was about to step out of the doorway, calamity struck. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from the kitchen, and instinctively, Wang Yu shielded the little girl against his chest, bracing himself against the shockwave with his back. The violent blast hurled him away, and in that weightless moment, he glimpsed the open elevator shaft. His body uncontrollably plummeted into the dark abyss of the elevator well, yet throughout the descent, he held the little girl tightly in his embrace. The sensation of weightlessness pierced through him like a steel blade, as an intense burning agony surged through Wang Yu's back. Sweat soaked his firefighting suit, and the pain radiated along his spine, engulfing his entire being. Yet, his eyes remained clear and resolute, his jaw clenched tightly, and the muscles of his face twitched in response to the torment. In his arms, the little girl lay unconscious, her faint breaths igniting a fierce determination within Wang Yu's heart. As they plummeted down the elevator shaft, a chilling draft held around them, with only scattered flames flickering through the darkness at the shaft's mouth. The instinct for survival clamored within him, his hands instinctively reaching out to grasp anything that could halt their descent. However, at that moment, his arms were as steadfast as iron, securely cradling the child. His legs curled protectively, his entire body coiling into a defensive shell. The firefighting suit rustled in the free fall, and Wang Yu could feel his heart racing violently. Yet his resolve was even firmer than the rhythm of his heartbeat. As they fell, his body spun uncontrollably, but his arms steadfastly maintained their initial position. With every ounce of strength, he shielded the child against his chest, as if that gesture had been etched into his very marrow. When they crashed to the ground, a searing pain coursed through him. Wang Yu felt as though several bones had shattered, yet his embrace around the child remained unyielding. His consciousness began to blur, but his fingers, still nimble, fumbled to remove his oxygen mask, trembling hands gently placing it over the girl's mouth and nose with an astonishing tenderness. Darkness began to encroach upon the edges of his vision, yet the corners of Wang Yu's mouth curled up slightly, his gaze gradually unfocusing, never straying from the fragile life he held. A smile lingered on his face, one of relief and profound satisfaction. In the last fleeting moment before his awareness faded, he heard the hurried footsteps and shouts of his comrades. He knew he had fulfilled his mission. The little girl was safe. As they absorbed this scene, a sense of awe enveloped Gu Yi, Baron Modu, and Jiang Chun, leaving them in a profound silence. Gu Yi's magic had erased the memories of this experience from Wang Yu and Yang Rui, rendering them unaware of any trials or tribulations. Their actions were purely instinctual. In other words, even faced with the same circumstances, they would still make the same choices. Truly, they were individuals deserving of respect. Gu Yi sighed, having lived for centuries. She recognized that individuals as brave, fearless, and self-sacrificing as Wang Yu and Yang Rui were rare. In that moment, she seemed to understand the essence of Wang Yu's initial words. They truly fought to protect the people behind them. The environments Gu Yi had crafted for the two, one of water and the other of fire, were merciless, representing common natural disasters. Yet, in both instances, the lives they saved were of individuals entirely unrelated to them, strangers without any connection. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, both Yang Rui and Wang Yu remained resolute, exhibiting not a hint of hesitation. This clearly underscores Wang Yu's earlier assertion that they require greater strength to safeguard the countless homes behind them. This is the essence of our soldiers in HYDRA. Observing Wang Yu and Yang Rui's performance within the illusion, Jiang Chun felt a swell of pride, as if he were sharing in their glory. However, it may be that only the two of them displayed such valor, while others might not. Baron Modu expressed incredulity, stammering his words, yet his gaze towards Wang Yu and Yang Rui brimmed with admiration. He understood profoundly that he could not achieve what they did. No, those firefighters were actually selected at random from the soldiers in Kathmandu. Jiang Chun was about to counter Baron Modu's remark when Master Gu Yi interjected. her eyes sparkling with appreciation as she regarded Wang Yu and Yang Rui. Indeed, this was a military force dedicated to protection. At this moment, Master Gui could not help but acknowledge the truth in Wang Yu's earlier words. She now firmly believed that the army of HYDRA truly embodies the spirit of guardianship. Chapter 28. The enchantment of HYDRA heroes are not defined by their extraordinary abilities, but rather by their willingness to step forward when others are in need. A notion so simple, yet profoundly challenging. Wang Yu gradually opened his eyes, as if emerging from the depths of an abyss. His gaze was vacant, and his fingers instinctively brushed against his chest, where a warm little life should have been. Yang Rui also awoke from his unconscious state, pallid and trembling, as though he had just escaped from an icy torrent. They exchanged a glance, both momentarily lost in confusion. Wang Yu's memory lingered on the moment of freefall in the elevator shaft, the excruciating pain of shattered bones still vividly etched in his mind. Yang Rui recalled the suffocating sensation of being engulfed by the raging waters. That near-death experience felt hauntingly real. The ancient stone walls of HYDRA glimmered softly in the sunlight, and a faint aroma of sandalwood filled the air. As time passed, their thoughts gradually crystallized. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his gaze sharpening, realizing, so this is the magic of illusions? A faint smile of irony graced his lips. Yang Rui exhaled deeply, the tension in his muscles finally easing. It feels so real that it blurs the line between reality and illusion. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Standing tall, Wang Yu fixed his unwavering gaze upon Master Gui. Master Gui, what are your thoughts? His voice was steady and resonant. And despite having just undergone a harrowing trial, the demeanor of a soldier remained intact. Master Gui nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with approval. Indeed, your performance has truly impressed me. Her voice was ethereal, echoing within the ancient hall. I witnessed the most genuine facets of your hearts. That spirit of selflessness is profoundly admirable. Upon hearing the answer, Wang Yu and Yang Rui's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly indicating that they had successfully passed the test set by Master Gui. Yang Rui, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. In contrast, Wang Yu maintained the composure typical of a soldier, yet the curve of his lips betrayed the delight within. Master Gui rose, her robe gently swaying in the breeze. I consent to allowing the soldiers of HYDRA to study magic at HYDRA, she proclaimed, her voice resolute and solemn. You have demonstrated your values through your actions, and I trust you with the power of magic. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged smiles, a testament to their victorious joy and anticipation for the future. They felt no shame in their military attire, having made their choice within the circumstances. However, Wang Yu took a deep breath and gazed at Master Gui. Continuing amidst her puzzled expression, Master Gui, this may be quite challenging. There are over 2 million active soldiers in HYDRA alone, and we wish to learn as much magic as possible. It may not be feasible for so many to study at HYDRA. He articulated the pressing issue they faced, the overwhelming number of individuals eager to learn magic, while HYDRA was simply too small to accommodate them all. Upon hearing this, Master Gui felt a sense of unease. Over 2 million? Are you suggesting that more than 2 million soldiers wish to learn magic? She inquired, a hint of a headache forming as she pondered. Traditionally, the path of a mage had been one of exclusivity, resulting in a scarcity of practitioners. Now, Wang Yu claimed that 2 million soldiers desired to master the arcane arts. The current dearth of mages was largely due to a societal disbelief in magic, with many placing their faith solely in science. This disinterest had led even those with mediocre talent to seek instruction from Master Gui, who reluctantly obliged. In the original narrative, truly remarkable mages were exceedingly rare, primarily because few were willing to pursue the study of magic. Yet now, Master Gui was confronted with the astounding notion of 2 million soldiers yearning to learn magic. No, what I meant to convey is that it's not just 2 million active soldiers. Many retired personnel and even ordinary civilians aspire to learn magic. The people of HYDRA are well aware that our entire nation has crossed over into the Marvel universe and recognize the existence of magic. For everyone, magic may represent the singular path to empowerment. Who wouldn't desire to wield some form of supernatural power in this new reality? The number of those wishing to learn magic far exceeds 1 million. It could very well be in the billions, Wang Yu stated earnestly, leaving Master Gui momentarily dazed. Billions wish to study magic? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would not have put you to the test. Regardless of whether the learners are virtuous or malevolent, the question remains, what is the purpose of studying magic? An overwhelming number of individuals desire to acquire magical knowledge, and Master Gu-I has expressed her intention to teach them all. As the supreme sorceress on Earth, Gu-I could scarcely fathom the implications of so many individuals delving into the arcane arts. It heralds the dawn of a new era for magicians. Gazing into the distance at the snow-capped peaks, her mind swirled with contemplation. The duty of the earthly sanctum's mages is to fend off threats from other realms, a weighty responsibility that bears down on each sorcerer's shoulders. Her fingers lightly tapped the table, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. To augment the power of mages, the most straightforward yet crude approach is to expand their ranks. Regrettably, this task is nearly insurmountable in the current world. Turning to face Wang Yu and his companions, a faint smile graced her lips. You assert that over 100 million individuals in HYDRA wish to learn magic? Her voice trembled slightly, for the figure was indeed staggering. Wang Yu stood tall, his eyes resolute. Indeed, our citizens harbor a profound longing for magic. The number of those wishing to learn only grows. Gu-Yi's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, as if she glimpsed a vast, uncharted territory. If such a multitude were truly eager to master magic, the collective power of mages would escalate exponentially. Her fingers trembled slightly, surpassing even her most audacious hopes. Yet, she inquired with furrowed brows, will your government genuinely permit the populace to study magic? Doubt tinged her tone, as she perceived a prevailing aversion towards magic among governments worldwide. Wang Yu smiled gently, pride illuminating his eyes. In HYDRA, we regard magic as merely another form of power, a new avenue of knowledge. Any force that benefits the people is worthy of pursuit and development. His voice resonated with strength and confidence. Gu-I fell into contemplation, her fingers unconsciously caressing the teacup. This response surprised her, yet it resonated with logic. HYDRA has long been celebrated for its pragmatism, showcasing a far greater tolerance for innovation than many other nations. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Gu-Yi's gaze grew resolute, as if she had reached a momentous decision. This may very well be a new doorway that fate has opened for the mages. The future looms uncertain, yet in this era, we wizards must also embrace transformation. Chapter 29. The springtime of the mage realm. The prospect of over 100 million individuals aspiring to master magic sent ripples of astonishment through Gu-I. Should such a multitude indeed grasp magical abilities, even those with nefarious intentions would inevitably create a balance of power. The interplay of good and evil could perhaps yield an ideal state of equilibrium. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows upon her form. Gu-I sighed softly. Had I known this would come to pass, what need was there for trials? What was there to evade? Her tone carried a hint of self-deprecation, a notion that seemed extravagant beyond belief for the realm of sorcerers, a dream scarcely dared to be envisioned. Meanwhile, Baron Modu stood nearby. His countenance darkened as if it could overflow with water. His fists clenched unconsciously, knuckles turning pale from the strain. This is utterly preposterous, he muttered through gritted teeth. His eyes ablaze with a fervor of indignation, his body trembling slightly from rage. Years ago, he had exhausted his family's fortune for the opportunity to study magic. Now, he was expected to open the gates to these commoners? And without any stipulations? How could he possibly accept such a notion? The corners of Baron Modu's mouth twitched, a flicker of fury igniting in his gaze. To him, magic was a noble pursuit, one that ordinary folk were entirely unworthy of pursuing. Yet, what tormented him further was the fact that the Ancient One had nodded in agreement to Wang Yu's request. I can establish a branch of Kamartaj in HYDRA. The Ancient One's voice was calm and resolute. Instantly, Baron Modu's complexion turned ashen, his throat constricting. In his fury, he turned sharply and departed, his footsteps heavy upon the floor, as if he intended to shatter it beneath him. The nation has its own arrangements. I merely need to lie flat. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, observing the scene unfold. Among 14 billion souls, there surely existed minds more astute than his to ponder these matters. What had traversed here was an entire nation, a collective entity. Wang Yu stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he faced the Ancient One. While I am unaware of the specific plans above, I do know that if we locate Kamartaj and collaborate with them, we shall prioritize the promotion of magical studies within the military. His voice resonated with strength, brimming with confidence. The Ancient One's eyes suddenly sparkled. as though she beheld a new horizon. This is indeed a splendid idea, she nodded gently. The discipline and organization of the military provided the ideal foundation for the dissemination of magic. Once magic was established within the armed forces, it could gradually radiate into the populace, and soon enough, magic would flourish throughout HYDRA. The Ancient One rose and approached the window, her gaze transcending the snow-capped mountains, as if she envisioned a new era for sorcerers. Times are changing. We must change as well, she spoke softly. Wang Yu's proposal unveiled a novel possibility for her, one that transcended merely teaching magic. It represented a revolution in the legacy of sorcery. Turning to face Wang Yu and his companions, the Ancient One's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. I concur with your proposal. Though her voice was gentle, it carried the weight of a resolve capable of altering the world. Outside, Baron Modu stood with clenched fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. A shadow flickered in his eyes, yet ultimately he chose silence, sweeping his sleeve sharply before departing. In that case, my superior will soon reach out to Kamartaj. We should return to report, he declared. The successful completion of their task filled Wang Yu and Yang Rui with immense excitement. They could hardly wait to return and report their triumph. Master Gu Yi also wore a smile, reflecting her palpable anticipation. Then we shall take our leave, Wang Yu expressed, eager to return and deliver his report. After bidding farewell to Master Gu Yi, he turned to Jiang Chun, who nodded in response. Harnessing the power of the space gem, he opened a portal, and the three of them bid farewell to Master Gu Yi once more before stepping into the shimmering doorway. Curiously, it felt like the power of the space gem, yet not entirely so. As the portal vanished from sight, a look of perplexity crossed Master Gu Yi's face. She activated the Eye of Agamotto, gazing at the verdant time stone within, her brow furrowing slightly. Earlier, she had sensed the stirring of the time stone but had suppressed it forcefully. Now, with Jiang Qin's departure, her curiosity about him grew. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside these thoughts. Her primary focus was on how to forge a collaboration with the Hua nation and impart the knowledge of magic. Shaking her head, she turned toward the library, needing to tailor appropriate magical textbooks for the soldiers of Hua, enabling them to grasp the fundamentals swiftly. Magic could not only significantly enhance the military's combat prowess, but the portal spells would also allow for instantaneous troop mobilization, creating boundless possibilities on the battlefield. As Wang Yu had articulated, the future would bring numerous crises. With a powerful, justice-driven army adept in magic, no crisis would stand a chance. A faint smile graced her lips as she envisioned the mages shining brilliantly on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and his companions emerged from the portal, returning to the familiar surroundings of the capital military district. Wang Yu and Yang Rui promptly made their way to the command center, their steps light and their shoulders squared. Jiang Chun, however, turned towards the training ground. He needed to grow stronger. His recent journey to Kathmandu in search of the Kamartaj felt more like a means to an end, tracing the remnants of spatial teleportation to reach Kamartaj. With a partnership with Kamartaj established, once the soldiers mastered the portal spells, his role would become increasingly effortless. At the training ground, Jiang Chun waved his hands, the energy of the space gem swirling at his fingertips. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Portals opened and closed in the air, and he tirelessly endeavored to control their size and duration. Currently, among his infinite abilities, only the space gem had been unlocked, thus he devoted himself to mastering its use. During a break, he sat on a bench, his eyes casually drifting to the television in the lounge. On the screen, a golden-red figure traced an elegant arc across the skies of the Middle East. It was Tony Stark's Mark III armor, striking at a stronghold of terrorists. Jiang Chun watched with keen interest, recognizing that the tale of Iron Man was officially beginning. On the morning of the second day, Jiang Chun received a new mission notification. This time, he was to escort a business representative from Huaxing Group to the United States. The task itself was not particularly complex, but according to domestic speculation, a conflict between Tony and Obadiah was imminent, and Jiang Chun needed to protect Tony to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Linifeng, a young man of similar age to Jiang Chun, exuded vitality in his tailored suit. At not yet 30, his ability to serve as a representative of Huaxing Group spoke volumes of his exceptional capabilities. Chapter 30. Cooperation achieved on the plane. The two engaged in conversation about their respective experiences. Well, it says here that my safety is your responsibility. Are you some sort of elite soldier? Lin Yifeng observed Jiang Chun with curiosity, a fan of Marvel films, eagerly anticipating the negotiations with Tony Stark in America. Not quite. I just joined the military 2 months ago, Jiang Chun replied with a smile. 2 months? And you're responsible for our safety? Lin Yifeng expressed disbelief at this revelation. You must possess some remarkable skills, then? His gaze scrutinized Jiang Chun, filled with intrigue. Nothing special. Perhaps I have superpowers. Jiang Chun shrugged nonchalantly. Superpowers? Lin Yifeng rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he inquired. What kind of superpower? A portal, akin to the magic of this world, Jiang Chun mused, casually explaining that this ability was not something to be concealed. Should danger arise, it would be prudent to inform him, serving as a precautionary measure. A portal? Like those wizards who draw circles? Lin Yifeng's face was alight with astonishment and eager curiosity. Something like that. The space stone can achieve teleportation. And so can a wizard's portal. In fact, in some respects, a wizard's portal surpasses the space stone. After all, a wizard's portal can open gateways to other dimensions, transcending realities, something the space stone cannot accomplish. How marvelous. Lin Yifeng's face was filled with envy. The entire nation traversing into the Marvel universe. What could be more extraordinary than that? Jiang Chun shrugged, appearing indifferent. Indeed, Lin Yifeng pondered thoughtfully. As the airplane journeyed across the ocean, the two refrained from further conversation and opted to rest. The plane landed smoothly at New York Airport, and Jiang Chun and Lin Yifeng descended the steps. The sunlight filtered through the glass dome, casting a warm glow. Lin Yifeng adjusted his suit and tie, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Do you think Tony will come to greet us personally? Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. He has likely been busy combating terrorists lately. I doubt he will show up. A black sedan awaited outside the airport, and a suited driver opened the door for them. As they traveled, the New York skyline whizzed past the car window, with Lin Yifeng occasionally stealing glances at the towering buildings outside. The Stark Industries headquarters towered majestically, its glass facade gleaming with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Jiang Chun and Lin Yifeng traversed the spacious lobby, the elevator whisking them directly to the top-floor conference room. Obadiah Stane stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, turning with a professional smile adorning his face. Welcome to Stark Industries, I am Obadiah. He extended his hand to Lin Yifeng, his gaze somewhat scrutinizing. Lin Yifeng nodded steadily, introducing himself as the representative of Huaxing Group. Inside the conference room, Lin Yifeng opened his laptop, projecting Huaxing's latest mobile technology onto the screen. Our core technologies include mature 4G communication capabilities, touchscreens, and smartphone systems. Obadiah narrowed his eyes, fingers lightly tapping the table. These technologies are indeed impressive. Lin Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. In the realm of telecommunications, our technology is at least 5 years ahead of the market. In fact, it was far more than that. These products were specifically selected by Huaxing Group and were exceptionally mature, undoubtedly outclassing offerings from other companies in this era. Most current mobile phones were still reliant on 3G technology. How could they possibly compare to 4G? As the two parties engaged in intense commercial negotiations, Jiang Chun stood silently to the side, observing every movement of Obadiah. Stark Industries could provide global sales channels and brand influence. Obadiah continuously jotted down data, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Though ruthless enough to consider eliminating Tony, he was undeniably adept at negotiations. Lin Yifeng, despite his youth, had also achieved a remarkable position. After 3 hours of deliberation, an agreement was finally reached. Lin Yifeng leaned back in his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. A 50-50 split, each party obtaining what they need. Obadiah satisfactorily tucked away the documents. I believe this will be a fruitful collaboration. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Tony Stark entered, dragging his weary feet. Dust clung to his face, and his suit appeared somewhat disheveled. Have I missed an important meeting? Tony removed his sunglasses, scanning the room's occupants. Lin Yifeng sprang to his feet, nearly toppling his coffee in excitement. Mr. Stark, I am your fan. Tony raised an eyebrow. Oh, a fan of mine. Certainly, you are a role model for my studies. As he spoke, Lin Yifeng hurriedly produced his phone. May I take a photo with you? Tony shrugged. Why not? He approached Lin Yifeng, striking a classic Tony Stark pose. Lin Yifeng raised his phone, beaming as he pressed the shutter. This photograph shall be treasured forever. Tony casually leaned against the conference table. I hear you are collaborating with Stark Industries? Lin Yifeng quickly resumed his professional demeanor. Yes, our mobile technology will merge with Stark Industries. Tony nodded. I look forward to seeing some truly astonishing products. Jiang Chun noticed a flicker of caution in Tony's eyes, evidently indicating that he had detected Obadiah's peculiar behavior. The atmosphere in the conference room subtly shifted, with an undercurrent of tension brewing between Tony and Obadiah. Ah, Tony, why don't you young folks have a chat? I shall take my leave, Obadiah remarked with a smile before departing with the contract in hand. None noticed the ominous expression that clouded Obadiah's face as he turned away. That old fox is truly shrewd, Lin Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. Yet he felt a sense of satisfaction as he tucked the contract away. The fact that Huaxing Group could once again venture into the mobile phone industry was undoubtedly a piece of good news for the corporation. In the previous world, due to sanctions, Huaxing's mobile business had plummeted, relegating them to merely watching their competitors reap the rewards with envy. However, the relative technological lag of the group now worked in their favor, as HYDRA had been selected to collaborate with Stark Industries in this Marvel universe, a twist of fate, indeed. With the domestic market becoming increasingly inaccessible, they could now seek to earn foreign exchange. In this new world, HYDRA would inevitably engage with other nations, and the launch of advanced smartphones by Huaxing Group could serve as a significant introduction to this realm. Moreover, the strength of Stark Industries was indisputable. Forging a partnership would undoubtedly be advantageous for the future. Chapter 31. Mark III. As night gradually enveloped the city, the streets pulsated with the glow of neon lights and the hum of traffic. Come, let me treat you to a drink, Tony said, patting the shoulders of his companions with his signature grin. Jiang Chun and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances before following Tony to his favorite bar. Inside, the ambience was enchanting, with soft jazz music wafting through the air as the bartender skillfully mixed drinks behind the counter. The trio settled at the bar, where Tony promptly ordered a bottle of whiskey. To celebrate our collaboration, he declared, raising his glass. As the drinks flowed, Lin Yifeng's cheeks flushed and his gaze grew hazy. Mr. Stark, do you know? Obadiah is ruthless, he said, swirling his glass. Tony's hand paused, a frown creasing his brow. What do you mean? He asked. He wants your life, Lin Yifeng replied, downing a gulp of whiskey, his tone turning grave. Tony's expression froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes. What are you saying? Lin Yifeng leaned on the bar, tipsy and gesturing animatedly. Your kidnapping in Afghanistan was orchestrated by him. Tony's countenance shifted dramatically, the glass in his hand thudding against the bar. Jiang Chun, sitting beside them, felt exasperated. How could this guy spill everything when intoxicated? However, since Lin Yifeng had already spoken up, he felt compelled to chime in. With a resigned sigh, he said, this matter should not be ours to discuss. What do you mean? Do you have evidence? Tony's voice dropped to a serious tone. Jiang Chun pressed his lips together. According to investigations by the HYDRA military, it is highly likely that Obadiah orchestrated this, but we have yet to gather conclusive evidence. Furthermore, reports indicate that the terrorists were eliminated yesterday, while Obadiah had just returned from Afghanistan this morning. It must be said that Obadiah is indeed a workaholic, tirelessly devoted to Stark Industries, far more diligent than Tony, who often shirks responsibility. Upon hearing this, Tony suddenly rose to his feet, his complexion paling. This is bad. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed a number. What's wrong? Jiang Chun sensed Tony's agitation. I sent Pepper to Obadiah's office to investigate. She might be in danger. Tony's voice was laced with anxiety. The call went unanswered, and a flicker of fear crossed Tony's eyes. I must return immediately. He grabbed his coat and rushed toward the door. Jiang Chun and Lin Yifeng, disregarding their drinks, hurried after him. The night wind dispersed some of the intoxication, and worry etched itself on Tony's face. He had never imagined that the person he trusted most would betray him. What troubled him even more was Pepper's safety. If Obadiah discovered her investigation, Tony quickened his pace, silently praying for Pepper's well-being. Surely, nothing will happen, right? Watching Tony's retreating figure, Jiang Chun turned to the slightly inebriated Lin Yifeng, feeling a headache coming on. First, I must ensure this fellow is settled. As the entire country had transitioned into the Marvel universe, Lin Yifeng was naturally aware of the plot. The intention of HYDRA was to remain unchanged amidst change. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Yifeng would ultimately reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. Let us get this guy back home. Jiang Chun regarded Lin Yifeng, uncertain of how to proceed, and assisted him outside. However, as soon as they stepped out, Lin Yifeng straightened up, his eyes clear, completely shedding his earlier drunken demeanor, leaving Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. Is this guy pretending? Deliberately? It seems revealing future plot points to characters is indeed feasible. Lin Yifeng mused, as if his assertions were driven by a necessity of the task. Jiang Chun, my brother, please take me back. I must report the events here, and furthermore, this area will soon be perilous. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun ceased his protests, opened a portal, and together they stepped through, returning to Huagua. Lin Yifeng departed first, while Jiang Chun found Wang Yu. The two armed themselves, fully equipped, and Jiang Chun reopened the portal, this time directly into Tony's laboratory. The portal's azure mist materialized in the dimly lit lab, and Jiang Chun and Wang Yu hastily exited. Within the shadowy laboratory, machines flickered with dim light. Tony lay on the ground, the arc reactor from his chest having been removed, leaving behind a deep void. His complexion was as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his weak breaths echoed ominously in the silent lab. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking as they realized the situation was far worse than they had anticipated. Tony weakly lifted his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his murky eyes. He parted his lips, his voice hoarse. The reactor. Please hand me the reactor. Wang Yu immediately scanned the chaotic workbench and spotted Tony's original reactor. He rushed over with urgency, carefully cradling the device that emitted a faint blue glow. Approaching Tony, Wang Yu steadied the reactor above the indentation in Tony's chest. With a soft click, the reactor seamlessly nestled into place. The blue light illuminated, and Tony's complexion gradually regained some color. Thankfully, this reactor had not yet been discarded, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. You guys have saved my life once again, Tony said, taking a deep breath as he braced himself against the ground, attempting to rise. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu supported his arms from either side. Pepper is in danger. Tony struggled to move forward, his voice laced with anxiety and concern. Obadiah must have discovered she is investigating. Though his legs trembled, a fire ignited in his gaze. I must find her immediately. Gasping for air, Tony lifted his head, his eyes darting between Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. I need your assistance. A hint of pleading tinged his voice, a rarity for someone so proud. Had it not been for Pepper's safety, he would not have sought help from others. The laboratory's blue light cast shadows on Tony's face, accentuating his pallor. At that moment, Jarvis's voice broke the silence. Sir, the Mark III has completed its final adjustments. Tony gritted his teeth and staggered deeper into the laboratory. The metal components shimmered in the dim light, and the Mark III stood silently on the display platform. Jarvis, initiate the armor assembly sequence. Mechanical arms extended from all directions, swiftly enveloping Tony's body with the precise parts of the Mark III. The crimson and gold armor shone brilliantly under the laboratory lights, and the reactor's blue glow gradually brightened, signaling the official debut of the Mark III. As the armor completed its assembly, Tony seemed transformed. He turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, his voice beneath the helmet resonating with determination. I will head to the industrial park. I must stop Obadiah. No sooner had he spoken than the Mark III's thrusters ignited with blinding light. He burst through the laboratory skylight, soaring into the night sky like an arrow released from its bow, tracing a brilliant arc across the heavens. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu barely had time to respond, watching as the golden-red figure vanished into the darkness. Chapter 32. Iron Monarch. The golden-red figure disappeared into the night sky, and the laboratory fell into silence once more. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, a hint of helplessness appearing at the corners of their lips. Tony, ever the impatient one, hardly considers the duration of his flight. Jiang Chun shook his head. Indeed, does he not know about the portal? Wang Yu also found it somewhat exasperating. The laboratory's blue light continued to flicker, and the mechanical arm gradually returned to its original position. Wang Yu surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on an array of precise instruments. The technological prowess of Stark Industries was truly breathtaking, prompting Wang Yu to marvel at the wonders of this sci-fi realm. It was but 2008, yet so much advanced technology abounded. Scattered across the workbench were various blueprints and components, with holographic projections swirling in the air, displaying intricate data analyses. This space embodied Tony's ingenious visions, with each device holding immense value. Eventually, Wang Yu's gaze settled upon the gleaming Mark II armor tucked away in the corner. The metal plates of the armor fit together flawlessly, and its streamlined design exuded an aura of power. If our military could harness such technology, Wang Yu mused, it would utterly transform the nature of warfare. A battalion composed of armored warriors would be enough to intimidate any adversary. Before he could finish his thought, the glass door of the laboratory was abruptly thrust open. A man in military attire strode in briskly. Upon encountering the unfamiliar faces in the lab, he immediately assumed a combat stance. He was James Rhodes, the future war machine and a close friend of Tony. Rhodes furrowed his brow, swiftly drawing his sidearm. Don't move. Raise your hands. His weapon swept back and forth between Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. Instinctively, Wang Yu considered retaliating, but Jiang Chun signaled him to remain calm. Jarvis, could you kindly elucidate the situation? Jiang Chun maintained his composure. Colonel Rhodes, these two are friends of Mr. Stark, who just assisted Tony through a crisis. Jarvis's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. Rhodes's expression softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant. Where's Tony? What has transpired? Mr. Stark has proceeded to the industrial park. Obadiah may pose a threat to Miss Potts. Rhodes immediately holstered his firearm, his demeanor turning serious. We must head there at once. He turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Wang Yu waved it off, and the three hastened toward the parking lot, where Rhodes's military Humvee awaited them. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped into the night. Rhodes gripped the steering wheel tightly, concern evident in his eyes. Jiang Chun sat in the passenger seat, silently calculating the time it would take for Tony to fly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu checked the equipment in the back seat, ready to respond to any potential conflict. The Humvee raced down the empty highway, its headlights piercing the darkness. In the distance, the lights of the Stark Industrial Park began to shimmer into view. The Stark Industrial Park was ablaze with illumination, the glass curtain walls reflecting the flickering lights. Pepper Potts hurried through the corridor, the sharp clicks of her high heels echoing against the floor. She clutched a USB drive tightly in her hand, having just copied confidential information from Obadiah's office. As she turned the corner, she unexpectedly collided with a man clad in a black suit. Miss Potts, still working late? Agent Coulson greeted her with his signature smile. Pepper breathed a sigh of relief, seizing the lifeline. Agent Coulson, I'm so glad to see you. I need your assistance. This contains evidence of Obadiah's crimes. He has been covertly selling weapons to terrorists and plotting to assassinate Tony. Coulson's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing her words. I can't reach Tony. His phone has been unanswered, Pepper replied anxiously. Coulson pressed his earpiece. We need backup at Stark Industries. Immediate action required. 7 or 8 agents, seasoned veterans of many battles, entered from outside. Even with only sidearms, apprehending a businessman shouldn't pose much of a challenge. With this assurance, Pepper felt a wave of relief wash over her as they headed straight for the industrial complex. However, upon their arrival, poised to capture Obadiah, they were met with a scene that left them breathless. Obadiah emerged, piloting a colossal ironmonger suit, its chest aglow with the familiar blue light of Tony's arc reactor. Coulson quickly pulled Pepper aside as the ironmonger unleashed flames that scorched a massive hole in the wall. Agents surrounded the area from all directions, gunfire echoing through the corridor. Yet, bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the ironmonger, producing only a cacophony of clinks, unable to inflict any damage. Obadiah laughed maniacally, swinging his mechanical arms and sending agents flying. Glass shards from the corridor exploded outward, the alarm blaring a piercing wail. Coulson shielded Pepper as they retreated swiftly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The armor's defenses were too formidable. Ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective. The ironmonger's thrusters blazed with blue flames, lifting the entire structure into the air. Obadiah, towering above, aimed directly at Pepper. You know too much, dear. The missile bay doors on the armor opened, the targeting system locking onto its prey. Pepper's eyes widened in horror as fear washed over her face. At that critical moment, a crimson gold figure descended from the heavens. The Mark III suit collided heavily with the ironmonger, sending it careening away and causing its missiles to miss their target. Tony landed gracefully, positioning himself protectively in front of Pepper. Sorry to keep you waiting, his voice resonated through the helmet. She exhaled in relief, tears welling in her eyes. The ironmonger rose from the debris, its defenses far superior to the Mark III, showing no signs of damage. Tony, I didn't expect you to come, Obadiah sneered. It seems we have much to discuss. Obadiah, Tony's voice was chillingly cold. In the courtyard of the industrial park, 2 armored suits stand poised against each other. bathed in the cold luminescence of the moonlight reflecting off their metallic surfaces. The colossal ironmonger and the elegant Mark III face off, the latter appearing particularly fragile in comparison to the former's imposing stature. "Why are you doing this?" Tony's voice, laced with suppressed fury, reverberates through his helmet. Obadiah's harsh laughter pierces the air. "Tony, Stark Industries was my brainchild, nurtured by my own hands into what it is today. And look at you, a mere playboy with no substantial contribution, yet I must relinquish it to you. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine." Suddenly, the ironmonger's suit activates with a jolt, cracking the ground beneath it under the force of its might. Tony hastily engages his thrusters, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Yet he can feel the energy from his chest reactor dwindling rapidly. Chapter 33, The Destructive Power of the Armor. "Look, Tony, how ironic it is that you wish to shut down the weapons division, yet you have crafted the finest weapon in the world." Obadiah's voice taunts from within the ironmonger as they engage in battle. With a thunderous crash, the ironmonger lunges at the Mark III, the two suits colliding midair. Tony sidesteps a direct punch from the ironmonger, countering with a palm repulsor blast aimed at its chest. The blue-white energy beam erupts on the ironmonger's surface, yet it fails to inflict any significant damage. "Is this all you are capable of, Tony? You are truly disappointing." Obadiah sneers as he seizes the Mark III's arm. The sound of metal clashing is piercing, and Tony feels a sharp pain in his right arm as the armor's outer layer seems to warp. The Mark III swiftly activates its thrusters to create distance, but the ironmonger follows closely, its massive form tracing an arc through the air. The two suits chase and flee, soaring out of the industrial park and into the city skyline. Pedestrians on the streets scream and scatter, while cars screech to a halt, tires protesting against the asphalt. A heavy punch from the ironmonger crashes into the ground, shattering the concrete and sending debris flying. Tony struggles to maintain his balance, the blue glow of his chest reactor dimming significantly. "Look at the chaos you've caused, Tony. This is the result of your weaponry." Obadiah bellows with laughter as he activates the shoulder-mounted missile launchers, unleashing a barrage of missiles towards the streets. Tony's pupils dilate in alarm as he thrusts into full power, racing toward a parked car. He lifts the vehicle into the air just as the missiles explode behind him, the shockwave engulfing him in a cloud of dust. Jiang and his companions have just arrived, witnessing this astonishing spectacle. "Is this the power of Iron Man?" Wang Yu murmurs, his eyes shimmering with awe. Jiang clenches his fists, deeply impressed. "The technology behind the armored suit is something we must acquire." Radis ventured onto the streets, urgently urging the crowd to evacuate. "Hurry. We must leave. This place is far too perilous." Jiang and Wang Yu swiftly joined in to assist, rescuing several injured civilians. The sound of police sirens echoed throughout the streets as fire trucks and ambulances arrived at the scene in succession. Just as Tony set his private vehicle down, the ironmonger surged forth from the billowing smoke. With a resounding crash, the colossal mechanical fist struck the chest of the Mark III. Tony was propelled backward like a cannonball, shattering several streetlights before ultimately crashing into the industrial park's perimeter wall, his body once again tumbling back into the confines of the industrial area. The armor showed numerous signs of damage, his complexion pale, and the arc reactor on his chest flickered erratically. Yet, he persisted, determined to continue the fight against the ironmonger. Obadiah soon followed, the shadow of the ironmonger's armor looming large under the moonlight. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the park. The ironmonger's mechanical arms swung like great serpents, each strike imbued with devastating power. The Mark III's armor bore numerous scratches from the relentless onslaught, alarms blaring in Tony's ears. "Energy reserves below 30, Jarvis cautioned. Clenching his teeth, Tony realized that the Mark III's weaponry paled in comparison to that of the ironmonger. Obadiah brazenly showcased the ironmonger's firepower, unleashing missiles, machine guns, and laser weapons in a relentless barrage. The surface of the Mark III's armor was now riddled with scars, energy levels continuing to plummet. Energy reserves at 15. Tony's mind raced, suddenly recalling the issues he had encountered during his initial experiments with the Mark II. "Jarvis, divert all energy to propulsion, ascend." The Mark III surged upward, tracing a golden red arc across the night sky. Observing this, the ironmonger pursued closely, intent on ensuring Tony's demise, unwilling to let him escape. The thrusters expelled a massive blue flame, propelling its enormous frame with a speed rivaling that of the Mark III. 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet, the cold began to seep into the armor, frost forming upon the metallic surface. Did you think you could escape? Obadiah cackled maniacally. Ignoring him, Tony continued his ascent. 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet. Suddenly, the ironmonger caught up to the Mark III, seizing it as if a giant were grasping an infant. I've got you now. Obadiah's sinister laughter echoed. Does your suit have anti-freeze measures? Tony remained remarkably composed, posing the question. Abruptly, the ironmonger's movement slowed, ice forming at the joints of its armor, the display before Tony dimming into darkness. What is happening? Obadiah shouted in panic. It seems you neglected to implement a high-altitude adaptation system, Tony replied coldly, then delivered a powerful punch to the ironmonger's head, sending it into a free fall toward the ground. The iron giant's thrusters began to sputter, its colossal form losing balance in the high sky, plummeting towards the ground with increasing speed. Simultaneously, the Mark III, nearly devoid of energy, was also descending towards the earth. No, this cannot be. Obadiah's screams were swallowed by the howling wind, as the massive iron giant fell like a meteor. Meanwhile, Jiangchun and his companions arrived at the industrial area, where chaos reigned. Shattered glass crunched beneath their feet, and thick smoke billowed upward. Several injured lay by the roadside, their clothes soaked in blood. Carlson leaned against a police car, his right arm bandaged, his face pale. That monster is too powerful. We have lost many good agents, he lamented upon seeing the trio. He recognized Rhodes, and thus understood they were not foes. No one had anticipated the Iron Giant's terrifying combat prowess. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were utterly unprepared, armed only with small handguns that, no matter how skilled their aim, posed no threat to the Iron Giant. Jiangchun surveyed the surroundings, spotting the still forms of several agents beneath the rubble. Miss Potts, are you all right? He asked as he rushed over. Tony, she stammered, her voice trembling. Wang Yu draped his jacket over her shoulders, assuring her, we will protect you. Pepper looked up at the two, gratitude flickering in her eyes. Thank you, but Tony. Her gaze was fixed on the sky. Following her line of sight, Jiangchun noticed two beams of light rapidly descending in the night sky. The immense iron giant armor fell like a meteor, with the golden red Mark III trailing closely behind. Tony, Pepper cried out in alarm. The hearts of everyone present raced in their throats. The two armors fell with increasing velocity, the sound of the rushing wind growing louder. They were drawing dangerously close to the ground, and all held their breath, watching the breathtaking scene unfold. Finally, mere hundreds of meters from the ground, the Mark III's thrusters activated, gradually slowing its descent. Though still falling, at least its life was safeguarded. With a thunderous crash, the Iron Giant landed atop a stack of shipping containers, the situation uncertain, while Tony gently descended before the crowd. Observing this, everyone exhaled in relief, believing that Tony had ultimately triumphed. However, as travelers from another world, Wang Yu and Jiangchun understood all too well that defeating the Iron Giant would not be so simple. Chapter 34. Elimination. Just as everyone began to relax, a massive figure suddenly lunged from the smoke and dust. The Iron Giant appeared before the Mark III like a demon, its metallic arm seizing the Mark III. You cannot defeat me, Tony. Obadiah's maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky. The crowd on the ground held their breath in an instant, fear once again shrouding every heart. Tony, Pepper shouted in terror. Noticing several individuals present, the ironmonger extended the gun from behind and fired directly. A few agents collapsed, their blood staining the ground. Quick, take cover. Wang Yu urgently pulled Carlson, swiftly retreating behind a collapsed wall. Jiangchun grasped Pepper's wrist, quickly darting into a nearby building. Rhodes rolled behind a wrecked car. Bullets rained down like a storm, sparks flying. Tony felt the iron grip tightening, the armor's surface beginning to contort, and he too was gripped by fear. Jarvis, release all incendiary bombs. At your command, sir. The weapon bay on Mark III's chest and shoulders sprang open in an instant. A dozen incendiary bombs erupted forth, detonating around them, igniting a fierce blaze and billowing smoke. The ironmonger was compelled to loosen his grip, allowing Mark III to break free. Compared to the cumbersome ironmonger, Mark III exhibited far superior agility. Tony quickly rolled, disappearing into the smoke. Jarvis scanned for his weaknesses. Scanning revealed a flaw in the ironmonger's visual system, suggesting an attack on its optical sensors. Navigating through the smoke, Tony leaped behind the ironmonger and abruptly severed the exposed cables at its back, disabling its visual assistance system. Damn it, Obadiah cursed, unable to contain his frustration as the ironmonger's visual system malfunctioned, its internal screens filled with static. In a fit of rage, Obadiah tore off his mask, revealing a grotesque visage. Tony, do you think this will stop me? He activated the manual targeting system, the shoulder-mounted cannon aimed frantically in Tony's direction. However, all the bullets veered off course, striking distant buildings. It seems your aim is as poor as your character, Tony quipped, unable to suppress his sarcasm even in this perilous moment. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever, Tony, but it won't matter now. Obadiah sneered, pulling the trigger as the shoulder cannon unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets. The bullets whistled through the air, leaving fiery trails, and although his accuracy was lacking, the overwhelming firepower compensated for this shortcoming. Tony rolled rapidly, evading the relentless onslaught of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Shrapnel struck the containers, sparks flying. I will kill you all. No one can stop me. Obadiah howled hysterically, his voice echoing through the night sky. The ironmonger turned its body, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the group behind the cover. Coulson and Wang Yu crouched behind the wall, bullets striking the concrete and sending debris flying. Jiang Chun shielded Pepper, feeling the rain of falling rubble above. Rhodes pressed closely against his Hummer, the vehicle's exterior riddled with countless holes. Seizing the moment to escape, Tony was met with Obadiah's swift reaction. The missile bay of the ironmonger opened instantly, and a missile shot forth with a deafening roar. The explosion propelled Tony away violently. The Mark III tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Tony remained encased in the Mark III, and his life was not in immediate danger. Tony, Pepper exclaimed, rushing forward. Jiang Chun grasped her arm firmly, urging, stay back. It's too perilous. Wang Yu's expression hardened as he drew his firearm, aiming at the ironmonger. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Obadiah disdainfully raised his hand to shield his head, and the ironmonger's massive arm effortlessly deflected the incoming bullets, leaving only a few white marks. Such toys hold no threat to me, he sneered. Wang Yu furrowed his brow and turned to Jiang Chun, shouting, the drone. Jiang Chun swiftly retrieved a palm-sized drone from his waist pouch. This was the latest prototype developed by the military, capable of traversing the battlefield while carrying high explosives. He launched the drone into the air and quickly operated the remote control. The drone's propellers whirled to life, ascending with agility. Sensing the imminent threat, Obadiah soared into the sky, his colossal metallic form moving swiftly through the night, while he kept his head well guarded. The drone pursued relentlessly but struggled to find an opening. Jiang Chun fixed his gaze on the remote screen, awaiting the opportune moment. Tony struggled to rise, the surface of his armor sparking. Jarvis, can we still fight? He inquired. The system is compromised by 50%, unable to continue combat. Sir, came the disheartening reply. Disheartened by the situation, Tony realized that the Mark III had sustained severe damage, and the arc reactor lacked energy, leaving him without recourse. Seeing no viable way to counter the ironmonger, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and decided to harness the power of the space stone. Quietly, he opened a portal, allowing the drone to traverse dimensions and materialize before Obadiah. What? Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief as the drone appeared mere meters away. Farewell, Obadiah, Jiang Chun declared, pressing the detonation button. The thunderous explosion echoed through the night. The proximity of the blast was so intense that Obadiah barely had time to scream before being obliterated into fragments. The ironmonger, now uncontrollable, plummeted from the sky. Its massive metallic wreckage crashed upon Stark Industries' arc reactor's protective field, sending a blinding blue energy beam skyward. The remnants of the ironmonger vaporized within the radiant energy. The night sky illuminated as if it were day, and all present stood transfixed by the astonishing scene. At last, the brilliance began to fade. The ironmonger and Obadiah had vanished from this world. Are you all right? Jiang Chun called out to the others as the battle concluded. I'm fine, thankfully, Wang Yu replied as he emerged from his cover. I find myself with little to attend to, merely a superficial abrasion. Rhodes, too, bears the semblance of one who has narrowly escaped peril. A bullet has grazed my thigh, yet my life remains unthreatened. Coulson, with a grimace, rises with the support of Wang Yu. making his way to the flower bed's edge to swiftly bandage his wound. I wish to ascertain the fate of my agents, to see if any remain unscathed. After a hasty dressing, Coulson turns his gaze towards the fallen agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Regrettably, all those sprawled on the ground have succumbed to their wounds. Witnessing the demise of these 7 or 8 agents casts a pall over Coulson's expression. It is no simple task to cultivate seasoned operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D., and the loss of so many at once weighs heavily upon him. He dares not contemplate the extent of Nick Fury's fury upon learning of this tragedy. Chapter 35. I am Iron Man. Jiang Chun gazes at the lifeless bodies of the agents, his countenance betraying no emotion. Wang Yu silently observes Coulson's sorrow, inwardly smirking. Of the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is said that 9 out of 10 are spies for HYDRA. Their deaths, while tragic, may indeed alleviate some complications. Yet, appearances must be maintained. Jiang Chun steps forward and places a reassuring hand on Coulson's shoulder. May you find solace in knowing that they sacrificed themselves as heroes in the service of the people. Wang Yu approaches as well, offering Coulson a bottle of water. Fate determines life and death. Do not burden yourself with excessive guilt. Coulson accepts the bottle, managing a faint smile. Thank you for your consolation. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchange a glance before turning towards Tony. Leaning against a crumbled wall, Tony rests, having removed the Mark III armor. Upon their approach, he stands upright. Jiang, Wang, I cannot express my gratitude enough, Tony says earnestly, his eyes shimmering with appreciation. Had you not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire. You not only saved me, but also protected Pepper. I owe you a great debt. Jiang Chun waves his hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. There is no need for such formality. No, this is no trivial matter, Tony insists. Stay for a few days. Allow me to extend my hospitality. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu nod in agreement. Very well, we shall impose upon you for a few days. At that moment, Rhodes approaches. Tony introduces him. Allow me to formally present Colonel James Rhodes, my dearest friend. These valiant soldiers hail from Huagua, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. And this marks the 3rd time they have come to my rescue. Rhodes extends his hand. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. The combat prowess of Huagua's military is indeed remarkable. Though Jiang Chun and Wang Yu harbor no particular fondness for the U.S. military, they nonetheless shake Rhodes' hand politely. You flatter us. The strength of the U.S. military is formidable as well, Wang Yu replies with a professional smile. I hope there will be opportunities for us to engage in intellectual exchange in the future. Rhodes's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. That would be splendid. I too am eager to face you. The following morning, a multitude of media reporters congregated outside Stark Industries. The sunlight refracted off the glass facade, casting dazzling rays of light. The repercussions of the explosion that transpired yesterday were indeed monumental, prompting journalists from various major outlets to arrive promptly at the scene. Flashbulbs flickered incessantly as reporters held microphones and cameras, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the press conference. Coulson, seated in a wheelchair with his legs wrapped in thick bandages, retrieved a speech from his briefcase and handed it to Tony. Mr. Stark, this is the draft we have prepared. Please read it as is. Tony glanced over the document casually. We will handle last night's attack entirely. You need not concern yourself with anything else, Coulson added. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu stood quietly in the corner of the venue, observing the unfolding situation. Whispers filled the air as reporters exchanged information. Did you hear that Stark Industries faced a terrorist attack last night? The Iron Man has reemerged, this time accompanied by allies. It is rumored that many lives were lost. The specifics remain unclear. The murmurs among the journalists echoed as they corroborated their respective intel. Rhodes adjusted his military uniform and ascended the podium. After delivering a rather formal speech, he signaled for Tony to take the stage. Standing before the audience, Tony held the speech in his hands, glancing down at the document with a furrowed brow. Mr. Stark, do you genuinely expect us to believe that a bodyguard clad in armor merely happened to be present at the scene? The question came from a familiar face, Christine, a journalist with whom Tony had shared a brief romantic encounter. She regarded him with a smile, while the other reporters also turned their attention toward him. Clearly, Christine's inquiry resonated with the questions on their minds. The room fell silent, all eyes eagerly awaiting Tony's response. Ladies and gentlemen, although I understand this situation may seem somewhat perplexing, are you suggesting that I am that superhero? Tony's words seemed disjointed as he spoke aimlessly, while Coulson frowned from the audience, urging him to adhere to the script. Very well, everyone, regarding last night's incident. I would like to convey that. Yet Tony had already made his decision. He lifted his gaze, determination etched on his face. Setting the speech aside, he proclaimed, I am Iron Man. Those simple words plunged the room into silence, followed by an explosive uproar as the audience erupted in excitement. Flashbulbs went off in a frenzy, and the air filled with a cacophony of questions reverberating throughout the venue. Coulson buried his face in his hands, exuding an air of helplessness. Rhodes stood in disbelief, unable to fathom Tony's declaration. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged knowing smiles, unsurprised by Tony's choice. In that moment, Iron Man was officially born. At this moment, the era of superheroes unfurls its grand tapestry. In this instant, the world shall never be the same again. Under the escort of security, Tony departs. Yet the journalists present are infused with a fervor akin to a euphoric rush, envisioning the impending headlines that will dominate the front pages of various media outlets. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Tony graciously invites Jiang Chun and Wang Yu to his seaside villa. Perched upon a cliff, the Malibu beachfront estate basks in sunlight streaming through expansive windows. Welcome to my abode. This place is far more conducive to relaxation than the office, Tony proclaims. Retrieving several chilled bottles of beer from the refrigerator, Jiang Chun surveys the surroundings, the modern decor exuding an aura of technological sophistication. A testament to the owner's exquisite taste. Jarvis, lower the indoor temperature, Tony commands. Certainly, sir, responds the voice of the artificial intelligence butler from above. Wang Yu settles onto the sofa, his fingers gliding over the leather surface, savoring its luxurious texture. To think, this marks the third time you've saved me, Tony remarks as he hands the beers to his companions. Just as the trio prepares to engage in lively conversation, a deep voice unexpectedly resonates from behind them. Mr. Stark, I believe we need to have a discussion. Tony whirls around to find a one-eyed African-American man striding confidently into the living room. And who might you be? How did you gain entry? Jarvis. Apologies, sir. It appears he has breached the villa's security system. I am Nick Fury, the man states, clad in a black trench coat, his solitary eye gleaming with intensity. Oh, I know you. Coulson mentioned you. Something about your homeland. What was it? Logistics Bureau. What business do you have with me? Tony replies, his irritation palpable at the uninvited intrusion. It is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Though we have since rebranded, you may refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 36, to end war with arms. Why reveal your identity? Tony scoffs. Why not? It is my prerogative. Do you comprehend the magnitude of trouble this may incite? Rather than conceal the truth, I prefer to engage in candor. Fury's gaze shifts to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. And what of you two? Soldiers from HYDRA? What brings you to the site of the Stark Industries explosion? Tony's brow furrows, his demeanor growing increasingly stern. They are my friends. Friends? Fury scoffs. Are you certain their proximity to you harbors no ulterior motives? With a forceful thud, Tony places the beer bottles on the table. Listen, Nick Fury, questioning my friends on my turf is hardly a courteous act. Is it customary for you to intrude upon others without invitation? The atmosphere becomes charged with tension. Fury inhales deeply, suppressing the fury within. Stark, I am assembling a team of superheroes. We require your strength. Tony dismissively waves his hand. I apologize, but I harbor no interest in your small team. You will join. Trust me. Fury exchanged a meaningful glance with Tony. When the time is right, you will comprehend my intentions. Having said that, he turned and departed, his black trench coat billowing behind him. Tony rolled his eyes at Fury's vanishing figure. Goodness, that guy is truly deranged. Following Nick Fury's exit, the trio engaged in idle chatter for a while, after which Tony invited the two to his studio to showcase his masterpiece. Sunlight cascaded through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the studio with a distinctive blend of metallic and electronic aromas. Tony stood before the workbench, his slender fingers gliding effortlessly over the holographic projection. The design schematics of the Mark armor revolved around him, each detail shimmering with the elegance of technology. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu stood nearby, equally awestruck by the innovation. The projected screen in the air indicated that HYDRA currently possesses similar technology, yet its interactivity pales in comparison to that of Tony Stark's workshop. This is the latest design of the Mark armor, Tony remarked with a slight smirk, pride evident in his tone. Last time I faced Obadiah's Ironmonger, I concluded that the reason for my failure was the inadequacy of the Mark III's weapon system. It was overly simplistic. This time, I have customized a plethora of weapons for its upgrade. In the holographic display, every joint of the armor had been meticulously redesigned. The blueprint, imbued with a metallic essence, flowed through the light and shadows, as if narrating the infinite possibilities of the armor. Though Tony had shut down the weapons department, his research into weaponry had never ceased. The Mark armor stands as his most remarkable creation. Just as Obadiah had previously stated, Tony abandoned the profit from weaponry, yet birthed the most formidable war machine on Earth. With a flick of his fingertip, a brand new armor projection unfolded, astonishingly compact, capable of being transformed into a briefcase form. A portable armor, allowing me to equip myself at any moment, Tony remarked, his voice brimming with confidence. At that point, I would no longer need to wait for others to come to my rescue. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the time when Obadiah had seized the arc reactor. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's portal, he might have perished. Hence, the idea of developing a convenient armor took root in his mind, which is precisely what he is currently designing. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged astonished glances. Truly, this is Tony Stark, who has long since perfected his armor design. Wang Yu cleared his throat. Mr. Stark, we wish to inquire about a potentially abrupt question. Is there a chance that HYDRA could gain access to your armor technology? Jiang Chen added. The air in the studio seemed to solidify, and the atmosphere among the three became palpably delicate. After a few seconds of tension, Tony placed his coffee on the workbench. Why? Tony turned around, his deep brown eyes fixed upon the two individuals. Sunlight streamed in from behind him, enveloping his figure in a golden halo. I am curious as to why you require this technology, he inquired. Wang Yu stood tall, the demeanor of a soldier emanating naturally from him. We need such armored suits to safeguard our nation and protect our people. In this cosmos filled with uncertainties, no one can predict what may transpire in the next moment. Just as you encountered in Afghanistan, we must be prepared. Tony lightly tapped his fingers on the workbench, his gaze oscillating between them. He pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment. If I were to grant this technology to your country, how do you intend to employ it? His expression grew serious, his brow slightly furrowed. Wang Yu's countenance remained composed, revealing no hesitation. Our primary focus would be military equipment, followed by law enforcement and emergency management. Such technology ought to benefit humanity, rather than serve as a mere plaything for the few. We will deploy it where it is most needed. Tony approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the urban landscape beyond. The sunlight cast mottled shadows across his face, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Jiang Chen stood by, observing Tony's reaction. With his back turned to them, Tony remained silent for a considerable time. Only the soft hum of machinery filled the studio. I will consider it, Tony finally spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. I require time to assess this decision. He did not outright refuse. In truth, he had anticipated their discourse, and Jiang Chen had previously alluded to their intentions. However, he had not expected Wang Yu to broach the subject so directly. Turning back, his eyes shimmered with complex emotions. He was well aware of the American military's modus operandi, yet he needed to further comprehend the Chinese military. This was not a decision to be made lightly. Jiang Chen and Wang Yu exchanged subtle nods, a glimmer of hope swelling within them. The absence of a direct refusal was already a favorable outcome. After all, they had rescued Tony from peril on 3 occasions. This debt of gratitude might serve as the key to unlocking the armored technology. Tony merely sought a rational justification, a reason convincing enough to sway his judgment. Indeed, Tony was a hero. Were he to understand the consistent ethos of the Chinese military, he might come to appreciate their resolve. China yearns for peace, yet does not rely on other nations to provide it. Only through formidable strength can peace be preserved, which is why China has consistently advocated for a strong military. In the original world, the specter of a Third World War loomed large. Yet why had war not yet erupted? It was, after all, the might of China that deterred such conflict. This is what it means to use force to end strife. In this world, China must protect its citizens, necessitating a power that is stronger and capable of decisive action. Chapter 37. The Magic School. Wang Yu and Jiang Chen exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with intricate emotions. From the moment they first encountered Tony, they harbored a clear objective, not solely to rescue him, but more importantly, to acquire his armor technology. Perhaps Tony had sensed this intention from the very beginning. Yet they bore no regrets regarding their choice. Leaning against the workbench, Tony's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had undoubtedly perceived the motives of these two young individuals. From their initial meeting to the numerous life and death encounters that followed, their sincerity had profoundly moved him. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, prompting Tony to raise a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding rays. "I sincerely appreciate your candor," he remarked, stroking his chin as his gaze flitted between the two. "The matter of armor technology is of great significance. I require time to deliberate. However, I admire your attitude, far superior to that of certain clandestine individuals," he stated, alluding to the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. He was astute enough to fully comprehend the intentions of these two factions. Wang Yu nodded, standing tall with the demeanor of a soldier. "Tony, I formally extend an invitation on behalf of my superiors. We hope you will participate in China's Eastern Super Ring project." Tony's eyes sparkled with interest as he tapped his fingers against the workbench. "I have always been fascinated by nuclear fusion. The arc reactor is indeed a step in that direction," Wang Yu added, keenly observing the shifting expressions on Tony's face. "We are confident that with your brilliance, you will undoubtedly help the project achieve breakthroughs." Tony turned towards the holographic projection table, summoning a series of data. His fingers danced in the air, and the holographic images shifted to display information about the arc reactor. "When do we depart?" Tony inquired, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yu and Jiang Chun exchanged smiles. "Any time works. It depends on your schedule." As night fell, the lights of Manhattan gradually illuminated the skyline. Jiang Chun stood by the window of the guest room, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Although they had not secured the armor technology this time, Tony's stance was unmistakable. Given time and the opportunity for understanding, this door would ultimately open for China. Morning sunlight bathed the runway of the private airport. The business team from Huaxing Group awaited beside the private jet, with Tony personally escorting them to the airport. "I will arrange my schedule for the Eastern Super Ring project as soon as possible," he said, shaking hands with the two in farewell. "I look forward to seeing you in China." As Jiang Chun and Wang Yu boarded the plane, they watched Tony's figure recede through the porthole. The aircraft ascended slowly, piercing through the clouds as it soared eastward. Leaning back in his seat, Wang Yu closed his eyes to rest. Although they had not obtained the armor technology, they had taken the first step. Jiang Chun softly replied, "Tony is a man of deep loyalty. Given time, things will naturally fall into place. Moreover, for us, the nuclear fusion technology is of greater importance. Once a breakthrough is achieved, it will irrevocably transform the energy landscape of China. In contrast to the elusive quest for infinite gems, this represents tangible power. Tony's lack of refusal is the most auspicious beginning. The collaboration on the Eastern Super Ring project will forge a closer connection between the two. Subsequently, as relationships solidify, acquiring the technology for battle armor will become a natural progression." The private aircraft gently descended upon the capital's airport. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu returned to the military district, immediately immersing themselves in rigorous training. The military base in the early morning was shrouded in a hazy mist. On the training grounds, Wang Yu led the special forces in intense physical conditioning. Sweat soaked their camouflage uniforms, and their breaths crystallized into white mist in the crisp air. Jiang Chun joined in, and although he was not a soldier in the strictest sense, he persevered alongside the special forces. 10 more minutes. Wang Yu stood at the front of the line, his voice resonant. Weighted runs, obstacle climbs, and combat training followed one after another. A month slipped away amidst the high-intensity training. On this day, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu simultaneously received notification from their superiors that they would be among the first cohort to learn magic at the magic school. Jiang Chun's hands trembled slightly. In that moment, it felt as if the dreams of his childhood were coming to fruition. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained the composure befitting a soldier. In their original world, where was there any magic? Only after traversing into the Marvel universe did they gain the opportunity to encounter such wonders. The prospect of learning magic filled them with exhilaration. In the deep mountains of Sichuan province, a magnificent complex arose from the ground. Master Gu Yi stood atop the main building, her hands weaving intricate formations. A golden magic circle unfurled in the air, enveloping the entire campus. Modern teaching buildings harmoniously blended with ancient magic. The library, laboratories, training grounds, dormitories, and dining halls were all present in abundance. Throughout this month, Master Gu Yi worked tirelessly, not only compiling magical textbooks for China, but also visiting various military districts to meticulously select 10,000 soldiers with exceptional magical aptitude as the first batch of magical apprentices. She could truly be regarded as a contemporary model of diligence. In China, soldiers are held to exceptionally high standards. Not only must they possess robust physical capabilities, but they are also expected to have a commendable level of education. This has resulted in the elite caliber of Chinese soldiers, who can be aptly described as the creme de la creme. Now, from 2 million elite forces, selecting an additional 10,000 apprentices means these individuals are truly the rarest of talents, even among thousands. The willingness of so many prodigies to learn magic filled Master Gu Yi with indescribable excitement. She had not taken a moment's rest in the past month. Who is strange? Please refrain from seeking me out. I fear the soldiers may misunderstand. In Master Gu Yi's chamber, countless luminous runes floated, and each page of the textbooks embodied her dedication. From the fundamental theories of magic to the intricate casting of spells, everything was meticulously designed to suit the learning needs of Chinese students. Jiang Chun, dragging his suitcase, stood before the majestic gates of the Magic Academy, the towering structures shrouded in mist, with a faint aura of magic pervading the air. At last, he had arrived. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun was pleasantly surprised by the formality of the enrollment process. Identity verification, document registration, and dormitory allocation left him clutching his student ID. As if in a dream, had he truly returned to campus? Though this campus imparted knowledge of a rather different nature, he strolled through the grounds, soaking in the unique atmosphere. Amid modern facilities, mysterious elements of magic subtly intertwined, creating a striking yet harmonious juxtaposition. The following morning, 10,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation on the parade ground, the solemn atmosphere charged with anticipation. Master Gu Yi hovered gracefully in the air, her robe billowing with the wind. Magic, she proclaimed, is the power that transforms reality. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Yet, what mattered more was the conviction in their hearts. The soldiers below stood erect, their gazes intense. Master Gu Yi surveyed the faces of these elite individuals, their eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. They were destined to embody the perfect fusion of magic and modern power. A gentle smile graced Master Gu Yi's lips as she traced a golden rune in the air. Let us commence our first lesson, understanding what magic truly is. The sunlight bathed the parade ground, illuminating each dreamer present. This marked a new beginning, as the dawn of magic prepared to illuminate the east. Jiang Chun stood amidst the ranks, attuned to the surging energy surrounding him. Master Gu Yi continued her discourse, her voice echoing in their hearts. The seeds of magic had taken root and begun to flourish upon eastern soil. Chapter 38, The Portal Spell. Power is inherently neutral. HYDRA does not oppose other forces. As long as magic benefits HYDRA and its national defense, it receives strong support. Jiang Chun perused the textbook in his hands, unable to suppress a smile as the bold title 5 years to Divinity, 3 years to Supreme emblazoned the cover. Master Gu Yi had indeed invested effort in studying HYDRA's culture. The title was quite grounded. Opening to the first page, intricate runes sprang to life on the paper, each emanating a subtle golden glow. The dormitory was a standard double room, its modern decor interspersed with enigmatic magical elements. As the door swung open, a familiar figure entered. Jiang Chun. I never expected to share a dorm with you. Jiang Chun looked up, pleasantly surprised to see Yang Rui. What a coincidence. It had been ages since they last met. Yang Rui set down his luggage and seated himself on the opposite bed. Who wouldn't aspire to become a mage, especially with such a noble opportunity to serve the nation? The two exchanged smiles and engaged in light conversation before refocusing their attention on the textbook. The first chapter delved into the essence of magic and the theoretical knowledge of how to perceive the magical energy within oneself. Yang Rui also took out the textbook and began to study earnestly. The room descended into silence, interrupted only by the rustling of pages. The following morning, the playground was bustling with activity. Standing beside the Ancient One were dozens of robed sorcerers, all elite mages from Kamar Taj, who would serve as your mentors. Under the sunlight, the runes on their robes shimmered with an enigmatic glow, though their powers paled in comparison to the illustrious figures like Strange who would arise in the future. Imparting foundational knowledge posed no challenge for them. Among them were some formidable mages, including a corpulent figure whom Jiang Chun recognized as Wang. who had once held the title of Supreme Sorcerer for a time. As the first lesson commenced, the Ancient One announced that they would begin with the most fundamental skill, sensing and condensing magical energy. Her voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Close your eyes and feel the energy flowing within you. 1,000 students simultaneously closed their eyes, creating a magnificent and solemn scene. Each individual harbored boundless potential, inherently possessing magical energy. Following the instructions, Jiangchen focused intently on the ebb and flow of energy within his body. Perhaps due to the infinite gemstones residing within him, he was able to perceive the energy with remarkable clarity. The Ancient One's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Jiangchen. Jiangchen, please step forward and demonstrate. Jiangchen opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. I am not ready. The Ancient One smiled reassuringly. Do not fear. I can sense the immense magical power within you. He approached the platform, acutely aware of the eyes upon him. The Ancient One drew a simple rune in the air. Attempt to replicate this motion, allowing your magic to flow with your intent. Taking a deep breath, Jiangchen committed the Ancient One's drawn symbol to memory. Following her guidance, his fingers traced the air, and golden light began to materialize. A defensive magical array took shape, radiating a gentle glow. Excellent. You possess remarkable talent. This is the most basic defensive spell, yet its power should not be underestimated. The Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. Applause erupted from the audience as Jiangchen successfully cast the spell, invigorating everyone and affirming their belief that they could indeed learn magic. Returning to the ranks, Jiangchen reveled in the magical energy coursing through him. This sensation was even more wondrous than he had anticipated. The Ancient One continued to elucidate the foundational aspects of magic. Under the sun, each student listened intently. After the first lesson concluded, 1,000 students lined up in the playground, awaiting their class assignments. Sunlight dappled the crowd, casting orderly shadows. The Ancient One stood atop a platform, gazing at the sea of heads below. The discipline exhibited by the soldiers of HYDRA was truly awe-inspiring. Witnessing 1,000 individuals, previously strangers, maintain such remarkable order left her profoundly impressed. The warriors who arrive here are all eager to contribute to their nation, and thus each individual is deeply engaged and diligently studying, which pleases Master Gu Yi immensely. Based on their talents, she has divided everyone into 50 classes, and she will also instruct one of these groups. Naturally, the class taught by Master Gu Yi comprises only the most gifted individuals, each a rare gem among countless stones, possessing talents that rival even that of Stephen Strange in her eyes. This is also the reason why Master Gu Yi is fervently enthusiastic about collaborating with the people of HYDRA. With such a vast population, it is certain that a multitude of magical prodigies will emerge, heralding an era of magical prosperity on the horizon. Following the first lesson, all students proceeded to their respective classrooms. The elite class of 200, under the guidance of Master Gu Yi, arrived at an independent training ground. Jiangchen was naturally among this group, where he also spotted Wang Yu and Yang Rui, both of whom evidently possessed formidable talents as well. Master Gu Yi held a wooden box from which golden suspended rings were neatly arranged. These rings are among the most vital artifacts of Camartage, aiding mages in casting teleportation spells. The metallic sheen sparkled under the sunlight, captivating everyone's attention towards these wondrous devices. Master Gu Yi distributed the suspended rings one by one, and each student cautiously accepted their own. Today, we shall learn the teleportation spell, she announced, raising her hand to draw a ring in the air, golden sparks bursting forth. Focus your mind, channel the magical energy within you, and release it through the suspended ring. The students mimicked Master Gu Yi's movements, attempting to cast the spell. Flecks of golden light flickered in the air, yet none succeeded in opening the portal. Many displayed expressions of disappointment, yet remained unwilling to surrender. Do not be disheartened. This is a normal occurrence, Master Gu Yi gently explained. The magical energy within you is still insufficient and requires time to accumulate. Jiangchen, why don't you give it a try? Upon hearing this, Jiangchen took a deep breath and somewhat nervously stepped forward, firmly grasping the suspended ring in his hand. His first attempt failed, the golden light merely tracing an arc through the air. He inhaled deeply again, sensing the energy flowing within him. The power of the spatial gem seemed to resonate with the suspended ring. During his second attempt, the golden sparks suddenly brightened. A complete portal materialized in the air, connecting both ends of the training ground. Silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. Jiang Chun gazed through the portal, witnessing the astonished faces on the other side. Master Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems you possess a unique understanding of spatial magic. Observing this, the eyes of the other students ignited with determination, and they eagerly resumed their practice. Yang Rui and Wang Yu exchanged glances, silently agreeing to double their efforts. The training ground shimmered with golden light, as each participant immersed themselves in the realm of magic. Chapter 39. The time stone. The classroom gradually fell silent after the lesson. The warriors, preparing to practice their magic on the training grounds, slowly departed, immersed in the enchanting realm of sorcery for the first time. Jiang Chun also stowed away his pendant and readied himself to leave. Jiang Chun, could you come to my office for a moment? The voice of Master Gu Yi resonated from behind him. Jiang Chun turned to see Master Gu Yi smiling warmly at him. Curiosity stirred within him as he quickened his pace to follow her. Master Gu Yi's office, or rather the principal's office, was located at the top of the faculty building. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled patterns on the floor. The interior was simply furnished, consisting of a mahogany desk and a few chairs. Master Gu Yi gestured for Jiang Chun to take a seat while she positioned herself behind the desk. Are you familiar with the Infinity Stones? Master Gu Yi inquired directly. Jiang Chun maintained a composed demeanor and nodded. I have heard of them. They are among the most formidable powers in the universe. Master Gu Yi affirmed, 6 stones, each governing different aspects of the cosmos: power, soul, reality, mind, time, and space. Each one harbors unfathomable energy. Sunlight danced across Master Gu Yi's face as she spoke. I sense a similar resonance within you, though it feels distinct in its purity and proximity to its origin. Her gaze seemed to penetrate Jiang Chun's very soul, akin to the breath of the universe itself. Jiang Chun remained silent, intrigued by his own latent connection to the Infinity Stones. Master Gu Yi formed a hand gesture, and an intricately designed pendant appeared in her grasp, the Eye of Agamotto. The metallic shell slowly unfurled at her fingertips, revealing the vibrant green gem within. The time stone emanated a gentle radiance, illuminating Master Gu Yi's features. Strangely enough, since your arrival here, it has become exceedingly animated, she remarked, cradling the Eye of Agamotto in her palm. It seemed to beckon, yearning for something. The light of the time stone intensified, flickering toward Jiang Chun. Now I understand. It wishes to follow you. Master Gu Yi gently placed the Eye of Agamotto upon the desk. Perhaps this is the design of fate. She extracted the time stone from the artifact. The verdant gem levitated in the air, pulsating with peculiar energy. I trust you will safeguard it well. The time stone drifted slowly toward Jiang Chun, halting before him. He inhaled deeply, instinctively reaching out to grasp the gem imbued with infinite power. A wave of warmth surged from his palm, resonating with a force within him. Within the body, the 6 spheres of energy, particularly that of the space gem, seemed to stir at this very moment. This development filled Jiang Chun with elation. It is imperative to remember that great power comes with even greater responsibility, echoed the voice of the Ancient One, imbued with expectation. Jiang Chun nodded solemnly, and at that instant, a warm current surged within him, as if the time gem possessed a life of its own and seamlessly integrated into his being. The abrupt transformation left Jiang Chun wide-eyed, his breath quickening involuntarily. Moments later, as he attempted to exert mental control, the time gem materialized in his palm, effortlessly retracting at his will. His taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. The Ancient One smiled, observing Jiang Chun, and said, "You may return now. I have matters yet to attend to." Jiang Chun rose to bid farewell, gently closing the office door behind him. Upon his return to the dormitory, he found the space empty, Yang Rui's bed neatly made. It was evident that Yang Rui was diligently practicing in the training grounds. Jiang Chun approached the window, gazing thoughtfully at the distant training area. This cohort of trainees had been meticulously selected from various military districts, each bearing significant responsibilities. They were destined to become instructors across the military sectors, tasked with the mission of disseminating magic. No one wished to squander their time. Everyone was engaged in a relentless pursuit of improvement. Jiang Chun focused his energy, his hands tracing a golden ring in the air. A magical portal took shape before him, shimmering with golden light. He stepped through the portal, arriving at the edge of the training grounds. Several soldiers noticed Jiang Chen's arrival, casting surprised glances before resuming their training. The training field was alive with the ebb and flow of magical auras. The soldiers furrowed their brows, fully concentrated on manipulating the magical energies. No one desired to fall behind in this contest. Each individual was exerting their utmost effort. An intense atmosphere of competition permeated the air. The Ancient One stood on a distant platform, observing the diligent trainees. A sense of satisfaction flickered in her eyes, as the progress of this group far exceeded her expectations. The soldiers' fervent yearning and dedication to power even astonished her. Jiang Chun joined the ranks of those honing their skills, immersing himself in the surrounding surge of energy. Such an environment fostered rapid advancement for all involved. The sun shone brightly outside, and the soldiers' enthusiasm for training surged. The training field sparkled with magical brilliance, and the air thrummed with potent energy waves. Each magical apprentice present was fully engrossed in their practice. Even those not in the elite class exhibited remarkable rates of improvement. While their innate talents might be considered mediocre, their diligence compensated for this shortcoming. Compared to most sorcerers of Isekai'd, this group possessed considerably high potential. This is understandable, as the initial disciples of Isekai'd often sought magic as a last resort, facing unfulfilled lives and varied levels of aptitude. In this present moment, the 10,000 warriors are the elite, meticulously selected by the Ancient One. Each possesses extraordinary talent, and with their diligent study, their progress is nothing short of remarkable. However, the scarcity of suspension rings has emerged as a vexing dilemma. After more than a month of training, nearly all of the apprentices have mastered the portal magic. Yet, the supply of suspension rings fails to meet the burgeoning demand, which has caused considerable concern for the Ancient One. Upon the suggestion of the Hua Nation, the Ancient One has begun discussions with scientists from Hua on how to leverage technology to mass-produce certain magical artifacts, thereby addressing the suspension ring issue. For the Hua Nation, this collaboration also presents an opportunity to embark on a new path, one where magic and technology intertwine, potentially leading to the mass production of various magical artifacts in the future. As the first month drew to a close, many warriors expressed dissatisfaction with the pace of their meditation and magical cultivation. After much deliberation, the Ancient One decided to impart the method of drawing power from the divine. This decision significantly accelerated the warriors' training progress. Chapter 40. The arrival of Tony. Time flew by, and as another month passed, a rather awkward phenomenon began to unfold. Numerous mage instructors from Isekai'd noticed that several of their apprentices had already surpassed them in strength. This revelation was undoubtedly a blow to these mages, though it was not entirely unexpected. After all, these mages were merely minor figures in their original world, and their capabilities were limited. Gradually, many mages sought leave or resigned for various reasons, unable to confront the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, this development did not hinder the dissemination of magic. The magic school had found its footing, and the absence of these instructors did not impede the foundational education of the warriors. Jiang Chen's personal progress was equally astonishing. Perhaps due to the presence of the infinity stones within him, he exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for magic. Not only did he swiftly master portal magic, but he also rapidly grasped other types of magic. During this period, Jiang Chen delved into the study of the Time Stone. He learned several applications of the Time Stone and time magic from the Ancient One. Simultaneously, the Time Stone within him, influenced by the Time Stone of this world, gradually became more pliable, and after a month, it was fully unlocked. The energy of the unlocked Time Stone endowed Jiang Chun with its capabilities, though the full extent of his powers remains to be observed and studied. The Time Stone of this world, however, is mere externality for Jiang Chun. Lu Guoqiang advised Jiang Chun to keep the Time Stone safe, noting that the current supernatural powers of Hua are still too weak to safeguard it properly. Rather than entrusting it to superiors, it was wiser for Jiang Chun to retain it. Thus, the Time Stone remained in Jiang Chen's possession. One serene morning, 3 months later, Jiang Chun received a notification. Tony Stark was arriving in Hua to participate in the controlled nuclear fusion project. The news stirred something within Jiang Chun. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent over 3 months at the Magical Academy, and it was high time for him to venture out. After requesting leave from Master Gui, Jiang Chun returned to the capital through a portal, and after a brief respite, he headed to the airport the next morning to welcome Tony. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the runway of the capital's international airport. Jiang Chun stood at the exit, gazing at the private plane slowly descending. As the cabin door opened, Tony stepped down the staircase, impeccably dressed in a suit with sunglasses concealing his eyes, exuding his usual charm and nonchalance. "Long time no see, my friend," Tony said, removing his sunglasses, his eyes sparkling with delight. Jiang Chun approached and embraced Tony, saying, "Welcome to Huagua. The security measures here are truly impressive," Tony remarked, surveying his surroundings with an expression of admiration. "They're even more advanced than when I last visited." Having just escaped danger on his previous trip, Tony hadn't taken the time to thoroughly observe the airport, but upon his return, he was indeed awestruck by the advancements at the capital's airport. From above, this city appears far superior to New York, Tony smiled, his demeanor relaxed. As they walked and conversed, they arrived at the lounge prepared for Tony. "Tomorrow, we shall visit the Eastern Supering Project in Hefei," Tony said, settling onto the sofa and lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "Why wait until tomorrow? Why not now?" Tony looked at him, puzzled. With a flourish of his hands, Jiang Chun traced a golden arc in the air, and a brilliant portal began to take shape. "Is this your magic?" Tony stood up, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. The other side of the portal revealed a modern laboratory. "Care to give it a try?" Jiang Chun extended his hand in invitation. Tony stared at the portal for a few seconds, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Why not?" he declared, striding confidently into the portal, with Jiang Chun following closely behind. Inside the Eastern Supering Project, dozens of young researchers were diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Tony's arrival caused a stir, as many paused their work to curiously observe the legendary figure. All were young, a majority having watched his movies. Although these scientists often criticized the implausibilities of space opera films, now that they found themselves in this world, they naturally accepted its rules. Fortunately, being young, they were adaptable. And in just 6 months, they had integrated into this realm, conducting new research on the differing physical laws it presented. "This is our nuclear fusion research team," Jiang Chun introduced to Tony. Tony scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the youthful faces of the researchers. "The average age here can't be over 35, can it?" 32, a bespectacled young female scientist stepped forward. "I am the project leader, Lin Yuqing." Tony shook her hand, his face alight with astonishment. No wonder Huagua has made such tremendous progress in such a brief period. Youth signifies boundless potential. Lin Yuqing smiled in agreement. "Indeed." Tony's gaze was intense. "I eagerly anticipate our forthcoming collaboration." Researchers began to gather around, engaging Tony in discussions concerning the intricacies of nuclear fusion technology. Jiang Chun stood aside, observing this fervent assembly of scientists, a swell of pride surging within him. This epitomized the future of Huagua, a cadre of audacious young minds poised to rewrite the annals of technological history. Tony's presence would undoubtedly infuse this project with renewed vigor. Over the past 6 months, our Eastern Super Ring has achieved breakthroughs, now standing just a step away from complete success. Lin Yuqing adjusted her glasses and handed Tony the tablet she held. Initially intrigued by the sophisticated device, Tony soon became captivated by its contents. It contained research data on the Eastern Super Ring's advancements in nuclear fusion technology, detailing the challenges they had surmounted and the obstacles that remained. Lin Yuqing extended the tablet towards Tony, her expression betraying a blend of anticipation and resignation. "You see, our Eastern Super Ring project is merely one step from completion. Yet this step feels insurmountable, akin to a chasm we cannot cross." Her delicate features were etched with fatigue, clearly troubled by this dilemma for some time. 6 months. This marks the duration since Huagua's emergence in this realm. With your involvement, perhaps we can usher in a new breakthrough. Tony accepted the tablet, his attention instantly ensnared by the dense array of data on the screen. He settled into a chair in the laboratory, wholly immersed in the invaluable research material. The surrounding researchers held their breath, quietly awaiting the genius's response. Jiang Chun leaned against the wall, silently observing the scene unfold. He understood distinctly that he was but an ordinary individual. Matters of expertise were best left to the professionals. He resolved to provide support to everyone present without drawing unnecessary attention to himself. Chapter 41. Controlled nuclear fusion. The laboratory lights blazed brightly, illuminating Tony's furrowed brow. Time slipped away, and his fingers danced across the screen. Hours later, Tony finally lifted his head, exhaling deeply. His eyes, reddened from prolonged screen time, sparkled with excitement. I believe I may have discerned the issue. Rising, he surveyed the expectant faces in the laboratory. Gradually, he loosened his collar, revealing the faint blue glow of the arc reactor nestled against his chest. What the Eastern Super Ring lacked was precisely this. Lin Yuqing's eyes brightened as she swiftly approached Tony. Do you mean? Tony pointed towards the data projection on the wall, his expression earnest. The current Eastern Super Ring can stabilize for thousands of seconds, outputting astonishing energy. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this energy necessitates a convoluted transformation process. He gestured in the void, illustrating the pathways of energy conversion, thermal energy, kinetic energy, mechanical energy, and ultimately, the transformation into electrical energy. It is akin to employing advanced technology merely to boil water, a gross inefficiency. Lin Yuqing nodded thoughtfully. Tony lightly tapped the reactor at his chest. The arc reactor is, in essence, a form of nuclear fusion device. The energy it produces, termed arc energy, represents a novel form of energy that can directly supplant electrical energy. My proposition is to convert the nuclear energy generated by the Oriental Super Ring directly into arc energy. This approach not only minimizes energy loss, but also enhances the stability of the apparatus. A low murmur of discussion arose in the laboratory, with glimmers of hope sparkling in the eyes of the researchers. Lin Yuqing fixed her intense gaze upon Tony. Indeed, this is a brilliant idea. No wonder he is Tony Stark. His insight and innovative prowess rightfully earn him the title of the most intelligent individual in the world. Standing at the center of the laboratory, Tony surveyed the surrounding equipment. The Oriental Super Ring is indeed astonishing. Yet it could achieve even greater heights if we could integrate the technology of the arc reactor. His voice resonated with confidence, his determined gaze sweeping over each researcher present. The amalgamation of arc technology with nuclear fusion might just be the answer we have been tirelessly seeking. Lin Yuqing swiftly approached Tony, her eyes alight with curiosity. Other researchers gathered around, their expressions brimming with anticipation and intrigue. Tony retrieved a finely crafted USB drive from his pocket, its silver casing glimmering under the bright lights of the laboratory. He inserted the drive into a tablet, deftly calling forth a series of intricate blueprints and data. Within this trove lay the core technologies of the arc reactor, encompassing everything from large reactors to miniaturized designs. Tony pointed to the soft blue glow at his chest. Just like this, it represents the latest generation of micro-arc reactors. Lin Yuqing leaned closer to the screen, her gaze fixed intently on the intricate data. The other researchers also activated their terminals, beginning to receive the materials Tony shared. Standing by, Tony patiently elucidated each technical detail. He held nothing back, generously imparting the fruits of years of dedication and experience. Indeed, he is a shrewd businessman, yet in this moment, Tony embodies the spirit of a scientist, collaborating with fellow seekers of knowledge to unravel the ultimate mysteries of technology. The arc technology that HYDRA has long sought has not yet been explicitly requested, yet Tony, unexpectedly, chose to impart it to the scientists present. The laboratory buzzed with a symphony of hushed discussions as researchers immersed themselves in this groundbreaking technology. Lin Yuqing's eyes shone brighter, her fingers gliding swiftly across the screen. A look of epiphany graced her face. The efficiency of this energy conversion is simply beyond belief. Time slipped by quietly, and the sky outside darkened. Jiangchen wheeled a food cart into the laboratory, the aroma of delectable dishes igniting the appetite. Everyone, let us take a moment to rest and enjoy some food. The researchers responded absently, hastily grabbing their boxed meals. Some devoured their food in a few swift motions before immediately resuming their work. Others engaged in animated discussions while inadvertently scattering grains of rice across the table. Lin Yuqing sipped only a few spoonfuls of soup, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Hours later, jubilant cheers finally echoed through the laboratory. Mr. Tony's proposal was entirely feasible. With appropriate modifications to the Eastern Super Ring, the conversion of arc energy could indeed be realized. The researchers eagerly exchanged thoughts, their eyes gleaming with hope. This groundbreaking technology, capable of altering the world, had finally glimpsed the light of success. The atmosphere in the laboratory was both intense and fervent. The researchers gathered around Tony, their eyes glued to the tablet in his hands. Complex data flowed across the screen, and every individual held their breath, fearful of missing any detail. Look here, Lin Yuqing pointed to a set of data, noting that the stability of arc energy far surpassed that of traditional nuclear fusion. Tony nodded, his finger gliding across the screen. It was precisely this characteristic that allowed for a sustained reaction in low-temperature environments. The laboratory lights illuminated the focused faces of the team. Suddenly, a young researcher stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What if we integrate the magnetic confinement system of the Eastern Super Ring with arc energy? Before he could finish, the entire laboratory erupted in fervor. Researchers eagerly activated their terminals, launching into fervent calculations and simulations. The rhythmic clattering of keyboards resonated like a stirring symphony. 2 days later, the laboratory was cluttered with drafts and coffee cups. Tony and Lin Yuqing led their team in relentless work, tirelessly refining the new proposal through countless simulations and revisions. Jiang Chun navigated through the laboratory with the food cart, delivering warm meals to each individual. Observing these dedicated individuals devoted to science, a swell of pride surged within him. These were the true change-makers of the world, he thought silently, as he placed a cup of warm coffee beside Tony. In that moment, he dismissed the notion of superheroes. These individuals were the ones genuinely striving for human progress. The Tony of now was no longer Iron Man, but rather a scientist earnestly committed to transforming the world for humanity. At this moment, he was more deserving of respect than any superhero. Tony looked up and smiled at Jiang Chun, his eyes reflecting weariness yet still gleaming with unwavering resolve. The reconstruction project was monumental and intricate. The engineering team worked day and night, seamlessly integrating the core system of the arc reactor with the Eastern Super Ring. The massive ring-shaped apparatus shimmered with a metallic luster under the lights. Each component had been meticulously calculated, and every weld was executed with precision. A week later, the brand-new Eastern Super Ring device stood majestically at the center of the experimental hall. Chapter 42, The Success of Nuclear Fusion. Lu Guiqiang, as the leader, was present at the site, his gaze brimming with anticipation and tension. "Let us commence," he whispered, issuing the command. In the control room, Lin Yuqing hovered her finger above the start button, but hesitated due to nerves. Tony stood beside her, offering a gentle nod of encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuqing pressed the button. The startup program commenced. A soft blue light illuminated the center of the device, resembling a brilliant star. On the data panel, various parameters began to ascend steadily. The blue energy arc rotated under the constraints of the magnetic field, forming a perfect plasma ring. The temperature stabilized within the optimal range. The magnetic confinement system operated normally. Energy output continued to increase. Time flowed by second. 10 seconds, 100 seconds, 1,000 seconds. The device maintained steady operation without a hint of anomaly. After several minutes, silence enveloped the control room, pierced only by the hum of instruments. When the timer reached 5,000 seconds, the entire laboratory erupted in deafening cheers. Tears streamed down Lin Yuqing's face as she clutched Tony's hand tightly. "We have succeeded." Lu Guiqiang's voice trembled with elation. From this day forth, a new chapter in humanity's energy history will be written. In the laboratory, the joy of the successful experiment surged like a tidal wave, enveloping everyone. Tony's gaze fixated on the dazzling blue light, his eyes shimmering with excitement and pride. Lin Yuqing wiped away her tears, her hands still trembling slightly. The control room resonated with waves of cheers as the researchers embraced, overcome with emotion. Jiang Chun stood in the corner, silently witnessing this historic moment, an indescribable sense of emotion swelling within him. This blue light symbolized the dawn of a new era for human civilization. Lu Guiqiang gently patted Tony on the shoulder. "Mr. Tony, please follow me." He gestured for Tony and Jiang Chun to accompany him to the conference room. Inside, soft lighting illuminated the faces of the three men. Lu Guiqiang lifted his teacup, his eyes reflecting sincere gratitude. "Mr. Tony, it is an honor to collaborate with you. The contributions you have made to the technological advancement of HYDRA will be forever remembered." Tony nodded slightly, sipping from his teacup. "This is the result of our joint efforts. Dr. Lin and her team's professionalism is equally commendable." Lu Guiqiang set down his teacup, his gaze deepening. "What are your thoughts, Mr. Tony, on the future promotion of this technology?" Tony lowered his teacup, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. "This technology will fundamentally transform the energy landscape for humanity. I believe it should be promoted and applied as soon as possible." Lu Guiqiang gently shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "For now, we plan to promote it solely within HYDRA, and will not disclose it externally. Tony furrowed his brow, his voice laced with a hint of confusion. Is this not somewhat selfish? After all, this concerns the welfare of all humanity. Lu Guoqiang rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing down at the illuminated city below. Mr. Tony, this world is far more intricate than we can fathom. The threats lurking in the shadows are beyond anyone's comprehension. He turned, his gaze resolute. As a leader of a nation, I bear the responsibility for the safety of 1.5 billion people. Moreover, this technology is a collective achievement. You too possess the right to utilize it and can certainly promote it in the West. Tony fell into silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the teacup. He understood all too well the complexities of the Western world. Those powerful conglomerates would not relinquish their hold on traditional energy easily. Jiang Chun observed Tony's increasingly grave expression, as if perceiving the turmoil within his heart. This world-altering technology would undoubtedly face formidable opposition in the West. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Tony stared intently at the swirling tea leaves in his cup, his brow furrowing deeper. Once this technology emerges, it will undoubtedly upend the existing energy landscape. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. The energy giants would not sit idly by as such a transformation took place. Lu Guoqiang stood by the window, the city aglow in the night. Capitalism has indeed propelled the advancement of human civilization, but when it excessively pursues profit, it can hinder the march forward. He turned to face Tony, his eyes ablaze with conviction. The notion of placing personal interests above all else will inevitably clash with the collective development of humanity. Tony's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping on the teacup, a wry smile emerging on his face. Jiang Chun regarded Tony's countenance, etched with resignation, as if witnessing the heavy shackles of the capitalist world. Lu Guoqiang strode towards Tony, firmly placing a hand on his shoulder. Tony, you will always be a friend of Huagua. His voice was gentle, yet unwavering. Whenever you need assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Turning to Jiang Chun, Lu Guoqiang nodded slightly. Xiao Jiang, please open a portal. I must return to the capital. Jiang Chun traced a golden arc in the air with his hands, a resplendent halo gradually unfolding. Lu Guoqiang stepped boldly into the portal, his figure vanishing amidst the golden radiance. The conference room fell silent once more, and Tony exhaled deeply, his gaze betraying a profound sense of helplessness. He looked out at the distant, bustling metropolis, resting his right hand against his forehead. The titans of capital had woven an immense web of interests. They controlled the media, swaying policy decisions. He lightly tapped the window pane, feeling its cold surface beneath his fingertips. From Wall Street to Silicon Valley, from oil magnates to financial barons, they formed an invisible net. Tony turned to Jiang Chun, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of his mouth. I once believed that Stark Industries could challenge these forces, only to realize now how naive that notion was. Outside, the neon lights flickered, casting reflections upon Tony's weary face. They wielded control over government decisions, steered public opinion, and infiltrated every corner of Western society. Even the military has been tightly controlled by this group of capitalists. Tony shook the teacup in his hand, seemingly treating it as if it were whiskey. Do you know that the American military is no different now? They have invested trillions in Afghanistan. And it is said that just the procurement of weapons from Stark Industries amounts to hundreds of billions. However, after examining the transaction records of Obadiah, I discovered that the military had actually placed orders for less than 100 billion. The hundreds of billions have mysteriously vanished, clearly embezzled by individuals at various checkpoints. Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile faintly. It seemed that in the original world, the wise leader ordered an investigation into the military expenditure in Afghanistan, only for the investigator's plane to inexplicably crash, resulting in the matter fading into obscurity. It turns out that in this world, it is no different. These capitalists have long formed a community of shared interests, and any threat to their profits will be met with fierce backlash. Jiang Chun listened intently, sensing the profound helplessness in Tony's tone. Even I find it difficult to shake things up under this system. Tony raised his head and downed the tea in one gulp, chewing the leaves with force, a glimmer of resignation flashing in his eyes. In a capitalist society, ultimately, capital reigns supreme. His voice was low and bitter. I am utterly powerless to effect any change. Chapter 43. Conditions of exchange. Tony stood up and walked to the window. Western society will never invest in public welfare, as it is destined to be a losing venture. His gaze pierced through the glass, reaching far into the distance. Capitalists only care about investment and return. As for human progress, Tony scoffed. In truth, he was a capitalist himself, which made him acutely aware of this fact. They never concerned themselves with such matters. Jiang Chun observed Tony's silhouette, feeling the inner turmoil and helplessness of the Iron Man. The capital magnates controlling the West act as an invisible high wall, now obstructing the advancement of Western civilization. Tony gazed out at the bustling city, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. Jiang Chun, can your teleportation magic send me back to New York? A trace of yearning laced Tony's voice. He missed Pepper a bit. Of course, it's not difficult for me. Jiang Chun traced a golden arc with his hands in the air, a brilliant halo slowly unfurling. Through the portal, the familiar sights of Stark Industries appeared before them. Tony looked at the golden ring, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Magic is indeed convenient. Would you like to join me for a visit? Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, stepping through the portal alongside Tony. As the light flickered, the two found themselves in New York. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the studio, starkly contrasting the neon lights of HYDRA at night. Tony strolled to the bar and retrieved 2 crystal glasses. Amber whiskey flowed slowly into the cups, the ice clinking crisply against the glass. He lifted his glass, his expression markedly more relaxed. The familiar surroundings seemed to calm the turbulence within him. The sound of high heels echoed, approaching from afar. Pepper pushed open the door and paused momentarily upon seeing Tony. Tony, aren't you in HYDRA? What brings you back so suddenly? She approached swiftly, her brow furrowed with concern. Tony raised his glass, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Chun has magic. He sent me back directly. Pepper cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Chun. Magic? Tony, you haven't been drinking again, have you? She reached out, intending to feel Tony's forehead. This skepticism towards magic was precisely why it had failed to flourish in contemporary society. People were always doubtful. Tony gazed into Pepper's worried eyes, warmth flooding his heart. The once licentious playboy was a relic of the past. Now, he wished solely to protect this woman who constantly fretted over him. Those nights of indulgence had faded into memory. Pepper's presence filled his world, soothing the emptiness within him. He took a gentle sip of whiskey, his gaze softening as he looked at Pepper. This was the life he truly desired. Believe it or not, Tony shrugged. By the way, the plane is still in HYDRA. Please arrange for the pilot to bring it back tomorrow. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden hue upon Tony's face. Pepper opened her notebook and jotted down the instruction. All right, I'll take care of it. She closed the notebook, her high heels clicking against the floor as she walked away. There are many matters to attend to at the company. I must get to work. Tony watched Pepper's retreating figure, a gentle glow in his eyes. He turned to Jiang Chun, a proud expression crossing his face. So what do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Jiang Chun shook his head, taking a sip of whiskey. By my standards, I still prefer Eastern beauties. When men converse, they tend to revolve around 2 topics, career and women. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Come on, blonde bombshells are the way to go. Leaning against the bar, he lightly tapped his fingers against the glass. Having reformed, Tony ultimately realized that Pepper was the best choice. Jiang Chun remained unfazed, his gaze drifting to the bustling streets of New York. To each their own, I suppose. Jiang Chun shrugged, steadfast in his aesthetic beliefs, unaffected by Tony's remarks. Though blonde bombshells could be alluring, he would not invest his emotions in them. The whiskey swirled in the glass, ice clinking with a crisp sound. Tony stared at the amber liquid, his expression growing contemplative. Jiang Chun, can others learn magic? Jiang Chun set down his glass, his gaze shifting to the darkening sky outside. Of course, it's not particularly difficult. He turned to face Tony, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. What is this? Do you wish to learn magic? Tony shook his head, his fingers lightly tapping the glass again. Not for me, but for Pepper. He took a deep breath, his gaze softening. I wish she could possess some self-defense capabilities, at least mastering the magic of portals. The waning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon Tony's resolute features. This way, she could swiftly escape danger, which would also be convenient for me. A flight takes 20 hours, yet through a portal, one could return to America in an instant. The disparity is indeed immense. Jiang Chun regarded Tony thoughtfully, and he nodded, stating, theoretically, it is indeed feasible, but the key lies in individual talent. Tony raised an eyebrow, his body unconsciously leaning forward. If Pepper could learn the portal magic, I could share the technology of the Ironmonger and Mark II with you. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. The armor technology was undoubtedly an enticing bargaining chip for China. He tightened his grip on the crystal cup, his resolve solidifying within. No matter what, Pepper must master the portal magic. Previously, he had proposed obtaining the armor technology for China, but Tony had consistently refused. Now, however, Tony was finally relenting. As long as he could protect Pepper, he was willing to entrust the armor technology to China. Of course, Tony's change of heart was significantly influenced by his recent visit to China. Witnessing the country's genuine efforts for societal improvement, he began to believe that their military existed to safeguard the populace. Over the past few days, he had forged some camaraderie with Chinese scientists. From small interactions, he gleaned the overarching aspirations of the nation. In comparing China and the United States, Tony found himself leaning toward China, particularly having collaborated on the enhancement of controllable nuclear fusion technology. He understood that China required greater strength to protect all of this. Thus, fueled by a few drinks, he sought to exchange the technology for Pepper's self-defense abilities. Most importantly, Tony had already shared the technology of the arc reactor, the core of the armor technology. In his view, with the ingenuity of Chinese scientists, it would not be long before they could develop their own armor. The exterior of the armor was relatively simple. The challenge lay within its energy source, namely the technology of the miniature arc reactor. Without this, the resulting armor would merely be a hollow shell. Chapter 44. The Hulk appears in truth. Since China transitioned into this world, various research institutes had commenced studies on armor technology. However, progress had been far from anticipated. Even with a world-class scientific team, they were unable to overcome the energy hurdle. Tony set down his glass, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Not only China, but since Tony boldly declared himself Iron Man, research institutions worldwide had been investigating armor technology. Yet none had succeeded, as they all lacked the most crucial element: the miniature arc reactor. The scientific team of HYDRA has indeed lived up to expectations, designing a plethora of ingenious weapon systems for the battle armor. From close combat to long-range strikes, from defensive mechanisms to auxiliary functions, each element has been meticulously crafted. Regrettably, these concepts remain confined to the blueprints, without a sufficiently powerful energy source to support them. Even the most exquisite designs are but castles in the air. The arc reactor. Jiang Chun softly uttered this name. This invention, which could be deemed as black technology, is a masterpiece that sets Tony apart in the world. Apart from a certain Ivan Vanko, who barely managed to replicate a diminished version, there exists no other individual capable of manufacturing it. Tony raised his glass, the amber liquid swirling within. However, the circumstances have changed. In order to ensure the success of the Eastern Super Ring project, HYDRA has shared its nuclear fusion technology with Tony, who in turn reciprocated by imparting the arc reactor technology to HYDRA. The two parties have effectively engaged in a technological exchange, and from Tony's perspective, he has emerged the victor. With the arc reactor in hand, it is conceivable that, given some time, HYDRA could produce its own battle armor. Tony is acutely aware of this, which is why he opportunistically proposed the terms of exchange. So, are you willing to teach Pepper magic? Tony's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun set down his glass, a slight smile gracing his lips. Certainly, this is a mutually beneficial transaction. However, I must caution you, the study of magic does not adhere to the same logical principles as technology. Tony also rose to his feet, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chun. I have faith in Pepper. She always manages to surprise me. His tone brimmed with confidence. As the wine flowed, a rosy hue crept onto Tony's cheeks, and his gaze became somewhat hazy. Jiang Chun took a gentle sip of his drink, savoring the slight burn in his throat. You know, I have often pondered, what if you hadn't rescued me back in Afghanistan? Tony swirled his glass, his voice imbued with a hint of inebriation. Just as Jiang Chun was about to respond, Jarvis's voice suddenly broke in. Sir, there is a riot at Columbia University. Tony straightened in his seat, the effects of the alcohol dissipating significantly. Pull up the on-site surveillance. Connecting to the surveillance system at Columbia University. A virtual projection unfolded in midair, displaying multiple screens simultaneously. On the campus lawn, a colossal green figure was wreaking havoc. Several armored vehicles had surrounded it, soldiers aiming their weapons. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. That iconic green skin and overwhelming strength could only belong to the Hulk. Bang! An armored vehicle was effortlessly hurled by the Hulk, tracing an arc through the air. The soldiers opened fire, their bullets striking the Hulk, yet only eliciting scattered sparks. The Hulk let out a thunderous roar, the sound waves shaking the surrounding trees. He stomped the ground, charging towards the nearest armored vehicle. The machine gun of the armored vehicle spat fire, yet the Hulk remained unscathed, only fueled by further rage. He rushed forward and seized the armored vehicle, effortlessly lifting it as if it were a mere toy. With a resounding crash, the vehicle was hurled towards another armored car, the cacophony of metal colliding deafening. The military's firepower proved utterly ineffective against him, instead igniting his fury. Tony furrowed his brow as he observed the scene, his expression grave. Bruce Banner, the brilliant scientist, transformed into this beast after a gamma radiation experiment gone awry. Jiang Chun nodded, intimately familiar with this chapter of history. General Ross had relentlessly pursued him, intent on weaponizing him for the U.S. military. Tony let out a derisive snicker, his gaze complex as he watched the chaos unfold on screen. It would likely be ill-advised for me to intervene now. The military still has its eyes on my armor technology. He tapped his fingers on the table, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Let General Ross handle this. Hasn't he always sought to capture the Hulk? Jiang Chun discerned Tony's hesitation and spoke up at the opportune moment. Tony nodded and downed his drink in one gulp. On the surveillance screen, the military equipment crumbled before the Hulk, rendered as fragile as toys. One soldier, notably reckless, dared to engage the Hulk in close combat, but to no avail. Despite his impressive skills, he was sent flying by a kick, akin to a rag doll, crashing into a tree, seemingly beyond recovery. Witnessing this, the remaining soldiers scattered in terror, no longer daring to approach. The footage revealed a military helicopter launching an assault on the Hulk, only to be obliterated by an armored vehicle hurled by the Hulk. In a twist of fate, the falling helicopter was headed straight for a woman below, prompting the Hulk to roar and rush to shield her. This woman was Betty, Dr. Banner's girlfriend. Fortunately, she emerged with only a concussion. This turn of events dissuaded the attacking soldiers from advancing. The Hulk scooped up Betty and leaped away, vanishing into the forest. Tony sighed, a hint of resignation in his eyes. He realized that this farce had reached its conclusion, not expecting the Hulk to make his way to New York. Yet, General Ross would never capture Bruce Banner, just as he would never attain the armor technology. The U.S. military's insatiable quest for power merely served as a tool for their oppression of other nations, which was a significant reason why Tony would never share his armor technology with them. He shut off the projection, raising his glass and giving it a gentle swirl. The military may be morally bankrupt, but the Hulk, a byproduct of their reckless ambitions, is indeed astonishingly powerful. It is a pity that Bruce Banner suffers so, forced to live in hiding. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. A complex expression flickered in Tony's eyes. He wished to remain uninvolved in the military's affairs. After all, he had just announced the cessation of weapon production, and the military still eyed him warily. Intervening in Hulk's matters at this juncture would only invite further complications. Jiang Chun rose to take his leave. It's getting late. I must return. Tony waved his hand. Please send my regards to General Liu. Jiang Chun cast a teleportation spell and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the office of the military district in Huagua. Lu Guiqiang was engrossed in paperwork, and upon seeing him return, immediately set down his pen. What is the situation with Tony? Jiang Chun provided a detailed report of the events that transpired that evening. Lu Guiqiang was particularly intrigued by Tony's decision to have Pepper learn magic. This is an excellent opportunity. If she can master the portal, we could acquire the technology behind the Mark armor, he stated. Keep a close eye on this matter and find a chance to bring her to the magic school. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Lu Guiqiang rose from his seat and paced to the window. The strength of Hulk should not be underestimated. A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. We must gain control over such formidable combat power. According to the narrative, Blonsky successfully transformed into the Abomination, proving the feasibility of this technology. We can certainly replicate this process to cultivate a multitude of super soldiers. Lu Guiqiang turned, his gaze resolute. This will become an invincible force. Observing Lu Guiqiang's serious demeanor, Jiang Chun understood that he had made up his mind. Chapter 45. New mission. Lu Guiqiang stood and walked to the window, gazing at the city lights beneath the night sky. From today onward, you have an additional task. Jiang Chun straightened, awaiting instructions. Closely monitor Hulk's movements and procure his serum sample by any means necessary. A flash of surprise crossed Jiang Chun's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Even without considering the powers of the Infinity Stone within him, his magical abilities had already reached a remarkable level. As Master Gu Yi had once remarked, Jiang Qin's strength was on par with that of Wang and Mordo. Moreover, Jiang Qin's affinity for time and space magic was exceptionally high, making these two forms of magic incredibly potent. Understood, I shall do my utmost, he affirmed. Blonsky, the Special Forces soldier pursuing Hulk, transformed into the Abomination after injecting himself with Hulk serum. However, prior to this, he had also received a version of the Super Soldier Serum injected by General Ross, a lesser variant utilized by Captain America. This serum, while not as powerful as that which Captain America received, bore significant side effects that could influence the mental state of the recipient. In essence, good individuals would become better, while the malevolent would descend further into wickedness. Blonsky was not inherently evil, but his ambition and competitiveness were amplified by the serum, leading to his eventual transformation into the Abomination. Yet, this transformation was not irreversible. It seemed Blonsky later redeemed himself, overcoming the serum's influence and learning to control the power of the Abomination. This also demonstrated that such power could be mastered. Lu Guoqiang's gaze remained firm. We can attempt to replicate this process. His voice was deep and resolute. If our soldiers undergo the transformation, there will be no risk of creating monsters like the Abomination. Jiang Chun sensed Lu Guoqiang's confidence. Sacrifice, kindness, integrity, and bravery, qualities deemed invaluable in America, were commonplace within the ranks of Huagua's military. Lu Guoqiang continued, "This is an opportunity to forge a legion of super soldiers." A complex glimmer sparkled in his eyes. We can create a force more easily controllable than the Hulk. Jiang Chun detected the hesitation in Lu Guoqiang's words, yet it was accompanied by a profound determination. The risks are considerable, yet the potential rewards are even greater. His voice resonated with conviction. Imagine a battalion of super soldiers, loyal, righteous, and formidable. Jiang Chun felt the fervor within Lu Guoqiang's heart, a yearning for the nation's future. This would be an indomitable military force, capable of safeguarding our country and its people more effectively. Lu Guoqiang's gaze pierced through the night, as if he envisioned a glorious future. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun slowly nodded. "I understand. I will give it my all." Lu Guoqiang patted Jiang Chun's shoulder. "This mission may encounter peril. Others will assist you when the time comes. Do not overexert yourself. Prioritize your safety." Jiang Chun nodded earnestly. "Understood." Lu Guoqiang continued. "Furthermore, we need to acquire the Super Soldier Serum. Research on Hulk Serum has yet to be conducted, and the specifics remain unclear, but the simplest approach is to replicate entirely what transpired with Blonsky. First, administer the Super Soldier Serum, followed by the Hulk Serum. This task must be entrusted to you, as Jiang Chun is currently the individual with the best rapport with Tony and Huagua, and the Super Soldier Serum actually originates from Stark Industries. It was Howard Stark who replicated the Super Soldier Serum, which was subsequently sealed by Stark Industries due to its flaws. However, the U.S. military still possesses reserves, which General Ross utilized for Blonsky. To fully replicate the birth of Abomination, acquiring the Super Soldier Serum from Stark Industries is essential. Ensure the mission's completion. Jiang Chun nodded solemnly. "Very well. You should also take some rest. It is getting late." Lu Guoqiang waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chun to retire. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Jiang Chun donned a lightweight combat uniform. He exited his quarters and arrived at the training ground of the Xiangjin Special Forces. In the training area, a dozen Special Forces soldiers congregated at the center, their expressions focused on something. Jiang Chun approached with curiosity, when suddenly a golden light flashed, capturing his attention. Wang Yu stood at the heart of the crowd, a golden energy sphere hovering in his hand. With a gentle wave, the energy sphere transformed into countless tiny specks of light, dancing in the air. The comrades gasped in awe, their eyes glimmering with envy. "What kind of magic is this? It is truly remarkable," one soldier exclaimed in delight. Wang Yu smiled and explained, "This is a form of energy manipulation magic, utilized for detecting the surrounding environment." Yang Rui joined the demonstration, bringing his hands together as a golden magic array unfolded before him. This is a protective spell capable of withstanding bullets and explosions, akin to those frequently employed by sorcerers in films, and it boasts considerable defensive strength, Yang Rui proudly proclaimed. His comrades gathered around, eagerly inquiring about the intricacies of the magic. Wang Yu, noticing their keen interest, resolved to demonstrate further. He drew a handgun from his waist while tracing a golden arc in the air with his right hand. Observe closely. This is the perfect amalgamation of magic and modern weaponry. Without aiming at the distant target, Wang Yu pulled the trigger skyward, and the bullet, upon leaving the chamber, vanished midair. In the next instant, the target erupted dramatically, shards scattering in all directions. His comrades stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend their sight. The teleportation spell allows bullets to instantaneously appear near the target, Wang Yu elucidated. This is the optimal application of the teleportation portal. Yang Rui, unwilling to be outdone, retrieved a grenade from his backpack. Behold my hyperdimensional grenade. He tossed it lightly, and it disappeared into the air moments later. A thunderous explosion resonated from hundreds of meters away, enveloped in smoke and debris. Incredible, my brother, his comrades exclaimed excitedly. If we master these spells, our combat capabilities will be significantly enhanced. The enemy will be utterly unprepared for our methods of attack. Wang Yu and Yang Rui exchanged satisfied glances, pleased with their comrades' reactions. Jiang Chen too was taken aback by their astonishing displays. He had never envisioned magic could be wielded in such a manner. Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, his eyes brimming with pride. In just a month, the first cohort will graduate. When that happens, we shall return to guide you, enabling more comrades to learn magic. Yang Rui added. Moreover, those who excel will have the opportunity to pursue further studies at a magic academy. I firmly believe our special forces will surpass other battalions. The comrades erupted in enthusiastic applause, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Yang Rui noticed Jiang Chen standing nearby and warmly greeted him. Jiang Chen, you've arrived. We have received a mission from the general and will execute it alongside you. Recalling Lu Guoqiang's mention of assistance, Jiang Chen surmised it would indeed be Wang Yu and Yang Rui. This was fortuitous. After all, they were familiar faces, making collaboration far more effortless. Chapter 46. The emergence of Banner. Although Jiang Chen had spent the past few months in the military, he did not truly consider himself a soldier, as dangerous missions were not meant for him alone. It seems we shall be fighting side by side once more, he remarked with a smile. Wang Yu patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Indeed, this mission is of paramount importance to us. The three of us working in unison will surely achieve remarkable results. Jiang Chen smiled. Facing Hulk alone left him feeling uncertain, but with the support of Wang Yu and Yang Rui, he felt considerably more at ease. When do we depart? Jiang Chen inquired. Wang Yu glanced at his watch. According to the plan, we are set to depart tonight, coinciding with daytime there. We shall rest well today. For this evening, we must immerse ourselves entirely in the mission. Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After conversing with their comrades for a while longer, the three retired to their quarters, awaiting the commencement of the task. As night fell, Jiang Chen and his companions donned their gear, ready for departure. Wang Yu conducted a final inspection of their equipment, ensuring everything was in order. Are we all prepared? He surveyed his two teammates. Yang Rui and Jiang Chen nodded resolutely. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu opened the portal leading to Tony's residence. A golden light blossomed in the air, forming a circular gateway. In Tony's seaside villa, Pepper approached him with a stack of documents. Tony, regarding next week's product launch, but her words were abruptly interrupted as she stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the golden circular portal that had materialized in the living room, from which three figures emerged. Wow, look who's here, Tony exclaimed, rising and opening his arms wide. My dear friends from Huagua, welcome. He turned to Wang Yu and Yang Rui, extending his hand. Wang Yu, long time no see. And who might this be? Tony inquired, eyeing Yang Rui curiously. This is our comrade, Yang Rui. And this is Iron Man, Tony Stark, Jiang Chen introduced with a smile. A pleasure to meet you, Tony said, nodding amicably at Yang Rui before pivoting to Pepper, grinning as he introduced, Pepper, this is the magic I mentioned to you. He gestured toward the portal, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Isn't it astonishing? I believe you should learn this as well. Pepper opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She glanced between the portal and the trio, finally settling her gaze on Tony. Tony, are you serious? I don't have time. Tony interrupted her, his tone turning earnest. Pepper, think about it. If you could master the portal magic, how convenient would that be? He moved closer to her, gently taking her hand. You would never have to worry about traffic delays. You could appear anywhere, anytime. Pepper furrowed her brow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. Seizing the moment, Tony continued, and whenever I need your assistance, you could be by my side in an instant. No matter where I am in the world, right? Upon hearing this, Pepper's expression softened. She sighed, shaking her head in resignation. All right, Tony, you've won. But I must first finish my current tasks. She turned to Jiang Chun, offering a polite smile. Once I wrap up my work, I will visit HYDRA on a business trip. Tony clapped his hands in excitement, turning to Jiang Chun. Haha, I told you, Pepper would surely agree. Tony was filled with joy, for if Pepper mastered the art of portal magic, he would be the one to benefit the most. However, she could not guarantee her ability to learn this magic. Yet, the allure of the portal magic was undeniably strong for her. Not to mention, the ability to travel wherever she wished would undoubtedly enhance her work efficiency significantly. Rest assured, we will find a way, Jiang Chun vowed. Determined to see Pepper learn the portal spell, especially for the sake of the technology behind the marked suit. All right, I have much work to attend to. You all continue your conversation, Pepper announced, turning to leave. With Tony's nonchalant demeanor and Obadiah's departure, nearly all responsibilities of Stark Industries rested upon her shoulders. Go on. Tony waved his hand, and Pepper hurried off to the company, leaving the others to chat in the living room. As night fell, a heavy shroud of dark clouds enveloped the New York sky. Jiang Chun stood by the window, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. Suddenly, Wang Yu's phone vibrated, shattering the silence in the room. There's new information. Yang Rui's deep voice came through the phone, and Jiang Chun glanced over to see Yang Rui's face on the screen. Their superiors had just informed them that they intercepted a conversation involving Mr. Blue, and Yang Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dr. Banner will visit him tomorrow night. Is he finally coming? Wang Yu's voice revealed a hint of nervousness. The phones developed through the collaboration between Stark Industries and Huaxing Group had become mainstream products, and because the system was provided by HYDRA, it was easy to intercept communications from specific individuals. I will install surveillance cameras in Dr. Stein's laboratory to seize the opportunity, Yang Rui stated, heading to the Harlem district where Dr. Stein was located to set up and monitor. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, both understanding the critical nature of the impending operation, their eyes shining with determination. In the early hours of the following day, a golden portal suddenly appeared in Dr. Stein's laboratory. Using magic, Yang Rui silently entered the lab. His gaze swiftly scanned the rows of documents. While the private laboratory was not particularly advanced, it held a wealth of research materials, including studies on the blood samples provided by Dr. Banner. To avoid raising suspicion, Yang Rui refrained from altering any documents and merely installed miniature cameras at crucial locations. The entire process was executed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. Once he completed his task, Yang Rui exited through the portal, leaving everything unchanged to avoid any hint of suspicion. Time passed quietly, and as night descended, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu received Yang Rui's notification. Bruce Banner has appeared. Yang Rui's voice was tinged with tension and excitement as he made his way to Dr. Stern's laboratory alongside Betty. It appeared he was about to receive an injection of the suppressive drug. Wang Yu's voice echoed through the phone as the three quickly connected, observing the laboratory's every movement through the surveillance footage. They witnessed Dr. Banner, accompanied by his girlfriend Betty and under Dr. Stern's guidance, anxiously entering the lab. Dr. Stern engaged in hushed conversation with the pair, his demeanor warm yet focused. Moments later, Bruce Banner reclined on the examination table as Dr. Stern prepared to administer the injection with utmost care. Suddenly, Dr. Banner's body convulsed violently, his muscles swelled, and his skin took on a green hue. The enormous green figure nearly filled the entire laboratory. Dr. Stern recoiled in terror, yet Hulk did not go into a frenzy. A few seconds later, the green dissipated, and Dr. Banner returned to his normal state, albeit looking remarkably frail. Chapter 47. The frantic Blonsky. At that moment, the laboratory's silence was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen uproar. The sound of shattering glass accompanied by heavy footsteps reverberated throughout the space. A contingent of heavily armed soldiers surged in like a tidal wave, their dark gun barrels aimed at the three individuals within. It was evident that the U.S. military had intercepted Dr. Stern's communications and was aware of the situation at hand, having monitored Dr. Stern's emails. Instinctively, Dr. Banner positioned himself protectively in front of Betty, while Dr. Stern raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Do not move," barked the commanding officer. The soldiers swiftly subdued the trio, roughly pinning Bruce Banner to the ground. Betty let out a gasp, and a fleeting glimmer of green flashed in Dr. Banner's eyes before vanishing again. Dr. Stern trembled as he attempted to explain. Wait. There must be some misunderstanding. His words were abruptly cut off as a soldier struck him forcefully in the back with the butt of his rifle. The atmosphere in the laboratory was thick with tension and fear, the hum of machinery intertwining with the rapid breaths of the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, a tall man with an air of arrogance strode into the room, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform adorned with numerous medals. He exuded an undeniable authority with each step. This man was General Ross. His gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on the subdued Dr. Banner. A cold smirk curled at the corners of General Ross's mouth. Long time no see, Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner lifted his head, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. General Ross. General Ross approached Dr. Banner, looking down at him with disdain. I am performing my duty to safeguard national security. Betty struggled to rise, exclaiming, Dad, are you out of your mind? Bruce has done nothing wrong. General Ross's gaze shifted to his daughter, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face. Betty, you do not comprehend. This man is a ticking time bomb, capable of endangering countless innocent lives at any moment. Betty glared at her father, exclaiming, You are the one who fails to comprehend. Bruce had been striving to maintain his composure. He required assistance, not to be treated as a criminal. General Ross's expression hardened further. Enough. Betty, you are blinded by emotion. This is a matter of national security, one in which you have no authority to interfere. Dr. Banner inhaled deeply, endeavoring to remain calm. General Ross, we have administered the antidote. The Hulk has been subdued. The general's countenance darkened as he glared at him, inquiring, You claim you have administered the antidote. His prior words had merely been directed at Betty. The notion of national security was merely a pretext. He sought to harness the Hulk's power. Dr. Stern finally summoned the courage to speak. General, please listen. Our ongoing research may yield groundbreaking discoveries for humanity. General Ross cast a frigid glance at him. Silence, Dr. Stern. You too shall be held accountable for your actions. His desire for the Hulk's strength had led to his fury at being thwarted by Dr. Stern's treatment. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Everyone sensed the impending conflict. General Ross turned to his subordinates and commanded, Take them both away. The soldiers immediately complied, roughly apprehending Dr. Banner and Betty. Betty continued to struggle. Father, you cannot do this. General Ross averted his gaze from his daughter and strode towards the door. Before exiting, he turned back to the two soldiers remaining, instructing, Keep a close watch on Dr. Stern. Do not allow him to scheme. With General Ross's departure, only Dr. Stern and the two armed soldiers remained in the laboratory. The air was thick with fear and unease as Dr. Stern trembled in his chair, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. He still could not comprehend what had transpired. He had merely sought to assist Dr. Banner in his ailment. So how had it escalated to the arrival of armed soldiers? Just then, the laboratory door swung open once more. A burly, grim-faced soldier entered, his eyes radiating a menacing glint that sent chills down one's spine. This man was Blonsky. He strode into the laboratory, scanning the room. Suddenly, Blonsky raised his weapon and fired 2 shots at the soldiers. Bang! Bang! The gunfire reverberated within the confined space, deafeningly loud. The 2 soldiers fell, unable to react, collapsing into a pool of blood. Dr. Stern watched in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Blonsky turned, his icy gaze fixated on Dr. Stern. Dr. Stern, his voice was low and menacing. I have heard that you are researching the Hulk's power? Dr. Stern's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he struggled to swallow. I don't understand what you're saying. Blonsky let out a cold laugh and slowly approached. Don't play the fool, Doctor. I know you are studying Banner's blood. He leaned closer, locking eyes with Dr. Stern. Tell me, can you make me into such a monster as well? Dr. Stern's pupils dilated with fear, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His mind raced, weighing the risks of truth against the consequences of deceit. Ultimately, under Blonsky's menacing gaze, Dr. Stern trembled as he spoke. In theory, it is possible, but it is exceedingly dangerous, and I have no guarantees. Blonsky interrupted him. I don't care about danger. Tell me how to do it. Dr. Stern inhaled deeply, striving to steady his trembling voice. Perhaps it could be done by injecting Hulk serum, but the process is highly unstable and could lead to unpredictable outcomes. A glimmer of madness flickered in Blonsky's eyes. Then let us proceed now? Dr. Stern's eyes widened in terror. What? Are you certain you wish to do this? It is far too risky. Blonsky remained silent, instead directing the gun's muzzle at Dr. Stern's forehead. I said, do it now. His voice was cold and resolute. Doctor. Stern felt the chill of the gun against his skin, trembling involuntarily, acutely aware that he had no choice. Shaking, he stood and approached the laboratory table. Very well. Please lie down here. Vronsky's face broke into a satisfied smile as he strode toward the table. He reclined, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Doctor. Stern forced himself to calm down and began preparing the syringe and blood sample. His hands quivered slightly, sweat continuously sliding down his forehead. Are you really sure you want to do this? Dr. Stern asked one last time, hoping Vronsky might reconsider. Vronsky shot him a cold glance. Less talking, hurry up. Doctor. Stern took a deep breath, aiming the syringe at Vronsky's arm. This may hurt a bit, he murmured, then pierced the needle into Vronsky's skin. As Hulk's blood coursed into Vronsky's veins, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Seconds ticked by, and nothing happened. Vronsky frowned, about to inquire. Suddenly, his body began to convulse violently. Vronsky let out a pained scream as his muscles swelled at an alarming rate. Dr. Stern recoiled in horror, witnessing the grotesque transformation of Vronsky's form. His skin turned a ghastly shade of gray-green, and bones cracked ominously. His body continued to expand, swiftly exceeding the table's capacity. The sound of metal breaking accompanied Vronsky's roars, causing the entire laboratory to tremble. Instruments and glassware cascaded to the ground, shards scattering in every direction. Doctor. Stern attempted to flee, yet a heavy apparatus struck him on the head. He collapsed to the floor, his consciousness fading. The last sight he beheld was that of a colossal, twisted monstrosity rising before him, Abomination. The creature surveyed its surroundings, emitting a deafening roar, its eyes ablaze with fury and a thirst for destruction. With a single punch, Abomination shattered the laboratory walls and surged into the outside world, fixated on a singular goal, to confront the Hulk. Meanwhile, within the now quiet laboratory, a golden light shimmered as a portal materialized. Yang Rui stepped forth, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the scene. Broken glass and scattered instruments littered the floor, the air thick with a pungent chemical odor. In a corner lay the lifeless bodies of 2 American soldiers, blood pooling on the ground. Dr. Stern lay unconscious, a wound on his forehead still seeping blood. With an impassive expression, Yang Rui surveyed his surroundings and strode purposefully toward the workbench, observing the remnants of blood. It appeared the experiment had reached its conclusion. He murmured softly, a frown creasing his brow. With another wave of his hand, a second portal opened behind him, through which a dozen fully armed Chinese soldiers entered in a swift and silent procession. They expertly dismantled the instruments, collected samples, and packaged documents. The entire operation executed with precision, as though rehearsed countless times. Yang Rui stood aside, maintaining the portal's operation. In mere minutes, the expansive laboratory was emptied, leaving only bare walls and 3 lifeless bodies. Yang Rui's gaze settled upon Dr. Stern, lost in thought. He crouched to examine the wound on the doctor's forehead closely. Intriguing, it seems Hulk's blood has entered his system. Might he yet transform into the formidable leader to come? Yang Rui mused. Rising, he gestured to the soldiers beside him. Take him as well, he may prove useful. Not to mention, Dr. Stern's intellect is considerable, especially with Hulk's blood potentially altering his brain. The soldiers promptly complied, lifting Dr. Stern and departing through the portal. Yang Rui cast a final glance around the now desolate laboratory, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The American military? S.H.I.E.L.D. Not a trace shall be left for you. He too stepped into the portal, a flash of golden light heralding the laboratory's return to silence. Simultaneously, chaos erupted throughout the city. Abomination rampaged like a wild beast, barreling down the streets. His massive fists obliterated car after car, metal twisting and contorting under the force. Screams and sirens echoed in a cacophony as the crowd scattered in terror. Abomination howled to the heavens, his voice saturated with rage. Hulk, come out and face me. Each step he took sent tremors through the ground, leaving deep impressions in his wake. The glass of the buildings shattered under the impact of the shockwave. High above, a military helicopter hovered, where General Ross and Dr. Banner stood at the door, gazing down at the chaos below. The expression on General Ross's face was one of shock and confusion. What is happening? He murmured, his voice trembling slightly. He could not comprehend why another creature, akin to the Hulk, had emerged once more. Dr. Banner's expression was even more intricate, a blend of astonishment, anger, and concern. He turned to General Ross, his eyes glinting with inquiry. General Ross, what exactly did you do? Dr. Banner's voice was low, filled with suppressed fury. I don't know, he stammered, losing the poise he typically maintained. The helicopter continued to circle above, the roar of its blades nearly drowned out by the pandemonium below. General Ross gripped the edge of the door tightly, his knuckles turning white. His gaze remained fixated on the enormous gray figure on the ground, his pupils quivering. The deafening roar of the abomination echoed, akin to a rampaging beast, with screams rising and falling in a cacophony. Witnessing the havoc wreaked by the creature, General Ross abruptly pressed the communicator, commanding, "All troops, engage immediately. Stop that monster at all costs." On the ground, the army surged toward the abomination like a tide. Tanks thundered, and rockets whistled through the air. Yet, these attacks were merely an annoyance to the creature. It roared furiously, smashing a tank with a single blow. Soldiers scattered in panic, cries of terror echoing, and General Ross, observing this calamity, turned pale. He clenched his fists, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. Conventional weapons are utterly ineffective against it." Dr. Banner inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "General, perhaps I am the only one who can stop it. Let me go." Betty suddenly grasped Dr. Banner's arm, exclaiming, "Bruce, no. You just injected the suppressant. If you transform, all will be in vain." Dr. Banner gently held Betty's hand, his gaze softening. "Betty, I have no choice. Only the Hulk can thwart that creature." He turned to General Ross, his tone firm. "General, allow me. It is the only way." General Ross paused for a moment, then finally nodded. "Very well, Banner. But remember, if things spiral out of control, I will take necessary measures." Dr. Banner nodded, casting a deep glance at Betty. "I will return, trust me." Without waiting for her response, he leapt from the helicopter. Betty gasped, rushing toward the door. "Bruce." General Ross seized her arm. "Don't be foolish, Betty. He knows what he is doing." Dr. Banner plummeted through the air, the wind howling past his ears as he closed his eyes, feeling the familiar power surging within him. The verdant hue began to spread beneath his skin, muscles swelling as he transformed entirely into the Hulk with a thunderous slam against the ground. A tremendous impact carved a deep crater, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. The abomination abruptly pivoted, fixing his gaze upon the Hulk. A sinister grin stretched across his face, revealing a menacing expression. "At last, you have emerged, Hulk." The Hulk rose, fists clenched tightly, and roared, "Hulk." The two colossal titans exchanged a glance, the air thick with tension. Chapter 49. Hulk's struggle. The two giants locked eyes, the atmosphere seemingly frozen. Fury ignited in the Hulk's eyes, muscles taut and poised for action. The abomination grinned wickedly, baring his sharp teeth, exuding an aura of bloodlust. In an instant, both behemoths unleashed their roars, akin to two runaway trains hurtling towards one another. The ground trembled beneath their feet, fragments of stone scattering in their wake. They swung their massive fists, two unstoppable forces colliding in the heart of the street. The shockwave reverberated outward, toppling cars and sending bystanders flying. The Hulk's fist connected with the abomination's chest, producing a deafening thud. The abomination staggered back, his skin dented but swiftly returning to its original form. With a maniacal laugh, he seized the Hulk's arm and hurled him into a nearby building, debris flying and tragically claiming the lives of several unfortunate souls. Rising from the rubble, the Hulk charged furiously at the abomination. The two titans entangled once more in a brutal exchange of blows. Each impact resonated like thunder, shaking the entire block. The Hulk seized the abomination's head, forcefully slamming it against the ground, causing the asphalt to crack and dust to billow. The abomination struggled to rise, grabbing a truck to hurl at the Hulk. The Hulk raised his hands in defense, yet the force propelled him several meters back. Seizing the moment, the abomination struck the Hulk squarely in the face, causing him to stagger and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The abomination, grinning malevolently, advanced. But the Hulk roared defiantly and surged forward once again. The two titans exchanged blows down the street, each strike shaking the surrounding buildings, shards of glass raining down like deadly raindrops. Some unfortunate bystanders were struck down by the falling debris. The Hulk grasped a lamppost, wielding it like a baseball bat as he swung it at the abomination. The sound of metal meeting flesh was excruciating, sending the abomination flying several meters. Yet, He quickly regained his footing, laughing maniacally as he lunged at the Hulk once more. The two behemoths wreaked havoc throughout the city, leaving destruction in their wake. Cars were crushed, buildings collapsed, and streets were torn asunder. However, as the battle wore on, the Hulk's movements began to slow, his breath growing labored, and a hint of fatigue flickered in his eyes. This was due to the suppressive serum, significantly diminishing the Hulk's strength. The Abomination noticed this shift and intensified his assault, seizing the Hulk's head and brutally smashing it against his knee, causing the Hulk to stagger back, stars dancing before his eyes. The Abomination relentlessly pursued his advantage, striking Hulk with blow after blow. Hulk struggled to block, yet each defense forced him to retreat further. His movements grew sluggish, and his reaction time noticeably diminished. The Abomination sneered, sensing victory beckoning him, and seized a nearby truck, crashing it down upon Hulk's head. Hulk collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a vast crater in the ground. He fought to rise, but his legs trembled incessantly. The Abomination laughed maniacally, placing a foot upon Hulk's chest. Hulk roared in agony, yet found himself powerless to escape. High above, General Ross bore witness to the unfolding chaos, his complexion ashen. He gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Damn it, Hulk is no match for him. He muttered curses under his breath, bewildered by the turn of events. Suddenly, he pressed down on his communicator, shouting to the ground troops. All units, respond. Immediate support for Hulk. On the ground, soldiers sprang into action. Tanks rumbled toward the battlefield. Rocket launchers targeting the Abomination. Machine guns opened fire, and shells screamed toward their mark. However, these assaults struck the Abomination like mere mosquito bites. He disdainfully glanced at the insignificant insects, casually grabbing a car parked by the roadside. He hurled the vehicle at the tank as if it were a stone. Amid the deafening clang of metal, the tank's cannon bent under the impact, and soldiers fled in terror, their screams rising in a cacophony. The Abomination roared with laughter, as if reveling in a farcical spectacle. He wielded a thick iron chain, sweeping it toward the soldiers. The chain lashed out like a giant whip, sending soldiers flying. The tremendous force was enough to obliterate their heads. General Ross, witnessing the carnage, gripped the helicopter door with white-knuckled intensity, his face contorted with rage. Where the hell is Blonsky? He bellowed at the soldiers below. Report, General. That monster appears to be Blonsky transformed. He attacked Dr. Stern's lab. Damn. Ross's expression darkened as he cursed. No, he murmured, despair lacing his voice. Betty stood beside him, anxiously watching the scene below. Dad, we must find a way to help Bruce, she implored. Ross abruptly turned, a glint of madness in his eyes. Do you think I don't want to? He roared, gesturing toward the rampaging Abomination below, his voice trembling. Our weapons are utterly ineffective against it. Betty bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she helplessly watched Hulk being overwhelmed, her heart aching. General Ross took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He pressed the communicator once more, his voice low yet resolute. All heavy weaponry, concentrate fire. On the ground, the remaining tanks and rocket launchers recalibrated their aim. A torrential barrage of artillery descended upon the Abomination. Amidst the haze of smoke and the incessant roar of explosions, a figure stood unwavering as the chaos subsided. With a malevolent grin, the scars upon his skin healed at a visible pace. Is this all? He mocked, his laughter resonating with a sense of tragic amusement. With that, he seized a massive chunk of concrete and hurled it towards the assembly of tanks, which toppled as if they were mere toys, while soldiers fled in terror. General Ross observed this scene, his face drained of color, lips quivering, eyes filled with despair and dread. Oh God, he murmured, what monstrosity have we created? A subordinate shouted to General Ross, Sir, we must retreat. If this continues, we shall all perish. Ross closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. When he reopened them, a glimmer of resolve shone within. He activated the communicator, his voice low and hoarse. All units, retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat at once. As for the ordinary citizens caught in this calamity, they would surely be disregarded. Once again, it was stated, rescue is the responsibility of a socialist state. The children of God must learn to save themselves. On the ground, the remnants of the forces withdrew like a receding tide. The malevolent figure stood amidst the ruins, throwing his head back in a triumphant roar, the sound reverberating with the ecstasy of victory. Hulk struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily as he gasped for air, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The malevolent figure turned to face him, a cruel smile adorning his lips. "What's the matter, Hulk?" he taunted. "Is this all your strength?" Hulk let out a roar and charged once more at the malevolent figure. Perhaps due to the suppressive drugs, his movements were noticeably sluggish, and his strength considerably diminished. Chapter 50. Pack and depart. The malevolent figure effortlessly evaded the attack, retaliating with a punch that struck Hulk in the abdomen. Hulk doubled over in pain, and the malevolent figure seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut. Hulk's massive form soared once again, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, as he struggled to rise, he found himself utterly powerless. The malevolent figure approached, laughing heartily as he looked down upon Hulk, squatting to grasp his hair. "Tell me," he sneered, "what does it feel like to be defeated?" Hulk struggled to retaliate, yet each movement was fraught with agony. The malevolent figure stood tall, placing a foot upon Hulk's chest. "Farewell, Hulk," he scoffed. "It is time to conclude this farce." With that, he raised his fist, preparing to deliver the final blow. The malevolent visage twisted into a cruel grin as his fist ascended, imbued with destructive power, aimed at Hulk. In that critical moment, a ripple coursed through the air. A golden ring materialized suddenly before the malevolent's fist, emanating a mysterious wave of energy. Simultaneously, another identical portal quietly appeared at the back of the malevolent figure's head. The abomination, unable to restrain itself, unleashed a colossal fist that tore through the portal. With a thunderous crash, it struck the back of its own head, sending its massive form soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into the nearby ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Chun stood in the shadow of the street corner, the golden magical runes between his fingers slowly dissipating. "This technique is indeed effective," he murmured softly. Wang Yu gripped his specially designed rifle tightly, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. They had just been at Tony's residence when they learned of the battle occurring here. At Tony's request, the two had come to this location. Tony was currently unable to intervene. The U.S. military had their eyes fixed on his armor, and any attempt to act would only invite trouble. Moreover, the capabilities of the Mark III were indeed insufficient to contend with such a formidable foe. Furious rage burned in the abomination's eyes. "Who dares?" it roared. "Who has the audacity to ambush me?" Its furious bellow echoed through the ruins, causing debris to tremble and fall. "Come out," it demanded, its bloodshot eyes fixated on Jiang Chun's direction. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu stepped out from the shadows, their figures appearing diminutive against the shattered streets, yet exuding an air of calm confidence. The abomination, upon seeing two ordinary humans, paused momentarily before erupting into maniacal laughter. "You two ants dare to challenge me?" it jeered, baring its teeth in a grotesque grin as its massive hand seized a nearby fire hydrant. With a sound of metal tearing, it wrenched the hydrant from the ground, sending a jet of water skyward. The abomination's muscles bulged as it hurled the hydrant at the two. Simultaneously, its colossal body charged at them like an out-of-control tank. Jiang Chun raised his hands, the golden magical runes swirling in the air. A portal opened at the hydrant's trajectory, leading to an unknown destination. The hydrant flew directly into the portal, vanishing without a trace. Wang Yu, remaining composed, raised his rifle and aimed at the advancing abomination. Bang! The specially crafted bullet, imbued with radiant energy, struck the abomination squarely in the forehead. Its charge faltered momentarily, but soon resumed unabated. The bullet left merely a shallow indentation upon its skin, which healed almost instantaneously. "This is absurd," Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Such regenerative power seemed to defy the laws of physics. Furthermore, the weapon had been enchanted through the research of the Ancient One, thus qualifying as a rudimentary magical weapon. While its power had been significantly enhanced, it appeared to inflict minimal damage on the abomination. As Wang Yu spoke, he retreated, continuously firing to restrain the abomination's advance. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun seized the opportunity to approach Hulk, green magical light swirling in his hands. The energy of time magic enveloped Hulk, his injuries visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Hulk opened his eyes, the flames of anger rekindling within. He leaped into the air, emitting a thunderous roar. The ground beneath him cracked, and he surged forth like a cannonball aimed at his adversary. As the foe turned to confront him, the two colossal figures collided once more. This time, the collaboration of Jiang Chun and Wang Yu played a pivotal role. Whenever the adversary gained the upper hand, a portal would miraculously appear, either causing his attacks to go awry or redirecting his fists back at himself. Although Wang Yu's specially crafted bullets could not inflict severe damage, they persistently disrupted the opponent's movements. Hulk's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, fueled by an ever-mounting fury. The adversary gradually found himself on the back foot, retreating under relentless pressure. His movements began to slow. Unlike the true Hulk, he did not possess boundless stamina and, over time, began to tire. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's chest. The massive form of the adversary soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, carving a deep trench in the ground. He skidded across the earth for several dozen meters, ultimately crashing into a few streetlights before coming to a halt. Hulk felt a resurgence of formidable strength within him and, capitalizing on the moment, unleashed another heavy blow upon the adversary. The impact resonated, with the opponent's vast body sinking deeply into the ground. Struggling to rise, his movements were noticeably more sluggish than before. Hulk, emboldened by the battle, roared, shattering the glass of nearby structures. Each punch carried earth-shattering force, driving the adversary back, leaving him battered and bruised. His once proud regenerative abilities could no longer keep pace with the rate of his injuries. "This is impossible," the adversary bellowed in defiance. Hulk seized him by the neck, lifting him high. With a tremendous crash, the adversary was slammed back to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. He struggled to rise, but was met with Hulk's foot firmly pressing on his chest. Hulk's gaze swept the ground, spotting the iron chains previously wielded by the adversary. He bent down and swiftly ensnared the foe with the chains, binding him tightly. The adversary fought desperately to break free, but the sturdy restraints held firm. Hulk howled triumphantly, as if proclaiming his victory. In the distance, the sound of helicopters echoed, signaling the approach of American forces. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged knowing glances. It was time to retreat. Jiang Chun gestured in a circular motion, and a golden portal unfurled on the ground, leading to the distant east. It swallowed both Hulk and the adversary whole. In the Lop Nur Desert, beneath the vast and desolate Gobi, hundreds of armored vehicles were positioned, encircling the central area. Soldiers, armed with heavy weaponry, anxiously observed the two titans. At this moment, both Hulk and the adversary were utterly exhausted, stripped of their former ferocity, swaying as they faced off. As Jiang Chun and Wang Yu emerged, Hulk visibly relaxed, his massive form beginning to shrink, his skin shifting from green to pale. Moments later, Bruce Banner, clad only in his shorts, collapsed to the ground. Loathing lost consciousness, its massive body crashing to the ground. "Reel it in," commanded the officer. The troops swiftly advanced, subduing and escorting the two individuals away. The armored convoy rolled in, transporting them to the nearby military district. Chapter 51. Welcome to the land of Hua. Bruce Banner slowly opened his eyes, the blinding white light instinctively causing him to squint. The pristine ceiling came into view, the scent of antiseptic permeating the air. He felt the soft mattress beneath him and the refreshing hospital gown draped over his body. This was a standard medical ward, sunlight streaming in through the partially opened blinds. To Banner's surprise, he found himself unbound, free from restraints on the hospital bed. Cautiously, he moved his limbs, confirming everything was in order before sitting up. A young Asian nurse clad in a white uniform hurried into the room. "Dr. Banner, you are finally awake. Please do not be too agitated. Take your time to rest," she gently encouraged, pressing him back onto the bed and adjusting the height of his pillow. He surveyed his surroundings, attempting to identify familiar signs when, suddenly, a golden halo flickered in the air. A circular portal materialized in the center of the ward. Jiang Chun stepped through the portal, the golden light dissipating immediately. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment at this miraculous sight. What manner of high technology is this? A form of spatial displacement device? The instinct of a scientist compelled him to inquire. Jiang Chun chuckled softly, shaking his head. "No, this is magic. An ancient and mysterious force." Banner nodded thoughtfully. "I remember now. You were the one who assisted me when I transformed into the Hulk. That battle against loathing would not have ended so favorably without your aid." Memories surged forth, causing a slight furrow in his brow. Where is loathing now? What became of that confrontation? Jiang Chun leaned against the window, sunlight casting a golden hue upon him. "Rest assured, he is in the next room, currently in a state of unconsciousness. We subdued him in the desert. Now we are in a military hospital." Banner sat up abruptly. "Blonsky is far too dangerous. He I understand your concerns, Jiangchen interrupted. But he is merely a pitiable soul blinded by rage and hatred, much like you once were. He must learn to reconcile with the beast within. Banner was taken aback, Jiangchen's words igniting a contemplative silence. He exhaled deeply, a hint of confusion in his gaze. What exactly is this place? He turned to look out the window, sunlight pouring through the glass onto the hospital bed, warm and comforting. Jiangchen smiled gently. Approaching the bedside. Welcome to the land of Hua, Dr. Banner. My name is Jiangchen, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Banner was momentarily stunned, his brow knitting together. The land of Hua? How did I end up here? He murmured, recalling the last scene before the Hulk vanished, surrounded by the military. Jiangchen leaned against the window, sunlight gently outlining his youthful features. Here, you need not worry about being pursued by the military. We shall ensure your safety. Banner managed a bitter smile. Safety? What difference is there between you and the American forces? It is merely a change of scenery from my surveillance. Jiangchen shook his head, his gaze sincere. You may observe for yourself. In Huagua, we impose no restrictions on your movements. This place is vastly different from the United States. You will discover it to be a nation of inclusivity and openness. Banner fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Jiangchen continued, however, for safety's sake, until you have complete control over the Hulk, we will assign someone to accompany you. Should you lose control and transform, he will promptly teleport you back here to prevent any unnecessary harm. Banner bowed his head in contemplation, gradually finding peace within. Having a companion is far preferable to being relentlessly pursued by the military. At least, he no longer has to scurry about like a rat. Seeing Banner's expression relax, Jiangchen nodded in satisfaction. Rest well, Dr. Banner. Once you have regained your strength, we shall discuss matters further. With that, Jiangchen turned and exited the infirmary. A golden halo appeared in the air, and his figure vanished into the portal. Banner gazed at the disappearing portal, lost in thought. Perhaps this place could truly become his sanctuary. The sunlight continued to warm the room, bringing a touch of hopeful warmth. Jiangchen stood by the window, gazing at the distant peaks, pondering the battles in America. After months of study at the Magical Academy, supplemented by the Time Stone for accelerated learning, he had already mastered the ability to separate his spirit at will. Faced with the ferocious struggles of the Hulk and Abomination, he could have easily subdued them in an instant. Yet, within American borders, there was no need to reveal all his cards. Since the American military cared little for urban destruction, why should he intervene? With a light tap of his fingers, a circle of golden light expanded before him, and he stepped through, arriving in Tony's living room. As Tony's friend, he had been assured by Tony that he was always welcome. Jarvis, where is Tony? The sir is currently in the workshop, researching new armor. Jiangchen opened another portal, the lights of Stark Tower reflecting in his eyes. Tony looked up at the golden ring that had appeared out of thin air, a hint of envy crossing his gaze. This portal was indeed convenient. How he wished Pepper could use it too. He set down the wrench in his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiangchen, how did Dr. Banner fare in the end? He has been sent to Huagua for recuperation. They can provide him with the best protection. Jiangchen leaned against the workbench, his tone relaxed. Tony sighed, shaking his head. Perhaps for him, Huagua truly is the best option. At least he can enjoy a measure of stability compared to being hunted by the American forces. Jiangchen chuckled softly. Huagua is unlike America. We understand the essence of inclusivity. Tony was about to interject when Jarvis suddenly announced, Sir, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. requests an audience. With a wave of his hand, Tony impatiently dismissed the notion, just tell him I'm not here. No sooner had he spoken than the electronic door slid open, revealing Fury's imposing figure clad in leather, striding in with purpose. Fury's singular gaze fixed sternly upon Tony, the atmosphere thickening with tension as if the very air had solidified. Rolling his eyes, Tony mused to himself that some things never change. Fury never bothered to knock. You're not the only one adept at computers, Tony. S.H.I.E.L.D. has its own experts, Fury remarked, surveying the workshop. Tony set down his wrench and exaggeratedly raised his hands in surrender. I suppose it's time to upgrade the firewall. Otherwise, we might have to deal with more uninvited guests. Or is it simply a habit of yours to enter without knocking? It's rather akin to trespassing, he quipped, arching an eyebrow in mockery. The workshop's lights glinted off Fury's dark leather, casting a cold sheen. Ignoring Tony's jibe, Fury's eye narrowed as he directed his attention towards Jiang Chun. What exactly does your country intend to do? He queried, advancing with purposeful strides. The sound of his boots echoing against the floor. S.H.I.E.L.D. is equally intrigued by Dr. Stern's research. We deployed a locator in advance. Yet, when we returned to collect, everything had vanished, the signal pointing directly to your homeland. Jiang Chun leaned casually against the workbench, his demeanor unfazed. Chapter 52. The Super Soldier Serum. A brief silence enveloped the workshop, punctuated only by the soft hum of machinery. Fury squinted. I recognize you, Jiang Chun. You visited the States on several occasions. During your confrontation with the abomination, you displayed a form of teleportation ability, suggesting you could have absconded with Dr. Stern's work. Tony stood with arms crossed, intrigued by the standoff. Initially, Fury had sought to engage with Jiang Chun through Tony, yet he found himself confronting the man directly. The metallic workbench reflected a harsh light, and a palpable tension hung in the air. Breaking the silence, Tony offered, "Care for a cup of coffee to continue this discussion?" "Unnecessary," Fury replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Chun. A subtle smile played at the corners of Jiang Chun's mouth. "Such authority. What brings the director here?" Fury crossed his arms. "I simply wish to ascertain your country's true intentions. Must there always be ulterior motives?" Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. The atmosphere in the workshop grew increasingly grave. "In our nation, there is a saying, a villain perceives malice in everyone." Tony interjected, fiddling with his wrench. "If your concern pertains to Dr. Banner, I suggest you return. He is currently safe. Compared to being pursued by the military, he would find better refuge in your country." Nick Fury's brow furrowed. "Do you trust them so readily? As I recall, you spent several days in their territory. Have you, perhaps, been swayed during your stay?" His gaze scrutinized Tony with suspicion. "I trust them, and I trust my own judgment," Tony shrugged. "At the very least, they did not treat Banner as a mere subject of experimentation. Moreover, my last visit to the United States was under the auspices of legitimate scientific collaboration." Fury fell into silence, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Chun gazed intently at Fury. "Director, we both understand that the American government's treatment of Dr. Banner is far from appropriate. We merely provide him with a sanctuary, nothing more. Furthermore, who do you think you are to question me? I would like to inquire whether your S.H.I.E.L.D. is subordinate to the United Nations Council, or is it solely an entity of the United States? I have yet to see any significant contributions you have made to this world. Rather than protecting it, S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to attract a multitude of troubles." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was at a loss for words, only managing a cold snort. "Let us hope that is the case." He turned and strode towards the door, his black trench coat billowing behind him. "Don't forget to knock next time," Tony mocked from behind. Fury paused momentarily, without turning back, and continued to walk away. The electronic door slid shut silently, restoring tranquility to the studio. Tony looked at Jiang Chun. "It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken quite an interest in you." Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. "Who cares? The organization of S.H.I.E.L.D. will inevitably be disbanded." Coming from HYDRA, Jiang Chun felt no obligation to show Nick Fury any deference. "By the way, I came to see you because there is a matter on which I require your assistance." With Fury's departure, Jiang Chun turned to Tony and spoke earnestly. Tony set down his tools, curiosity piqued. "Do tell?" The studio was brightly lit, with Jiang Chun leaning against the workbench. "I wish to inquire about the American Super Soldier program from years past. Surely, Stark Industries still possesses that serum formula?" Tony's expression shifted subtly, his keen gaze fixated on Jiang Chun. "Why the sudden interest in this?" "I need that information." Jiang Chun met Tony's eyes unwaveringly. Tony gently shook his head. "That technology has long been lost. The only existing version is a flawed replica created by my father." Jiang Chun crossed his arms over his chest. "HYDRA seeks to research and refine this technology." Tony furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the workbench. "I don't think that is a wise idea." It was clear that Tony was hesitant, yet it was not entirely impossible. A faint smile crept onto Jiang Chun's lips. Tony's reaction aligned perfectly with the predictions from HYDRA. "We could exchange shares of HYDRA Group for it. We only require 45%, while the remaining controlling interest would belong to Stark Industries. HYDRA Group is a state-owned enterprise, making it quite manageable. This was precisely why we initially chose HYDRA Group for collaboration with Stark Industries." Tony's eyes flickered, clearly intrigued by the proposal. Is this your bottom line? Yes. At the very least, this is the negotiating price given to me from above. Jiang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The air within the studio seemed to stagnate. Tony paced back and forth, his fingers stroking his chin. It was evident that he was quite pleased with the offered price. Although the mobile phone business was merely in its infancy, the vast prospects and immense market had already left Tony astounded. Now, with the ability to hold shares in the collaborating group, Stark could truly spread his wings and earn greater profits. Yet, a hint of hesitation lingered within him. You should be aware of how perilous this technology is. We understand it far better than you do, Jiang Chun remarked, his expression earnest. For the traversers from Huagua, the most crucial aspect was not profit, but power, the ability to stand firm in this new world. Tony halted his steps, casting a profound gaze at Jiang Chun. It seems you are resolute. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering. The machinery in the studio continued to emit a faint hum. Tony inhaled deeply. Give me some time to consider. This matter concerns not only commercial interests, but also ethical dilemmas. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. Tony, we both know that rather than allowing this technology to fall into the hands of others, it is better entrusted to those who can truly utilize it wisely. Tony fixed his intense gaze upon Jiang Chun, the air thick with tension. You are correct, he ultimately conceded. But I require assurances from Huagua. A smile graced Jiang Chun's lips. Rest assured, this information will be kept secure. Moreover, our research findings will also be shared with Stark Industries. Tony nodded and turned toward the workbench. Follow me. The two traversed the brightly lit corridor. Tony entered a password and opened the safe. This contains all the information left by my father. Jiang Chun accepted the thick folder, recognizing the importance of such documents. Typically, vital information was preserved in hard copy. Saving it digitally in this world could be exceedingly dangerous. Who could say it wouldn't be stolen? Just look at Nick Fury. Even Jarvis, a remarkable artificial intelligence, could not prevent breaches by S.H.I.E.L.D. In Tony's home, Nick Fury could enter at will. Had the data been stored on a computer, it might have already been pilfered by S.H.I.E.L.D. without a doubt. After all, it is well known that S.H.I.E.L.D. is more aptly referred to as HYDRA these days. Trust me, you will not regret this decision, Jiang Chun stated earnestly, nodding his head. Tony regarded Jiang Chun, returning the nod. I hope so. Chapter 53. Arc Reactor. As Jiang Chun held the documents, his expression grew increasingly grave. The super soldier serum from Stark Industries, albeit an incomplete version, held profound significance for Huagua. Its value extended beyond the serum itself. It was the research into the transformations occurring within Blonsky that mattered even more. China must develop its own Hulk, and Blonsky's hatred serves as a shortcut. Tony raised his hand and pressed several buttons. The wall slowly parted, revealing a metallic box deep within the safe. These are the remaining reagents. You should take them, he said. Jiang Chun accepted the box. These serums are highly unstable. Exercise extreme caution during your research, Tony warned, his tone laced with concern. Jiang Chun nodded solemnly, assuring him, rest assured, we will handle them with care. The two traversed the corridor, returning to the bright living room. Tony lifted his coffee cup, his gaze contemplative. By the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently establishing a new organization. They have invited me to join, though I have yet to respond. Jiang Chun detected the hesitation in Tony's words. The Avengers, the superhero organization poised to alter the world's landscape. Do you believe you should join? Tony swirled his coffee cup, replying, to be honest, I am rather uncertain. I prefer to work alone. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly. Sometimes, the strength of one is limited. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Oh, next month I will send Pepper to learn about the portal. I will call you when the time comes. Can you pick her up? Jiang Chun stood. No problem, anytime. A golden halo shimmered in the air as a portal slowly unfurled in the center of the living room. Goodbye, Tony. Jiang Chun waved as he stepped through the portal. The golden light dissipated, and the living room reverted to tranquility. Tony gazed at the spot where the portal had vanished, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes. Soon, however, he redirected his focus to the armor design schematics on the table. When it came to wondrous magic, he still preferred technology, which he could control. His fingers glided swiftly over the holographic projection, revealing new design concepts before him. Immersed in his own world, A smile crept across his lips. This was his most familiar domain, the battlefield in which he excelled. Jiang Chun emerged from the portal and, following the announcement, arrived at Lu Guoqiang's office. "Have a seat," Lu Guoqiang said, looking up from the documents he was reviewing. Jiang Chun placed the folder and metallic box on the desk. "This contains the super soldier serum data from Stark Industries, along with some reagent samples." Lu Guoqiang set down his pen and began to examine the materials intently. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also in the process of forming the Avengers, Jiang Chun added. Jiang Chun nodded. "By the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware that we took Dr. Stern's research materials. Nick Fury has approached me. Pay no heed to S.H.I.E.L.D. They have long been infiltrated by HYDRA," Lu Guoqiang replied with a slight smile, closing the folder. "This information is crucial. I will personally deliver it to the relevant departments. You may return to rest and contact me should you need anything." Jiang Chun stood to take his leave, stepping out of the office. Sunlight streamed through the corridor's glass windows, and he squinted his eyes, savoring the moment of tranquility. In recent months, his collaboration with the nation has proven immensely beneficial. His family is well protected, and he no longer worries about financial concerns. More importantly, the support from the state has propelled his capabilities to unprecedented heights. He need not fret over other matters, as the nation stands resolutely in front, allowing him to contribute whenever he is called upon. Life flows serenely, and Jiang Chun dedicates himself to the practice of magic, relishing this rare tranquility. Until one day, a golden portal unfurls before him. From it emerges Master Gui, wearing a mysterious smile. "The project has succeeded. Would you like to witness the results?" Jiang Chun gazes at Gui, perplexed. "What project?" "The Magic Energy Core. A new device developed in collaboration with Hua Country," Gui elucidates. "It is the product of a magical transformation based on the arc reactor. When Howard studied arc energy, he drew upon the principles of cosmic magic. This energy not only substitutes electricity, but also simulates magical effects. After my modifications, even ordinary individuals can harness magic through the Magic Energy Core." Jiang Chun listens intently. This is indeed a remarkable invention. It addresses the issue of magical energy. Currently, magic apprentices face the greatest challenge not in understanding or casting spells, but in the availability of magical energy. Nowadays, apprentices primarily rely on their meditative practices or seek assistance from deities. However, with the advent of the Magic Energy Core, this dilemma is entirely resolved. From now on, magical energy can be produced through technological means. Just look at Hua Country's magically modified controllable nuclear fusion Dongfang super ring. It not only stably outputs electricity, but also magical energy. This entire operation leaves Jiang Chun astounded. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. In the Marvel Universe, arc energy is an inherently unscientific force emerging from the cosmic cube, and its potential to replace magic is not beyond the realm of possibility. Come, let me show you the specific effects. Gui gestures to open the portal, and in a flash of golden light, the two vanish from their location. Upon traversing the portal, they find themselves in a modern laboratory, where bright lights illuminate various instruments that emit a soft hum. Nearby, several scientists from Hua Country are present, among them a familiar face, the brilliant female scientist Lin Yuqing, whom Jiang Chun had met during his time at the Dongfang Super Ring. It appears that her involvement has been significant in the development of the Magic Energy Core. At the central platform, a device radiating blue light captures attention, resembling Tony's miniature arc reactor. This is the Magic Energy Core. It emanates a strange glow that melds technology and magic. Jiang Chun approaches for a closer inspection, entranced by the fluctuations of arc energy. This could very well be a monumental breakthrough that alters the world. I have lived for several centuries. Yet I never imagined that the fusion of technology and magic could yield such wondrous reactions. Master Gui reflects, turning to Jiang Chun beside him. "Master Gui, Jiang Chun, come over and take a look at this." Lin Yuqing was also delighted to see Master Gui and Jiang Chun, greeting them with enthusiasm as they approached. The Magic Energy Core has now stabilized its energy output. After Master Gui's modifications, the arc energy possesses the characteristics of magic. Lin Yuqing excitedly elaborated, clearly satisfied with the results of their research. The essence of most magic lies in constructing specific formations with magical energy to release corresponding spells. With a smile, Master Gui picked up a small device nearby, no larger than a thumb, yet Jiang Chun dared not underestimate it. This module engraved with a defensive magic formation could activate the defensive spell upon infusing it with arc energy. As he spoke, Master Gui placed the core beside the magic energy core, and as magical energy surged in, a golden magical shield was unleashed. Jiang Chun was astounded by this spectacle. Is it possible to manipulate magic in such a manner? Chapter 54. Time Acceleration. Jiang Chun stood before the central platform, gazing at the magic energy core radiating blue light. His pupils reflecting the pulsating glow. His fingers involuntarily lifted and then slowly descended, his face etched with astonishment. This technology, capable of industrializing magic production, completely overturned his understanding of magic. Master Gui gently stroked the surface of the magic energy core, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. Each type of magic requires adjustment to be transformed into a module, which might pose a challenge for scientists in HYDRA. However, for someone like me, who has studied magic for centuries, it is rather effortless. Lin Yuqing hurried to Jiang Chun's side, cradling a delicate ring in her hands. Look at this. We have miniaturized the magic modules. She gently rotated the ring, revealing the intricate magical patterns within. Utilizing confidential processing instruments, a single core can accommodate dozens of spells, crafted into items like rings, and in the future, integrated into equipment. Jiang Chun took the ring, examining the intricate patterns with a surge of emotions. Tony's arc reactor had been propelled to new heights in such a brief time frame. A subtle smile crept onto his lips, pride flickering in his gaze. This is the power of collective intelligence. Thousands of researchers tackling challenges simultaneously vastly outweighs solitary efforts. Even if Tony is a genius, his energy is ultimately limited, while HYDRA boasts a vast research team. Furthermore, now that the entire nation is aware they have entered the Marvel Universe, these researchers are invigorated, brimming with curiosity about everything in the world. In the laboratory, various instruments emitted rhythmic hums, casting blue light upon the focused faces of the three. Lin Yuqing produced several different models of magic modules, detailing their respective functions to Jiang Chun, while Master Gui supplemented the principles of magic, occasionally addressing Jiang Chun's queries. The perfect fusion of technology and magic is nurturing the power to transform the world within this laboratory. I possess thousands of spells, yet I have only reformed a little over a dozen common incantations. To completely revamp them may require an additional 2 years. The Ancient One gazed at Jiang Chun and continued, "The purpose of summoning you is to harness the power of the Time Stone to accelerate the progress of this laboratory." The Time Stone was entrusted to Jiang Chun by the Ancient One, and it is precisely this power that necessitated his involvement. Furthermore, you are unique. Your use of the Time Stone does not yield adverse effects. This was the rationale behind the Ancient One's initial decision to bestow the Time Stone upon Jiang Chun, as it resonates harmoniously with him. Moreover, the Ancient One discovered that regardless of how Jiang Chun employed time magic, he remains impervious to backlash, thereby safeguarding the entire world. Thus, enlisting Jiang Chun to wield time magic and expedite the laboratory's endeavors is undoubtedly the optimal choice. In simpler terms, Jiang Chun's role in this endeavor is akin to that of a tool. We are prepared. Lin Yuqing and another young female scientist nodded earnestly at Jiang Chun. This implies that you shall dwell within the laboratory for a duration of 2 years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was somewhat taken aback. Spending 2 years confined within this modest laboratory seemed implausible. Indeed, just 2 years, Lin Yuqing responded, showing no signs of surprise, clearly having made preparations long in advance. Furthermore, this world presents considerable dangers for us. It is imperative that we swiftly empower our homeland. Lin Yuqing's words evoked a sense of reverence in Jiang Chun. Moreover, we must manufacture samples from the Ancient One's transformative results and systematically integrate these spells. The laboratory is equipped with cutting-edge instruments capable of producing these samples. Lin Yuqing elaborated. Simultaneously, we need to upgrade the arc reactor and the magical energy core, all of which require time. We have also stocked ample provisions in the laboratory, and you may bring us supplies as needed. Lin Yuqing smiled, appearing unfazed by this notion. This is indeed true. The Time Stone accelerates the flow of time within a designated area without severing all ties to the outside world, making it relatively simple to deliver supplies during the process. Moreover, the rate of time acceleration is remarkably swift. While merely a day passes outside, 2 years elapse within. Jiang Chun can effortlessly provide support from the outside, only needing to remain outside for a day to monitor the internal situation. Within the laboratory, I have already inscribed the magical array. Your task will be to activate the power of the time stone. The Ancient One regarded Jiang Chun with a smile. For her, 2 years is a trivial span, as there are times she has secluded herself for periods far exceeding that. Master Gu Yi has spent a considerable amount of time in Huagua, and she is somewhat aware of the changes occurring in the nation. However, she does not seem to find it strange or difficult to accept that she exists within a cinematic universe. Everything continues as usual. Moreover, her prolonged interactions with Huagua have deepened her appreciation for this country. She comprehends the rationale behind Huagua's pursuit of power, recognizing that its strengthening is ultimately beneficial for the Earth, which brings her great satisfaction. Furthermore, the collaboration with Huagua promises significant advancements for the magical realm, an outcome that Master Gu Yi eagerly anticipates, even dreaming of witnessing such a flourishing scenario. Upon hearing Master Gu Yi's words, Jiang Chun refrained from further comments, instead summoning the time stone and activating its powers. Concurrently, the green energy within him, symbolizing the power of the time stone, was also unleashed. The entire laboratory became shrouded in the mysterious forces of time, completely severed from the passage of time in the outside world. It feels like nothing has changed, Lin Yuqing remarked, glancing around in confusion. Of course, you are currently in a place where time is accelerating, so you cannot perceive its passage. Master Gu Yi replied with a smile. Her curiosity also piqued as she looked at Jiang Chun. Indeed, the time stone in Jiang Chun's hands demonstrated even greater capabilities. Very well, let us strive diligently to overcome the challenges ahead, Lin Yuqing declared, taking a deep breath, embodying the spirit of a dedicated worker. Good luck. Jiang Chun encouraged them before departing the laboratory. The entire space was enveloped in the magical array set up by Master Gu Yi, and with Jiang Chun utilizing the time stone to accelerate time, it was believed that fruitful results would soon be achieved. Perhaps this is indeed where magic ought to be applied. Chapter 55. Research Achievements. The integration of technology and magic is one of the ultimate goals that Huagua is currently pursuing. Huagua is acutely aware that in this world, technology and magic are fundamentally the same, a truth particularly evident in Asgard. Therefore, the first step towards Huagua's objective is to transform the nation into a realm akin to Asgard, or even stronger. Only in this way can Huagua secure its self-preservation in the cosmos, which is the endeavor of scientists like Lin Yuqing. An assistant, holding a hefty notebook, diligently recorded the incantations spoken by Master Gu Yi. Jiang Chun stood outside the laboratory, observing the busy figures within through the magical array. Inside, time flowed swiftly like a river. Every hour, he would open the laboratory door to deliver fresh food and experimental supplies. Over the course of 2 years, Lin Yuqing's hair grew long, only to be cut short again, a cycle that repeated itself. She remained utterly absorbed in her work, indifferent to her appearance, a rarity for a woman of her stature. The Ancient One maintained a serene smile, generously imparting her lifelong knowledge. As the first year elapsed, the laboratory became replete with various manuscripts on magical transformations. The Ancient One meticulously inscribed intricate magical arrays into a specially designated notebook. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing diligently focused on the modification of the arc reactor, her eyes bloodshot from prolonged scrutiny of the microscope. Each time Jiang Chun entered the laboratory, he was greeted by the rich aroma of coffee. By the second year, the Ancient One had largely completed her work on magical transformations, rewriting traditional magic to align with the energy characteristics of the magical core. Lin Yuqing, not one to be outdone, discovered a pivotal breakthrough from the blueprints left by Howard Stark. The atomic structure of the new element rotated slowly in a three-dimensional projection. Indeed, it's right here, Lin Yuqing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a specific node in the projection. Contrary to the cinematic portrayal of Tony Stark creating a new element in mere days, the true understanding and fabrication of such an element required an arduous amount of time. The absence of a small particle collider in the laboratory made the endeavor of creating a new element akin to Stark's achievements far from simple. Nevertheless, Lin Yuqing, with the Ancient One's assistance, successfully synthesized the new element. Henceforth, Huagua could produce this new element in large quantities and at low costs, significantly enhancing its military prowess. The arc reactor now emitted an even brighter blue light than before. Each time Jiang Chun entered the laboratory, He could sense the palpable energy fluctuations in the air. 2.5 years had passed within the confines of the laboratory, while merely a day had elapsed in the outside world. When the laboratory door finally swung open for the last time, Lin Yuqing's gaze radiated the wisdom of a sage. In her hands, she held the newly designed magical core, pulsating with intertwining blue and gold energies. The Ancient One gazed at the transformed scientist with satisfaction. The past 2.5 years had proven worthwhile. Lin Yuqing smiled, weary yet proud. Jiang Chun observed her slightly haggard visage, a profound respect swelling within him. Here was someone who dedicated her life to the pursuit of scientific advancement, willingly spending 2.5 years in a time-accelerated laboratory for the betterment of her nation's technological progress. The Ancient One gently caressed the surface of the new magical core, the energy dancing at her fingertips. The flawless fusion of magic and technology heralded the dawn of a new era. She remarked with depth, recognizing the potential of HYDRA, far surpassing that of Asgard, particularly with countless scientists like Lin Yuqing and soldiers devoted to safeguarding their homeland, all of whom would contribute to the nation's promising future. Lin Yuqing compiled all her research data into a hefty stack of documents, each page a testament to her 2.5 years of labor. As Jiang Chun accepted the materials, he felt her lingering warmth upon the pages. This marked a new beginning. Lin Yuqing gazed out at the sunlight beyond the window, seemingly envisioning a brilliant future ahead. The laboratory's door closed for the final time, leaving the marks of time suspended within this enclosed space. Meanwhile, the sun outside had just dipped below the horizon. Thank you for your hard work, Jiang Chun sincerely addressed Lin Yuqing and the others, solemnly holding the new magical energy core and research materials. There's no need for thanks. It is all for the motherland, Lin Yuqing replied with a carefree smile, playfully tousling her hair. However, it appears I should take a break. I'll entrust these to you. Like any woman, Lin Yuqing cherished her beauty. After 2.5 years in the laboratory, despite having her daily needs met, she had neglected her appearance. Now that their work was finally complete, she was ready to take a well-deserved holiday and attend to herself. All right, no problem, Jiang Chun nodded. Then I shall bid you farewell. I'm leaving for the day. Lin Yuqing waved cheerfully and turned to depart. With so many patriotic scientists in HYDRA, how could the nation fail to thrive? Master Gu Yi felt a sense of nostalgia and then smiled at Jiang Chun, saying, I shall return to the school as well. You can handle the remaining matters. During his more than 2 years in the laboratory, Master Gu Yi had selflessly transformed all the magic he knew into technological magic applicable to the magical energy core. Provided HYDRA produced the corresponding core modules, they could unleash this power. This transformation undoubtedly significantly bolstered HYDRA's military strength. In the future, any weapon produced by HYDRA powered by magical energy cores would be capable of utilizing magic. For instance, if HYDRA planned to manufacture an armored suit, these magical cores could be seamlessly integrated into the suit, empowering it with magical abilities. This was truly remarkable. Tony Stark's Mark series suits were merely technological armors. Yet the armors produced by HYDRA in the future would be magical armors. Not only would they boast a plethora of sci-fi weaponry, but they would also wield mysterious and formidable magic. Indeed, Master Gu Yi, Jiang Chun acknowledged, HYDRA's strength is upheld by these unassuming scientists. It is the same in this world. By the way, Master Gu Yi, I may need to trouble you with something later. Jiang Chun recalled that Tony desired Pepper Potts to learn portal magic, and he wanted to give her a heads up. Tony Stark's assistant, Virginia Pepper Potts, might soon come to the school to learn portal magic, and it would be beneficial to have Master Gu Yi's assistance, as he was a true expert in teaching. Of course, no problem. The ever-willing Master Gu Yi, always eager to teach, nodded with a smile, then opened a portal and returned to the School of Magic. After assuming the role of headmaster at the Magical Academy, she seldom returned to Kamar Taj, as the enthusiasm of the apprentices in HYDRA for learning magic was overwhelmingly exuberant. Master Gu Yi particularly cherished the vibrant atmosphere of the school. Watching Master Gu Yi depart, Jiang Chun also activated the portal and returned to the capital, eager to present all his research findings to Lu Guoqiang. He was impatient to witness how these breakthroughs could be successfully applied, thereby elevating the military prowess of HYDRA to unprecedented heights. Chapter 56. Xinyuan. Jiang Chun handed a hefty folder to Lu Guoqiang, who furrowed his brow upon receipt, as if sensing the weight of its contents. Lu Guoqiang slowly opened the file, his gaze flitting between the densely packed data and charts. His initial focus gradually brightened. and a smile crept upon his lips. This was the culmination of Lin Yuqing's team's 2 years of toil. Lu Guoqiang sighed softly, his voice brimming with admiration. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had invested unimaginable effort. Lu Guoqiang closed the file, gently caressing its cover as if it were a precious artifact. You know, Jiang Chun, most ordinary individuals would have crumbled under the pressure of dedicating years to a single research endeavor, yet they persevered. His gaze deepened, seemingly envisioning the countless sleepless nights endured by those figures. This achievement encapsulated the sweat, tears, and even lives of the researchers. Jiang Chun fell silent, a wave of respect surging within him. Even in the previous world, HYDRA had numerous unheralded scientists contributing silently to the nation's resurgence on the global stage. And in this realm, it was similarly this cohort. Lu Guoqiang rose and walked to the window. Sunlight streamed onto his shoulders, casting a gilded aura around him. He turned, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Jiang Chun. You should recall that at the inception of our journey, we devised a plan to establish a special agency, Xingyuan. Lu Guoqiang smiled, drawing parallels to the original World Spear Bureau, tasked with addressing supernatural forces and the myriad threats from the Marvel Universe. He returned to his desk and retrieved a document from the drawer. Currently, all our research findings and the supernatural artifacts we have acquired are being consolidated by Xingyuan, ultimately transformed into research outputs. Jiang Chun accepted the document and skimmed through it swiftly. The arms factory under Xingyuan had commenced the production of the arc reactor, achieving considerable progress. Lu Guoqiang's tone carried a hint of pride, though it soon shifted to one of gravity. However, the progress on the self-developed battle armor is not as promising. It seems as though an unseen force is obstructing our efforts. After all, Tony's armor technology contains numerous scientifically implausible elements. According to HYDRA's research, while advancements have been made and the issues surrounding the arc reactor resolved, we have yet to truly fabricate the battle armor. He looked at Jiang Chun with a knowing expression. Thus, we surmise that the key to our breakthrough lies with Tony. Jiang Chun nodded thoughtfully, understanding the implication. To truly master the technology of the battle armor, one must acquire the perfected techniques from Tony. Lu Guoqiang displayed a gratifying smile and continued. However, the research in other domains is progressing smoothly. He opened his computer and brought up a report. The studies on the Hulk and the super soldier serum have advanced remarkably. Jiang Chun leaned closer to the screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Particularly, with the super soldier serum, we have made substantial enhancements based on the original version, now supported by samples and comprehensive data. Lu Guoqiang's voice brimmed with confidence, indicating that we have reached a stage suitable for clinical trials. Jiang Chun gasped in astonishment. So soon? Lu Guoqiang nodded, affirming that while it remains uncertain whether we can attain the heights of Captain America, we are indeed quite close. Nonetheless, this development far surpasses the serum injected into Blonsky. Coupled with Dr. Stern's research, we are now poised to replicate the process that birthed the abomination, thereby creating our own enhanced warriors for HYDRA. He approached Jiang Chun and patted her shoulder. We are witnessing history, Jiang Chun. The rise of HYDRA is imminent. Jiang Chun felt the weight on her shoulder. Not merely the touch of Lu Guoqiang's hand, but the collective hopes of an entire nation. The power of the abomination is formidable in this world, capable of matching the Hulk in a short span, demonstrating its strength. Furthermore, unlike the Hulk, the abomination retains complete consciousness. As long as its original mind remains untainted by the super soldier serum, it is entirely controllable. It is indeed true that Blonsky, influenced by the super soldier serum, became increasingly paranoid and ruthless, stubbornly striving to compete with the Hulk. Ultimately, it is not the Hulk serum's influence at play, but rather that of the super soldier serum. One might argue that the super soldier serum lays the foundation for physical prowess, while the subsequent injection of the Hulk serum grants the ability to transform into the abomination. Presently, HYDRA has refined the super soldier serum, if the recipient remains largely unaffected. A subsequent injection of the Hulk serum would not result in an uncontrollable transformation akin to the abomination. From Lu Guoqiang's remarks, it is evident that HYDRA is prepared to embark on clinical human trials. By the way, what has become of Dr. Banner and Blonsky? Mentioning the Hulk reminded Jiang Chun of Dr. Banner, and she inquired with curiosity. It has been quite some time since she last saw Dr. Banner, naturally igniting her curiosity. As for Blonsky and Dr. Stern, Although they were initially considered antagonists, Hua's recent endeavors have inadvertently brought them along. She wondered how they were faring now. Concerning Dr. Banner. After Yang Rui and he departed from the base in Lop Nur, they ventured into the sparsely populated areas of the northwest. However, the specifics of their activities remain unclear. You might consider asking Yang Rui when you have the chance. Lu Guoqiang is typically quite occupied, and he seldom pays attention to trivial matters. As for Blonsky and Dr. Stern, they remain temporarily stationed at the base in the Lop Nur region. Lu Guoqiang continued, however, we certainly cannot accept them. They are merely being housed there for the time being, in preparation for their eventual return. A cryptic smile played upon Lu Guoqiang's lips as he added, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been negotiating with us, hoping we would release them, and we can return them in due course. As a representative of the enlightened Chinese perspective, he was well aware that both Blonsky and Dr. Stern are antagonists, not virtuous individuals. Returning them to S.H.I.E.L.D. would merely allow them to engage in their own conflicts. Blonsky is a commendable soldier, currently. He is collaborating with our experiments and engaging in exchanges and competitions with our warriors. To put it simply, Blonsky is serving as a sparring partner. In the previous world, the so-called special forces of other nations have become increasingly inept, but in this world, soldiers like Blonsky possess genuine skills and knowledge, from which our warriors can learn substantially. As for Dr. Stern, he is also in our laboratory, assisting us in the research of the Hulk serum and the super soldier serum. The project's rapid progress owes much to his contributions. After all, as a future key figure, Dr. Stern's intellect has sharpened considerably since being exposed to the Hulk serum, leading to swift advancements in scientific research. However, he is not a trustworthy individual, and the Chinese side cannot afford to place too much faith in him. Once the project reaches fruition, both he and Blonsky will be sent out of China. Regarding Xinyuan, consider it akin to China's Divine Spear Bureau. Chapter 57. Mark 5. Lu Guoqiang regarded Jiang Chun with a reassuring smile. You need not concern yourself with matters here. Return to your cultivation and rest. Jiang Chun nodded, well aware that domestic affairs are in the hands of professionals. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun immersed himself in the realm of magic. In the living room, golden rays of magical light danced in the air, reminiscent of stars descending to earth. With a wave of his hand, the magical light coalesced into various forms, transforming into golden butterflies fluttering gracefully or blooming into exquisite flowers. His curiosity and passion for magic knew no bounds. A few days later, the sudden ring of his phone interrupted his reverie, and Tony's voice echoed from the receiver. Jiang Chun, Pepper is ready. She can go to China to learn magic at any time. Oh, has she prepared so quickly? Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. Of course. You know she has always been fascinated by magic. In truth, it was Tony himself who could not wait any longer and had been urging Pepper. Jiang Chun promptly contacted Lu Guoqiang to report this development. Upon receiving approval, he swiftly gestured to conjure a golden portal. With a surge of energy, the portal gradually took shape, leading directly to Tony's lavish mansion. Jiang Chun stepped through with practiced ease. Tony and Pepper had long been waiting in the living room, their eyes shimmering with awe at the sudden appearance of the portal. Every encounter with this phenomenon left them incredulous. Tony sighed softly, while Pepper clasped his hand tightly, her eyes glistening with reluctance. He embraced her tenderly, advising her to stay safe and assuring her that she could reach out to him at any time. Are you saying this is a farewell? Jiang Chun interjected, unable to resist commenting. Once Pepper masters the portal, you can meet whenever you wish. Even if she hasn't learned yet, just let me know, and I can open a door for you. What is all this fuss about? Pepper blushed, releasing Tony's hand. Jiang Chun led Pepper through the portal to the School of Magic. Standing before the heavy wooden door of the Ancient One's office, he gently knocked. Come in, came the calm voice from within. Jiang Chun opened the door and entered the modern room steeped in magical essence, accompanied by Pepper. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Seated behind the desk was the Ancient One, smiling as she regarded the two. Welcome to the School of Magic, Miss Potts. She greeted warmly. As a supreme sorceress capable of perceiving the past, present, and future, the Ancient One naturally recognized Pepper and beamed at her. Jiang Chun approached her, offering a simple bow. Ancient One, this is Pepper Potts from Stark Industries, Tony Stark's assistant, who is deeply interested in magic and wishes to learn from you. Pepper gracefully acknowledged the Ancient One, the golden sunlight filtering through the stained glass illuminating her face with dappled light. This is the Ancient One, the protector of Earth and the most powerful sorceress. She will guide you in your magical studies, and rest assured, you will learn. Jiang Chun provided a brief introduction to Pepper about the Ancient One. Ancient One, it is an honor to meet you, Pepper said. The Ancient One's lips curled into a gentle smile as her gaze settled on Pepper. The portal magic should not be too difficult for you. But before we begin your lessons, I must show you something. She turned, her palm glowing with a golden light as she traced an intricate rune in the air. In the next moment, Pepper felt a whirlwind engulf her, as if her soul were being extracted from her body. The boundless multiverse unfurled before her, countless parallel worlds floating like bubbles. Pepper gazed in astonishment at the magnificent sight, each universe brimming with infinite possibilities. This scene mirrored the experiences that Strange would encounter in the future, primarily aimed at dispelling any doubts she might harbor about magic. Jiang Chun, standing nearby, watched with keen interest. The Ancient One's voice resonated through the void. This is the true essence of magic. It transcends technology and connects every corner of the multiverse. As she traversed the vast cosmos, Pepper's skepticism about magic evaporated entirely. This is also a drawback for elite individuals who study magic. Deep down, they harbor a sense of skepticism towards it. This sentiment is mirrored later in Strange. Upon returning to the real world, Ancient One turned her gaze towards Jiang Chun. She would stay with me for about a week to learn the art of portal magic. A week? It feels rather lengthy. This thought fleetingly crossed Jiang Chun's mind, as he was eager to acquire Tony's Mark armor technology. However, there was no alternative. He could hardly resort to using the Time Stone to expedite Pepper's learning, could he? The Infinity Stones were, after all, a clandestine weapon of HYDRA, merely in Jiang Chun's possession. Such artifacts could never be exposed to outsiders, and thus could not be employed to grant Pepper an unfair advantage. In truth, since the collaboration between Master Ancient One and HYDRA, portal magic could now be unleashed using the magical energy core, even allowing for the custom creation of a portable teleportation device. Yet, without a doubt, this technology was intended for military use and could not be disseminated. All right, I will inform Tony, and I can come to pick up Miss Potts later. Jiang Chun nodded, bidding farewell to Pepper before stepping through the portal back to Tony's mansion. At that moment, Tony was busy in his laboratory. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and, seeing Jiang Chun, inquired with curiosity, "How is Pepper?" Master Ancient One said she would learn portal magic in a week. By the way, Master Ancient One is the most powerful sorcerer on Earth, so you can rest assured that she will teach Miss Potts magic, Jiang Chun reassured him. At these words, Tony visibly relaxed, a smile of relief gracing his face. Jiang Chun noted the flicker of concern in Tony's eyes dissipating somewhat. "Come and see my latest creations from the past few months," Tony said, turning to press a button on the wall. The floor of the laboratory slowly parted, revealing a silver suit of armor ascending from below. Mark 5. A portable suit of armor that can be folded down to the size of a briefcase. The armor glimmered with a metallic sheen, its streamlined design exuding a sense of technological sophistication. Tony patted the chest plate of the armor, stating, "This allows me to respond to unexpected situations at any moment." Jiang Chun circled around the armor, genuinely admiring Tony's creativity. "Jarvis, retract Mark 5, Tony commanded, and with his instruction, the armor began to fold, soon transforming into a briefcase-sized form, a process that was nothing short of astonishing. "From now on, my bodyguard only needs to carry this, and I need not worry about my safety," Tony declared with immense pride, continuing, "There's no need to fear encountering situations like last time." What Tony referenced, of course, was the previous incident involving his kidnapping by terrorists. With the Mark 5 now in existence, such concerns were alleviated, allowing for the immediate donning of armor whenever necessary. "An excellent design, more agile than the previous models," Jiang Chun remarked, deeply impressed by the Mark 5, a marvel of technology among technologies. Tony proudly puffed out his chest. "Once Pepper returns, I will be able to devote myself to studying more models." Chapter 58. The experimental plan. Jiang Chun stood in Tony's luxurious laboratory, gazing in awe at the fully assembled Mark V armor, which heightened his yearning for his own warriors to don such exquisite gear. The Mark V may well be one of the most aesthetically mechanical armors among Tony's creations. After engaging in a brief conversation with Tony about the future possibilities of the armor, Jiang Chun prepared to take his leave. "Tony, I must be on my way. Until next time. Tony nodded, still fiddling with the components on his workbench. Do take care of Pepper for me. She must learn to use the portal. At the very least, it will provide her with a means of self-preservation. Absolutely. Jiang Chen nodded and summoned a portal. As he passed through the golden ring, the scenery before him shifted in an instant, and he found himself back in the familiarity of his own home. 2 days slipped away quietly. Outside, the sun shone brightly as Jiang Chen perused a tome of magic when suddenly, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Lu Guoqiang and promptly answered. Jiang Chen, the organization requires your assistance. Lu Guoqiang's steady voice resonated. What is it? We are about to conduct an experiment and need your expertise on site. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. I will be there shortly. After ending the call, he donned formal attire and summoned a portal to arrive at the designated location. This was a research base of Xianyuan, nestled within the depths of a towering mountain, its high walls and vigilant guards underscoring its significance. Lu Guoqiang awaited him at the entrance, nodding in greeting and signaling for him to follow. During this time, our country has been actively making strides across various fields. The two walked side by side along the expansive corridor of the base. Magic, technology, and mutated abilities. These are the powers we must command. Lu Guoqiang's footsteps echoed in the vast hallway. Yet, some key figures remain elusive, as if shrouded by an unseen force. Jiang Chen pondered. For instance, such as Dr. Pym, Ivan Vanko, and even Aunt May of Spider-Man. No matter how diligently we search, they leave no trace. Lu Guoqiang's expression grew serious. It seems as though some power is obstructing our efforts. Nevertheless, China did not lose heart. Breakthroughs in controllable arc nuclear fusion technology provided an endless source of energy, while the collaboration with the Ancient One in the field of magic had also achieved significant advancements. Coincidentally, the energy generated from arc nuclear fusion could similarly serve as magical energy to unleash spells. Currently, the Chinese authorities, in collaboration with Master Gu Yi, have devised a grand plan to establish a colossal defensive array that envelopes the entire nation, powered by a large, controllable fusion reactor. This formidable defense is capable of withstanding assaults from Asgard, enduring the onslaught of several Rainbow Bridge strikes without faltering. Should Thanos' army approach, they would find themselves utterly powerless, merely spectators to their impending defeat. A group of individuals traverses the corridor in contemplative silence until they reach a heavy alloy door, which opens slowly. Lu Guoqiang continues to enlighten Jiang Chen about recent achievements. The successful development of the magical energy core has granted us a unique method of harnessing magic. Henceforth, we shall employ magic in an industrialized manner, enhancing the efficiency of our society as a whole. Within the laboratory, dozens of researchers are diligently engaged, with instruments flashing a cerulean glow. The adage that many hands make light work is indeed true. With a multitude of scientific personnel, China will swiftly translate these findings into practical applications. It has not been long since the inception of this initiative, yet a significant number of magical energy cores have already been produced, and numerous spells have been successfully implemented in the laboratory. This remarkable efficiency leaves Jiang Chen astounded. During his period of practicing magic, the advancements within the country have been nothing short of astonishing. Of course, this progress is primarily military in nature, while civilian society remains largely unchanged. Regrettably, we have yet to unravel the secrets of humanoid armor. Despite our best efforts to replicate it, we cannot manufacture Tony's Mark armors. Lu Guoqiang gestures toward a recently produced suit of armor, which is entirely black and boasts a striking design, equipped with a plethora of weaponry. However, Lu Guoqiang hints that it possesses critical flaws. The technological conundrum we cannot surmount lies in the armor's shock absorption capabilities. This is the true essence of black technology, the sort that would astound even Newton. It remains a mystery why China has been unable to decode this technology, especially when even Obadiah's ironmonger has successfully implemented it. Despite having mastered the more fundamental arc reactor technology, and even possessing new elements that surpass Tony's current arc reactor, this seemingly inconspicuous shock absorption technology eludes our grasp. Nevertheless, the armor is capable of flight and combat, albeit at a considerable cost to the pilot, posing serious risks to human life. This predicament is one of the reasons China awaits Tony's willingness to share his technology. With advancements in both magic and technology, the focus of research has now shifted to mutation abilities. Lu Guoqiang leads Jiang Chen deeper into the laboratory, where a sealed chamber contains 2 vials of serum, one a deep azure, the other a vibrant green, representing the Super Soldier Serum and Hulk Serum, respectively. We have successfully elevated their stability to unprecedented levels, yet nothing in this world is entirely devoid of risk. Jiang Chun gazes intently at the 2 vials, inquiring, "What do you need me to do?" "We require your mastery of temporal magic to circumvent potential unforeseen occurrences." Lu Guiqiang gazed at the potion, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. "With no time left for animal trials, we shall proceed directly to human experimentation, thus necessitating meticulous preparation. We have already enlisted volunteers from the military, who will arrive this evening for adaptive training, and by tomorrow night, the experiment shall commence. Your temporal magic possesses the capability to avert mishaps." At this juncture, Jiang Chun comprehended his task, to wield the power of time magic during the human trials to mitigate possible risks. This not only ensures the safety of the soldiers participating in the experiment, but also allows for the identification and rectification of errors, facilitating gradual improvement and eventual success. Indeed, I am capable of this. The verdant orb of energy symbolizing time within me has been fully unlocked, complemented by the presence of a time gem, rendering my task quite manageable. I have 2 strategies. Firstly, I could establish a temporal anchor prior to the experiment, allowing me to return to that point should the experiment fail, enabling modifications to be made. Secondly, I could envelop the laboratory area in a temporal reversal, preserving everyone's prior memories, which would assist in summarizing experiences. However, the events of the experiment would have already transpired, along with the genuine suffering endured by the soldiers during their mutations. In simple terms, the second strategy appears superior, yet if it fails, the pain experienced by the test subjects would be all too real. Chapter 59. The experiment commences as night quietly descended, the lights of the experimental base illuminated in succession, resembling a cascade of stars. Jiang Chun stood by the window, gazing at the military trucks approaching the base in the distance. The convoy halted neatly before the experimental building, and as the doors swung open, over a dozen soldiers disembarked, their boots striking the ground in harmonious unison. Their faces bore resolute expressions, their eyes shimmering with determination. These were the volunteers for the experiment. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over each of these warriors, each radiating the distinctive aura of a soldier. As the night deepened, the base remained brightly lit. The following morning, as dawn broke, the volunteer soldiers had already commenced rigorous adaptive training on the field. They ran, engaged in combat, and practiced marksmanship, their uniforms soaked in sweat, yet not a single complaint was uttered. Jiang Chun observed this scene from the observation room, watching through the glass. The caliber of these soldiers was indeed remarkable. Lu Guiqiang approached Jiang Chun. They were all elite individuals meticulously selected from among tens of thousands of soldiers, each possessing a will of iron. Moreover, with the assistance of the Ancient One, they had undergone trials of illusion magic, and each one of them exemplified integrity, kindness, and a willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. The mention of environmental magic reminded Jiang Chun of Wang Yu and Yang Rui from the past. Surely, the warriors who have endured the trials of the Ancient One are comparable to the likes of Wang Yu and his companions. The training persisted for an entire day, only to be enveloped by the night once more. Within the laboratory, the bright shadowless lamps illuminated every corner with crystalline clarity. Lu Guiqiang stood before the 10 warriors, his gaze piercing. "Comrades, the risks associated with this experiment are well understood," he stated. "At any moment, your lives may be in peril. If anyone wishes to withdraw, I would fully comprehend their decision." As his words hung in the air, the laboratory fell into a profound silence. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chun possessed the power of time magic, which could ensure their safety. Yet, none of them wavered. The 10 warriors stood erect, their resolve as unyielding as iron. Utterly unmoved, Lu Guiqiang scanned his surroundings, a hint of a gratified smile gracing his lips. "Very well, let us commence the experiment." He led the group deeper into the laboratory, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the stillness. "Who wishes to be the first to undergo the experiment?" Lu Guiqiang inquired, turning to face them. Before he could finish his sentence, all 10 warriors stepped forward in unison. This display momentarily startled Lu Guiqiang, but he soon wore a look of approval. "In the interest of fairness, we shall draw lots to determine the order." The warriors nodded, their expressions betraying no hint of retreat. Prepared slips were presented before them. A tall warrior drew a slip, unfolding it to reveal the number 1 inscribed upon it. Reporting to the commander, S.H.I.E.L.D. has drawn the first lot. His resolute voice carried no trace of hesitation. This warrior, named S.H.I.E.L.D., radiated steadfast determination, his countenance devoid of fear. They remained unaware of Jiang Chun's capabilities and the insurance that lay in wait. To them, it felt as though they were wagering their very lives. "I am ready," S.H.I.E.L.D. declared as he approached the experimental platform. Jiang Chun observed this scene, a swell of respect rising within him. These warriors, mere flesh and blood, possessed an ironclad resolve. They were acutely aware of the experiment's risks, which could cost them their lives, yet they pressed on undeterred. This epitomized the spirit of the warriors of HYDRA. This was the essence of their valor. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, positioning himself beside the experimental platform. He was resolute in ensuring the safety of each warrior. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D., secured to the platform with the assistance of the researchers, he introduced himself. "I am Jiang Chun, the safeguard for your experiment. I possess the ability of time magic. Now, there are 2 options before you. Which do you choose?" Jiang Chun queried S.H.I.E.L.D., presenting him with the 2 alternatives. "There's no need for deliberation. It is undoubtedly the second option," S.H.I.E.L.D. responded almost instantly, opting for the latter choice. The second option promised that, even in failure, the researchers would accrue invaluable experience, mitigating risks for future trials and safeguarding his fellow comrades. Although he might experience pain, how could he possibly be afraid? He was inherently fearless, and now, having heard of the safety measures in place, his trepidation dissipated further. Pain. Could a soldier of HYDRA fear pain? This also elucidates the reason HYDRA has bypassed animal testing and opted directly for human trials. The existence of Jiang Chun alleviates many complications. And what HYDRA desperately requires now is time. S.H.I.E.L.D. lay upon the cold experimental table, his gaze resolutely fixed on the shadowless lamp above him. The other warriors stood silently, awaiting their moment. In this instant, time seemed to stand still. These soldiers would become the vanguards of HYDRA. Jiang Chun ceased his discourse, invoking the magic of time. Having previously received guidance from Ancient One, he was capable of establishing a temporal domain encompassing the laboratory. Should an unforeseen incident arise during the experiment, he could reverse time, restoring everything to its state prior to the experiment's commencement. The experiences and memories of everyone within the laboratory could also be preserved. With all preparations in place, the researchers were ready to commence the experiment. The atmosphere within the laboratory was as tense as iron. S.H.I.E.L.D. lay on the frigid table, his gaze sharp as a blade. The researchers meticulously prepared the syringe, the super soldier serum glowing with an ethereal blue light within its glass vial. Jiang Chun stood nearby, his expression grave, ready to activate the time magic at a moment's notice. Lu Guoqiang took a deep breath and nodded to S.H.I.E.L.D., signaling him. "Are you prepared?" S.H.I.E.L.D. clenched his jaw, his voice low yet resolute. "At any time, Commander." The needle pierced his skin, and the blue liquid was slowly injected into his veins. Instantly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s muscles tensed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Jiang Chun held his breath, intently observing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s condition. Silence enveloped the laboratory, interrupted only by the rhythmic ticking of the instruments. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s body convulsed violently. His muscles expanded at a visible pace, tearing through his clothing. The already robust figure transformed into a more formidable presence, towering like a small mountain. Jiang Chun's fingers hovered over the switch for the time magic. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s gaze remained clear, devoid of any signs of madness. He took a deep breath and slowly sat up. Reporting to the commander, "I feel excellent." Lu Guoqiang exhaled in relief, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. "How do you feel now? Any anomalies?" S.H.I.E.L.D. moved his limbs, a glimmer of wonder shining in his eyes. "I feel power surging throughout my body." Lu Guoqiang nodded, continuing his inquiry. "And what of your sentiments towards your homeland and the people? Has there been any change?" S.H.I.E.L.D. stood tall, his posture unwavering, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Reporting to the commander, "I am willing to dedicate everything for my country and its people. This loyalty shall never waver." Applause erupted within the laboratory, the researchers' faces alight with joy. It is evident from the experimental data that the super soldier serum has been successful. Jiang Chun let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that no unforeseen complications had arisen. Chapter 60, The Crimson Giant. Of course, the success of the super soldier serum is merely the first step. A second phase awaits. Lu Guoqiang patted S.H.I.E.L.D. on the shoulder, his tone brimming with commendation. "Well done, S.H.I.E.L.D. Take a moment to rest. We are preparing to embark on the second phase." S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded in agreement, seated himself nearby, and began to regulate his breathing. The intervals between injections were intentionally brief, aimed at minimizing the body's rejection response to facilitate a more favorable outcome for the experiment. Jiang Chen approached to re-establish the temporal anchor point. With the super soldier serum's success, there was no possibility of resetting this segment. Even if the Hulk serum were to fail, the S.H.I.E.L.D. before them could already be compared to Captain America. "Are you ready? The next phase may prove even more perilous." S.H.I.E.L.D. displayed a resolute smile. "For the motherland, I am willing to bear any risk." The researchers resumed their flurry of activity, preparing to inject the Hulk serum. This time, the syringe contained a peculiar green liquid. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and reactivated the temporal magic. At the moment the needle pierced the skin, S.H.I.E.L.D's expression shifted dramatically. Pained groans escaped through his clenched teeth. His eyes became bloodshot, transforming into an eerie red hue. His muscles began to convulse violently, as if they sought to tear through his skin. Jiang Chen's fingers hovered over the switch for the time magic, poised to reverse the flow of time at any moment. Lu Guoqiang anxiously monitored the instruments, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Hold on, comrade. For the motherland." S.H.I.E.L.D. gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms. His body began to redden, muscles expanding at an astonishing rate. The experimental platform emitted groans of strain, on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chen remained ever ready to rewind time. S.H.I.E.L.D's transformation appeared unlike that of the Hulk or Abomination, as he became enveloped in a striking crimson hue. Just at that critical juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes remained clear, filled with determination and resolve. "I can control it." His voice was hoarse and deep, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. His body continued to swell, soon surpassing 3 meters in height. The experimental platform crashed down, unable to bear the immense weight. Dust and debris filled the air, and everyone held their breath. When the dust settled, a colossal crimson figure stood in the center of the laboratory. It was a giant exceeding 3 meters in stature, remarkably resembling S.H.I.E.L.D. Muscles coiled like iron, seemingly forged from steel. Yet, those eyes remained unmistakably S.H.I.E.L.'s, clear, determined, and imbued with wisdom. The giant spoke slowly, his voice resonating like thunder. "Report, Commander. S.H.I.E.L.D. Experiment successful." A wave of jubilant cheers erupted within the laboratory. Lu Guoqiang, overwhelmed with emotion, approached the formidable figure of the red giant, S.H.I.E.L.D. "Well done, S.H.I.E.L.D. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, gazing at this red titan with profound admiration. This exemplifies the sense of duty embodied by the warriors of HYDRA. This reflects the indomitable spirit of HYDRA's soldiers. After receiving the serum, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not transform into the Hulk, nor did he become a grotesque monster, but rather emerged as the Red Giant. Upon reflection, it seems that General Ross also later injected himself with Hulk's serum, ultimately becoming the Red Giant. This Red Giant, unlike the Hulk, retains a clear mind and coherent thoughts even after transformation, thus possessing immense potential, untainted by the Hulk's consciousness. Could it be that this experiment unexpectedly turned S.H.I.E.L.D. into the Red Giant? S.H.I.E.L.D. surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with determination and confidence. "Commander, I feel an inexhaustible power coursing through me, yet my mind remains lucid. Transforming into the Red Giant is indeed splendid. It is more fitting for HYDRA. Moreover, the ability to retain self-awareness and thought is highly advantageous for a soldier. The Red Giant certainly possesses a more appealing visage than the Hulk, does it not? Furthermore, HYDRA has long emphasized the inheritance of red genes. This is the embodiment of that legacy. In the future, it will be clear to all that this Red Giant hails from HYDRA." Lu Guoqiang nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement. "Excellent. Let us test your capabilities." He pointed to a massive steel plate in the corner of the laboratory. "Let us see if you can bend it." The Red Giant nodded and strode towards the steel plate. Grasping its edge with both hands, his muscles bulged like mountains. With a low growl, the steel plate bent effortlessly in his grasp, eliciting gasps of astonishment from all present, shocked by this terrifying strength. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. This power far exceeded his own. Although Jiang Chun had experienced an enhancement in strength, he still paled in comparison to the pure might of the Red Giant and the Hulk. The Red Giant, S.H.I.E.L.D., surpassed Jiang Chen's strength by a considerable margin. A preliminary estimate suggested that he possessed the strength of several tons. Witnessing this, Lu Guoqiang clapped his hands in excitement. Wonderful! We have succeeded. With the existence of the Red Giant, HYDRA can secure a more stable footing in this world. Once we amass a significant number of Red Giants, no army shall stand against us. Such a force would undoubtedly be unstoppable upon the earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. gradually reverted to his human form, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. It is my honor to serve my country. Indeed, this experiment proved to be a resounding success. After transforming into the Red Giant, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only retained his consciousness, but could also seamlessly revert to his normal state at will. Lu Guoqiang promptly supported S.H.I.E.L.D., instructing someone to take him aside for proper rest while he continued to observe the situation. He then turned his gaze towards the other soldiers, scanning the 9 remaining warriors. His eyes brimmed with anticipation. Who among them would step forward next? In unison, the 9 soldiers advanced, their resolve as unyielding as steel. We stand ready to dedicate ourselves for our motherland. Jiang Chen watched this scene, a surge of warmth swelling within him. This is the backbone of HYDRA. This is the hope of the nation. The soldier who had drawn number 2 stepped forward. Upon witnessing this, Lu Guoqiang expressed his satisfaction. Reporting to the commander, Wang Cheng. Second draw. Another soldier emerged, his gaze unwavering as he met Lu Guoqiang's eyes. The earlier success of S.H.I.E.L.D. had not gone unnoticed by the assembled soldiers. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined to press on. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s triumph instilled in them a sense of confidence. Moreover, they were now aware of Jiang Chen's time magic, which alleviated any lingering fears. The soldiers understood that their entire nation had ventured into the perilous realm of the Marvel Universe, and they desperately needed formidable strength to defend their homeland. This urgency had driven them to volunteer without hesitation. Mastering the power of the Hulk would enable them to better safeguard their country. Such is the sense of mission that defines the soldiers of HYDRA. Chapter 61. The Red Giant Wang Cheng stood tall, striding purposefully towards the experimental platform. His eyes were as resolute as iron, devoid of any trace of fear. Lu Guoqiang patted him on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Are you ready? Wang Cheng nodded earnestly. I'm ready at any moment. Jiang Chen observed silently from the side, a sense of respect welling up within him. As a precautionary measure, he established a time anchor once more, should any issues arise. He would be able to reverse time and mitigate losses. The laboratory was enveloped in a tense yet solemn atmosphere, as researchers meticulously prepared the syringe filled with a luminous blue super soldier serum. Wang Cheng took a deep breath, extending his arm. At the moment the needle pierced his skin, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. The serum gradually coursed through his veins, and Wang Cheng felt a searing energy surging within him, much like S.H.I.E.L.D. before him. The super soldier serum enhanced Wang Cheng's already robust physique, amplifying his strength. Reporting to the commander, I feel great. I feel as if I could fell a bull with a single punch. With the super soldier enhancement complete, Wang Cheng exhaled in relief, curiously examining his fist and addressing Lu Guoqiang. It was evident that the super soldier serum had no adverse effects on him either. After all, each soldier present had been meticulously selected and had undergone the purifying experience of illusion magic. The serum's flaws could not affect them. Very well. Now we shall proceed to inject the Hulk serum. Meeting Wang Cheng posed no significant issues. The experiment continued, and Wang Cheng relaxed once more, reclining on the experimental table. The researchers retrieved a syringe, injecting the dark green Hulk serum along with the gamma substance into Wang Cheng's veins. A sudden, intense pain surged through him. He merely furrowed his brow without uttering a sound, as his muscles began to convulse and his skin gradually flushed crimson. Lu Guoqiang watched intently, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Jiang Chen held his breath, anxiously observing the unfolding events. The laboratory fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on Wang Cheng. Suddenly, he let out a low growl, and his body expanded at a visible rate, his clothes tearing apart. His muscles swelled like mountains, his skin turned a vibrant red, and in the blink of an eye, a towering red giant, exceeding 3 meters in height, stood before them. The red giant Wang Cheng surveyed his surroundings, his gaze clear and focused, showing no signs of losing control. It worked, Lu Guoqiang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The researchers erupted in cheers, exchanging high fives in celebration. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, a smile breaking across his face. Wang Cheng, initially curious about his transformed physique, slowly spoke, his voice deep and thunderous. "Report, Commander. My consciousness is clear, everything is normal." Lu Guoqiang, overwhelmed with emotion, repeated, "Good, good, excellent." He approached, gazing up at the colossal figure. "How do you feel? Any discomfort?" Wang Qing shook his head. "No discomfort. I merely feel an abundance of strength." He raised his immense hand, slowly forming a fist, as if he could tear through steel and obliterate any obstacles. Lu Guoqiang rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Come, let us test your abilities." He pointed to a pile of concrete and rebar in the corner. "See if you can crush those." Wang Qing nodded, striding toward the target. He casually grasped a piece of concrete and squeezed lightly. With a crack, the hard concrete shattered like a biscuit, the rebar twisting and deforming in his grip. Everyone stood in awe, shocked by this terrifying power. Lu Guoqiang beamed with excitement, unable to contain himself. "Wonderful. We have succeeded again." He turned to the other soldiers, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Next, who will step forward?" The remaining 8 soldiers stepped forward in unison, declaring, "I." Jiang Chun watched this scene unfold, a surge of warmth filling his heart. This was the backbone of Huagua, the hope of the nation. The subsequent experiments progressed extraordinarily smoothly. The researchers' experience continued to accumulate, attending to every detail meticulously. The success rate increased steadily, and by the end of the day, all 10 soldiers present had completed their transformations. There were no exceptions. Each one successfully acquired the ability to transform into a red giant. Even more gratifying was the fact that they all retained a conscious awareness post-transformation. This was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. The laboratory was suffused with an atmosphere of elation, and Lu Guoqiang's face radiated pride and joy. He surveyed the imposing figures of the warriors around him, his eyes shimmering with the light of hope. "Comrades, you shall fight for our nation. You are all true heroes. With your formidable red giant core, our great Huagua has established a foothold in this perilous world." The warriors stood tall, their gazes resolute as iron. "It is our honor to serve our country," they shouted in unison. They had volunteered to be subjects for human experimentation, approaching the endeavor with the grim acceptance of potential failure and certain demise. Yet now, not a single one had faltered. All had succeeded, undoubtedly providing Huagua with a vital boost of confidence. Jiang Chen stood nearby, his heart brimming with pride and emotion. Witnessing the growing strength of his homeland filled him with immense satisfaction. Lu Guoqiang turned to Jiang Chen, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Xiao Jiang, it is thanks to your temporal magic that we have achieved such smooth progress. Indeed, without the assurance of time manipulation, neither the warriors nor the researchers would have dared to take such bold risks." Although the ability to reverse time had ultimately gone unused, Jiang Chen's contributions were indisputable. He humbly waved his hand, saying, "This is what I ought to do. I feel immensely honored to contribute to our country." Lu Guoqiang patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Your contributions are invaluable. With this red giant core, we hold greater confidence in this world. The organization will reward you accordingly." Each time Jiang Chen completed a mission, he received a handsome sum. However, he found himself with fewer and fewer opportunities to spend his earnings. He nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "We shall ensure Huagua stands strong in this world and grows ever more powerful." Lu Guoqiang smiled with satisfaction and turned to the researchers. "Continue to monitor their conditions and gather more data. We must hasten the refinement of this technology to inoculate more warriors in the future." The researchers nodded vigorously, throwing themselves into their work with renewed vigor. Lu Guoqiang further instructed, "Arrange adaptive training. They must swiftly learn to harness this power and maximize their combat effectiveness." He addressed the excited warriors. "Comrades, you will soon undergo adaptive training, which may prove arduous. You must quickly master this power to contribute even greater strength to our nation." The warriors responded in unison. "We pledge to complete the mission." Jiang Chen observed this scene, his heart filled with hope. In the treacherous realm of the Marvel Universe, Huagua had finally acquired a formidable strength capable of self-preservation. And this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, more red giants would emerge, and Huagua's power would continue to grow ever more formidable. The journey of Huagua in this world remains long, yet with the formidable red giant army by its side, the future gleams with promise. Huagua is destined to emerge as the red giant of the world. Chapter 62. Tony and Palladium poisoning upon returning home. Jiang Chun remained engulfed in fervor. The triumph of the red giant experiment replayed incessantly in his mind, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with excitement. What did the addition of a red giant army signify for HYDRA? Jiang Chen's gaze grew resolute, as if he envisioned a more powerful future. This army would serve as a steadfast support for HYDRA in this perilous world. He picked up his phone, which displayed a substantial sum deposited into his account. He understood this was a reward bestowed by the organization. With a light chuckle, he set the phone aside. He was no longer shackled by the burden of money. His eyes wandered to the magical tomes on the bookshelf. Jiang Chen reached for a volume on magic, delving into its pages. He became immersed in the realm of sorcery, time slipping away unnoticed. 2 days later, while intently studying a complex spell, a ripple stirred the air. Jiang Chen alertly lifted his gaze to find a golden circle slowly unfurling in the center of the room. Curiosity piqued. The circle expanded, forming a complete portal. The figure of Master Gu emerged first, her face adorned with an enigmatic smile. Following her was Pepper Potts, her expression radiant with excitement. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between the two. Gu spoke, her voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. Jiang Chen, Pepper has mastered the technique of the portal. Her words were succinct as she continued, I shall take my leave now. You may escort her back to America. With a slight nod, Gu uttered a final phrase to Jiang Chen before retreating into the portal, which dissipated like mist. Pepper stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Jiang Chen, thank you for your introduction, she expressed sincerely. Learning magic has been a marvelous experience. Jiang Chen smiled, feeling the warmth in her words. Pepper continued, her tone infused with exhilaration. I have now also learned to create portals. Allow me to open one. Taking a deep breath, she gracefully traced an arc in the air with her hands, adorned with the mystical ring. Golden sparks danced through the air, gradually forming a new portal. Jiang Chen noticed a hint of awkwardness in her movements, yet they were already quite fluid. Through the portal, the living room of Tony's home was faintly visible. Pepper wore a slightly nervous smile. After you. With that, she eagerly stepped towards the portal, followed closely by Jiang Chen. In the next moment, they found themselves standing in the living room of Tony's house. I almost forgot about the time difference. It must still be the dead of night here. Little Pepper cast a glance out the window into the darkness, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. While the portal was indeed convenient, it also posed certain challenges, not least of which was the unavoidable issue of time zones. It was daytime in HYDRA while it was nighttime here. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall check if Tony is asleep, Little Pepper instructed Jiang Chen, before making her way towards Tony's bedroom. Jiang Chen settled onto the luxurious leather sofa in Tony's home, surveying his surroundings. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a silvery glow over the entire living room. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Jiang Chen turned toward the sound. Little Pepper emerged from the bedroom, her face obscured by her hands. Her steps hurried, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She hid behind the door, breathing rapidly, her gaze evasive. I truly didn't mean to, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Before long, Tony emerged from the bedroom wrapped in a towel, his upper body bare, droplets of water cascading from his hair. However, the area around his chest's reactor bore ominous purple-black markings, an unsettling sight. He appeared unconcerned, merely running a hand through his hair, his expression slightly awkward. Ahem, Pepper, could you possibly knock next time before entering? Tony turned to see Jiang Chen seated on the sofa. Oh, Jiang Chen, you are here as well. He acknowledged with a nod before retreating to change his clothes. Little Pepper let out a sigh of relief, her demeanor now devoid of the earlier shyness. Yet, her brow remained furrowed, her eyes filled with worry. Tony, I just saw your chest, her voice trembled. What are those purple-black markings? Tony, now dressed, emerged with a noticeably pained expression. He sighed and took a seat on the sofa. I had hoped to keep this from you, he admitted, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the reactor on his chest. The surrounding skin exhibited an abnormal purple-black hue, resembling a web spreading across his body. This is a symptom of palladium poisoning. The palladium in the reactor is gradually eroding my body. Little Pepper covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Her voice choked with emotion. The doctor said I may only have 2 years left, Tony replied with a wry smile. I didn't want you to worry. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Little Pepper's tears flowed freely. She threw herself into Tony's embrace, her shoulders trembling. Tony gently patted her back, yet his gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, raising an eyebrow and exchanging a knowing look. Jiang Chun understood the unspoken cue and rose to his feet. "Tony, I shall return shortly," he said, his fingers tracing a golden arc in the air, forming a portal. "Take good care of Pepper." Jiang Chun winked at Tony and stepped through the portal. Just before vanishing, he caught sight of Tony holding little Pepper, softly comforting her. As the portal closed, Jiang Chun heard Pepper's voice, tinged with tears, exclaiming, "You scoundrel," while others basked in their romantic bliss. Jiang Chun had no intention of intruding and naturally returned home. However, it is worth noting that Tony was currently ensnared in the predicament of palladium poisoning, yet for Huagua, this was hardly a substantial matter. The new element for the arc reactor had long been perfected by Huagua. By providing this new element to Tony, his poisoning could be effectively resolved. After all, who would refuse a favor? Tony would eventually acquire the formula for the new element from S.H.I.E.L.D. So it would be far more advantageous for him to owe a debt to Huagua rather than to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that Pepper had mastered the portal magic, as per their agreement, Jiang Chun was set to obtain the technology for the Mark II and Ironmonger from Tony. Consequently, a persistent dilemma plaguing Huagua's scientists could be adeptly resolved. However, this matter required reporting to the higher-ups and obtaining the formula for the new element. With this in mind, Jiang Chun contacted Lu Guoqiang, who readily granted approval, recognizing the urgent need for Tony's armor technology in Huagua. Soon after, he arrived again at the Xianyuan base, where Huagua's scientific achievements were meticulously preserved. The personnel at Xianyuan had received Lu Guoqiang's call and prepared the necessary data along with a finished product. After collecting it, Jiang Chun returned home to wait a few hours before seeking out Tony. Chapter 63. Acquisition of Armor Technology. A few hours later, as the sun dipped low in the sky, its orange-red rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Chun traced a golden arc in the air, and the portal's light flickered in the living room. He stepped into the portal and was instantly transported to Tony's spacious and luminous living room. "Hey, my friend," Tony greeted, rising from the sofa and opening his arms for an embrace upon seeing Jiang Chun. Pepper was absent, evidently back at the office attending to business. Now adept in portal magic, she had indeed amplified her work efficiency, just as Tony had initially suggested. Of course, both Tony and Pepper were astute enough not to divulge such abilities to outsiders. Tony tilted his head towards the workshop. "Come on, I remember promising you some things." The two proceeded to the underground studio, where Tony directly approached the workbench. He swiftly manipulated the holographic display, conjuring a series of intricate data and blueprints. This encompassed the entirety of the Mark II and Ironmonger technology. Tony transferred the data onto a USB drive. Jiang Chun accepted the USB drive, scrutinizing the small storage device. The armor technology contained within promised to deliver a monumental leap in Huagua's military capabilities. He solemnly tucked the USB drive into his pocket, giving it a gentle pat. "With Pepper mastering portal magic, I have far fewer worries," Tony remarked, leaning against the workbench. "Now she is not only able to protect herself, but she can also visit me any time in the future, which is truly delightful." Tony's gaze softened. "I intend to entrust Stark Industries to her. After all, given my current circumstances," he chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chun detected the hint of disappointment in Tony's words and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Are you preparing for the worst? Palladium poisoning is hardly an incurable affliction." Tony suddenly lifted his head, his eyes igniting with a spark of hope. "Does Huagua have a solution?" Jiang Chun retrieved an exquisite box from his backpack. "This is a new type of arc reactor, utilizing a new element to replace palladium. As long as you replace it, you will no longer suffer from palladium poisoning." Tony carefully accepted the box, and upon opening it, a radiant blue light illuminated his face. He was momentarily speechless, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Gazing at the innovative reactor, he understood that Jiang Chun's words were not mere fabrications. Huagua had no reason to deceive him regarding this matter. Tony regarded Jiang Chun with profound gratitude. "Thank you. I owe Huagua yet another favor." Jiang Chun smiled and waved his hand. "Between friends, there is no need for such formality. However, it would be best for you to replace the reactor promptly. The symptoms of palladium poisoning have become quite evident." Tony nodded, eagerly replacing the arc reactor and feeling the surge of energy output. He couldn't help but exclaim, "It is simply perfect." This design, with the new element replacing palladium, not only boasts a stronger energy output, but also eliminates the pollution associated with palladium. For Tony, This truly resolves his most pressing dilemma. Palladium poisoning can be treated over time, and perhaps there will be a way to extract the shrapnel from his body in the future. This is a recent breakthrough by Lin Yuqing, Jiang Chen explained. Tony inhaled deeply, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the reactor. Impressive, he murmured, his voice laced with genuine admiration. Achieving such a breakthrough in just a month. Huagua's scientific prowess is indeed astonishing. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, knowing that Tony was unaware of the existence of time magic, oblivious to Huagua's extraordinary advantages. However, time magic undeniably belongs to Huagua's strengths. Given time, I believe you could achieve it as well, Jiang Chen encouraged. Tony shook his head, a flicker of self-deprecation in his eyes. It is probably not that simple, he sighed. The youthful vigor of Huagua's researchers is indeed enviable. In contrast, the American scientific community is struggling with generational gaps. It is likely that in a few decades, top scientists will no longer exist. Jiang Chen was well aware of the current state of affairs in America, yet this was someone else's concern and not his own. I must take my leave now. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Tony, as he was eager to deliver the materials he held to Xianyuan. Tony nodded. Go ahead. I should also begin my research on this new element. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Huagua had only provided Tony with the atomic structure of the new element, not the manufacturing method. This is a prudent and sagacious approach, simultaneously aiding a friend while safeguarding national interests. After all, the method for mass industrial production of a new element is an achievement that Lin Yuqing has dedicated 2 years to, and naturally, it cannot be easily relinquished. Moreover, Tony could exploit alternative means to fabricate the new element himself. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Tony and stepped into the portal, the scenery before him transforming in an instant. He returned to the familiar lands of Huagua, a surge of belonging washing over him. Without pausing for rest, Jiang Chen promptly made his way to the Xianyuan base. He was eager to witness the emergence of Huagua's own battle armor. The scientists at Xianyuan, who had been awaiting this moment, received the materials, their eyes sparkling with excitement. One of these scientists, named Li Gengfeng, was responsible for the development of the battle armor at this base. Upon learning of their arrival in the Marvel Universe, many scientists like him had wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the pursuit of research, yet for reasons unknown. The breakthroughs in battle armor had been persistently hindered by some inexplicable force. With this technology, we will undoubtedly be able to manufacture battle armor that truly belongs to Huagua. Li Gengfeng murmured softly. Although Huagua's future military strategy will surely prioritize the creation of unmanned battle armor, breakthroughs in traditional battle armor remain essential. Indeed, the necessity of conventional battle armor cannot be overstated, as it maximally ensures the safety of the soldiers. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, envisioning a future where the Huagua military was outfitted with an abundance of battle armor. That vision stirred a tide of emotions within him, filling him with pride for his country's strength. Of course, having entered the Marvel Universe, who wouldn't he aspire to create a set of battle armor that rivals the Iron Man series? I can do without it, but I cannot do without it. We must commence development without delay, Jiang Chen suggested, his tone brimming with anticipation. Li Gengfeng solemnly nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, we will spare no effort, he assured. In fact, we are but a step away from success. We merely require some unconventional technologies. Once we identify the reasons from these materials, we will quickly be able to produce Huagua's own battle armor. After all, Jiang Chen had previously glimpsed the battle armor at the Xianyuan base, and the path to success was not far off. The most crucial reactor technology for the armor was already mastered by Huagua. What was lacking was merely the protective technology for the pilot, such as shock absorption. However, the scientists, including Li Gengfeng, were not without progress. The transformation of the battle armor into unmanned variants could, in fact, unleash even greater combat potential. As Jiang Chen departed from the Xianyuan base, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The path to Huagua's rise had only just commenced. The future promised to be infinitely bright, teeming with possibilities. Currently, Huagua had already harnessed magic and the power of the Red Giant, and now, with the mastery of battle armor technology, magic, mutation, and science would all come together. Chapter 64. Shadow Armor. Upon acquiring the battle armor technology, Xianyuan immediately devoted all efforts to research. The research team worked tirelessly to analyze every detail. Jiang Chen felt a surge of anticipation, yet he understood that breakthroughs require time. However, Just the following day, Li Gongfeng delivered exhilarating news. Jiangchen, you must come and see this. Li Gongfeng's voice on the phone was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Upon arriving at the Xinyuan base, Jiangchen was left speechless by the sight before him. The once crude battle armor had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiating a technological brilliance. Has it truly only been 2 days? Jiangchen murmured in disbelief. Li Gongfeng's eyes sparkled with fervor as he animatedly explained. The materials you brought back seem to have unlocked some kind of confinement. Suddenly, all the challenges we faced have been effortlessly resolved, particularly the shock absorption technology. It turns out, in this universe, it is astonishingly simple. It is so straightforward that we, as scientists, have subconsciously overlooked its existence, as if some unseen force was deliberately preventing us from discovering it. Jiangchen nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that Tony's information was indeed crucial. Li Gongfeng continued. Now that we possess comprehensive data, technological breakthroughs naturally follow. The previous battle armor, after our modifications, has reached an astonishing level of perfection. Jiangchen examined the battle armor before him with great emotion. This was a battle suit that truly belonged to HYDRA, embodying infinite possibilities. The armor was cloaked in a deep, inky hue, its surface coated in a shimmering, ethereal metallic luster. Its streamlined design exemplified the perfect fusion of power and speed. Miniature missile launchers were mounted on the shoulders, while the chest reactor emitted an eerie blue glow. The back propulsion system resembled outstretched wings, containing the formidable power of flight. We have named it Chongying, symbolizing the shadow of Hua-Xiao that protects the light of Hua-Xiao, Li Gongfeng introduced with pride. Chongying battle armor? Could it be related to the Chongying mech from the South Heaven Gate project? Jiangchen could not help but interject. We indeed have plans to create mechs. Surprisingly, Li Gongfeng nodded and continued. Don't we have the red giants? They stand over 3 meters tall. If we were to equip them with battle armor, it would need to be at least 5 meters high, aligning perfectly with the size of the Chongying mech in the South Heaven Gate project, making it feasible to produce. In fact, it is a suit tailored for the red giants, quite similar to Tony's future anti-Hulk armor, albeit larger. However, now that we are in this world, could the previous South Heaven Gate project truly be realized? Jiangchen asked curiously. You wouldn't believe it, but there seems to be a genuine plan in place. Li Gongfeng shrugged, his words leaving Jiangchen astounded. Is that really so? Yet, it was evident that Li Gongfeng was not well versed in the details of this plan and did not elaborate further, instead returning to the introduction of the battle armor before them. The Chongying battle armor is merely a prototype. In the future, we will adapt it according to various operational environments, ensuring its suitability across different military branches. Naturally, we will also develop models for firefighting, border defense, anti-narcotics, and law enforcement. Jiangchen, unable to contain his excitement, reached out to caress the surface of the armor, feeling the pulse of technology. Incredible, he exclaimed with genuine admiration. With this, our military capabilities will undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The breakthrough in battle armor technology, combined with the industrial prowess of HYDRA, will soon lead to a substantial reduction in costs, allowing for the mass production of these armors. However, Li Gongfeng shifted the conversation. Nonetheless, wearable battle armor is merely the beginning. In our future military strategy, we are more inclined towards unmanned battle armor and robotics, which will ultimately be regarded as consumables, much like our original drones. At this point, Li Gongfeng's expression turned serious. For us, the lives of our soldiers are paramount. If we can utilize unmanned equipment, we should never place our warriors in harm's way. Our goal is to use technology to safeguard every soldier's life. Jiangchen pondered this. It indeed reflected Hua's modus operandi. Li Gongfeng smiled and continued. The Chongying battle armor is our starting point and the cornerstone of our future. May I give it a try? Jiangchen asked eagerly. Li Gongfeng hesitated for a moment. In theory, yes, but it requires additional safety tests. How about this? You can wear it to get a feel for it. But please refrain from activating the system for now. Jiangchen readily agreed and, under Li Gongfeng's guidance, carefully donned the Chongying. The armor adjusted automatically, perfectly fitting Jiangchen's form. Even without activation, he could sense the immense power it contained. So marvelous. He couldn't help but exclaim. It feels weightless. No wonder Tony enjoys wearing battle armor. It's simply astounding. Mechs will forever embody a man's romance. Li Gongfeng proudly nodded. This is thanks to our independently developed new alloy. It is both lightweight and sturdy, boasting exceptional stealth capabilities. Curious, Jiang Chun inquired. Stealth? How is that achieved? Li Gongfeng smiled mysteriously. This is our unique secret. Our stealth coating can, to a certain extent, disrupt radar detection, and when combined with our invisibility magic, it becomes imperceptible to the naked eye. While it is not yet flawless, it is already ahead of the global standard. Jiang Chun was utterly amazed. HYDRA's current developmental strategy entails parallel advancements along multiple avenues. Whether through magic or technology, both will be prioritized. With a vast population, HYDRA possesses not only a multitude of scientists, but also a youthful demographic capable of supporting multifaceted progress. The fusion of technology and magic often yields unimaginably powerful effects. For instance, this invisibility feature not only conceals the armor from radar, but, when combined with magic, also achieves visual stealth. In combat, this could render the enemy utterly disoriented. What about the weapon systems? He inquired curiously. Li Gongfeng pointed to various parts of the battle armor. Providing a detailed introduction, the palms are equipped with high-energy laser emitters capable of precision strikes. The shoulder-mounted mini-missiles can lock onto multiple targets, enabling saturation attacks. Additionally, there is a concealed close-combat weapon system on the back. Most importantly, all weapons are assisted by artificial intelligence for targeting and control, significantly alleviating the pilot's burden and enhancing combat efficiency. In the future, we will continue to optimize the propulsion system in pursuit of higher performance. Jiang Chun listened, captivated, as if he were already immersed in a futuristic battlefield. This is truly remarkable, Jiang Chun exclaimed sincerely, believing that in the near future, we would undoubtedly surpass Iron Man Tony. Li Gongfeng nodded in agreement. On this point, I am filled with confidence regarding our nation's future. However, for now, you should remove the battle armor. He reminded, there are many tests yet to be conducted. Reluctantly, Jiang Chun took off the shadow armor, tenderly caressing its smooth surface. Will I ever have the opportunity to possess a set of such battle armor? He asked with anticipation. Although it might not be necessary, he genuinely admired the armor. That is not a significant issue, but the current shadow is merely a prototype, and the mass production version has yet to be determined. However, you should have no problem acquiring a set in the future. Chapter 65. The transformation of HYDRA as a senior scientist within Xinyuan. Li Gongfeng was aware of some of HYDRA's current strategies, and he engaged in a casual conversation with Jiang Chun about the nation's future development strategies. We are currently adopting a multifaceted development approach, focusing not only on the realm of magic, but also ensuring that technological research and development does not lag behind. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of this strategy, as both technology and magic possess their own advantages. Li Gongfeng approached the control panel and projected a series of holograms. At present, Xuanyuan's research is primarily advancing in three directions: technology, magic, and the fusion of technology and magic. The holograms displayed various research projects, with brilliance flowing within the laboratory. The battle armor follows suit, with one version resembling Tony's purely technological armor, while another integrates magical elements. Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. Magical armor? Wouldn't that be even more formidable? Li Gongfeng nodded. Indeed. It is quite powerful, but that is our trump card, and we cannot disclose too much at this time. However, I can tell you that the magical energy armor is powered by magical energy cores, and various intricate magical arrays will be inscribed on the body, allowing the mech to utilize magic. Jiang Chun nodded thoughtfully. This combines the stability of technology with the versatility of magic. The magical energy core was previously developed by Lin Yuqing and Master Gui, and now it is perfectly suited for the magical energy armor. Nevertheless, the development of the magical energy armor is still in the project initiation phase, but we have a large number of enthusiastic researchers, and I believe we will soon see fruitful results. Jiang Chun had no doubt about this. Li Gongfeng gazed with satisfaction at the chaining battle armor before him. Recognizing that this was merely the beginning, a long journey lay ahead. As the sun dipped in the west, Jiang Chun reluctantly departed from the research base. Upon returning home through the portal, he reflected on the day's experiences. The harmonious integration of technology and magic bestowed upon HYDRA a distinctive advantage in this world. The intertwining forces of technology and magic transcended mere simplicity. It was a complex and profound evolution. This developmental paradigm might indeed represent the most suitable path for HYDRA at present. HYDRA was rising in this world, carving its own unique trajectory. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. As night fell, he stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance where neon lights flickered. The capital's illumination gradually brightened against the dusk, painting a vibrant picture of prosperity. He inhaled deeply, savoring this rare tranquility. The calmness he now experienced felt particularly precious in contrast to the chaos and uncertainty he had faced over a year ago upon arriving in this world. At that time, the entire nation was in a state of emergency. Armed patrols were ubiquitous on the streets, and internet control was exceedingly stringent, with all information subjected to meticulous filtering. However, now the streets had regained their former liveliness. People chatted and laughed, as if the sudden upheaval of their reality had never occurred. Jiang Chun pulled out his phone and casually browsed various social media platforms. The online environment had transformed dramatically. The once restrictive atmosphere had given way to a plethora of discussions surrounding superheroes. The government had even begun to gradually promote the foundational theories of magic in schools, laying the groundwork for future magical studies. Huagua was home to countless individuals, many of whom possessed extraordinary talents. Within the military, numerous candidates were well suited for magical training, and the civilian populace was no less abundant in potential. With such a multitude of gifted individuals, it was evidently impractical for the Ancient One to filter them all. Thus, implementing selection processes within schools became essential. Typically, those who exhibited magical aptitude at a young age were undoubtedly endowed with remarkable gifts. This development offered students a new direction, providing alternatives for those less inclined towards traditional academic pursuits. The gradual promotion of magical studies from schools to society constituted a strategic approach for Huagua. Such openness would have been inconceivable just a year prior. The smile on the Ancient One's face had grown progressively wider, clearly reflecting her delight at this unfolding scenario. The dawn of a magical renaissance was imminent, a phenomenon achievable only through the concerted effort of the entire nation. It could be said that such a situation would be unattainable in any other country. Huagua had amassed sufficient strength, rendering excessive caution unnecessary. Jiang Chun mused softly to himself, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. The technological sector was diligently advancing the development of various high-tech equipment, while the Magic Academy was producing an increasing number of mages. The fusion of these two formidable forces allowed Huagua to stand out distinctly in this world. In the military, the proliferation of magic is accelerating, with every soldier eagerly desiring to acquire formidable power as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, the experimental modifications of the Red Giants are progressing steadily, with each passing trial. The success rate approaches 100%, rendering Jiang Chen's presence as a safety net unnecessary. According to Jiang Chen's estimations, there are now at least several hundred Red Giants within the ranks of the Huagua military. These are hundreds of beings not inferior to the Hulk, and, due to their retained intellect, potentially even more powerful. It is said that the Red Giants engage in martial arts training based on their physical attributes. Just envision the spectacle, a multitude of Red Giants practicing Baji Quan, each one capable of holding their own against Thanos in physical combat. The sheer number of such Red Giants is staggering. Indeed, if the Hulk were to master martial arts, even the gods would struggle to contend with them. In Huagua, the technology of battle armor is advancing by leaps and bounds. After acquiring the foundational technology from Tony, a multitude of Huagua scientists and military engineers swiftly embarked on the development and iterative enhancement of battle armor. In a short span, numerous variants of battle armor have emerged, expanding upon the foundation laid by Chongqing. These armors are tailored for different branches of the military and diverse combat environments, and a considerable array of modular weapons and functional components have also been produced. The battle armors possessed by Huagua rival, if not surpass, those crafted by Tony, boasting even more advanced equipment and weaponry. As Li Gongfeng noted, the military is increasingly focused on the development of unmanned robotic systems, though such knowledge remains hidden from the general populace. The battle armors familiar to the public are primarily those used by police and firefighting units. However, it is evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that Huagua has mastered battle armor technology. Moreover, there is ongoing research into magical energy battle armor, a secret military project. Today, the large screens on street corners are showcasing the latest technological achievements: quantum computers, nuclear fusion power plants, and anti-gravity devices. Technologies that were once merely theoretical have now made remarkable strides since their arrival in this world and have been industrialized in Huagua. Jiang Chun chuckled softly. shaking his head as he recalled the online discussions that still idolize foreign innovations. It is indeed laughable and tragic that, in an era where technology is decades ahead of the outside world, some still choose to grovel before foreign powers. However, these matters are best left to the relevant authorities, and he need not concern himself with them. This world is vast, yet the future of HYDRA is even more promising. From initial trepidation to a present state of calm confidence. The transformations of the past year and more reflect not only the evolution of the nation, but also the growth of each individual. Jiang Chun stretched lazily and turned to return to his room. Tomorrow will usher in a brand new day, and HYDRA will stand more resolutely than ever upon the world stage. Chapter 66. Stark Technology Expo. 3 months have swiftly elapsed, and on this day, Jiang Chun reclines on the sofa in the living room, idly toying with a gilded invitation. Sunlight pours through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a brilliant glow upon the surface of the invitation. The Stark Industries Future Technology Expo. Jiang Chun lightly tapped the edge of the invitation card. This card bore Tony's autograph, inviting him to the United States to attend the forthcoming Stark Future Technology Expo. Jiang Chun squinted, recalling the plot of the film. According to the timeline, this should mark the beginning of Iron Man 2. Tony was set to announce the revival of his father Howard Stark's tradition of technology expos at this event. Meanwhile, the antagonist Ivan Vanko would soon emerge, seeking vengeance against Tony. During this period, HYDRA was quietly strengthening its own capabilities as planned. For HYDRA, accumulating strength was of paramount importance. While other matters could be temporarily set aside, Jiang Chun rose and approached the window, retrieving his phone to dial Lu Guoqiang. If he were to travel to the United States, especially since it was an invitation from the other party, it was only prudent to consult his superior. Chief, Tony has invited me to attend the Stark Industries Technology Expo. Of course you may go. Wang Yu has also received an invitation, along with Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng, who have all been invited by Tony. Lu Guoqiang replied casually, evidently not overly concerned about the matter. After hanging up, Jiang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. With several others accompanying him, he truly had little to worry about. A few days later, Jiang Chun arrived at the designated meeting point with a simple bag. Wang Yu was already waiting there, dressed in casual attire, yet unable to conceal his military demeanor. Are Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng not here yet? Jiang Chun surveyed the surroundings. They will be here soon, Wang Yu replied solemnly. On this trip to the United States, we must also ensure the safety of the two of them. Jiang Chun nodded, aware of Wang Yu's usual sense of responsibility. Unlike the two of them, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng were ordinary individuals without significant combat capabilities. It was prudent to prioritize safety. Before long, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng arrived in succession. Lin Yuqing was dressed in a simple yet sharp suit, holding a stack of documents. As an expert in the field of nuclear fusion, she had engaged in multiple technical exchanges with Tony, so her invitation was hardly surprising. Lin Yifeng, on the other hand, was clad in a formal suit, carrying a briefcase, exuding the aura of a business elite. As a commercial representative of Huaxing Group, his collaboration with Tony naturally placed him on the invitation list. With everyone gathered, Lin Yifeng smiled reassuringly. There's no need to be overly tense. We have brought new magical teleportation devices. In case of danger, we can return home immediately. Over the past few months, a significant number of magical devices had been manufactured, and both Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng carried magical cores and several magical modules, enabling them to unleash magic using these devices. Should any peril arise, they could simply return home. Seeing that everyone was ready, Wang Yu opened the portal, golden light swirling in the air. The four stepped through the portal in succession, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the reception room of Stark Industries. In a spacious and radiant room, Tony reclined on the sofa, awaiting his companion, Pepper Potts, who stood beside him. Since their last candid exchange, their relationship had advanced to a new level. Welcome, my dear friends, Tony proclaimed, rising and extending his arms. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a dazzling silhouette around him. At this technology expo, I have prepared an array of surprises. I trust you will find them intriguing. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that the narrative of Iron Man 2 was about to unfold. Having arrived in America at noon, they anticipated the evening's expo. Lin Yuqing engaged in a discussion with Tony regarding the latest advancements in nuclear fusion research and the optimization of the arc reactor, while Lin Yifeng presented a collaboration proposal to Pepper. Leaning against the window, Jiang Chun gazed out at the bustling streets of New York, quietly awaiting the commencement of the evening's event. Previously, during their confrontation with the Abomination and the Hulk, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu had not concealed their identities. Thus, their abilities were no longer secrets to the United States. Consequently, there was no need for air travel or formalities. They simply traversed through a portal to arrive in America. This was a courtesy extended to them, and unlike previous visits, they deemed it prudent to announce their arrival to avoid any unnecessary complications. Naturally, given the capabilities they had exhibited, the American side was unlikely to provoke trouble. Jiang Chun and his companions felt quite at ease resting within the Stark Industries complex. As night fell, Stark Industries was ablaze with lights. The venue buzzed with excitement as throngs of visitors converged from all directions, animatedly discussing the anticipated high-tech innovations from Stark Industries. After all, the previous launch of the smartphone had revolutionized the consumer electronics market. Yet, the unique media of the West had conveniently omitted to inform their public that the technology behind this smartphone originated from a Chinese company. Only a select few would take note of this fact. Even those who did would likely remain indifferent, for the arrogant Westerners scarcely regarded the so-called backwardness of China. Conversely, China reveled in this situation, reaping substantial profits through Stark Industries while quietly amassing wealth. With outdated technology, they swept across the globe, effectively barring other Western competitors from entering the market at minimal costs. Western capitalists found themselves with no opportunities to penetrate this industry, regardless of how much they invested. China could effortlessly present superior and more competitive technologies. In a landscape where profit is the primary motive, it is only natural that they would refrain from further investment when faced with inevitable losses. Over time, the high-tech industries of the West may gradually cease to evolve. This is a deliberate strategy by the East, and Tony Stark has not delved deeply into this notion. However, even if he were aware, it is unlikely that he would care. At his core, he is a capitalist. Would he truly concern himself with the overall technological progress of the West? Certainly not. If he did, he would have long since made his technology open source, which, evidently, is not feasible. The West's plans starkly contrast with those of the East. They are inherently focused on a global industrial chain. If superior alternatives are available for purchase, why would one expend immense effort and resources on research? It would be a fool's errand. On this front, Tony is no different. His armor is constructed from materials procured from other companies. The West lacks the foresight that the East possesses, prioritizing immediate gains over long-term vision. Chapter 67. Tony summons. A grand stage loomed in the center of the park, with the Stark Industries logo flashing incessantly on the projection screen. Jiang Chun sat in the VIP section, surveying the bustling crowd surrounding him. Lin Yuqing was engrossed in the documents before her, occasionally making annotations. In truth, she held little interest in Stark Industries' so-called Future Technology Expo. Her presence was primarily to exchange research insights with Tony. Meanwhile, Wang Yu remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the vicinity. Lin Yifeng adjusted his suit and tie, casting an expectant glance towards the stage. As time passed, the audience filled every seat, yet Tony remained conspicuously absent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up, witnessing a brilliant flash of light cutting through the night. It was Iron Man. The crowd erupted in gasps and cheers, their excitement palpable. Iron Man is the translated name in the East, while in the West, he is referred to as Iron Man or simply Iron Guy. Clad in his brand new Mark IV armor, Tony traced a graceful arc through the air, the blue and white glow of his thrusters distinctly visible against the night sky. He spiraled above, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Finally, Tony dove sharply, landing solidly at the center of the stage. This fellow certainly knows how to make an entrance. Lin Yifeng chuckled, a glint of envy in his eyes. On stage, mechanical arms swiftly unfurled, expertly removing Tony's armor, accompanied by a resonant backdrop score. A group of stunning women dressed in silver bodysuits surged onto the stage. The LED rings adorning their chests flickered with blue and white light, echoing the glow of Tony's arc reactor. The dancers twirled around him, their movements synchronized with the rhythm of the music. Standing at the center of the stage, Tony opened his arms wide, wearing his signature smile. "Welcome to the Stark Technology Expo." His voice resonated through the sound system, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The lights on the stage intertwined to form a dazzling sea of stars, with Tony standing at the center. his gaze sweeping over the densely packed audience below. "Thank you all for attending the Stark Technology Expo," Tony exclaimed, his arms outstretched as he proclaimed the advent of an unprecedented era of peace. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Of course. This is certainly not due to my influence." Laughter erupted from the audience, well aware that Tony's words were laced with irony, implying that his very existence had ushered in this tranquility. Jiang Chun, seated in the VIP section, shook his head gently. In truth, whether in the original world or the present one, global tranquility remained elusive. Wherever American troops were present, conflict reigned. Currently, Eastern Europe and the Middle East were still mired in prolonged chaos, driven by the influences of the Jewish and Anglo-Saxon powers. Peace, from a global perspective, it had never truly arrived. "Today, I am honored to invite a special guest," Tony announced as he pressed a button on his remote control. A holographic image projected above the stage, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit, gradually materializing. Howard Stark, Tony's father, the true genius scientist of this world. The virtual Howard smiled and commenced his speech. "The cities of the future will be places brimming with infinite possibilities." The holographic projection shifted continuously, illustrating the blueprint of a futuristic city. Maglev trains glided gracefully between skyscrapers, while aerial gardens adorned the landscape. Technology would transform the human way of life, rendering the world a better place. Jiang Chun noted the complex emotions that flickered across Tony's eyes as he gazed at his father's projection. After Howard concluded his speech, Tony returned to the center of the stage. The new element had resolved the palladium poisoning dilemma, and Tony appeared revitalized, a stark contrast to his earlier pallor. "Now, let me showcase Stark Industries' latest product." An elegantly designed smartphone hovered in midair, with holographic projections perfectly detailing its features. Its fully touch-responsive interface and revolutionary user experience promised to transform lifestyles. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, with many pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Chun exchanged glances with his companions, each reflecting amusement in their eyes. To them, the phone's performance seemed merely on par with an iPhone 4. Yet, for this world still rooted in 2010, it was undoubtedly groundbreaking. The atmosphere surged once more with excitement following the smartphone's unveiling. After the expo concluded, Jiang Chun and his companions met Tony backstage. "You performed admirably," Jiang Chun remarked, genuinely impressed by Tony's oratory skills. "Thank you for the compliment," Tony began to respond, but was interrupted when a blonde woman in a professional suit approached them. "Mr. Stark," she said with a businesslike smile, "this is your summons." Tony refrained from extending his hand, unwilling to accept anything from a stranger, and gestured to the nearby Pepper. Pepper took the document, swiftly glanced over it, then whispered something to Tony that caused his brow to furrow in concern. "See you in Los Angeles tomorrow." Acknowledging Tony's awareness of the matter, the beautiful woman addressed him once more. After speaking, she nodded to Wang Yu and the others before turning and leaving. "Damn the government," Tony muttered, crumpling the subpoena into a ball, insisting he participate in some hearing. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Chun inquired, puzzled. "Not really. The Senate is holding a hearing that requires my presence tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun and the others understood immediately. It was merely the American government seeking Tony's armor technology, orchestrating a hearing. The blonde beauty had likely been an envoy from the government, merely delivering a message to Tony. It was already midnight, and with the hearing in Los Angeles scheduled for early morning, time was of the essence. However, having just concluded an exhibition, Tony was reluctant to endure a lengthy drive. He turned to his bodyguard, Happy, who had just rushed over. "It seems I must trouble you. You drive to Los Angeles first. Pepper and I will join you there in the morning." Having recently mastered the use of the portal, there was no need for Pepper to endure a long car ride. It was far more convenient to simply open a portal. All they needed was for Happy to drive and draw attention. "Huh, boss, am I going alone?" Happy asked, bewildered, blinking in confusion. What purpose would he serve in Washington alone? Surely, he wouldn't be expected to attend the hearing. "Of course, I will arrive on time tomorrow," Tony reassured, patting Happy's shoulder. He then boarded another vehicle with Pepper and Jiang Chun, leaving Happy to ponder in bewilderment. Yet, despite his confusion, Happy resolutely followed Tony's orders and drove alone toward Washington. After all, he was merely an employee. What the boss decreed was what it was. Chapter 68. The hearing morning light bathed the streets of Los Angeles as Happy leaned back in the driver's seat, stifling a yawn. Suddenly, a golden light flickered within the car, prompting Happy to instinctively rub his eyes. When he opened them again, Tony and Pepper were already seated inside the vehicle. Happy's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg. "Don't be so surprised." Tony patted his shoulder. "Let us go to the hearing." Happy stiffly nodded, his face a canvas of incredulity. At the hearing venue, bright lights illuminated the entire hall, and the incessant flashes of cameras echoed throughout the room as it was broadcast live on television. Tony sat at the witness stand, facing rows of stern-faced lawmakers. "Mr. Stark." A somewhat portly congressman rose to his feet, inquiring whether a certain weaponized suit had been developed. Tony cast a glance at the title Weaponized Suit Defense Project hearing adorning the wall. A faint smirk graced his lips as he grasped the situation. This was indeed a trap, a covert attempt to acquire his armor technology. "No, that is merely my advanced prosthetic," he retorted. The congressman gestured for the weapons expert, Mr. Justin Hammer, to take the floor. Justin, adjusting his suit, stepped forward with a confident smile. "Based on my professional assessment, Stark's armor constitutes an extraordinarily formidable weapon of war. I firmly believe that such a powerful tool should be entrusted to the military, to the American people." Tony let out a derisive laugh. "So, Mr. Hammer, would you be willing to surrender all of Hammer Industries' technology to the military?" Justin's smile faltered, and he lowered his gaze, feigning to organize his documents. The congressman called upon another witness, Colonel Rhodes, urging him to read a report. Rhodes, a friend of Tony's, appeared, prompting Tony to frown slightly. Rhodes looked equally bewildered as he took the document, quickly scanning it. "I apologize, but this excerpt has been taken out of context. I refuse to read it." Although he had indeed submitted a report, the sentence quoted was merely a fragment, highly susceptible to misinterpretation. The congressman disregarded Rhodes, instead projecting the contentious sentence onto the screen. It explicitly detailed the potential uses and power of the armor as a weapon. Rhodes sought to clarify, but the congressman abruptly silenced his microphone. Rising from his seat, the congressman's bulk shifted beneath his tailored suit. "Mr. Stark, we have received intelligence indicating that nations worldwide are attempting to replicate armor technology. For the sake of national security, the military must preemptively acquire this technology." Leaning back in his chair, Tony tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. The congressman signaled to his assistant, and the large screen illuminated. The image displayed a cumbersome machine unsteadily traversing a North Korean testing site. The machine's crude exterior bore evident welding marks, emitting a jarring metallic scraping sound as it moved. Though far from perfected, it was clear that North Korea was indeed pursuing similar technology. Tony's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the comical scene on the screen, his fingers deftly swiping across his phone. Utilizing JARVIS within his device, he commandeered the display before them. Suddenly, the large screen flickered, transitioning to another video segment. The footage revealed a silver-gray armor undergoing testing in a Hammer Industries laboratory, with Justin Hammer observing nearby. Abruptly, the upper section of the armor began to spin wildly, executing a complete 360-degree rotation, accompanied by screams from the cockpit. The room erupted in chaos, reporters frantically clicking their cameras. Turning to the visibly pale Justin, Tony quipped, "I hope your test pilot is still alive." Justin hurried to the podium, disconnected the monitor's power. The weapon test had failed, costing the life of the tester, resulting in significant damage to Hammer Industries' reputation. Upon hearing Tony's mockery, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, yet found himself at a loss for words. Tony stood up, impeccably dressed, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am indifferent to who delves into armor technology. If you possess the capability, conduct your own research. I shall not pursue it. The armor has become an extension of myself, an inseparable part of my being." With a sardonic smile, Tony added, "You think you can take my technology? Dream on." With that, he turned and strode away, Pepper trailing closely behind, leaving a room full of speechless individuals in their wake. His voice resonated throughout the hall, imbued with undeniable authority. The legislators on the platform exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Happy stood at the entrance, bewildered as he watched Tony. "Drive yourself back to New York," Tony instructed as he and Pepper slipped into a secluded corner. A golden halo materialized by the wall, and they stepped inside, leaving Happy standing alone. "What kind of black technology is this? It feels impressive. At this rate, am I nearing retirement? Will you still need me to drive?" Happy remarked with a shake of his head as he turned towards the parking lot. Tony and Pepper returned to the Stark Industries building, Tony seemingly unfazed. Making his way to the living room, viewing the hearing as nothing more than a farce. The sanctity of personal property is the cornerstone of Western capitalism. If the American government shamelessly attempts to seize Tony's technology, it would spell disaster for the nation. If they can claim Tony's assets today, what will happen tomorrow? Those who control the capital of this country would never allow such a scenario to unfold. In simpler terms, capitalists are inherently selfish, concerned only with their own gains and losses. National interests? Nonsense. The American government is upheld by various capitalist entities. If that legislator truly intended to rob a capitalist, trust that he would soon be whisked away in a convertible, is imagination running wild. This is also the reason the wealthy are drawn to America. There, if you possess wealth, you can indeed indulge in your desires. Of course, for non-locals, there is a possibility of asset freezing. After all, being descendants of pirates, robbing your wealth is standard practice. Thus, upon returning, Tony completely dismissed the hearing from his mind, not allowing it to trouble him. You performed admirably, he remarked as he entered the living room, where Jiang Chun, Wang Yu, and Linny Feng were present, all having watched the live broadcast earlier. A bunch of clowns. Do they truly believe I am easy to bully? Tony scoffed, clearly harboring no fondness for those legislators. By the way, how is your research on armor technology progressing in HYDRA? Tony inquired curiously of Jiang Chun. The S.H.I.E.L.D, a remarkable innovation, is primarily utilized in narcotics enforcement and firefighting sectors. Tony, with a knowing smile, acknowledged that there was no need for concealment regarding this fact. Particularly in the firefighting department, these suits have already begun to be deployed. Whether addressing urban fires, wildfires, or geological disasters, they serve a significant purpose. This indeed reflects the current strategy of HYDRA. At present, the Chongying S.H.I.E.L.D is primarily advancing in these areas. While military applications do exist, it is anticipated that future deployments will be limited, as the focus shifts more toward unmanned equipment. This is, in fact, the reason Wang Yu and his team have traveled to the United States. The automated robotic legion produced by Hammer Industries, or more specifically by Ivan Vanko, holds some utility for HYDRA. Chapter 69. The Moroccan Racecourse Firefighting Sector? Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Tony sighed in relief. Indeed, in HYDRA, the S.H.I.E.L.D has not been hastily repurposed for warfare, but rather for public welfare and rescue operations. In the hands of HYDRA, the technology behind the S.H.I.E.L.D is genuinely employed for protection. I must attend to some work matters. Pepper softly informed Tony before gracefully departing in her high heels. Tony scoffed dismissively. Justin, that fool, thinks he can create an S.H.I.E.L.D? How laughable. As afternoon descended, Tony found himself in the underground training facility, engaging in his routine boxing practice with Happy. Sweat trickled down his cheeks as he delivered powerful punches to Happy's protective gear. Sir, Miss Potts is on her way, Jarvis announced within the training room. Tony paused, wiping his forehead, and turned towards the entrance. Pepper entered with a striking red-haired woman clad in a professional ensemble, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. Tony, this is Natalie. I would like to hire her as my assistant, Pepper introduced. Tony scrutinized the newcomer, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity about her. It must be said that Tony's instincts were quite accurate. Jarvis, please investigate this woman's background, he instructed in a hushed tone. I have already done so, sir. Her credentials are impeccable, Jarvis replied. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged glances, both recognizing the true identity of the Black Widow. With numerous computer experts within S.H.I.E.L.D, altering Natasha's information posed no challenge. However, Tony harbored reservations about Natasha, feeling an unsettling vibe, yet Pepper seemed quite taken with the new assistant, leaving him unable to outright refuse. Glancing at Happy, who stood robustly in the ring, Tony raised an eyebrow, devising a plan. Let me see your skills, he proposed, gesturing to the boxing ring. If you can best him, I will consent to your hiring. The Black Widow smiled subtly, gracefully removing her high heels before nimbly ascending to the boxing ring. Happy hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Tony, and upon receiving a reassuring nod, he braced himself, fixing his gaze on the Black Widow opposite him. Begin, Tony commanded. The Black Widow moved with lightning speed, swiftly maneuvering behind Happy before he could react. With a seamless shoulder throw, she sent him crashing onto the mat, producing a dull thud. Following this, she executed a leg lock, firmly pinning Happy to the ground. The skirmish ended abruptly. After all, the Black Widow was an exceptionally skilled operative, seemingly augmented by a serum that rendered her far superior to the average individual. Happy stood no chance against her. Witnessing this, Pepper gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in disbelief at Natasha's remarkable prowess, while Tony raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Welcome to Stark Industries," he remarked, clapping his hands. Although he harbored some skepticism towards Natasha, he was a man of his word. Since the Black Widow had bested Happy, he would consent to her becoming an assistant. "Thank you," Natasha replied, releasing Happy and bowing gracefully. Only Happy remained, standing with a look of chagrin, feeling the weight of defeat against a woman. "By the way, I'm heading to Morocco tomorrow to watch Formula Racing. Would you like to join?" Tony shifted his focus to Jiang Chun and the others. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng exchanged glances. "Sorry, we have work to attend to." They had come with their respective tasks, and now that matters were settled, they were disinclined to linger. "Wang Yu and I are free," Jiang Chun affirmed with a nod. "Then it's settled," Tony concluded decisively. At this, Wang Yu also rose, tracing a golden arc with his finger in the air. There was no need for concealment among those present. Soon enough, everyone would become aware of the portal ability. The portal gradually opened before them, and after bidding farewell, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yifeng stepped inside. Natasha stood aside, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossing her features before she swiftly regained her composure. Once the portal vanished, Tony began discussing the itinerary for the following day with Jiang Chun, while Pepper took Natasha to complete her onboarding procedures, restoring tranquility to the training room. The next morning, everyone gathered in the living room, preparing for the impending trip to Morocco. Standing at the center of the room, Pepper inhaled deeply and traced a golden arc with her hands. A shimmering portal slowly materialized, reflecting the astonished gazes of those present. Observing this, a flicker of shock crossed the Black Widow's eyes, though she quickly regained her calm demeanor. However, her lips twitched slightly, indicating her struggle to maintain her composure. How could Pepper, an ordinary person, possess the ability to create a portal? This was peculiar. Could this ability be conferred upon others? Or perhaps it was something that could be learned. As a S.H.I.E.L.D agent, the Black Widow could not help but entertain such speculations in her mind. "Everyone, please follow me," Tony smiled, gesturing for everyone to come along. Their Moroccan adventure was about to commence. As the group streamed through the portal, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. They arrived in a lavishly adorned suite, with the unique architecture of Morocco and a cerulean sky visible beyond the windows. This was a room Tony had reserved in advance as a temporary location for their arrival. "How convenient," Tony exclaimed in admiration, "far more comfortable than my private jet." He patted Pepper on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Well done, Pepper. It seems you have fully mastered the art of teleportation." Pepper smiled modestly, pleased with her newfound ability to conjure portals. After a brief tidying of their belongings, they set off towards the racetrack. Navigating through the city, they arrived at the outskirts where the racetrack was bustling with a large crowd, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Tony's appearance instantly created a stir, as countless eyes turned towards the tech mogul. "Look, it's Tony Stark. My goodness, he is here to watch the race." The crowd erupted with gasps and chatter, many rushing to catch a glimpse of Tony. He greeted those around him with a smile, occasionally stopping to exchange pleasantries with acquaintances. Eventually, guided by the staff, they reached the section designated for their viewing. This area was filled with luminaries from various fields, all prominent figures and affluent individuals. Even Justin Hammer, Tony's rival who had recently clashed with him at a hearing, was present. Upon seeing Tony, many came over to greet him. Among them was a familiar face to Jiang Chun, the owner of KX, Max, with whom he had some collaborations. "I know him, Max," Jiang Chun remarked with a grin, extending his greetings. "Thanks to Max for the open source." Max looked on, puzzled. Chapter 70. Ivan Vanko. As the group settled into their seats, Tony announced he would step out for a moment. Pepper, thinking nothing of it, assumed he had gone to the restroom. However, as the roar of the racing engines crescendoed, Tony was still nowhere to be seen. Pepper furrowed her brow, glancing around anxiously. Where has Tony gone? At that moment, the large screen displayed a shocking image. Tony was seated in the driver's seat of a blue race car, clad in racing attire. "Ladies and gentlemen," the announcer's enthusiastic voice boomed through the sound system. "We have a special contestant, Mr. Tony Stark." The audience erupted into cheers and applause. Meanwhile, Pepper's complexion turned ashen as she made her way to the stands. gripping the railing tightly, her knuckles whitening. "Oh my God, Tony, what are you doing?" she murmured to herself, her voice laden with anxiety. Happy mirrored her expression, acutely aware of the peril inherent in formula racing. As the signal lights extinguished, the cars surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Tony's blue racer swiftly ascended to the forefront, the roar of the engine resounding thunderously. The spectators held their breath, their eyes riveted on the track. Suddenly, a man clad in a staff uniform breached the circuit. "My heavens! Who is that?" someone gasped. All eyes were drawn to this unexpected intruder. The man brandished a metallic whip, and in an instant, a blinding blue light emanated from him, igniting his clothing in flames. Following this, a blue energy aura enveloped the whip he wielded. He swung the energy whip, cleaving through the frontmost racers. The explosion of the cars illuminated the entire track. Thick smoke billowing upwards. Chaos erupted in the stands, screams echoing in disarray. "It's Ivan Vanko." Wang Yu recognized the identity of the man as traversers. They were well aware of who he was. Trading a glance with Jiang Chun, they chose not to act immediately. Meanwhile, Pepper, in terror, covered her mouth. Her eyes brimming with concern for Tony's safety. She swiftly turned to Happy. "Quickly, bring me the Mark V. Happy understood and promptly handed over the Mark V briefcase to Pepper. This was the only means to protect Tony, she murmured, her eyes sparkling with resolute determination. Simultaneously, Tony on the track sensed the anomaly ahead. He beheld the man wielding the energy whip, noting the arc reactor embedded in his chest, approaching in his direction. In an instant, he realized the threat was aimed at him. He sharply turned the steering wheel, the car carving an arc upon the track. As Ivan's energy whip whistled past, grazing the rear of the vehicle, Tony felt the breath of death upon him. He knew he had to act swiftly. He slammed the brakes, and the car, propelled by inertia, rolled to the side, narrowly evading Ivan Vanko's assault. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve, as Ivan, dragging the energy whip, slowly advanced towards Tony. Shaking his head to dispel the fog of confusion, Tony, now fully alert, beheld the slowly approaching Ivan Vanko and hastily unfastened his seatbelt, attempting to flee to safety. Stripped of his armor, he was but flesh and blood, ill-equipped to withstand a blow from Ivan Vanko. However, it was clear that Ivan would not grant him mercy. He swung the whip towards Tony. Although it did not strike him directly, the whip struck the ground, causing an explosion that toppled Tony, sending him crashing against a nearby vehicle. This impact left Tony momentarily dazed. Ivan Vanko's face broke into a smile as he wielded his energy whip, intent on annihilation. Tony, regaining consciousness, discovered that the fuel tank of his racing car had ruptured, gasoline seeping out. He hastily rolled and crawled away. The crack of Ivan's whip striking the ground ignited the fuel, and in the blink of an eye, a violent explosion erupted, affording Tony a fleeting moment of respite. At this critical juncture, a portal opened, and Pepper Potts emerged, carrying the Mark V suitcase. "Tony, catch." Without hesitation, she tossed the Mark V to him. "Pepper, I love you," Tony exclaimed excitedly as he activated the suit, his hands plunging into the suitcase, pulling it up with vigor. The Mark V armor rapidly encased him, its mechanical components interlocking with a crisp metallic clatter, exuding a mechanical elegance that left the audience in awe. As Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man, he became even more renowned. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed him don the battle suit. "Pepper, step aside and watch how I defeat him myself. Quickly, find a safe place. Leave this to me." Tony's voice resonated through his helmet, laced with confidence. Pepper cast a worried glance at him before hastening towards the audience's section. Ivan Vanko sneered, his energy whip slicing through the air, emitting a blinding blue light. "Stark, your father ruined my father's life. Today, you shall pay the price." Tony aimed his repulsor at Ivan. "I do not comprehend your grievances, but it is evident that you have chosen the wrong course of action." Ivan roared, his energy whip lunging at Tony like a venomous serpent. Tony swiftly evaded, yet the Mark V's maneuverability paled in comparison to other models, rendering his movements somewhat sluggish. The energy whip grazed the surface of his armor, sending sparks flying and leaving a deep gash. Alarmed, Tony realized that the defensive capabilities of this portable suit were indeed inadequate. He retaliated with his repulsor, but Ivan effortlessly dodged the attack. The energy whip struck again, this time shattering the repulsor on his left hand, rendering it useless. As Tony attempted to retreat, he discovered that another whip had ensnared his right arm. Ivan grinned maliciously, tightening his grip on the whip. The Mark V armor groaned under the strain. Tony's right repulsor short-circuited from the electrical surge, emitting plumes of black smoke. Similarly incapacitated, one of the few weapons the Mark V possessed. However, as he gazed at the whip coiling around his arm, a spark of inspiration ignited within Tony. With a sudden surge of strength, he utilized the whip's presence to propel himself forward, charging towards Ivan. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Ivan was taken aback as Tony closed the distance rapidly. Tony's fist struck Ivan Vanko's chin with a resounding thud. Ivan, devoid of armor and wielding only a whip, found his exposed flesh reeling from the blow. He collapsed to the ground, and seizing the moment, Tony knelt upon his chest and extracted the miniature arc reactor. With the loss of the reactor, Ivan's whip became a mere metal appendage, stripped of its energy and resistance. Chapter 71. The origin of Ivan. Where did this come from? Tony pondered, eyeing the device radiating a soft blue glow. Ivan coughed up blood, his eyes still brimming with disdain. Tony Stark, your family is nothing but a band of despicable thieves. The arc reactor was developed by my father, yet your father seized everything and exiled him. This is my reason for vengeance. Tony silently regarded the reactor in his grasp, lost in profound contemplation. He could not fully grasp the meaning behind Ivan's words. But now was not the time for such inquiries. A paltry imitation, he remarked dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at Ivan before crushing the reactor and tossing the remnants aside. As Ivan was subdued, the police swiftly arrived, apprehending him and escorting him towards the nearest prison, leaving Tony standing alone. Do you think this is the end, Stark? Ivan's lips curled into a maniacal grin as he allowed the officers to lead him away. You have failed, Stark. This is merely the beginning. His voice echoed across the racetrack. Tony furrowed his brow, watching Ivan's retreating figure. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached as Pepper rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Tony, are you all right? Her voice trembled with concern. I'm fine. Pepper, do not worry, Tony reassured her, gently patting her back. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu strolled over, a teasing smile gracing Jiang's lips. Since you managed well on your own, we saw no need to intervene. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. When has Tony Stark ever needed assistance? I can handle any adversary. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, though. It was indeed Pepper who saved me this time, but that's different. She is my assistant. Pepper shot him an exasperated look. All right, we should leave this place. Tony surveyed the chaotic racetrack. I'm unscathed, though this suit requires some repairs. The group made their way out, leaving behind a trail of disarray. Tony's steps felt heavier, the haunting image of Ivan's final smile lingering in his mind. Ivan's words weighed on him, prompting a need to investigate further upon his return. In the afternoon, a group of 4 arrived at the prison, and at that moment, Tony had already consulted Jarvis to gather information about Ivan Vanko. He understood why Ivan referred to the Stark family as thieves. Ivan's father, Anton Vanko, a scientist from the former Soviet Union, had once collaborated with Howard Stark on the research of the Tesseract, jointly developing the arc reactor. However, unlike Howard, Anton sought to exploit the power of the Tesseract for personal gain and was subsequently exiled by Howard. This ignited a deep-seated resentment within Anton, leading to a life filled with animosity towards Howard, which ultimately culminated in his demise. This animosity inevitably influenced Ivan Vanko, who, witnessing Tony bask in luxury while he languished in poverty, felt an acute sense of injustice. Ivan, not one to shy away from vengeance, resolved to retaliate by any means necessary. Initially, his goal was to eliminate Tony, and although he failed in that endeavor, he still achieved a significant part of his objective. You have lost, Stark, Ivan sneered at Tony. Despite not being able to kill him, Ivan had made a statement. During a recent hearing, Tony had claimed that his suits were not weapons, asserting that others could not replicate them. Now, Ivan had developed his own arc reactor, showcasing it to the public and demonstrating the power of his armor, undoubtedly creating considerable trouble for Tony. However, Ivan mistakenly believed this would trouble Tony, who was, in fact, indifferent. Really? Tony scoffed, unaware that Ivan, hailing from Russia, did not grasp the mindset of an American capitalist. As long as Tony refused to relinquish his technology, no one could obtain it. As he had previously stated, if one had the prowess to create their own armor, they were welcome to do so. After all, the core energy source of the armor was something few could replicate. Of course, excluding China, Tony had indeed exchanged technology with them. using the arc reactor to enhance controllable nuclear fusion for the advancement of human technology, showing no reluctance in sharing. From Tony's perspective, China's advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology surpassed his own arc reactor technology, and he felt no shame in accepting their contributions. Well, I care not whence you came or what your intentions are, nor how you acquired the arc reactor technology. You are now a prisoner, awaiting the consequences of the law. Ivan had stirred up trouble at the racetrack, leading to the demise of several unfortunate racers. Such acts of murder would be met with retribution in any nation, though the severity of the punishment might vary. Regardless, Ivan was destined for decades behind bars, and Tony saw no need to entangle himself further with him. Moreover, your reactor's power is minimal, and its rotation speed is insufficient. It is merely a subpar imitation. Tony was not inclined to engage in lengthy conversation with Ivan Vanko. After uttering a brief remark, he turned to leave. His visit to Ivan was born out of curiosity about this individual who harbored intent to kill him. Now, having discerned the truth, he realized that Ivan's motivations stemmed from jealousy, spiraling into madness. Such a remorseless killer held no further fascination for Tony. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu accompanied Tony. They exchanged glances, both aware that a prison could not contain Ivan Vanko. However, this matter bore no significance to them. In fact, they anticipated Ivan's escape and the subsequent creation of a robotic army. As the trio departed the prison, another group entered, Justin Hammer's associates, who brought along an inmate of similar stature to Ivan. Shortly thereafter, a fire broke out within the prison, resulting in Ivan's demise. Unbeknownst to Tony, it was Justin Hammer who had leveraged his wealth to orchestrate Ivan's extraction from the Moroccan prison. With Tony and Jiang Chun returning home through a portal, the incident concerning Ivan quickly faded from Tony's mind. It was time for them to return. After spending the afternoon at Tony's residence, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu prepared to head back to their homeland. They bid farewell to Tony when an unexpected visitor arrived. Pepper's new assistant, Natalia, or rather, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow Natasha. Miss Natalia, what brings you here? Wang Yu inquired, casting a wary glance at Natasha standing in the doorway, his tone calm, yet tinged with caution. Jiang Chun stood beside him, arms crossed, brow slightly raised, his expression betraying a hint of curiosity. They refrained from speaking immediately, opting to observe Natasha's demeanor. Natasha offered a subtle smile as she gracefully entered the room. Her gaze flitted between the two, as if weighing her words carefully. Despite her seemingly relaxed demeanor, a barely perceptible sharpness lurked in her eyes. You are likely aware of my true identity, she stated directly, her voice imbued with an undeniable confidence. Wang Yu and Jiang Chun exchanged a glance, a shared perplexity emerging. They had long recognized that Pepper's new assistant was none other than the infamous Black Widow Natasha from S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet they were taken aback by her forthrightness in revealing her identity. And so, Jiang Chun's tone held a hint of mockery, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was in no rush to respond, eager to discern what game she intended to play. I wish to know how you enabled Pepper to possess the ability to create portals. Natasha leaned in slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun, seeking to glean any clues from his reaction. Jiang Chun remained unmoved, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery, as if indifferent to Natasha's inquiries. No comment. He replied succinctly, his tone imbued with an unmistakable resolve. Natasha's brow furrowed slightly. A flicker of barely discernible disappointment crossed her eyes, yet she swiftly regained her composure, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It is indeed you who have bestowed her with this ability. Her voice carried a note of certainty, as if she had gleaned the answer she sought from Jiang Chun's terse response. Jiang Chun's expression momentarily stiffened. In a lapse of caution, he had inadvertently divulged information to her. Through his words, Natasha confirmed that Pepper Potts possessed the ability to traverse portals, a gift attributed to HYDRA. Observing this, Wang Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Chun, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Natasha, impatience lacing his voice. What business do you have with us? Natasha, undeterred by his demeanor, smiled with even greater composure, her eyes flitting between the two men as if weighing her options. S.H.I.E.L.D. seeks to collaborate with HYDRA. Her tone remained calm, yet there was an undeniable sincerity woven into her words. Wang Yu scoffed, his expression rife with disdain. What do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. represents? merely a subsidiary of the council, funded by them while serving American interests, all the while proclaiming to uphold world peace, yet stirring trouble wherever they go. His tone grew increasingly frosty, his eyes reflecting a palpable contempt. Jiang Chun could not suppress a chuckle, his gaze mirroring the amusement of one witnessing a captivating drama unfold. For a brief moment, Natasha's expression faltered, a subtle embarrassment flickering in her eyes. "It's S.H.I.E.L.D, not S.N.A.K.E., she corrected. Despite recognizing the phonetic similarity in the Huagua language, there remained a distinction. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, though her smile appeared somewhat forced. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu's reference to S.N.A.K.E. was intentional, and she mistakenly believed it to be a mere misnomer. However, it must be acknowledged that S.H.I.E.L.D lacked the standing to negotiate with Huagua, as Huagua was indeed one of the 5 principal members of the council, and thus, in a position of superiority over S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Yu cast her a cold glance, denying her further opportunity to speak. With a decisive gesture, he conjured a golden portal that shimmered in the air, emitting a soft glow. "We are not interested," he declared with palpable disdain, and with that, he and Jiang Chun stepped through the portal. Natasha remained rooted in place, watching as the portal gradually closed, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. It appeared that Huagua indeed possessed the capacity to bestow extraordinary powers. Yet, Natasha seemed unfazed by any sense of loss. In reality, she had acquired the information she desired. As for Huagua's refusal to collaborate with S.H.I.E.L.D, she had no interest in the matter whatsoever. What did it have to do with her? She was merely a messenger, leaving Nick Fury to grapple with the ensuing headaches. Adjusting her attire, Natasha restored Natalie's competent appearance and proceeded towards her office. She still had her tasks to complete. S.H.I.E.L.D had assigned her to Stark Industries primarily to assess Tony Stark, and encountering Jiang Chun and his associates was merely a fortuitous event. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu returned to their homeland, unconcerned about the Black Widow's approach. "Wang Yu, I mentioned that Pepper Potts acquired the portal ability from us. Is that all right?" Jiang Chun inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "No worries, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are not worth much consideration," Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, waving his hand with a smile. "The magic school indeed requires expansion, and branches will be established in various provinces. The existence of magic cannot be concealed. After all, Huagua needs to promote magic extensively within the country, selecting individuals with exceptional talents from a population of 1 billion for training. Given this context, concealment is simply unfeasible, so there is no need for Huagua to hide anything. In the perilous Marvel world, although Huagua boasted technological advancements of 2 to 3 decades ahead of the rest of the world, it faced the awkward reality of lacking supernatural powers, particularly in this regard. With the opportunity at hand, it was only natural to spare no effort in acquiring such abilities. The potential of magic is immense. Cultivating even a handful, or even dozens of supreme mages, would equate to a top-tier deterrent akin to nuclear weapons, prompting Huagua to pursue this endeavor. Moreover, Huagua's advantages in this world are limited to its technological edge. However, its greatest asset lies in its vast population, coupled with the trust in the government. The populace would engage in extensive magical studies. Selecting gifted mages from 1 billion individuals is hardly a daunting task. Even if a supreme mage emerges from millions, Huagua could easily identify over 100. The promotion of magic is imperative, and there is little concern about whether outsiders might learn of it in the future. Besides, what if outsiders find out? Do they think I would teach them? Nonetheless, it is true that you must exercise caution in the future. Although there was no intent to blame Jiang Chun, it is indeed essential for him to learn from this experience. One must be wary of seasoned individuals like the Black Widow. Chapter 73. Hammer Industries Weapon Exhibition. Upon returning home, Jiang Chun switched on the television, where news from America was being broadcast. On screen, the same senator who had previously targeted Tony Stark was launching another attack. Mr. Stark's arrogance is astounding. He believes no one can develop armor technology, yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. The emergence of Ivan Vanko has certainly embarrassed Tony. Aside from him, there are indeed others in this world capable of independently developing miniature arc reactors. Jiang Chun gently shook his head. Such politicians excel at exploiting every opportunity. Nevertheless, this did remind him of one thing. Once the plot of Iron Man 2 officially commenced, the world would inevitably be swept into turmoil. Fortunately, the current state of HYDRA is vastly different from before. The involvement of Master Gu Yi and the pursuit of magical knowledge have provided HYDRA with a solid foundation in this world. Meanwhile, in Stark Tower, Tony sat in the laboratory, surrounded by a myriad of data projected before him. "Sir, a military representative is calling again," Jarvis reminded him. Tony, feeling irritated, rubbed his temples. The military's covetous gaze upon the armor had never waned, particularly intensified following the Ivan Vanko incident. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze fell upon Mark II in the corner. This could indeed be a viable option. "Jarvis, prepare for a party and invite more lovely ladies," he instructed. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Let everyone believe I have returned to the old Tony Stark." As night fell, Stark Tower glowed brightly. Clad in his armor, Tony reveled at the party. Countless women donned in revealing attire swayed their hips on the dance floor, the entire event imbued with an intoxicating atmosphere. Pepper Potts stood in a corner, her eyes filled with disappointment. Just then, Rhodes burst in, witnessing Tony firing his repulsor at a fruit bowl. "I shall now address the question that concerns you most," Tony proclaimed, holding a bottle of liquor and wearing a broad smile. "Some have asked how one finds convenience while armored. Well, just like this," he said, and with that, his expression shifted to one of sheer relief, as though he had just relieved himself within the suit. In truth, the suit was equipped with a cleaning function, a design not uncommon in spacesuits. However, Tony's antics incensed someone greatly. "Enough, Tony. Have you lost your mind?" Rhodes exclaimed, his fury palpable as he confronted Tony, who feigned drunkenness. Rhodes seethed with anger, feeling disheartened by the realization that Tony had reverted to his former debauched self, which was truly infuriating. "Look at yourself. Do you believe you deserve to wear that armor?" Rhodes demanded angrily. "Do I not deserve it? And what about you?" Tony scoffed, continuing, "I crafted this armor myself. If I do not deserve it, who does?" His words darkened Rhodes's countenance. In a fit of rage, Rhodes stormed toward the laboratory. "Ignore him. Let the music play on," Tony dismissed nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Moments later, Rhodes soared into the sky in Mark II, engaging Tony in a fierce confrontation. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the villa as the two suits exchanged blows. Ultimately, Rhodes piloted the Mark II, heading directly towards the military base. Little did he consider that, without Tony's consent, no one could wrest the armor from J.A.R.V.I.S.S. control. After the party concluded, Tony quickly sought out Pepper to apologize. "I am truly sorry, Pepper. Do you have any idea how much I worried?" Tony gently elucidated his plan. This is the only method that could silence the military. At that moment, Pepper comprehended the situation and shook her head in resignation. "Could you not find a more suitable approach? This is the quickest and most convincing way." Tony stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the distant lights. In truth, he had already resolved the palladium poisoning issue. This charade was merely a concession to the military. While the political sphere in America may disregard him, the military could not afford to do so, as Stark Industries was an integral part of the military-industrial complex. Although the weapons department had been shuttered, intricate ties with the military remained. He had to provide the military with an explanation, thus orchestrating Rhodes's departure with the Mark II. The U.S. military believed they had gained something, yet in reality, they had acquired nothing. Pepper stood beside him, gently resting her head on his shoulder. "Next time you devise such a plan, could you please inform me beforehand?" Tony smiled, remaining silent. In the distance, Rhodes had reached the military base, where personnel promptly began examining the Mark II. However, they would be oblivious to the fact that the core technology of this armor had already been locked by Tony. This was merely a meticulously crafted ruse. The following morning, major media outlets began reporting on the previous night's events. Has Iron Man returned to his hedonistic lifestyle? The stock prices of Stark Industries plummeted in response. Observing these reports, a subtle smile graced Tony's lips. Sometimes, being misunderstood serves as the most effective form of protection. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Suddenly, Hammer Industries, the largest arms dealer in America, boldly announced an upcoming weapons exhibition, inviting representatives from various nations to attend. Even HYDRA received an invitation, which left them somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, they decided to send a delegate to witness the spectacle, and without a doubt, Jiang Chun was chosen. Jiang Chun once more journeyed to America alongside Wang Yu, accompanied by a dozen others. When the time came, they effortlessly traversed the portal and arrived in New York. The streets of New York were bustling with cars and pedestrians as Jiang Chun and Wang Yu navigated through the throngs, swiftly reaching the Hammer Industries exhibition venue. Before the expansive exhibition hall, a colossal banner boldly announced the Hammer Industries Weapons Exhibition. Jiang Chun looked up at the modern structure, a fusion of steel and glass, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Hammer truly knows how to create a spectacle. Wang Yu responded calmly, "Let us simply enjoy the show." Inside the exhibition hall, a multitude of representatives from various countries mingled amidst the crowd. The expansive exhibition hall was divided into several sections, showcasing an array of tanks, armored vehicles, missiles, artillery, and light weaponry. Jiang Chun casually picked up a rifle, scrutinizing it closely. It was an improved model of the M4, boasting numerous optimizations. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging its merits. In front of the display, a blonde, blue-eyed presenter was introducing the latest anti-tank missile from Hammer Industries, which featured a brand-new guidance system that enhanced its accuracy by 30%. Jiang Chun, listening to the presentation, couldn't help but smile. While these weapons were commendable, they paled in comparison to Tony's technology, and even more so when juxtaposed with the weaponry from HYDRA. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the far end of the hall. Justin Hammer had arrived. The crowd parted to form a pathway as Hammer, impeccably dressed in a suit, strode forward. "Welcome, everyone, to Hammer Industries," he proclaimed, wearing a standard commercial smile. "Tonight's main event will surely leave you all in awe." Jiang Chun noticed a glimmer of pride in Hammer's eyes, indicating that an exciting spectacle awaited. As night enveloped New York, the Hammer Industries exhibition hall gleamed with lights. Massive spotlights illuminated the stage as Justin Hammer stepped confidently into the spotlight, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I will unveil the cutting-edge technology developed by Hammer Industries." His face bore a commercial smile, yet his eyes sparkled with barely concealed ambition. "Allow me to introduce the next generation of humanoid combat robots." As his words resonated, dozens of silver-gray mechanical warriors marched in unison onto the stage, categorized into land, sea, and air types, appearing quite impressive. Their movements were fluid, their steps synchronized, and the metallic surfaces glimmered under the lights. The audience erupted in gasps of wonder and applause. These combat robots employ the most advanced artificial intelligence systems, allowing for complete autonomous control without human intervention, Justin declared, his voice thick with pride. And that is not all. He gestured toward the side of the stage. "Let me present to you the prototype combat machine from Hammer Industries." Accompanied by thunderous music, a silver-gray armored suit slowly made its way onto the stage. It was the Mark II, previously seized by the military and transferred to Hammer Industries for weapon modifications, though Justin shamelessly presented it as a product of his own company. "This is a masterpiece of Hammer Industries, proving our capability to manufacture armored suits that rival any competitor," he asserted with a tone rife with provocation. Listening to this, Rode, inside the armor, could only feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. He longed to voice his objections, yet the military's orders compelled him to remain silent. At that moment, Jiang Chun's phone vibrated unexpectedly, the screen illuminating with Tony's name. "Jiang, please help me find Pepper." Tony's voice was laced with urgency. "It's dangerous over here with Hammer. He is collaborating with Ivan Vanko, and those robots are behaving strangely." Jiang Chun furrowed his brow. "Is Pepper here?" "Yes. Hammer invited her to the exhibition, but I can't reach her," Tony spoke rapidly. "You must help me locate her and ensure her safety." "Of course." Jiang Chun felt no need to decline Tony's request. He ended the call and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yu, both of their eyes reflecting a hint of amusement. Protecting Pepper was akin to a favor delivered right to their doorstep. That guy Tony was undeniably flustered when it came to Pepper. The exhibition hall was a cacophony of voices, illuminated by dazzling lights. Wang Yu swiftly gestured to the other attendees, signaling them to be vigilant about their safety. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun scanned the crowd for Pepper's figure. Soon, he spotted her at the forefront of the display, accompanied by a slightly shorter figure, Black Widow Natasha. At that moment, Pepper was frowning at the performance on stage, evidently displeased with Hammer's rhetoric. She recognized the Mark II, yet she could hardly fathom Justin's audacity. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu refrained from revealing themselves just yet, opting instead to quietly observe the unfolding situation. Intervening at a critical moment would elicit far more gratitude than prior protection. Suddenly, a familiar figure descended from above. Tony, clad in the pristine Mark IV armor, landed heavily on the podium. The gold and red suit shimmered under the lights, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Justin was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but quickly regained his composure. "Oh, Tony, my dear friend." His face was a mask of feigned delight as he approached Tony briskly. "I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence." Tony paid him no mind, instead surveying the surroundings with caution. Just then, an unforeseen incident occurred. The war machine abruptly activated all its weapon systems, aiming its cannons directly at Tony. Justin's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped back repeatedly. Such a reaction from the machines was utterly unexpected. To Justin, both the war machine's modifications and the humanoid robots were merely half-finished products, intended solely for display to deceive military budgets. However, Ivan Vanko clearly had other plans. He had covertly transformed these machines into lethal weapons. "Oh, there's no need to worry. This is merely a precautionary system," Justin insisted, determined to maintain his facade amidst the ongoing presentation. Yet, what Justin failed to anticipate was that the war machine's weapon systems had already locked onto Tony. Upon witnessing the scene, Tony could hardly bring himself to trust Justin's words. He took flight, with War Machine following closely behind, its Gatling gun extending forth, aiming directly at Tony and unleashing a torrent of bullets. Simultaneously, the dozens of robots that had been dormant on stage were activated, soaring into the air and directing their firepower towards Tony. The audience, initially bewildered, assumed it was merely a performance orchestrated by Hammer Industries, and watched with a sense of detached amusement. However, as the war machine and the robots fired, shattering the glass ceiling of the exhibition hall and sending down a cascade of lethal shards, panic ensued. Many unfortunate souls met their demise beneath the raining debris, prompting the crowd to regain their senses and flee in terror. Chaos erupted within the exhibition hall. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged glances and moved closer to Pepper. The crisis had arrived. It was time to act. Massive shards of glass plummeted from above, refracting the vibrant lights and resembling the scythe of death aimed directly at Pepper. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and Pepper stood paralyzed, her legs weak. Natasha, quick on her feet, leapt towards Pepper just as a golden portal unfurled in midair. Brilliant waves of energy rippled outward, causing the deadly glass shards to vanish in an instant. Jiang Chun retracted his gesture, and the golden portal dissipated. Only then did Pepper snap back to reality, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Being an ordinary person, despite having learned to use the portal, her instinct in the face of danger was still to freeze in place. "Thank you, Jiang Chun," Pepper said, taking a deep breath in an effort to steady her racing heart. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. It was nothing, just a simple gesture. At that moment, Pepper's phone vibrated urgently. It was a call from Tony. "Pepper, are you all right?" Tony's voice was laced with concern. "I'm safe, thanks to Jiang Chun's timely intervention," Pepper replied, her gaze filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chun. Hearing this, Tony let out a sigh of relief. Rhodey's armor has been remotely controlled. We need to find a way to reboot the system to regain control. Natasha's expression hardened as she quickly approached Justin, who was cowering in a corner. "Tell me, what is going on?" she demanded, gripping Justin's collar tightly. Justin feigned calmness. "It's just a system malfunction. Our technicians are addressing it." Natasha scoffed coldly and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Justin to the ground. "Tell me, who are you collaborating with?" "I'm an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. And if you don't want to end up in prison, you better speak up." Justin cried out in pain. All right, it's Ivan Vanko. He reprogrammed all the robots. It has nothing to do with me." Without hesitation, Justin shifted the blame entirely onto Ivan Vanko. And it seemed he was indeed telling the truth. Upon hearing this, Natasha released Justin, realizing that, like Tony, he was also a significant figure in Hammer Industries and a wealthy capitalist, leaving her with little recourse against him. In America, individuals of immense wealth, like Justin, remain unscathed regardless of the troubles they encounter. Natasha turned to Jiang Chun and inquired, "Could you assist me in opening a portal? I must reach Hammer Industries post-haste." Natasha was well aware of Jiang Chun's abilities, and they were undoubtedly the most efficient means to her desired destination. Very well. Jiang Chun had no reason to decline this request. With a wave of his hand, a golden portal materialized. The radiant golden circle unfurled in the air once more. And without hesitation, Natasha stepped through, instantly arriving at the headquarters of Hammer Industries. What extraordinary technology is this? Justin Hammer, rising from the ground, stared in astonishment at the portal, particularly incredulous as he witnessed Natasha enter his own company's headquarters. This was no mere technology, it was akin to magic. Jiang Chun cast a glance at Justin before also stepping through the portal to reach Hammer Industries. Hey, wait for me. I haven't boarded yet, Justin exclaimed, regaining his senses as the portal vanished. These two were heading to his own domain. Who could predict what they would do? Stop pondering. The mess here requires your attention. Pepper, with a stoic expression, remarked as she regarded Justin. Observing the chaotic scene, Justin felt a throbbing headache, especially as he noticed several bodies lying nearby. Victims of fallen glass. One unfortunate soul had been cleaved in two, blood and innards spilled across the ground, sending chills down his spine. This was merely the current state of affairs. Who knew what further chaos would ensue once those robots ventured out? How could he evade responsibility? At that moment, Justin could not shake off this thought. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Natasha had arrived at Hammer Industries headquarters. The nature of this ability was truly remarkable. Having personally experienced the wonders of the portal, Natasha appeared thoroughly astonished. This is magic, Jiang Chun stated calmly. He had learned from Wang Yu that there was no need for China to conceal the existence of magic. It would soon be known to the world, especially to organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. Magic. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a smile of interest gracing her lips as she asked, "So, did Pepper learn magic from you?" Indeed. Although aware that Black Widow was probing once more, Jiang Chun nodded, deeming it unnecessary to conceal the truth. "Well, do you think it's possible for me to learn magic?" Natasha said, winking at Jiang Chun. As long as you can afford it. What is there that you cannot learn?" Jiang Chun smirked, then continued, "However, whether you can master it is another matter." "Oh, how much does it cost?" Black Widow inquired with keen interest. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Black Widow possesses considerable wealth. She dismisses mere dollars, valuing her worth at 100 tons of gold without negotiation. However, such a price is indeed beyond reach. Suddenly, the security personnel of Hammer Industries have also noticed the two, and two burly men charge forward with an intimidating demeanor. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Natasha, filled with curiosity as she observes Jiang Chun standing nonchalantly, inquires about his combat prowess. "Not my concern," Jiang Chun retorts disdainfully, rolling his eyes. "This is your American affair. It has nothing to do with me. I've already opened the portal for you and brought you here. What more do you expect from me? Do you think you're that important?" "Damn, it really is like that." Natasha pauses, realizing that there is no reason for anyone to interfere in American matters. The portal assistance was already generous enough. "But I'm not even American," she adds with a smirk. Nonetheless, she quickly regains her composure. As a premier agent, Natasha's combat skills are formidable, and the security guards from Hammer Industries stand no chance against her. A cold smile graces her lips as she fluidly glides towards the approaching guards like a serpent. With a swift strike, she delivers a precise chop to the neck of the first guard, causing his eyes to roll back in an instant. As the second guard lunges with a punch, Natasha deftly evades, seizing his wrist and executing a smooth throw over her shoulder. A cry of agony escapes the guard as he crashes heavily to the ground. The remaining guards, witnessing their comrade's downfall, angrily encircle her. With a swift motion, Natasha wraps her legs around one guard's neck, using his momentum to hurl him aside. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of impact echo as the guards fall one after another, some clutching their chests, others cradling their legs. Although Natasha refrains from using lethal weapons, the specially designed stun guns from S.H.I.E.L.D. incapacitate these ordinary guards entirely. The entire sequence unfolds with an effortless grace, leaving Natasha's hair untouched. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Chun watches the one-sided domination with keen interest, finding this scene far more captivating than any cinematic portrayal. "Let us proceed to the main server room," Natasha states, brushing off her hands with a relaxed expression after dispatching the guards. The two traverse the corridor and swiftly locate the server room. Natasha rapidly types on the keyboard, a cascade of code flashing across the screen. Done. Rhodes should be able to regain control of the armor now. She exhales, relieved. "By the way, couldn't you have just teleported us here directly?" I had to fight off so many people. Natasha glances back at Jiang Chun. I've never been here before. The portal isn't something you can just open at will. Jiang Chun shrugs innocently. Natasha rolls her eyes, her gaze fixed on the screen with a furrowed brow. However, the control of the drones is still in Ivan's hands. We cannot shut them down from here. Jiang Chun opens the portal, a golden ring shimmering in the air. The two individuals departed from the Hammer Industries server room in quick succession. Chapter 76, The Whip of Death. Tony soared through the night sky with remarkable speed, pursued relentlessly by War Machine. Jarvis, have you yet breached the Mark II systems? The missile bay on War Machine's shoulder opened, unleashing a barrage of missiles that whistled toward Tony. He swiftly maneuvered to evade them, but the shockwaves from the explosions destabilized his flight path. Sir, Ivan has reprogrammed the system. I am currently unable to infiltrate and require a reboot of the unit, Jarvis informed him, clenching his teeth. Tony was reluctant to engage Rhodey directly and could only continue to dodge. Suddenly, War Machine's thrusters powered down, and the massive armor plummeted from the sky. Natasha, at Hammer Industries headquarters, had rebooted War Machine's systems. Rhodey, Tony exclaimed, diving down to catch him. At that moment, War Machine's systems rebooted, the thrusters ignited once more, and he hovered steadily in midair. Phew, finally regained control. Rhodey's relieved voice came through the communicator. Welcome back, Honey Bear, Tony exhaled in relief, realizing Natasha's success. Just as the two were about to reminisce, a piercing sound filled the air as a swarm of robots surged toward them. It appeared that Ivan was not inclined to grant them a moment's respite for nostalgia. Rhodey adjusted his stance, and he and Tony fled toward the distance. Their goal clear, to lead the robots away from the crowds and minimize civilian casualties. The drone swarm pursued them relentlessly, raining down ammunition. Pedestrians scattered in panic, their screams echoing through the chaos. Several stray bullets struck a car in the distance, engulfing it in flames, and the innocent family inside seemed doomed. Jiang Chun stood at the roadside, observing the tumultuous street, unable to suppress his lament. The American people truly live in constant peril, he sighed, shaking his head. He opened a portal and transported a mother and daughter, about to be crushed by falling debris, to safety. Jiang Chun's abilities were limited, and he could only save a few. For the rest, all he could offer was an apology. After all, he was not a superhero of America, merely doing what was within his power. The instinct to help arose from his upbringing. Witnessing innocent civilians in distress compelled him to assist when he could. Meanwhile, Tony, noticing the civilian casualties below, promptly communicated with Rhodey through Jarvis. Head to the park. It's deserted. It was indeed night, and the absence of visitors in the park would ensure that any battle there would not endanger more innocent lives. Whether there were homeless individuals in the park was a consideration for another time. The two swiftly redirected the battlefield, leading the swarm of drones toward the city park. In the expansive meadow, Tony and Rhodey stood back to back, ready to confront the impending threat. The robots, after all, were merely a rudimentary creation of Ivan Vanko, and there was no expectation that they could truly eliminate Tony. Depleting their ammunition, however, was not a significant concern. The machines detonated in succession, sending fragments raining down like a tempest, leaving charred marks upon the lawn. Yet, the sheer number of robots was overwhelming, and soon the two found themselves surrounded. Rhodey, take cover, Tony commanded. In response, he resorted to his secret weapon, instructing Rhodey to crouch before activating a disposable laser device on his wrist. With a swift sweep, he decimated the encircling robots, eliminating the threat in one fell swoop. What a cool weapon. Can my suit accommodate one of those? Rhodey inquired as he rose from the ground, a tinge of envy in his voice. Despite having outfitted his armor with an array of conventional weaponry through Justin, it paled in comparison to Tony's high-energy laser. Out of materials, Tony shrugged, ejecting the laser device nonchalantly. He had gifted Rhodey the Mark II suit as a means of accountability to the military, but he had no intention of supplying any further weaponry. What a pity. Rhodey sighed, expressing his disappointment. Tony Stark, a mocking voice interrupted, drawing their attention. Ivan Vanko descended before them clad in an upgraded version of the Whiplash armor. A smile plastered on his face as he regarded Tony, dismissing Rhodey entirely. Today marks your demise. His armor crackled with ominous blue electricity, and two elongated whips pulsating with energy unfurled from his arms, clearly indicative of a comprehensive upgrade. Previously, Vanko had crafted a rudimentary suit with limited resources, but its potency should not be underestimated. Now, Utilizing Hammer Industries' resources, he had brought his vision to fruition, embodying all his designs in this formidable armor. In this regard, one could argue that Ivan Vanko was a genius rivaling Tony Stark, having created such an advanced suit in a remarkably short span of time, even surpassing Tony's current technology. The atmosphere thickened with tension, an aura of impending violence palpable. "Allow me to deploy my ex-wife against you," Rhodey interjected gravely. Tony, perplexed, could only respond with confusion. "What on earth?" Just as he was about to inquire further, a small missile, no larger than a finger, emerged from the launcher on Rhodey's shoulder. It dawned on Tony that Rhodey was referring to the missile, humorously dubbed ex-wife. Who on earth would name a weapon such? It seemed rather absurd. As the ex-wife activated, it soared at breakneck speed towards Ivan Vanko, positioned a mere 10 meters away. However, in a rather embarrassing turn of events, a crisp sound resonated as a small missile struck the ground, merely splashing a bit of water without causing any significant impact. The scene resembled the lackluster firecrackers of festive celebrations in Hua Nation, akin to a dud that elicited more laughter than fear in the midst of battle. Observing this, the onlookers were left speechless. "Is that from Hammer Industries?" Tony inquired humorously, glancing at Rhodes. "Indeed, it is the handiwork of Justin." Rhodes promptly shifted the blame onto Justin, eager to distance himself from such an embarrassing incident. "That fool." Tony rolled his eyes but remained vigilant, directing his attention toward Ivan Vanko, whose shoulder-mounted missile launcher prepared to fire. However, this posed no threat to Ivan, as his armor swiftly engaged, deflecting the projectiles effortlessly. "Is this your attack, Stark?" "Pathetic," Ivan mocked, brandishing his dual whips and charging toward Tony and Rhodes. Chapter 77. Soul Magic. Ivan Vanko's death whip armor wielded two long whips, resembling bolts of blue lightning, carving striking arcs through the air. Each swing was accompanied by a sharp whoosh, as if capable of tearing through the very atmosphere. Inside their armor, both Tony and Rhodes wore serious expressions, acutely aware that any negligence against Ivan's upgraded death whip armor could result in dire consequences. Although Tony's Mark IV and Rhodes' War Machine boasted formidable firepower, they seemed somewhat inadequate in the face of Ivan's relentless onslaught, their weapons proving ineffective against him. The electric whips inflicted not only physical devastation, but also high-voltage shocks. Each impact against the ground ignited sparks and billowed smoke, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. When the whips struck Tony and Rhodes' armor, they caused malfunctions in some of their weaponry, rendering them unable to retaliate effectively. Under the relentless assault from Ivan, both Tony and Rhodes soon found themselves ensnared by the electric whips around their necks, firmly held in place. At that moment, a smug smile crept across Ivan's face, his eyes glinting with vengeful fervor. "Is this truly your strength, Stark? Your doom is imminent," he taunted loudly. Anxious, Tony attempted to counterattack with his shoulder-mounted mini-missile launcher, but Ivan's armor reacted with remarkable agility, evading the projectiles almost instantaneously. The electric whip lashed out once more, shattering Tony's launcher and stripping him of any means to resist. Just then, the fabric of space seemed to twist and a portal slowly materialized, through which Jiang Chun emerged. His arrival intensified the already tense atmosphere of the battlefield. Jiang Chun surveyed the scene and chuckled upon witnessing the struggle, addressing Tony and Rhodes. "It appears you could use some assistance." Upon witnessing the scene, Tony, though somewhat embarrassed, recognized the gravity of the situation and without further ado called out to Jiang Chun, "Jiang, please assist me. This fellow is even more formidable than I had anticipated." The moment Tony sought Jiang Chun's aid, the atmosphere on the battlefield became palpably tense. Jiang Chun nodded and, through a portal, swiftly positioned himself behind Ivan. Before the latter could react, Jiang Chun struck him with a powerful blow. This occurrence transpired so abruptly that Ivan had almost no time to respond. Jiang Chun's hand seemed to manifest as an ethereal shadow, appearing to penetrate Ivan's armor and directly impacting his body. From the perspectives of Tony and Rhodes, an ethereal form of Ivan Vanko was expelled from his corporeal shell, as if his soul had been forcibly ejected by an invisible force suspended in the air. Jiang Chun had employed soul magic, directly extricating Ivan Vanko's essence from his body. Consequently, Ivan's physical form lost control and his battle armor ceased to function. The electric whips that had ensnared Tony and Rhodes loosened, allowing them to finally escape. The electric whips clattered to the ground, emitting a series of sharp electrical arcs accompanied by sparks and smoke. Tony, bewildered, pondered what had transpired, questioning how Ivan Vanko had come under control. However, he did not dwell on it for long and seized the opportunity to swiftly move to Ivan's side, disabling his armor. Observing this, Jiang Chun guided Ivan Vanko's soul back into his body. It was as if an invisible force field was at work in the air, pushing Ivan's essence back into his corporeal form. Ivan Vanko opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chun with a hint of trepidation. He had witnessed his own soul's departure and retained the memory of that experience. His gaze was filled with fear and confusion as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. "What is happening?" Tony inquired, his eyes curiously fixed on Jiang Chun. "Soul magic," Jiang Chun replied with a slight smile, succinctly explaining. "It allows one to directly control a person's soul." Ivan Vanko's face was etched with terror, his eyes wide open as he attempted to grapple with this extraordinary reality. Yet, rendered powerless without his armor, he could do nothing. "Wow, that's truly impressive," Tony remarked in astonishment, increasingly captivated by the wonders of magic. However, as a genius scientist, he remained more inclined towards technology. Having witnessed the might of magic only intensified his resolve to delve further into scientific research. With Ivan Vanko now under control, Tony contemplated his next move and decided to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to promptly dial Nick Fury's number. "This is Tony Stark. I have apprehended Ivan Vanko in Central Park. Please send someone to take him away." In Tony's view, entrusting someone like Ivan Vanko to S.H.I.E.L.D. was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. At this moment, Ivan Vanko sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacantly fixed on the distance. A profound fear enveloped him. For the first time, he grasped that this world harbored not only technology, but also the existence of magic. He had yet to recover from the experience of his soul momentarily departing his body. Jiang Chun observed this scene and slightly nodded to Tony. "I believe it is time for me to take my leave. I shall leave matters here in your capable hands." "Wait," Tony interjected, hastening forward. "Thank you for today. Had it not been for you, Pepper would have been in grave danger." Jiang Chun smiled and shook his head. "It was a trivial matter. I am acquainted with Pepper and could not bear to see her in peril. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he raised his hand, conjuring a golden portal, stepping through it and vanishing from sight. On the other side of the portal, Wang Yu awaited his arrival. "Is everything sorted over there?" Wang Yu inquired with a questioning glance. Jiang Chun nodded, flexing his wrist. "Tony and the others have it under control. Ivan Vanko should be taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. We have also packaged the data from Hammer Industries," Wang Yu remarked, handing over a file. "Our personnel went back in after you and Black Widow departed." As Jiang Chun perused the document, it detailed the technological catalog of Hammer Industries, with a particular focus on the research achievements of Ivan Vanko during this period. "Ivan's technology will greatly aid the development of drones domestically," Wang Yu stated with a serious expression. "Arrangements have already been made for it to be sent back to the country." After Jiang Chun and Black Widow had restarted the war machine system within Hammer Industries and left, another team had entered the facility through the portal, gathering important data before returning home. Hammer Industries, being a top-tier arms dealer, possessed valuable technology worthy of research, and Vanko's recent findings held significant merit. Xianyuan would not overlook this and promptly dispatch personnel to retrieve it. Chapter 78. Aftermath. That is reassuring, but there should be no issues with Ivan Vanko falling into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands, correct? Jiang Chun voiced his lingering doubts. What problems could arise? Ivan Vanko is hardly a benevolent soul. He won't be easily controlled. Wang Yu replied calmly. Moreover, you know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is like. 9 out of 10 individuals there are HYDRA operatives. Vanko's presence will only create turmoil for them. The likes of Nick Fury thinking he can control Ivan Vanko is nothing short of a fool's errand. Indeed, Jiang Chun acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Truth be told, he could entirely disregard the happenings here, yet he felt a pang of compassion, rescuing a few innocent bystanders. Whatever transpires afterward is a consequence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own making, and he bears no responsibility for it. Having reconciled these thoughts, Jiang Chun rejoined the others, preparing to return home together the following day. Once again, Tony finds himself indebted to another, which can be considered a small victory. In the aftermath of Ivan Vanko's destruction, chaos reigns on the streets, with hundreds, if not thousands, of lives lost. Jiang Chun and his companions managed to save a few dozen, but alas, the scene was too tumultuous. They are not deities, and even achieving that modest success is commendable. It is only fair to acknowledge that their willingness to intervene is an act of profound benevolence. Surely, no one would dare to impose moral obligations for not saving everyone. A piercing alarm suddenly blares, drawing Jiang Chen's gaze towards the debris of scattered robotic remnants on the ground. The red lights on the robots' chests flicker frantically, indicating the activation of their internal time bombs. Simultaneously, in the park, observing the state of the robots, Tony quickly comprehends the grave situation and immediately contacts Pepper. Pepper, get out of there at once. Pepper, having regained her senses, recognizes the urgency in Tony's voice and, without a moment's hesitation, opens a portal to Stark Industries. Stepping through without a second thought, having studied portal magic in Huagua, she primarily utilized it for travel or assisting Tony, never considering its application in combat. In moments of peril, she often found herself frozen in shock, akin to some female drivers who, despite having learned to drive, may panic or scream when faced with danger, failing to employ their learned emergency protocols. Fortunately, Tony's timely reminder jolts Pepper back to reality, and she remembers her proficiency with portals, ultimately saving her life. In the next instant, a series of deafening explosions reverberates throughout the exhibition hall. Each robot houses an arc reactor core, crafted by Ivan Vanko, and even the lesser models possess formidable power. The self-detonations obliterate all within a 10-meter radius, leaving no survivors. Flames soar skyward, debris scatters, and shockwaves topple nearby vehicles. Jiang Chun gazes at the rising clouds of smoke from the distant explosions, his brow furrowing in resignation. Indeed, the American populace lives in dire straits. Even with superheroes in existence, the casualty rate among ordinary citizens is alarmingly high. However, it is worth noting that superheroes and supervillains are two sides of the same coin. Where one exists, so too must the other. While Huagua may lack superheroes, its citizens need not fear sudden calamities that could cost them their lives. In Huagua, even a few women suffering violence could make headlines, drawing international media attention. Yet in America, over 30,000 lives are lost each year to gun violence, causing barely a ripple in the public consciousness. In the Marvel Universe, the innumerable innocent lives claimed in such fallout, including those agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. and military personnel collecting debris, are tragically incalculable, as they are instantly consumed by the explosions. They initially intended to study these robots, but now they have paid a considerable price. The air was filled with screams and cries, plunging the scene into chaos. Unexpectedly, Ivan Vanko was under control, and the robot's self-destruct sequence had been activated. Wang Yu's expression grew grave. Ivan Vanko was indeed ruthless. Dozens of innocent lives were lost, and Jiang Chun sighed, remarking that being an extra in America was a perilous profession. The distant flames illuminated his face, casting a shadow of despair. The sound of sirens approached. As more rescue personnel arrived at the scene, "We should return to our accommodations." Wang Yu surveyed the surroundings, sensing that this matter would not simply conclude. Jiang Chun nodded. Ivan Vanko's insane actions had certainly drawn the attention of various nations. Many individuals from around the world were present, and the casualties from other countries were not insignificant. Although the personnel from Huagua had not suffered any losses, they would undoubtedly seek an explanation regarding the incident. The two joined their colleagues and returned to the hotel where they were temporarily staying. The night enveloped New York, with the distant glow of the exhibition still visible. The turmoil instigated by Ivan Vanko had plunged the entire city into panic, causing a significant blow to America's international reputation. While Hammer Industries may not rival Stark Industries, it currently stands as the largest supplier to the U.S. military, akin to the major arms companies of America in the past, such as Boeing and Raytheon. In this year of 2010, it was comparable to the Zhuhai Air Show that Huagua would later host, a global event capturing widespread attention. Furthermore, Justin Hammer had fervently invited representatives from various countries to attend the air show, creating considerable hype, an overt display of bravado. Now that a crisis had emerged, it had undoubtedly become a source of greater embarrassment. Countless nations were watching, eager to see how America would respond. In the aftermath, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu adopted a spectator's mindset, prepared to observe the developments. Time passed swiftly, Their stay in New York was not devoid of intrigue. As they watched representatives from America and other nations bicker, witnessed the plummeting stock prices of Hammer Industries, and encountered a myriad of bizarre incidents that broadened their horizons. Setting aside other matters, the destruction wrought by Ivan Vanko had persisted for several days, seemingly without any initiation of rescue efforts. Rumors circulated that a building had collapsed due to a robot's self-detonation, and thus far, not a single person had been rescued. In the hotel, Wang Yu laments, sharing his disbelief with Jiang Chun. Haven't they reported saving a cat? Jiang Chun sighed in exasperation, noting that no human lives had been saved. Yet the media celebrated the rescue of a cat. Such maneuvers were indeed perplexing. That cat. It hardly appears to have been excavated from the rubble. It looks more like a stray picked up from the street, Wang Yu scoffed further, adding, I've heard they plan to abandon the rescue efforts altogether and simply bulldoze the ruins. As for any remaining survivors, who cares? Upon reflection, the optimal time for rescue has long since passed. Even if there were survivors, the prolonged absence of sustenance would likely have led to their demise. It is not a matter of inability to save them. Rather, the act of lowering the flag holds greater cost-effectiveness, allowing insurance companies to incur fewer liabilities. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on that. News has arrived from above. We are to journey to New Mexico, where a certain object has been detected. At this juncture, Wang Yu's expression turned grave, and Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. New Mexico? It seems the Hammer of Thor has made its appearance. Chapter 79. The Hammer of Thor. In truth, the Hammer of Thor had descended to Earth well before the commencement of the Hammer Industries Expo. Yet its arrival in the remote deserts of western Mexico had eluded detection by China initially. However, the nation had been diligently seeking information from that region and has now finally uncovered a lead to ascertain its location. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. had also learned of this development and had already dispatched Coulson in advance. Upon receiving this intelligence, Xianyuan resolved to send Wang Yu forth, and since Jiang Chun was already in the United States, he would accompany him as well. With the arrival of Thor in this world, China is fully equipped to engage in negotiations. Asgard, within the Marvel Universe, remains an exceptionally formidable power, and China is poised to establish diplomatic ties, potentially leading to future collaborations. Presently, China possesses the qualifications to do so. Although the Ancient One has not explicitly stated her allegiance to China, she has effectively allied herself with the nation. To others, the Ancient One undoubtedly represents a faction of China. With such formidable combat capabilities, Asgard could hardly afford to overlook China. Moreover, the current military strength of China is not to be underestimated. The Red Hulk's transformed warriors number in the hundreds, and the military's integration of magic has yielded numerous powerful mages after extensive periods of rigorous study. The advancement of magical technology, including the mechanized armor battalions, further enhances China's arsenal, which Asgard cannot ignore. Additionally, with the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology brought from other worlds, combined with magical enhancements and the vast defensive formations established by the Ancient One, China need not fear assaults from rival powers. Furthermore, China's original heavy synthetic brigades, along with a plethora of weaponry, drone legions, and mechanized canine armies, possess the potential for rapid production capacity. In light of the forthcoming mission, Jiang Chun busied himself organizing his gear within the confines of his hotel room. The affairs at Hammer have reached a temporary conclusion. It is time for our expedition to New Mexico. With a gentle tap of his fingers, a portal materialized within the room, revealing a golden ring through which the arid landscape and cacti were vividly visible. Let us proceed. The two stepped through the portal, and the dry air hit Jiang Chun, prompting him to squint against the brightness. The sky over New Mexico displayed a soft azure hue, while the shimmering heat waves rising from the distant desert distorted the horizon. Here lies the quaint town of Pueblo. Wang Yu retrieved a map to confirm their location. The town was modest in size, with a few streets intertwining and scattered with low-rise buildings. A handful of weathered pickup trucks rested by the roadside, their dust glimmering in the sunlight. Let us find some lodging, Jiang Chun suggested as he surveyed the surroundings. They quickly discovered a motel in the town center named Desert Star. The aging neon sign dulled under the sun, and a middle-aged woman at the front desk languidly flipped through a magazine. 2 single rooms. Jiang Chun presented his credit card. The rooms were simple yet clean. After depositing their luggage, Jiang Chun decided to explore the town. As dusk fell, the two arrived at the only tavern in the town. The wooden bar was lined with an array of bottles, and the walls adorned with various vintage photographs. Have you heard about the meteorite crater? A nearby cowboy boisterously discussed. The government has sealed off the area completely, not even allowed to approach. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a knowing glance. Wang Yu stood up and approached the group of cowboys, skillfully engaging in conversation. Those guys in black suits drove us all away, the cowboy grumbled. They've set up a temporary base there, claiming it's for a research project. Wang Yu returned to his seat, nodding at Jiang Chun. It must be S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the United States is the stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D. So they were likely informed about Mjolnir before us and have mobilized forces to secure the area. As night descended, the temperature in the desert plummeted. The two traversed through a portal to the location previously mentioned by the cowboy, easily locating the meteorite crater. In the distance, the brightly lit temporary base within the crater stood out prominently. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly acts swiftly, Jiang Chun noted as he observed the surroundings. Tall floodlights illuminated the area, with armed personnel patrolling between them. At the center, a white tent had been erected, the outlines of scientific equipment faintly visible within. Such an elaborate setup would deter any ordinary person from approaching. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized the significance of Mjolnir and stationed heavy guards to protect it. Jiang Chun gazed intently at the brightly lit temporary base, the beams of the floodlights slicing through the night sky like swords. What should we do? He whispered to Wang Yu, his gaze fixed on the patrolling armed personnel. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, analyzing the defensive layout of the base. His expression composed. Let us take a closer look first. Mjolnir is a renowned artifact in the Marvel Universe. A ripple of curiosity stirred within Jiang Chun as he contemplated the legendary weapon said to be wielded only by the worthy. Wang Yu too felt a surge of emotions. Although they had no desire to covet the power of Mjolnir, the prospect of witnessing such an artifact firsthand was exhilarating. They exchanged a tacit understanding through their gaze. And with a flick of his fingers, Jiang Chun summoned a wisp of golden magical light that danced at his fingertips. The invisibility spell of Kamar-Taj quietly unfurled, enveloping them like a transparent veil. Jiang Chun could feel the magical energy coursing through his body, a testament to the unparalleled finesse of the incantations imparted by the Ancient One. They approached the laboratory with utmost caution, their steps as light as the night breeze caressing the sandy ground. The beams of searchlights swept over them, completely oblivious to their presence, rendering even their shadows invisible. Armed personnel passed by, unaware of the two invisible figures. Navigating through layers of defenses, they gradually neared the core area, shrouded by a white tent. The glow of the invisibility spell rippled gently around them, firmly maintaining their concealment, ensuring that the ordinary individuals present were entirely oblivious to their existence. Each step was taken with extreme care, fearful of triggering the detection devices of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fortunately, the magic bestowed by the Ancient One proved remarkably reliable, allowing them to effortlessly enter the laboratory. Traversing the long corridor, they soon arrived at the site of the meteorite crater. At the center of the crater stood a hammer, silently poised, while several researchers engaged in discussion nearby. Yet none could budge an inch. The hum of scientific equipment gradually became clearer, mingling with the hushed conversations of the on-duty personnel. Jiang Chun sensed a peculiar magical resonance in the air, the unmistakable aura of Thor's hammer. It must be said, Kamar-Taj harbors numerous magical artifacts. Yet none can compare to the might of Thor's hammer. This pure wave of magical energy left Jiang Chun profoundly awestruck. Chapter 80. Thor at that moment, unexpectedly. Someone else burst into the laboratory. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a resounding crash, shaking the entire room. The researchers looked up in terror, their gazes converging on the entrance. There stood a tall, golden-haired man, his presence exuding a formidable aura that instantly subdued the atmosphere of the laboratory. As he approached the experimental chamber, the weather outside transformed abruptly. Dark clouds enveloped the sky for miles around, and a thunderous roar echoed as torrential rain began to pour. This individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder. Thor had fought his way through obstacles to reach the laboratory. Although he had lost his divine powers, his physical prowess remained unmatched, bolstered by millennia of training that rendered his combat skills formidable. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were bewildered by his intentions and refrained from deploying lethal weapons. Thor quickly approached his hammer. Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D., intrigued by Thor, followed his lead and did not order a shot to be fired, a directive he had issued himself. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, too, watched with curiosity as Thor extended his hand toward the legendary hammer. Thor's face was adorned with a radiant smile. The mighty Mjolnir had accompanied him for over 1,000 years, serving as an extension of his very being. Now, exiled to Earth by Odin, he felt immense joy upon discovering that his hammer was also present in this realm. It seemed that this individual possessed knowledge of the hammer's origins. Standing on a raised platform, Agent Coulson observed Thor with keen interest. Beside him stood a robust man, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, gripping a bow with a stoic expression as he gazed upwards at the god of thunder. This man was none other than Hawkeye Barton, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., renowned for his exceptional marksmanship and affinity for archery. Is he really not going to stop him? Hawkeye queried, a hint of confusion in his voice as he addressed Coulson. Not for now. After all, no one can lift that hammer, can they? Coulson replied, a smile gracing his lips as he watched the unfolding scene. If he manages to lift it, we may uncover the true nature of this artifact. At this, Hawkeye lowered his bow, his gaze fixed intently on Thor below. Indeed, as Coulson had stated, everyone present had attempted to lift Mjolnir, even utilizing tools and machinery. Yet none succeeded in moving it even a fraction. Not even the earth beneath the hammer could be disturbed, given the circumstances. Coulson was intrigued to see how this man seemed to possess an understanding of the hammer. Is this truly the god of thunder? Jiang Chun whispered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, Thor was a cornerstone of the Avengers, particularly after his awakening, and Jiang Chun was eager to witness the mightiest among them. Below, Thor's hand slowly reached out toward Mjolnir, his movements infused with fervor and reverence. However, just as his fingers were about to graze the hammer, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Mjolnir. The hammer emitted a resonant hum, as if responding to Thor's call. Seizing the opportunity, Thor grasped Mjolnir tightly. Yet the overwhelming thunder caused him to furrow his brow. Although the lightning was not aimed at him, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of rejection. With all his might, he endeavored to lift Mjolnir, yet to his astonishment, no matter how hard he strained, the hammer remained steadfastly anchored to the ground. Disbelief washed over his face as he clutched the handle with both hands, pouring every ounce of his strength into the effort. Still, Mjolnir did not budge. Leaving his heart shattered, he released his grip, his eyes devoid of hope as they fixated on the hammer before him, and sank to the ground. In that moment, he grasped the painful truth. He was not acknowledged by Mjolnir, nor by his father, Odin, and this realization pierced his heart with profound sorrow. Thor lifted his gaze to the torrential rain pouring from the sky, unleashing a thunderous roar of anguish. Why? At this moment, Thor found himself utterly perplexed as to why his father had chosen to cast him into exile. He firmly believed that he had committed no wrong. Recently, the frost giants had invaded Asgard, attempting to steal treasures from the royal vault, only to be thwarted by the destroyer, who vanquished them. Upon learning of this, Thor perceived the actions of the frost giants as a blatant provocation against Asgard. Accompanied by a few friends and his brother Loki, he set out for Jotunheim, intent on demanding an explanation. Regrettably, the frost giant King Laufey dismissed him entirely, and a disagreement escalated into a fierce battle. Ultimately, after a grueling struggle within enemy territory, Thor and his companions were cornered until Odin intervened, rescuing them. Upon returning to Asgard, Thor faced a stern reprimand from Odin. In his arrogance, Thor, unwilling to accept his father's judgment, impulsively retorted that Odin had grown old and cowardly. This insolence ignited Odin's fury. Initially intending to crown Thor as the future king of Asgard, Odin was now compelled to reassess his son's worthiness. Consequently, he banished Thor to Earth, casting the mighty hammer Mjolnir alongside him, and imposing restrictions upon the hammer. Only when Thor regained Mjolnir's acceptance could he reclaim his powers and return to Asgard. Unbeknownst to Thor, this entire ordeal was orchestrated by his brother Loki. Though the plan deviated from Loki's original intentions, it was indeed aimed at sabotaging Thor's coronation. In the midst of this turmoil, Loki uncovered his true lineage, realizing that he was the biological son of King Laufey. This revelation shattered his pride, which had stemmed from believing himself to be Odin's son, leaving him unable to reconcile this new identity. determined to reclaim Odin's favor and prove himself as the favored son. Loki resolved to confront Laufey, seeking to destroy Jotunheim in the process. As the events unfolded, Loki became known as the Father Slayer, a title that seemed childish in the eyes of Jiang Chun and his companions. It appeared that this chapter had come to a close. Observing Thor, who sat despondently on the ground, Agent Coulson sighed. Initially hopeful that Thor would bring good news, he now realized the futility of the situation. Unable to budge the mighty hammer. "Bring him to me. I wish to interrogate him," Coulson instructed his subordinate as he made his way toward the laboratory. Thor, resigned and disheartened, offered no resistance as he was escorted away by several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As night deepened and the rain continued to pour, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu stood atop a high vantage point, witnessing the entire affair. "It seems the god of thunder has failed to pass his father's test," Jiang Chun remarked with a shake of his head and a sigh. Wang Yu crossed his arms, his expression grave. "Given the earlier display, I had anticipated a different outcome. Perhaps he would indeed lift it. Yet, to my surprise, he could not." The rain soaked their clothes, yet their gazes remained fixed on Thor, who was being escorted away. "That hammer is quite intriguing," Jiang Chun remarked, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "I've heard it was forged in a dying star." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. "Are you genuinely interested in that?" "Of course, it is the legendary artifact," Jiang Chun replied, rubbing his hands together. "With the agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. gone, why don't we go take a look?" "You can't be serious." Before Wang Yu could finish, Jiang Chun had already begun descending. "Now that we're here, we must at least give it a try. After all, it is the fabled Mjolnir." The two stepped through the muddy ground towards the hammer, scrutinizing the legendary weapon. The ancient runes on its surface glimmered in the rain, exuding an aura of mystery. "Let me give it a go," Jiang Chun said, rubbing his hands together as he grasped the handle. He began with a gentle attempt, then increased his effort, even gritting his teeth as if summoning all his strength. Yet Mjolnir remained immovable. As expected, Jiang Chun relinquished his grip and turned to Wang Yu. "Why don't you give it a try?" Wang Yu shook his head. "What purpose would that serve? Just give it a shot. What if you are the chosen one?" Jiang Chun insisted. Under Jiang Chun's relentless persuasion, Wang Yu reluctantly stepped forward. Rainwater trickled down his cheek as he extended his right hand and grasped the hammer's handle. Jiang Chun was just about to make a light-hearted remark when his eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Yu effortlessly lifted Mjolnir from the ground. In an instant, sparks danced around him, and it appeared as if lightning flickered in his eyes, while thunder rumbled ominously in the darkened sky. Jiang Chun gaped, momentarily speechless. What astonished him even more was that Wang Yu merely weighed the hammer in his hand for a moment before placing it back down. "The weight is moderate, and the balance is quite good," Wang Yu assessed calmly. You actually lifted it?" Jiang Chun stammered. "What is so extraordinary about that?" Wang Yu shrugged. "It's just a hammer." The rain continued unabated as the two stood beside Mjolnir, and Jiang Chun fell into a contemplative silence. In that moment, he realized that Wang Yu, as an extraordinary soldier, being acknowledged by the hammer was not so surprising after all. After all, during the trial by the Ancient One, Wang Yu had exhibited an unwavering spirit of self-sacrifice, saving a girl he did not know. If he were not worthy of the hammer's recognition, that would indeed be the anomaly. Captain America could lift it. Why could a soldier from our nation not do the same? The enchantment Odin placed on Mjolnir dictates that only the righteous may wield it. Are our soldiers not righteous? What allowed Captain America to lift Mjolnir? Justice? Kindness? Sacrifice? Dedication? Is it truly beyond the capabilities of our valiant soldiers of HYDRA? If one must speak of differences, there is indeed an aspect in which our military personnel fall short. After all, Captain America frequently saves the world, while our soldiers, with a more myopic vision, can only endeavor to safeguard their compatriots and maintain domestic stability. However, even this limitation should suffice in relation to the constraints of Mjolnir. That said, why is it that Wang Yu can lift it while I remain utterly motionless? A twitch escaped the corner of Jiang Chun's eye. While he was aware that he could not compare to a warrior of Wang Yu's caliber, he considered himself to be a decent person. If he could not lift it, at least he should be able to budge it. Yet, it remained immobile. Wasn't he that a tad disheartening? Reflecting on the other heroes in the Avengers, none could wield Thor's hammer. Not even the illustrious Tony Stark could grasp its power. This realization brought Jiang Chun some solace. However, his admiration for Wang Yu only deepened. Was it not the case that lifting Thor's hammer conferred the might of the Thunder God? Jiang Chun remained curious about this phenomenon. Indeed, after grasping Mjolnir, Wang Yu had acquired an immense power, one that allowed him to command thunder. He did not shy away from this truth. Continuing to explain, this power is formidable and alluring, but ultimately, it is not derived from my own cultivation. It is not my inherent strength. Becoming enamored with such power will only hinder one's progress. Besides, I have no need for this power. Wang Yu was currently delving into the arcane art of magic, which possessed untold potential, far surpassing the might contained within Thor's hammer. Even the future Thor, in his evolution, transcended the limitations of the thunder god's power, unlocking the strength within himself to achieve greater feats. Thus, Wang Yu's perspective held merit. While the allure of Mjolnir's power is undeniable, it serves as a constraint on one's abilities. He would not allow himself to become overly captivated by it. Wang Yu's nonchalant relinquishing of the thunder goddess power evoked genuine admiration from Jiang Chun. Such self-discipline, truly befitting a soldier of HYDRA. Very well, let us depart from here. Someone will likely arrive shortly, Wang Yu remarked. Jiang Chun nodded, and the two exited the meteorite crater. In the now tranquil crater, aside from the hammer's handle shifting direction, nothing else had changed. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Odin, who had been immersed in slumber, suddenly awoke, sensing that the enchantment he had placed upon Mjolnir had been triggered. Clearly, someone had lifted Thor's hammer. Could it be Thor? Unlikely. The trials he had set for him had yet to commence, and that fool could not have undergone such a transformation so swiftly. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. The hammer of Thor is a treasure of Asgard and could never fall into the hands of others. Despite his recent weakness from slumber, he summoned his magic and gazed towards Earth. His sight traversed the world and soon settled upon the meteorite crater, where he spotted Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang Yu had just grasped the hammer of Thor. Just as Odin intended to employ his powers to prevent Wang Yu from lifting the hammer, he witnessed Wang Yu calmly set it down and heard his words. This brought a sigh of relief to Odin, coupled with a sense of admiration for Wang Yu. This human from Midgard is indeed remarkable. His words prompted Odin to consider offering his commendation. Chapter 82. Loki. This power is formidable and captivating, yet ultimately, it is not earned through one's own cultivation. Wang Yu's words reached Odin's ears, eliciting a look of approval upon his countenance. Noticing the magical fluctuations surrounding the two, Odin began to grasp their origins. Observing Wang Yu's ease in relinquishing the power of Thor lightened Odin's heart. However, the thought that his bestowed divine power over Mjolnir was dismissed by another caused the God King's visage to twitch slightly. The lad has a point. Thor indeed relies too heavily on Mjolnir. With the hammer not falling into the hands of the nefarious, Odin found solace. His old friend, the Ancient One, would surely grant him this favor. The God King reclined back upon his throne, preparing to resume his Odin's sleep. Yet, before closing his eyes, he inscribed a secret prohibition upon Mjolnir. Meanwhile, at the edge of the meteorite crater, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu were preparing to depart from this place of turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, every action they took had been observed by the God King. Just as they exited the crater, a figure captured their attention once more. Clad in an agent's uniform, the individual strode boldly towards the hammer of Thor. The surrounding agents appeared oblivious to him, as if under the influence of some illusion. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, sensing the faint magical aura emanating from the figure. This magical presence was also detected by Wang Yu, who exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Chun. Loki. The name sprang to their minds almost simultaneously. Encountering the god of mischief piqued their interest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, signaling Wang Yu to conceal themselves and observe. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, and the two concealed their forms, prepared to witness the unfolding drama. As the night deepened, the atmosphere within the meteorite crater grew increasingly uncanny. The figure cast a slender shadow beneath the moonlight, slowly approaching the hammer of Thor. The light of magic flickered at his fingertips, as if he was concocting some elaborate scheme. The young prince of Asgard, adorned with a playful smile at the corners of his lips, gazed at Mjolnir resting upon the ground, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Having just departed from Thor, he had deceitfully informed him that their father had perished from anger, claiming that the king had never forgiven Thor before his demise, and that he had been eternally banished from Asgard. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Thor fell into utter despair. He had approached Loki with anticipation, hoping for good tidings, or perhaps a clandestine return to Asgard, only to be met with this devastating revelation. The weight of his father's death, attributed to his own recklessness, was an unfathomable blow. Thor found himself unable to forgive his own transgressions, witnessing Thor's deep anguish. Loki felt a surge of delight within, though he maintained an expression of disappointment as he exited the interrogation room. Once away from Thor, he could scarcely contain his mirth. Yet he restrained himself, directing his steps toward Mjolnir. He harbored a profound curiosity for the enchanted hammer. At that moment, Loki believed that Thor's strength was derived from Mjolnir, and he envied his brother's power, yearning to wield the might of the thunder god himself. Thus, he resolved to attempt lifting the hammer. With Thor incapacitated, perhaps Mjolnir would choose him instead. As Loki approached the legendary weapon, he noticed an oddity. Wasn't the hammer's handle just facing a different direction? Confusion flickered across his face as he pondered whether Thor had shifted it in some manner. Dismissing the thought, he rubbed his hands together, his focus solely on the hammer. He reached for the handle, envisioning himself wielding the thunder god's power with unparalleled might, and strained to lift it. To his dismay, the hammer remained unyielding. Grasping the handle with both hands yielded the same outcome. It did not budge an inch. Frustration began to boil within him, and with a huff, he turned to leave. Even without the power of Thor, he could still draw upon the ancient ice coffins to attain formidable strength. At this juncture, Loki had come to understand his lineage and realized that Odin's slumber was not a result of Thor's ire, but rather his own doing. Just as he was about to depart, he halted abruptly under the moonlight, narrowing his emerald eyes as they fixated on the encroaching darkness. The air was thick with an elusive magical aura, as if unseen eyes were watching. As the most exceptional sorcerer of the 9 realms, self-proclaimed, yet undeniably perceptive, Loki raised his hand and waved it gently. A vibrant green light of magic danced upon his fingertips. Illusory magic swiftly expanded, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. His attire transformed from the tailored suit of a covert agent into his distinctive emerald-hued mage robe. However, that elusive gaze has vanished without a trace. Loki furrowed his brow, once again surveying the surroundings, yet he found no signs of anything unusual. Could it be that a sorcerer exists in Midgard? The night breeze stirred, causing his emerald cloak to flutter gently. Intriguing, Loki murmured, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He soon turned to depart. There was no longer any reason to linger in this place. Since the power of Thor's hammer was unattainable, he would not remain fixated on it, and prepared to return to Asgard. After all, Loki now held the title of King of Asgard. He intended to seize this opportunity to achieve something remarkable, so that when his father awoke, he would commend him. And perhaps he might even be granted the chance to be crowned king. Loki's plan was quite straightforward. He aimed to destroy Jotunheim with his own hands, deliberately luring Laufey to Asgard to assassinate Odin, and then, in plain sight, he would kill Laufey himself. This would not only absolve him of the shame tied to his lineage, but also earn Odin's admiration. By saving Odin, he would secure his own claim to the throne. Of course, all of this was merely Loki's wishful thinking. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu had returned to the motel through the portal. Under the dim yellow lights, they exchanged smiles. It appeared that Loki was not as omnipotent as they had imagined. Jiang Chun leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. At least he was not yet the god of stories to come. But upon reflection, if such a ludicrous entity truly existed, the nationwide traversal in HYDRA would have likely been detected and deliberately targeted. Wang Yu approached the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the distance. Asgard was about to descend upon Earth. This presented an opportunity for them. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding the implications of Wang Yu's words. Establishing diplomatic relations with Asgard was their true objective for this journey. Compared to the likes of Thor's hammer, such diplomatic ties held far greater strategic significance for HYDRA. No wonder you showed little interest in Mjolnir, Jiang Chen realized. This was evidently one of the reasons. Chapter 83. Conversation. As night deepened, the laboratory remained brightly lit. Dr. Eric could no longer tolerate Jane Foster's incessant chatter. Finally, he sighed and, against his better judgment, heeding her advice, he ventured to the S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory to retrieve someone. He is a mentally unstable relative of mine. This was a rather poor excuse, and although Dr. Eric had hastily fabricated a false profile for Thor, seasoned agent Coulson saw right through the ruse. Coulson stood nearby, a faint smile playing on his lips as he watched Dr. Eric perform his charade. The laboratory lights illuminated Thor's golden hair, which hung low, his gaze vacant. Meanwhile, Dr. Eric continued to explain, hoping to take Thor away. Take him away, Dr. Eric. Coulson waved his hand. Perhaps this is for the best for us all. Dr. Eric was momentarily taken aback, but then he sighed in relief. Although he was unsure why things were progressing so smoothly, he hurried towards Thor. Thor remained silent, as if he had lost his soul, allowing Dr. Eric to grasp his arm and lead him away. Coulson's gaze followed the retreating figures, deep in thought. Dr. Eric's RV cruised slowly down the road, and he occasionally stole glances at Thor, who remained mute. Thor's handsome visage was marred by despondency, the light in his eyes seemingly extinguished. The revelation of his father's demise from Loki had dealt him a tremendous blow. The small town housed merely a few hundred souls, many of whom were recent agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. The following day, Jiang Chun and Wang Yu prepared to visit a local eatery, where the air was infused with the aromas of coffee and fried eggs. As they entered, their attention was immediately drawn to a group of four in the corner. Thor sat with his head bowed, his long golden hair disheveled upon his shoulders, his striking face reflecting despair. Jane Foster sat beside him, her brown hair casually tied up, donning a white shirt paired with jeans, exuding an aura of intellectual beauty. Dr. Eric wore a dark jacket, frequently adjusting his glasses, his brow furrowed in concern. Daisy, sipping cola through a straw, cast worried glances at Thor. You must pull yourself together. Jane gently patted Thor's shoulder. Thor merely poked at the fried eggs on his plate, as if he hadn't heard her words. Would you like some coffee? Daisy offered, pushing her cup toward him. No. All right then. Daisy shrugged nonchalantly, reclaiming her coffee. She curiously watched Thor, thinking that, for a Western girl like her, the handsome Thor was utterly captivating, embodying the very essence of a prince from her dreams. Yet Thor remained silent, his vacant gaze fixed outside the window. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged glances before making their way to the table. Do you mind if we join you? Jiang Chun smiled warmly. Jane looked up at them, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Wang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes landing on Thor. Hello, Prince from Asgard. This statement caused Thor's body to shudder slightly. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. Wang Yu was the first Midgardian, Earth inhabitant, to utter the name Asgard. You know of Asgard? Thor asked, looking at Wang Yu with curiosity. I am a sorcerer, and I have heard of it from my teacher, Wang Yu replied, nodding, as there was no need for concealment. The School of Magic not only taught spells, but also imparted knowledge of the world, including cultural lessons. Wang Yu was aware of the 9 realms, which was not particularly surprising. The mage Thor nodded. In the myriad realms, many races possess the art of magic. Thus, the emergence of a mage on Earth is hardly astonishing. However, the conversation between them left Jane Foster and the others in a state of bewilderment. What is Asgard? What prince? What mage? What are you talking about? We cannot comprehend a single word. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the restaurant as Coulson entered briskly, accompanied by several agents. The entire town was under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D, and so Coulson was already aware of Jiang Chun and his companion's arrival yesterday, albeit he refrained from meeting them. Clad in a meticulously tailored suit, he approached their table with a smile. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wang, what a coincidence, he remarked, his gaze lingering on the two. Wang Yu inclined his head slightly. Long time no see, Coulson. I still owe you my gratitude for saving my life. Coulson pulled out a chair, thoughtfully scrutinizing Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. I wonder what has piqued your interest in this gentleman today. Purely out of curiosity, Jiang Chun shrugged. For it is not every day one encounters a mysterious figure descending from the heavens. Coulson narrowed his eyes slightly. So what do you know? The sunlight streaming into the restaurant gradually brightened, illuminating each face. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a glance. There was no need for concealment regarding this matter. Jiang Chun cleared his throat, his tone taking on an air of mystery. The gentleman before you is, in fact, a prince from Asgard, the legendary Thor. Thor lifted his head nonchalantly, his gaze serene as if recounting a tale detached from himself. I am no longer the god of thunder. I have been exiled from Asgard and stripped of my divine powers. His voice resonated with profound despondency. Jane Foster and Dr. Eric exchanged glances, filled with confusion and unease. Though they had previously dismissed Thor's own claims, the corroboration from others now cast doubt on their veracity. Dr. Eric felt a tinge of discomfort, as he had only just retrieved Thor from S.H.I.E.L.D. the previous day. At that moment, an agent hastily approached Coulson. whispering that some oddly dressed individuals had arrived in town and were approaching. Should they be stopped? Coulson frowned slightly. Oddly dressed. His curiosity piqued. He waved his hand dismissively. No need to intervene. I am quite eager to see who they are. Sunlight filtered through the restaurant windows, casting patterns on the floor while the aroma of coffee lingered in the air. Moments later, Coulson finally grasped what the agent meant by oddly dressed. For individuals clad in medieval armor stood outside the restaurant, excitedly waving through the glass door. Their presence instantly brought a smile to Thor's previously sullen face. He hurried to the entrance, embracing each of the four in turn. The four individuals who have arrived are none other than the valiant warriors of Asgard, accompanied by Sif. Their presence has dispelled the shadows that loomed over Thor's heart. The warriors and Sif have been Thor's friends for centuries, and despite his banishment from Asgard, their visit brings him immense joy. Chapter 84. The Rainbow Bridge. Thor, my friend. Vostag's booming voice reverberated through the entire hall as he strode over, enveloping Thor in a bear hug that nearly rendered him breathless. You remain as warm-hearted as ever. Thor patted Vostag's back, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Hogun stepped forward, offering Thor a sturdy embrace, his gaze filled with concern. How are you holding up, Thor? Fandral approached with elegance, a slight smile playing on his lips as he extended his arms for a gentle embrace. It is truly wonderful to see you again. Finally, Sif came to stand before Thor, her expression a tapestry of complexity and worry, which eventually transformed into a tender smile. Thor, we have come to see you. As Thor surveyed his old friends, a wave of warmth surged within him. Vostag, Hogun, Fandral, Sif, thank you all. He inhaled deeply and turned to introduce his companions. These are Jane, Eric, and Daisy, all dear friends of mine. Jane and the others nodded in greeting to the Asgardians. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thor hesitated when it came to introducing Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, having only just met them and still struggling to remember their names. Jiang Chun smiled slightly and said, I am Jiang Chun, delighted to make your acquaintance. Wang Yu followed suit with a nod. I am Wang Yu, a pleasure. Vostag curiously assessed Jiang Chun and Wang Yu. Are you sorcerers? He sensed the aura of magic emanating from them. Jiang Chun shrugged. You could say that, but in comparison to you, I am merely a novice. After all, these individuals had ages measured in centuries. After some light exchanges, Sif eagerly shifted to the matter at hand. Thor, the situation in Asgard is dire. Loki, she faltered, her face etched with anxiety. What has happened to Loki? Upon hearing his name, an ominous premonition surged within Thor. He had been serving as regent, and Asgard was in chaos because of it. Sif's tone bore a hint of anger. We hope you can return swiftly to restore order. At her words, Thor's complexion instantly drained of color. He closed his eyes in anguish, his voice low and hoarse. Return? What face do I have left to go back? Father died because of me. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Sif and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused by Thor's words. Thor, what are you saying? Hogun furrowed his brow. King Odin, he is dead? Thor abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with anguish. It is I who have caused his demise. His voice was hoarse, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Vandal stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. This cannot be true. How could it be that Odin? Loki himself told me. Thor interjected, his voice trembling, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. He has driven me to madness. Sif and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions laden with confusion. Thor, you must have misunderstood. Sif declared, taking a deep breath and speaking with unwavering conviction. Odin is not dead. He has merely fallen into a deep slumber. Slumber? Thor was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Sif with a look of bewilderment. Yes, slumber, Sif affirmed with a nod. I believe Loki has deceived you. He did not wish for your return and thus fabricated the news of Odin's death. Loki. Thor spat the name through clenched teeth, a surge of fury rising within him. Why would he do such a thing? To usurp the throne, Hogun replied coldly. He has plunged Asgard into chaos, and we must put a stop to him. Loki, that scoundrel. Thor seethed, slamming his fist onto the table with a resounding crash. The other patrons in the dining hall jumped at the sudden uproar, casting bewildered glances their way. Coulson discreetly signaled, and several agents immediately dispersed to encircle the restaurant. Listening to their conversation, he sensed that momentous events were unfolding. What do you intend to do? Vandal asked, concern etched across his face as he regarded Thor. Thor fell silent, his gaze sweeping the room in a state of helplessness. Once the god of thunder, endowed with formidable power, he now found himself reduced to a mere mortal exiled to earth. Even Mjolnir had forsaken him, leaving him unable to wield the mighty hammer and reclaim his divine strength. How could he restore his power? How could he thwart Loki and save Asgard? At this moment, Thor was more akin to a hammer wielder than a god. His strength was entirely reliant upon Mjolnir. "What shall I do?" he murmured, his voice low, tinged with confusion and despair. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, his eyes reflecting a profound struggle and torment. Suddenly, an ominous change swept over the scene. The sky outside the small town darkened without warning. Tumultuous clouds rolled in like a monstrous beast, spreading rapidly and blotting out the sun. A suffocating tension filled the air, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm, rendering breath difficult. An overwhelming aura of dread, akin to an invisible hand, grasped at the hearts of those present, leaving many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gasping for air. At the same time, a powerful surge of magical energy surged forth, sweeping over the entire town like a tidal wave. The surge of arcane energy was wild and chaotic, imbued with an aura of destruction. The glass windows began to tremble, emitting a resonant hum, as if they were on the verge of shattering. The ground quaked slightly, hinting at the imminent arrival of a colossal entity. Some timid mortals had already begun to tremble, their faces etched with terror. This was the harbinger of the Rainbow Bridge's opening. A spectrum of colors flickered within the ominous clouds, akin to a sword cleaving the heavens, radiating a blinding brilliance. The light twisted and spiraled, ultimately coalescing into a monumental pillar, seemingly a conduit connecting to another realm. Clearly, something or someone was traversing the Rainbow Bridge to Earth. A few from Asgard exchanged glances, their eyes rife with confusion and vigilance. Sif furrowed her brow, her gaze sharp and predatory, surveying the outskirts of the town. Hogan's expression was grave, his grip tightening around his weapon, ever ready for battle. Vandal's demeanor was serious, his focus unwavering upon the swirling vortex in the sky, not daring to relent. Although Volstagg appeared portly, he too was particularly alert, clutching his massive hammer with taut muscles. The group nodded in silent accord, their heavy footsteps echoing as they exited the dining hall. Outside the town, a tempest howled, stirring up a blinding cloud of yellow dust. The sand obscured visibility, rendering distant sights indistinct. Only the wind's wailing could be heard, reminiscent of anguished cries, sending shivers down the spine. Amidst the swirling sand, a gargantuan silhouette gradually emerged. Towering at 4 to 5 meters, it shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling a colossus of steel. Its form was fearsome and formidable, exuding raw power. The head was adorned with an enormous metallic helmet, devoid of expression, its hollow visage emanating a chilling red glow. The body was encased in heavy armor, intricately etched with runes that glimmered with an enigmatic light. Its arms were robust and powerful, wielding no weapon, yet those colossal fists alone possessed the capacity to obliterate all. Each step reverberated through the ground with tremors. The Destroyer, the armor once worn by Odin as he traversed the 9 realms, wielding unfathomable strength. Thor and his companions instantly recognized the armor, their astonishment palpable. Sif's pupils dilated in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief. Hogan gasped, incredulity lacing his voice. How could it be? Vandal's complexion turned ashen, his voice quaking. This is dire. A flicker of fear crossed Volstagg's eyes as he clenched his hammer, his hand trembling slightly. In that moment, the realization dawned upon them. It had to be Loki who had unleashed the Destroyer upon Earth. Thor's countenance darkened, his expression hardening. He clenched his jaw, the grinding of his teeth echoing like a beast's growl. Loki! He let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating like the crack of lightning, echoing in a deafening manner. With determined strides, he advanced towards the Destroyer. Each step he took exuded immense power, as if he intended to shatter the very ground beneath him. Approaching the behemoth, he gazed up at it, his eyes brimming with fury and inquiry. Loki, why have you done this? He demanded, his voice hoarse, tinged with a tremor of desperation. Yet, the Destroyer remained unresponsive, standing still like a statue, devoid of any movement. In its hollow eye sockets, a flicker of red light glinted, seemingly mocking Thor's impotence. Undeterred, Thor raised his voice once more. Answer me, Loki. His call echoed against the winds and sands, yet still no reply was forthcoming. It was evident that Loki had no intention of granting him the courtesy of a response. Instead, he issued a direct command for an attack. The destroyer stirred. Slowly, it lifted its colossal arm, akin to a mountain in motion, stirring up a tempestuous wind. The air shrieked sharply, as if it were being torn asunder. Its clenched fist, gleaming with a metallic sheen, descended upon Thor with tremendous force. This blow, imbued with the power of thunder, was capable of obliterating everything in its path. Thor's pupils dilated. He sensed the imminent threat of death and hastily rolled away to evade the strike. A resounding crash echoed, deafening in its intensity. The destroyer's fist struck the ground with ferocity, causing the earth to cave in and create a vast chasm. Countless fragments of stone erupted, shooting out like bullets in every direction. Dust swirled, obscuring visibility. The force of the explosion hurled Thor away, and he landed heavily on the ground. Pain coursed through him, as if his bones were shattering. Struggling to rise, he discovered he was utterly immobilized. Blood spilled from his mouth, his complexion pale as a ghost. Observing this, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action, raising their weapons to unleash a torrent of fire upon the destroyer. Bullets rained down like a tempest, whistling toward the immense metallic form. The sound of gunfire was deafening, reverberating throughout the town. However, the bullets merely sparked upon impact, failing to inflict any real damage upon the destroyer. Its formidable exterior, crafted from the unique URU metal of Asgard, akin to that of Thor's hammer, rendered human weaponry utterly ineffective. The agents' expressions turned grave as a wave of helplessness washed over them. Their attacks were as futile as mere tickles against the monstrous entity. The destroyer disregarded their onslaught, advancing with heavy footsteps, each step causing the ground to tremble as though an earthquake were unfolding. The agents were daunted by the overwhelming force. Instinctively retreating, they stood transfixed, witnessing the destroyer methodically dismantling their defenses. Vostag let out a furious roar and charged forward first. He leaped high into the air, wielding a massive hammer that seemed to summon the fury of the elements, aiming a devastating blow at the destroyer's head. The impact produced a thunderous clash as metal met metal, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. The surrounding agents were thrown off balance, struggling to regain their footing. Yet, the destroyer remained utterly unmoved. Vostag felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, his palm split from the force of the strike. Terror gripped his heart. The creature's strength was truly formidable. Hagen followed closely, unsheathing his sword with a swiftness akin to lightning, directing his strike towards the joints of the destroyer. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. It struck true, yet only produced a feeble clang as it ricocheted off, sending Hagen staggering backward. Upon glancing down, he discovered that the tip of his sword had become dulled. Vandal brandished twin blades, his form shifting like a wraith as he danced around the destroyer. He relentlessly swung his swords, targeting various points on the creature. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic sounds echoed, yet his assaults seemed merely a tickle, inflicting no harm upon the destroyer. Sif, wielding her long sword with a fierce gaze, seized an opportunity to approach the destroyer from behind. With a sudden thrust, she plunged her sword into the nape of the beast. Thud! The blade sank through a crevice, momentarily halting the creature's movements. In that instant, the destroyer's joints twisted, revealing its front, exposing its head to Sif's gaze. A crimson glow emanated from the destroyer's visage, causing Sif's expression to shift as she hastily released her grip on the sword and fled. However, the searing energy beam struck her, propelling her across the ground with a heavy thud. Fortunately, she sustained only minor injuries. Coughing, Sif clutched her chest, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She struggled to rise, but found herself utterly drained. Thor. She looked up at Thor, who stood nearby, her eyes filled with urgency and hope. We cannot possibly stop it. You must think of a way. Thor's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, a wave of impotence washing over him. He yearned to thwart the destroyer. Yet he was merely a mortal now, a mortal bereft of divine power. Painfully, he shut his eyes, his voice hoarse as he uttered, Sif, I am deeply sorry. I can do nothing now. My power has vanished. Chapter 86. The death of Thor. When Thor was exiled, they were all sent for treatment, unaware that Odin had stripped Thor of his divine powers, rendering him utterly powerless. She stared blankly at Thor, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Sif could hardly fathom that the once mighty god of thunder had lost his strength. It was even more unfathomable that, in such a dire moment, Thor would be rendered helpless. How could this be? Sif murmured, her gaze filled with despair. Vostag, Hogun, and Fandral also heard Thor's words. A heaviness settled in their hearts, their faces reflecting utter hopelessness. Without Thor, they stood no chance against the destroyer. They could only watch helplessly as the destroyer ravaged the town, obliterating everything in its path. The destroyer raised its arm once more, preparing to strike down upon them with ferocity. Vostag and the others hastily dodged, yet were still thrown back by the shockwave. They crashed to the ground, battered and wounded in multiple places. The situation had grown increasingly desperate. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged a grave glance. We must act now. If we do not intervene, this town will be lost, Jiang Chun whispered, gathering magical energy in his hands. Understood, Wang Yu nodded, also beginning to invoke his magic. Together, they unleashed a barrage of magical chains that shot forth from their hands. These radiant chains coiled around the destroyer, slowing its movements significantly. It let out a furious roar, attempting to break free from the restraints, but it proved to be no simple task. This was a unique magic from Kamar Taj, highly effective in restraining foes. Later, Strange would also employ this tactic against Thanos, though he too was quickly freed. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu's magic, while unable to inflict harm upon the destroyer, effectively impeded its actions. Vostag, Hogun, Fandral, continue the assault, Sif shouted, picking up her long sword and charging at the destroyer. Vostag and the others rallied, roaring as they launched a fierce attack against the destroyer. With Jiang Chun and Wang Yu's restraint, their strikes finally began to inflict some damage upon the creature. Though the harm was negligible to the destroyer, it sparked a glimmer of hope within them. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu persistently cast spells, maintaining their hold over the destroyer. Beads of sweat beginning to form on their foreheads. The effort required to sustain such intense magical output was immense. However, it was evident that Jiang Chun and Wang Yu were somewhat holding back. After all, their goal was merely to hinder the destroyer. They understood that Thor's exile was, in essence, a test imposed by his father. Thor would eventually return to Asgard as its prince. If he sought to establish relations with Asgard, he would be the key. Jiang Chun and his companion employed their magic to restrain the actions of the destroyer, creating opportunities for others to strike, while intermittently opening portals to evade lethal damage. They had no intention of damaging the destroyer, for it was property of Asgard. If it were to be destroyed, the repercussions would be awkward should others demand compensation. Thor's destruction of the destroyer was an entirely different matter. While it might render him a reckless spender, if others were to ruin it, that would constitute the violation of another's property. Jiang Chun and his allies were not foolish enough to invite trouble upon themselves. With their magical chains binding the destroyer, the warriors of the Celestial Palace finally found openings to strike. Vostag swung his massive hammer, crashing it against the destroyer's leg with a dull thud. Sif and Fandral coordinated seamlessly, attacking the torso of the destroyer in a synchronized manner. Hogun seized the opportunity to launch a side assault, his sword aiming for the joints of the destroyer. However, the damage inflicted by these attacks remained negligible. Around them, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. attempted to approach the battlefield, only to be swept away by the energy released by the destroyer. Several agents were flung by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. This prompted Jiang Chun to remark in exasperation that these individuals seemed oblivious to their roles. Turning to Wang Yu, he suggested, "Why not try summoning the God of Thunder's hammer? If Captain America can summon it, surely you can as well." Wang Yu, upon hearing this, found merit in the suggestion and raised his hand to summon Mjolnir, only to suddenly furrow his brow and lower his hand. "What is the matter?" Jiang Chun inquired, puzzled. "Just as I was about to summon the hammer, I heard Odin's voice. He has placed a restriction on the hammer, forbidding outsiders from interfering with Thor's growth. It appears he was specifically warning me," Wang Yu explained softly, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. Clearly, Odin had taken notice of his earlier attempt to wield the hammer. Jiang Chun suddenly comprehended the true significance of the battle. This was not merely Loki's scheme. It was a test devised by the astute Odin for his own son. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to continue maintaining the magical chain's restraint. After all, supporting from the sidelines was a simple task. The battle raged on for quite some time, and the celestial warriors began to tire. Vostag's movements grew sluggish. The force behind his hammer swings considerably diminished. Sif and Fandral bore wounds, their armor stained with blood. Hogun's sword had dulled, making even basic defense a challenge. Meanwhile, the destroyer remained relentless, its assault unyielding. At that moment, Thor could no longer contain himself. He strode purposefully toward the destroyer, his steps resolute and his gaze unwavering. Though he had lost his divine power, he held his head high. Loki, I know you are the one controlling the destroyer. What you seek is the throne, is it not? Thor's voice reverberated through the desolate streets. Spare these innocent souls, and I would willingly relinquish my throne. His words were imbued with resolve, marking the first genuine moment he had considered the welfare of others. Yet, Thor had clearly underestimated Loki's ruthlessness. He sought not only the throne and Odin's approval, but also aimed to eliminate Thor and all witnesses. The destroyer S.H.I.E.L.D. ignited with blinding radiance, energy coalescing within it like a miniature sun on the verge of eruption. The air distorted under the intense heat, and the rubble on the ground trembled with the pulsating energy. Sif felt the terrifying surge of energy, her pupils dilating in alarm. Thor, get away, she shouted. But Thor remained steadfast, his back straight against the destroyer. A searing beam of energy erupted forth, tearing through the air in a straight path. The beam pierced Thor's chest, creating a massive crater in the building behind him. His body slowly crumpled, crashing onto the dust-laden ground. Chapter 87. Asgard. Sif let out a heart-wrenching wail as she rushed towards Thor's body. Fandral and Hogun gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles whitening with strain. Volstagg roared, swinging his mighty hammer, yet was easily repelled by the destroyer. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Could it be that the god of thunder, Thor, had truly perished? The destroyer turned its attention to the others, its head once again glowing with ominous light. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Thick clouds gathered at an astonishing pace, lightning flickering within their depths. The air crackled with an electrifying tension, and even Coulson, hiding nearby, felt his sparse hair stand on end. A silver flash streaked across the sky, landing precisely in Thor's hand. It was Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. Thor's eyes flew open, the power of thunder surging through him. His golden armor coalesced in the electric light, enveloping his entire being. He rose slowly, his crimson cape billowing in the tempestuous wind. In that moment of self-sacrifice, he regained Mjolnir's acknowledgement and reclaimed the power of the thunder god. This spectacle filled the warriors of the heavenly palace with overwhelming joy, tears of elation streaming down their faces, while the remaining agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stared in astonishment. Thor, truly the legendary god of thunder. Was it necessary to die for a moment? Jiang Chun couldn't help but remark, having genuinely believed that Thor had met his end, only to realize it was a false alarm. Seeing this, the destroyer's energy beam surged forth once more. Thor swung Mjolnir with one hand, the spinning hammer forming a shield-like barrier. The energy beam was deflected, creating a vast crater in the distance. Thor ascended into the air, thunder swirling around him. Mjolnir struck the destroyer's chest with tremendous force, scattering metallic shards in every direction. The destroyer staggered backward, its armor marred by a colossal dent. Thor raised his hammer, and the lightning in the sky danced like silver serpents. Boom! A formidable bolt of lightning struck the destroyer. The armor twisted and warped under the intense heat, and the internal energy system overloaded. Thor leaped high once more, accompanied by a thunderous roar from above, as the weighty Mjolnir came crashing down upon the destroyer. Under the immense force, the destroyer collapsed, shattered into pieces. Thor stood amidst the ruins, the power of thunder swirling around him, his golden armor shimmering with an air of majesty. He slowly raised his arm, and Mjolnir hummed in his palm. Having reclaimed the might of the god of thunder, Thor remained the proud prince he had always been, albeit with a newfound understanding of the preciousness of life. Coulson stepped forward, only to be met with a cold glance from Thor. It was evident that Thor wished to distance himself from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. After all, he had been imprisoned by them previously. While he bore no grudge, he certainly would not greet them with warmth. This god of thunder, despite having undergone trials, still retained his inherent pride. Thor turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, his demeanor softening slightly. Jiang Chun, Wang Yu, I thank you for your assistance. You shall forever be my friends. Warriors of Asgard, it is time to return and teach Loki a lesson. Thor surveyed the surroundings as Sif and the others quickly gathered. Wait, Jane Foster emerged from behind the rubble, her gaze filled with reluctance as she looked upon Thor. He strode toward her, gently grasping her hand. I shall return. This I vow in the name of the god of thunder. Jane's eyes glistened, holding back tears. I will wait for you. In the span of 2 or 3 days, the bond between Thor and Jane had rapidly deepened, with mutual affections blossoming. Thor released Jane's hand and turned to depart. Thor, wait a moment. Wang Yu suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with eagerness. Jiangchun and I wish to accompany you to Asgard. Thor frowned, clearly disapproving of the suggestion. Wang Yu, while you are my friends, Asgard is perilous at present. Once this crisis has passed, I shall extend an invitation for you to visit. Wang Yu stepped forward, standing tall. I come on behalf of my kingdom, seeking to visit Asgard and meet the All-Father Odin. This declaration plunged Thor into contemplation. Wang Yu's intent was unmistakable. He did not seek to venture to Asgard as an individual, but rather as a representative of his nation. Sif suddenly interjected, Thor. Both Wang Yu and Jiang Chun possess considerable magical prowess. They may prove invaluable in dealing with Loki. None among us are well-versed in magic. Thor's furrowed brow relaxed, evidently swayed by her words. Very well, since that is the case, I entrust you with this task. Thor has always possessed a certain innocence. Sif's words ring true, for they are not particularly adept in magic and are often led astray by Loki's cunning. With the presence of Jiang Chun and the other 2 sorcerers, they stand a better chance against Loki. Thor gazed upward toward the heavens. Heimdall, activate the Bifrost. After a brief silence, the sky suddenly split open. A cascade of vibrant hues poured down, enveloping them in its radiant embrace. Jiang Chun felt his body become weightless, as if he were being gently lifted from the ground. The howling wind filled his ears, and a myriad of dazzling starlights flickered before his eyes. The Bifrost carried them across the cosmic expanse, heading directly toward the distant realm of the gods. As the brilliance subsided, they found themselves firmly on solid ground. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, discovering a resplendent palace. The very interior of the Bifrost. More astonishingly, the guardian of the Bifrost, Heimdall, appeared pale as a ghost. He struggled to breathe, each inhalation drawing forth a painful hiss that sent shivers down their spines. Heimdall. Thor rushed forward, supporting the faltering guardian. His eyes were filled with urgency and fury. What has transpired? Who has done this to you? Heimdall laboriously lifted his gaze to Thor. Thor, you have returned, he uttered, his voice weak and hoarse, as if it might falter at any moment. It was Loki. He conspired with the frost giants to assault Asgard. He sought to harm His Majesty Odin. Each word was a monumental effort for Heimdall. Loki, Thor roared, his eyes ablaze with wrath. Clenching Mjolnir tightly, his knuckles whitened from the force. That scoundrel! I shall not spare him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his fury and addressed Heimdall. Focus on your recovery. I shall handle the rest. Sif, remain here to tend to Heimdall. Thor turned, his gaze resolute, fixed upon the towering palace in the distance. Where's the palace? Jiang Chun interjected. I can traverse through a portal and reach there swiftly. The tallest structure at the center is the Palace of Asgard, Thor replied without hesitation. Fully aware of Jiang Chun's teleportation abilities, having witnessed it firsthand on Earth. Very well. Jiang Chun nodded, gesturing with his hands to create a golden portal before him. Let us proceed. Thor was the first to step through the portal, followed closely by the others. Jiang Chun entered last, and the portal closed behind him, vanishing into thin air. In that instant, they found themselves in a new location. Before them stood a magnificent golden archway, intricately carved with exquisite designs, radiating a divine light. Beyond the archway lay a broad golden avenue, leading toward the majestic palace in the distance. The palace soared into the clouds, resplendent and glorious, reminiscent of a paradise from myth. Chapter 88. Loki's scheme. Jiang Chun and Wang Yu were awestruck by the sight before them. Truly, this was the legendary Asgard. Such magnificent architecture was indeed a rarity on Earth. Is this the royal palace of Asgard? Jiang Chun could not help but exclaim. It was simply breathtaking. Let us proceed without delay, Thor said in a deep voice, as he took strides along the golden pathway toward the palace. After just a few steps, 2 colossal figures blocked their path. They were frost giants, towering over 3 meters tall, with blue skin enveloped in thick frost, brandishing enormous ice hammers. Their eyes glinted with menace, emanating an aura of chilling cold. Humph, detestable invaders, Thor scoffed, advancing rather than retreating, charging toward the ice hammers. Mjolnir whistled in his grasp as the power of thunder erupted, instantly sending one frost giant flying. Before the other could react, Wang Yu delivered a powerful kick, hurling the giant against the palace wall with a resounding crash. The battle was over in an instant, within the blink of an eye. The two frost giants lay defeated on the ground, stripped of their combat prowess. Thor had not even summoned the full force of the Thunder God, relying solely on his formidable strength and combat skills to vanquish them. Without a glance at the fallen giants, he strode directly into the palace. Unbeknownst to Jiang Chun and his companions, an intriguing drama was unfolding within the palace. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Loki watched helplessly as Thor dismantled the destroyer and regained his powers, rage simmering within him, yet he suppressed it. He understood that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. He had already set in motion a grander scheme, utilizing the Bifrost in advance. Loki had brought the leader of the Frost Giants, his biological father, Laufey, to Asgard. He had forged an agreement with Jotunheim, enlisting Laufey's assistance to eliminate Odin, after which he could return the ancient treasure of the Frost Giants, the Winter's Crypt, to Laufey. However, their pact was merely a guise of mutual exploitation. On the surface, he intended to use Laufey to dispose of Odin, thereby ascending to the throne of Asgard. Yet, deep within his heart, a more profound and sinister plot brewed. He planned to eliminate Laufey himself and then, through the Bifrost, annihilate the lineage of the Frost Giant King. In doing so, he would gain Odin's admiration. Indeed, Loki's scheming was both simple and outrageous. At least, it appeared so at this moment. He resembled a child yearning for his father's approval, not much different from the Thor of earlier times. At this moment, Laufey stood within Odin's chamber. Odin lay asleep upon a golden bed, shrouded by a simple magical shield. His breaths faint, as if he could cease to exist at any moment. Laufey gazed down upon the once dreaded father of the gods, his eyes brimming with mockery and triumph. "Father of the gods," he intoned, his voice low and hoarse, as jarring as the sound of ice scraping against ice. "I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament." Clutched in his hand was a blade of ice, its cold gleam illuminating his grotesque visage. He slowly raised the icy dagger, aiming it at Odin's throat, with the dawn of victory seemingly within reach. Yet, unbeknownst to Laufey, Loki had silently materialized behind him. Loki's gaze was cold and intricate, concealing emotions that were elusive and unfathomable. He grasped a golden spear tightly in his hand, its tip radiating a blinding light. That was Odin's weapon, the eternal spear, Gungnir, imbued with unparalleled divine power. Laufey's full attention was fixated on Odin. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade, as though it had already pierced Odin's skin. Just as he was about to bring down the ice dagger, Loki moved. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust the eternal spear towards Laufey, who stood mere inches away. The golden lightning cleaved through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The spear, like an arrow released from a bowstring, struck Laufey's back with the force of thunder. With a sickening thud, the ice dagger clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Laufey froze, his body trembling violently. In disbelief, he turned to face Loki's frigid eyes. Laufey's mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. He had never anticipated that Loki would turn against him. He recognized Loki as his son and believed there to be at least a shred of familial bond between them. However, the gaze Loki cast upon him revealed his grave miscalculation. In Loki's eyes, there was no trace of kinship, only an abyss of indifference and cunning. Even if there had been a semblance of familial love, it was directed solely towards Odin and Frigg, leaving Laufey devoid of any emotional connection. Even the fact that Odin had taken him from Jotunheim did not alter this reality. Perplexed, Laufey could not fathom why Loki would act in such a manner. The eternal spear harbored a terrifying power that instantaneously obliterated Laufey's innards. He felt his vitality swiftly draining, his body growing increasingly cold. Once the king of the Frost Giants, a formidable being capable of rivaling Odin, he now found himself stripped of any means of resistance. "Why?" Laufey's voice, raspy and filled with resentment, inquired as he looked at Loki. "The one who has slain you is Odin's son," Loki coldly replied, maintaining his gaze upon Laufey. Laufey's eyes widened in fury, yet he was powerless to act. Had he not perished, he would have seized Loki by the collar and demanded to understand what notions Odin had instilled in him to inspire such unwavering loyalty. "You are merely an adopted child." As Laufey had no further opportunity to question Loki, his body disintegrated entirely, transforming into cold dust that scattered through the air. The once mighty king of the frost giants met his untimely demise at the hands of his own son. Only when the entire frost giant lineage is extinguished can the humiliation upon me be absolved. Upon discovering his heritage as a frost giant, Loki felt a deep-seated disdain for the blood coursing through his veins. Thus, he schemed to eradicate all frost giants. This reflects a fervent zeal akin to that of a convert. Loki now takes pride in being Odin's son, believing himself to be of the Aesir, only to uncover the harsh reality that he is, in fact, of the despised and lowly frost giant race. The magnitude of this revelation struck him profoundly, fueling an even greater loathing for his kin. Killing Laufey was insufficient for Loki. He sought to annihilate Jotunheim itself. This, indeed, became his true objective. Chapter 89. Illusions. When Thor and his companions arrived at the palace, they witnessed the shocking sight of Loki slaying Laufey with the eternal spear. This unexpected scene left Thor momentarily stunned. He had presumed Loki's ambition was to assassinate Odin and ascend to the throne, yet the situation appeared to be quite different. Loki, surrender at once. Regardless of the circumstances, subduing Loki became the immediate priority. Thus, Thor stepped forward, addressing Loki with righteous authority. I didn't expect you to return. Loki, taken aback by Thor's presence, dismissed the moment's significance. It mattered little to him. Once Father awakens, he will realize it was I who saved him and vanquished the frost giant king, Laufey. I have demonstrated that I am the rightful heir to the throne. Loki's calculations were astute, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that to inherit the throne of Asgard, one must possess royal blood. As a descendant of frost giants, how could he ever hope to become the king of Asgard? Odin, Thor, and their kin wield a power known as the Asgardian force, drawn from their noble lineage. This formidable power, akin to the very fortune of the realm, embodies the collective strength of all Asgard. Only those of Odin's bloodline, Odin, Hela, and later Thor, can harness this force. Loki, due to his heritage, is utterly incapable of wielding such power, thus rendering his aspirations of kingship in Asgard forever unattainable. Even if he were indeed more suitable than Thor to reign over Asgard, his lineage would forever bar him from that exalted position. Loki, cease your naivety and submit willingly. Once Father awakens, perhaps he may find it in his heart to forgive you. Do not persist in your misguided path. Thor implored earnestly. Despite his assertions of wanting to teach Loki a lesson, he found himself incapable of enacting such punishment. Unlike Loki's ruthlessness, Thor's feelings for his brother were genuine. Even after Loki's attempts on his life, Thor could not bring himself to harbor deep resentment. Even now, his gaze remained tender as he looked upon Loki. Whatever your intentions were before, all is in the past. It is time to let go. Thor continued to plead with Loki, urging him not to stray further down this erroneous path. It is too late. Under the weight of Thor's penetrating gaze, Loki scoffed, declaring, I will activate the Bifrost and obliterate all of Jotunheim, eradicating every frost giant. The frost giant King Laufey has already fallen by my hand. Jotunheim now possesses no power to resist. At this moment, Loki no longer concealed his intentions, addressing Thor directly. You intend to destroy Jotunheim? Absolutely not. Thor's brow furrowed in concern. Every life deserves respect. What you propose is nothing short of slaughter. Having traversed Earth and faced death himself, Thor now held a profound reverence for life, no longer acting recklessly. Upon hearing Loki's plans for mass murder, he rejected the notion without hesitation. How absurd. Was this not your previous line of thought? Has a mere trip to Midgard transformed you so drastically? Loki retorted with derision, his gaze piercing. Is it because of your affection for that human woman that you have changed so much? Do not forget, humans have a mere century to live. You and she have no future together. Are you merely playing at love? Loki's words bore a semblance of truth. Humans indeed live but a fleeting century, while Thor, who had existed for over 1,000 years, was in his prime, likely to endure for 3 or 4 millennia more. Given this disparity in lifespans, how could true love so easily blossom? Moreover, Thor and Jane had only spent a handful of days together. To call it love at first sight was not an exaggeration. Loki found it incomprehensible, just as Jiangchen did. What could Jane possibly possess that surpassed the goddesses of Asgard? Was it her physique, her appearance, or perhaps something else? Well, it seemed Jane was lacking in certain attributes. Enough, if I cannot fathom it, I shall attribute it to charm, Loki concluded. No, my feelings for Jane are sincere. Thor asserted earnestly. I have heard you utter those words numerous times, Loki replied with a mocking laugh, skepticism etched on his face. After millennia spent together, Thor's follies were well known to Loki. Over the years, Thor had certainly not remained single. He had courted many women, and rumors even spoke of a dragon mother. It is akin to the winged lizards depicted in Western mythology. Each time, Thor professes his sincerity, yet the outcome remains unchanged. Loki, however, does not believe that Thor could genuinely be enamored with an ordinary mortal woman. How fortunate that Sif is on the other side of the rainbow bridge. Otherwise, hearing such words would surely plunge her into profound sorrow. Loki scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Thor. It is evident to all that Sif harbors feelings for Thor. Yet he remains oblivious, whether feigning ignorance or simply being foolish. Wait, how does Loki know that Sif is on the other side of the rainbow bridge? Jiang Chun, who had been observing the spectacle, furrowed his brow and concentrated on sensing the fluctuations of magical energy. Indeed, within the palace, there existed a faint aura of magic. Had he not examined it closely, he might have overlooked it entirely. Something is amiss with Thor. This Loki does not seem genuine. He appears to be an apparition. Realizing Loki's proficiency in illusion magic, Jiang Chun swiftly conveyed his thoughts to Thor. No sooner had Jiang Chun spoken than a mocking smile graced Loki's lips. Only now do you perceive it? Alas, it is too late. Loki's form gradually became translucent, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the air. The atmosphere within the palace felt as though it had frozen. Thor clenched his hammer, crackling with electricity. Once again, he had been toyed with by Loki. Frustration surged within him. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, channeling magic through his fingertips, as a golden radiance erupted from his palm. The moment the illusion was shattered, the palace returned to tranquility. Odin lay quietly upon his bed, enveloped in slumber, bathed in golden light. Indeed, Loki had slain Laufey, but not just moments ago. It was likely done beforehand, merely replayed through illusion. I never anticipated I would be deceived as well. Jiang Chun shook his head with a wry smile, secretly chiding himself for his carelessness. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy swept through, causing the entire palace to tremble. The others exchanged glances, and a singular thought emerged in their minds: the Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 90. Destruction of the Rainbow Bridge. Jiang Chun traced circles in the air with his hands, conjuring a golden portal that unfolded before him. The group swiftly traversed the portal, arriving at the Rainbow Bridge. Within the palace of the Rainbow Bridge, Sif and Heimdall lay unconscious on the ground. Loki stood at the control console, wielding Heimdall's great sword. The Rainbow Bridge had been activated, its dazzling light piercing deep into the cosmos, accumulating tremendous energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Thor's chest heaved with intensity, electricity crackling from his hammer. Loki, cease this at once. His furious roar cut through the howling tempest of energy. Loki turned, a manic grin spreading across his face. Why should I cease? Why spare those frost giants? Do they deserve to live? Those monsters, those filthy creatures. Loki's voice was imbued with resentment, and his eyes flickered with a morbid light. The energy of the Bifrost was accumulating incessantly. If this continued, Jotunheim would inevitably be reduced to cosmic dust. Thor raised his mighty hammer, the thunder crackling upon its head. Do not compel me to take action against you, brother. Brother? Loki scoffed. Do you still regard me as your brother? Or do you merely pity the descendant of frost giants? Wang Yu approached Sif and Heimdall, confirming that both were merely unconscious. The energy of the Bifrost surged, causing the entire hall to tremble. Loki's grand sword was deeply embedded in the console, and the radiance of the Bifrost intensified. Do you know, Thor? I have always lived in your shadow. Everyone praises you, adores you. And what of me? Forever the overlooked second prince. Loki's voice was laden with anguish and fury. Thor stepped forward, a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. It is not so, Loki. Father loves you, mother loves you, and I love you. You are my brother. Now and always. Loki's lips twitched. Thor's words sent shivers down his spine. No, you all lie. I am merely a trophy, a political tool. Now, I shall prove to everyone that I am more worthy of being the king of Asgard than you. The energy of the Bifrost reached its zenith, a robust beam of radiant energy shooting towards Jotunheim. The Bifrost, possessing the characteristics of spatial teleportation, would instantaneously strike Jotunheim, capable of obliterating the entire realm in mere minutes. The brilliance of the Bifrost illuminated Loki's face as he threw his head back in laughter, his voice echoing amidst the howling energy storm. You are too late. The Bifrost has been activated, and no one can halt it. The dazzling beam shot deep into the cosmos, shaking the entire Bifrost palace violently. Loki turned to Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. I did not anticipate that Earth now has sorcerers, though they remain too feeble. His voice dripped with derision, as the sword of Heimdall glimmered coldly in the light of the Bifrost. Jiang Chun shrugged, his demeanor unruffled. Indeed, after all, I have only been studying magic for just over a year. This statement struck Loki like a heavy blow, shattering the arrogance on his face. His expression froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. After over 1,000 years of magical practice, he had been seen through by a mere earthling who had studied for a year. Seizing the moment of Loki's distraction, Thor's hammer sliced through the air, striking Loki's chest. Loki's form flickered, the eternal spear twisting in his grasp as golden light erupted. The spear's tip clashed with Thor's hammer, producing a deafening cacophony of metal colliding. Electric light and golden radiance intertwined, bursting forth in a splendid display of sparks in the air. You claim this is the combat style of a sorcerer? Jiang Chun remarked, observing Loki wielding the eternal spear. When you hold a spear, you are a warrior, with a dagger, an assassin. Yet you, Loki, dare to call yourself the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. Is that truly fitting? Each of Loki's strikes was infused with a frenzied power, utterly devoid of a sorcerer's grace. Thor and Loki clashed fiercely upon the Rainbow Bridge, lightning and divine energy weaving into a luminous tapestry. With every collision of the eternal spear and the god of thunder's hammer, the entire bridge trembled. Loki's eyes blazed with a mad fire, each attack lethal. However, Thor refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Yet, the current circumstances allowed no further indulgence. Despite wielding the eternal spear, Loki's combat prowess remained feeble, rendering him no match for Thor. After several exchanges, Thor seized an opportunity. The hammer of the thunder god abruptly altered its trajectory, striking Loki's wrist from the side. The eternal spear slipped from his grasp, tracing a golden arc through the air. Thor swiftly advanced, delivering a kick that sent Loki tumbling, then pressing the hammer heavily against his chest. It is over, Loki. Loki found himself unable to lift the hammer, Mjolnir pinning him down, rendering him immobile. Yet at that moment, the energy of the Rainbow Bridge had reached its zenith, illuminating the entire palace as if it were midday. No, it is you who has brought this to an end, Thor. None of you can stop what is coming. Loki laughed maniacally. The radiance of the Rainbow Bridge illuminated Thor's face as he gazed at the beam of energy directed towards Jotunheim, his brow furrowed. No, perhaps there remains a way, Thor whispered. Mjolnir trembled in his palm, as if sensing its master's resolve. Suddenly, it soared from Loki's chest to Thor's hand. With a mighty leap, Thor summoned the hammer, enveloped in lightning, and brought it crashing down upon the crystalline surface of the Rainbow Bridge. The deafening impact sent tremors through the bridge, revealing fine cracks upon its surface. Loki's pupils dilated as he finally grasped Thor's intention. Have you lost your mind? Destroying the Rainbow Bridge means we shall forever sever our connection to the 9 realms. He stumbled forward, retrieving the fallen eternal spear, desperate to thwart Thor's reckless endeavor. Thor, undeterred, leapt once more. The hammer sliced through the air, lightning dancing upon its surface. Boom! The second strike landed, and the cracks upon the bridge spread like a spider's web. The energy beam of the Rainbow Bridge began to flicker erratically. Emitting a piercing hum, Loki lunged at Thor, but it was already too late. The third blow saw Mjolnir crash down upon the center of the Rainbow Bridge. In that instant, thunder and the bridge's energy clashed, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light. The crystalline surface of the Rainbow Bridge shattered inch by inch, and the energy beam abruptly dissipated. The entire Rainbow Bridge began to collapse, its fragments plummeting into the boundless void below. Take everyone away, Thor shouted at Jiang Chun. Nodding in response, Jiang Chun traced intricate runes in the air, and a golden portal unfurled behind them. Wang Yu swiftly ushered the others to retreat, with Jiang Chun being the last to depart. As they reached the safety of the bridge's surface and looked back, the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, aglow with its final radiance, descended into the infinite abyss. Chapter 91. The Awakening of Odin Amid the Chaos. Jiang Chun discreetly inscribed a rune on the Rainbow Bridge's control panel, the spatial mark merging with the structure above. This marvel, spanning across the galaxy, might one day serve the interests of HYDRA. The application of the space gem allows for the engraving of spatial marks upon objects, thereby enabling the opening of portals, a capability that proves advantageous even for distant interstellar voyages. Now that the Rainbow Bridge has fallen into the void, the precise location of its transmission within the universe remains unknown, yet the spatial mark left behind may allow for its eventual retrieval. Should research be conducted on the Rainbow Bridge, it is conceivable that HYDRA could harness this power in the future. The Rainbow Bridge is not merely a long-distance teleportation device. It also serves as a formidable deterrent weapon. Numerous factions in the universe hesitate to provoke S.H.I.E.L.D., and the existence of the Rainbow Bridge is a significant factor in this caution. Who knows what might happen if one were to anger S.H.I.E.L.D.? The bridge might retaliate in ways unforeseen. It is akin to a nuclear deterrent on a cosmic scale, and Jiang Chun harbored a keen desire for it. Without a sword in hand, one's situation is markedly different from possessing one. Following his acquisition of the Time Gem, Jiang Chun discovered that the Infinity Gem within him was more refined than the Infinity Gems of this world. Furthermore, his Infinity Gem had now been reduced to pure energy. It would be more accurate to call it a rule gem. His understanding and utilization of its potential remained rudimentary. However, through the Time Gem, he could ascertain that the Infinity Gems of this world could assist in unlocking his rule gem. Upon reflection, it seems the Space Gem must also be on the verge of manifesting. Acquiring it would significantly enhance his spatial abilities. As the shattered Rainbow Bridge crumbled into the void, both Thor and Loki lost their balance, plummeting towards the unfathomable abyss. Jiang Chun, quick-witted and nimble, traced arcane patterns in the air, summoning a golden circle that suddenly appeared beneath them. Get up here. The portal enveloped them, and they landed heavily on the fractured bridge surface. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure swept through the air, causing the very fabric of space to seem to freeze. Odin's figure materialized, his golden armor shimmering under the starlight. A hint of weariness flickered in his single eye, yet it was overshadowed by an unmistakable astonishment. His gaze swept over the broken Rainbow Bridge, and a slight tremor passed across his features. This wonder, a testament to Asgard's wisdom and might, now lay in ruins. Upon seeing his father awaken, Thor rushed forward with uncontainable joy. "Father, you have finally awakened." He grasped Mjolnir tightly, a hint of pride glimmering in his expression. Having previously been stripped of his divine powers, he now felt a resurgence of strength, having gained the approval of the God of Thunder. He believed he had successfully passed Odin's trial. Odin took a deep breath, his voice steady. What exactly transpired here? Thor straightened his chest and recounted the events in detail. Loki sought to annihilate Jotunheim, and I had no choice but to act. So, you destroyed the Rainbow Bridge? Odin's voice carried a note of strain. Thor nodded, his expression resolute. To save Jotunheim, this was the only course of action. Odin remained silent for a long while, a myriad of complex emotions flashing in his single eye. He looked at Thor, then glanced at Loki, who lay on the ground, silently admonishing himself. Remain composed. He is your flesh and blood, and still the only one left. Jiang Chun observed the scene with an impassive face, nearly bursting into laughter. Encountering Thor, this reckless spendthrift, truly was a stroke of misfortune. The former destroyer, now the Rainbow Bridge, these were all possessions of his family, now laid to waste by Thor. Nevertheless, he mused, once back home, he must reclaim the destroyer and ensure it does not fall into the hands of those fools at S.H.I.E.L.D. Odin gazed at Thor, a flicker of pride passing through his single eye, yet beneath it all, he felt exasperation. But given the circumstances, there was little that could be done. Thor, you have finally grasped the value of life, no longer the arrogant child you once were. Thor stood tall, his gaze unwavering as it met his father's. I am willing to sacrifice everything, even the most cherished Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, to protect the lives of the 9 realms. At these words, Odin's fists clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, you are noble, you are remarkable. Odin then turned to Loki, his tone softening. You have grown as well, my child, though your methods were flawed. I see your determination to prove yourself. Loki's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his lips quivering as he struggled to find words, yet remained silent. At that moment, he felt immense joy, for it was evident that his father acknowledged him. As for the mistakes Loki had committed, please, Loki was already aware of his wrongdoings. What more could be expected? Odin was fiercely protective of his own. Even if Loki were not his biological son, he was still recognized as such by Odin. Should Loki err, Odin would indeed mete out punishment, and outsiders ought to refrain from meddling. Regarding those who perished due to Loki's actions, And the devastation wrought upon Jotunheim? Do you think Odin would truly care? As for those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents killed by the destroyer under Loki's control, they were utterly disregarded. Speaking of the destroyer, Odin turned his gaze towards Loki and inquired, Loki, I did not find my armor in the treasury. Where have you placed it? Loki's eye twitched, involuntarily glancing at Thor. Father, I defeated the destroyer. Thor appeared exuberantly animated, joyfully exclaiming, having regained the power of the thunder god, my strength has amplified, and with a single blow, I reduced the destroyer to fragments. He wore an expression of eager anticipation, seemingly hoping for Odin's praise. However, Odin fell into silence, his hands clenched beneath his robes, reflecting his discontent with this wayward child. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, calm down. He is the last scion of our line. Turning away to avoid further sight of Thor, Odin's gaze fell upon Jiang Chun and Wang Yu, his brows knitting slightly. Thor immediately stepped forward, cheerfully introducing, Father, these are my friends from Midgard. They represent the Huan nation in a visit to Asgard. Huan nation? Odin mused. His knowledge of Midgard's situation somewhat limited due to the millennia that had passed since their last visit. He nodded, smiling. I see you employ the spells of Kamartaj. I am acquainted with the Ancient One. Asgard welcomes your presence. His gaze lingered on Wang Yu, admiration evident in his eyes. Wang Yu's upright stature and noble bearing epitomized the essence of a true warrior. Odin recalled how easily Wang Yu could wield the hammer of the thunder god, and he silently acknowledged this. Odin turned, his cloak billowing in the night wind. Come with me to the palace. Let us converse in earnest. The group followed closely behind Odin as they made their way to the royal palace. Chapter 92. Proposal for diplomatic relations. The Asgardian palace shimmered under the cloak of night, its grand dome casting a solemn shadow. Odin guided the assembly through the majestic colonnades, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the vast hall. Jiang Chun found himself irresistibly drawn to the exquisite murals adorning the walls, vividly depicting the history of Asgard. He was acutely aware, however, that behind these paintings lay yet another narrative. Meanwhile, Wang Yu strode confidently, his military demeanor harmonizing with the gravity of this divine realm. Father of the gods, I extend the most sincere greetings from the Huan nation to Asgard, Wang Yu stated, standing tall as they reached the foot of the throne. Odin halted, turning to gaze intently at the young warrior. Pray, share your purpose, he commanded. Wang Yu straightened, his voice resonating with conviction. The Huan nation seeks to establish diplomatic relations with Asgard. A flicker of doubt crossed Odin's single eye, followed by a gentle shake of his head. Midgard is far too intricate. On this small planet, there exist 200 nations and regions, each with a convoluted political landscape. I do not represent the entirety of Earth. Only our Huan nation. For Wang Yu, the affairs of other nations held no relevance. His focus was solely on his homeland and his compatriots. Father, I believe this is a commendable proposal, Thor interjected suddenly, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Loki stepped forward as well, adding, Father, we maintain connections with other realms. Why should we not establish ties with Midgard? It is evident that both Loki and Thor expressed their support for the prospect of establishing diplomatic relations with the Celestial Empire. Having visited Earth, they possess a rudimentary understanding of it. Although their knowledge of the Celestial Empire is limited, the technologically advanced Earth holds a certain fascination. Wang Yu perceptively seizes the opportunity to elaborate. The Ancient One now teaches in the Celestial Empire, having constructed a bridge connecting magic and technology. The Celestial Empire conducts research in both realms and harbors great admiration for Asgard. We all aspire to foster collaboration between our nations. This statement prompted a subtle shift in Odin's expression. The Ancient One, that obstinate woman, is willing to teach among mortals? Odin found this somewhat perplexing. Indeed, she is now a member of our Celestial Empire, Jiang Chun added. Although the Ancient One had not explicitly stated it, the implication had indeed solidified. Wang Yu continued. We hope to engage in cooperation across multiple domains, including politics, economics, culture, technology, and magic. Though the Celestial Empire is relatively young, our civilization is equally ancient and profound. We boast a glorious history and culture spanning over 5 millennia, making us as venerable as Asgard. We cherish peace and wish to collaborate with Asgard to uphold tranquility across the 9 realms. Odin fell silent, well aware of Earth's history. Though he had chosen to remain indifferent, particularly over the past millennium, He had largely ceased to concern himself with earthly matters. Yet you dare to proclaim the Celestial Empire as a peace-loving nation? It is laughable. Out of 5,000 years of history, 4,500 were marred by war. How can you assert that you love peace? You are even more bellicose than Asgard. You are the true warrior race. Nevertheless, Odin remained unfazed. If the Celestial Empire were too weak, Asgard would not entertain the notion of establishing relations. Moreover, the histories of Asgard and the Celestial Empire bore striking similarities. Do you believe Asgard's current stature arose by mere chance? What grants it the audacity to stand proudly among the 9 realms? Was it not forged through past conflicts? It is merely that the 9 realms now find themselves in a state of peace, and Asgard has retracted its fangs. Odin fell into contemplation, his fingers gently tapping the eternal spear. Indeed, while Asgard maintains relations with the other realms, it has historically kept its distance from Midgard. However, the Celestial Empire of Midgard now seeks collaboration, which presents a potential avenue. Father, this is an opportunity, Loki remarked with a glint of cunning in his eyes. His gaze lingered on Jiang Chun, revealing an unabashed thirst for knowledge. As the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms, he yearned to comprehend the magic originating from Earth, which diverged significantly from his previous studies. I wonder, after establishing relations, will we be able to learn your spells? Regarding the discourse on spells, there exists no hindrance. Jiang Chun stepped forward with a smile, his gaze flitting between Thor and Loki. Mutual learning is essential for collective advancement. Asgard can acquire knowledge of spells from HYDRA, and HYDRA similarly aspires to learn the magic of Asgard. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Loki's eyes, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his lips. As the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, he felt an intense curiosity towards the enigmatic spells originating from Earth. Thor chimed in, Father, my experiences on Earth have enlightened me to the paramount importance of communication. Yet, despite his words, a distracted expression crossed his face, his gaze drifting into the distance. In Thor's heart, forging diplomatic ties with HYDRA signified the freedom to traverse between Asgard and Earth, allowing him to see his beloved Jane at any moment. Furthermore, unlike Asgard, which remained unchanging for millennia, Earth pulsated with vitality. Though his stay in New Mexico had been brief, merely a few days in that remote town, Thor found the sights he beheld there far more captivating than anything he had encountered in a century in Asgard. Moreover, his 2 encounters with beer, particularly the ale, had ignited a fondness within him. He eagerly anticipated returning to Earth, wishing to immerse himself in a barrel of it daily. Undoubtedly, both Loki and Thor presented compelling arguments. Odin observed the reactions of his 2 sons, his eternal spear lightly tapping the ground. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded, If that is your wish, then let it be so. A flicker of joy crossed Wang Yu's eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Thank you, Your Majesty Odin, for your keen insight. Upon our return, we shall promptly arrange a formal delegation. Although the Rainbow Bridge had been destroyed, it did not impede the interactions between the 2 realms. The Rainbow Bridge was fundamentally a spell, constructed by Asgard for convenience. Odin himself possessed mastery over this magic, and Jiang Chun's portal could similarly transcend spatial limitations. By merely lifting Asgard's remote spatial restrictions, travel would no longer pose a challenge. Thor, Loki, you shall be responsible for hosting our esteemed guests. Odin rose, his gaze lingering on Thor for a moment, filled with both exasperation and a hint of disbelief. He turned and departed, gripping his eternal spear tightly, fearful of succumbing to the urge to reprimand his wayward son. Chapter 93. Return to Earth. As night descended, the palace of Asgard shimmered under the starlit sky. In the resplendent banquet hall, crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow, illuminating the entire space. Thor, brimming with enthusiasm, raised his goblet, while maidens flitted about, pouring honey mead for the guests. The goddesses of the Aesir were exceedingly beautiful. It could be said that any one of them far surpassed Jane in allure, leaving one to ponder what it was that captivated Thor about her. Welcome, our esteemed friends from Midgard. The voice of Thor reverberated through the banquet hall. A magnificent long table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, the aroma of roasted meats intertwined with the fragrance of fruit wines. The goddesses of the Aesir, clad in splendid garments, gracefully strolled through the hall, their skirts swaying gently to the rhythm of the music. These divine maidens, adorned in diaphanous fabrics, were quite captivating. Jiang Chun found himself in awe of the spectacle before him. The medieval nobility of Asgard surpassed his wildest imagination. Perhaps it was a tad too liberal? Yet, considering this was akin to the European Middle Ages, such openness seemed entirely reasonable. At least it was preferable to the revelries of Zeus next door. The three valiant warriors of the fairy palace were gathered together, toasting and drinking, their hearty laughter occasionally resonating through the air. Sif sat in a corner, casting furtive glances at Loki, her eyes flickering with annoyance. Loki, sensing Sif's animosity, simply sipped his drink with grace, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Though the wine was delightful, I still prefer the beer from Earth, Thor exclaimed as he downed his drink in one gulp, enthusiastically thumping the table. Jiangchen quickly immersed himself in the joyous atmosphere, clinking glasses with Thor. In stark contrast, Wang Yu maintained the vigilance of a soldier, sitting upright even in such a festive setting. His gaze remained clear and resolute. As the envoy of the Huan nation, he embodied a demeanor of utmost solemnity. Observing Wang Yu's self-discipline, Jiang Chun felt a pang of inadequacy. The banquet continued into the depths of the night, filled with song and dance, the clinking of cups echoing merrily. As Thor, tipsy with merriment, began recounting his adventures on Earth, uproarious laughter erupted from the guests. Loki listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. He found the tales uninteresting, even somewhat juvenile. The next day, the morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Jiang Chen's face as he slowly opened his eyes. A throbbing headache plagued him, a reminder of the previous night's revelry. Fragments of clinking cups and joyous festivities lingered in his hazy memory. This place truly bore no difference to the medieval West. Sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping the room in a golden hue. He adjusted his attire and quietly exited his chamber. The rhythmic footsteps of guards echoed through the corridor, the metallic clanking of armor producing a crisp sound. Jiang Chun followed the remnants of his memory to find Wang Yu's room and gently knocked on the door. It swung open immediately, revealing Wang Yu, impeccably dressed and standing at military attention. The two proceeded down the palace corridor and soon arrived in the grand hall. Thor and Loki awaited them, the former brimming with vitality, the latter maintaining his elegant demeanor. "My dear friends, did you sleep well last night?" Thor cheerfully patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder. Loki's lips curled slightly as he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chun. "How do you feel about my arrangements?" It is evident that the divine lady from yesterday was orchestrated by Loki. "I must admit, it was executed splendidly." "What arrangement?" Thor inquired, perplexed. "Nothing much. Just a beautiful companion for Lord Jiang Chun," Loki replied candidly, for this matter was not considered scandalous in Asgard. "Haha, what do you think? How do our women in Asgard compare?" Upon hearing this, Thor laughed heartily, patting Jiang Chun on the shoulder. "Isn't our goddess of the Aesir clan graceful and alluring? Were you satisfied last night?" Indeed, this affair seemed rather commonplace to Thor, as the Aesir possessed long lives, often spanning centuries, and their culture was undeniably liberal. It was all right," Jiang Chun said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "By the way, didn't you arrange one for Wang Yu?" Thor cast a reproachful glance at Loki. "I did, but Lord Wang Yu declined," Loki shrugged. "What a pity," Thor lamented. "The women of the Aesir are far more beautiful. I cannot fathom your infatuation with that Earth woman." Loki shot a disdainful glance at Thor, unable to comprehend why Thor had fallen for Jane. "It's different. She is truly special." Thor scratched his head, at a loss for words. "What makes her special?" Loki pressed on. Thor fell silent, uncertain of how to articulate her uniqueness. "Let's not dwell on that. Loki and I will accompany you back to Earth. Come, let us seek out Heimdall." Thor swiftly changed the subject, addressing Jiang Chun and his companion. This had been planned, as they would represent Asgard in a preliminary visit to Hyddra, discussing formal diplomatic relations. As princes of Asgard, they held the power to make significant decisions. The four traversed the resplendent palace, arriving at the fractured end of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall had been awaiting them, his golden eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all. "Your Highnesses," Heimdall greeted Thor and the others, though he bore no ill will toward Loki despite their prior conflict. As Odin held no grudge against him, Heimdall raised his great sword, its tip aimed at the heavens. Golden energy surged from the divine blade, forming a vibrant column of light upon the broken Rainbow Bridge. "Are you ready?" Heimdall inquired in a deep tone. The four stepped into the radiant column, enveloped by its powerful energy. The Rainbow Bridge was, at its core, a form of magic. Devoid of large machinery, it could still be summoned. Heimdall's greatsword could also harness the magic of the Rainbow Bridge, though limited to its teleportation capabilities without offensive power. In the next moment, the four found themselves transported to a small town in New Mexico. The once vibrant streets now lie in desolation, bearing the scars of battle. Shattered glass, crumbled walls, and charred ground silently narrate the tale of that calamity. The townsfolk have presumably been evacuated. Thor's expression is somber. Armed agents of S.H.I.E.L.D patrol the streets, poised and alert upon the arrival of Jiang Chun and his companions. Suddenly, a black SUV speeds into view, screeching to a halt before them. Phil Coulson steps out, his face adorned with his trademark smile. Welcome back, gentlemen. Chapter 94. The remains of the destroyer. Coulson's gaze flits between Thor and Loki, his brow slightly furrowing. He recognizes Thor, but finds the dark-haired man unfamiliar. And who might this be? Coulson inquires, his tone cautious as he gestures towards Loki. Thor claps Loki on the shoulder, his demeanor relaxed. My brother, Loki. Coulson's pupils constrict. Was it not just yesterday that Loki had controlled the destroyer, attempting to slay Thor and causing significant casualties? How had these two brothers reconciled? Is there a particular reason for your visit to Earth? Coulson maintains his professional smile. Given the loss of agents, he harbors some hostility towards Loki. Thor's brow knits in irritation at Coulson's demeanor and questioning. My brother has acknowledged his mistakes. What more do you desire? Even Father has not condemned Loki. Do you wish to punish him further? A subtle tension hangs in the air. Jiang Chun senses the shift in atmosphere, raising an eyebrow as he steps forward. Coulson, Thor and his companions are here to retrieve the destroyer armor. Thor nods in affirmation, his expression softening. Indeed, that is a weapon of Asgard. Coulson's smile falters, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cuff of his suit. This may require consultation with higher authorities. Loki scoffs, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Consult? Do you intend to appropriate Asgardian weaponry for yourselves? Coulson's expression momentarily falters. Of course not. It is merely standard procedure. Procedure? Loki interrupts, his voice laced with derision. Your S.H.I.E.L.D protocols to govern the Prince of Asgard? What audacity! That armor destroyed half a town and claimed many lives, Coulson states gravely. Thor's countenance shifts to one of embarrassment. He still possesses a sense of pride and chooses to remain silent. Mr. Loki, regarding yesterday's events, Coulson addresses Loki, weighing his words. A cold smirk graces Loki's lips. Are you inquiring whether I was in control of the destroyer? Coulson nods slightly. Indeed, it was I, Loki admits candidly, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. I have confessed. What will your S.H.I.E.L.D do about it? Do you truly intend to punish Loki? Coulson clenched his fists. The memories of fallen agents vivid in his mind, yet he found himself powerless in the presence of the Asgardian prince. Thus, he could only cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Chun and the others. Noticing Coulson's gaze, Jiang Chun merely shrugged. This matter is beyond our purview, he declared, spreading his hands. If you wish to hold him accountable, perhaps you should journey to Asgard yourself. Coulson's eyelids twitched. It was evident that he was being mocked. Loki stepped forward, towering over Coulson. What? Do you truly intend to seize Asgard's weapons for yourselves? A chill coursed down Coulson's spine. Or do you seek to incite war between our realms? Loki's voice grew increasingly frigid. Coulson wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he held a certain position within S.H.I.E.L.D, this dispute involving two worlds was far beyond his authority. Do not involve the entire world. We are merely S.H.I.E.L.D, Jiang Chun interjected. If S.H.I.E.L.D were to clash with Asgard, let not Earth bear the consequences. If you must pursue this matter, seek out S.H.I.E.L.D or the United States behind it. I shall contact Director Fury. With no other option, Coulson turned towards the vehicle, retrieving his communicator, and began a conversation with Nick Fury on the other end of the line. Moments later, he returned, a smile once again gracing his face. The wreckage of the destroyer lay within a temporary laboratory at the meteorite site. Upon learning the location, Jiang Chun raised his hand, conjuring a golden portal that led directly to the heart of the laboratory. Thor and Loki stepped through first, followed closely by Wang Yu. Jiang Chun glanced back at the conflicted expression on Coulson's face. Mr. Coulson, please. With a sigh, Coulson stepped into the portal. Jiang Chun followed suit. Closing the portal behind him, as the golden ring slowly sealed shut. Inside the laboratory, the lights blazed bright, illuminating the shattered armor of the destroyer, which reflected a cold metallic sheen. At that moment, the destroyer lay in ruins, smashed to pieces by Thor, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. Scientists had collected every fragment for further study. A group of scientists clad in lab coats surrounded a testing table, wielding various instruments to scan the armor. "You certainly possess audacity," Loki remarked. The scientists looked up in alarm upon recognizing him and instinctively retreated. With a disdainful huff, Loki waved his slender fingers. An eerie green light swirled through the air, wrapping around the destroyer's armor like silk. The surface of the armor shimmered faintly, gradually becoming transparent, until it ultimately vanished from sight. Jiang Chun watched this spectacle with rapt attention. Loki's magic was indeed intriguing, seemingly transporting the destroyer into an unknown realm. It seems that later, Loki concealed the Tesseract, only revealing it when Thanos threatened him. This spell that transfers objects to another dimension is akin to possessing a personal space. Are you intrigued by this? Loki noticed Jiang Chun's gaze, and a playful smile graced his lips. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that indeed, such spatial magic is quite extraordinary. Through mutual exchange and learning, you too could acquire my magic. Loki's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Let us not squander time. We should proceed to HYDRA. Jiang Chun understood and raised his hand, tracing a golden circle in the air. The portal opened, leading to a military base in HYDRA. Thor stood awkwardly in place, scratching his head. You all can manage these matters. I have other responsibilities. Loki raised an eyebrow at him, puzzled. Thor appeared slightly embarrassed. Jane is still waiting for me. That human woman? I truly do not comprehend what you see in her, Loki scoffed. It is a matter of duty, Thor defended. I promised Jane I would find her. Very well, do as you wish, Loki stated, indifferent to Thor's decision. After all, their visit was primarily to engage in discussions with HYDRA, and there was ample time before the formal meeting was arranged. Being princes, they could decide on many matters. And with Thor opting out, it was entirely up to Loki. Thor's absence brought Loki a sense of relief. Good, I trust you with this. Thor grinned. He had no desire to deal with such troublesome affairs, and was eager to delegate all official matters to Loki. Loki shook his head in exasperation and stepped into the portal first. Wang Yu followed closely, with Jiang Chun entering the golden circle last. Watching the three depart, Thor smirked, feeling liberated to seek out Jane without concern. Chapter 95. A friendly visit. Loki had long grown accustomed to Thor's reckless nature. Whether or not Thor accompanied them to HYDRA mattered little. The harsh glare of the fluorescent lights in the laboratory illuminated Coulson's face, revealing a hint of complex emotions. Your Highness Thor, may I inquire what brings you to HYDRA? Coulson regarded Thor with a tone of cautious inquiry. Thor turned to face him, perceiving that this was hardly a matter of secrecy. HYDRA and Asgard are on the verge of establishing diplomatic relations, Thor disclosed without hesitation. Coulson's brow furrowed slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. HYDRA and Asgard establishing diplomatic ties? What could be the motive behind this? Furthermore, why would Asgard consent to such an alliance and send two princes to HYDRA? So that is the case, Coulson murmured softly, temporarily sealing away this astonishing revelation in his mind. Thor was hardly concerned with what Coulson was thinking and directly inquired, Coulson, do you know where Jane and the others are at present? A subtle smile graced Coulson's lips. Dr. Jane and Dr. Eric are conducting research elsewhere in New Mexico. If Mr. Thor requires assistance, I can arrange for someone to take you there. Thor's eyes brightened at this prospect. I would greatly appreciate your help, Coulson. Although he held a disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D, he could not deny Coulson's adeptness in navigating social interactions. Coulson produced a communicator and swiftly pressed a few buttons. All is arranged. The helicopter will arrive shortly. Thor nodded his gratitude, eagerly striding towards the laboratory's entrance, with Coulson hastily following suit. At the Xianyuan base, the grand entrance loomed majestically, red flags fluttering in the breeze. In front of the office building, Lu Guoqiang, having received prior notice, awaited with his team. Welcome, Prince Loki of Asgard, Lu Guoqiang greeted sincerely as he approached. Loki inclined his head slightly, following Lu Guoqiang into the conference room. He was somewhat taken aback by the high regard shown by the Chinese officials, while Thor remained indifferent to the throne. Loki yearned for the supreme power of Asgard. Sitting here, exchanging pleasantries with the upper echelons of China, filled him with exhilaration. Lu's assertion held truth. Fostering amicable relations between their nations and sharing resources would foster mutual advancement. After conversing with Lu Guoqiang for a while, Loki smiled and acquiesced. Suddenly recalling the notion of resource exchange, he flicked his wrist. A ripple of spatial distortion manifested, and a collection of silver-white debris appeared in the conference room, shimmering under a green glow. This is the wreckage of the destroyer, Loki explained, which may be of assistance to China. The damaged destroyer held no value for Loki. It was far more advantageous to bestow it upon China. He was astute enough to realize that when Jiang Chun mentioned the destroyer's remnants, it piqued China's interest. Thus, he had cooperated with Jiang Chun's ruse to retrieve it from S.H.I.E.L.D. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness, Lu Guoqiang remarked, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. The magical technology embedded within the destroyer was exceedingly beneficial for China, particularly its autonomous operation, which proved far more agile than AI-controlled robots. Relying solely on artificial intelligence or AI to manage combat suits and various unmanned equipment could lead to vulnerabilities, whereas the magic-based control alleviated such concerns. This trivial artifact is of little consequence, Loki waved dismissively, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as it was not his own. Furthermore, the materials comprising the destroyer were remarkably robust, crafted entirely from the rare URU metal, a material of great worth within the Marvel Universe. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, was also fashioned from this substance, underscoring its preciousness. It is only fitting that Odin, as the father of the gods, indulges in the opulence of crafting armor from such an abundance of URU metal. Little did Odin dream that he would encounter the wayward duo of Thor and Loki, one who destroys the destroyer, and the other who bestows all the URU metal as gifts. The unique metallic luster of URU gleamed brilliantly under the conference room's illumination. This material is indeed extraordinary. Lu Guoqiang reached out to caress the remnants of the destroyer. The metallic surface felt cold yet pulsated with an unusual energy. Loki leaned back in the leather chair, a graceful smile playing at the corners of his lips. URU metal, one of the most resilient substances across the 9 realms. Lu Guoqiang felt a sense of satisfaction with this gift. Should this material be thoroughly studied, it would greatly benefit the military industry of HYDRA. Your Highness, I express my gratitude on behalf of HYDRA, he stated. Loki waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed. As laughter and conversation flowed, time slipped quietly by, and the daylight outside gradually faded. Lu Guoqiang glanced at his watch. It was already evening. If Your Highness does not mind, I would like to invite you to visit our Academy of Magic. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Loki's eyes, for this was what captivated him the most at present. Lu Guoqiang picked up the phone and dialed Wang Yu. Moments later, Wang Yu entered the room. Wang Yu, please escort Prince Loki to the Academy of Magic. I have already made prior arrangements with Master Gu Yi. You can take Prince Loki directly to him. Understood. For Wang Yu, this was a simple task. He opened a portal, and together with Loki, they stepped through. The Academy of Magic nestled amidst the mountains of Sichuan, its ancient architecture shimmering subtly under the moonlight. The atmosphere was thick with magical energy. Loki nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Yu smiled as he explained. We specifically chose this location for its abundant spiritual energy. As they traversed the courtyard, waves of magical fluctuations resonated from all directions. Within the teaching building, young students were diligently practicing, vibrant colors of magical light flickering through the windows, adding an air of mystery to the night. Loki paused to observe, his eyes reflecting a look of approval. The magical system of Midgard is quite unique. I have never encountered anything like it in the other realms. Soon, under Wang Yu's guidance, they arrived at Master Gu Yi's office. Wang Yu knocked thrice, and the door opened automatically. Inside the office, Master Gu Yi stood by the window, a smile gracing her face as she regarded the two who entered. Loki stepped into the room, his usual arrogance replaced by a slight bow of respect. Supreme Master, it is an honor to meet you. Prior to this, Loki was unaware of Master Gu Yi's esteemed reputation. However, before his departure, Odin had cautioned him, and he recognized that this seemingly frail bald woman was indeed a formidable figure, rivaling Odin himself. As one who revered strength, Loki naturally held Master Gu Yi in high regard. Gu Yi regarded him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The little prince of Asgard, son of Odin. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. With measured steps, Gu Yi approached the desk, his fingers lightly brushing over the surface of an ancient tome. Your thirst for knowledge regarding the magical systems of Earth is commendable. Loki nodded slightly, anticipating further discourse. However, all knowledge must be built upon a foundation. I suggest you commence your studies with the introductory class. Loki furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon relaxed. You are correct. The fundamentals are indeed vital. Goi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze profound. The magic of HYDRA differs from that of Asgard. It is an entirely new cognitive framework, and you must begin anew. Chapter 96. The astonishment of the magical school. Goi waved his hand, producing a suspended ring, which he handed to Loki. This is a suspended ring, an essential auxiliary tool for learning teleportation. Classes commence tomorrow morning at 8. Loki accepted the ring, intrigued by the mysterious runes inscribed upon its surface. For the next month, you will study magic at the school. Given your innate talent, I am confident you will swiftly grasp the majority of our spells. Loki, hailed as the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, certainly had no shortage of magical aptitude. Though an outsider, there were certain arcane secrets Goi would not divulge. However, the simpler incantations would be freely shared. Of course, should Loki wish to delve into more profound mysteries, he must offer spells of commensurate level in exchange. But that is a matter for another time. Once outside the office, Loki exhaled deeply. Wang Yu, Thor and I will remain on Earth for a month. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Your delegation from HYDRA will accompany us back to Asgard in a month's time. Loki gazed toward the distant mountains. At that time, the two nations will formally establish diplomatic relations. The night breeze swept past, carrying the magical vibrations from the training grounds. With so many students passionately engaging in the study of magic, Loki found it hard to fathom the immense strength HYDRA would possess in the future. The fervent atmosphere of learning invigorated him. He felt no desire to return to the luxurious villa arranged for him, but rather wished to reside directly within the school. During this period, I would like to remain at the school. I would appreciate your assistance in arranging this. Wang Yu discerned Loki's intentions and nodded in agreement. I will ensure everything is arranged, Your Highness, but it is growing late. You should rest at the designated accommodation. Very well. Loki nodded, gently caressing the suspended ring in his hand, filled with anticipation for his upcoming campus life. By the way, I will also take some time to organize the spells I know and discuss them with Master Goi. Perhaps it could be of assistance to you as well. Loki understood that to acquire true knowledge, one must also be willing to offer something in return. Moreover, this was a sentiment he had previously shared with Jiang Chun: mutual learning and collective progress. As for how much one can learn from the other, it ultimately depends on individual capabilities. Nonetheless, Loki possesses a profound confidence in his magical aptitude. However, it must be noted that Asgard lacks institutions akin to those in HYDRA where magic is taught. The instruction is typically conducted in a one-on-one manner by a teacher. Having experienced the vibrant atmosphere of a magical school, Loki contemplated whether he should advocate for the establishment of such institutions upon his return to Asgard. The following morning, the sun's rays cascaded upon the ancient structures of HYDRA, bestowing upon them a golden luminescence. Loki arrived punctually at the classroom, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Hundreds of students were already seated, engrossed in their respective pursuits, some perusing ancient tomes, others meditating with closed eyes, and a few engaged in hushed discussions about the intricacies of magic. This focused ambience evoked memories of his solitary studies in the libraries of Asgard. Is this truly the magical school of HYDRA? Loki mused quietly to himself. He selected a seat by the window, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding students. Most were clad in appropriate uniforms, exuding an aura of formidable presence with every gesture. This was the 4th cohort, with new classes commencing every 6 months, prioritizing selections from the military ranks. Naturally, the discipline was stringent and order reigned supreme. Loki received his magical textbook, glancing at the peculiar title, 5 years to godhood, 3 years to supremacy. The oddity of the title momentarily stunned him, yet he found himself captivated by the fervent learning atmosphere enveloping the classroom. Such a multitude of mortals yearning for magic, each striving for power. This scene was truly unparalleled in Asgard. A flicker of admiration crossed Loki's eyes. At that moment, the figure of the Ancient One appeared quietly at the podium, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. The Ancient One relished teaching these military students, who were utterly endearing. Not only were they passionate about learning, but they also exhibited remarkable discipline. For someone who delights in imparting knowledge, such pupils were nothing short of perfect. And there were millions of such devoted students in HYDRA, which was precisely why the Ancient One chose to remain there. Who wouldn't cherish such obedient learners? Today, we shall commence with the foundational principles of magic, the Ancient One announced, her voice calm, yet resonant. Initially, Loki listened out of courtesy, yet he gradually became entranced by the Ancient One's unique insights. Magic does not arise from nothing. It stems from an understanding and application of the universal principles. Every word from the Ancient One prompted deep reflection in Loki. This knowledge diverged significantly from Asgard's magical framework, yet it also held resonances of similarity. Loki's focus intensified, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, and upon grasping an idea, a look of realization would illuminate his face. On merely the first day of classes, Loki found himself enriched with profound insights. In the afternoon, as the sun poured its slanted rays into the classroom, the Ancient One began to elucidate the art of portal magic. The suspended ring serves as a conduit for channeling energy, but the true essence lies within the will of the spellcaster. Loki caressed the suspended ring in his hand, attuning himself to the energy flowing within. As the Ancient One demonstrated, golden sparks blossomed in the air, forming a perfect ring. Loki was captivated. This exquisite system of magic stirred his imagination. Truly, the magic of Kamartaj lived up to its reputation, he mused. With the Ancient One's explanation, Loki grew increasingly enamored with this novel magical framework. This systematic approach to teaching unveiled an alternative possibility for the inheritance of magic, solidifying his resolve to establish a school of magic upon his return to Asgard. Time swiftly passed, and one you found Loki at the school, busy organizing his textbooks. Your dormitory has been arranged, Your Highness. All bedding and supplies are prepared. Ready for your occupancy. Loki raised an eyebrow, still entranced by the intricacies of portal magic. Although he had yet to successfully conjure a portal, he had managed to trace light points, and he anticipated that it would not be long before he could wield the portal magic. Just what I need. A tranquil place to thoroughly absorb this knowledge. As they traversed the pathways of the campus, they arrived at the dormitory. Despite being a magical school, most buildings adhered to the conventional architecture of society, and the dormitory bore no significant difference from an ordinary university residence. Wang Yu led Loki to his room. A twin-sharing accommodation, bright and tidy, with two single beds arranged neatly. Loki's gaze fell upon the bed on the right, its covers folded squarely, corners sharp, resembling a block of tofu. Is there a particular significance to this bedding? Loki inquired, his brow slightly furrowed with curiosity. Wang Yu smiled knowingly. This is a tradition within our military. Making the bed is also a form of practice. Each corner must be at a right angle, requiring immense patience and concentration. Loki nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. It seemed that the rigor of Chinese soldiers manifested not only on the battlefield, but pervaded every aspect of daily life. It appears your roommate is still in training and will likely return later. Practicing magic until the late hours is customary for nearly all apprentices. Wang Yu had once adhered to this as well. Every warrior yearns to grow stronger, contributing to their nation in this perilous world. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Should you require anything, feel free to call me, Wang Yu stated, turning to depart, his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor. He gently caressed the magic textbook in his hands, the embossed golden letters shimmering in the moonlight. 5 years to ascend, 3 years to supreme. At that moment, Loki did not dismiss it as mere nonsense. Judging by the enthusiasm of the students at the school, it was indeed possible for some, perhaps more than just one or two, to achieve such heights. Seated at the nearby desk, Loki opened the pages, immersing himself in the profound theories of magic. In the deep of night, he was engrossed in his studies when a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Hello, roommate. My name is Mei Shang. It is a pleasure to meet you. He looked up to see a young man in casual attire standing at the door, smiling and gesturing towards him. Loki, hailing from Asgard, closed his book and nodded politely in acknowledgement. Mei Shang's eyes instantly brightened. So you are the Prince of Asgard. His tone was infused with surprise and curiosity. Loki raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the other's reaction. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of Asgard? Indeed. I have heard numerous tales about the 9 realms, Mei Shang replied as he entered the room, placing his backpack beside the bed. How long have you been studying magic? Loki inquired casually. Just a week, he stated firmly. Although it is a short time, I practice every day, as I do not wish to fall behind my comrades. Loki nodded thoughtfully, his fingers gently caressing the suspended ring. I see you have begun learning portal magic. How are you faring? Mei Shang asked. I am still in the exploratory phase, currently only able to produce a few flickering lights, Loki responded candidly. Mei Shang displayed a look of understanding. This is quite normal. Everyone progresses at their own pace, and today is merely your first day. He stood up, tracing an elegant arc in the air with his fingers. Golden sparks erupted, and a small portal formed in the air. Mei Shang reached through the portal and retrieved 2 apples from a table 3 meters away. Would you like to try one? He offered one to Loki. As Loki accepted the apple, a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes. It appears you have already mastered the portal quite adeptly. Well, this is to be expected, as it is the first spell taught by Professor Kamartaj, and it is the only one I have learned thus far, Mei Shang chuckled. Currently, I can only practice this one spell daily, so it is not surprising that I have developed a deeper understanding. In fact, the true potency of portal magic lies in its application during combat, where one can cleave an enemy in two by closing the portal just as they traverse halfway. The effect is instantaneous. A spark of intrigue flickered in Loki's eyes. He was quite fascinated by this tactical application of portal magic. Is it truly capable of such feats? As night deepened, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Their conversation gradually subsided as Mei Shang tidied the bed, his movements gentle and orderly. As Loki put away the suspended ring in preparation for rest, his peripheral vision caught Mei Shang retrieving a book from his backpack. Under the dim glow of the table lamp, the cover of the book shimmered subtly. What tome of magic is this? Loki's voice carried a note of curiosity. Mei Shang smiled and shook his head. It is not a book of magic. It is a work I enjoy reading in my leisure time. He gently presented the book to Loki. As Loki took the book, his fingertips brushed the cover, feeling the marks left by time. He opened to the first chapter, his gaze fixed on the opening sentence. A specter, the specter of communism, wanders through Europe. In pursuit of this ghost, all forces of old Europe, the Pope and the Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, the radical factions of France and the police of Germany, have united. This phrase struck Loki's heart like a bolt of lightning. His pupils dilated slightly, and his fingers unconsciously grazed the edges of the book. Trembling, he turned the page, scrutinizing its contents with utmost seriousness. When he encountered the theory of class struggle, he could not help but associate it with Asgard. Royalty, nobility, knights, warriors, commoners, and servants, class, struggle, revolution. These unfamiliar yet profound terms echoed ceaselessly in his mind. A completely new worldview unfurled before him. May observed the transformation of Loki's expression, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. He reached into his backpack once more, retrieving another book with a crimson cover. You might find this one intriguing as well. Loki numbly accepted it. The book seemed to be a collection of quotes from an individual. He casually flipped to a page, and one line caused him to gasp in astonishment. The people, only the people, are the true driving force of historical development. This declaration reverberated incessantly in his mind. Loki's hands trembled slightly, his gaze fixed upon those words. Outside, the moonlight remained cold and distant, yet Loki's world had irrevocably changed. At that moment, something was burgeoning within Loki's heart. He suddenly found himself questioning his identity as a prince. This should not be the case. Asgard ought not to be like this. Asgard requires change. No, it demands reform. At this instant, the thought ignited within Loki, and he clutched the 2 books as if they were treasures. He seemed to have discovered a new purpose, one for which he could strive. I shall transform Asgard, but how shall I effect this change? In that moment, Loki felt a disinterest in magic. He was fervently eager to finish reading these 2 books, to contemplate earnestly his own identity and the future of Asgard. It is no wonder I found HYDRA peculiar. It appears that HYDRA has already taken this step. Although there are class distinctions in society, there exists a remarkable equality in dignity. No one is superior to another, nor is anyone inferior. This is how Asgard ought to be. Asgard should harbor no nobility, nor should it have a king. What is paramount in Asgard should not be the monarchy or the aristocracy, but the people. The people are the foundation and the essence of a nation. With this realization, an inexplicable and formidable power began to grow silently within Loki. The power of Asgard, which was originally meant to be wielded solely by the royal lineage, had now taken root as a seed within Loki's being. Loki clutched the crimson-covered tome tightly. The words inscribed within etched deeply into his heart. Indeed, it is the people who hold paramount importance for Asgard. Loki genuinely cares for the citizens of Asgard. perhaps even more than for Thor. Chapter 98. Changes at home. Jiang Chun stood upon the balcony, gazing at the skyline of the capital, where towering edifices reached towards the heavens. The morning light cascaded upon the glass facades, refracting a dazzling brilliance. This city remained vibrant, as if it had never undergone a translocation. He inhaled deeply, the morning air infused with a subtle fragrance of blossoms. The days of paid leave were truly delightful. Jiang Chun stretched, a content smile gracing his lips. Since his return from Asgard, he had embraced this leisurely existence. Each month, he continued to receive a substantial consulting fee, prompting him to marvel at the wisdom of his decision to contact the government immediately upon his arrival. Not only had he secured a position within the system, but he had also been allocated a grand residence in the capital, fulfilling aspirations he had once deemed unattainable. Reflecting on the initial chaos of his transition, he recalled how the entirety of HYDRA had suddenly appeared within the Marvel Universe, plunging the nation into a state of alarm. Upon realizing his abilities, Jiang Chun promptly reached out to the authorities. Armed with the power of the Infinity Stones and in concert with the nation's unified response, he swiftly restored order. In hindsight, those days, though fraught with tension, were remarkably fulfilling. Jiang Chun turned and returned to his chamber, casually picking up the tablet resting on the table. The headlines were dominated by various matters of public interest. Aside from the occasional mention of superheroes, everything seemed so mundane. It was time to venture out again. He donned casual attire, resolved to personally experience this familiar yet foreign world. He activated the portal and returned to his original home in Sichuan province. Stepping outside, he found the streets bustling with hurried pedestrians. Some were engrossed in their phones, while others waited for buses at the curb. Everything felt so ordinary. Jiang Chun entered a cafe, where two young patrons at the adjacent table engaged in animated discussion. Do you really think we are in the Marvel Universe? It feels just like before. Of course. Do you imagine the Marvel Universe is in a constant state of battle? True. But I've heard that Hammer Industries over in America is in trouble. Many have perished, seemingly heralding the onset of the Iron Man 2 storyline. Goodness. The Americans truly seem to live in perpetual peril. One can never tell when calamity might strike. What's the fuss? Even in the previous world, hundreds died daily from gun violence. Records show it. A few hundred more, just a drop in the bucket. Indeed. Whatever the case, we are quite safe here. Life goes on. Work, eat, and drink as usual. Jiang Chun listened to their conversation and couldn't help but smile. This exemplified the pragmatic attitude of the Chinese people. Even in a world as fantastical as the Marvel Universe, they maintained the most unpretentious approach to life. Upon leaving the cafe and strolling down familiar streets, Jiang Chun noticed subtle changes. For instance, there were several signs warning of anomalous phenomena along the roadside, accompanied by high-tech monitoring devices. These were all measures to address potential supernatural events. Yet, most of the time, they stood silently in place. Passing by a residential area, Jiang Chun observed a group of children at play, clutching Iron Man toys and calling out his name. These toys, produced by domestic manufacturers under the authorization of Stark Industries, had gained immense popularity across numerous countries. This scene brought a chuckle to Jiang Chun. In this world, these heroes were far more than mere characters from films. However, for these children, perhaps the distinction was negligible, as they continued to enjoy their carefree childhood. As Jiang Chun continued his leisurely walk through the city, he noticed that the televisions in the storefronts were broadcasting news reports. The country had established friendly relations with several African nations and secured mining rights to various mines. Breakthroughs in space technology had been achieved, and the Tiangong space station was undergoing expansion. The nation had mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology and planned to construct 10 large-scale fusion power plants nationwide, which would fundamentally resolve the country's energy issues. Speaking of which, after the transition, most of the domestic equipment and naval vessels had been brought along, including the 3 individuals currently on a business trip in the skies. Moreover, due to advancements in domestic technology and the mastery of magic, the Tiangong space station had been expanded. Nowadays, sending items into space was as effortless as returning home. One simply opened a slightly larger portal to dispatch them. The era of rockets was now a thing of the past. These headlines seemed utterly commonplace today, and the populace had long since grown accustomed to them. What the citizens did not realize was that the current expansion of the Tiangong space station surpassed even that of a warship. After all, with no issues in transportation, a moderately sized portal could facilitate the delivery of goods, and the permanent staff at Tiangong had already reached around 30 individuals. Furthermore, there was little necessity for further expansion, as Tiangong was primarily used for various experiments, and thus the nation had not exerted effort into additional construction. Otherwise, building an entire city was certainly within the realm of possibility. Presently, the nation was strategically positioning itself across various domains: economic development, social culture, environmental resources, and military technology, preparing to confront a multitude of future crises. Of course, given the vastness of the nation and its enormous population, diverse opinions flourished within the collective effort, with many dissenters and bewildered individuals existing alongside those united in purpose. Nowadays, the internet has become somewhat quieter, as those who once disseminated trivial information have faded away, and there are fewer individuals willing to tarnish the reputation of HYDRA for monetary gain. However, folly remains abundant. As Jiang Chen strolled along, he encountered a group of individuals seemingly protesting something. Protests have become a rarity in HYDRA. Piquing Jiang Chen's curiosity, he approached the gathering. The protesters demanded that the state disclose global crises, advocate for the unconditional sharing of technology with the world, and foster global development to enhance humanity's collective strength, thereby enabling us to withstand various crises in the future. This was nothing short of a naive proclamation. Casting a glance at the scene, Jiang Chen could hardly suppress a laugh. Unconditionally contribute to the world? Why not urge the United States to share its technology first, or Wakanda to distribute its resources? Such individuals are truly delusional. The state should collaborate with superheroes. Only superheroes possess the capability to save the world. They should receive all the support, with resources entirely allocated to them. The might of the state and military proves futile against extraterrestrial threats. It would be wiser to funnel all funds and resources to Iron Man. These fervent fans of superheroes genuinely believe that they will be saved by these figures, rather than relying on the protection of their government. They audaciously demand that resources be surrendered to superheroes while choosing to remain passive themselves, even insisting that the state adopt a similar stance of inaction. Even Iron Man himself would not entertain such notions. It is truly challenging to evaluate individuals of this ilk. Chapter 99. The strategies of HYDRA come now. Since we have entered the Marvel Universe, we ought to abide by its rules and refrain from instigating any changes. We should simply cooperate with the superheroes and the S.H.I.E.L.D. Is it not enough to just go with the flow? These are the individuals who wish to remain complacent, believing that, according to the narrative, others will face no repercussions, thus opting to be mere bystanders. In their eyes, since resistance in the future is futile, they deem it best to take no action at all. However, it is difficult to articulate a response to such individuals. I protest. Why are we not allowed to travel abroad? I am a transmigrator, endowed with the advantage of knowing the plot. If permitted to go overseas, I could ascend to the pinnacle of life and marry a wealthy beauty. Why are we being restricted? This reflects an inflated sense of self-importance, as if one could traverse the world and conquer it like a protagonist in a wish-fulfillment narrative. They fail to recognize that their confinement is, in fact, a means of protection. I refuse to accept this. Why must studying magic be accompanied by a moral character assessment? Despite not having undergone any examination, they declare me unqualified and deny me the opportunity to learn magic. This sentiment comes from those who aspire to enroll in magical studies, possessing evident magical aptitude, yet are dismissed due to inadequate moral character assessments. It is worth noting that HYDRA has begun to promote the study of magic within society, prioritizing educational institutions. Students' magical talents are being evaluated, with at least half possessing the potential to learn magic, albeit with varying degrees of future achievement. However, those wishing to study magic must first undergo character evaluations. Individuals who fail to meet moral standards will be denied the opportunity to learn magic. The school offers specialized illusion magic to assess students. Those harboring latent violent tendencies or those who might abuse power will be denied the opportunity to study magic. However, this is not an absolute rule. In previous years, the promotion of magic favored apprentices learning advanced spells, potentially for combat purposes. Those rejected may still have future opportunities to learn magic, albeit of a different nature, focusing more on warfare than in prior years. Setting aside this topic, I must express my disdain for novels that collaborate with the state. Does such sycophancy not evoke revulsion? I seek narratives characterized by an assertion of supremacy and unrestrained ambition. Who cares about your partnership with the government if it offers no tangible benefits? Should one not team up with superheroes instead, forsaking any allegiance to the East? This breaks the fourth wall, providing a critique of the protagonist. The parade features a diverse array of individuals, each voicing their opinions. Yet it is evident that few pay them any heed. Many onlookers observe them with amusement, akin to watching monkeys, including some enforcers who find humor in their antics. Among these individuals are primarily self-serving hedonists, many of whom are idle. Despite their fervent cries, they inevitably disperse when mealtime approaches. After a while, Jiang Chun grew somewhat bored and turned to leave. Although numerous, their presence is negligible compared to the populace of Huagua. After wandering the streets, Jiang Chun noted that most citizens had come to accept the reality of their circumstances, and life had returned to a semblance of tranquility. Many believe that Huagua's military can protect them. In truth, Huagua is strategically advancing in various sectors, including economic development, social culture, environmental resources, and technological military capabilities. Within a few months, leveraging 2 decades of technological superiority, Huagua has instigated a revolution in the international consumer electronics sector. While the domestic market remains largely unchanged, Huagua enterprises are thriving internationally. Several mobile phone companies have emerged, promoting smart devices that have eclipsed the once dominant giants. Although Stark Industries has introduced a smartphone to compete with these Huagua enterprises, the majority of market share has been seized by Huagua firms such as Chuansheng, Liangjia, Huawei, Demi, and Vo. Notably, Stark's mobile division is 49% owned by a Huagua company. In essence, the entire smartphone market is predominantly controlled by Huagua enterprises. All participants in this industry are traversers, and these companies are far from foolish. With over a decade of technological advantage, they have deftly orchestrated a strategy to dominate the global market. This influence extends beyond mobile devices, as Huagua companies are also reshaping the global landscape in computers, smart appliances, and more. The technological dividends brought about by the phenomenon of time travel are becoming increasingly apparent. The success of these high-tech enterprises has instilled a greater sense of confidence among the populace. Pedestrians on the streets walk briskly, their faces radiating with self-assuredness. The advancement of technology has invigorated society as a whole. Moreover, in terms of cultural development, the overall sentiment in Huagua remains remarkably optimistic. The concept of magic has found its way into the curriculum of universities, enlightening the citizens of Huagua to the fact that upon entering this world, they have harnessed the power of sorcery. With the state's endorsement, a staggering 99% of the populace adopts a belief in this newfound potential. A group of young individuals congregates at a street corner, passionately discussing the topic of magical courses offered at their universities. Have you heard? 2 students from the neighboring institution have been identified with exceptional magical talent, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to achieve the status of supreme sorcerers. Talented magic prodigies, akin to the likes of Strange, number around 140,000 in Huagua, which explains why the Ancient One is inclined to remain in the country. With such a plethora of outstanding students available for selection, who wouldn't be bewildered? However, one must possess a sound moral character. If one fails to meet the standard, they cannot master advanced magic. Even if they do learn, they could become a menace in the future. Yet, under normal circumstances, most individuals who are not inherently malevolent can pass through this threshold. Alas, jealousy can distort one's appearance and perception. Jiang Chen shakes his head with a light-hearted chuckle as he continues on his way. Arriving at the entrance of a university, he stands outside the playground fence, peering inside. In the corner of the field, a group of students is practicing fundamental magic, bright lights dancing at their fingertips. Though they are merely engaging with basic magical concepts, their faces are adorned with confident smiles, brimming with anticipation for the future. The introduction of a new subject has opened additional avenues for them, and the prospects of magic are exceedingly vast, particularly in this world, where opportunities abound. This has rekindled a passion for learning among students who previously struggled academically. Today, numerous universities are offering magic courses, much to the delight of those who once had average or even poor grades. If they possess magical talent, they can now proudly avoid the monotony of daily classes. Please refer to the conclusion of the previous chapter for context. Jiang Chun, a dashing young man who yearns for a life of leisure, possesses an unmatched gift for rhetoric, yet displays a complete lack of action. Until one day, a multitude of golden characters appeared before him, imbuing his mind with indomitable power, only to find himself cast into the Marvel Universe. From that moment on, his Marvel adventures, guided by the antics of whimsical readers, embarked on a delightfully unconventional journey. Hero? Villain? Not so fast. First, allow me to demonstrate the transformation of waste into treasure right before your eyes. Chaos, pain, and the acrid scent of dust awaken Jiang Chun from his slumber, jolting him with violent coughs. He feels as though he has been crumpled into a mere ball of paper, every joint protesting in agony. Struggling to elevate his body, he encounters the coarse, cold surface of concrete beneath his fingertips. The scene before him constricted his pupils, the twisted rebar resembling remnants gnawed upon by a monstrous beast. The collapsed walls lay stacked like small hills, and the air was thick with dust, mingled with a strange, burnt odor, alongside an indescribable surge of energy. He gasped, attempting to recollect his thoughts, the rental apartment, takeout, his phone, then a dizzying spiral, as if consumed by a black hole. When he regained consciousness, he found himself amidst this hellish ruin. He endeavored to rise, pressing his palm instinctively against the ground, only to find the solid concrete yielding like wet clay, leaving 5 shocking imprints. Jiang Chun was dumbfounded. He tentatively grasped the exposed rebar beside him, applying minimal force, yet the thick steel bent and deformed like mere noodles. Bracing himself against the shattered wall, he attempted to stand, and with a gentle push of his legs, his body was propelled upwards, soaring several meters. Nearly colliding with the slanted ceiling above, he landed silently and astonishingly lightly. A formidable sensation of power coursed through him. It was not mere brute strength, but an illusion, as if he could manipulate molecules at will, reshaping reality itself. This sensation was so potent, it was almost overwhelming. He gazed at his unscathed hands, now even more symmetrical and robust than before, then glanced at the ruins he had inadvertently disturbed, an absurdity washing over him. What on earth was happening? Just as he stood bewildered, anxiety flooding his heart, a dazzling burst of golden light erupted before him. Countless golden characters cascaded like a waterfall from above, imprinting upon his retina, visible only to him. By heavens, the protagonist has awakened. Oh, has the live stream begun? What an opening. Ruins. Awakening powers. A Marvel staple. Quick, assess your abilities. This sensation of strength. The Platinum Superman template is confirmed. Congratulations, Jiang Chun. You have acquired the S-Class Golden Finger Reader Damu system. The Invincible Superman template. Marvel Universe Sightseeing Experience Voucher has been issued. Wait, has Superman crossed into Marvel? Is the dimensional barrier broken? Or is there a fusion of parallel universes? Who cares? As long as it feels good. Jiang Chun was utterly petrified. Damu? Readers? Golden Finger? Marvel? Platinum Superman template? What nonsensical drivel was this? His mind felt as though it had been thrust into a high-speed blender, swirling in chaos. What are you? What do these words mean? He could not restrain a roar within, his voice unwittingly resonating with a magnetic, deep timbre he had never possessed before. Did you hear that? He can hear us. Jiang Chun, do not panic. We are great beings from another world, your readers. Through some mysterious link, we can see you and communicate via Damu. We are your external advisors, your think tank, your pit stop. Of course, we are also here for our own amusement. JPG. Welcome to the Marvel Universe you know so well. New York, most likely near Hell's Kitchen. As for your ability, it is simply invincible. Punching the Hulk, kicking Thanos, using heat vision to roast planets. Utter invincibility. Come on, give it a try. Fly a bit. Use your heat vision. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, striving to comprehend this madness. He lifted his head, gazing at the golden barrage of comments, akin to watching a throng of overly excited internet addicts. The mention of Marvel resonated with memories of a cinematic universe he once knew, yet now it manifested in the realm of reality. And he, an ordinary individual, had inexplicably acquired superhuman abilities, all while being scrutinized by a group that referred to themselves as readers. So, you believe my life has transformed into a narrative to be observed like a novel or a live stream? Jiang Chun pondered inwardly. Bingo. Clever. Precisely. We are following your life's developments. Fear not. We shall provide you with intelligence and suggestions. However, whether to heed them is entirely up to you. Thus, the first step, adapt to your newfound powers. Quickly find a secluded space to test your abilities. Or perhaps train in Hell's Kitchen. The map radar is now online. Nearby life forms detected. A group of thugs is tormenting someone. Coordinates XXXX, 800 meters away. The Barrage S map radar had astonishingly sketched a rudimentary topographical layout before his eyes, marked with various luminous points. Jiang Chun observed these points and glanced at the textual descriptions provided below, his heart a tumult of emotions. This power, this golden finger, felt as if a vast open-world game's user interface had been projected into reality. Let us assess the situation, he thought. Since the barrage has furnished information, it is essential to comprehend the ecosystem of this world. He proceeded in the direction indicated by the comments, instinctively lengthening his strides, only to find himself leaping nearly 20 meters in one bound. He hastily reined in his strength, slowing his pace, astonished by the terrifying potential of this body. Chapter 101. One finger to repel adversaries. Jiang Chun swiftly arrived at the dim, narrow alley indicated by the barrage. A handful of youths, wielding crowbars and steel pipes, encircled an elderly man, ragged and huddled against the wall, vociferously cursing as they attempted to seize the old newspaper clutched in his trembling hands. Old man, hand it over. Don't make us resort to violence. The leader, a brash youth with yellow hair, taunted. The old man clutched the newspaper, shivering, murky tears sliding down his wrinkled cheeks, emitting a sound of despair. Standing at the mouth of the alley, Jiang Chun felt a surge of indignation. Although he wished to avoid trouble, the bullying of an elder crossed a line for him. Here it comes. The classic heroic rescue, old man edition. Go, streamer. Show them what you're made of. Don't use your full strength. Just intimidate them. Singe the yellow-haired one's hair. Heat vision. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, dismissing the barrage's unreliable suggestions. Clearing his throat, his deep voice resonated through the alley. Stop. The thugs, startled, turned to face him. Clad in ordinary, worn clothing, he appeared unremarkable. Who is this meddlesome brat? Scram. The yellow-haired leader shouted, brandishing his crowbar. You're asking for it. Smash his head. Let him know why the flowers are so red. Jiang Chun disregarded the barrage's incitements, stepping forward slowly, but each stride felt like a tread upon the thug's very hearts. He halted within 5 meters of the blonde-haired ruffian, his gaze tranquil as it swept over them. I shall reiterate, release that elder and be gone. Jiang Chun spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, yet imbued with an intangible sense of authority. It was his first realization that power is not solely synonymous with destruction. It can also manifest as an aura of influence. The thugs, momentarily subdued by his penetrating gaze and formidable presence, quickly regained their composure, their anger boiling over. What are you pretending for? Did you not hear me telling you to leave? Brothers, advance. The blonde ruffian brandished a crowbar and charged forward, flanked by several cohorts who closed in around him. Jiang Chun remained motionless until the crowbar was mere inches from his head, at which point he leisurely extended a single finger. No thunderous crash ensued, nor was there an earth-shattering shockwave. He merely tapped the side of the crowbar with the tip of his finger. A faint vibration, imperceptible to all but them, resonated. The blonde thug felt an irresistible force surge from Jiang Chun's fingertip, his body paralyzed as if struck by lightning. The crowbar twisted grotesquely and slipped from his grasp, clattering against the wall. Clutching his numbed wrist, the thug gazed at Jiang Chun in terror, his eyes wide as if he had encountered a specter. The others who had charged forward stood frozen, their gazes fixated on the contorted crowbar. Now may you leave? Jiang Chun inquired with a serene demeanor. The thugs, bereft of courage, scrambled away from the alley, vanishing around the corner. Jiang Chun could even hear the damp sounds emanating from their trousers as they fled. Remarkable. Effortlessly done. Such grandeur. The prowess of the one-finger technique is indeed formidable. Is this the oppressive aura of a platinum superhero? I adore it. The blonde thug is utterly terrified. Ha ha ha. Don't forget about the elder, dear host. Jiang Chun turned his attention to the old man cowering in the corner, approaching him with a gentler tone. Are you all right? The elder, still in shock, trembled as he lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Chun's, his eyes filled with trepidation, as if he found Jiang Chun more intimidating than the ruffians. Clutching a newspaper tightly, he mumbled indistinctly, perhaps uttering a thank you, though fear dominated his expression. Jiang Chun refrained from pressing further, inquiring instead about their location. The elder vaguely repeated Hell's Kitchen several times before lapsing into silence. Understanding that further questions would yield no benefit, Jiang Chun chose not to disturb him any longer and exited the alley. It appeared that his novice village was indeed Hell's Kitchen, a truly exhilarating locale. Chapter 102. Transforming waste into treasure. As Jiang Chun traversed the streets of Hell's Kitchen, he absorbed the unique atmosphere of chaos and peril that permeated the area. Utilizing his superhuman hearing, he attuned himself to the whispers of gang skirmishes, the wail of police sirens, the sounds of anguished groans, and the indicators of various underground transactions. The barrage of comments from viewers continuously supplied him with intelligence. The dynamics of Hell's Kitchen are intricate. The Gold Gang, the Hand Association, the Punisher, Daredevil. Be cautious. Dear host, though you are invincible, it is wise to tread carefully in the early stages. First, accumulate wealth. Once you have the funds, vacate this cursed place. Yes, return to the hotel and refine the remaining refuse. Surely, there is more to be gleaned than what was previously obtained. Jiang Chun found the viewer's advice sound. He resolved to return to the hotel to process the materials he had salvaged from the junkyard. He located a modest yet seemingly clean inn on the map and secured a room using the cash acquired from old Peter. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Chun carefully extracted the items from his bag, remaining from his last alchemical endeavor, aside from a vibrant crystal and a piece of azure steel, were several larger crystals and a heap of metallic scraps that, despite their appearance as mere refuse, pulsated with unique energy fluctuations. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he arranged these materials before him. This time, armed with experience, he wielded his powers with greater finesse. A gentle yet precise thermal gaze enveloped all the materials, while his mental energy expanded, attuning itself to the molecular movements and energy flows within. Following the alchemical methods suggested by the barrage of messages or those he had discovered himself, he endeavored to purify and recompose the materials. The process proved far more intricate than the last, and Jiang Chun could sense the energy within him depleting rapidly, his focus sharpening to an extraordinary degree. The air in the room trembled slightly due to the high-frequency energy pulses. The barrage of messages grew increasingly frantic, offering various directives. Steady yourself. Increase the temperature. Apply more pressure. Monitor energy distribution. This time, attempt to incorporate the nitrogen and oxygen elements from the air. Perhaps he could forge a superalloy. As time ticked by, beads of sweat formed on Jiang Chun's forehead, and his body warmed subtly. At last, the radiant glow receded, and the energy subsided. He withdrew his thermal gaze, revealing the transformed materials before him. The once useless scraps and larger crystals had vanished, replaced by 3 basketball-sized crystals, each radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. Alongside a smoothly shaped piece of deep azure metal, approximately the size of an adult's fist. He lifted the azure steel, feeling its astonishing lightness. Yet when he scraped it with his nail, not a single mark was left. Sensing its internal structure with his mental energy, he marveled at its incredible density and stability. With a tremendous force perfectly contained within, this material was undeniably far superior to the previous vibranium component. Turning his attention to the spatial resonance crystals, each resembled a miniature universe, their lights swirling, hinting at the spatial fluctuations contained within. As Jiang Chun brought his hand closer to the crystal, a faint pull emanated from it, as though it sought to draw his mind and body into an unknown dimension. A new substance had been birthed. Spatial crystals. This was a low-tier version of the space gem, an enhanced azure steel. Its hardness could rival that of Odin's weaponry. The broadcaster was truly remarkable. The once trashy king had ascended to a creator. This was it. This time, he was destined to defy the heavens. Though utterly exhausted, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment gazing at these extraordinary materials. The barrage had not deceived him. This ability to transform waste into treasure held boundless potential. Chapter 103. The astonished Dr. Banner clutching treasures capable of altering the world's landscape. Jiang Chun faced a dilemma. How should he dispose of these items? Sell them to old Peter? He would likely faint on the spot. Directly offer them to S.H.I.E.L.D? He would be sliced and diced. Seek out scientists. Top-tier scientists. Dr. Banner, Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic. Enlist their assistance in analysis. The barrage once again pointed towards the scientific route. Jiang Chun deemed this a relatively prudent choice. Dr. Banner appeared to be the most amiable, and his research focused on energy variation, which might enable him to comprehend these crystals and metals. In contrast, Tony Stark was rather ostentatious, making him prone to trouble. The enigmatic Mr. Fantastic was temporarily elusive, existing in another universe, as the commentators remarked. Utilizing his super intellect, he scoured the global network for information regarding Dr. Banner. His extraordinary mind functioned akin to a superluminal computer, swiftly processing vast quantities of data and effortlessly discovering Dr. Banner's recent research endeavors and public schedule. He learned that Dr. Banner was delivering a public lecture on the safe utilization of gamma rays at a university in New York. Jiang Chun decided to take a chance. He donned a more presentable outfit, carefully securing several crafted treasures. The azure steel could be worn directly, as ordinary weapons posed no threat to him, before departing from his hotel. A few days later, Jiang Chun arrived at the university. The lecture hall was teeming with journalists and students, all eager to learn about Dr. Banner's legendary experiences and latest research. Jiang Chun blended into the crowd, observing attentively. After the lecture concluded, Dr. Banner was surrounded by admirers. Jiang Chun recognized that forcing his way through would be cumbersome and contrary to his understated, or rather, feigned, demeanor. He employed his super hearing to filter out the surrounding noise, honing in solely on Dr. Banner's voice and position, then patiently awaited his moment. As the crowd began to disperse and Dr. Banner prepared to leave, escorted by several staff members, Jiang Chun approached. Utilizing his recently adapted super speed, he seemingly nonchalantly crossed a distance of several meters, positioning himself at Dr. Banner's side. Dr. Banner, Jiang Chun politely initiated, his voice soft yet distinctly audible to the doctor. Dr. Banner paused, turning to regard him. His gaze, though fatigued, bore a hint of warmth, yet upon seeing Jiang Chun, a spark of a scientist's inherent curiosity ignited within his eyes. Jiang Chun stepped closer, discreetly revealing the azure steel in his palm, and whispered to Dr. Banner, "I possess something that may assist you in your research on energy variation and material science." Dr. Banner's eyes fixated on the azure steel, and his body quivered slightly, his expression sharpening with acute interest. He sensed a profound and stable energy fluctuation emanating from the small piece of metal, an energy form he had never encountered before. "Please, follow me," Dr. Banner instructed without further inquiry, leading Jiang Chun away from the bustling crowd into a secluded faculty lounge. He dismissed the staff and closed the door behind them. Inside the lounge, Dr. Banner cautiously lifted the azure steel, scrutinizing it under the light. His fingers gently caressed the metallic surface, experiencing its astonishing density and peculiar energy flow. "What is this?" Dr. Banner's voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with the uncontainable excitement of discovering something novel. Jiang Chun understood that the moment had arrived. He organized his thoughts according to the framework provided by the commentators. "This is a material synthesized through a unique technique," he articulated, carefully choosing his words to encompass the concepts of microscopic reorganization and the guidance of higher dimensional energy. Thus began the revelation. Heap those grandiose terms high. Quantum fields, string theory, hyperspace projection, particle-bound states. Leave the Hulk bewildered. Jiang Chun, steeling himself, began an explanation replete with terms he only partially grasped. "In simpler terms, I employ a high-frequency energy pulse, coupled with meticulous spatial adjustments, to directly influence the molecular and atomic levels of matter, disrupting their original bound states, and subsequently rearranging them according to a predetermined template." Dr. Banner's brow furrowed deeper, yet his eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Instinctively, he sensed that many of the concepts Jiang Chun articulated transcended the current confines of physics, bordering on the fantastical. Yet, the azure steel in his hand was an undeniable reality. Its strength and energy characteristics resided firmly in the realm of the unknown. High-frequency energy pulses, spatial structural adjustments, matter reconfiguration templates, Dr. Banner murmured, as if attempting to fathom an entirely new dimension. "This metal possesses extraordinary properties. Lightweight, astonishingly durable, and capable of absorbing and storing energy. It is truly the material of one's dreams." He lifted his gaze to Jiang Chun, his expression igniting with fervor. "Mr. Jiang, the technology you command represents a groundbreaking discovery. If applied to the study of energy mutation, it may indeed unravel the conundrum of the gamma energy within me. It could even provide humanity with an entirely new energy solution." "Indeed, Doctor," Jiang Chun replied, relieved to see him intrigued. "This technology is still in the exploratory phase, with many unknowns. This metal is a recent synthesis of mine, which I have named azure steel. I also possess other synthesized materials, such as this crystal." He unveiled the spatial resonance crystal, placing it upon the table. Upon its emergence, the energy field of the entire room seemed to transform. Dr. Banner felt the crystal's energy waves wash over him, as if he were infused with a vibrant current. Goodness, the spatial crystal is out. This is going to drive Dr. Banner mad. This is even more extraordinary than S.H.I.E.L.D. It delves into spatial dimensions. Deceive him. Tell him this is a cross-dimensional energy crystallization. Jiang Chun continued to weave his narrative. This crystal embodies a profound energy. I shall call it the spatial resonance crystal. It appears to resonate with certain higher dimensional energies, even exerting a faint influence on space itself. Dr. Banner was utterly entranced. Space, higher dimensional energy? This transcended mere materials science. It was cosmology and dimensional theory. Trembling, he grasped the crystal, as if cradling a secret of the universe. This is simply astonishing. It exceeds the entirety of my knowledge. His excitement made his beard almost stand on end. Mr. Jiang, would you be willing to collaborate with me on this research? I am prepared to offer all my equipment, resources, and even my intellect. Success. He had latched onto one of the most formidable minds in the Marvel Universe, along with access to top-tier laboratories and a villa. From scavenging to reaching the pinnacle of life, Jiang Chun beamed inwardly at Dr. Banner's frenzied demeanor. This was precisely what he desired, a premier scientist as a companion. A legitimate research base. Collaboration poses no issue, Doctor. Jiang Chun nodded. Yet as I have mentioned, this technology is rather unique, and I would prefer it not to be disclosed or misused. Thus, the scope of our collaboration and confidentiality measures must be exceptionally stringent. Absolutely. Absolutely. Dr. Banner nodded repeatedly. Confidentiality is paramount. My laboratory is under stringent protection. Furthermore, I possess a villa in the suburbs, which offers a secure environment and is equipped with comprehensive laboratory facilities. We can relocate our research there. You are welcome to move in at any time. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Doctor, Jiang Chun replied. You may simply call me Bruce. Dr. Banner extended his hand, firmly shaking Jiang Chun's hand, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Together, we shall undoubtedly uncover the universe's greatest secrets. Thus, Jiang Chun successfully established a collaborative relationship with Dr. Banner, securing a safe research environment and top-tier scientific resources, while also positioning himself and his capabilities at the periphery of Marvel's core circle. Chapter 104. Visitors from S.H.I.E.L.D. Jiang Chun moved into Dr. Banner's luxurious villa located in the suburbs. The surroundings were tranquil, far removed from the city's clamor, and it boasted a small yet well-equipped high-tech laboratory. He brought along the S.H.I.E.L.D and spatial resonance crystals he had refined, commencing in-depth research with Dr. Banner. The properties of S.H.I.E.L.D validated Dr. Banner's hypothesis. It exhibited unimaginable strength and energy absorption capabilities. They even simulated gamma-ray impacts using the laboratory's instruments. And the S.H.I.E.L.D perfectly absorbed and transformed the energy without generating any harmful radiation. Dr. Banner believed this material was the optimal choice for constructing devices to suppress Hulk transformations or similar energy surges. The spatial resonance crystals were even more enigmatic. The energy they contained was vast and pure, seemingly capable of directly influencing space itself. Dr. Banner could not explain its principles using existing physics and could only classify it as a phenomenon of higher dimensional energy. Under the guidance of the stream, Jiang Chun attempted to infuse his own power, the power of the Superman template, into the crystals. When the power resonated with the crystals, a powerful wave of spatial energy radiated outward, visibly distorting the laboratory's space. They even perceived the light from distant stars through the crystals, which ordinary telescopes could not capture. Spatial leap, spatial storage, dimensional strike, streamer. Quickly try throwing something into the crystal. See if it can be retrieved. This is indeed a portable space. Jiang Chun experimented by placing an apple into the distorted space of the crystal and was able to extract it from any of the crystals at will. This functionality is simply an essential artifact for home travel and other endeavors. Their research progressed rapidly, yet confidentiality was maintained with utmost diligence. However, individuals like Dr. Banner and Jiang Chun, who suddenly emerged with unknown technologies, could not escape the notice of everyone. The arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D was an expected development. That afternoon, a black SUV drove into the villa's courtyard. As they descended from the vehicle, it was none other than Nick Fury. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied by his capable assistant, Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow. Dr. Banner had evidently received prior notice. As he awaited in the living room with Jiang Chun, Nick Fury's bald head gleamed under the sunlight, his expression stoic. Yet his singular eye was as sharp as that of a hawk. Natasha, clad in sleek black attire, bore a captivating yet professional smile. Her gaze scanning the surroundings with the precision of a scanner, taking in every detail. The moment had arrived. The S.H.I.E.L.D. duo, the director and the widow together. What a formidable presence. An opportune moment to impress. Do not let them lead you astray, host. The widow is striking. Dr. Banner, Mr. Jiang Chun, Nick Fury stated directly, we are from S.H.I.E.L.D. and wish to discuss some matters with you. Dr. Banner briefly introduced Jiang Chun as his research assistant, though he was technically the lead researcher. Both Fury and Natasha's attention shifted intently towards Jiang Chun. Mr. Jiang Chun. Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon him. We are greatly intrigued by the recent research you and Dr. Banner have conducted, particularly the unprecedented new materials you have synthesized. Jiang Chun met his gaze calmly, devoid of any tension. Director, we have indeed achieved some technological breakthroughs and synthesized novel substances. However, our research is still in its nascent stage. At this juncture, Natasha interjected with a warm and magnetic tone. According to the intelligence we possess, the properties of these materials are astonishing. Their potential impact on the world is immense, for better or worse. It is the duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. to maintain global security, and thus we wish to learn more and explore the possibility of collaboration to ensure these technologies are utilized for noble purposes. Jiang Chun inwardly scoffed, recognizing the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s persuasive rhetoric. Yet he was not one to be easily swayed. Ms. Romanoff, I appreciate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission. However, this technology is of a distinctly unique origin and principle, imbued with considerable uncertainty. I am concerned that once it is disclosed or shared with external entities, it may pose unpredictable risks. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, to be candid, I am currently the sole individual capable of mastering and controlling this technology. Should it fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives, the consequences would exceed your imagination. He implied that this technology could easily be wielded for destructive purposes. Nick Fury narrowed his eye further, sensing the gravity of Jiang Chun's words and the underlying threat. An uncontrolled individual wielding unknown, formidable technology constituted a significant risk. Yet, he also sensed the depth of Jiang Chun's aura, which dissuaded him from employing coercive measures. Risks can be managed through regulation, Nick Fury asserted. If this technology could be harnessed to create a more robust defense system, such as repelling extraterrestrial invasions or addressing global energy crises, it would be a boon for all humanity. The premise of such a boon is safety and control, Jiang Chun replied, his tone remaining composed, yet his refusal was unmistakable. Until this technology is fully matured and controllable, I believe the wisest course of action is to maintain a closed research environment. Please understand, this is not a matter of distrust towards S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather a prudent caution regarding the technology itself. Natasha scrutinized Jiang Chun's subtle expressions and body language, striving to ascertain the veracity of his words. However, Jiang Chun's formidable abilities rendered her completely unable to detect any truth. His psychological defenses were as impenetrable as an unwavering mountain. She found herself utterly incapable of penetrating the facade of this young man before her, which sparked immense professional intrigue. Mingled with a touch of personal curiosity, the Black Widow seems somewhat interested in you. An opportunity has presented itself, dear host. Jiang Chun sensed Natasha's probing gaze, silently lamenting the unending stream of comments. He offered her no further chance for investigation, maintaining a demeanor that was both courteous and resolute. Nick Fury recognized that a collaborative agreement would not be reached today. Being a pragmatic individual, he understood that if persuasion failed, the only recourse was to observe and await future opportunities. Rising from his seat, he stated, "Very well, Mr. Jiang Chun, we understand your concerns. However, I hope you are aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. always keeps its doors open for you. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles or require assistance, Do not hesitate to reach out to me. He extended a black card, devoid of any markings, to Jiang Chun. This is my personal contact information. Jiang Chun accepted the card, replying, "Thank you, Director, and you too, Ms. Natasha. I will consider it if the need arises." After bidding farewell to the S.H.I.E.L.D. representatives, Dr. Banner expressed his concerns. "Jiang Chun, do you believe they will relent?" "Not likely," Jiang Chun replied with a shake of his head. "They are S.H.I.E.L.D. tasked with global security. They will not overlook any potential threats or variables that could pose significant risks. They will continue to monitor us, perhaps even dispatch agents to surveil or seek alternative avenues of approach. However, as long as our research does not pose a direct threat, or our displayed power convinces them that a confrontation would be unwise, they will refrain from making any rash moves." He understood that S.H.I.E.L.D. was wary of his enigmatic abilities and the inexplicable origins of his advanced technology. This air of mystery and formidable strength served as his best shield in the early days of the Marvel Universe. Chapter 105. Undercurrent's life at the villa returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet Jiang Chun was acutely aware that this was merely a facade. The surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D. was omnipresent, but his exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities, through superhuman hearing, vision, and mental perception, rendered their efforts futile. He and Dr. Banner continued their in-depth study of the azure steel and spatial resonance crystals. Dr. Banner tentatively applied the azure steel in an experimental energy suppression device, hoping it would assist him in better controlling the Hulk's transformations. Although practical application was still a distant goal, it marked a significant advancement. The research on spatial resonance crystals proved to be even more perilous and exhilarating. Acting on suggestions from the comments, Jiang Chun attempted to infuse his own energy into the crystal, employing his superhuman intellect for meticulous control. He discovered that the crystal not only provided a personal space, but also generated temporary spatial distortions and directional teleportation during energy resonance. Although the distances were short and the energy consumption immense, the potential was boundless. Teleportation. To Stark Tower to pilfer his treasures. To Odin's vault for a quick tour. To visit the extraterrestrial realms. Jiang Chun was not so audacious. He only dared to conduct short-distance teleportation experiments within the confines of his villa. Even so, the sensation of instantaneous movement was utterly intoxicating. Beyond his scientific endeavors, Jiang Chun also harnessed his extraordinary abilities for various practical applications in everyday life. He utilized his superhuman hearing to engage in stock trading, obtaining insider information with ease, and even anticipated the outcomes of competitions. He would occasionally visit hacker websites to acquire confidential intelligence. While he indeed gleaned a few stock market secrets and made a modest profit, he found this method rather tedious and somewhat unethical. He preferred to use his extraordinary hearing to enjoy fascinating sounds, such as the natural wonders from the other side of the globe or faint signals from outer space. He even intercepted a few encrypted communications from underground organizations or unknown forces, quietly noting these pieces of information for a deeper understanding of the world around him. Occasionally, under the playful encouragement of online comments, he would engage in some unconventional antics, such as using his super speed to fetch coffee for Dr. Banner in the blink of an eye, or employing his heat vision to meticulously tend to the lawn. On one occasion, he discreetly rescued a child who had fallen into a sewer using his gravitational abilities, then nonchalantly walked away, leaving the bewildered witnesses questioning their own perceptions. Hilariously impressive, unfathomably remarkable, such is the essence of a protagonist, cloaked in anonymity yet brimming with talent. Some of his actions were documented and discussed enthusiastically in the comments, while others even sparked urban legends about a mysterious shadow or a savior capable of instantaneous movement. Of course, the focus of the comments extended beyond his powers and daily exploits to matters of the heart. The attractive neighbor next door? Did the barista at the coffee shop harbor feelings for him? And what about Pepper from Stark Industries? Jiang Chun found these romantic implications exasperating. How long had he been in this world? He had barely begun to acclimate, and the notion of love was far too premature. He typically disregarded these comments or employed even more peculiar behaviors to deter any romantic interest, such as roasting coffee beans with his heat vision or disappearing in an instant with his super speed, leaving those intrigued by him feeling baffled and retreating. However, certain individuals, like a researcher who interacted with Dr. Banner and Jiang Chun for work, or superheroes who crossed paths with him due to specific missions, such as the time Jiang Chun quietly thwarted a minor villain, only to be spotted by a passing hero witnessing his sudden disappearance, would develop curiosity and interest in him. These romantic prospects, humorously noted in the comments, subtly entered his life, compelling him to confront social dilemmas he had previously wished to avoid. Life appeared tranquil, yet within the Marvel Universe, tranquility often heralded the impending storm. Chapter 106. Merciless suppression. Reports of unidentified flying objects, strange energy fluctuations, and supernatural occurrences were increasingly prevalent in the news. The tone of the comments began to shift toward urgency. A crisis loomed. It felt cosmic in scale. Were the Chitauri returning? Or was another invasion on the horizon? Streamer, prepare yourself. No more idling. The world needs you. Jiang Chun sensed the palpable unease permeating the atmosphere. Utilizing his extraordinary auditory perception, he monitored global communications and indeed detected the military and S.H.I.E.L.D's urgent mobilizations. A formidable presence was encroaching upon Earth. Dr. Banner, too, sensed something amiss. His expression grew grave, and the premonition of transformation intensified. Jiang Chun, I feel a significant trouble approaching, Dr. Banner expressed with deep concern. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. I have sensed it as well. Prepare yourself, Bruce. If the situation demands, we may not be able to remain here quietly. The crisis arrived swifter than anticipated. A colossal spatial rift manifested above the city, unleashing a horde of alien vessels and soldiers, akin to a swarm of locusts. New York once again became the epicenter of conflict. The Avengers swiftly assembled, engaging in a desperate struggle against the invaders. Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the Hulk poured their sweat on the battlefield, defending humanity. However, this adversary appeared to be even more powerful and cunning than the Chitauri. Their energy weapons were astonishingly potent, and their individual combat capabilities were formidable. Despite the Avengers' valiant efforts, they soon found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, with casualties mounting and city structures obliterated before their eyes. The television broadcasted live footage, and the commentary became frantic. It's begun. The Avengers are faltering. Broadcaster, stop watching. Get in there. Your moment has arrived. A single punch to obliterate the mothership. Use your heat vision to clear the battlefield. Hurry. The world is on the brink of destruction. Jiang Chun sat before the television, observing the blood-soaked struggles of the heroes and the anxious, excited, and urgent messages in the commentary. He recognized that he could no longer remain a mere bystander. He possessed the power to effortlessly resolve this crisis. If he allowed countless lives to perish due to his reluctance to engage, he could never forgive himself. Yet, he did not wish to make a grand entrance on the battlefield like a traditional superhero, becoming the focal point of attention. That was not his style. An idea flashed through his mind. To utilize the power of the azure steel and the spatial resonance crystal, combined with his super abilities, to intervene discreetly. Bruce, I'm stepping out for a moment, Jiang Chun announced as he rose. Dr. Banner regarded him with a face full of concern. Be careful, Jiang Chun. Do you need me? Not necessary, Jiang Chun replied, shaking his head. My approach may be better suited for one. You stay here and protect yourself. He took the largest spatial resonance crystal and several shards of azure steel, eschewing the door in favor of a sudden flash, vanishing from the villa's living room. Harnessing the teleportation capabilities of the spatial resonance crystal and his super speed, Jiang Chun instantly arrived above New York. He hovered several hundred meters in the air, gazing down upon the hellish battlefield below. Iron Man's armor was riddled with scars, Captain America's shield was dented, Thor's hammer sparked with fury, and the Hulk was besieged by several colossal alien creatures. He inhaled deeply, clutching the immense resonant crystal in his hand, while simultaneously infusing the ethereal blue steel fragments into his own energy. He activated the properties of the crystal and blue steel, harmonizing them with his own superhuman abilities to unleash an intangible force field. This force field lacked any auditory or visual effects, instead emanating a peculiar wave that spread outward. It impacted the deep structural fabric of space and matter, instantaneously augmenting the curvature of the entire battlefield, while exponentially increasing the inertia and gravitational pull on all objects by tens of thousands of times. Below, The heroes and alien invaders engaged in fierce combat suddenly found their movements halted. Thud, thud, thud. Several alien soldiers, overwhelmed by the sudden surge in inertia, stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to rise, feeling as though their own weight might crush them. Enormous alien creatures emitted agonizing howls, as if crushed by an invisible mountain, collapsing to their knees. The aerial vehicles lost their balance, swaying as though intoxicated before spiraling into uncontrollable descent. The members of the Avengers felt an unbearable heaviness in their bodies, their weapons seemingly transformed into several tons of weight. Iron Man struggled to maintain his flight posture, his armor creaking under the immense strain. Captain America knelt on one knee, his arm trembling beneath the weight of his shield. The Hulk roared in defiance, yet could barely stand upright. All around, they stared in terror, bewildered by the source of this sudden, terrifying force. What on earth is this power? Increased gravity? Spatial locking? Have the laws of physics been altered? Villain, I can't move. Hero, my hammer feels so heavy. Where's my shield? Incredible. This technique. The invincible counter-strategy. Now, that is a true powerhouse. The narrative then shifts to Chapter 198. Chapter 107. Sparring in the training arena, Thor stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over several red, giant warriors. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Though these red giants were colossal, their movements were agile and swift. Yet, how could the lofty Thor perceive the might of Midgard's inhabitants as anything formidable? How amusing, truly amusing. Thor stroked his chin, his golden locks shimmering in the sunlight. He stepped forward, the hammer of the thunder god gently rotating in his palm. Warriors of the Hua nation, allow me to witness your strength, Thor proclaimed with a hint of arrogance in his voice. Come at me together. Let me see the caliber of Hua's warriors. In the training arena, the red giant warriors paused their actions, their gazes converging on Thor, curious as they appraised him. The hammer god was unmistakable to the warriors present. Wang Chung emerged from the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Your Highness Thor, these warriors are still acclimating to the power within them, he said, advancing slowly and meeting Thor's gaze with calm determination. Why not let me join you in this playful challenge? Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary man before him. You? The tone of Thor was laced with a hint of skepticism, tinged with disbelief. Wang Chung said little, merely shedding his outer coat. In the next moment, his physique began to swell rapidly, muscles inflating like balloons, causing his shirt to tear asunder. Fortunately, his specially crafted trousers possessed remarkable elasticity, preventing any indecency. In the blink of an eye, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall emerged before Thor, a crimson giant. Now, we can commence. Wang Cheng's voice resonated deeply, echoing across the training grounds. Thor regarded the imposing crimson giant with keen interest, a proud smirk gracing his lips. This transformation ability certainly intrigued him, yet as the son of Odin and the heir to Asgard, he was unwaveringly confident in his own prowess. Fascinating, truly a remarkable ability. Thor mused, stroking his chin as his golden locks shimmered under the sun. The other crimson warriors returned to their normal state, bearing their muscular torsos that glistened with health in the sunlight. They stood in formation along the sidelines, their gazes fixed intently on the arena. Natasha and Jane couldn't help but steal glances at the group of robust warriors before quickly averting their eyes. Jane's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze remained glued to Thor's figure. For these newly transformed warriors, witnessing this confrontation was undoubtedly the finest practical lesson. Thor gently placed his hammer upon the ground, standing tall. Since this was a sparring session, Mjolnir was unnecessary. He flexed his wrists, muscles bulging beneath his sleeves. Come now. Let me witness the strength of the warriors of Huagua. Wang Chung assumed the initial stance of Bagwazang, his aura shifting dramatically. The massive figure of the crimson giant surged forth with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Thor's face. Boom. The sound of air being torn asunder reverberated across the training field. Thor sidestepped to evade, yet felt the searing rush of the punch as it narrowly missed him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This power exceeded his expectations. Wang Chung offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks like a tempest. Each strike contained the force to shatter mountains, combined with exquisite martial arts technique, creating an unrelenting onslaught. Thor gradually found himself on the defensive, having absorbed several heavy blows. Notably, When Wang Cheng landed an elbow strike to his core, despite defending with both hands, the overwhelming force left Thor feeling as though his insides had shifted. How is this monster so formidable? Thor's mind began to cloud with confusion. His golden hair dampened with sweat, his breath grew labored. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, Wang Cheng darted forward like lightning. He grasped Thor's ankle and hoisted the god of thunder high into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Cheng emulated Hulk's classic move, slamming Thor down into the ground with resounding force. The floor of the training arena cracked under the weight of this terrifying power. Thor was struck with such force that stars danced before his eyes, his entire body racked with pain. On the sidelines, Jane gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Natasha raised an eyebrow in intrigued surprise, evidently not anticipating such an outcome from this clash. The other warriors of the Red Giant watched intently, committing every detail to memory. This was the combat style they aspired to learn, a perfect amalgamation of strength and technique. Thor staggered to his feet, his body protesting against the agony coursing through him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, his golden locks disheveled against his cheeks. A flicker of barely contained lightning flashed in his eyes, a tempest of anger and indignation. It felt as if a force within him yearned to break free from its constraints. He clenched his jaw, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed unwaveringly on Wang Cheng across from him. His blue eyes were bloodshot, aflame with an unquenchable fighting spirit. As the Prince of Asgard, he had never felt so humiliated, especially in front of an obscure soldier from Huagua. A disgrace, a blatant humiliation. Thor slowly extended his right hand, fingers splayed, muscles taut. An invisible current seemed to pulse through the air. Mjolnir, he called out in a low, resonant voice. The hammer of the god of thunder answered his call, slicing through the air and landing precisely in his palm. The hammer shimmered with blue-white arcs of electricity, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Thor would not allow himself to be defeated. As the Prince of Asgard, he had to triumph, even if that victory appeared less than honorable. He would wield his weapon and the power of thunder to crush the opponent before him. Unbeknownst to Thor, he had nearly unleashed the full force of his thunderous might moments ago, yet he remained overly reliant on Mjolnir. The instant he grasped the hammer, a violent surge of lightning erupted around him. Electricity danced freely, blue-white energy boiling around him as the ground trembled and the air was torn apart by the current. The second round was officially underway. Lightning whirled around Thor like a tempestuous dragon. Wang Cheng squinted, transfixed by this heart-stopping spectacle. Come, witness the true power of the god of thunder, Thor proclaimed, his voice laced with restrained fury. He leapt into the air, Mjolnir tracing a graceful arc in his hand. Lightning cascaded down like a waterfall. Wang Cheng crossed his arms to shield himself, but the force of the blow exceeded all expectations. Boom! The Red Giant staggered, the ground beneath him collapsing instantly. Thor pressed his advantage. Mjolnir in his grasp moved like a serpent, each strike imbued with the weight of a thunderous tempest. Wang Cheng was forced to retreat, having endured several heavy blows to his chest. Fine arcs of electricity etched into his red skin revealed the scorch marks left by the lightning. On the sidelines, Jian was tense, clenching his fists, while Natasha observed the battle with a contemplative expression. This was indeed the power of Thor, formidable and fearsome. However, the strength of the Huan nation appeared to be almost absurd, as even a single soldier could match the prowess of Thor. Chapter 108. The sparring concludes. Wasn't it said that a hammer was unnecessary? Wang Cheng couldn't help but scoff, his muted voice causing the corners of Thor's mouth to twitch. Ahem. Mjolnir has accompanied me for over 1,000 years. It has become an extension of myself, Thor replied with an awkward smile, continuing, thus, it is with this that my true strength lies. Those spectating were left speechless, yet refrained from voicing their thoughts. Indeed, Thor had become merely the god of the hammer. Without it, he was devoid of even the power of thunder. Ahem. Let's set aside other matters and continue the battle. After declaring this, Thor charged towards Wang Cheng, hammer in hand. Following a brief pause, the combat erupted once more. Thor's offensive grew increasingly fierce, with Mjolnir tracing numerous afterimages in the air. Each strike resonated with a deafening roar of thunder. Wang Cheng's movements began to slow, clearly affected by the paralysis induced by the lightning. This must come to an end, Thor proclaimed as he leapt high into the air, the thunderous power within Mjolnir reaching new heights. Yet at that moment, a flicker of flame ignited in Wang Cheng's eyes. He suddenly let out a fierce roar, his muscles swelling instantaneously. This was the frenzied secretion of adrenaline, further unleashing the potential of the red giant. The temperature of his blood surged, akin to flowing lava, and flames seemed to ignite upon his skin, enhancing his strength even further. As Thor's ultimate strike came crashing down, Wang Cheng firmly caught it with both hands. Amidst the sparks of electricity, his arms were as resilient as steel. The red giant's abilities, rooted in the Hulk, could similarly amplify his power under certain conditions, while also granting him the ability to control fire. How is this possible? Thor exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Wang Cheng grinned, revealing a menacing smile. Now, it's my turn. With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled Thor, along with his hammer, away. Thor barely managed to stabilize himself in midair, only to see Wang Cheng charging towards him like a cannonball. A powerful whip kick came sweeping in, forcing Thor to hastily raise his hammer in defense. Boom. The tremendous impact left Thor's arm tingling. Wang Cheng's onslaught was like a tempest, each blow imbued with the might to shatter mountains. Despite wielding Mjolnir and possessing superior strength, Thor gradually found himself at a disadvantage. He was astonished to discover that Wang Cheng seemed entirely unaffected by fatigue. The colossal red figure appeared to harbor boundless strength, while Thor began to feel the weight of exhaustion creeping upon him. Even with the might of Thor empowering him, the relentless intensity of battle had drastically depleted his stamina. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Wang Cheng delivered a crushing elbow strike to Thor's chest. Thud! Like a marionette with severed strings, Thor was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the training ground's wall. Mjolnir slipped from his grasp, rolling far across the ground. Struggling to rise, Thor felt as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Enduring the full force of the red giant's elbow strike left him bewildered. Could it be that even with the power of the god of thunder, he was still no match for this red giant? Thor's gaze tightened, and his brow furrowed deeply. With a sudden motion, he summoned Mjolnir back to his side, his muscles tensing instantaneously. Electricity danced between his fingers as the thunderous power swiftly coalesced. Feeling the strength of Mjolnir, a flicker of confidence reignited in Thor's eyes. Prepare yourself. Mjolnir traced a silvery arc through the air, imbued with astonishing thunderous energy as it hurtled toward Wang Cheng. The air emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, as if it were being torn apart. Arcs of electricity surged like serpents, wildly leaping around the hammer. Thunder erupted behind Thor, following closely behind. Mjolnir surged forward with unstoppable momentum, aimed directly at Wang Cheng's face. It was Thor's signature finishing move. He would first launch Mjolnir to create an opening. Then he would strike when the enemy was preoccupied with the god of thunder's hammer. Countless foes had fallen to this devastating blow. Even the warriors of Asgard had turned pale at its mention. He believed that no one could withstand this annihilating strike. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he extended his right hand. His fingertips precisely grasped the handle of Mjolnir. Thor's pupils constricted in disbelief. The mocking expression he had prepared froze instantly. He had assumed Wang Cheng would be sent flying by the hammer's terrifying electric force. However, Wang Cheng stood firm as a mountain. Even more incredulous was the fact that Wang Cheng effortlessly swung Mjolnir with a reverse motion. Impossible, Thor exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the battle. Rooted to the spot. For the first time, he witnessed someone other than his father wielding his beloved Mjolnir. The impact of this revelation was akin to discovering his cherished wife, whom he had nurtured for millennia, nestled in the arms of another man. Before Thor could regain his composure, Wang Cheng had already raised Mjolnir aloft. Lightning cascaded like a waterfall, crashing down toward Thor's forehead. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Thor had no chance to resist, as darkness enveloped him instantly. His body fell like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Dust soared, and debris scattered. The scene fell into an eerie silence. All present gaped in disbelief at the spectacle. Wang Cheng stood resolutely, Mjolnir firmly in his grip. His stance resembled that of a mere mortal holding a common stick. At this moment, he found himself somewhat bewildered. In the midst of battle, how could Thor suddenly become lost in thought? A powerful blow to the head like that would likely result in a fatal outcome for an ordinary person, wouldn't he? This realization sent a shiver down Wang Cheng's spine. What if he had inadvertently struck Thor fatally? The mere possibility of such a scenario caused him to tremble, prompting him to withdraw from his red giant state and rush towards Thor's direction. At that moment, the others also regained their senses and hurried towards Thor. The sound of their footsteps echoed across the training ground as they anxiously approached the fallen god. Wang Cheng sprinted to the edge of the pit, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Damn it, I was too forceful. No one had anticipated that Thor would lose focus during combat. He leaped into the pit and anxiously examined Thor's condition. The god's complexion was pale, his golden hair coated in dust, and blood trickled down from his temple. Fortunately, Thor's heartbeat remained steady, indicating that he was not in immediate peril. Wang Cheng let out a sigh of relief at this realization. Soon, the others arrived at the scene, and, upon seeing that Thor was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed, they too breathed a sigh of relief. Thor, the son of Odin and Prince of Asgard, now on Earth, would pose a monumental problem if he were to perish. Regardless of the circumstances or whether it was merely a sparring match, if Thor were to truly die, Odin would undoubtedly unleash his wrath. Such a scenario would spell disaster. However, thankfully, the worst outcome had not occurred. Although Thor was momentarily dazed from the blow, he was not in any grave danger. Chapter 109. The Authentication of Mjolnir. Seriously. You really went too far, didn't you? S.H.I.E.L.D. squatted beside Thor, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with reproach. I never expected him to zone out during combat. Wang Cheng said, raising his hands in innocence as he looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. Mjolnir still rested quietly in his grasp, the glow of lightning dancing across its surface. Do you think he wouldn't be distracted with you wielding his hammer in front of him? Jiang Chen sighed, his voice tinged with exasperation as his gaze shifted between Mjolnir and Thor. It was well known that Thor was not yet the god of thunder, but rather the god of the hammer. Mjolnir was his true essence. Hadn't Thor himself proclaimed that Mjolnir was his other half? This is akin to directly entering someone in front of them. The three exchanged glances, the air thick with awkwardness. Natasha swiftly approached Thor, gazing down at the unconscious figure in disbelief. The mighty god of thunder, Thor, had actually been bested by an unremarkable soldier? Let us get him to the hospital, she suggested, her voice attempting to sound calm, yet betraying a hint of urgency. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately gestured for a few of the red giant warriors to assist. The dust of the training ground had yet to settle completely as several warriors cautiously lifted Thor. Dust clung to Thor's golden hair, and a significant bump had formed on his forehead, a consequence of Mjolnir's impact. The infirmary was conveniently located within the adjacent building to the training ground. As injuries were inevitable during practice, several medical personnel had already gathered at the entrance, and upon seeing the crowd carrying Thor, they promptly brought a stretcher. They laid Thor upon it and swiftly wheeled him into the treatment room. Jane and Black Widow hurriedly followed suit, their concern for Thor palpable as they had come alongside him. Is this truly the hammer of the Thunder God? S.H.I.E.L.D. queried, eyeing the hammer in Wang Cheng's grasp with a sense of bewilderment. The legend states that anyone who can lift it will possess the power of the Thunder God. How does it feel? Any sensations? Wang Cheng lifted the hammer, inspecting it with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Indeed, I feel something. It seems I can genuinely harness the power of lightning. Raising his other hand, he appeared to emanate a spark of thunder. It appeared that wielding Mjolnir did indeed bestow the powers of the Thunder God, a notion Wang Yu had also verified in the past. Intriguing. Let me give it a try. In the films, it was said that apart from Captain America, few could lift it, as only those deemed noble and just could wield such power. This notion piqued S.H.I.E.L.D.'s curiosity as well. Here you go, Wang Cheng said, seemingly indifferent to the power of the Thunder God, tossing the hammer to S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. extended his hand and effortlessly caught it, as if it bore no weight. Upon grasping Mjolnir, a faint electric aura enveloped him. Clearly, he too had acquired the power of the Thunder God upon taking hold of the hammer. Jiang Chun, witnessing this, was left momentarily speechless. When did the hammer of the Thunder God become so easily accessible? It seems anyone can lift it now. Has Odin perhaps lifted the restrictions? This thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind as he addressed S.H.I.E.L.D. May I also have a try? Certainly, S.H.I.E.L.D. responded, casually throwing the hammer towards Jiang Chun. However, an awkward situation ensued. Though Jiang Chun grasped the handle of the hammer, he was unable to maintain its considerable weight, and with a thud, Mjolnir fell to the ground. After inspection, it was confirmed that the enchantment had not been lifted, and Jiang Chun's subsequent attempt to lift the hammer elicited no response whatsoever. Silence fell over the scene. What a worthless hammer, Jiang Chun muttered in frustration. This thing must have been remotely disabled by Odin. Otherwise, I would certainly be able to lift it. Who would believe such a claim? Another red giant warrior approached, filled with curiosity. He placed his hand on the hammer's handle and, with ease, lifted it effortlessly. The atmosphere grew still once more, all eyes turning back to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun covered his face, turning away without hesitation, as if he had made a resolute decision. Is it an act of bullying? Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. These red giant warriors were meticulously selected from the military to circumvent the side effects of the super soldier serum, having undergone the trials of illusion magic. Each of them embodies the spirit of sacrifice, a willingness to serve, and a sense of justice, qualities akin to those possessed by Captain America. If he can wield the hammer, there is no reason they cannot as well. It is not that many in the military can lift Mjolnir. Yet the red giant warriors are precisely the candidates who meet its criteria. How fortuitous. Theoretically, every red giant warrior should be capable of lifting it. Jiang Chun departed the infirmary, feeling somewhat dejected. Could it be that he truly could not lift the hammer of Thor? However, he acknowledged that he indeed fell short compared to those soldiers. Alas, it seemed that the power of the thunder god was not destined for him. Though he felt no regret, for he possessed other abilities. The untapped potential of the Infinity Stones and magic. Each held future promise that rivaled the might of Thor's hammer. After all, Jiang Chun was merely curious, knowing full well he could never truly seize Mjolnir from Thor. At that moment, soft footsteps approached from behind, silently as a feline. Jiang Chun halted, sighing in resignation. What do you want following me? Black Widow stood behind him, having overheard his words, casually tucking a strand of red hair behind her ear, a faint smile playing on her lips. Can I simply wish to accompany you? Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. Are you out of your mind? He turned to leave, dismissing her, but Black Widow's voice halted him. Wait, I actually do need to speak with you. Jiang Chun paused, but did not turn around. Speak quickly, if you have something to say. Black Widow stepped in front of him, her emerald eyes locking onto his. Where is Bruce Banner? I don't know, Jiang Chun shrugged, taking a step forward. He genuinely had no idea. Only recalling that Lu Guoqiang had mentioned, he seemed to have gone to the northwest. He wasn't particularly close to Dr. Banner. So why would he concern himself with his whereabouts? After uttering this, Jiang Chun strode ahead, intent on ignoring Black Widow. This woman was quite cunning. He mustn't allow her to extract any information from him inadvertently. Black Widow hastened to catch up, a hint of urgency in her gaze. S.H.I.E.L.D. really needs him, and Dr. Banner's girlfriend, Betty, has been searching for him as well. At the very least, could you ask Dr. Banner about his own intentions? Jiang Chun halted, considering Black Widow's reasoning. Chapter 110, Hulk. He stood still for a moment, then pulled out his phone from his pocket. A flicker of anticipation danced in Black Widow's eyes as Nick Fury prepared to assemble a team, entrusting her with the formidable task of recruiting the Hulk, an endeavor that felt akin to descending into the depths of hell. With a deft tap on the screen, Jiang Chun dialed Yang Rue's number. Hello, Jiang Chun, came Yang Rue's voice from the other end. Is Dr. Banner with you? Jiang Chun inquired. Yes, why? Casting a glance at Black Widow beside him, Jiang Chun replied, someone wishes to meet him. A brief silence ensued before Yang Rue's voice lowered. S.H.I.E.L.D. Given the timing, it seemed the plot of the Avengers was about to unfold, prompting Yang Rue to deduce the situation. Yes, Black Widow. Another moment of silence passed. All right, hold on. Moments later, Yang Rue's voice returned. Dr. Banner has agreed to meet. Great, I will inform her, Jiang Chun nodded, ending the call and turning to Black Widow. Dr. Banner is willing to meet. You can go find him. With that, he prepared to leave. But as he took a step, Black Widow grasped his attire. Turning around, he found her gazing at him with a pitiful expression. I have no intelligence on China. How can I find Dr. Banner? Could you escort me? Her words held a grain of truth, while S.H.I.E.L.D. provided ample information during her missions abroad. In China, she possessed not a shred of intel. Moreover, with the vast expanse of the country, locating Dr. Banner would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Why should I care? Jiang Chun retorted, rolling his eyes. I have already gone above and beyond by making that call for you. What? Do you expect me to be your lackey? It was absurd. He acknowledged the readers who claimed to be mere tools for their homeland, even calling themselves sycophants, and he accepted that. But to serve as her tool? What was that? Should he play the role of a sycophant for her? Come on, in other stories, I am often the protagonist. Why am I not esteemed here? Black Widow gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, continuing, given your remarkable abilities, could you assist me? Leave it be, Don't shatter the fourth wall. Jiang Chun interjected, a twitch at the corner of his eye as he shivered at the sound of her voice. Stop speaking in that tremulous tone. I have no coordinates, so I cannot go. Jiang Chun remained reluctant to help her. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw a message from Yang Rui, containing their coordinates and requesting Jiang Chun to escort Black Widow to Dr. Banner, expressing gratitude. Very well, since Dr. Banner has requested it, I shall oblige, Jiang Chun relented, opening the portal under Black Widow's expectant gaze. For Jiang Chun, this task was remarkably effortless. Thinking about Dr. Banner's recent activities piqued his curiosity, and with nothing pressing at the moment, he decided it was an opportune time to take a look. As he stepped through the portal, a wave of scorching air enveloped him. Black Widow stepped through the portal, with Jiang Chun closely following. Suddenly, the blinding sunlight made it difficult for both to open their eyes, and the air was thick with aridness. In the distance lay an endless expanse of yellow sand, while nearby, dozens of individuals were busily engaged, some transporting supplies, others inspecting equipment. Remarkably, they were planting patches of straw amidst the desert, seemingly attempting to transform the arid landscape. Yang Rui waved to them from not far away. Where is Dr. Banner? Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. I am here, came a deep voice from behind them. Jiang Chun turned to see a massive green figure come into view. Hulk, stooping slightly, approached them with a large bundle of straw slung over his shoulder. In the sunlight, his green skin starkly contrasted with the surrounding desert. Black Widow widened her eyes slightly, clearly taken aback by the unusual sight. Hulk gently set down the several-meter-high bundle of straw, the dust sparkling in the sun. What do you need from me? His voice was unexpectedly calm. Jiang Chun gazed at the towering green giant, a frown creasing his brow. Under the sun, Hulk's shadow loomed large, enveloping them in its embrace. This scene puzzled Jiang Chun. Logically, Hulk's presence would imply that Dr. Banner had lost control and should be immediately transported back to the Xinyuan base. He turned to Yang Rui, his eyes questioning. Yang Rui, sensing Jiang Chun's confusion, smiled slightly. The higher-ups are aware of this matter. Dr. Banner is now able to completely control Hulk's state, so there is no risk of losing control. In the distance, several workers were inserting bundles of straw into the sandy ground, their sweat glistening in the sunlight. Yang Rui pointed towards the construction area. During this time, he has been assisting us with the desertification control project. After Dr. Banner left the Xinyuan base, we honored our promise not to interfere with his freedom of action. While traveling domestically, he arrived in the northwest, and, upon witnessing the desertification efforts, chose to stay. Hulk carefully placed the straw on the ground, his movements surprisingly gentle amidst the swirling dust. The desertification project here has been ongoing for decades, transforming the once barren land into an oasis, with every inch of change embodying the dedication of countless individuals. A sense of pride laced Yang Rui's voice. Upon seeing everything here, Dr. Banner voluntarily requested to join us. Black Widow listened intently, her gaze shifting between Hulk and the bustling crowd surrounding them. The people here hail from all corners of the nation, some having forsaken comfortable lives in pursuit of a shared ideal. Yang Rui pointed to a newly cultivated area in the distance that used to be a quicksand zone, and now it is capable of growing drought-resistant crops. Hulk's immense form cast a long shadow in the sunlight as he gazed at the burgeoning greenery in the distance, a spark of joy illuminating his eyes. In this place, no one concerns themselves with the appearance of the Hulk. They are solely invested in what he can accomplish for this land. A hint of emotion tinged Hulk's deep voice. He felt a profound sense of joy here. The warm breeze stirred up a few grains of sand, creating a golden curtain in the sunlight. Jiang Chun gazed at the transforming desert and suddenly comprehended Dr. Banner's choice. There was no pursuit here, no prejudice, only a group of individuals united by a common ideal, silently transforming this territory. To be honest, Jiang Chun had heard of the afforestation project, but this was his first time witnessing countless people selflessly dedicating themselves to this cause, which was truly admirable. Black Widow let out a gentle sigh, as if she too had come to an understanding. In the distance, the rumble of machinery echoed. Several bulldozers were leveling the ground. Hulk turned to Black Widow and, in a rumbling tone, inquired, "What brings you to me?" Hulk cherished this place and did not wish to return. Chapter 111, Protecting the Earth? Upon seeing the puzzled expressions of the two, Yang Rui began to recount the events of recent times. This unfolded shortly after Dr. Banner had arrived in the desert and joined the fervent afforestation efforts, each day brimming with purpose. One day, fatigued, Dr. Banner rested while Hulk unexpectedly appeared. This made young Rue anxious, ready to send Hulk back to Xianyuan. Yet Hulk did not lose control. He merely observed the barren land silently before bending his massive frame to begin transporting various supplies. That day, the green giant under the scorching sun was remarkably gentle. Yang Rue reported this situation to his superiors while remaining vigilant, only to discover that Hulk had consistently maintained his composure and continued to work diligently. This revelation eased young Rue's apprehensions. From that point onward, Hulk would frequently appear during Dr. Banner's moments of exhaustion, assisting in the transportation of goods, constructing grass grids, and planting saplings. The locals gradually grew accustomed to this extraordinary giant. Many became aware of Hulk's presence and thus readily accepted him. When Hulk received a warm, freshly baked naan from the locals for the first time, an incredible light sparkled in his green eyes, and he worked with even greater fervor. Even after Dr. Banner learned of all this, his perception of Hulk began to shift. The people here are not afraid of Hulk, Black Widow cautiously inquired, genuinely perplexed as to why the terrifying green giant was so warmly embraced by the locals. Yang Rue simply smiled and replied, "He has helped us so much. Why should we fear him? Moreover, what is there to fear?" This straightforward statement left Black Widow momentarily speechless. For so many years in America, the military had relentlessly pursued Dr. Banner, filled with fear and hostility toward Hulk, never considering that here in Huagua, Hulk was so easily accepted. Dr. Banner, upon realizing all of this, began to reevaluate his relationship with the Hulk. Perhaps the Hulk was not a monster to be suppressed, but rather a being yearning for understanding and acceptance. In this vast desert, Dr. Banner and the Hulk discovered a shared purpose. They commenced efforts to communicate and understand one another. Gradually, the two consciousnesses ceased their conflict, instead finding a delicate equilibrium. They became comrades sharing a single body, united by common aspirations. At this moment, Dr. Banner was astonished to find that he could perfectly control his transformation. He could transform into the Hulk whenever he wished, no longer succumbing to uncontrollable urges. He could even maintain his rationality while in Hulk form, coexisting peacefully with his alter ego. Listening to all of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but display a look of realization. In the original timeline, the Hulk was celebrated on S.H.I.E.L.D, where people revered his strength and cheered for his presence. This adoration endeared S.H.I.E.L.D to the Hulk. Now, in this arid expanse of the Northwest Desert, the Hulk similarly found a sense of belonging. The people here cared little for his appearance, valuing instead the efforts he dedicated to the land. For the Hulk, such unadulterated acknowledgement was more precious than any praise. Sometimes, the simplest acceptance serves as the most potent healing. Black Widow stood nearby, her expression complex. At that moment, the Hulk's massive form gradually diminished, his green skin fading away as Dr. Banner rubbed his temples and stood up. He looked at Black Widow, his gaze imbued with curiosity. "So, why have you come here to find me?" The corners of Black Widow's mouth twitched slightly, as if she were carefully choosing her words. "Dr. Banner, Betty has been searching for you." A flicker of emotion crossed Dr. Banner's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "What else? S.H.I.E.L.D. is forming a new organization," Black Widow said slowly, "to protect the Earth." She paused momentarily before adding, "They hope you will join." Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner suddenly let out a scoff. He surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sweeping over the laborers toiling under the scorching sun. "Protect the Earth?" Dr. Banner pointed towards the villagers transporting saplings in the distance. "Look at these people. What are they doing every day? They are battling the winds and sands, planting hope in this barren land. This is true protection of the Earth." Black Widow opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze pierced through the waves of heat, focusing on the patch of sand divided by grassy grids in the distance. Countless workers toiled within, persistent as ants. In the far distance, a newly planted grove swayed in the wind, embodying the hopes of this land. Black Widow had never imagined that such a group of people could exist in this desolate terrain. They silently battled against nature, inch by inch transforming this land, solely to bequeath invaluable natural resources to future generations. Confronted by Dr. Banner's probing inquiries, she felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, for she was acutely aware of the truth in his words. These individuals, in their most unadorned manner, were safeguarding the future of the Earth. the so-called protection of the planet by S.H.I.E.L.D. bore striking resemblance to the actions of the FBI and CIA, particularly when considering Black Widow's involvement in numerous clandestine missions for S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization's proclamations about safeguarding the Earth certainly appeared somewhat ludicrous. However, disregarding Black Widow's discomfort, Dr. Banner gazed into the distance, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes as he softly murmured Betty's name. During his time in the desert combating sand encroachment, he occasionally found himself reminiscing about her, yet as time passed, his feelings for Betty gradually waned. Yang Rui, sensing Banner's emotional fluctuations, gently patted his shoulder. "Do you wish to return and see her?" Banner turned his head, his gaze lingering on Yang Rui's face for a brief moment. He indeed yearned to return, but there was a hesitation. "But what?" Yang Rui prompted. "I fear the U.S. military," Banner admitted, revealing the psychological scars from being relentlessly pursued. "I hope you can accompany me." Banner locked eyes with Yang Rui, who nodded in understanding, a smile gracing his lips. Over this period, they had forged a strong friendship, especially as they worked together in desert reclamation, which had fostered a sense of camaraderie. Dr. Banner's request posed no issue for Yang Rui. Moreover, should anything unforeseen occur in the U.S., they could swiftly return through Yang Rui's portal. Black Widow stood nearby, silently observing the scene. She was acutely aware of the trials Dr. Banner had endured in the United States, yet she was taken aback by how relaxed he seemed here in Huagua. In this expanse of yellow sand, it appeared that Dr. Banner had found a genuine sense of belonging. As Banner surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the volunteers planting trees. Here, no one was concerned about whether he would transform into the Hulk. They only valued the effort he was contributing to this land. Here was where he truly belonged. Yang Rui shrugged and turned to Black Widow. "I can accompany Dr. Banner to the U.S., but I must first seek approval from my superiors. Therefore, Dr. Banner's return to the U.S. hinges on Xuanyuan's consent." Chapter 112. The Avengers. Black Widow furrowed her brow and turned to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. He was merely an outsider to Xuanyuan, and to be honest, he considered himself inferior to any of the comrades within. However, since they were already present, he did not mind lending a small hand. "I can inquire on your behalf," he offered, pulling out his phone and stepping aside to dial Lu Guoqiang. After briefly explaining the situation, Lu Guoqiang responded succinctly. "Please come directly to my office for a face-to-face discussion." Jiang Chun put away his phone, his fingers tracing the air as a portal gradually unfolded before the gathered individuals. As they stepped through the portal, the familiar office scene came into view. Lu Guoqiang sat behind a grand desk, his demeanor calm as he awaited their arrival. The four entered in single file, positioning themselves before the desk. Lu Guoqiang's gaze swept over each face in turn, finally lingering on the Black Widow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Agent Romanoff, I wonder what your intentions are in bringing Dr. Banner to the United States?" The air in the office seemed to thicken, and the Black Widow straightened her posture slightly. "We at S.H.I.E.L.D. are in the process of assembling a special team called the Avengers." Her voice was steady and professional, revealing a hint of tension yet maintaining an air of composure. "We hope Dr. Banner will join this team to contribute his abilities to the protection of Earth." Lu Guoqiang interlaced his fingers atop the desk, his gaze piercing. "The Avengers?" He chuckled softly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "How intriguing. As one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, it seems we have never been informed of this initiative." The atmosphere in the office abruptly grew tense. Could it be that this was a project being orchestrated privately by Nick Fury? Lu Guoqiang's tone remained calm, yet the Black Widow felt an invisible pressure weighing upon her. "As one of the supervisory bodies of S.H.I.E.L.D., I am curious as to why Fury chose to bypass the standard procedures." The Black Widow's expression stiffened slightly, her fingers instinctively curling. Indeed, as a subordinate agency of the World Council, S.H.I.E.L.D's significant decisions should have garnered the approval of the member states. Nick Fury's clandestine formation of the Avengers had, in some respects, overstepped its bounds. Lu Guoqiang's inquiry was irrefutable. Standing in the office, the Black Widow's gaze flickered. Taking a deep breath, she explained, "Director Fury believes that the threats facing Earth are increasing, and the Avengers will serve as humanity's last line of defense against external dangers. Lu Guoqiang gently tapped the desk, feeling somewhat exasperated by Fury's arrogance. How did the Avengers become humanity's ultimate defense? Who gave you the audacity to speak on behalf of all mankind? Moreover, judging by your name, the Avengers, it suggests a desire for vengeance following a grievance. After all, that aligns with the very concept of revenge. In this regard, China's stance is markedly different. We prioritize preemptive measures. His eyes glinted with intrigue. Circumventing established protocols does not reflect the behavior of a responsible organization. The Black Widow lowered her head slightly. Her expression composed. I am merely executing my orders. For specific details, you may need to directly consult Director Fury. She preferred to distance herself from this matter. After all, she was just an agent, and it was Fury's burden to bear. Lu Guoqiang's eyes flickered momentarily, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Very well. I shall settle this account with Nick Fury. However, the decision regarding Dr. Banner's fate must ultimately rest with him. As of now, Dr. Banner is one of our own. And I would rather not hear news of our citizens being oppressed in your domain. He turned to Banner. Doctor, Yang Rui can accompany you to America, but remember, you have a home here in our nation and may return at any time. Banner's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice slightly choked. Thank you very much. Lu Guoqiang gestured for everyone to leave. As they departed the office, Yang Rui and Dr. Banner traversed back to the northwest through the portal to gather some belongings, while Black Widow remained at the base, awaiting their return. As Jiang Chun was preparing to leave, Black Widow suddenly spoke. Would you like to accompany me to S.H.I.E.L.D? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. He couldn't deny his interest in her proposal. Black Widow's quest to recruit Dr. Banner into S.H.I.E.L.D signified the impending commencement of the Avengers storyline, or perhaps it had already begun. S.H.I.E.L.D had likely unearthed Captain America from the ice, and along with him, the Tesseract, which is the Space Stone. The Time Stone had already been entrusted to Jiang Chun by the Ancient One, and now the Space Stone was poised to make its appearance, which was undeniably alluring to him. Although the nation had previously sought out future characters such as Captain America, Ant-Man, and Dr. Pym, they encountered insurmountable obstacles that hindered their efforts. After several setbacks, they ceased their pursuit and chose instead to focus on steady development. Regardless of what changes the future may bring, only one's own strength is the true method to confront any threats. One must forge their own strength. As long as the nation possesses formidable power, any foe will be met with unwavering resolve. However, setting aside the fact that the Space Stone has always been on Earth, what of the Mind Stone? That particular gem resides with Thanos, having been brought to Earth by Loki in the original timeline. Yet presently, Loki is immersed in studies at the nation's Magic Academy. Without Loki, how might the Mind Stone arrive in this world? The future has already diverged, and Jiang Chun is intrigued to ponder what further events may unfold. Furthermore, with the Time Stone in hand, he has come to understand that the infinite stone energy within him requires activation by the infinite stones of this world. Since acquiring the Time Stone, his internal time energy has gradually been unlocked. The capabilities of time are unpredictable and profoundly complex, possessing numerous applications, albeit he seldom finds occasion to utilize them. Moreover, after aiding him in unlocking his time energy, the Time Stone has become of little significance to Jiang Chun. At this moment, Jiang Chun began to comprehend the vexations of Master Gui. The Time Stone proved to be of little utility, and it was no wonder she considered gifting it to herself. After all, there were no scenarios in which Jiang Chun could presently wield the Time Stone's power. Furthermore, regarding the Space Stone, although it granted the ability to teleport from the outset, that was the extent of its activation, leaving Jiang Chun intrigued by its potential. The Mind Stone, if acquired, would be an exquisite addition as well. As for the notion that possessing a considerable number of Infinity Stones within a single faction might attract trouble, nonsense. Weakness is the original sin, with formidable strength. Who would dare attempt to seize the stones from my grasp? If my homeland were to gather all 6 stones, let other factions test their fortunes against us. Chapter 113. The aerospace carrier. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes, and a slight smile graced his lips. Visiting S.H.I.E.L.D? That sounds rather intriguing. His voice carried a hint of mischief. Of course, we must go. Black Widow's sharp gaze swept across Jiang Chen's face. Then let us proceed together. She replied succinctly. Moments later, Jiang Chun, Yang Rui, Dr. Banner and Black Widow gathered before an opulent private jet arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Banner fidgeted nervously with his glasses, a hint of anxiety evident on his face. Are we truly going to make such a grand entrance? He whispered. Yang Rui patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Doctor. With us by your side, everything will be just fine. Black Widow crossed her arms. Her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded the aircraft. Why not utilize a portal? That would be swifter and more convenient. This is an invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Naturally, it calls for a grand display, Jiang Chun retorted provocatively. But is this how you allocate your funds? One glance at this private jet makes one wonder what vehicle Nick Fury typically employs. An intelligence agency should not be engrossed in such extravagant displays. If memory serves, Nick Fury possesses numerous safe houses that even S.H.I.E.L.D. has not documented. Upon reflection, he may very well be the biggest agent smith of all. Suit yourselves, she replied, her voice tinged with exasperation as they boarded the aircraft and the cabin door slowly closed. After a day of flying and layovers, they finally arrived at a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. The sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the sea. A silver-gray Quinjet awaited their arrival. Jiang Chun regarded the uniquely designed aircraft with a teasing glint in his eye. Its aerodynamics rendered supersonic flight impossible. Only in this world could such a craft exist, serving as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s primary combat vessel, capable even of engaging in battles on extraterrestrial terrains. They boarded the Quinjet, and it sliced through the sky, heading deep into the ocean. As time passed, Jiang Chun felt a twinge of impatience. How much longer must we fly? He uttered, his voice tinged with a hint of complaint. Patience, the surprise is imminent. She replied just as a colossal shadow materialized on the distant sea. As they drew nearer, the shadow gradually unveiled its true form. It was a massive aircraft carrier, weighing in at 100,000 tons. Sharing a glance with Yang Rui, Jiang Chun surmised the identity of the vessel. Wasn't it the very aircraft carrier that appeared in the plot of the first Avengers film? The Quinjet gracefully descended onto the flight deck of this carrier. Is this the new headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Jiang Chun inquired, awe evident in his tone. Black Widow nodded, affirming, indeed. This is our newly completed carrier. Her voice exuded pride, for it was not merely a carrier, but a mobile command center. She refrained from disclosing to the others that this carrier was also capable of flight. Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the bustling personnel on the deck and the various aircraft stationed there. He could not deny that this was indeed an impressive feat of engineering. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite affluent, Jiang Chun mused, stepping down from the aircraft. Without even considering its aerial capabilities, this vessel alone would cost upwards of $150 billion on the American side, let alone the added expense of its flight capabilities, an exorbitant price indeed. Yang Rui leaned closer to Jiang Chun and whispered, it appears they are flaunting their strength before us. However, for the current state of Hua country, this aerospace carrier isn't particularly remarkable. This was not mere hyperbole. In truth, for Hua country, the aerospace carrier was not of significant value, serving only as a deterrent to less developed nations. When afloat, it resembled any ordinary aircraft carrier, possessing merely a few hypersonic capabilities. As for taking to the skies, that only rendered it more vulnerable, a sitting target indeed. The flight speed of the aerospace carrier was not impressive, and it lacked substantial air defense weaponry. While an aircraft carrier at sea is accompanied by a fleet of destroyers and frigates ensuring effective air defense, once airborne, it possessed none of that. Relying solely on its onboard aircraft, its strategy hinged on visual stealth to evade detection, but against Hua country's phased array radar, that was of little consequence. It could be said that should the aerospace carrier be an adversary, any approach towards Hua country would easily result in its downfall. The concept of an aerospace carrier certainly held merit, yet if it were to be transformed into a drone platform, the scenario would differ greatly. A large drone carrying a multitude of smaller drones, each with its distinct purpose, capable of self-detonation, reconnaissance, or targeted strikes, would indeed be the most suitable application for the aerospace carrier's weaponry. How fortuitous it was that Hua country possessed such equipment. The Jiutian large drone, functioning as an aerial hive drone platform, boasted extensive range and high payload capacity, capable of carrying a significant number of kamikaze drones. This weaponry originally belonged to HYDRA, yet it now finds itself within the Marvel Universe, where technology has surged forward at an explosive rate. One can only speculate the extent to which these weapons have been modernized. It is entirely possible that each small drone is now equipped with magical runes, transforming them into self-destructive magical bombs, sending individuals skyward. To Jiang Chun, this undoubtedly seems the height of folly. Black Widow, Natasha, leads Jiang Chun, Yang Rui, and Dr. Banner across the expansive deck towards the command tower. Paying little mind to Jiang Chun's jibes, she remains focused on her mission of escorting Dr. Banner back to S.H.I.E.L.D, leaving other matters to be disregarded. Upon arriving at the entrance of the command tower, they are halted by two fully armed agents. Natasha presents her credentials, and the agents step aside to clear the passage. The heavy metal door slowly opens, revealing a spacious and well-lit command center within. Following Natasha inside, Jiang Chun and the others are greeted by the sight of an endless ocean through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside the command center, numerous screens and holographic projectors flicker with a variety of data. Agents bustle at their respective workstations, filling the atmosphere with a sense of tension and order. This only prompts Jiang Chun to further critique the extravagance of a spy organization engaging in such ostentation. Natasha guides them through the busy personnel to the core area of the center. A tall man clad in a black leather trench coat stands with his back to them, examining a vast display screen. Upon hearing their footsteps, he slowly turns to reveal a serious expression and a left eye shrouded by an eye patch. It is none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, colloquially known as Mother Fur, who Jiang Chun has encountered several times at Stark's residence. Chapter 114. A clash of wits. Nick Fury faces the group, his singular eye glinting with sharp intensity. His gaze sweeps over Jiang Chun and Yang Rui, seemingly perceiving them as transparent. All of Fury's attention is directed toward Dr. Banner, a faint smirk playing upon his lips. Dr. Banner, welcome back, he intones, his voice deep and magnetic, yet unsettling. Dr. Banner furrows his brow, sensing the underlying implications in Fury's words. Noting Fury's apparent impatience, he forgoes pleasantries and addresses the matter directly. Dr. Banner, we need you. The Avengers need you. His tone is firm and leaves no room for dissent. Dr. Banner's expression hardens, instinctively taking a half-step back. No, I am not interested, he replies. His voice calm, yet resolute. Fury's brow furrows slightly. Doctor, you must understand that a force like Hulk-S, if not harnessed to protect the Earth, is a tremendous waste. His tone grows more assertive. There are countless individuals in the world who require your protection. How can you turn your back on them? A scornful smile crosses Dr. Banner's lips, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Protect the Earth? Fury, what do you think I have been doing for the past 2 years? His voice carried a hint of mockery. I have dedicated myself to protecting the Earth, unlike you, who speak one way and think another. Dr. Banner took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Over the past 2 years, he had been engaged in desertification control, achieving remarkable results, and he relished this time. In China, environmental protection is not merely a platitude. It is a tangible endeavor that has been ongoing for decades. Nick Fury listened impassively before he slowly spoke. Afforestation indeed contributes to the preservation of Earth's environment. Having spent more than a day on the plane, Black Widow had already conveyed the situation to Nick Fury candidly, so he wasted no time in directly inviting Dr. Banner to join the Avengers. However, Doctor, have you considered that the challenges facing Earth extend beyond mere environmental issues? A flicker of concern crossed Fury's singular eye. The more significant threats may arise from other civilizations, extraterrestrial ones. His voice was low and serious. We must be prepared and possess formidable strength to confront any potential threats. Oh, so you believe that relying solely on Hulk's power will suffice against alien civilizations? Dr. Banner scoffed, doubting that his meager strength would hold any weight in interstellar warfare. His 2.5 years in China had not been in vain. Nick Fury's moral coercion was of no effect. Hulk's power is indeed immense. Do not underestimate its might. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, surprised that Banner was not swayed by his arguments. Ultimately, you merely wish to control Hulk's strength. Doctor, Banner replied with disdain, questioning the difference between S.H.I.E.L.D and the U.S. Military. It's merely an excuse to protect the Earth. One that fails to withstand scrutiny. What protection of the Earth? It ultimately boils down to coveting Hulk's power. How unfortunate, Nick Fury stated expressionlessly. I did not expect you, Dr. Banner, to be such a reckless individual, possessing great power yet unwilling to apply it where it is needed. I thought you had heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Fury's sardonic tone caused Dr. Banner to frown. As far as I know. Wasn't the abomination recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D? Now you wish to harness Hulk's strength? At this moment, Yang Rui stepped forward, smiling at Nick Fury. Previously, both Abomination and Hulk had been taken by China. After transforming back into Blonsky, Abomination had spent some time in a Chinese military district before being returned to the United States. For China, after conducting some research on Abomination's power, they lost interest. They did not mistreat Blonsky. Rather, they afforded him freedom, albeit restricted to the military district. 2 months later, Blonsky was sent out of the country. However, according to intelligence, after Blonsky returned to the United States, S.H.I.E.L.D found him first. It is unclear what promises were made, but Blonsky left with S.H.I.E.L.D. Regardless, the intelligence indicates that the Abomination has been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for 2 years now. At present, Nick Fury, with the Abomination at his disposal, seeks to recruit the Hulk, which is quite displeasing. Moreover, Dr. Banner is now one of their own. Who exactly is he trying to deceive? Blonsky is indeed a formidable warrior and agent. Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged, as the king of agents. A thick skin is merely a fundamental trait. However, the forces tasked with protecting the Earth can never be too numerous. Once again, Nick Fury genuinely believes that he is the sole line of defense for the planet. How presumptuous. So what about Ivan Vanko? Yang Rui, with a smile, looked at Nick Fury and inquired. The man responsible for the deaths of hundreds. I've heard he has also been bailed out. If I am not mistaken, it should be your S.H.I.E.L.D, right? After all, S.H.I.E.L.D has a penchant for such activities. Besides the Abomination, Whiplash has also been incorporated into their ranks. Undoubtedly, Nick Fury has his eyes set on Vanko's capabilities. Ivan Vanko is indeed an impressive individual, under rudimentary conditions. He crafted an arc reactor, albeit inferior to Tony S., yet his skills are beyond question. Following his collaboration with Hammer Industries, Ivan Vanko produced his own Whiplash armor, even managing to suppress the combined efforts of Mark IV and War Machine. Had it not been for Jiang Chen's intervention, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Due to his 2 attacks on Tony, Ivan Vanko has caused significant casualties, particularly after detonating the robots manufactured by Hammer Industries, resulting in hundreds of fatalities. This deranged individual is expected to spend the rest of his life in prison. If he were in Huagua, execution would not be surprising. Yet, it is clear that someone has recognized his potential and extricated him from incarceration. Without a doubt, it is still S.H.I.E.L.D. Ivan Vanko's intellect is invaluable, capable of contributing to Earth's defense. Nick Fury explained impassively. This can be seen as his atonement. Clearly, Nick Fury is confident in his ability to control Ivan Vanko, intending to utilize his knowledge to forge a battalion of armors for S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, it boils down to arrogance. Upon hearing this, Yang Rui simply chuckled, then narrowed his eyes to scrutinize Nick Fury, smiling as he asked, regarding the threat of extraterrestrial civilizations, there is indeed something I wish to inquire about. The cosmic cube, is it in the possession of your S.H.I.E.L.D? Nick Fury's pupils involuntarily contracted. This is troublesome. How did this information leak? Is there a mole? Chapter 115. The news of the cosmic cube. Nick Fury remained unaware that within S.H.I.E.L.D, a significant proportion of its members were traitors. On average, 7 out of every 10 were HYDRA operatives, 2 were spies planted by the member nations, leaving possibly just 1 loyal individual who remained true to him as the director. Viewed from another perspective, Fury's ability to establish S.H.I.E.L.D amidst the HYDRA infiltration speaks volumes of his prowess. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D not only discovered the cosmic cube but also unearthed that man, Captain America. Naturally, Captain America was among the candidates for the Avengers, and under Fury's vision, he would even take on a leadership role. At that moment, the air was thick with tension, resembling a taut string poised to snap at any moment. Yang Rui's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated intently on Fury's face. The latter remained silent, his single eye glimmering with a complex array of emotions, akin to a bottomless ancient well. I hope you can provide our nation with a reasonable explanation regarding the cosmic cube. Yang Rui's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking Fury's heart like a hammer. Fury took a deep breath, slowly responding. The matter of the cosmic cube is of utmost importance. I cannot disclose any information. His tone was frosty and resolute, allowing no space for compromise. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Yang Rui's mouth, revealing a hint of derision. It seems Director Fury has no intention of being forthright. Do you truly believe that as a member of the Council, our nation has no right to this information? He rose from his seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the endless expanse of the sea. Do you comprehend the perilous nature of the cosmic cube's power? Yang Rui's voice carried a note of warning. Should it be recklessly developed, the consequences would be dire. He turned back, his eyes burning as they bore into Fury's. According to our understanding, researching its power, especially attempting to weaponize it, will inevitably provoke hostility from other extraterrestrial civilizations. Yang Rui paused before continuing. They will perceive Earth as preparing for advanced warfare, prompting an attack on our planet. Fury's expression darkened, his single eye narrowing into a slit. Why should I trust your words? His tone was laden with skepticism. Yang Rui chuckled softly. Director Fury, I believe you are more aware of the truth of this matter than I am. Since we dare to speak thus, we must possess irrefutable evidence. Or perhaps the scrolls have not informed you of this. Upon hearing that name, Fury's pupils contracted sharply. Yang Rui stepped closer, his tone turning grave. The cosmic cube pertains to the safety of all humanity. We must proceed with caution. I implore you to entrust its custody to our nation. Fury abruptly stood, his tone unyielding. That is impossible. The cosmic cube belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. We have the right to determine its use. His single eye glimmered with a fierce light of anger. Yang Rui stood his ground, responding with unwavering determination. We are not negotiating. We are issuing a notification. His voice resonated powerfully, filling the room with an atmosphere fraught with tension, as if a tempest were on the verge of erupting. Yang Rui and Nick Fury faced each other, neither willing to yield even an inch. In that case, our country must convene a council to deliberate on the matter of the Tesseract. Nick Fury's tone softened somewhat. The Tesseract is a crucial artifact in our future struggle against extraterrestrial threats. We cannot relinquish it lightly. Yang Rui's cold laugh pierced the air. Director Fury, your so-called vital artifact isn't truly intended for weaponization, is it? Nick Fury fell silent. Yang Rui smiled faintly, his tone laced with barely perceptible sarcasm. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed utilizing the Tesseract to develop weaponry, then extraterrestrial civilizations would have ample justification for invading Earth, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly be the culprit. Nick Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, shimmering with a complex light. Dr. Banner stood nearby, observing Fury with an icy gaze. There was no doubt that S.H.I.E.L.D. was engaged in weapon research. You constantly profess a desire to protect the Earth, yet the very entity that poses a threat to it is your own S.H.I.E.L.D. How absurd. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. The arrival of Thor in New Mexico had left a town in ruins and resulted in hundreds of deaths. Even if Asgard bore no ill will toward us, who can say how many civilizations exist within this universe? Who can guarantee that these civilizations will not strike against us? His tone carried a hint of resignation. To prepare for potential crises on the horizon, S.H.I.E.L.D. must develop more formidable weaponry. Yang Rui tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing him. Do you have confidence that before extraterrestrial civilizations descend upon us, you can harness the Tesseract to create weapons powerful enough to deter them? Yang Rui's question momentarily left Nick Fury speechless, at a loss for words. This was, in fact, Fury's underlying thought. He sought to utilize the Tesseract to forge a weapon of deterrence akin to the nuclear deterrence present on Earth, by crafting a weapon capable of threatening other civilizations. A period of peaceful development could be ushered in, achieving a balance that would ensure Earth's safety. Just as the Bifrost of Asgard possesses the power to annihilate other civilizations, none would dare provoke Asgard. Yet, the likelihood of S.H.I.E.L.D's success was virtually zero, a realization I was acutely aware of. Nevertheless, Nick Fury calmly articulated those few words. Yang Rue's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone laced with a barely perceptible irony. Well, it seems we have no choice but to convene a council. I hope the director can provide a reasonable explanation. Nick Fury narrowed his single eye slightly, falling into silence for a moment before he spoke slowly. I will explain to the council. You need not worry. In a certain sense, Nick Fury's intentions were indeed to protect the Earth, yet he harbored a simplistic, perhaps even hubristic, view of the situation. The notion of studying the cosmic cube to create weapons? According to the original narrative, it merely involved continuing the research results of HYDRA, resulting in weaponry that bore little distinction from HYDRA's equipment during World War II. It might even be less effective than standard firearms. Nonetheless, Nick Fury possessed an inexplicable confidence, believing that S.H.I.E.L.D could master the powers of the cosmic cube. This approach was akin to gambling with the future of humanity. If S.H.I.E.L.D could indeed manufacture such weapons capable of threatening other civilizations, that would be one thing. However, if they failed, they would undoubtedly become the villains. Should they be unable to produce these weapons, it would spell trouble, positioning S.H.I.E.L.D as adversaries to other civilizations. Consider S.H.I.E.L.D and their scientific capabilities. The likelihood of success is nearly non-existent. Thus, it can be said without reservation that Nick Fury's actions amount to the abduction of all humanity, ensnaring them in his foolish scheme. Chapter 116. The council meeting. The encounter with Nick Fury concluded on an unsatisfactory note, as Yang Rue and Dr. Banner departed from the aircraft carrier, traversing through a portal to America. Dr. Banner was on a quest to find Betty, feeling a lingering sense of guilt after learning from Black Widow that Betty had been searching for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained aboard the carrier, curiously wandering through its interior and observing his surroundings. The aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D was vast and intricate, its walls adorned with various surveillance devices and high-tech communication terminals, housing unseen advanced technologies. One must concede that S.H.I.E.L.D's technology surpassed that found outside by a decade or more. It appeared that Nick Fury had procured a wealth of valuable resources from the Skrulls. This was Jiang Chen's first visit to an aircraft carrier, and he was eagerly exploring everything, particularly the bustling agents. He was acutely aware that most of these individuals were likely HYDRA infiltrators. The entanglement between S.H.I.E.L.D and HYDRA was profound and inseparable. Jiang Chen wondered how many would respond if he shouted "Long live HYDRA." However, it remained a mere thought. He would not dare to act on it. The following day, Jiang Chun and Nick Fury entered a conference room, convened by China to host the council meeting. As the only individual present on the aircraft carrier, Jiang Chun was invited to witness the proceedings. In the conference room, 5 screens displayed the faces of individuals, one of whom, Jiang Chun, recognized well, Lu Guoqiang. Lu Guoqiang was responsible for the affairs of Xianyuan within the country, and this meeting had been convened under his organization. Nick Fury's solitary eye slowly scanned the large screens, maintaining his silence. The metallic walls of the chamber gleamed with a cold light, reflecting the stern expressions of the 5 faces on the screens. Jiang Chun sat quietly in a corner, observing the confrontation unfold. Lu Guoqiang was the first to break the silence, his voice deep and resonant. Director Fury, we seek to understand the true purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D's utilization of the Tesseract. His gaze was sharp, as if capable of piercing through the screen to scrutinize Nick Fury's innermost thoughts. Lu Guoqiang continued calmly. We have reason to believe that you are developing weapons with the Tesseract. The other representatives on the screens nodded in agreement, endorsing Lu Guoqiang's assertion. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury's solitary eye swept across the faces of the representatives. Everything I do is for the safety of Earth. Safety? Lu Guoqiang echoed, a hint of indifference in his tone. You propose to protect Earth through a method that could very well invite extraterrestrial invasion. Now that is a truly secure strategy. Do you contend that the Tesseract will incite an alien invasion? Nick Fury replied, his tone laced with skepticism. Lu Guoqiang countered, do you not believe so? We must possess sufficient power to assert our presence in the cosmos. Nick Fury's tone was resolute. Just as your nation once relied on nuclear weapons to establish its footing in the international arena, so must we. Lu Guoqiang chuckled at this remark. Director Fury, are you equating civilizations on a cosmic scale with nations on Earth? There was a touch of sarcasm in his voice. Do you truly believe that the principles applicable on Earth also hold in the universe? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that not the case? Certainly not. Lu Guoqiang retorted without hesitation. There is no basis for such a comparison. The development of nuclear weapons on Earth can create a deterrent because no nation here can withstand them, and they can be deployed within our planet. But can you genuinely ascertain that the weapons derived from your research on the Tesseract will deter other civilizations? Your so-called deterrence may merely be a farcical display in the presence of more advanced civilizations. He paused momentarily before continuing. If this endeavor backfires and provokes other civilizations, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Nick Fury's expression darkened, the light in his eye flickering uncertainly. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I understand your concerns. But we have no alternative. We must brace ourselves for the worst. If we lack sufficient strength, we shall be utterly defenseless when faced with an invasion from extraterrestrial civilizations. Yet, your notion of strength is founded upon an impractical fantasy. Lu Guoqiang unflinchingly pointed out that you overestimate the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. while underestimating the dangers of the cosmos. You are gambling with the fate of all humanity. Nick Fury squinted his lone eye, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at the screen, attempting to unearth a counterargument. However, he was acutely aware of his inability to refute the claims. Could he candidly state that his knowledge of the Tesseract's power, considered one of the mightiest forces in the universe, was derived from the Skrulls? Would possessing the power of the Tesseract ensure humanity's standing in the cosmos? The collaboration with extraterrestrials was something he could never divulge. Nuclear weapons may serve as a deterrent to nations on Earth due to its small scale, but considering the vastness of the universe, relying on nuclear deterrence for peace is nothing short of absurd. Asgard does not solely rely on the Bifrost. It possesses a formidable military. By what justification does S.H.I.E.L.D. believe that an imagined, idealized weapon can intimidate other extraterrestrial civilizations? Finally, Nick Fury spoke, his voice tinged with reluctance, yet asserting that the weapons created could maintain peace on Earth, diminishing conflict and uniting humanity against the extraterrestrial threat. Lu Guoqiang regarded Fury with a frigid glare. Thus, the essence of your weapon is still aimed at humanity? His inquiry struck Fury's heart like a heavy hammer. Clearing his throat, the American representative broke the stifling silence. Director Fury, do you truly believe S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses the capability to develop such a powerful weapon? His tone carried a subtle skepticism, laced with unmistakable greed. A glint flashed in Nick Fury's solitary eye, as if he had discovered a means to turn the tide. Certainly, we have made groundbreaking advancements. He paused deliberately, tantalizing the audience. With a requisite amount of time and resources, we can develop a weapon capable of altering the global landscape. The American representative's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Then, he spoke slowly, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The results of this research must be jointly controlled by the Security Council. His gaze swept across every representative present, ultimately resting on Lu Guoqiang. Otherwise, he emphasized, we must prohibit this research from proceeding. Chapter 117. Paths diverge. No alliance shall be forged. The British representative concurred. I agree, such a powerful weapon, if held by any single nation or organization, poses a potential threat. The French representative nodded in agreement. To maintain world peace, we must jointly oversee this research. The representative from Russia regarded Nick Fury with a playful glint in his eye, remaining silent, yet his silence conveyed a tacit agreement. Lu Guoqiang felt a weight in his heart as he expressionlessly surveyed the other representatives. He understood that these nations, under the guise of preserving world peace, were actually intent on appropriating the research achievements of S.H.I.E.L.D. They were indifferent to the threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations, more concerned with consolidating their own hegemony on Earth. After all, the planet had yet to encounter, or at least they were unaware of, any significant extraterrestrial invasion. leading them to dismiss the so-called alien threat entirely. Lu Guoqiang's gaze turned frigid as he scanned the assembly of representatives. Yet his heart remained as still as an ancient well. How short-sighted these nations were. Indeed, those who walk different paths do not seek to share the same goals. They were merely fixated on immediate gains. At this moment, Lu Guoqiang resolved to disregard the other nations, focusing solely on the protection of his compatriots. The power contained within the cosmic cube far exceeds your imagination, Lu Guoqiang stated, his tone somber, each word resonating with authority. It is not merely a weapon. It is a Pandora's box. A hint of derision laced his voice as he added, "You are playing with fire." The American representative sneered, "General Lu, your concerns seem rather alarmist." With unwavering confidence, he waved his hand dismissively. "We have the most advanced scientists and the mightiest military, more than capable of managing everything." The British representative concurred. "Indeed, we merely require the power of the cosmic cube. Even if extraterrestrials were to invade, with our formidable weaponry, we could drive them from Earth." The French representative nodded in agreement, asserting that at that time, no alien civilization could threaten them. Throughout, the Russian representative remained silent. Yet the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Lu Guoqiang took a deep breath, realizing that reasoning with these individuals was futile. They were utterly blinded by the prospect of immediate profit, unable to heed any counsel. "Very well," Lu Guoqiang said with a calm demeanor. "Should your actions lead to an extraterrestrial invasion, you will bear all consequences, and we will ensure the world is made aware of the truth. All of humanity has the right to know." The American representative and others were taken aback, not anticipating Lu Guoqiang's acquiescence, leaving them momentarily bewildered. After a moment of hesitation, he eventually nodded in agreement. It was rare for HYDRA to refrain from opposition. They needed to finalize this matter swiftly. To refuse now would be to forsake the prize within their grasp. The other representatives, seeing this, quickly expressed their approval of Lu Guoqiang's proposal. To them, the notion of an extraterrestrial invasion was mere nonsense, not worthy of concern. Lu Guoqiang observed their agreement with a mixture of emotions. These individuals were beyond saving. Indeed, reliance on HYDRA was imperative, and he resolved never to engage with them again. After the meeting concluded, Nick Fury left the conference room with a furrowed brow, while Jiang Chun followed behind, exuding an air of ease. Indeed, having a nation intervene was a boon. He was relieved of nearly all concerns. The S.H.I.E.L.D. organization's endeavor to study the Tesseract was inevitable, which would subsequently lend credence to their responsibility for any extraterrestrial civilizations that might come forth. This was, after all, the truth, albeit it was merely brought to light by HYDRA. Time swiftly passed, and the aircraft carrier continued its steady voyage across the vast ocean. In the afternoon, on the deck, a portal materialized, and Yang Rui stepped through, accompanied by Dr. Banner, who appeared particularly despondent with his head hung low. He remained silent, quietly trailing behind Yang Rui. "What troubles you?" Jiang Chun inquired, raising an eyebrow as his gaze fell upon Dr. Banner. "He has suffered a heartbreak," Yang Rui sighed, a hint of sympathy lacing his tone. "Betty and he, alas, the chasm of status and ideology is insurmountable." Jiang Chun nodded in understanding. Betty was the daughter of General Ross, and her lineage alone foretold a tumultuous path for her relationship with Dr. Banner. It was likely that Dr. Banner had braced himself for this outcome during his visit to Betty. Jiang Chun approached Dr. Banner and gently patted him on the shoulder. After a moment of silence, he broke the quietude, saying, "Let us return." Dr. Banner nodded, and the trio sought out Lieutenant Hill aboard the aircraft carrier to express their intent to leave, subsequently opening the portal and returning home. Meanwhile, at a certain station of Xinyuan, Thor slowly opened his eyes. He gazed vacantly at the pristine ceiling, still somewhat dazed. "Who am I? Where am I?" Rubbing his forehead, Thor sat up from the hospital bed. "Ouch," he grimaced, feeling a lingering pain. A noticeable bump remained, having yet to subside after several days of unconsciousness. "Wasn't I sparring? How did I end up here?" Thor scratched his head, surveying his surroundings. Unfamiliar with human medical facilities, he was oblivious to the fact that he was in a hospital. "Oh, Mjolnir, you're here." Spotting his hammer resting on the bedside table, Thor joyfully embraced it. "I had a dream that you left me for another." Like a fool, he clutched the enchanted hammer tightly, mumbling to himself and even planting a fervent kiss upon it. Unbeknownst to him, Mjolnir had indeed been wielded by others, more than one, it seemed. He failed to ponder why the hammer rested on the nightstand. Surely, it did not simply fly there on its own. You're awake then? At that moment, the door of the hospital room swung open, revealing Loki, who entered with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon observing Thor's foolish embrace of the hammer, an unmistakable look of disdain crossed his face. Cough, Loki. What brings you here? What has transpired? Thor offered an awkward smile, placing his hammer back onto the bedside table before leaping down from the sickbed. His face adorned with a grin as he turned his gaze towards Loki. What happened? Loki regarded Thor with an enigmatic look, chuckling as he replied. I am not entirely certain. I merely heard of your unconscious state, and, as a concerned family member, came to investigate. I heard you were knocked out during a contest with someone else. How remarkable. Thor, a formidable warrior among the Asgardians, renowned for his strength, found himself astonished by the news of his defeat. Naturally, curiosity led Loki to pay a visit, but more so, he relished the opportunity to mock Thor in person. Chapter 118. The Training Grounds Knocked Out? Thor raised an eyebrow, disbelief etched across his features. The mighty god of thunder, prince of Asgard, succumbing to unconsciousness? What a ludicrous notion. Indeed, who would have thought that you too could stumble and fall? If this tale were to return to Asgard, it would surely become a source of endless amusement. Thor's face flushed with indignation, veins protruding upon his forehead. He was acutely aware of Loki's derision, yet found himself unable to refute it. He ruminated over the events leading to his blackout, fragmented memories swirling in his mind. He recalled engaging in a spar with a fellow named Wang Cheng, who transformed into a colossal red giant, his strength and speed astonishing, particularly his fists, akin to two moving mountains. Each impact left Thor's arms tingling. I remember sparring with that Wang Cheng. Thor furrowed his brow, attempting to recollect the sequence of events. And then what transpired? He distinctly recalled the fierce exchange, blows landing with ferocity, sparks flying, the scene ablaze with intensity. Yet, the subsequent events eluded his memory. How should I know? The outcome is that you were rendered unconscious. Loki shrugged, a smirk plastered on his face. I refuse to believe it. Thor clenched his fists, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. There must be some mistake. I shall seek out Wang Cheng. I demand a rematch. He must prove himself, demonstrate that he is not so easily vanquished. He must reclaim his honor and erase the stain of defeat. Observing Thor's fervor, Loki's lips curled once more into a mocking smile. He knew that this arrogant and reckless fellow would never concede defeat easily. You wish to find him? Loki tilted his chin, gesturing for Thor to glance out the window, perhaps to be struck down again? No, that cannot be. I must have been careless and failed to evade. This time, I am certain I can defeat him, Thor proclaimed earnestly. He strode over to the bedside table, seized his mighty hammer, and turned resolutely towards the door. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Loki holding a book, its crimson cover seemingly adorned with a human figure. Wait a moment. Thor halted, pointing at the book in Loki's hand, his brow furrowing with curiosity. What is that? A tome of magic? Loki glanced down at the book, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Oh, this? It's a dragon-slaying manual. Well, I suppose it can be considered a book of magic. Interested in learning? I can teach you. Dragon-slaying? Magic? Thor raised an eyebrow, a look of disinterest settling on his face. He was the god of thunder, a symbol of strength, and had no need for such fanciful sorcery. He preferred the raw intensity of hand-to-hand combat, the exhilarating clash of power. Besides, slaying dragons? He could easily accomplish that with his own might. I'm not interested in magic. Thor scoffed, his lips curling disdainfully. Right now, I just want to find someone to spar with. He lifted Mjolnir, feeling the immense power coursing through the hammer, his warrior spirit igniting. He was determined to show Wang Cheng that he, Thor, was not so easily defeated. He sought out Wang Cheng to redeem his pride. With fervent determination, Thor strode towards the exit of the infirmary. Yet, as he took a step outside, he hesitated and retraced his steps, rubbing the back of his head. He asked somewhat awkwardly, Loki, do you know where Wang Cheng is? Loki rolled his eyes in response. His expression was one of exasperation as he waved his hand, and a shimmering portal of golden light slowly opened before him. This was the teleportation magic Loki had learned from Taj in recent days. It must be said that this spell proved exceedingly useful. Of course, he had given something in return, sharing the magic he had mastered with the magical school. Magic, after all, thrives on exchange. Isolation only leads to obsolescence. Since when did you learn this trick? Thor inquired, leaning closer to the portal, his eyes wide with wonder, examining the mysterious passageway like a curious child. He had witnessed this technique from Jiang Chun and the others. It was incredibly convenient. Let us go? Loki's expression remained impassive as he stepped into the portal. Let us duel once more. Thor shouted exuberantly, his voice brimming with combativeness and excitement, as if he could hardly wait to engage Wang Cheng again. Stepping through the portal, a vast training ground unfolded before them. The ground was laid with sturdy alloy plates, surrounded by towering walls adorned with various training apparatuses. Dust swirled in the air, and the sounds of a bustling crowd filled the atmosphere, accompanied by the thunderous clamor of training equipment. Dozens of massive crimson figures were sweating profusely, engaged in various high-intensity drills, each shadow accompanied by one or two researchers diligently recording their progress. They resembled moving mountains, racing, leaping, and engaging in combat upon the training ground, each action imbued with astonishing force and speed, causing the very earth to tremble. These crimson giants were the soldiers of HYDRA who had undergone the transformation into red giants. Yet, they had only recently completed their metamorphosis and were still struggling to fully harness their newfound strength. Now, on this training ground, under the guidance of researchers, they diligently endeavored to familiarize themselves with and master their powers. As Soul's gaze swept over these red giants, the formidable aura emanating from them sent a chill down his spine. The fierce battle spirit that had burned brightly within him was suddenly doused, as if splashed with a bucket of cold water. Upon hearing Soul's aggressive challenge, dozens of red giants simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes fixed upon him with a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. Soul felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, discomfort washing over him. He awkwardly waved his hand, a forced smile plastered across his face, his tone dripping with insincere flattery. My apologies for the intrusion. I was merely passing by. In such a scene, one could hardly blame anyone for feeling intimidated. When Wang Cheng transformed into a red giant, he nearly bested Soul. Or at least that was how Soul perceived it. If these dozens of giants charged at him, wouldn't they simply pin him to the ground? The fervor that had surged within him vanished in an instant. Ah, Soul, you finally awakened. A red giant approached him from a distance, none other than Wang Cheng. His towering figure exuded a palpable sense of weight with each step. You scared me terribly when you fainted earlier. Wang Cheng stood before Soul, a smile gracing his face. Soul's pupils constricted slightly as he instinctively took a half-step back, forcing a smile to mask his inner turmoil. How could that be? I was merely feeling unwell. Yes. Unwell. Soul's voice trembled, and he awkwardly scratched his head, grinning foolishly. How could he admit to his defeat? The shame of being knocked unconscious in a sparring match was too great to bear. The corners of Wang Cheng's mouth twitched involuntarily at Soul's words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Was it possible that this fellow had been so thoroughly struck that he had lost his wits? Or perhaps he suffered from amnesia. Never mind, Wang Cheng thought, as Soul seemed oblivious to the absurdity of his own claims, which was, in a way, for the best. Chapter 119, Soul's Obsession with Fitness Ahem. Wang Cheng cleared his throat, his voice booming as he inquired, Soul, what brings you here? The dozens of red giants continued to glare at Soul, their intense focus creating an almost tangible pressure. A chill ran down Soul's back, and cold sweat threatened to break forth. He struggled to conjure a smile, yet it appeared more grotesque than a frown. I heard that you all have been training, he said, gesturing toward the vigorous red giants in the training arena, his voice faltering. I thought I would come by to observe and perhaps join you in a little exercise. After speaking, Soul stole a glance at Wang Cheng, his heart racing with trepidation. He originally came to reclaim his dignity, but now, faced with this situation, he felt that if he dared to utter a word of battle, he would surely be subdued by these crimson giants. Wang Cheng paused for a moment, then a look of delight spread across his face. Really? That is splendid. He strode forward, his large hand like a fan landing heavily on Thor's shoulder, causing Thor to grimace in response. Come, come. This is a perfect opportunity for our warriors to practice. Suddenly, with sincerity and gratitude, Wang Cheng addressed Thor. By the way, I truly appreciate you. As they moved forward, Thor looked at Wang Cheng in bewilderment. Thank me? For what? He asked, incredulity etched across his face. Wang Cheng let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonating throughout the training ground. You have indeed been a tremendous help. He draped his arm around Thor's shoulder and cheerfully led him towards the center of the training field. Forget about that for now. Let us get to training. Thor, pulled along by Wang Chung, stumbled forward, his mind a chaotic jumble. He was utterly confused. Hadn't he been unconscious for several days? What on earth was Wang Chung thanking him for? Unbeknownst to Thor, a great deal had transpired during his unconsciousness. The hammer of the god of thunder could only be wielded by those with a strong sense of justice and a willingness to sacrifice. This, coincidentally, aligned perfectly with the qualities required for the transformation into a crimson giant. The transformation demanded the most loyal, brave, and selfless warriors. Only those endowed with such virtues could endure the agony of the transformation and harness its formidable power. Was it not fortuitous? Perhaps the hammer of the god of thunder could serve as a means to select candidates for the crimson giant transformation. Consequently, a grand assembly to lift the hammer took place within this military district. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers formed a long line, each stepping forward to attempt the feat. Some were exhilarated, others anxious, some thrilled, and some disheartened. The hammer seemed to act as a touchstone, examining the hearts of each individual. Ultimately, thousands of soldiers in this military district succeeded in lifting the hammer. These individuals were marked as suitable candidates for the transformation into crimson giants. The 50 or so new crimson giants currently on the training field were selected through this method. The efficacy of using the hammer for selection far surpassed that of attempting one by one through illusionary magic. With misunderstandings resolved, the training ground buzzed with fervent activity once more, as the soldiers eagerly sought to familiarize themselves with their newfound powers, thus better fortifying their homeland against adversaries. The ground of the training field was forged from a special alloy, yet it was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and rust, and the deafening clang of metal striking metal echoed, striking like a drum against Thor's nerves. Thor narrowed his eyes, gazing at the group of giants before him. Their skin was a deep crimson, their muscles bulging and twisted, as if chiseled from rock, exuding an essence of primal strength. The massive barbells, weighing several tons, danced effortlessly in their hands, tossed and caught with nonchalance. One of the towering red giants, standing at an impressive 3 meters, single-handedly grasped a colossal barbell marked at 100 tons, hoisting it above his head with a sudden force, only to lower it slowly, producing a resonant thud that reverberated through the ground. Thor felt his eyelids flutter, his throat involuntarily shifting. Such power was indeed terrifying. Wang Chung stood beside him, pride beaming from his expression as he observed the giants. "What do you think, Thor? Our warriors from HYDRA are quite remarkable, aren't they?" he inquired in a booming voice. Thor chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, quite remarkable. He sensed a tremor in his own voice. Remarkable was an understatement. Their strength surpassed that of the warriors from Asgard by a considerable margin. Yet, Thor's gaze wandered over the sweating giants, and an unusual sensation stirred within him. It was neither fear nor trepidation, but rather an exhilarating thrill. He felt his blood begin to boil, a fervent desire igniting in his chest. He wished to partake. He longed to experience the exhilarating rush of wielding such power. Clenching his fists, the joints cracking audibly, he turned to Wang Chung, inhaling deeply. "May I give it a try?" Wang Chung paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Of course. Which one do you wish to try?" He gestured grandly toward the array of barbells. Thor's gaze settled on a 10-ton barbell. While this weight was trivial for him, it marked a beginning. He stepped forward, bending down to grasp the cold metallic rod. The chill invigorated him. Taking a deep breath, he exerted himself. The barbell lifted effortlessly into the air. He slowly raised it above his head, then gently lowered it once more. Again, excitement sparkled in his eyes as he opted for a heavier barbell, repeating the motion time and again. Indeed, a true warrior could not resist the allure of iron. "Loki, you should give it a try too," Thor called out enthusiastically. Loki, seated nearby, engrossed in a book with a crimson cover, looked up at the inexplicably excited Thor with a hint of disdain. "No, I have no interest in such barbaric activities." He closed the book and addressed Thor. "Since you have recovered, enjoy yourself. I shall take my leave." With a snap of his fingers, a golden portal opened before him. Without a backward glance, he stepped through, and the portal vanished behind him. As the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, Loki diligently immersed himself in the study of magic, his innate talent beyond question. Even without the aid of the suspended ring, he was capable of opening a portal. Observing Loki's departure, Thor shrugged in resignation and resumed his training, finding great amusement in the art of forging. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Thor gradually became enraptured by this intense regimen. No longer content with mere strength training, he began to acquire the martial techniques of the Eastern realms. He practiced boxing, kicking, grappling, and wrestling, absorbing new knowledge like a parched sponge. He discovered that the martial arts of the East differed dramatically from the combat style of Asgard. While Asgardian combat emphasized power and speed, Eastern martial arts prioritized technique and strategy. In that moment, he felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Chapter 120. The cube is seized. Thor's physical prowess was indeed remarkable, and he was deeply passionate about learning martial arts. He began to comprehend that true strength lies not merely in brute force, but also in skill and wisdom. Unbeknownst to him, his abilities were significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, Loki remained ensconced in the world of books, voraciously devouring various texts and continuously acquiring new knowledge. He appeared to lose track of time, oblivious to the outside world, completely absorbed in the ocean of wisdom. Half a month later, the anticipated day arrived. The sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. Jiang Chun picked up to find it was Wang Yu calling. There were gamma energy fluctuations, suspected to be an explosion of the cosmic cube's energy. Calling for a rendezvous at the Xinyuan outpost. Wang Yu's voice came through the receiver. Jiang Chun nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a portal suddenly opened before him, revealing the Xinyuan outpost. He stepped through. Inside the office, the atmosphere was tense. Xie Jin, Wang Cheng, Wang Yu, and Yang Rui were seated around the conference table, their expressions grave, their gazes fixed upon Lu Guoqiang at the head of the table. Lu Guoqiang tapped his fingers lightly against the surface, the sound breaking the room's silence. The source of the gamma-ray explosion had been pinpointed. Located at a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. The space stone had triggered the energy eruption. It seemed the narrative of the Avengers was about to unfold. As Jiang Chun emerged from the portal, he overheard their conversation. Jiang Chun, you've arrived, Lu Guoqiang said, rising to gesture for him to take a seat. According to our surveillance, the cosmic cube has unleashed a wave of formidable power, resulting in the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. base. As Lu Guoqiang spoke, details about the base appeared on the screen behind him. It was the United States Dark Energy Joint Research Center of S.H.I.E.L.D. It appeared this was the base where the United States and S.H.I.E.L.D. collaborated on research related to the cosmic cube. Following the Security Council meeting half a month ago, the United States had grown closer to S.H.I.E.L.D., secretly colluding to develop weapons in conjunction with their research on the cosmic cube. As for Lu Guoqiang's warning regarding the threat of extraterrestrial civilization invasion, it has been dismissed outright, particularly the Americans, who are solely focused on maintaining their hegemony on Earth. The notion of an alien invasion? Pure fantasy. A concept fit only for Hollywood films. Nick Fury, astute as he is, fully understands America's intentions and has chosen to collaborate with them, leveraging the United States stature to pursue research on the cosmic cube with peace of mind. Moreover, while America professes that the research findings will be shared with several council members, it is evident that such promises are insincere. Their true aim is to claim the results for themselves. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. sharing research outcomes with the United States, they may as well, for whatever results are yielded, it is ultimately S.H.I.E.L.D. that dictates the terms. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. operate in collusion, they remain wary of one another. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D. appears to be closer to America, yet Nick Fury aspires for S.H.I.E.L.D. to operate independently, transcending any nation or organization. In essence, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a collection of opportunists existing in a mutually exploitative relationship with the United States. Moreover, Nick Fury is still unaware that S.H.I.E.L.D. is covertly under the control of HYDRA. The situation is undeniably intricate. For us, the prudent course is to remain still, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Lu Guoqiang observed the group and articulated Xuanyuan's plan. We must focus solely on our homeland while providing assistance to our compatriots abroad whenever possible. Presently, China is gradually opening up, and many engaged in foreign trade require international travel. Thus there remains a presence of compatriots overseas. Loki is still in our nation. Who then has come to Earth this time? Jiang Chun, intrigued, could not refrain from asking. According to the original plot of Avengers 1, Loki would arrive on Earth with the Mind Stone provided by Thanos, but presently Loki is occupied with studies at the School of Magic and has no such opportunity. The details remain unclear. Lu Guoqiang replied with a serene smile, indicating that S.H.I.E.L.D. will inform us in due course. Undoubtedly, this matter will instigate a series of complications. S.H.I.E.L.D. attempting to resolve it independently is utterly implausible, and they will inevitably seek external assistance. Furthermore, China had already issued a warning to S.H.I.E.L.D. and several Western nations half a month prior, yet they dismissed it. Now, they find themselves in a predicament, having lost the cosmic cube, the extent of which is irrelevant to China. Regardless, China has made its position clear. The current state of affairs is the responsibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United States. It is only when catastrophe befalls them that they will experience regret. Ultimately, we shall remain vigilant and observe the unfolding events. Lu Guoqiang gazed at the individuals before him and continued, however, it is certain that S.H.I.E.L.D. will seek our assistance when the time comes. We must dispatch a few personnel to their aid. Of course, lending a hand is secondary. What is paramount is to hold them accountable and assert our position. Our nation has long warned these countries that should they remain resolute in their pursuit of the Tesseract, they alone will bear the consequences of their actions. We have made our intentions clear from the outset, and now, with the current outcome, our nation must step in to conclude this matter. We had previously stated that if the onslaught of extraterrestrial civilizations were to occur, our nation would reclaim the Tesseract. This is non-negotiable. You share a rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers, and they will undoubtedly request your assistance. Hence, I am informing you of the situation in advance. Lu Guoqiang directed his gaze towards Jiang Chun, primarily addressing him. The others present were military personnel and had likely received their directives already. I understand. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, bringing Jiang Chun here was merely a courtesy. S.H.I.E.L.D. is acutely aware that, in the face of extraterrestrial threats, they possess no effective means of defense and can only recruit personnel from various quarters. In the original narrative, when the Tesseract was seized, they sought the help of Dr. Banner and Tony, which ultimately led to the repulsion of the Chitauri invasion. This was the embryonic formation of the Avengers. However, with the emergence of our nation, everything has irrevocably changed, rendering the original storyline of little reference value. Regardless, remember that your primary concern must be your own safety. All else is secondary. Lu Guoqiang looked earnestly at the group and stated, you may attempt to rescue others, but ensure your own safety first. Only when you are secure can you save more lives in the future. To put it simply, save American civilians if possible. If not, then do not risk yourselves for individuals of little consequence. Lu Guoqiang's words, while somewhat blunt, were still rather implicit. He understood that Wang Yu and the others would instinctively step forward to aid innocent civilians in peril, regardless of their nationality. This is the inherent nature of the People's Army, characterized by such kindness and integrity. Lu Guoqiang emphasized this point to remind Wang Yu and his companions to prioritize their own safety and not to sacrifice themselves for those of little significance. If their own military fails to protect its citizens, why should our soldiers shed blood for them? P.S. It is worth noting that the protagonist is intentionally crafted to be imperfect, as he is an ordinary person. Despite having undergone a degree of military training, he remains fundamentally a civilian. For example, he did not refuse when Loki arranged for a maid. He will never match the valor of a soldier. However, when faced with danger, the protagonist will rise to the occasion, maintaining clarity in moments of moral significance. I would never assign arduous and menial tasks to soldiers. Rather, there are operatives specifically designated for such duties. In this book, the image of the valiant and upright soldiers of HYDRA, particularly those who have been meticulously selected, will be upheld with great integrity. Chapter 121. Alien Invasion. After Lu Guoqiang had relayed some important matters, Jiang Chun returned home. Indeed, in the afternoon, he received a call from Tony. Jiang Chun, something has happened. I require your assistance. Tony's tone was markedly grave. What is it? Jiang Chun feigned ignorance. Come to my place. I will explain everything. After Tony disclosed his location, he hung up the phone. Following a report to his superiors, Jiang Chun activated the teleportation portal and arrived at Tony's residence. As he stepped into the opulent villa, he immediately sensed a palpable tension in the air. His gaze traversed the spacious living room, ultimately resting upon Tony, who sat on the sofa with a serious demeanor. What has transpired? Jiang Chun inquired directly, his voice tinged with unease. Tony inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. The Tesseract has been stolen. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Who is responsible? With Loki currently studying in HYDRA, who could have committed such an act? At that moment, a ripple surged through the atmosphere, and a golden portal materialized out of thin air. Wang Yu and S.H.I.E.L.D emerged from the portal, their expressions equally grave. Clearly, Wang Yu had also received Tony's call for help, and since he and S.H.I.E.L.D were stationed at the same military district, they had come together. Jiang Chun was not surprised by their arrival. After acknowledging them with a nod, he turned his attention back to Tony, awaiting further elucidation. Tony approached the holographic projection table, his finger gliding through the air. A surveillance video instantly unfolded before them. In the footage, an oddly featured extraterrestrial woman appeared at the S.H.I.E.L.D research facility. She wielded a staff emanating a ghostly blue glow, effortlessly subduing several agents, including the senior operative Hawkeye and Dr. Eric, who had some acquaintanceship with Thor. With Hawkeye's assistance, she easily seized the Tesseract. Observing the woman's attire, Jiang Chun quickly associated her with the infamous Black Order, Thanos' formidable subordinates. Among them, for had made appearances in the Avengers films. Though their power was somewhat lacking, it was undeniable that each possessed distinct and formidable abilities. Furthermore, Jiang Chun recognized the woman as seemingly one of the Black Order, the formidable supergiant. In the original films, while the other four members had surfaced, Supergiant remained elusive. It was unexpected that in this world, she would take on Loki's role. I know who she is, Jiang Chun spoke slowly, a note of gravity in his voice. Tony, Wang Yu, and S.H.I.E.L.D turned to him in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. She is known as the Supernova, one of the 5 Black Order members serving under Thanos. Jiang Chun explained, his brows furrowed. Supernova? Thanos. Tony wore a perplexed expression, clearly unfamiliar with these names. Thanos is a perilous figure in the cosmos, having wrought destruction upon numerous planets. Jiang Chun nodded, continuing, indeed, Supernova possesses formidable mental control abilities. Wang Yu and S.H.I.E.L.D exchanged a knowing glance, comprehension dawning in their eyes. In truth, the intelligence regarding Thanos' legion had been meticulously gathered by the Huang Kingdom. Although the documents had vanished, the memories remained. It was relatively simple to gather intelligence from those well-versed in Marvel films and comics. How do you know this? Tony inquired. Curiosity piqued as he turned to Jiang Chun. Our nation maintains amicable diplomatic relations with Asgard. Wang Yu calmly interjected, thus we are well informed about matters in this universe. Moreover, this is not a secret. Thanos and his army instill fear across the cosmos. Their notoriety is indeed substantial. Wang Yu succinctly clarified, and his explanation was both reasonable and convincing, leading Tony to refrain from questioning further, his brow still knitted in concern. What course of action should we pursue? What are their objectives? Thanos' aim has always been the Infinity Stones, Jiang Chun replied gravely. The Tesseract is one of the Infinity Stones, specifically the Space Stone, which is evidently his target. Infinity Stones? Space Stone? Tony's face was a canvas of confusion. He had never encountered such information before. The Infinity Stones are among the most powerful and enigmatic entities in the universe. They encompass time, space, mind, reality, power, and soul, each possessing unimaginable specific powers. Jiang Chun provided a brief overview of the Infinity Stones, enlightening Tony with knowledge he had previously lacked. Clearly S.H.I.E.L.D's research on the Tesseract had led Thanos to discover Earth. Jiang Chun scoffed, expressing his exasperation. In fact, our nation convened a Security Council meeting 2 weeks ago, urging S.H.I.E.L.D to cease their research on the Tesseract, particularly regarding its weaponization, lest we attract the covetous gaze of extraterrestrial civilizations. Evidently, S.H.I.E.L.D and the United States disregarded this matter, continuing with their reckless pursuits, and now, the aliens have indeed arrived. Jiang Chun produced his phone and played a video, which projected within Tony's home, showcasing the very meeting held 2 weeks prior. As an observer, Jiang Chun had not merely sat idly. He had tasks to fulfill, including documenting evidence through video. Look, it is now being utilized, is it not? Furthermore, this video will be made public, revealing to the world who is truly responsible for this crisis. Tony's expression grew increasingly grave as he watched the footage of the meeting, his countenance darkening. Nick Fury, that reckless individual, had indeed played a pivotal role in creating the current predicament. Jiang Chen's words, coupled with the irrefutable evidence presented in the video, firmly established the culpability of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, what we must prioritize is the retrieval of the Tesseract. Wang Yu calmly remarked, let us address this matter regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. after we have dealt with the immediate situation. Jiang Chen shrugged and put away his phone. Tony also took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. This was not the time to settle scores with S.H.I.E.L.D. The urgent task at hand was to recover the Tesseract. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner received a call from Black Widow. Though fundamentally a good person, Dr. Banner had initially been reluctant to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, upon hearing of the extraterrestrial invasion and the theft of the Tesseract, he could not restrain himself and requested Yang Rui to take him to S.H.I.E.L.D. The Tesseract emitted gamma energy, and who better than Dr. Banner to understand gamma energy? Thus, the quest for the Tesseract was indeed his responsibility. Consequently, Dr. Banner and Yang Rui found themselves once more aboard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier. Chapter 122. Captain America on the carrier's deck. The sea breeze howled fiercely. Dr. Banner furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Nick Fury, who approached with an expressionless demeanor. Once again, Director Fury, Dr. Banner stated coldly, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Nick Fury came to a halt, maintaining his stoic expression. Doctor, I am pleased you could join us. He replied calmly, betraying no hint of emotion. Dr. Banner scoffed, pleased? You ought to feel shame instead, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The nation warned you repeatedly not to treat the Tesseract as a weapon for research, yet you chose to ignore it. Nick Fury's brow furrowed momentarily before he regained his composure. Doctor, you misunderstand. Everything I do is for the betterment of humanity, for the safety of the world, he explained, his voice imbued with a measure of confidence. Upon hearing this, Dr. Banner smirked disdainfully. Can you truly deceive yourself with such rhetoric, Director Fury? He retorted, his tone laced with contempt. Nick Fury remained silent, his expression unchanged. He had no desire to continue this discussion with Dr. Banner. It held no significance for him. Noticing Fury's silence, Dr. Banner was disinclined to elaborate further, but his disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. deepened. In the end, you will still rely on others to clean up your mess, Yang Rui remarked, observing with a cold smirk. You were just cautioned, yet you turned a blind eye. Now, with this debacle, we can't help but wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. orchestrated this charade in an attempt to seize the Tesseract for yourselves. Fury's expression shifted slightly, though he maintained his composure. Such speculation is baseless, he countered, his tone tinged with irritation. Yang Rui scoffed, pressing on with his inquiry. Is it truly the case? Just a fortnight ago, I cautioned you about the perilous nature of the cosmic cube, and now you claim it has been stolen. Does this not seem like a theatrical performance? Nick Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by this line of questioning. I understand your skepticism, he replied, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. However, this is not the moment for assigning blame. We must unite our efforts to recover the cosmic cube. Dr. Banner exchanged a glance with Yang Rui, acknowledging the truth in Fury's words. They were both disinclined to engage further in conversation with him. At that moment, Coulson approached, leading a tall, imposing man toward them. The man's resolute expression and steadfast gaze radiated an aura of unwavering righteousness. Nick Fury nodded slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. Dr. Banner, Mr. Yang, this is Steve Rogers, better known as Captain America. Rogers smiled warmly, extending his right hand to the two men, his voice deep and resonant. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I hope we can collaborate to navigate this challenging time. Dr. Banner politely shook his hand. It is an honor to meet you, Captain. Yang Rui merely nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny. Hello. Captain America sensed Yang Rue's cool demeanor but maintained his smile, exuding neither subservience nor arrogance. Dr. Banner observed the legendary hero with quiet admiration, reflecting on his extraordinary presence. In contrast, Yang Rue regarded Rogers with indifference, thinking to himself that he was merely a mythologized ordinary man. Doctor, I have heard of your remarkable contributions as a scientist, Rogers said, approaching Dr. Banner with an appreciative look. He had always held scientists in high esteem, for the strength he possessed was bestowed upon him by their ingenuity. Have you not heard anything else? Dr. Banner shrugged, offering a self-deprecating smile. In America, my reputation is far from favorable, and the military has been relentlessly pursuing me. Captain America, as the embodiment of the American military, stood as a stark reminder of that reality. Of course, the captain represented the military of World War II, which was vastly different from the contemporary armed forces. I do not concern myself with that. I focus solely on what is useful, Captain America replied with a shrug, clearly aware of the Hulk situation but harboring no malice toward Dr. Banner. Very well, gentlemen, let us proceed to the command center. The air here will soon become quite difficult to breathe, Coulson interjected. Is this vessel not akin to a submarine? Rogers inquired, puzzled as he looked at Coulson. It is far cooler than that, Coulson replied with a slight smile, an air of mystery about him. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently beneath them, and the aircraft carrier began to rumble as it slowly ascended into the sky. The onlookers gazed around in astonishment, witnessing four enormous rotors extend from the carrier. Commencing their rotation, the immense thrust generated was sufficient to lift the colossal, 100,000-ton carrier gently away from the surface of the sea. Dr. Banner marveled. Isn't this more perilous than a submarine? Yang Rue, however, merely scoffed, his gaze tinged with disdain. Is it truly necessary to launch an aircraft carrier into the heavens? Since arriving in this world, our nation has long been developing space warships. Particularly after mastering magic, the magical space battleships have begun to take shape. And it is anticipated that they will soon ascend, one might say, be transported into space. This aerospace carrier is hardly worthy of mention. Only the United States remains infatuated with aircraft carriers, believing them to be their most formidable deterrent weapon. Why not invest the money and technology directly into constructing a space battleship? The carrier will ascend to an altitude of 9,000 meters, where the air is thin on the deck. Please follow me to the command center, Nick Fury addressed the group, leading them towards the carrier's command tower and entering the spacious, well-lit command room. Through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the view was no longer of the ocean, but rather a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds, creating the illusion of being amidst the heavens. In this world, such an outrageous scene could unfold. An aircraft carrier weighing over 10,000 tons, soaring to 9,000 meters in the air on the strength of four rotors. Dr. Banner surveyed his surroundings, his expression grave. I require a private laboratory to promptly commence the search for the Tesseract's whereabouts. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. No problem. Coulson will make the arrangements for you. Yang Rue, arms crossed and watching impassively, contemplated the forthcoming operational strategies. Captain America stood nearby, his gaze darting among the group. Coulson escorted Dr. Banner away to the laboratory prepared for him. Nick Fury turned to Yang Rue and Rogers. Gentlemen, now is the time for your intellect and strength. Who is the enemy? At that moment, it was Rogers who first inquired of Nick Fury. Prior to arriving at the aircraft carrier, he had been unaware of the mission at hand. It is an extraterrestrial, Nick Fury replied, pulling up a series of photographs, each depicting a woman of peculiar appearance, predominantly in hues of purple and black. She was the supervillain who had recently seized the Tesseract from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 123. Confrontation and Alien? Rogers exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Then he chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I've truly slept far too long. When he crashed, it was still during World War II. And his enemies were the Nazis and HYDRA. To awaken and find his foes had transformed into extraterrestrials was absurd. Nick Fury regarded the two men with a serious expression. We are facing an unknown adversary, a powerful extraterrestrial being of mysterious origins. A vigilant gleam flickered in his solitary eye. She has stolen the critically important Tesseract, which is sufficient evidence of her hostility towards Earth. Moreover, she has gained control over several of our elite agents, posing a lethal threat to us all. Captain America furrowed his brow, clearly struggling to digest this information. while Yang Rui merely snorted in disdain, arms still crossed over his chest. What unknown enemy? She is known as the superstar, a subordinate of Thanos. His tone was imbued with a sense of indifference. She possesses the perilous ability of mind control. Nick Fury turned, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Yang Rui. How do you know this? His voice betrayed an unmistakable blend of astonishment and skepticism. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yang Rui's lips. What? Did the Skrulls not inform you of this? The dark cult led by Thanos, with the notorious Black Order, is widely recognized. It is common knowledge. With her inherent mind control abilities, combined with the Mind Scepter, the superstar can effortlessly manipulate the vast majority of individuals. Yang Rui's words rendered Nick Fury momentarily speechless. The air was thick with tension. Rogers, sensing the discord between the two, decided to change the subject. Wait a moment, I still have some questions. Confusion shimmered in his blue eyes. Why does she want to seize the Tesseract? Moreover, I distinctly recall tossing it into the ocean. Nick Fury took a deep breath, as if organizing his thoughts. Captain Rogers, after your crash, Howard Stark spent considerable time searching for you. A hint of nostalgia colored his tone. Though he could not locate you, he unexpectedly discovered the Tesseract. As for her desire to acquire it, it is likely due to its unimaginable infinite energy. Yang Rui interrupted Fury with a scoff. Stop feigning ignorance, Director Fury. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. has been studying the Tesseract for weapons, which drew the attention of other civilizations. Yang Rui's gaze was as sharp as a blade. They perceived this as a provocation, naturally inviting trouble. Fury's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Yang, you are speaking nonsense. His voice was low and menacing. S.H.I.E.L.D's research is solely for the protection of Earth. Yang Rui let out a derisive laugh, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Is that so? Then how do you explain this? He clicked play, and a video projected into the air. The footage depicted a Security Council meeting from 2 weeks prior. Fury's complexion grew even darker. This is supposed to be a playful exchange, not a photo opportunity in the conference room. Did you not hear? But that rascal Jiang Chen thought he was merely a spectator and secretly recorded it? That's rather underhanded. After watching the meeting video, Rogers' expression was equally grim. Disappointment and anger flooded his eyes. When HYDRA studied the Tesseract, and now S.H.I.E.L.D. is doing the same thing. What difference does this make? Although Fury had been exposed, he maintained his composure. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as it locked onto Rogers. We are fundamentally different from HYDRA. Our mission is to safeguard the Earth, while HYDRA exists solely to manufacture weapons and invade other nations. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Yang Rui nearly burst into laughter. It is highly likely that the current S.H.I.E.L.D. is riddled with HYDRA infiltrators. One must ponder what distinguishes your S.H.I.E.L.D. from HYDRA at this juncture. Captain, you must comprehend that our planet is beset by numerous threats. Fury's voice was deep and resolute. We must possess formidable power to ensure our own survival. Rogers shook his head and turned towards the door. Captain Rogers, Fury called out behind him. Do you have any suggestions? The footsteps of Captain America faltered momentarily. Without turning back, he coldly replied, My suggestion is that you should not retrieve that item. With that, Rogers strode out of the command room. Yang Rui glanced at Nick Fury's grim visage and chose to remain silent. He turned to leave, deciding to visit Dr. Banner's laboratory, hoping he might be of assistance. Before long, Yang Rui arrived at Dr. Banner's lab. He pushed open the door, and the various instruments within emitted a low, resonant hum. Dr. Banner, Yang Rui called softly. Do you need assistance? Banner looked up, his eyes behind the glasses reflecting fatigue and anxiety. Yang, he managed a strained smile. The doctor gestured towards the nearby screen, which flickered with intricate data and graphs. I am attempting to trace the gamma rays emitted by the Tesseract, but I have encountered some difficulties. Yang Rui approached, scrutinizing the information displayed on the screen. His brow furrowed in contemplation. The area I can currently pinpoint is still too vast. Locating the Tesseract within such a range is no simple task. Dr. Banner's method for tracking the Tesseract is, in fact, quite straightforward. By employing specialized radar to detect gamma energy, one can easily establish a rough area. Once these zones are identified, utilizing S.H.I.E.L.D. DS surveillance capabilities to search within these confines would likely yield results in the swift recovery of the Tesseract and the whereabouts of that extraterrestrial being. Do not fret too much. Take your time, Dr. Banner. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. falters, our nation will ultimately intervene. Yang Rui exuded confidence. Even if they create some turmoil, our military will soon regain control of the situation. His words were imbued with unwavering assurance. The might of their nation rendered the Chitauri invasion of New York insignificant. However, I still hope to minimize the number of people affected. The military of their nation possesses the magic of portals, allowing for rapid deployment across the earth, but if they could avert conflict before it escalated, that would undoubtedly yield a more favorable outcome. Let us do our utmost. Yang Rui nodded, acknowledging that Dr. Banner was indeed correct. Retrieving the Tesseract in advance would yield the most favorable outcome. It remained uncertain whether the current supernova, having replaced Loki, would follow the same narrative arc in invading Earth. Dr. Banner refrained from further conversation, focusing intently on refining the algorithm and the arrangement of radar systems. Striving with all his might to locate the whereabouts of the Tesseract as swiftly as possible. Chapter 124. Captain America under control. In truth, the supernova, much like Loki, was oblivious to the situation on Earth. However, her mission mirrored that of Loki's, to harness the power of the Tesseract to open a portal for the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Therefore, akin to the original timeline, Dr. Eric was tasked with initiating the portal, requiring the rare metal iridium as a stabilizer. Hawkeye also provided intelligence and counsel, suggesting that they embark on a heist in Germany. The following day, Tony and Dr. Banner of S.H.I.E.L.D. simultaneously detected the supernova's presence, with both parties preparing to head to Germany. At that moment, chaos erupted in Germany. The supernova was far from the elegance of Loki. She boldly entered the ballroom, unleashing a massacre and targeting a scientist, extracting his eyes with ruthless precision. Her brutality undoubtedly instilled terror in all those present. Once an orphan, the supernova possessed the power of mental manipulation, which garnered the attention of Thanos. She had been relentlessly pursuing death, and Thanos promised her a glorious demise. Hence her unwavering loyalty to him. Such is the peculiar nature of her character. Under the night sky, this turmoil unfolded at the gala. The cacophony of screams, shattering glass, and blaring sirens intertwined into a horrific symphony. Suddenly, a golden portal quietly materialized amidst the chaos. A tall figure emerged from the portal, clad in a vibrant red and blue uniform that shimmered under the moonlight. The prominent star on his chest flickered like a beacon in the darkness. Captain America, Steve Rogers, made his entrance. He surveyed the scene, observing the devastation wrought upon the crowd, his gaze resolute and determined. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on his shield. Not far away, the supernova continued her rampage, her attention drawn to this unexpectedly arrived figure in peculiar attire. She squinted, a look of confusion crossing her face. Yet a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth. The mind scepter in her grasp began to emit a faint glow. Without further ado, Rogers hurled his shield at the supernova, the shield tracing a graceful arc through the air. The supernova reacted swiftly, sidestepping the projectile while simultaneously unleashing a blue energy beam from her scepter. Rogers adeptly rolled to evade the attack, and his shield, after a series of ricochets, returned to his hand. The supernova continued to unleash her energy at lightning speed, but Rogers adeptly blocked the assault with his shield, the blue beam exploding upon impact. Reminiscent of fireworks illuminating the night sky, this was indeed intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the supergiant, quickly replaced by an air of calm. Rogers surged forward in a swift motion, his shield striking the supergiant's chest like a meteor. The supergiant attempted to block with her staff, yet the force propelled her backward. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Rogers demanded, his gaze ablaze with fury. The supergiant sneered coldly, "I am the harbinger of death, sent to claim the lives of this world." Her voice was icily piercing, freezing the very air around them. Rogers furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Innocent lives should not become your sacrifices." Before his words had fully escaped, he swung his shield once more, the metallic clang reverberating through the air. The supergiant, caught off guard, was struck on the shoulder by the shield, stumbling back with a pained cry. A glimmer of anger flashed in her eyes, soon replaced by a contemptuous grin. "Do you really believe this will halt me?" she taunted, raising her mind staff. A surge of blue light erupted forth like a tidal wave. Rogers quickly lifted his shield, deflecting the brilliance that scattered across its surface. Surrounding structures were obliterated by the blue energy, turning to rubble in an instant, with debris flying everywhere. It seemed that the aftermath of their battle had resulted in further injuries and even fatalities among the innocent. Seizing the opportunity, Rogers charged at the supergiant, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. "Your power is indeed astonishing," the supergiant remarked amid evading his strikes, "but it is far from sufficient." Ignoring her provocation, Rogers pressed on relentlessly, his shield striking the supergiant repeatedly. A cunning glint appeared in her eyes as she abruptly shifted her strategy, no longer evading but advancing towards Rogers. Just as they were about to collide, the supergiant thrust her mind staff sharply towards Rogers' chest. Rogers reacted swiftly, attempting to dodge, but was a moment too late. His body froze, ensnared by the supergiant's control, and the tip of the staff grazed his uniform. A peculiar energy surged into Rogers, transforming his eyes into an eerie blue. The supergiant beamed with triumph, declaring, "Now, you are mine." For a fleeting moment, Rogers' body stiffened before he gradually lowered his shield. His gaze turned vacant, as if his soul had fled, standing mechanically beside the supergiant. She cast a satisfied glance at him, finding the staff quite convenient. With a derisive glance at the ensnared Rogers, she commanded, "Come, my new servant. We have more important matters to attend to." Rogers numbly nodded and followed the supergiant, seemingly prepared to depart. Captain America, once a symbol of justice and hope, now stood like a marionette beside the supergiant. In his hollow blue eyes, the once radiant resolve and righteousness had vanished. Within the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D, the atmosphere grew so tense it felt suffocating, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that very moment. Nick Fury's visage was ominously dark, seemingly capable of dripping ink. At his side stood Agent Hill, her brow furrowed, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Yang Rui leaned against the wall with arms crossed, his expression equally troubled. Indeed, Rogers was merely a glorified figure, an artificially exalted individual with limited power. At its core, Captain America was merely a soldier enhanced, without the protagonist's halo. He was just another man. "Hill, we must devise a swift plan to rescue Rogers," Fury stated. As soon as his words fell, Hill interjected. "Director," she said, her tone tinged with resignation, "we currently lack alternatives. The only combat strength we possess aboard the ship is Black Widow, and she is far from the captain, unable to reach him in time." Hill's words were akin to a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Nick Fury. The prowess of Black Widow was simply insufficient to contend with the captain, let alone the colossal figure controlling him. However, for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, the most pressing dilemma was not merely this. It was the vast distance separating them from their adversaries. By the time S.H.I.E.L.D could regroup and select warriors, Captain America and the colossal figure would have long departed. After finally uncovering their whereabouts, were they now to helplessly watch them vanish? Thus, the only recourse lay in seeking assistance from Yang Rui and Dr. Banner. Chapter 125, A Plea for Aid from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's countenance was grim, his brows knitted tightly. His gaze flitted between Yang Rui and Dr. Banner, his lips pressed into a thin line. The air was thick with an indescribable tension. Yang Rui remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of detachment. In contrast, Dr. Banner appeared somewhat anxious. His fingers entwined, revealing a hint of hesitance. Recognizing this, Nick Fury resolved to seek a breakthrough through Dr. Banner. He inhaled deeply and finally broke the silence. "Dr. Banner, we require your assistance." Banner, with a wry smile, shook his head. "Even if I wish to help, I lack the means of teleportation." His gaze involuntarily shifted towards Yang Rui, as if seeking support. Seeing this, Nick Fury placed his hopes squarely upon Yang Rui. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a note of earnestness. "Yang Rui, HYDRA is also one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overseers and bears the responsibility to assist us." Yang Rui's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. "Let us not overstate matters. HYDRA lacks the capability to command S.H.I.E.L.D. His tone dripped with derision. In an instant, Fury's expression froze, akin to receiving a stinging slap. Yang Rui continued his incisive remarks, his voice laced with overt mockery. 2 weeks ago, HYDRA explicitly warned S.H.I.E.L.D. against further research into the cosmic cube, and certainly against its use as a weapon. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly into Nick Fury's eyes. And what was the result? S.H.I.E.L.D. turned a blind eye, even deepening their collaboration with the United States. Yang Rui's voice grew increasingly frigid. Well then, now that trouble has arisen, all you can do is seek help from others? Responsibility? Tell me, what responsibility does our nation bear? Nick Fury's expression fluctuated, the veins on his forehead faintly pulsing. He inhaled deeply. This was a critical moment. An internal strife must not arise. Fury's voice was low and hoarse. Our immediate priority is to rescue Captain America and retrieve the Tesseract. Yang Rui scoffed, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. How ironic, Director Fury. You acted unilaterally, disregarding our nation's warnings, and now expect us to clean up your mess? Is this how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates? Nick Fury took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. Yang Rui, I understand your grievances, but this is not the time to assign blame. There was a hint of pleading in his tone. Captain America is under control. The Tesseract has fallen into enemy hands, and the entire world is in jeopardy. Yang Rui coldly regarded Nick Fury, skepticism filling his gaze. Do you truly care for the world, or merely for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dr. Banner appeared anxious, his eyes darting between the two. Yang Rui, enough. We need to find a way to navigate this crisis. Retrieving the Tesseract is our foremost concern. Yang Rui fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Indeed, Dr. Banner's reasoning held merit. Their priority was to reclaim the Tesseract. Of course, if they could also seize the Mind Stone, that would be even better. The air around them seemed to solidify, everyone holding their breath, awaiting Yang Rui's decision. Finally, he spoke slowly. Very well, I will assist, but not for S.H.I.E.L.D. I do it for the innocent. Nick Fury exhaled in relief and quickly arranged a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to join him. Yang Rui waved his hand gently, golden sparks dancing in the air as a portal swiftly opened. The prepared agents rushed through the portal, followed closely by Yang Rui and Dr. Banner. The scene before them transformed instantaneously, landing them in a chaotic German neighborhood. In the distance, a figure moved forward slowly, the familiar red, white, and blue uniform strikingly visible in the sunlight. Captain America, Steve Rogers, marched mechanically, as if he were a soulless shell. Behind him, the Scarlet Witch walked with deliberate steps. The sudden appearance of the portal caused her brow to furrow. She grasped the Mind Stone, poised for an attack. Fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents surged forward like arrows from a bow, their weapons aimed at the Scarlet Witch. Bullets sliced through the air, whistling towards their target. However, Captain America stood resolute like an unyielding wall, shielding the Scarlet Witch. He raised the iconic shield, effortlessly deflecting all incoming bullets. The crisp sound of metal clashing reverberated through the desolate streets. At this moment, Yang Rui stepped out from the portal, standing behind the group of agents. Unable to suppress a shake of his head, his voice brimmed with disbelief. What are you aiming at the shield for? Does that thing look like a target? Can't you aim for the legs instead? The agents, as if awakened from a dream, hastily adjusted their gun barrels, now aiming for Rogers' legs. However, Captain America's reaction speed was lightning fast. He hurled the shield, which soared through the air in a graceful arc, precisely striking several agents. The heavy impact echoed repeatedly as the agents fell like a line of dominoes. Yang Rui, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but roll his eyes, exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Beside him, Dr. Banner took a deep breath, a glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes. His body began to swell, muscles growing at a visible rate. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of his throat, echoing throughout the abandoned factory. In an instant, the mild-mannered scientist transformed into the massive green giant known as Hulk. With clenched fists and eyes filled with fury and combat spirit, he charged towards Captain America. The ground trembled beneath his footsteps, as if even the air quaked in response. 2.5 years of life in HYDRA had brought many changes to Dr. Banner, establishing a delicate balance between him and Hulk. The transformation was no longer a painful ordeal, but had become as natural as breathing. Yang Rui's gaze shifted towards the superstar as he quietly devised a strategy. He formed hand seals, and a golden magical glow danced at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a mirrored space unfolded around the superstar, enveloping both of them. The surreal imagery distorted reality, trapping the superstar within. Within the mirrored space, astonishment flickered in the superstar's eyes. The magic of Earth left her momentarily disoriented. Yang Rui and the superstar engaged in a fierce clash within this mirrored realm. The brilliance of magic intertwined with the energy of the Mind Scepter, exploding like dazzling fireworks in the air. The two exchanged blows, each move intricate and evenly matched. As an outstanding graduate of a magical academy, Yang Rui possessed commendable magical prowess, surpassing that of most magical apprentices. The superstar's abilities were indeed formidable. Yet Yang Rui had his countermeasures. Their battle resembled a mutual test, each holding their trump cards close. Chapter 126. The Assault. The purpose of the superstar's journey was to open a portal, which is why she had maintained a low profile. At least, her psychic abilities had not been employed overtly. Even in her earlier confrontation with Captain America, she merely used her mental energy to dull his movements and subsequently controlled him with the Mind Scepter, rather than directly exerting psychic control. She had initially concealed her true capabilities, allowing others to believe that her control stemmed from the Mind Scepter. Yet, when faced with genuine adversity in battle, she would strike unexpectedly, catching her adversaries off guard. However, she could never have anticipated that her opponent, Yang Rui, had already gained mastery over the situation, remaining vigilant against the supernova's mental manipulation. Consequently, throughout this confrontation, he afforded her not a single opportunity, rendering the battle exceedingly stalemated. Yang Rui remained unhurried. For this was Earth. All he needed to do was prolong the encounter with the supernova, as reinforcements would inevitably arrive. In contrast, the supernova found herself utterly isolated. Beyond the mirrored space, the clash between Hulk and Captain America had reached a fever pitch. Though Rogers was known as Marvel's equalizer, he appeared feeble in the face of Hulk's unbridled fury. Each of Hulk's punches resonated like a cataclysm, causing the very air to tremble. Captain America struggled to deflect the blows with his shield, but soon found himself at a disadvantage. His movements slowed, breaths came in hurried gasps, and Hulk seized the moment to deliver a devastating strike directly to Rogers' chest. Captain America was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the wall. His shield slipped from his grasp, rolling across the ground with a jarring metallic screech. As Rogers lay on the ground, attempting to rise, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed, losing consciousness. Hulk loomed before him, an insurmountable green mountain. At that moment, amidst the ruins of the street, a golden portal began to materialize. A figure clad in gold and crimson emerged, none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony landed gracefully on the ground, positioning himself before Hulk. Upon recognizing the individual, Hulk reverted to his human form. His massive frame began to shrink, muscles contracting, skin shifting from green to a more human hue. In the blink of an eye, the raging behemoth vanished, replaced by the calm visage of Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner took a deep breath, steadying his breathing. Tony surveyed the battlefield strewn with debris, ultimately resting his gaze upon the unconscious Captain America. He strode forward with measured steps, the armor emitting subtle metallic clinks as he approached Dr. Banner and Rogers. Stark's helmet slowly retracted, revealing his trademark expression, tinged with a hint of irreverence. "Looks like I arrived fashionably late," Tony quipped, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with jest. His gaze shifted once more to the prostrate Captain America, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "I can't believe it's really this old fellow," Tony murmured softly, his voice a blend of surprise, regret, and an almost imperceptible hint of concern. Memories surged like a tide as Tony recalled the legendary soldier his father, Howard, had mentioned countless times. A man who had been missing for decades yet continued to influence countless lives, the enduring Captain America. In the present day, this once legendary hero, now an adversary, stands before him. A flicker of complex emotions crosses Tony's eyes, yet he swiftly conceals it. Rogers, under the control of the enemy, must first be restored. Dr. Banner furrows his brow, urgency lacing his voice. Tony gazes at the unconscious Captain America, his brow knitted in concern. The priority is to subdue the captain and extract him. Dr. Banner nods in agreement, though a hint of worry flashes in his eyes. At that moment, two agents who have regained their composure rush over, and Dr. Banner instructs them to bind the captain, preparing for their eventual departure. What about the alien woman? Tony inquires, scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Banner takes a deep breath, stating, Yang Rui has ensnared her with magic. Just then, Jiang Chun and others emerge from the portal. Their expressions grave. Yang Rui has used mirror magic to control the supernova, Jiang Chun succinctly explains. With intricate runes traced in the air, a portal to the mirror realm slowly materializes. We must enter to provide support. One by one, they step into the mirror space initiated by Yang Rui. The sights before them are mesmerizing. Twisted structures loom like surreal creations from a dream, suspended in midair. A kaleidoscope of colors intertwines in the atmosphere, forming strange patterns. In the distance, Yang Rui engages in a fierce battle with the supernova. Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, relief washes over Yang Rui's face. He takes a deep breath, forming a stance with his hands, and a golden light bursts forth from his palms, roaring like thunder. Boom! In a deafening explosion, the supernova is forced back several steps, her eyes widening in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Yang Rui's power. The golden light leaves scorching traces in the air, as if threatening to tear the very fabric of the space apart. The supernova barely stabilizes herself, only to realize she is now surrounded. Tony's palm cannon charges with energy, blue light flickering ominously. The supernova surveys her surroundings, suddenly grasping the dire situation. Attempting to wield her psychic abilities, she finds herself at a loss, sensing several mages present who can counter her mental magic. Moreover, that red giant looms, exerting immense pressure upon her. The collective assault from her opponents surges like a tidal wave, overwhelming her defenses. Although she possesses formidable mind control capabilities, their execution requires cooperation, and now, isolated amidst the onslaught, she has no opportunity to harness her powers. The magical chains conjured by Wang Yu and Yang Rui ensnare the supernova's limbs, restricting her movements. Tony's energy beam strikes with precision, sending her reeling several meters back. S.H.I.E.L.D, transformed into the red giant, charges forward, unleashing a flurry of punches that leave her disoriented. It must be said that the physical prowess of the supergiant is remarkably formidable. Even after enduring several blows from the red giant, she managed to remain on her feet. However, following a devastating elbow strike from S.H.I.E.L.D, she was ultimately knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chun invoked a sealing spell, and golden runes shimmered in the air, binding and restraining the supergiant. Her once formidable psychic abilities, regarded as a trump card, were now completely sealed, rendering her helpless. The supergiant finally succumbed, overpowered by the collective effort of the others. She lay on the ground, her gaze filled with resentment and astonishment. The resentment stemmed from the realization that her adversaries seemed to possess knowledge of her abilities, leaving her no room to unleash her power. The astonishment was due to the unexpected presence of such formidable characters in a mere Earth. What purpose does intelligence serve if it was stated that only one old fellow exists on this planet, and as long as one does not overstep, intervention would not occur? Who are these suddenly emerging individuals? Moreover, is it truly appropriate for a group of men to besiege a single woman? It is over, Yang Rui murmured, his tone imbued with a sense of relief. Jiang Chun approached to assess the condition of the supergiant. Her powers had been temporarily sealed, and he needed to devise a method to retrieve the cube. Chapter 127, The Scepter of Mind. In the midst of their conversation, Wang Yu discreetly picked up the fallen scepter of mind from the ground. A flash of green light enveloped it, vanishing into his grasp. This was a spatial magic he had learned from Loki. During his studies in Asgard concerning the magic of Kamar-Taj, he had naturally shared his knowledge, engaging in mutual exchange. It was inconceivable that he would only benefit without contributing. This spatial magic was intriguing, and many had mastered it. At that moment, Yang Rui also dispelled the mirror space, and the group reappeared in the real world. Upon witnessing their return and the subjugation of the supergiant, Dr. Banner could not help but exhale in relief. At this juncture, two agents approached, assisting the unconscious Captain America. What shall we do about this fellow? Yang Rui inquired, glancing at the incapacitated Captain America and addressing the others. Jiang Chun stood nearby, quietly contemplating the forthcoming developments in the narrative. since their adversaries were still in pursuit of the iridium element. It was evident that the arc reactor in Stark Tower would be their next target. The portal was on the verge of opening, and the Chitauri army was poised for action. New York, this city, was destined to once again become the primary battlefield for an extraterrestrial invasion. It seems that many disaster films depict this locale as a site of calamity. One cannot deny that the citizens of New York truly endure a life fraught with peril. Nick Fury called, expressing a desire to return Rogers to S.H.I.E.L.D, adding that they could also interrogate the alien. Tony turned to Yang Rui and the others, asking, "What are your thoughts?" To his surprise, Jiang Chun and the others offered no additional comments, merely nodding in silent agreement. This prompted Fury, stationed aboard the aircraft carrier, to raise an eyebrow in mild astonishment, yet he did not pursue the matter further. "Very well. Let us proceed with this plan," Nick Fury decisively instructed Tony. With a swift motion, Yang Rui traced a golden arc in the air, which materialized into a portal leading to the aerial aircraft carrier. One by one, the individuals entered, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon their return, a cadre of agents, who had long been on standby, approached to escort the subdued supergiant and Captain America away. The supergiant was to be transported to a specially designed prison, while the unconscious Captain America was placed in a specialized medical room. As a representative of the U.S. military, S.H.I.E.L.D. would exhaust every possible means to awaken his consciousness. "What is your purpose?" Nick Fury inquired of the supergiant, who remained ensconced within the transparent confines of her cell. The supergiant merely snorted in disdain, closing her eyes, showing little regard for the insignificant human before her. "This prison is suspended at an altitude of 9,000 meters. With the mere press of a button, it could plummet to the ground, leaving you with no escape." Nick Fury continued coldly, observing her indifference. He pressed a switch nearby, causing the hatch beneath the prison to open, revealing an endless expanse of land below, enough to make even those with a fear of heights weak in the knees. This facility was constructed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to contain hypothetical adversaries like the Hulk and Red Hulk. A drop from this height, under the influence of gravitational acceleration, would result in a velocity unimaginable upon impact. Coupled with the reinforced tempered glass of the prison, escape would be rendered impossible. According to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s calculations, even the Hulk would suffer severe injury from such a fall. However, this did not intimidate the supergiant. She merely chuckled coldly. What a welcome fate, she thought. Was she afraid of death? Not in the slightest. She had long pursued a glorious demise. All she needed to do was fulfill Thanos' directive to open the portal. As for everything else, it was of no concern to her. Originally, the supergiant's mission was to exploit the connection between the Infinity Stones. By utilizing the Mind Stone, she would activate the Space Stone to open a portal to Earth and seize the Space Stone. Subsequently, she would harness the Space Stone's power to create a wormhole, allowing the Chitauri army to descend upon Earth. In truth, the Chitauri were merely cannon fodder, serving only to cover the supergiant's retreat in Thanos' eyes. The technology of Earth was exceedingly primitive, barely having ventured beyond its home planet. To Thanos' forces, the Chitauri were deemed sufficient. Once the dust settled, even if all the Chitauri were discarded, reclaiming the stones would be enough. Currently, the Chitauri army was poised and ready, waiting for the portal to open, at which point they would overwhelm the time-sensitive situation. Yet now, with the supergiant captured, it mattered little. In her perspective, as long as the wormhole was activated, everything would suffice. Even if she were to perish, she would have accomplished her mission. Thus, the supergiant simply closed her eyes, dismissing Nick Fury entirely. Her demeanor, neither yielding nor defiant, deepened Nick Fury's scowl. Let us not pretend, for I possess ample means to extract the truth from you, Fury snarled through clenched teeth. Yet the superstar remained unmoved. In a fit of rage, he dramatically cast aside his trench coat and strode towards the exit. Outside, Jiang Chun and his companions were still engaged in light conversation with Tony Stark. Upon Fury's emergence, they merely cast him a cursory glance, showing little inclination to engage with him. Have you managed to elicit any information? Tony inquired. She appears unyielding, unwilling to divulge anything at this moment, Fury replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he shook his head. He then directed his gaze towards Jiang Chun and his group. Where is the alien woman's weapon? I observed her using it to control Hawkeye, and I suspect it may enable her to manipulate others as well. Fury questioned them. If we could locate that weapon, it might free Captain from her control. I'm uncertain. Perhaps you could search along the street where the combat occurred, Jiang Chun suggested with a nonchalant shrug. In the midst of such chaos, who would concern themselves with her weapon? Yang Rue added calmly. I recall that HYDRA previously conducted research on mind control. It was subsequently acquired by your S.H.I.E.L.D. You might want to delve into those archives. You may uncover something useful. Fury maintained a stoic expression, clearly skeptical of their claims. It appeared that even if they possessed the staff, obtaining it would be an insurmountable challenge. Resigned, Fury understood that he could find no solution through the superstar. For Fury, saving Rogers was imperative, not only due to his formidable prowess within S.H.I.E.L.D., but also because Captain America represented a significant symbol. As long as Captain America existed, S.H.I.E.L.D. could operate under the guise of justice to pursue their objectives, which held immense value for them. The loss of Captain America was a burden they could ill afford, particularly with the scrutiny of the U.S. military looming. Chapter 128. Justifiable Reasons. A cryptic smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Nick Fury. Director Fury, I must bring a matter to your attention, his voice soft yet laced with an undertone of caution. Mind control is an innate ability of the superstar. It is no mere parlor trick. You would do well to be vigilant, lest you and your subordinates unwittingly fall under her influence. My seal on her will not endure indefinitely. I urge you to prevent any unforeseen complications. This admonition served not only as a warning to Fury, but also as a means to dissociate the mind control ability from the mind staff. Fury furrowed his brow, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, and I appreciate the warning." His voice was deep and hoarse, revealing a hint of weariness and vigilance. If the Tesseract is found, please inform us immediately. It is our duty to recover and secure it. Jiang Chen smiled at Nick Fury and continued, "It is far too perilous for such an object to remain in your possession, especially since you lack the means to protect it. During our last meeting, we made our stance abundantly clear. Should a crisis arise due to your experiments with the Tesseract, we will be compelled to retrieve it to prevent further complications." Mention of the previous Security Council meeting made Nick Fury somewhat irritable. However, the position of Zhang's nation had been unmistakably articulated. Research was permissible, but should any trouble ensue, the Tesseract would be reclaimed without negotiation. Agreeing to your proposal last time was already a concession. Now that complications have arisen, it would be unwise to expect the Tesseract to remain in your hands. Despite his displeasure, Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. If the Tesseract were to be returned, S.H.I.E.L.D. would follow the established protocol to hand it over. As for the nature of that protocol and the time it would require, that was solely at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s discretion. It was evident that Nick Fury was reluctant to relinquish the Tesseract, fully aware of its formidable capabilities. Decades ago, the Pegasus Project had sought to harness the Tesseract's power, resulting in the emergence of the first formidable Avenger, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Although the precise nature of the Tesseract remained elusive, its power was indisputable. Nick Fury had long been investigating the Tesseract, hoping to recreate an Avenger as powerful as Carol. Regrettably, there had been no progress over the years. Jiang Chun and his companions recognized Fury's inner calculations, but chose not to voice their thoughts. Their intentions mirrored his. Their communication was merely a prelude to a more direct approach to seize the Tesseract. Once in their possession, it would be inconceivable to return it to S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how reluctant Nick Fury felt, it was evident that the Tesseract would ultimately fall into their hands. Jiang Chun and his companions exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating their resolve. S.H.I.E.L.D. cleared his throat and fixed his gaze on Nick Fury. "We have apprehended the invader," he stated, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. "Your foremost task at S.H.I.E.L.D. is to locate the Tesseract as swiftly as possible." Wang Yu interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. "Let us hope no greater troubles arise." S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded and continued, "Indeed, it is time for us to return." Nick Fury, his voice deep and hoarse, acknowledged with a nod, "I understand, and I appreciate your assistance. I wish to remain. I must find the Tesseract swiftly to avert any further mishaps. At this moment, Dr. Banner hesitated and remarked, "To be honest, I harbor reservations about S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's expression darkened, yet he remained silent. "In that case, allow me to stay and assist you," Yang Rue interjected, recognizing that Dr. Banner would be alone at S.H.I.E.L.D. Without his presence, Yang Rue could swiftly respond to any developments and alert Jiang Chun and the others. "Very well, we shall return first," Wang Yu concurred. Acknowledging the necessity of having someone remain at S.H.I.E.L.D. as an informant, Wang Yu promptly opened a portal, and the three stepped through, departing for HYDRA. Their recent endeavor had yielded considerable rewards, particularly the Mind Scepter infused with the power of the Mind Gem, whose significance was undeniable. Simultaneously, they prepared for the impending Chitauri invasion, which would provide them with ample justification and opportunity to claim the Tesseract for themselves. Everything unfolded in accordance with their prior strategy. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. pose a threat through weapon research, HYDRA would possess legitimate grounds to seize the Tesseract. Moreover, the emergence of the superstars presented them with an exquisite pretext. Their plan was gradually materializing. In a matter of 2 or 3 days, Hawkeye and Dr. Eric would stealthily arrive at Stark Tower, utilizing the arc reactor within to energize the Tesseract and thereby open a spatial wormhole. At that juncture, the Chitauri army, long prepared, would surge forth in its entirety onto Earth. Aware of all this, HYDRA would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to acquire the Tesseract. Once successful, HYDRA would command 3 of the Infinity Gems in the world. Such a concentration of power would inevitably provoke monumental upheaval. However, for contemporary HYDRA, this was not an insurmountable challenge. With formidable strength and the support of Master Gu Yi, their concerns were minimal. As the portal vanished down the corridor, Dr. Banner and Yang Rue proceeded to the laboratory while Nick Fury's expression fluctuated between contemplation and concern. He was naturally averse to the prospect of the Tesseract being taken by HYDRA. "Do you truly believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks the power to protect the Tesseract?" Nick Fury, somewhat irked, inhaled deeply and instructed Hill, "Bring Ivan Vanko and the driver to the aircraft carrier. We must demonstrate our own strength. The Avengers should also declare their existence to the world." As Yang Rue previously remarked, Ivan Vanko and Blonsky, as well as Professor Stern, have all been recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D, becoming part of its ranks. Particularly, Ivan Vanko and Blonsky, endowed with formidable personal abilities, have emerged as potential candidates for the Avengers in Nick Fury's eyes. Given the critical significance of the Cosmic Cube, Nick Fury has no choice but to assemble these individuals. Otherwise, as Jiang Chen stated, S.H.I.E.L.D. would wield no power at all, raising the question of how they could aspire to the Cosmic Cube. Chapter 129. The Mind Stone. Nick Fury stood in the command center of the aircraft carrier, gazing intently at the holographic projection before him. The projection illuminated several familiar faces: Ivan Vanko, Blonsky, and Dr. Stern. These former or future adversaries have now become part of S.H.I.E.L.D, a fact that brought a flicker of satisfaction to Fury. At the very least, their recent performances have pleased Nick Fury. History tends to repeat itself, much like S.H.I.E.L.D's past recruitment of HYDRA scientists. Nick Fury now believes he can manage these exceptionally talented yet dubious individuals. A glimmer of confidence shone in Fury's solitary eye, his lips curling into a subtle smile. He was resolute in his belief that he could maneuver these individuals with ease. The visage of the abomination loomed larger in the projection, its grotesque features sending shivers down the spine. As a substitute for the Hulk, the abomination is poised to become an indispensable force within the Avengers. Previously, the abomination had gained the upper hand in direct combat against the Hulk and possessed its own intelligence, leading Nick Fury to perceive boundless potential within it. Next, the image of Ivan Vanko materialized, his technologically advanced armor radiating a cold luminescence. During the recent upheaval at Hammer Industries, Vanko had operated his armor to effectively suppress Tony's new suit and Rhodes War Machine, prompting Nick Fury to consider that Vanko possessed talents rivaling those of Tony Stark. Fury felt a sense of relief. With this whip in hand, Stark's absence seemed less regrettable. Dr. Stern's prominent head stood out in the projection, his piercing eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all. With the inclusion of this genius, S.H.I.E.L.D's scientific prowess was advancing at an unprecedented rate. "Hill, activate the Avengers initiative," Fury commanded, his voice imbued with an unprecedented resolve. He formally invited Blonsky and Ivan Vanko to join the Avengers. "It is time for the world to witness the might of the Avengers," Fury declared through gritted teeth. Jiang Chen's earlier words still echoed painfully in his mind. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been belittled. Even in the absence of the Hulk and Iron Man, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed formidable strength. "Come on, let us see who the true guardians of this world are," Fury murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun returned to the Xianyuan base. After reporting in, he soon found himself standing before Major General Lu Guoqiang's office. Wang Yu took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came Lu Guoqiang's resonant voice from within. The three entered, finding Lu Guoqiang seated behind a spacious desk, holding a document, his gaze piercing as he regarded them. Wang Yu stepped forward, retrieving the mind scepter from the air and placing it upon the desk before Lu Guoqiang. The blue gem atop the scepter shimmered with a mysterious glow under the dim light, as if it contained boundless power. Lu Guoqiang received the scepter, his fingers gliding over its smooth surface, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. "This small gem can control the human mind. It is truly awe-inspiring," he murmured. After a moment of silence, he unexpectedly handed the scepter to Jiang Chun. "Jiang Chun, you should keep this scepter." Jiang Chun hesitated, not immediately reaching out for it. Lu Guoqiang shook his head, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "Only you can wield its power more effectively, and this artifact will enhance your abilities. We are also curious to see the effects once all the energy within you is unlocked." Jiang Chun did not conceal the infinite energy of the gem within him, nor the gradual unlocking of time energy after the Ancient One bestowed the Time Stone upon him. Therefore, for Lu Guoqiang, aiding Jiang Chun in unlocking his internal energy was the most cost-effective approach. Moreover, the infinite stone in Jiang Chen's possession bore no significant difference from being housed elsewhere in the country. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen ultimately reached out and accepted the scepter, feeling a peculiar energy emanating from his palm. He sensed that the Mind Stone seemed to rejoice, eager for him to grasp it. Just like the Time Stone before, the mental energy within him was also gradually stirring to life. Having accepted the Mind Scepter, Lu Guoqiang continued, "For the Hua Nation, the significance of a single infinite stone is rather minimal. Perhaps the sole value lies in the limitless energy it contains. But we have already mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology and do not require it as an energy source. Jiang Chun, I trust you, and I believe you will safeguard the gem well." Jiang Chun felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders and nodded solemnly. After a moment of contemplation, as if struck by an idea, he produced a golden pendant, the Eye of Agamotto. He offered it to Lu Guoqiang. "Major General, the time energy within me has been completely unlocked. The Time Stone holds little value for me now. It is best entrusted to the state for research." Lu Guoqiang accepted the Eye of Agamotto, casting a surprised glance at Jiang Chun. "Are you saying that the time energy within you is fully unlocked?" Jiang Chun smiled slightly. "The capabilities of the Time Stone are within my grasp as well, and I can even achieve greater feats. In my hands, it would merely be a waste." Lu Guoqiang nodded at Zhang, signaling Wang Yu to securely stow away the Eye of Agamotto, casting a profound glance at Jiang Chun. "Your growth brings me solace," he remarked. Xie cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Mr. Lu, what tasks lie ahead for us?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Guoqiang replied, "There isn't much on the agenda. In about 10 days, Huawo will send an envoy to S.H.I.E.L.D, but prior to that, we are likely to face the Battle of New York. The Tesseract is a prize we must secure. You may return to rest and remain in constant communication." The three men saluted Lu Guoqiang and exited the office. In the corridor, Jiang Chun tightened his grip on the Mind Scepter, feeling the immense power it harbored. Wang Yu patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, chuckling, "Jiang Chun, it seems Mr. Lu has great trust in you." Jiang Chun smiled faintly. "This is the trust bestowed upon me by the nation. I shall not disappoint." "All right. You should head back and thoroughly study the Mind Stone. You might find it useful soon," Xie added with a smile. "As for the Tesseract, there's no need for concern. We've set our plans in motion and we'll have eyes on Stark Tower as soon as Hawkeye and the others show up." We will be informed immediately. That's reassuring. Just call me when needed, Jiang Chen grinned. The advantage of collaborating with the state is that I need not worry about anything. Nearly all issues have been prearranged. Chapter 130. The Power of the Mind at Home. Jiang Chen gazed intently at the mind scepter in his hand, sensing the boundless power it contained. The scepter emitted a soft blue glow, as if revealing the secrets of the universe. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in the energy of the Mind Stone. In an instant, it felt as though his thoughts transcended time and space, touching the consciousness of countless surrounding lives. This sensation was both exhilarating and terrifying, akin to standing on the edge of a precipice overlooking the entire world. Jiang Chen realized he possessed the ability of mental control, which was steadily intensifying. He attempted to manipulate an ant in the room, effortlessly guiding it up the wall. As time passed, he discovered he could control multiple creatures simultaneously, even sensing their emotions. He had no doubt that, should he wish, he could delve into the thoughts of other humans. It was akin to a reincarnation of Professor X. However, unlike the Professor S mutant abilities, Jiang Chen's mental prowess emanated from his own psychic energy, ignited by the Mind Stone. This formidable ability was intoxicating, yet Jiang Chen was acutely aware of its perils. The temptation was indeed overwhelming. Any ill-intentioned thought could lead to becoming a formidable villain. Fortunately, Jiang Chen found little allure in such temptations, content with his current life and devoid of grand aspirations. His sole pursuit was to ensure that the nation could thrive in this world. That, he deemed, was sufficient. Taking a deep breath and casting aside all distractions, Jiang Chen endeavored to fortify his mental barriers to prevent future invasions by other telepaths. Even though it had been established that this world belonged to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, devoid of mutants, there existed numerous characters endowed with mind control abilities. Furthermore, with the impending advent of the multiverse, who could ascertain when an X-Men professor might emerge? In addition, Jiang Chen sought to transmute his mental energy into tangible power, such as conjuring illusions or delivering psychic shocks. Within the magical framework of this world, there already existed a category of mental magic. The illusion spells previously wielded by the Ancient One and the enchantments most adeptly employed by Loki were indeed related to mental magic. Jiang Chen had naturally acquired knowledge of these spells, which facilitated his swift mastery of psychic abilities. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Chen immersed himself in the study of these newfound powers, finding them immensely intriguing. Moreover, with the imminent battle in New York, he was eager to swiftly grasp this new capability. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his practice. The screen illuminated with Wang Yu's name, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly answer the call. Jiang Chen, Hawkeye has been spotted near Stark Tower. We suspect they may take action soon. Wang Yu's voice was calm, yet tinged with anticipation. Jiang Chen was instantly jolted from his trance, exhilaration surging within him. Understood. I will join you shortly, he replied swiftly, stowing away his psychic staff and beginning to gather his belongings. After ending the call, Jiang Chen promptly activated a portal, arriving at the designated meeting point, where he found others already awaiting his arrival. Wang Yu and Xie Jin were engaged in hushed discussion, nodding in acknowledgement as Jiang Chen approached. To his surprise, Thor and Wang Cheng were also present. Jiang Chen approached the group, curiously observing Thor and Wang Cheng. I didn't expect to see you both here. Thor grinned widely, his enchanted hammer crackling with electricity. I heard there's a formidable battle ahead. How could I possibly miss it? Safeguarding the 9 realms has always been our Asgardian duty. I am quite formidable. Wang Cheng lightly patted Thor's shoulder, teasing, let us not forget you were defeated by 10 men today. Thor feigned indignation, glaring at Wang Cheng. But I also won a battle. That was against a warrior who had yet to master his powers. Otherwise, you would not have prevailed. Thor's expression twitched. Is it necessary to expose my vulnerabilities? However, over the past month and a half, he had been training diligently at the Xinyuan base, sparring with the Hulk warriors. Thor did not wield the hammer of the Thunder God, relying instead on his own innate strength to engage in battle with the warriors. This ultimately rendered him unable to best anyone. However, Thor believed that had he chosen to utilize the hammer, he would have undoubtedly triumphed over his adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, the group of red giants had been meticulously selected. Their pursuit of power was not for personal gain, but rather to safeguard their homeland and protect others. They were quite capable of lifting his mighty hammer. If he were to wield it, it remained uncertain who would emerge victorious. During this period, Thor experienced a significant transformation in his mindset, no longer harboring an air of superiority, and his own prowess had greatly improved. This was only natural, considering he practiced daily with numerous red giants, making it challenging for him not to grow stronger. Additionally, having studied the martial arts of HYDRA, he was better able to harness his formidable physical capabilities. Upon learning of the extraterrestrial invaders, Thor resolutely decided to come forth, proclaiming that the defense of the 9 realms was Asgard's duty. Yet, more importantly, he sought to witness the extent of his current strength. Since Thor was present, it was evident that the higher powers had already given their assent, and he harbored no objections. With their preparations complete, the group set forth to New York. Wang Yu waved his hand, and a golden portal gradually unfurled. One by one, they stepped through the portal, arriving in a lavish suite, with the vibrant nightscape of Manhattan visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside the room awaited 2 individuals who had been waiting patiently, Lin Yifeng and Li Gongfeng, acquaintances of Jiang Chun. Lin Yifeng, clad in a tailored suit, exuded elegance, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. Li Gongfeng, dressed in casual attire, fidgeted with a small device in his hands. "You have finally arrived. We have been waiting here for quite some time," Lin Yifeng greeted, rising to acknowledge them. In truth, as early as half a month prior, HYDRA had anticipated the impending events of the Avengers saga and had executed meticulous preparations. "Our superiors dispatched us to New York under the guise of business negotiations, allowing us to lay the groundwork." Lin Yifeng lowered his voice. "Currently, we have stationed numerous personnel around Stark Tower, fully prepared for the forthcoming actions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was struck by the foresight of the nation to have made such extensive preparations a fortnight ago, at a time when the Security Council meetings had only just commenced. "Earlier this morning, we detected some suspicious activities." Lin Yifeng's expression turned grave. A team clad in Stark Industries uniforms ascended to the top floor of Stark Tower, carrying peculiar equipment. Their behavior was exceedingly strange. "They are likely agents under the control of the supergiant. Our personnel have also spotted Dr. Eric." Lin Yifeng continued, "Several of our operatives are covertly monitoring Stark Tower, ready to report any developments." Chapter 131. The Fall of the Cube. Lin Yifeng surveyed the group, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are not alone in New York." He lowered his voice, revealing that Xin Yuan had already devised a plan, dispatching numerous elite forces to remain concealed here. Li Gongfeng nodded in agreement and proceeded to introduce the composition of the accompanying personnel. "We have brought 10 elite members this time, comprising 5 red giant warriors and 5 high-ranking sorcerers." He lowered his voice further, stating that each individual was equipped with the latest model of combat armor to ensure they could respond to various unforeseen circumstances without revealing their personal capabilities. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Red giant warriors and top-tier sorcerers clad in advanced combat armor. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Just envision the scene. After a fierce battle, the enemy finally manages to breach Iron Man's armor, only for it to reveal either the Hulk or the Supreme Sorcerer emerging, declaring the commencement of the second round. Just the thought of it made Jiang Chen almost lose his composure. Li Gongfeng's face brightened with excitement as he eagerly began to elaborate on the combat armor. "The Chungying armor is our prototype," he elaborated, "now having evolved into 2 major series, Divine Sword and Divine Beast." The audience listened intently, with even Thor unable to suppress his curiosity and leaning in closer. The Divine Sword series emphasizes weaponry, while the Divine Beast series focuses on enhancing the armor's inherent performance. Li Gongfeng continued, explaining that we have also customized modifications based on different military branches. The Divine Sword series armor is equipped with various high-tech weapons, excelling in long-range combat. Conversely, the Divine Beast series is constructed with more formidable materials, better suited for close-quarters engagements. Additionally, there exists a hidden version of the Magic Energy armor, which integrates various magical cores. Donning it not only grants access to high-tech weaponry, but also allows for the instantaneous casting of various spells. Naturally, this Magic Energy armor is considered a secret weapon of our nation and cannot be deployed casually. Ahem. Lin Yifeng cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation, mindful of Thor's presence. "Although our strength is considerable, please remember that our primary mission is to safeguard the safety of Chinese personnel and property in New York," he stated solemnly, "and secondarily, to protect local civilians as much as possible." The group nodded in agreement. Recognizing that this was also Xuanyuan's strategy, to observe initially and await the chaotic situation to extract the maximum benefit. Regarding the safety of New York citizens, they could only express their apologies. After all, if even the American military is inactive, how can one expect the soldiers of our nation to rescue them? Lin Yifeng seemed to sense Jiang Qin's unease and patted him on the shoulder. Remember, we are here to accomplish a mission, he reminded softly, urging him not to let personal emotions cloud his judgment. Lin Yifeng understood that he might not be able to sway those upright red giant warriors, but he decided to offer a gentle reminder to Jiang Qin. The fate of American civilians is not our concern. Our priority is our own safety. Lin Yifeng, undoubtedly, is not someone who could wield Thor's hammer. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and nodded earnestly. Jiang Qin does not perceive himself to be elevated to the sanctity of a saint. He wholeheartedly resonates with Lin Yifeng's sentiment. I only shield those I cherish. As for the citizens of New York, I can merely express my inability to assist. Of course, this is not absolute. Should he chance upon an opportunity to rescue someone in need, Jiang Qin would not turn a blind eye. However, to intentionally undertake the mission of saving those individuals is beyond his capabilities. Perhaps this is also the reason he cannot wield Thor's hammer. Naturally, this is under the condition that he does not forcibly attempt to lift it. After all, even with the boundless energy unlocked within him, breaching the limitations set by Odin is not an impossibility, yet he sees no necessity to do so. What purpose would there be in grasping Thor's hammer? To obtain the power encapsulated within? To become the next god of thunder? That is preposterous. Numerous warriors from Huagua can lift Thor's hammer, yet none exhibit a genuine enthusiasm for such power. Meanwhile, under Lin Yifeng's arrangements, everyone settles in, preparing to observe the unfolding events. Simultaneously, high above the Atlantic Ocean, the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier glides through the clouds. Within the bridge's laboratory, Dr. Banner and Tony are intensely focused on the screen before them. Utilizing the equipment provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., they are in pursuit of the Tesseract's whereabouts, having worked tirelessly for several hours. Their eyes bearing traces of fatigue. Dr. Banner's slender fingers dance across the keyboard as intricate data and graphs continuously shift on the screen. Tony, arms crossed and brows furrowed, scrutinizes every detail with piercing intensity. Suddenly, Dr. Banner bolts upright, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. I found it. His voice is tinged with exhilaration. Tony snaps back to attention, striding purposefully to Banner's side. The energy from the Tesseract was previously obscured, but now that it is being utilized, we can quickly pinpoint its location, Dr. Banner explains rapidly, fingers flying over the keyboard. Before them, a detailed map unfurls, with a red dot pulsating erratically. Tony leans forward, resting his hands on the console, curiosity evident in his gaze. Where is it? His voice is low and urgent, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Dr. Banner magnifies the map, the red dot's location becoming increasingly distinct. Tony's pupils constrict suddenly, his expression morphing into one of distress. That red dot is unmistakably positioned at Stark Tower. It feels as though an invisible hand has tightly grasped Tony's heart, causing his breath to quicken and grow erratic. He spins around, hastily retrieving his phone, dialing Pepper's number with urgency. Answer the phone, please, Tony murmurs, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The call connects, and the brief, waiting tone seems to stretch into eternity. Answer the phone, he urges, concern and anxiety saturating his voice. Dr. Banner stands nearby, at a loss for words, silently observing Tony's escalating turmoil. Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. At that moment, Pepper finally answered the call. Tony, is something wrong? Her voice emerged from the receiver, laced with a hint of concern. A wave of relief washed over Tony, his taut nerves beginning to ease. Pepper, where are you right now? He inquired urgently, his tone still tinged with a trace of anxiety. I'm at the cafe outside Stark Tower, discussing the 4G patent licensing with Lin Yifeng from Huaxing Group. Pepper replied, her voice carrying a note of confusion. What's the matter? Is something wrong? Familiar with Tony's demeanor, she keenly sensed that his tone was not quite right. Are you with the people from Huagua? Tony exhaled, then smiled. Perhaps you could take our partners from Huagua to the park to see some of our new products. As long as it's not in Stark Tower. I'd like to suggest you take the representatives from Huaxing Group elsewhere. Chapter 132 Unexpected Encounters. After hanging up the phone, Tony's tension slightly abated, though his brow remained furrowed. A flicker of unease lingered in his gaze, a persistent sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Even though Pepper was temporarily away from Stark Tower, he knew he must remain vigilant. At that moment, Pepper sat in the cafe, sunlight streaming through the window and casting a warm glow on her table. Her fingers lightly tapped the surface, her thoughts drifting. Given her understanding of Tony, she felt certain that his call was not merely a casual check-in. Something significant was about to unfold. Her brow knitted slightly, a look of uncertainty crossing her face. "Sorry, I may need to step away for a moment," Pepper said apologetically to Linny Feng, who sat across from her. He smiled slightly and nodded in understanding, fully aware of the situation. However, he mused, "Didn't Tony tell you to keep your distance? Why are you so eager to approach him? It's quite concerning." Yet, he figured it was a fortuitous opportunity to accompany her, and they could justify their presence. "We are partners, after all. If there is anything you need, I can assist you," he assured her with a firm tone, subsequently beckoning two imposing bodyguards over. Pepper glanced at the two robust, noble-looking bodyguards, feeling a sense of reassurance. Though she possessed portal magic, she knew that having additional protection in the face of potential danger was always prudent. Moreover, besides her portals, she lacked any other combat abilities. So having these seemingly dependable bodyguards put her at ease. Thus, she nodded in acceptance of Linny Feng's offer of assistance. Rising from her seat, she lightly waved her fingers, causing ripples to dance through the air as a golden portal slowly unfolded before her. Taking a deep breath, Pepper stepped into the portal alongside Linny Feng and the bodyguards, and they instantly materialized on the top floor of Stark Tower. At this moment, aboard the aerial aircraft carrier, Tony and Dr. Banner exchanged a glance, both discerning the same unspoken thought in each other's eyes. They were reluctant to inform S.H.I.E.L.D, fully aware that it comprised a cadre of ineffectual individuals. Their gaze shifted to Yang Rui, their intent unmistakable. Yang Rui understood and prepared to activate the portal for an immediate departure. Just as he was about to do so, Nick Fury's voice unexpectedly resonated behind them. "Wait, where do you intend to go?" Tony and Dr. Banner turned towards the entrance, witnessing Nick Fury striding in with a contingent of agents. A glimmer of vigilance flickered in Fury's single eye, and his expression bore a hint of discontent. Tony furrowed his brow. It was evident that Fury had arranged for them to be monitored. Both he and Dr. Banner cast displeased looks at the individuals accompanying Fury. Natasha remained her usual composed self, her gaze flitting between Tony and Dr. Banner. Standing beside her, Rogers displayed a trace of remorse, yet his resolve was unwavering. At this moment, Captain America seemed to have returned to his former self, corroborating Yang Rui's earlier jibe that S.H.I.E.L.D had indeed unearthed something of significance from HYDRA's remnants. However, the presence of the other two individuals cast a pall over Tony and Dr. Banner's expressions. Ivan Vanko, with a toothpick clamped between his teeth, surveyed the surroundings with an air of nonchalance. In contrast, Blonsky wore a smile. Yet his eyes occasionally glimmered with a menacing brutality that sent shivers down their spines. Blonsky's control over his strength was commendable, but once transformed into the abomination, his savage instincts would prove uncontrollable. Tony clenched his fists, suppressing his rising ire. "Director Fury, what is the meaning of this?" he inquired coldly. Fury scanned the group before fixing his gaze on Dr. Banner. "It appears you have uncovered the whereabouts of the Tesseract." Dr. Banner merely frowned, opting for silence. It was clear that Fury was feigning ignorance. "And so?" Tony retorted with a raised eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. Fury inhaled deeply, seemingly wrestling with his emotions. "The Tesseract is of paramount importance. We must act in unison." Tony scoffed, his eyes sweeping over Ivan and Blonsky. "You expect us to work with these two?" Ivan spat out the toothpick and grinned. "What's the matter, Tony darling? Not welcoming old friends?" Blonsky maintained his smile, casting a sinister glance at Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner's breath quickened. He clenched his fists, striving to rein in his emotions. "Fury, do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" Dr. Banner rasped. Fury narrowed his eyes at him, his tone unyielding. "We need every available strength." Tony cast a cold, piercing glance at Fury, a flicker of danger gleaming in his eyes. "Even those who have committed sins?" Fury remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. "For the greater good, we sometimes must make compromises." Tony exchanged a skeptical look with Dr. Banner, both men recognizing the mistrust reflected in each other's eyes. Rogers stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension that hung in the air. Tony, Bruce, we must stand united. Tony scoffed, his gaze sharp as he directed it at Rogers. Well said, Captain. Have you resolved your own issues with control? A hint of embarrassment crossed Rogers' face, but he quickly regained his composure. I am fine now, Tony. We need to focus on more pressing matters. Natasha gently touched Rogers' arm, signaling him to refrain from further comments. The tension in the air felt almost palpable, every individual on edge. Tony took a deep breath, seemingly weighing the pros and cons very well. Fury, if you wish to join us, we cannot stop you. He turned to Dr. Banner, his eyes questioning. Dr. Banner paused for a moment before slowly nodding. However, Tony spun back around, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Fury, warning that any ensuing problems would be his responsibility. Fury nodded impassively, affirming that there would be no issues. He was confident that even if Ivan Vanko and Abomination stirred trouble, the outcome would not be disastrous. Yang Rue glanced at everyone, giving a slight wave, and a portal promptly opened. Golden light flickered in the air, illuminating the tense expressions of all present. Tony cast one last look at Fury before being the first to step through the portal. Dr. Banner followed closely behind, and the others streamed in afterward. As the last of Rogers vanished into the golden glow, the portal slowly closed. Com returned to the airship, leaving only Nick Fury standing alone. What is the principle behind this device? The group emerged through the portal into Stark Tower, where the nonchalant Ivan Vanko still chewed on a toothpick, curiously observing his surroundings. By the way, if it weren't for someone's assistance back then, I would have taken you down. One cannot deny that Ivan Vanko has a knack for inciting frustration. A single remark causing Tony to grit his teeth. Chapter 133. The wormhole opens. Tony ignored Ivan Vanko's taunts, instead directing his attention to the lobby. At that moment, the staff in the lobby were taken aback by the unexpected scene, but upon seeing Tony, they quickly resumed their normal demeanor. After all, in Stark Industries, no matter how bizarre the situation, as long as it involved Tony, it was deemed ordinary. Striding purposefully towards the elevator, the others followed suit. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Tony looked up at the ceiling. Jarvis, have any suspicious individuals appeared? Welcome back, sir. Jarvis's voice resonated from all directions, confirming that everything in the building was normal and no suspicious personnel had been detected. Undoubtedly, it was the adversary who had infiltrated JARVISS system. Tony furrowed his brow, recalling the previous incident when S.H.I.E.L.D. had breached JARVISS defenses, mentally deliberating the necessity of upgrading the system. Additionally, there was a visitor in the penthouse office. Miss Potts was also present, awaiting your arrival. This statement caused Tony to abruptly lift his head, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He had explicitly instructed Pepper to leave. How had she returned? As the elevator doors opened, Tony strode out, followed closely by the others. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold for a moment, Tony stated without turning his head. I shall return shortly. He hastened toward the office, and the instant he pushed open the door, Pepper's familiar silhouette came into view, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the New York skyline. Pepper, Tony called softly, did I not ask you to take the guest on a tour of our industrial park? Pepper turned to face him, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Tony, what on earth has happened? Tony took a deep breath, grasping Pepper's hand. Very well. I shall share this with you, but you must promise me to first retreat to a safe location. With that, Tony briefly explained the situation regarding the Tesseract and the potential dangers they faced. Pepper listened intently, her brow furrowing deeper. So, this so-called Tesseract is within our building? Tony nodded, affirming her query. Pepper bit her lip and, after a moment of silence, proclaimed, I will assist you in the search. Tony's gaze shot up. No? It is far too perilous. Pepper stubbornly shook her head. I have now also mastered the portal magic. I can be of help. Just as Tony was about to continue persuading Pepper, a sudden and violent tremor surged through the building, as if the very structure were quaking. The glass outside vibrated slightly, and an unsettling tension filled the air. Tony and Pepper exchanged a glance, a foreboding sense arising within them. Tony swiftly made his way to the balcony, pushing open the glass door, where a cold wind rushed to greet him. He looked up to find a brilliant blue beam of light emanating from the top of Stark Tower, piercing the heavens. The illumination caused the clouds to churn, as if they were being torn apart, revealing a colossal spatial wormhole. The other end of the wormhole seemed to connect to the vastness of space, where countless Chitauri spacecraft surged forth, darkening the sky. A tightness gripped Tony's heart, and he inhaled sharply at the sight before him. The Chitauri army swiftly traversed the wormhole, piloting small crafts that bore down on New York City, firing without hesitation. Skyscrapers exploded under the relentless bombardment, flames soaring skyward amidst billowing smoke, plunging Manhattan into chaos. Screams echoed through the streets as people fled in all directions, the scene devolving into utter turmoil. Tony turned back to the hall, where others had gathered, their faces etched with astonishment. Rogers was the first to regain his composure, his expression grave as he rallied everyone to prepare for battle, shield on his back. His gaze resolute. "We must act swiftly." With unwavering determination in his voice and a fierce glint in his eyes, Rogers conveyed his resolve. Tony nodded, tapping his wrist device as the Mark 7 armor swiftly approached and adorned him. "Pepper, it's going to get dangerous. You need to leave here," Tony said, glancing at the petite figure beside him. Given the dire circumstances, even if Pepper wished to act recklessly, it was no longer feasible. New York had transformed into a battlefield. Though she yearned to share the burden with Tony, she was not foolish. She understood that remaining would only serve as a hindrance. "I will activate the portal in the lobby and allow our staff to evacuate first." After a moment's reflection, Pepper added, "Please do your utmost to save as many people as possible." Initially inclined to refuse, Tony could not dismiss the earnestness in her expression and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Be careful. If anything seems amiss, leave immediately." With that, Iron Man's visor closed, and Tony soared from the balcony into the fray. "This chaos is the fault of S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Banner seethed, his teeth clenched as he surveyed the tumultuous city. Yet, this was not the time for complaints. Without further contemplation, he transformed into the Hulk and leapt from the balcony. Meanwhile, the ever-smiling Blonsky, who had been lingering behind, felt a surge of dark green energy in his eyes, a flicker of madness passing through him. In an instant, Blonsky's physique expanded, morphing into the Abomination, who then followed suit, leaping from the balcony without hesitation. At that moment, the Abomination's focus was solely on the Hulk. While Blonsky might have managed his emotions prior, the appearance of the Hulk rendered such control impossible. After all, the Abomination's primary desire was to vanquish the Hulk, and upon seeing him, restraint was no longer an option. The Hulk plummeted from Stark Tower, his robust form crashing to the ground like a meteor. In that instant, the surrounding chaos seemed to freeze. Every gaze fixated on the green giant. Upon impact, the Hulk's shockwave overturned nearby vehicles and shattered the asphalt beneath him. Chitauri soldiers swiftly redirected their weapons, unleashing a torrential barrage of energy beams. The beams struck the Hulk, igniting sparks, yet they left not a single mark on his formidable hide. With bloodshot eyes and a deafening roar, the Hulk's chest heaved violently, muscles bulging. He seized a stone pillar from the roadside, veins protruding as he hurled it with tremendous force at the nearest Chitauri soldier. The stone whistled through the air, striking true. The soldier barely had time to scream before his head exploded like a watermelon, blue blood splattering everywhere. The Hulk offered no respite to his foes, charging towards the next target with thunderous steps. Each colossal punch he delivered shattered the Chitauri soldiers with ease. In less than a minute, the area within 100 meters had been utterly cleared of Chitauri presence by the Hulk's relentless onslaught. In the midst of a ravaged street, the Hulk stood tall, unleashing a triumphant roar that resonated through the air. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily before him. Before he could brace himself, a formidable punch landed squarely on the Hulk, sending him flying. As the dust settled, the grotesque visage of the Abomination was revealed. No one anticipated that the Abomination would launch a direct assault on the Hulk. Chapter 134, Avengers. As the debris cleared, the Hulk rose from the shattered ground, squinting as astonishment and fury flickered within his emerald eyes. The Abomination grinned malevolently, baring its sharp teeth, its muscles rippling, seemingly poised to strike. The two titanic figures exchanged a glance, the atmosphere thick with palpable tension. Without hesitation, the Abomination charged like a bolt from a crossbow towards the Hulk. The Hulk roared in response, surging forward as well. Their colossal forms collided midair with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves that rattled the surrounding buildings and shattered windows. As the Hulk and the Abomination grappled fiercely, every blow they exchanged reverberated through the earth, their clash inflicting greater destruction than even the Chitauri army had wrought. A punch from the abomination struck the Hulk's jaw, causing his head to snap back, a stream of green blood erupting from his mouth. The Hulk's rage intensified as he seized the abomination's arm and hurled him violently against a nearby building, which crumbled under the impact. Amidst the swirling dust, the abomination staggered to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a sinister grin, he licked the crimson fluid from his lips, his eyes glinting with mania. Once more, the Hulk and the abomination charged at each other. Each collision sent tremors through the ground beneath them. Their battle resembled two moving mountains colliding, leaving devastation in their wake. Cars were overturned, streetlights snapped, and the asphalt cracked into unfathomable chasms. The Hulk landed a punch against the abomination's chest, propelling him backward, crashing through several telephone poles before finally halting. Sparks crackled around the abomination, yet he remained unfazed. Charging once more at the Hulk, the struggle between these two titans seemed endless, their roars echoing throughout the streets of Manhattan. Even the Chitauri, taken aback by the ferocity of the combat, questioned how these two behemoths had turned against one another. The Chitauri soldiers, astonished yet undeterred, launched their attacks, only to find that their advanced weaponry barely irritated the two monsters, instead inciting their wrath. The Hulk and the abomination continued their ferocious duel, occasionally seizing the opportunity to hurl debris and vehicles at the Chitauri soldiers, obliterating them in the process. The Chitauri were not foolish. Upon witnessing the situation, they refrained from provoking the two formidable beings and turned their attention to other targets. Wang Defa, what is happening? At this moment, Pepper Potts had not yet departed. Observing the abomination's assault on Hulk with a sense of bewilderment, glancing towards Black Widow, who was alongside the abomination. I am as perplexed as you are, Black Widow stammered. Equally confused. Wasn't everything fine at S.H.I.E.L.D? The abomination possessed a semblance of reason, yet he was not easily restrained. In truth, Blonsky could not be deemed a true villain. However, after receiving the super soldier serum, his competitive instincts were amplified, particularly manifesting as an inexplicable obsession with Hulk. Under normal circumstances, he might have been able to suppress these urges, allowing time for potential change. But how long had it been? Now, upon seeing Hulk, even with reason intact, rage clouded the abomination's judgment, compelling him to attack Hulk. What could Black Widow and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents possibly anticipate? S.H.I.E.L.D. truly seemed more adept at creating chaos than resolving it. Yang Rui, standing nearby, remarked with exasperation, not only did they fail to assist against the enemy, but they are also hindering us. Hulk's strength was undeniable. Yet, instead of confronting the Chitauri forces, he found himself preoccupied with the abomination. This sentiment left Captain America and Black Widow speechless, for the truth was irrefutable, and they could not argue against it. We should descend and prioritize stopping those extraterrestrial beings, Rogers declared, his concern for New York's dire state evident as he turned to Yang Rui, hoping he could open a portal to facilitate their descent. By the time the elevator reached the ground floor, the situation had already deteriorated. Mr. Yang, please assist us in going down, Rogers implored sincerely. Understood. Despite his dissatisfaction with S.H.I.E.L.D., Yang Rui recognized the urgency of the moment and did not refuse. He opened a portal to the street. And Captain America, Black Widow, and Yang Rui stepped through, leaving only Pepper Potts and Ivan Vanko behind. Why are you still here? Pepper retreated a step, clearly wary of Ivan Vanko. This man was undeniably a murderer, responsible for the tragic demise of many and the destruction of countless families. Hey, sweetheart. Don't cast such a disdainful look my way, Vanko replied nonchalantly. I am now affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury even invited me to join the Avengers. Soon, I shall be one of them. I find that title quite fitting. As he spoke, Vanko implied a deeper meaning. You know, like Tony Stark, I rely on my armor. I can't just charge into battle against aliens unprotected, can I? Seemingly reflective, he continued. Please transport me to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters at the Triskelion. I can only fight once I don my armor. Ivan Vanko's words hold considerable merit. Stripped of his battle armor, he possesses nearly no combat prowess. Pepper contemplated this notion for a moment, seemingly finding no fault in it. Moreover, transporting Ivan Vanko to the S.H. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters posed no significant danger. Thus, with a nod of agreement, she consented to lend this small favor. The location of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, at the very least the publicly acknowledged Triskelion, was hardly a secret. Having dealt with S.H.I.E.L.D. on several occasions, she was well aware of its whereabouts, and without hesitation, she activated a portal, ushering Ivan Vanko through. Ivan Vanko was not deceitful. He bore no ill will towards Pepper, for she was not his target. "Miss Potts, could you kindly transport me to New York? My friends are eagerly awaiting my arrival," he declared, clad in his newly acquired whiplash armor, exuding confidence as he addressed her. After being absorbed into S.H.I.E.L.D., his talents were rightfully recognized and utilized. His ability to craft a miniature arc reactor under harsh conditions attested to his remarkable skills. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources at his disposal, his whiplash armor underwent significant enhancements. The two whips crackled with electricity, a testament to their formidable power. Yet one might ponder why Ivan Vanko was so fixated on his dual whips. Could he not consider an alternative weapon? Was it an awakening of his farmer's attributes? Or perhaps a legacy of ancestral lightning whips? "I hope you can demonstrate your worth and reform," Pepper remarked, nodding as she reopened the portal. "Of course. I am an Avenger after all," Ivan Vanko smirked, his mask concealing his expression as he strode confidently into the portal. Chapter 135. The War Against the Chitauri Army. What is an Avenger, if not one who seeks vengeance? Coincidentally, the hatred simmering within Ivan Vanko was not so easily quelled. Why should he accept that while the arc reactor his father co-developed with your father garnered you adoration, fame, and wealth, his own father was cast aside, relegated to poverty? Why were you privileged to thrive in comfort while he struggled in destitution? Ivan Vanko's bitterness, rage, and jealousy had long since warped his perspective. Otherwise, he would not have previously risked everything to eliminate Tony Stark. Could S.H.I.E.L.D. truly expect him to relinquish this animosity? It was preposterous. Ivan Vanko could feign obedience to Justin Hammer. Surely he could do the same with S.H.I.E.L.D. He was inherently capable of patience. So his infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. was hardly surprising. Just as he had exploited Hammer Industries' technology and resources to create instruments of destruction within S.H.I.E.L.D., Ivan Vanko continued his endeavors with the same intent. Ultimately, Ivan Vanko's singular objective is revenge. He yearns to eliminate Tony Stark. At last, the opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, Yang Rui and his companions engage in fierce combat against a multitude of Chitauri soldiers. Each of the trio possesses formidable strength, especially Yang Rui, the sorcerer, whose power utterly overwhelms the Chitauri forces. Frankly, the combat prowess of the Chitauri army is woefully inadequate, even inferior to that of human military forces. Though they claim the capability to invade other planets using energy weapons, in reality, these armaments bear little distinction from human firearms. Indeed, Black Widow, with merely a small handgun, easily dispatches numerous foes. "What should I do if I run out of bullets?" Black Widow calls out from behind a car to Yang Rui. Beside her, Rogers employs his shield for ranged attacks, hurling it to down an aerial Chitauri craft. "If we lack firearms, we shall utilize theirs," Yang Rui responds loudly, wielding magic against the Chitauri. It is utterly commonplace for him to conjure weapons from the enemy. Seizing the moment, he spots a Chitauri soldier nearby, brandishing a seemingly fine energy weapon. With a swift gesture, he conjures a portal that connects the soldier's weapon directly to Black Widow. Both the Chitauri soldier and Black Widow are taken aback, one discovering half of his hand has vanished, while the other is startled by the sudden appearance of a hand before her. In the next instant, Yang Rui swiftly closes the portal, severing the Chitauri soldier's body completely. Before he can utter a cry, Yang Rui casts a magic projectile that strikes his head, ensuring his eternal slumber. "Use this," Yang Rui calmly offers to Black Widow. "Thank you," she replies without further thought, picking up the energy weapon from the ground. After a brief examination, she quickly adapts to its use. "Wow, this thing really works well," she exclaims, having taken down several Chitauri soldiers in quick succession. The battlefield descends once more into fierce conflict as waves of Chitauri troops charge toward Yang Rui and his allies, yet they are easily dispatched. In the skies above, Tony, clad in the Mark 7 armor, wreaks havoc, equipped with an array of weaponry that surpasses the speed, agility, and firepower of the Chitauri soldiers in the air. With such a standard, how can they dare to invade other worlds? Lin Feng, still atop Stark Tower, cannot help but voice his disdain as he observes the battle raging in New York City. The combat prowess of the Chitauri army is lamentably inadequate, and yet they dare to speak of invading other planets? The reality is starkly disappointing. However, akin to swarming locusts, the sheer number of the Chitauri forces is overwhelming. While a few brave souls below are engaged in the slaughter of these invaders, countless others wreak havoc throughout New York, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous innocent civilians. This calamity is inevitable. Even in the original timeline, despite the Avengers' superior strength compared to the Chitauri, countless lives would still be lost. The Chitauri's objective is not merely to provide the Avengers with experience points. Their aim is invasion and extermination, with humanity as their primary target. Ordinary individuals are their foremost victims, while the Avengers serve merely as obstacles to their mission. We shall assist them, Lin. You must safeguard yourself and remain here. One of Lin Feng's two warriors declared, exchanging glances of resolute understanding. After a brief exchange, they activated rings on their hands, and a menacing suit of armor materialized before them, illuminated by a flash of green light. This storage magic was a contribution from Loki in the original timeline. It could even conceal the space stone, leaving no trace for Thanos to find. Now, he has imparted this spell to the nation of Hua, where the Ancient One has conducted research and modifications, enabling the creation of energy cores that serve as storage equipment. This innovation proves invaluable for warriors, allowing them to store vast quantities of ammunition and even armor. Each individual can prepare several spare suits. Should one be damaged, they can seamlessly switch to another. For the lives of the warriors hold far greater value than any armor or magical artifact. The two bodyguards accompanying Lin Feng are both warriors of the Red Giant, clad in armor inspired by the legendary beasts of Hua, tailored for various combat scenarios. The Beast series armor is primarily designed for close-quarters combat, making it particularly favored by the Red Giant warriors. Once donned, they plunged into the fray, engaging fiercely with the Chitauri and rescuing many innocent lives. Despite the tensions between Hua and the United States, the righteous warriors of Hua, especially these Red Giants, remain indifferent to the plight of civilians. Oh, who cares about their fate? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in exasperation, glancing up at the rooftop still ablaze with blue light. After a moment's contemplation, he too retrieved a suit of armor to don. Why concern himself with so many details? The priority must be to secure the Tesseract. Although not a combatant, Lin Feng equipped himself with armor to ensure his basic safety. After adorning the armor, he ascended towards the rooftop, intent on claiming the strategic position first. Chapter 136. The Battle of New York. The scale of the Battle of New York far exceeds the scenes depicted in the films. It is not confined to just a few zones of activity for the superheroes. The Manhattan area has descended into chaos, as the Chitauri forces swarm like locusts, mercilessly slaughtering civilians. The air is filled with anguished cries, and thick smoke billows upward, obscuring the once thriving skyline. The streets are littered with crumbling ruins, the charred remains of vehicles ablaze, while the acrid scent of gunpowder permeates the atmosphere. The flames of war spread to every corner of the city, with the battles involving Yang Rui, Rogers, and Black Widow merely representing the tip of the iceberg. Multiple neighborhoods erupt in fierce gunfire simultaneously, as several Iron Men dart through the skies, launching relentless assaults on the Chitauri army. These Iron Men are, in fact, Chinese soldiers clad in the Divine Sword or Divine Beast series of battle armor, often mistaken for Iron Man by the locals. A warrior adorned in crimson Divine Beast armor, Zhu Ke, roars defiantly, fists clenched, charging directly at a squad of Chitauri soldiers. As he swings his fists, flames erupt, and upon striking the enemy's chest, a dull explosion reverberates, causing the very air to tremble. The Chitauri soldiers are sent flying like marionettes with severed strings, crashing into the walls of nearby buildings, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in their wake. Another soldier, maneuvering a blue and white Divine Sword armor, Zhang Lu, ascends into the air. The armor's shoulder panels open, revealing a plethora of missile launchers. A piercing whistling sound fills the air as dozens of miniature missiles soar forth, tracing elegant arcs across the sky. Chitauri aircraft explode in succession under the missile's precise strikes, transforming into brilliant fireballs that illuminate the somber heavens. On the ground, Chitauri soldiers look upward, only to behold a figure standing proudly amidst the fiery display, akin to a celestial deity descending to earth. The shockwaves from the explosions surge forth, toppling surrounding foes and scattering severed limbs and debris. Undeterred by the overwhelming Chitauri forces, the Chinese soldiers choose to stand their ground. A warrior clad in deep blue divine beast armor, Xuanwu, swoops over the streets, expertly rescuing trapped civilians from the wreckage of collapsed buildings. The sensors on his armor continuously scan the environment, ensuring that no sign of life goes unnoticed. Although they rely solely on their armor for battle without invoking any superhuman powers, the number of lives they save far surpasses that of Rogers and his compatriots. The image of Iron Man has long resonated in the hearts of the people, particularly in New York, the realm of Tony Stark. As civilians witness these warriors clad in various armors, they instinctively associate them with Iron Man. The Chinese soldiers pay little heed to this misperception. Their motivation to rescue stems solely from their inherent kindness and sense of justice. Fame and fortune are but fleeting clouds to them. Saving lives is their true honor. The battles rage on in various neighborhoods, with the Chinese warriors resembling unsheathed swords, unstoppable in their advance. A soldier operating the red divine sword armor, Qi Xiao, raises his arms high, the energy cannon in his palms fully charged, emitting a piercing hum. With a resounding boom, two dazzling beams erupted from the palms, resembling long whips that could sweep away armies. The Chitauri forces crumbled before this radiant assault, turning to ashes in an instant. The aftermath of the energy cannon carved a deep trench into the earth, emitting wisps of white smoke. Another warrior clad in silver-white divine beast armor, resembling the majestic white tiger, adeptly maneuvered between the structures, akin to a lithe cheetah. His armor sprouted claws as sharp as Wolverine's, effortlessly slicing through enemy aircraft. Accompanied by the screech of twisted metal, the Chitauri vessels were brutally dismantled, their parts scattering in every direction. Amidst the battle, the warriors of Huawood diligently collected the remnants of the Chitauri weapons and aircraft. This extraterrestrial technology would provide invaluable data for Huawood's research, potentially enhancing its military prowess. A warrior clad in purple divine sword armor, reminiscent of pure June, cautiously stowed an undamaged Chitauri energy weapon into his storage space. His gaze swept over the battlefield, silently calculating the spoils of this mission. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated from afar, as if the very ground were quaking. All eyes were drawn to the source, where a colossal blue beam shot skyward, piercing the heavens. This was the unmistakable sign of the portal fully opening, heralding the imminent arrival of more Chitauri forces to Earth. At that moment, a massive figure slowly emerged from the rift. It was a gigantic beast, several hundred meters in length, covered in fearsome scales. The Leviathan gradually soared out of the wormhole, its immense form casting shadows over the landscape. Surrounding structures appeared diminutive, as fragile as mere toys. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief and dread. Captain America, witnessing this spectacle, held his breath, feeling a pang of helplessness in the face of such a behemoth. What could he possibly do against such a creature? Was he to engage it in hand-to-hand combat wielding his shield? The thought was absurd. This monstrous entity could easily overwhelm him. Ultimately, Roger's strength felt woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, Tony Stark hovered in the air, his gaze fixated on the colossal being. Beneath his helmet, his eyes narrowed as his mind raced with strategies. JARVIS. Analyze the weaknesses of this giant, he commanded softly. Scanning now, initial analysis indicates that its exterior is exceedingly tough. JARVIS promptly responded. However, comparatively, its internal organs are likely more vulnerable. Taking a deep breath, Tony's armor engine roared to life as he accelerated towards the Leviathan. Hey, big guy. Care for a game? He taunted, simultaneously launching a barrage of missiles to divert its attention. The Leviathan emitted a thunderous roar, opening its cavernous maw as it lunged towards Tony. Tony deftly executed aerial maneuvers, narrowly evading the colossal jaws capable of engulfing entire buildings. His palm-mounted repulsor charged, emitting a piercing hum. Bang! A brilliant beam of energy struck Leviathan's eye, inflicting minimal damage yet inciting its wrath. The enormous beast roared in agony, shaking the very earth. Seizing the opportunity, Tony dove, gliding close to Leviathan's armored scales. He accelerated abruptly, plunging into the creature's maw. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, incredulous at Iron Man's audacity. Leviathan sensed the intruder within, thrashing its massive body in turmoil. Tony navigated through the suffocating darkness of its interior, disoriented by violent impacts. JARVIS. Full power output. He grit his teeth and commanded. The suit's arsenal unleashed an explosion of blinding light within Leviathan's form. The creature's body stiffened momentarily before plummeting uncontrollably. Taking advantage of the moment, Tony burst forth from Leviathan's metallic jaws, soaring into the sky as he watched the colossal figure descend. Boom! Leviathan crashed to the ground, sending up a billowing cloud of dust. Suspended in midair, Tony gasped for breath, his suit's energy reserves dwindling perilously low. He surveyed the surroundings. Witnessing more Leviathan beasts emerging from the wormhole, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Truly, it had been an interminable day, Tony mused self-deprecatingly. Chapter 137, Avengers. Assemble. The massive Leviathan reappeared in the sky, instantly darkening the expressions of Rogers and his comrades. Tony Stark hovered in midair, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, fatigue and concern flickering in his eyes. His armor's energy was nearly depleted, and ammunition ran scarce. The effort to vanquish a single Leviathan had nearly exhausted all resources. Faced with the resurgence of several colossal beasts, Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, scanning the battlefield. An overwhelming sense of impotence rising within him. Natasha Romanoff's weapon seemed painfully inadequate against such behemoths, and she felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder, ominous clouds swirling as if heralding the arrival of formidable power. A brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the heavens, accompanied by a deafening roar. Thor descended, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder. His cape billowed in the tempestuous wind, golden hair flowing, eyes glimmering with the fury of thunder. Thor raised Mjolnir high, bellowing as crackling electricity enveloped his form. The hammer soared forth like a blue lightning bolt, striking the nearest Leviathan. The beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its scales singed by the electric surge, wisps of smoke rising. Seizing the moment, Thor lunged forward, Mjolnir striking repeatedly upon Leviathan's head like a meteor. Each blow resonated with deafening thunder, as lightning ravaged the beast, leaving behind charred scars. Leviathan writhed in agony, attempting to shake off this formidable adversary. Yet his efforts proved futile. Observing the struggle, Leviathan opened his cavernous maw, lunging toward Thor in an attempt to devour this unwelcome intruder. With remarkable agility, Thor executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the dreadful jaws, while simultaneously summoning Mjolnir back to his grasp. Firmly gripping the hammer with both hands, he concentrated all his might and struck down fiercely at the second Leviathan's eye. A resounding crash echoed as thunder and tremendous force intertwined, shattering the beast's skull in an instant. Both colossal creatures collapsed almost simultaneously, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble. Thor stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by flickering bolts of lightning, resembling a deity of war descending upon the earth. Rogers beheld this spectacle, a spark of hope rekindling in his eyes. As a surge of valor welled up within him, he raised his shield high and proclaimed with a booming voice, "Avengers, assemble." The Captain America's rallying cry resonated across the battlefield, as if infusing everyone with a potent dose of courage. However, just as this exhilarating moment unfolded, a sudden and violent explosion reverberated through the sky. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing the figure of Tony Stark plummeting from above. A shadow darted past, none other than Ivan Vanko piloting an upgraded version of the Whiplash armor. Tony, caught off guard, found his energy-depleted suit utterly incapable of withstanding this unexpected assault. He fell like a severed kite, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This turn of events stunned everyone once more, leaving Rogers, who had just called for the Avengers to assemble, momentarily frozen in disbelief. His expression shifted from exhilaration to shock, and then to a perplexing incredulity. Rogers opened his mouth, intending to utter something, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At that instant, the ground trembled violently again, drawing everyone's attention swiftly. Hulk and Abomination continued their fierce confrontation, the sounds of their brutal exchanges echoing incessantly. However, Hulk, having long been accustomed to a more subdued existence, found himself outmatched by Abomination. Perhaps Dr. Banner's gentle nature had dulled Hulk's fighting instincts, as his movements were noticeably sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Abomination unleashed a vicious uppercut that struck Hulk squarely on the jaw. Hulk's massive form soared like a cannonball, crashing down at Roger's feet. Startled, Captain America instinctively retreated a few steps, gazing in disbelief at the fallen Hulk. Abomination approached with a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Muscles coiled and poised for action, he lunged forward, delivering a colossal punch that descended upon Hulk like a mountain. Hulk barely managed to raise his arms in defense, yet was still sent flying by the sheer force. Abomination showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing Hulk and striking him again. Chaos enveloped the battlefield, as Rogers and Black Widow exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Are you all acting? What is happening? Aren't they on our side? At this moment, Thor, having dispatched a circle of Chitauri soldiers, descended to the ground, his expression one of bewilderment as he inquired of Rogers. I am at a loss as well, Rogers replied, his lips twitching slightly, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed the rallying cry of the Avengers with great fervor, only to be swiftly met with disappointment. Ivan Vanko and Blonsky were both designated Avengers by Nick Fury, comrades of Rogers who had previously behaved amicably. However, during these past few days of interaction, the two had exhibited commendable conduct. It was perplexing that they would turn against him at such a critical juncture. Your people are quite amusing. In the face of a formidable enemy, they resort to infighting, Thor remarked with a sense of intrigue. They are not Americans, Rogers dryly clarified. Vanko is Soviet, and Blonsky is Yugoslav. This, indeed, was the truth. Yet they are currently affiliated with your S.H.I.E.L.D. Young Rue interjected darkly, addressing Rogers. I have long maintained that the personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. are ineffectual, more a hindrance than a help. Just moments ago, Young Rue had fought alongside Rogers and Black Widow against the Chitauri forces, but now his demeanor was decidedly grim. I care not for your affairs. I shall assist Hulk instead. With that, Yang Rue resolved to abandon the fray. We offer our assistance, and this is how you repay us? Dr. Banner was now a citizen of Huagua, complete with identification and a dear friend to Yang Rue. To him, the lives of these American civilians paled in comparison to that of Dr. Banner. With Hulk embroiled in fierce combat, Yang Rue felt compelled to aid him. As for the civilians, they were on their own. With that, Yang Rue opened a portal and departed, intent on aiding Hulk against the Abomination. Good luck to you, he remarked. Observing this, Thor merely shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant, and soared into the sky, wielding his hammer amidst a tempest of lightning that struck down numerous Chitauri forces. After enduring a period of training within the Huagua military, Thor had significantly enhanced his abilities, particularly in his physical prowess. Remarkably, his command of lightning had become more fluid, greatly augmenting his strength. This battle was exhilarating for him. As for the fate of the American civilians, Thor remained indifferent, seeking only a satisfying conflict. After all, having been pummeled by the Red Giants in the military, the emergence of the Chitauri as his outlet for frustration was not an opportunity he would let slip by. Chapter 138. The objective of Huagua. Ivan Vanko, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed as he soared into the air, his gaze fixed furiously on Ivan Vanko not far ahead, his armor marred by a ghastly wound inflicted by Vanko's whip. What infuriated him further was the undeniable threat looming before them. As they confronted the invasion of the Chitauri, Ivan Vanko had the audacity to turn his aggression towards him. How could he not be enraged? What am I doing? I am, of course, fulfilling the duties of a vengeful spirit. Ivan Vanko sneered and continued. I am indeed seeking revenge. What else would a revenger do? His words rendered Tony's expression even more grim. Really, is this the essence of being an Avenger? If Nick Fury dares to invite me again, I might as well spit on his bald head. Do you not see the current predicament? Tony, darkened by fury, retorted to Ivan Vanko. Countless civilians are ensnared in the flames of war. They are losing their lives, their families. Our priority must be to thwart these extraterrestrials. Huh? Why should that concern me? Ivan Vanko replied, his tone indifferent. The alien invasion held no significance for him. The death of countless individuals meant nothing to him. For Ivan Vanko, the singular hope that consumed him was revenge. When his father perished in destitution before his eyes, that obsession took root in his heart. From the moment Nick Fury extricated him from prison, he had awaited this day. To Ivan Vanko, the Chitauri invasion was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity. Would he care about the number of lives lost? Not in the slightest. Even if every soul in New York, in all of America, perished, he would remain indifferent. You lunatic. Tony was beside himself, glaring at Ivan Vanko through gritted teeth. If you seek death, then I shall oblige. This was, after all, Tony's stronghold. And another mechanical figure descended from the skies. This was another suit of armor, a replacement for Mark 7, which Tony had previously controlled through Jarvis. Unexpectedly, he had been ambushed by Ivan Vanko. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Donning the armor, he was ready to confront Ivan Vanko once more. The arriving suit of armor crashed into Ivan Vanko, positioning itself before Tony, who swiftly detached from Mark 7 and donned the new armor, filled with renewed vigor. Let me see what this genius is truly capable of, Ivan Vanko sneered as he engaged in battle with Tony. The battlefield in New York was rife with explosions, and death occurred every moment. The fighting was exceedingly fierce. At that moment, Jiang Chun, having traversed a portal, arrived at Lin Yifeng's side on the rooftop of Stark Tower. The Tesseract lay before them. Clad in a suit of armor, Lin Yifeng addressed Jiang Chun. We should be able to mimic what we saw in the movies. The Mind Stone should be able to close it. The Mind Stone was indeed in Jiang Chun's possession, making it a feasible endeavor. However, there is no need to rush. Let the bullets fly a while longer. If we are able to procure the space battleships of other nations, the advancement of our space technology in Huagua would be significantly enhanced. In contemporary Huagua, leveraging the technological reserves from the previous world, combined with the unique materials of this realm and the arcane arts, we are constructing our own space battleships. Nonetheless, there remains a considerable disparity when compared to the specialized space technologies inherent to this world. In this universe, the technology of spatial leap exists and is, in fact, not regarded as particularly advanced within the galactic civilizations. Many factions, including vessels akin to Star-Lords, possess such capabilities. Huagua is determined to acquire this technology. Hence our keen interest in the space battleships of the Chitauri army. Although the Chitauri are merely pawns of Thanos, it is undeniable that such technology exists. Otherwise, long-distance interstellar travel would be implausible, let alone the invasion of other planets. Thus, for Huagua, there is an urgent desire to obtain these technologies. Perhaps, as Thor suggested, the 9 realms where Earth resides are under the protection of Asgard, deterring the Chitauri from brazenly invading. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that they undoubtedly possess such technology. Even if we were to concede that their colossal space battleships are commendable, they would at least fill the void in Huagua's capabilities in this regard. After all, it is somewhat amusing to think that in the original narrative, they were obliterated by a nuclear bomb in space. Rather than being destroyed, it would be more advantageous to study them. In a word, the strategy is simple. Seize the opportunity. Thus, Lin Yifeng's objective is straightforward. Wait and bide his time. Currently, in New York, the warriors of Huagua have prioritized the protection of their compatriots, utilizing teleportation portals to return them safely. Now, they can engage the extraterrestrial invaders with confidence, occasionally seizing unfamiliar weapons and equipment. While the military strength of the Chitauri is notably weak, the technologies they wield are uncharted, and studying them will yield valuable insights. Understood. Jiang Chen nodded, casting a glance toward the rooftop, where Dr. Eric and Hawkeye were diligently fulfilling the orders of the supergiant, safeguarding the instruments and maintaining the activation of the wormhole. Undoubtedly, once the wormhole expands further, the space battleships of other armies will also be able to arrive in New York, presenting an opportunity to seize these assets. Simultaneously, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, a heated meeting was underway, with representatives from the Security Council engaged in discussions via video regarding the invaders. The situation is dire, and I urge all nations to provide support to New York, Nick Fury proclaimed emphatically, arguing, "We are vastly outnumbered and cannot possibly thwart the extraterrestrial invasion without military assistance. We are unable to help. We require authorization from the American side for our military to enter U.S. territory," the representative from Big Bear lamented, though it was evident that a hint of Schadenfreude lingered on his face. Indeed, The events unfolded within the borders of the United States, where the formidable American military is best suited to address the situation. The representatives of the empire remarked, "Even if we wish to assist, we must first obtain the consent of the American side to enter the territory, and our military forces would require at least several days to mobilize for support. In a matter of days, it may be too late." Nick Fury's expression darkened further, yet he found himself powerless. The empire was correct, as the American authorities would never permit foreign military forces to enter their nation. Even in the face of an extraterrestrial threat, this was indisputable. Thus, Nick Fury turned his gaze toward the representative from the White Flag Nation. Perhaps surrender would be the only option? After all, these extraterrestrials are undoubtedly formidable. Nick Fury's mood soured even more. Chapter 139. The meeting of the Security Council. Enough with the bickering. The American representative, with a grim countenance, admonished, "Are we convening to discuss how to capitulate? Spare me your sarcasm. Let me make it clear. If we fail to repel the aliens, none of you will escape unscathed." This was indeed the truth. Should the Americans fall to the extraterrestrials, other nations on Earth would surely become targets as well. After all, the invaders did not traverse vast distances merely to target a single nation. This was patently absurd. This matter concerns each and every one of you. The American representative's words plunged the other attendees into silence. "Thus, I require your assistance," the American representative stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon the assembly. "What sort of assistance do you require?" The others looked at him in puzzlement. "Money and resources. I need substantial financial support," the American representative declared with righteous fervor. "Only with sufficient funds can we construct more powerful warships, develop advanced fighter jets, and enhance our capacity to resist the extraterrestrial threat." The assembly was rendered speechless. The aliens were already attacking their homeland, yet he spoke of needing money to produce warships and procure equipment? "Mr. Smith, do I appear to you as a fool?" The representative from the Great Bear Nation glared at him and retorted, "Are you not accustomed to corruption in your own country, coming here to request funds?" "What you call corruption is merely political donations," the American representative replied, visibly displeased. "Without these necessary expenditures, how can policies be effectively executed?" Meanwhile, the battle raged on in New York, while the Security Council meeting devolved into chaotic arguments, leaving Lu Guoqiang, who had remained silent, with a furrowed brow. "This group is truly beyond redemption. More pressing than these matters, I wish to inquire of Director Nick Fury." Unable to contain his frustration, Lu Guoqiang addressed him, his demeanor cold. "According to the information I have received, your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have not engaged the extraterrestrials in New York. Rather, they have attacked citizens of our great nation and even launched assaults on Tony Stark. Not only have your forces failed to be of assistance, but they are also hindering our efforts." As Lu Guoqiang spoke, he played a video that depicted the attacks launched by Abomination and Ivan Vanko against Hulk and Tony. The emergence of the video silenced the quarrels among the other representatives of the Security Council, who now watched with curiosity. "If this is indeed what you referred to last time, the superhero team you assembled, I find myself at a loss for words." Lu Guoqiang found it somewhat amusing, noting how far removed this was from the original narrative. Nick Fury had displayed an excessive amount of confidence by enlisting these two villains into the Avengers, which was indeed intriguing. "Your people may be formidable compared to ordinary individuals, but can they truly be regarded as heroes? Or is this the standard by which you define heroism?" Lu Guoqiang posed a soul-searching inquiry, causing Nick Fury to clench his fist beneath his sleeve. "We still have Rogers." Nick Fury attempted to counter, continuing, "He has saved many." "Many?" Lu Guoqiang scoffed. "Are you referring to the mere 20 or so civilians he has rescued thus far?" Yang Rui had consistently been by Captain America's side, bearing witness to the number of lives saved. Indeed, Captain America's strength surpasses that of an average soldier. Yet he is ultimately still immortal. How many lives can his strength preserve in the midst of war? Moreover, these are merely the lives saved in the immediate moment. Captain America cannot serve as a guardian for these individuals. Who knows if they might encounter danger again after his departure? After all, Manhattan is currently a high-risk area, and these powerless civilians would face certain death at the hands of a Chitauri soldier. Thus, the number of lives saved is ultimately illusory. Furthermore, what do these 20 or so people amount to in comparison to the countless lives lost during the Battle of New York? Even if only one life is saved, that person is a hero. Nick Fury asserted with righteous fervor, as long as one has done their utmost, they are a hero. This was Fury's way of defending Rogers. And there was indeed some truth to his words. To strive to save others to the best of one's ability can indeed be considered heroic. And what about Abomination and Ivan? Lu Guoqiang gazed at Nick Fury with an indifferent expression and remarked, "They not only failed to save anyone, but rather contributed directly or indirectly to a significant number of deaths. Are they also heroes? This was merely an accident." Nick Fury replied calmly, though internally he was on the verge of cursing the heavens. Nevertheless, he maintained a relatively placid demeanor, continuing, "They made unauthorized contact with a super being and were subsequently controlled by her. This was an unreserved attempt to shift blame. It matters not, after all. The lives lost at their hands are not those of our citizens." Lu Guoqiang scoffed disdainfully and then stated earnestly, "However, this incident was instigated by your S.H.I.E.L.D, and you shall bear full responsibility for its consequences." Nick Fury fell silent, casting his gaze towards the American representative, and continued, "The research on the Tesseract is not solely the responsibility of my S.H.I.E.L.D. The United States has also provided the venue and financial support." The implication was clear. If accountability was to be assumed, then the United States should share in that responsibility. "We merely provided funding and facilities, without intervening in the research itself." The American representative hastily distanced himself from the matter, stating, "The $100 billion allocated by Congress for research was intended for you to conduct studies, not to evade responsibility." Wait a moment, $100 billion? But S.H.I.E.L.D. only received $10 billion. Fury's expression darkened considerably. Upon hearing Fury's words, the American representative fell silent. "How much have you consumed, Congressman Smith?" Fury asked through gritted teeth. "I only took $500 million, reallocating it to other projects, and yet you claim that out of the $100 billion, only $10 billion reached S.H.I.E.L.D. This is outrageous. What does that have to do with me?" The American representative replied, his demeanor displeased. He had indeed taken a significant amount, but every step involved someone taking a share. He had only pocketed $500 million, and he had no knowledge of what others had taken. Moreover, he was merely a spokesperson for the council, wielding limited authority, with many senior officials above him. "If I, Commissioner Smith, do not take my share, how will others? Enough. Who cares how much you embezzled? The pressing issue now is how to deal with those extraterrestrials." Lu Guoqiang felt a headache coming on and could not help but voice his frustration. "Rest assured, we have it all arranged." The American representative, unperturbed, replied calmly, "After discussions with Congress and the military, it has been decided to launch a low-yield nuclear weapon at the Manhattan area to destroy the spatial wormhole and eliminate all extraterrestrials present." Chapter 140. The nuclear bomb. New York is the commercial, cultural, and financial nucleus of the United States, with the Manhattan area being of paramount importance. The renowned Wall Street is located here. To put it in perspective, its significance is akin to that of major cities in China, such as the capital, Shanghai, or Shenzhen. Consequently, the American decision to launch a nuclear strike here, even if it is of low yield, is astonishing. The economic repercussions from such an action would undoubtedly be severe. While films have depicted similar scenarios, witnessing it firsthand is indeed shocking. When Lu Guoqiang heard the American representative state that the U.S. military was preparing to deploy a nuclear bomb over Manhattan, he was taken aback. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? There are hundreds of thousands of people there. A single nuclear strike would claim the lives of the vast majority." Lu Guoqiang stared incredulously at the American representative. To eradicate these extraterrestrials, certain sacrifices must be made. The American representative asserted with righteous conviction, "I oppose this." At this moment, Nick Fury, with a grim expression, remarked, "There are far too many civilians in Manhattan. No one possesses the authority to issue such an order. To unleash a nuclear bomb on a city of hundreds of thousands? Who holds such power? Not even the President of the United States. Moreover, my team is currently on the ground there." This was the crux of Nick Fury's concern. Given his character, he would not hesitate to achieve his goals, even at the cost of millions of lives. After all, it bore no consequence to him. However, his resources, be they S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or the Avengers, remained in Manhattan at that moment. If a nuclear bomb were to be detonated, he would be left stranded without support. Therefore, he staunchly opposed such a course of action. In this fictional realm, such a predicament could arise. For the sake of this world and the eradication of these alien invaders, certain sacrifices may be deemed necessary, stated the American representative coldly. Huh. I trust your intentions as far as I can throw them, retorted the representative from Russia with a mocking smile. Don't think I'm unaware of your agenda. Wall Street is rife with your creditors. Once a nuclear bomb is deployed, your $30 trillion in national debt could be halved. Am I correct? It is well known that the national debt of the United States has reached astronomical figures, but it is not solely owed to foreign entities. A significant portion is owed to domestic billionaires. China also issues national debt domestically, typically offering interest rates higher than bank savings, making it quite popular among the populace. Of the $30 trillion in U.S. national debt, over $20 trillion resides in the hands of domestic magnates, particularly those in finance concentrated in Wall Street. Should a nuclear bomb be unleashed, it could eliminate a considerable number of creditors, thereby relieving the obligation to repay those debts. The notion of extinguishing creditors to evade repayment is a familiar tactic to Russia, as they have employed similar strategies in the past, swiftly recognizing the American agenda. Oh, I see, Liu Guoqiang replied with a disdainful smile, seemingly in agreement. Prior to the nation's passage through time, the United States had experienced several curious incidents. A representative from an American health insurance company was gunned down in broad daylight, yet the U.S. merely issued a lackadaisical $1 million bounty. A fire broke out in a billionaire's two-story villa, which was surrounded by windows, yet no one managed to escape. Numerous such stories abound. But they share a common thread. The victims held substantial amounts of American national debt. Now, with the creditors eliminated, the debts would naturally cease to be a concern. What? You say debts can be inherited? Then let the FBI or CIA investigate the whereabouts of the creditors' heirs. This explanation made the narrative clear. The idea of launching a nuclear bomb in the name of humanity was merely a guise for evading financial responsibility. Upon reflection, it indeed aligned with the typical conduct of the American side. Reality often surpasses the absurdity of the fictional realm. Coughing softly, the American representative remarked with an air of indifference, regardless, launching a nuclear missile is currently the most prudent choice. Absolutely not. Nick Fury rebuked the American representative vehemently. You are disregarding the lives of hundreds of thousands. I will never endorse this proposal. Nick Fury voiced his dissatisfaction with fervor. It matters not whether you agree or not. The military has already been authorized to launch the nuclear missile, the American representative replied coolly, casting a glance at Nick Fury. The missile will be launched imminently. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury was seized by a chilling realization. He quickly contemplated from where the missile would be launched and how long it would take to reach Manhattan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The closest platform capable of launching a nuclear missile was indeed their aerospace carrier. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the conference room. He had come to understand that the Americans would fire the missile from the aerospace carrier, thereby shifting the blame onto the S.H.I.E.L.D. The American government and military were playing a shrewd game. As Nick Fury exited the conference room, the representatives from the other nations saw no further reason to continue the meeting and promptly logged off. At that moment, Liu Guoqiang also shut down his computer and, pulling out his phone, called Wang Yu, who was on a mission in New York, to inform him of the impending missile launch. To be frank, I find myself rather eager for the nuclear explosion, Liu Guoqiang mused as he hung up, slightly squinting his eyes. Should this nuclear device detonate in New York, the repercussions on America's economy and military would be considerable. Moreover, it would be a missile of their own making. Such a remarkable opportunity could not be overlooked. In a frantic rush out of the conference room and across the bridge, Nick Fury arrived on the deck just in time to see an F-35 launching from the catapult. Without a moment's thought, he seized an RPG from a nearby soldier, aimed at the ascending aircraft, and without hesitation, fired, bringing it down. He paid no mind to the fate of the pilot or the presence of such weaponry on the deck. What mattered was that the plane had been successfully intercepted, allowing Nick Fury to exhale in relief. Thank goodness that was averted, he muttered, tossing the launch tube back to the soldier. However, at that moment, another F-35 took off from a different catapult. Before he could react, the aircraft sped down the runway, hurtling towards New York. This is troublesome. Nick Fury's expression darkened instantly. This truly could lead to disaster. If the nuclear missile were to explode in New York, regardless of whether it was under his command, the aircraft launched from the S.H.I.E.L.D. carrier would implicate him. Tony Stark, I must rely on you now, he said, dialing Tony's number. Chapter 141. The nuclear strike approaches at this moment. A colossal wormhole loomed over the skies of New York, through which countless HYDRA forces surged forth, plunging the city into chaos. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, individuals from the Huan nation navigated through the turmoil, clad in their distinctive battle armor. Their movements were swift and agile, embodying the resolute demeanor characteristic of Hua soldiers. Wang Yu donned a set of Divine Sword series armor, maneuvering rapidly through the streets of Manhattan, occasionally rescuing civilians and dispatching HYDRA troops. Although the Hua battle suits lacked the flamboyance of Iron Man's, they were by no means inferior in functionality. Each warrior's helmet was equipped with the most advanced situational awareness systems, enabling them to stay abreast of the latest developments on the battlefield. S.H.I.E.L.D, pay attention to your right. Several civilians are trapped under the rubble. Go lend a hand, Wang Yu instructed through the communication system. Received, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, soaring between buildings as he eliminated HYDRA forces, racing towards a structure buried beneath debris. Skillfully employing his armor's auxiliary capabilities, he effortlessly shifted heavy concrete blocks, rescuing civilians one by one. Thank you, Iron Man, exclaimed a young man, filled with gratitude. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, choosing not to correct the misunderstanding. His sole aim was to save lives, indifferent to whether he received recognition. Being mistaken for Iron Man was of little consequence to him. Find a safe place to hide, S.H.I.E.L.D advised before piloting his Qinglong armor away. Just then, Wang Yu received a call from Lu Guoqiang, his expression instantly turning grave, his brow furrowed. Everyone, I've just received alarming news. Wang Yu's voice resonated through the communication system, reaching every soldier. The U.S. plans to launch a low-yield nuclear weapon at New York, attempting to obliterate the wormhole. This revelation detonated like a bombshell in the hearts of the warriors. Although they were aware this was a scripted event, the reality of facing such a situation was profoundly shocking. Movies are merely fiction, yet the truth was that New York housed millions of inhabitants. Even a low-yield nuclear weapon would result in unimaginable casualties. Have they lost their minds? A soldier blurted out, incredulity saturating his voice. Calm down. Wang Yu's steady voice cut through the panic. Our foremost priority now is to continue collecting alien technology samples. The soldiers quickly adjusted their mindset, recommitting to the rescue efforts. They knew that if the nuclear weapon detonated, their endeavors would be rendered futile, yet they refused to relent. Do what we can, and leave the rest to fate, Wang Chung remarked, assisting an injured civilian while expressing his thoughts over the channel. Launching a nuclear weapon at our own city is utterly insane. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yu let out a profound sigh. Such occurrences, when perpetrated by the American military, seem hardly extraordinary. Remaining focused on the task at hand, Wang Yu reminded his comrades that in the event of a nuclear strike, their primary objective should be self-preservation, followed by immediate evacuation. The armor they donned was equipped with teleportation modules, and many among them were sorcerers. Thus, the threat of a nuclear bomb did not loom as large for them. The soldiers nodded silently, resuming their duties with increasing urgency, as each fleeting second grew ever more precious. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, Lin Yifeng received this alarming news through his armor and turned to his companion, Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun had just been informed, and Lin Yifeng's tone was unusually grave as he disclosed that the American forces planned to launch a low-yield nuclear weapon towards New York, aiming to obliterate the wormhole. What? They really intend to fire it? Jiang Chun's mouth fell agape. Watching such scenarios unfold in films was one thing. Everyone knew they were fictional and that intervention would occur, but facing the reality of the situation and hearing this news left him incredulous at the Americans' callousness. A flicker of anger crossed his gaze, which was soon replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. Did the American military truly care so little for the lives of millions in this city? Jiang Chun could not help but voice his disbelief and indignation. Lin Yifeng's response carried a hint of sarcasm. It is indeed possible, especially since they won't even undertake simpler disaster relief efforts. Jiang Chun fell into a brief silence, exhaling deeply before softly inquiring, "What should we do then?" Lin Yifeng shrugged, his tone laced with a blend of resignation and irony. "Ideally, we should do nothing. Our objective is the cosmic cube. Besides, even if we save them this time, what then? Are we to become their caretakers?" Though Lin Yifeng's words were somewhat cold, they possessed an undeniable logic. In truth, if their sole aim was to thwart the nuclear strike, there were numerous methods at their disposal. The simplest would be to open a portal and transport the missile away. However, this too carried its own dangers. After all, the terminal velocity of missiles is exceedingly high, and it is quite possible that the nuclear bomb could reach its target before the portal even materializes, resulting in an unsuccessful interception. Of course, if Jiang Chun were to undertake this task, it would not prove as challenging. He could harness the power of time to slow down the temporal flow within a certain radius, allowing for the effortless relocation of the nuclear weapon. Yet, the question remained, where would the missile be transferred, and why should he take such actions? Jiang Chen's gaze drifted towards the war-torn city in the distance, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his contemplations. Glancing down, he saw that it was a call from Tony. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he answered the phone. Tony? Jiang Chun. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, urgent and tense. I've just received word that a plane armed with a nuclear bomb is en route to New York. I am already aware, Jiang Chun replied, his voice deep and resolute. Tony, do you have a plan? A hint of anxiety tinged Tony's voice. Honestly, no. I am rushing towards the aircraft. If necessary, I will take it down. However, it is not so simple. The plane will undoubtedly launch a nuclear missile before approaching New York. He paused abruptly. Jiang Chun, I need your assistance. My assistance? How can I help? Jiang Chun inquired softly. If it's a missile, I will pursue it as swiftly as possible to slow it down. You need to open a portal and transport me along with the missile to a desolate wasteland. Chapter 142. Guests. After a grueling battle, Tony finally triumphed over Ivan Vanko. After all, this was his stronghold, and should his armor sustain damage, reinforcements would be readily available. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko had devoted his entire focus to his whip research, making him no match for Tony. However, before Tony could celebrate his victory, he received a call from Nick Fury, and the message rendered him utterly disconcerted. A nuclear missile was hurtling towards New York. To make matters worse, the aircraft had launched from S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Nick Fury claimed that he had not orchestrated this operation, but did he expect Tony Stark to believe that? With no time to rest, Tony immediately set off toward the missile's trajectory, simultaneously contacting Jiang Chun. He recognized Jiang Chen's capabilities in opening portals and understood that he might be the only one able to assist him. True to form, Tony's thoughts were straightforward. He was willing to sacrifice his life to save the civilians of New York City. His plan was uncomplicated. First, attempt to intercept the missile, and if unsuccessful, find a way to redirect it elsewhere. Nevertheless, to ensure success, it was imperative to decelerate the missile. Thus, his strategy involved entering the portal with the missile, allowing him time to return through the portal afterward. This presented considerable risk for Tony. Jiang Chun's voice held an incredulous tone. Are you suggesting that I open a portal and transport you along with the nuclear missile? Tony's voice came through the communicator, laced with urgency. Yes, Jiang Chun. The situation is critical, and I have little time. Jiang Chun fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the war-torn city in the distance. His voice turned cold. But why should I do this? What? Tony evidently did not anticipate such a response, his tone imbued with confusion. I mean, Jiang Chun began slowly, each word seemingly heavy with significance. Why should I assist in preventing this nuclear missile? Tony appeared momentarily taken aback by the question, and a brief silence punctuated the communication line. Jiang Chun continued, this predicament is of America's own making. Why should others bear the burden of rectifying it? Moreover, it is not others who have launched the nuclear missile. It is indeed your own country. Given this, what reason do I have to intervene? The line fell silent once more, save for the sound of Tony's hurried breaths. After a few moments, Tony spoke again. This time his voice laced with a hint of desperation. Jiang Chun, I understand your disdain for America and your animosity towards S.H.I.E.L.D, which I share. Yet, this time, I implore you as a friend to aid me. The sincerity in Tony's words slightly softened Jiang Chen's expression. Tony continued, I realize this request is abrupt, but I genuinely require your assistance, not only for New York, but for all innocent lives at stake. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen softly replied, very well, I shall assist you, but not for America, rather because you are my friend. Upon hearing this, Tony's voice brimmed with gratitude. Thank you. Jiang Chen, I knew I could count on you. Do not rejoice too soon, Jiang Chen cautioned. We remain uncertain whether this plan will succeed. Furthermore, I have merely consented to open a portal. How precisely shall we proceed? Tony swiftly explained, I will endeavor to intercept the missile and alter its trajectory. At which point you will open the portal, and I will enter with the missile. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chun inquired, where should the portal be directed? After a moment's contemplation, Tony replied, ideally, it should lead to a desert within the United States, thus minimizing misunderstandings with other nations and reducing potential harm. Jiang Chun nodded. No problem. I will activate the portal at the appropriate moment. But you must exercise caution. Thank you, Jiang Chun. Tony's voice resonated with appreciation. I am truly grateful for your willingness to assist. Let us not dwell on that, Jiang Chun said, his tone lightening a bit. Focus on the crisis at hand. I will remain on standby for your signal. After hanging up, Jiang Chun could not help but exhale in relief, feeling somewhat bewildered by his decision, unsure whether it was right or wrong. Well done, Lin Feng remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Jiang Chun. Is what I did truly correct? Jiang Chun asked Lin Feng. There is no absolute right or wrong. Simply hold steadfast to your convictions, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He added, regardless of the decisions one makes, it is essential to pursue them resolutely. While Lin Feng secretly anticipated the explosion of the nuclear missile in New York, his conscience could not bear the thought. If one lacks the means to prevent it, so be it. But if one possesses the capability, remaining indifferent is inconceivable. Although Lin Feng and his companions professed a desire to witness the missile's impact on New York when the moment arrived, it was certain that some would not stand idly by, just as the soldiers present would not simply turn away when faced with the impending missile. It is highly probable that they would attempt to intervene, without a doubt. I did not misinterpret you. A tranquil voice interrupted Jiang Chun's thoughts, resonating beside him. Turning his gaze, he beheld Master Gu Yi standing there, adorned with her signature smile. Jiang Chun's brow unfurled slightly, alleviating the tension that had gripped his heart. Master Gu Yi, he spoke with a touch of astonishment and reverence. I did not expect to encounter you here. Curiosity sparkled in his eyes. What brings you to this place? Master Gu Yi inclined her head gently, her voice as soothing as a breeze whispering through the trees. I sense the arrival of visitors to this world, she articulated slowly, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. I must take a glance to ascertain whether they pose any threat to our realm. In an instant, Jiang Chun's expression hardened, his brow furrowing in concern, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. His mind raced, striving to decipher the underlying significance of Master Gu Yi's words. Visitors? Could she possibly be referring to the Chitauri? Yet that seemed implausible. The Chitauri army would hardly warrant her concern. Moreover, despite being invaders, they were still inhabitants of this universe. At that moment, Lin Feng caught the sound of Yang Rui's voice. Guess who I just saw? Yang Rui's tone brimmed with barely contained astonishment and excitement. Another Captain America and Iron Man, along with Ant-Man and Hulk. Goodness, could this be the group from Avengers? Endgame? Chapter 143. Guests from the future. Yang Rui had encountered a group, presumably Avengers who had traversed time from the future. Lin Feng whispered to Jiang Chun, his voice tinged with undeniable enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of surprise and contemplation flickering in his eyes. His mind raced, intertwining the newly acquired information with Master Gu Yi's words. It dawned on him that these individuals were indeed the guests she had mentioned. Noticing Jiang Chun deep in thought, Lin Feng continued, according to Yang Rui's description. He saw Captain America and Iron Man, along with Ant-Man and Hulk. Jiang Chun's eyes brightened. He too had recalled the storyline of Avengers, Endgame. Avengers from the future could certainly be deemed as guests. The Marvel Universe has perpetually adhered to the concept of the multiverse, yet the so-called divergent timelines here are, in truth, distinct and independent worlds. Just as in Avengers, Endgame, where the heroes traversed through time to procure the Infinity Stones from various timelines, they effectively ventured into different worlds. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, New York was engulfed in chaos due to the Chitauri invasion. Skyscrapers shone under the sunlight, yet clouds of dust billowed forth, and explosions echoed relentlessly. Indeed, they are the guests, Master Gu Yi remarked with a smile. The duty of the Sanctum Sanctorum sorcerers is to safeguard the entire dimension, resisting threats that emerge from beyond our world. Thus, it is only natural that I must come to observe these Avengers from the future. This is also the reason why the Ancient One appears in New York in the original storyline. Jiang Chun, let us take a look, she said with a smile. I can sense that their arrival is connected to you. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, recalling that the Avengers had traveled to the past precisely for the Infinity Stones. And indeed, The infinity stones of this world were intimately tied to him. The time stone had been placed in HYDRA, while the mind stone was in his possession. As for the space stone, wasn't it located atop Stark Tower? This had originally been the objective of Jiang Chun and his companions. Thus, it was no surprise that these 3 infinity stones would ultimately belong to HYDRA. The Avengers' arrival in this era was solely for the purpose of acquiring these stones. Now that they were all claimed by HYDRA, it was inevitable that Jiang Chun would be involved in their pursuit. However, according to the original plot, the space stone had been taken by Loki, who was subsequently apprehended by the Time Variance Authority and, after enduring numerous trials, became the god of stories. Yet, Loki was currently still studying in HYDRA. Did this imply that none of these events had transpired? Was the god of stories forsaken? Regardless, this was of little concern to him. The absence of this god of stories might actually be more favorable for HYDRA. Well, I am quite curious about them, Jiang Chun remarked with interest. The Ancient One smiled and waved her hand, opening a portal through which they stepped, leaving Lin Yifeng to observe the distant cosmic cube and machinery from afar. As the machine's power escalated, the wormhole in the sky expanded, and there was no doubt that if it continued to grow, it would eventually accommodate large spacecraft. Was this not somewhat different from the initially proclaimed situation? At that moment, in a narrow alley, several future Avengers stood bewildered, gazing at the battlefield. Ant-Man could not help but voice his astonishment. What were they witnessing? Not far away, 2 colossal beings were engaged in a fierce brawl, their immense power effortlessly demolishing everything around them. Countless buildings collapsed, and it was uncertain how many unfortunate souls were trapped beneath the debris. Abomination? How did he end up here? Hulk, or rather the Green Doctor, wore an equally astonished expression. In the future, Hulk and Dr. Banner had completely merged into the Green Doctor, granting him intellect even in his normal state, but at the cost of his fighting prowess. Although the Green Doctor maintained his Hulk form, he lacked the brute strength that defined the Hulk, rendering him unable to harness the full potential of his body. At that moment, he too was perplexed, staring at the distant conflict. No matter how hard he tried to comprehend the situation, he could not fathom why Abomination had appeared in the Battle of New York. It must have been an accident, right? Tony Stark, the Iron Man, found himself grappling with disbelief. How could this situation differ so vastly from the memory of the Battle of New York? The contrast was indeed stark. What unforeseen circumstances had brought the Abomination here? Dr. Banner couldn't help but voice his thoughts, particularly taken aback by the sight of Hulk being overpowered in combat. Should he intervene? Regardless, our primary objective remains the Infinity Stones, Tony remarked, his eyes twitching in irritation. You make it sound easy, but we can't simply stand by while Hulk struggles against the Abomination, Dr. Banner countered, his internal conflict evident. If Hulk gets entangled, how can we possibly reclaim the Tesseract? Without the Tesseract, how can we stealthily acquire it? Banner, I understand your desire to assist Hulk, but it would be prudent for us to maintain a low profile to avoid any unexpected complications, Tony advised, feeling a headache brewing. Boom. At that moment, another explosion erupted, drawing their attention to 2 armored figures engaged in fierce combat amidst the towering buildings. One was instantly recognizable, this world's Tony Stark, clad in his iconic gold and red mark armor. His adversary wielded 2 energy whips, equally armored. Ivan Vanko. Tony was at a loss for words, even with his brilliance. He struggled to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Shouldn't the Abomination and Ivan Vanko be imprisoned? Or rather, wasn't Ivan supposed to be dead? How had he resurfaced here? All of this left the world's smartest man perplexed. Tony soon realized that everything felt slightly different. He furrowed his brow, acknowledging the anomaly. Setting aside these concerns, our focus remains the Infinity Stones. At that moment, Captain America spoke earnestly. With the space wormhole activated, it signifies that the Tesseract is here, undoubtedly orchestrated by Loki. And the Mind Stone should also be present. As for the Time Stone, hasn't it always been in the hands of the Sorcerer? We merely need to reach the Sanctum in New York, and perhaps we will find it. Chapter 144. The Multiverse. While there were minor differences in detail, the broad strokes remained consistent. At least according to Captain America's hypothesis, the Infinity Stones should still be in New York. Therefore, they need not concern themselves with these discrepancies. Finding the stones was paramount. Unbeknownst to them, atop a nearby building, Yang Rui observed their every move. After departing with the Black Widow and Captain America from this world, he had intended to assist Hulk, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the group in the alleyway. Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man, Steve Rogers, the Captain America, Scott Lang, the Ant-Man, and Bruce Banner, the Hulk, are indeed the very individuals who traversed through time from Avengers Endgame in search of the Infinity Stones. Upon this revelation, Yang Rui promptly conveyed his discovery to the others while continuing to observe their actions. At that moment, he heard a voice and, ever cautious, assumed a defensive stance, only to relax upon recognizing it was the Ancient One. The sorceress gracefully descended beside him, her robe flowing without wind, her eyes shimmering with wisdom. Jiang Chun followed closely, his demeanor calm and composed. Ancient One, Yang Rui greeted warmly, respect evident in his gaze. The Ancient One nodded slightly, her eyes deep and starry, as though perceiving all truths. It would be splendid if you and Jiang Chun could intervene, Yang Rui remarked earnestly, a hint of ease in his tone. Turning his gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding between Hulk and Abomination in the distance, a flicker of concern crossed his features. Then I shall assist Hulk, Yang Rui declared, his hands tracing a golden arc in the air. A portal slowly materialized, revealing the intense conflict beyond. After casting one last glance at the Ancient One and Jiang Chun, he nodded and stepped through the portal, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the Ancient One waved her hands, and another portal gradually unfolded before them, bathed in golden light. The two stepped through and found themselves in a secluded alley. There, Iron Man, Captain America, Ant-Man, and the Hulk were huddled together, engaged in hushed discussion. The sudden appearance of the portal caught the four off guard, prompting them to adopt defensive postures. Tony raised his palm blaster, the blue light flickering, ready to fire. Steve lifted his shield, his gaze sharp and vigilant towards the portal. Scott pressed a button on his helmet, poised to shrink at a moment's notice. Bruce Banner's muscles tensed, a look of wariness on his face. As the Ancient One and Jiang Chun emerged from the portal with serene smiles and no sign of hostility, the Avengers gradually lowered their defenses. The Ancient One greeted them with a gentle nod, her expression warm. "Welcome, esteemed guests from afar," she said softly, curiosity lacing her tone. "What brings you to our time?" Tony and Steve exchanged puzzled glances, evidently taken aback by the straightforwardness of her inquiry. Scott nervously swallowed, uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, Bruce furrowed his brow, contemplating how best to articulate their purpose. The Ancient One patiently awaited their reply, her eyes sparkling with insight. Jiang Chun stood silently by, observing their reactions. An air of subtle tension permeated the atmosphere, as if the situation were on the brink of ignition. Taking a deep breath, Tony resolved to break the silence. "This sorceress?" he tentatively inquired. "We have come in search of Strange. He should be the sorcerer here." "Ah, I see. You are here for Strange," the Ancient One remarked, her smile unwavering. "However, you have arrived too early. He will not become a sorcerer for another 5 years." It was evident that during their journey, they had not inquired about camartage from any sorcerer, thus remaining unaware of the Ancient One's esteemed reputation. How could this be? Tony mused, rubbing his temples, momentarily at a loss for words. "Esteemed sorceress, how did you discern that we hail from the future?" The Ancient One smiled subtly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "As the Sorcerer Supreme, the mysteries of time are not foreign to me," she replied with serene composure. Steve nodded thoughtfully, appearing to accept this explanation with some reservation. "Then, might you enlighten us as to why everything here diverges from our memories?" he asked cautiously. The Ancient One's expression turned grave, her gaze profound as the abyss. "Because this is not your past. It is an alternate multiverse, not merely a linear timeline," she articulated slowly. "After all, in Avengers Endgame, the time machine created by the Avengers was not capable of freely traversing timelines. They had merely arrived in another world." The four Avengers exchanged looks of astonishment upon hearing this. Tony inhaled sharply, a flicker of frustration crossing his features. "Damn it, we have crossed into a multiversal realm?" he murmured to himself. Steve furrowed his brow, clearly contemplating the implications of this revelation. Ant-Man Scott stood agape, momentarily unable to process the information. Meanwhile, the Hulk rubbed his temples in exasperation. "No wonder we encountered Abomination and Ivan Vanko here," Tony lamented, also feeling the weight of the situation. Their plan had been to travel back in time to procure the Infinity Stones, and then return to the future to snap their fingers and bring back those lost to Thanos. Now, having ventured into a parallel world, their previous strategy was rendered obsolete. If the world they traversed was entirely identical to their original one, it would indeed be a parallel universe. If it bore significant similarities, or if the people and events were only slightly different, it would be classified as a multiverse. Conversely, if the world was entirely dissimilar, it would be deemed an alternate reality. The four Avengers now comprehended that their journey into the past was, in fact, a traversal into a different multiverse. If this was their fate, could the other two teams be experiencing the same? In the future, to locate the 6 Infinity Stones, the Avengers had split into 3 groups, each journeying to different points in time, hoping to seize the stones at those moments. Iron Man, Captain America, Ant-Man, and Dr. Banner arrived at the Battle of New York in 2012, a pivotal moment when the time, space, and mind stones existed. War Machine, Nebula, Black Widow, and Hawkeye ventured to 2014, each seeking the power and soul stones scattered across the cosmos. Thor and Rocket traveled back to 2013, returning to Asgard to retrieve the ether, known as the Reality Stone, from Jane. Their plans hinged on traversing specific points in time. However, they were now informed that they were navigating a multiverse, undoubtedly introducing a myriad of uncertainties into their strategy. Chapter 145 Surely, everyone will devise a means to acquire the stones, Tony Stark mused, letting out a gentle sigh. Reality diverged from their plans, yet he could only place his hope in his comrades. After all, they were heroes. A note of resignation tinged Iron Man's tone, yet it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of trust. We have come here to obtain the Infinity Stones, Tony candidly expressed to both Ancient One and Jiang Chun. Captain America elaborated. In our world, Thanos gathered all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, obliterating half of Earth and the universe's population. His voice was low, revealing a hint of sorrow. Thus, we must traverse different time periods to procure the Infinity Stones, reclaim our timeline, and rescue everyone. Dr. Banner chimed in, stating, once we accomplish this, we shall return the stones. His tone exuded a rational calmness, as though he were detailing the steps of a scientific experiment. Upon hearing their intentions, Ancient One fell into silence, her eyes narrowing slightly, as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Each individual's choices can lead to new branches in the timeline, which signifies the birth of new worlds. This is the essence of the multiverse. Her voice was crisp and resonated through the air, leaving Iron Man and the others with a sense of despondency. Transporting the Infinity Stones to other realms would likely give rise to new worlds, rendering their future all the more enigmatic and unpredictable. Ancient One continued, her tone now laced with a note of caution, as if warning them of the risks of their undertaking. A tense and intricate atmosphere enveloped the air, as the Avengers exchanged glances, all acutely aware that this mission was far more complex than they had anticipated. Dr. Banner argued resolutely. The moment we return the stones will be the same as when we took them. This will ensure no issues arise. Ancient One smiled slightly. Your reasoning is sound. However, the time stone is not currently in my possession. You may inquire with Jiang Chun. With that, she turned her gaze toward Jiang Chun, her tone lightening. This is Jiang Chun. Over a year ago, I entrusted him with the time stone. Upon hearing this, Tony and the others turned their gazes towards Jiang Chun, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Jiang Chun replied with a cheerful smile and a light-hearted tone. Regrettably, the time stone is no longer in my possession. I have given it to my country. However, I can inquire on your behalf. His words exuded an air of nonchalance. After such a lengthy acquaintance, Jiang Chun had come to grasp the possible intentions of Huagua. Undoubtedly, the emergence of a new world would pique their interest. Moreover, the time stone held little allure for Huagua, so lending it to this group of Avengers was not entirely out of the question. Jiang Chun was also filled with curiosity regarding these Avengers from the future. Furthermore, the convergence of the 6 Infinity Stones by the Avengers presented a golden opportunity for him to unlock his full potential. However, he did possess the Soul Stone, which he could lend to them, but he had a stipulation. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. What is your demand? Tony and the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of curiosity and caution, with a hint of probing in Tony's tone. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, his voice resolute, yet brimming with expectation. I require to accompany you to the future. This was Jiang Chun's true aim. He needed to witness the future world. He held little interest in Thanos, yet the prospect of the Avengers reuniting the 6 stones in the future could facilitate the unlocking of his own energy. Currently, the energy of the time stone within him had long been unlocked, enabling him to manipulate the timeline at will, a power surpassing that of the Time Stone itself. Now, with the Soul Stone also gradually unlocking, he had developed formidable mind control abilities. Originally, he had planned to acquire the Space Stone to fully unlock his spatial capabilities, but he had unexpectedly encountered the Avengers from the future. Now, he had a shortcut to unlocking the energy within him. By directly venturing into the future, he could seize the opportunity when the Avengers gathered all 6 stones, thereby unlocking his abilities in one fell swoop. Thus, Jiang Chun made his request clear. I have no issue lending you the items, but I must accompany you. To be candid, he harbored doubts about them. Jiang Chun shrugged, fully aware of the origins of these Avengers, yet he expressed, I know of the Avengers. They are an organization established by Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D, and they have not done much good. Just look at Abomination and Ivan Vanko, both invited by Nick Fury, yet in this perilous situation. They have caused chaos instead of aiding humanity against extraterrestrials, burdening others instead. Abomination is uncontrollable, attacking Hulk, while Ivan Vanko is cunning and solely bent on revenge against Tony. These two have now become Avengers, and Nick Fury was confident in his ability to control them, only to end up being outsmarted. In truth, Bronsky was not to blame. He simply failed to anticipate that he would be unable to restrain his animosity upon encountering the Hulk. As for Ivan Vanko, he was undoubtedly toying with Nick Fury. Upon hearing this, the Avengers from the future were left bewildered. Were these figures of hatred and Ivan Vanko truly regarded as Avengers? Was their caliber so diminished? In our world, these two individuals had never been Avengers. Captain America felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, filled with exasperation. Although the Avengers might welcome those of immense power, they would surely not accept villains. Who could say for certain? Jiang Chun shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I have never visited your world. How can I ascertain whether you speak the truth? Might it be that these two are merely two sides of the same coin? In response, the Avengers from the future fell into silence. This was the simplest of self-evident traps. No matter how they answered, it could never be deemed correct. Thus, they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Moreover, the Avengers were led by Nick Fury, and if I may be candid, I do not trust him. Consequently, I harbor no faith in any of you. Jiang Chun stated calmly, these are the Infinity Stones. If you were to take them and not return them, who could predict the fate of our world? Chapter 146. Reaching an agreement undoubtedly. Jiang Chun's skepticism was well-founded, and the Avengers from the future had no means to counter it. Furthermore, they shared a mutual disdain for Nick Fury. At that moment, a plane armed with a nuclear bomb had already taken off from S.H.I.E.L.D's airborne aircraft carrier, its objective being the annihilation of New York. How utterly deranged. Do they not comprehend how many lives reside here? Millions. To bolster the credibility of his assertions, Jiang Chun continued to deride them. The launch of the nuclear bomb was not initiated by S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather by a resolution from the Council. Captain America could not help but interject, who knows? Jiang Chun merely shrugged, his expression impassive, and pressed on. Did Nick Fury himself declare this? Do you truly believe that the habitual liar Nick Fury speaks the truth? How can you be certain that he is not deceiving you? Who knows if it was indeed Nick Fury who issued the command? Jiang Chun's words left Captain America momentarily speechless, as it indeed raised the question, who could guarantee that it was Nick Fury who had given the order? After all, as the king of spies, how many truths could he utter? It was no wonder that others harbored distrust towards Nick Fury. He was known for his frequent fabrications. Like the well-known tale of the boy who cried wolf, if one lies incessantly, even when they speak the truth, no one will believe them. Nick Fury was just like that. With a single phrase, Jiang Chun had sown the seeds of doubt. Moreover, at this juncture, Captain America was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D had long been under the control of HYDRA, rendering any defense of Nick Fury impossible. Consequently, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The trajectory of this world diverged significantly from that of our own. Iron Man, Tony Stark, exhibited visible concern and continued, the variables are exceedingly numerous. In our world, during the Battle of New York, I was the one who transported the nuclear missile into the portal, thus concluding the conflict. However, can we be certain that such an event will transpire in this world as well? If we adhere to their original hypothesis, everything in this world should mirror that of our own. Thus, it would again be Tony flying the nuclear missile into the wormhole, ultimately returning to Earth unscathed. Yet, upon arriving in this world, they discovered it to be entirely distinct from their own, making the historical context of their world inapplicable here. Consequently, Tony naturally grew apprehensive regarding New York in this realm. What would the scenario entail if the version of himself in this world had not dispatched the nuclear missile? A nuclear explosion, engulfing countless lives in flames? Although it is not his world, the mere contemplation of such a scene filled Tony with dread. Who knows? Jiang Chen shrugged. Having promised to assist this world's Tony, yet the Tony before him remained unaware. Perhaps, if the nuclear missile were to detonate, millions here would vanish into thin air. The few superheroes from the future present, predominantly Americans, could not help but shudder at Jiang Chen's words, envisioning such a dire circumstance. The thought of millions perishing was one they fervently wished to avoid. "We must aid this world, assist the people of New York," Captain America declared with righteous conviction, an earnest desire to save lives emanating from him. Easier said than done. How do you intend to effect this rescue? Jiang Chen replied, smiling at him. I firmly believe that everyone has their own destiny, and we must respect the choices of fate. In response, the Avengers could only remain silent, at a loss for words. All right, Jiang Chen, stop teasing them. Master Gu-Yi interjected with a smile. Did you not already promise to assist this world's Tony in resolving the nuclear missile issue? Simply delivering the missile to a desert within the United States would suffice. This task is quite manageable. In truth, as long as Master Gu-Yi wished to prevent the missile from exploding in New York, she possessed countless methods to resolve this dilemma. However, since Jiang Chen had already pledged to handle it, it was left to him. To be honest, if Tony weren't my friend, I would truly prefer not to undertake this task, Jiang Chen remarked, pouting with irritation. Let us not have me branded as an illegal disaster rescuer when the time comes. That would certainly be amusing. What was that famous saying of the mayor of Dezhou? On Earth, there exist 3 energy nodes situated in 3 cities, forming a protective barrier for our planet, safeguarded by us, the sorcerers. Master Gu-Yi smiled and shook his head, noting that one of these nodes is conveniently located in New York, where we have established a sanctuary to facilitate our guardianship of the Earth. Although the destruction of the sanctuary may not result in severe repercussions, it could certainly lead to some complications. Perhaps the sorcerers stationed here in the future will find themselves without a place to reside. While the absence of the sanctuary will not affect the energy node itself, it will undoubtedly hinder the operational convenience for the sorcerers. Jiang Chen nodded, reflecting on Master Gu-Yi's words. It seemed that, even if he refrained from intervening and the Chinese military remained inactive, Master Gu-Yi would ultimately take action. The challenge of witnessing a grand display of fireworks in New York should not be underestimated. What about you? How do you find my proposal? Jiang Chen turned to Iron Man Tony and the others, inquiring once more, I will accompany you to your world. Otherwise, I cannot entrust the infinity stones of our realm to your hands. Jiang Chen spoke earnestly, his words causing the 4 to hesitate. While we would love to take you with us, our equipment is limited, and it is simply impossible, Tony Stark sighed, expressing his helplessness. Our battle suits are custom-made for each individual, and there is no way to bring anyone else into our world. These suits were crafted by Tony utilizing Dr. Pym's Pym particle technology, which is already a marvel of advanced science, coupled with the bespoke design for each user. Transporting another person would be virtually impossible. They indeed had spare Pym particles, but without the battle suits, they had no means to bring Jiang Chen along. Thus, even if they genuinely agreed, it would remain unfeasible. You need not worry about that. Master Gu-Yi interjected with a smile. I can send him to your world. In truth, for a being of Master Gu-Yi's caliber, traversing the multiverse poses no challenge. Once the location of the desired world is determined, crossing between dimensions can be accomplished with ease. Undoubtedly, Master Gu-Yi possesses the ability to facilitate this task. The Avengers require the Infinity Stones. Thus, Master Gu-Yi can simply place a restriction on the stones, marking the coordinates. Once they traverse into another multiverse, she will easily ascertain the location. At that moment, opening a portal will suffice. It must be said that the sorcerer's portal magic indeed reaches remarkable heights. Not only can it be activated at will on Earth, but as demonstrated by Doctor Strange later, it can also be opened freely across the cosmos. Furthermore, upon attaining the status of Sorcerer Supreme, both Doctor Strange and Master Gu-Yi can traverse the multiverse through their portals. The concerns expressed by Iron Man Tony and the others are, in essence, unfounded. Well then, Iron Man Tony exchanged glances with his fellow teammates and nodded helplessly. Since you possess the capability to directly transport individuals to your own world, what purpose would further refusal serve? Moreover, for the Avengers, who find themselves at a point of no return, their singular hope lies in the acquisition of the Infinity Stones. With the Infinity Stones now within reach, they are prepared to accept any cost involved. Additionally, from the Avengers' perspective, Jiang Chun and his companions, who stand united against the Chitauri invaders, are undoubtedly heroes, members of their own. Despite the numerous misunderstandings that may exist, they are fundamentally good individuals. Thus, there are no concerns regarding Jiang Chun's intentions. His primary interest is in securing the Infinity Stones from his world and ensuring their safe return. A desire that is entirely justifiable. This is satisfactory. Jiang Chun wore a smile, pleased by Tony's response. He not only saw the opportunity to unlock all the energy within himself, but also the chance to acquire advanced technology from the future world. Despite the seemingly brief span of a decade between the events of the first Avengers and the fourth, the technological advancements during that time were nothing short of explosive. Take, for example, Iron Man's suits, which underwent an astonishing rate of evolution. Undoubtedly, if Jiang Chun can successfully reach the future world, he will reap immense rewards. Thus, this matter is settled. With a smile, Jiang Chun addressed Tony and the others. Our primary objective remains to thwart the Chitauri invasion. You can rest assured. After all, as outsiders, Tony and his team are aware that it is best not to interfere recklessly with the development of this world. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony and the others consented to Jiang Chun's words. I will report the situation to my superiors and request the use of the Time Stone. Jiang Chun replied with a smile. The Mind Stone is also with me, and I will conveniently provide it to you when the time comes. As for the Space Stone, he glanced at the distant Stark Tower and continued, this is the Infinity Stone of our world. Our original plan was to secure it and keep it safe. Therefore, once the war concludes, we will take the Tesseract with us, which can be lent to you as well. This decision was made by our country long ago and cannot be altered. The Tesseract, in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D, would only bring about countless troubles. Our nation is determined to take it away. However, now there are a few more individuals wishing to borrow it. This poses no significant issue. Not a problem. Tony and his companions exchanged understanding glances and said little more. They now understood that each world possesses its own timeline, and they could not carelessly alter it to avoid causing drastic changes. Moreover, they lacked the capability to effect any change. It would be best if your presence remained undisclosed, particularly to the denizens of this world or to entities like S.H.I.E.L.D, lest it lead to dire repercussions. Understood. They are well aware of the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D and the origins of Captain America from the future, which is precisely why they had been evading detection until serendipitously encountering Yang Rui. Thus, we shall meet again shortly. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, bade farewell with a wave to the group, and opened a portal, departing with Master Gu Yi, returning to the top floor of Stark Tower. How was it? Jiang Chun was not present within the communication system. Thus Lin Yifeng and the others were not privy to his dialogue with the future Avengers. However, due to their trust in Jiang Chun, no one harbored any suspicions. Upon seeing Jiang Chun's return, Lin Yifeng curiously inquired. Indeed, they were Avengers from the future. Jiang Chun expressed his delight, stating that their arrival was to acquire the Infinity Stones. He had reached an accord with them to lend the stones, albeit with the condition that he would accompany them to their future. Lin Yifeng's eyes brightened. Jiang Chun's words confirmed their suspicions. Those individuals were indeed Avengers who had returned from the battle in New York during Infinity War. Your request is quite astute. The opportunity to visit the future world would be immensely beneficial for us. Lin Yifeng affirmed Jiang Chun's decision. Not only would they have the chance to acquire all 6 Infinity Stones, but they would also gain access to advanced technology in the future. Of course, Lin Yifeng's ambitions were far more audacious than Jiang Chun's. He envisioned seizing the 6 Infinity Stones, while Jiang Chun merely contemplated utilizing the power of the stones to unlock his own latent abilities. Jiang Chun was not as mercenary as Lin Yifeng. After all, the Infinity Stones are exceedingly precious. Although Lin Yifeng was not an ardent fan of the Marvel series, he was nonetheless captivated by the infinite potential and energy embodied by the Infinity Stones. If the nation could harness such power, he would be more than willing. While each universe possesses its own infinity stones, they become inoperative when transported to other realms. Master Gu Yi seemed to perceive Lin Yifeng's thoughts, shaking her head with a smile and stating, "Stones that do not belong to our world, even if acquired, are unlikely to function properly within our realm, especially considering that this world possesses its own infinity stones. In essence, even if you were to bring back the Soul Stone, Power Stone, or Reality Stone from the future, their functionality would be severely compromised. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng let out a resigned sigh, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances. Speaking of which, it was indeed perplexing that the Avengers in Infinity War could utilize the Infinity Stones they retrieved from the past timeline. Perhaps the forced explanation is that the infinite gems of their world have vanished, allowing the newly arrived infinite gems to be utilized. However, this explanation seems rather far-fetched. Of course, a more reasonable rationale is that it serves the narrative's needs. Chapter 148. Schemes. Upon learning that the infinite gems brought back from the future world were likely unusable, Lin Yifeng felt a twinge of regret, but soon dismissed it. The existence of the infinite gems is a matter of fortune or doom. Although their combined effects are extraordinary, there are pressing matters for the current HYDRA, such as the imperative to cultivate its own strength. The technology of the future world holds immense allure for HYDRA, promising to significantly enhance its capabilities. Very well. I shall inform General Liu to lend the time gem, Jiang Chen declared. Since he had already promised the future Avengers the infinite gems, the time gem needed to be retrieved domestically. I have briefed General Liu on the situation. I trust a response will come swiftly, Lin Yifeng interjected. Clad in battle armor and equipped with a situational awareness system, he could share intelligence and communicate with superiors. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang, revealing Lu Guoqiang's name on the screen. "The time gem is ready. You may return to collect it at your convenience." Lu Guoqiang's voice conveyed a sense of ease. The infinite gems, which others coveted, seemed to hold little significance in HYDRA. "That's splendid. I shall return immediately." Jiang Chen was about to end the call when Lu Guoqiang suddenly interrupted. "Wait. It is too perilous for you to venture into the future world alone. I have dispatched an elite squad to accompany you. They will also deliver the time gem." Jiang Chen paused, slightly taken aback. "General, is this not a bit excessive? The Avengers from the future will soon confront Thanos, which poses a certain level of danger." Lu Guoqiang's tone turned serious. "Moreover, since the Ancient One can open the portal, she can lead the team as well. We require specialists to study the technology of the future world, and in the face of Thanos' army, you will need adequate protection." He continued, "Furthermore, it is crucial to note that Thanos is coming. His warships will descend upon Earth. In the ensuing chaos, HYDRA might gain considerable advantages. Currently, over a dozen warriors are in New York, gathering the technological creations of the Chitauri. Having the opportunity to directly collect the technological artifacts of Thanos' forces necessitates sending a team to investigate. Jiang Chen's significance to HYDRA is undeniable, and I harbor concerns for his safety. Thus, I will arrange a contingent for his protection." Listening to these words, a warm feeling surged within Jiang Chen. The presence of such a team for mutual support indeed brought a sense of reassurance. "By the way, General Liu, could you provide me with a set of battle armor? I just realized that operating without the situational awareness system for intelligence sharing would be quite inconvenient." On the other end of the phone, Lu Guoqiang's hearty laughter resonated. "Huh. Rest assured, the support team will bring it to you upon arrival." "That's wonderful." Jiang Chen's face blossomed with a smile. "I will await their arrival." "Go on. And be safe," Lu Guoqiang advised before hanging up. Jiang Chen tucked his phone away and turned to Lin Yifeng and Master Gu Yi. "It's settled. A team will accompany me to the future." Master Gu Yi nodded slightly. "No problem. I will open the portal and maintain it for a few extra seconds." After all, Master Gu Yi's plan was to activate the portal, so even if a heavily armed battalion were to pass through, it would not pose a significant issue. "Please hand me the Mind Stone. I shall mark it," Master Gu Yi said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded and produced the Mind Scepter. Handing it to Master Gu Yi, the latter traced intricate golden arrays in the air, subsequently infusing the gem with energy before tossing it back to Jiang Chen. "All right. When the time comes, hand over the gem to them. Once they return, I will be able to locate their world through the Mind Stone and then open the portal." "Thank you, Master Gu Yi," Jiang Chen said gratefully as he stowed the Mind Stone away. At that moment, Lin Yifeng patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, saying with a smile, "Having teammates to support you is always a good thing, At least you won't have to face so many dangers alone. Going solo is not feasible. Facing Thanos' army, it would indeed be a tremendous burden for Jiang Chun to confront them alone. Even in the realm of Marvel, which often glorifies individual heroism, they ultimately summoned a vast army when confronting Thanos' forces, underscoring the necessity of collective strength. One cannot deny that the battle scenes in Avengers Endgame were truly exhilarating, though it is also undeniable that there is a hint of exploiting fan emotions. Nevertheless, this is what the audience craves. Jiang Chun vividly remembers the grand scale of that cinematic warfare, and now, the prospect of experiencing it firsthand fills him with anticipation. In the chaos of battle, individual strength seldom alters the course of the conflict, unless one considers the likes of Superman from DC, who is an exception. With that said, I shall take my leave for now and return shortly, Master Gu Yi said with a smile, preparing to depart. Wait, Headmaster. Lin Yifeng interjected with a grin. Since you are already here, why not assist us further? Lin Yifeng was not about to overlook such a formidable ally as Master Gu Yi. Oh, how may I assist you? Master Gu Yi inquired with a smile, not declining the offer. It would be greatly beneficial if you could help us, Lin Yifeng replied cheerfully. Our nation currently lacks the technology for large-scale space battleships, so we intend to acquire the Chitauri's warships. Bringing them back will allow us to conduct research. The Chitauri possess the capability to invade other civilizations across the cosmos, and their warship technology is undoubtedly advanced. Upon Huagua's arrival in this world, there was no immediate, reckless pursuit of space battleship technology, for they were acutely aware that ready-made spacecraft would soon arrive on Earth. Blindly engaging in research would make it exceedingly difficult to develop such technology from scratch within a mere decade. Hence, the most prudent course for Huagua was to acquire what was already available. Nonetheless, Huagua was also engaged in the advancement of space combat technology, predominantly constructing warships infused with magic. What they truly required were the relevant technological means. Huagua had been patiently awaiting this opportunity, and now that it had materialized, their aspiration was to procure the Chitauri warships. Though they harbored plans to seize the spacecraft with the aid of the warriors present, such endeavors carried inherent risks. However, with the presence of Master Gu Yi, the task appeared far more feasible. Their initial plan was to utilize a formation to draw the opposing spacecraft into the mirror dimension and subsequently return it to Huagua. Yet this bore the potential for failure. Given that you, Headmaster, are here, your intervention would mitigate any semblance of risk, Lin Yifeng remarked with a smile, suggesting that once the enemy's spacecraft arrived on Earth, you could draw it into the mirror dimension and return it to Huagua, leaving the remaining matters to them. Chapter 149. Gu Yi takes action. Master Gu Yi smiled gently. For her, this was not a daunting task. Indeed, one might even say it was effortless. In times past, I would never have intervened in such affairs. Her gaze drifted, as if traversing through time, reminiscing about those tranquil, untroubled days. Yet now, since you have addressed me as headmaster, I find it difficult to refuse. A subtle smile crept upon her lips, a blend of resignation and amusement. Gu Yi raised her eyes to the horizon, where the already vast wormhole now expanded to an astonishing degree. At the periphery of the wormhole, the fabric of space twisted, shimmering with an eerie luminescence, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, ravenously devouring everything in its vicinity. A few Leviathan behemoths surged forth, their mouths agape, roaring as they charged toward New York City. These titanic creatures, clad in thick shells, glinted with a metallic sheen. With mere collisions, they effortlessly toppled skyscrapers, their enormous forms having already demolished untold edifices. Yet, in the face of such terror, Thor stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, akin to a deity of war. He wielded Mjolnir, each swing accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder and blinding flashes of lightning. The lightning danced like rampaging dragons in the sky, incinerating each Leviathan into cinders. Thor's power had been significantly enhanced. The force of thunder surged around him, arcs of electricity flickering, as if the god of thunder himself had descended. During the past several weeks in Huagua, Thor had been engaged in rigorous training. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, the divine energy within him gradually unlocking. He was unaware that his combat prowess had surpassed all prior limits. With each swing of Mjolnir, Thor summoned a tempest of thunder, conjuring miniature lightning tornadoes. Though the Leviathan beasts were colossal, they appeared as fragile as paper before the might of Thor's lightning. Struck by the bolts, They emitted anguished cries as their massive forms collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust. On this battlefield alone, countless souls were affected, meeting their tragic fates in an instant. At this moment, the wormhole in the sky had expanded to a staggering magnitude. The vast void seemed capable of devouring all. Even a colossal starship could effortlessly traverse its depths. Gazing upwards from the ground, one could faintly discern a massive spacecraft gradually approaching, poised to seize its opportunity to descend upon Earth. The spatial barrier at the wormhole's edge shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a phenomenon birthed from the intense fluctuations of spatial energy. This was fortuitous, sparing them from further troubles. Master Gu-E nodded gently, her voice tinged with resoluteness. Taking a deep breath, she began to emanate a soft glow. "I shall proceed directly and capture their flagship to bring it back," she stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the profound confidence in her tone left no doubt of her capability. Master Gu-E opted for the most direct and audacious approach. She intended to traverse the wormhole, launching a proactive assault to seize the enemy's vessel. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifeng's face lit up with surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had no doubt that Master Gu-E could accomplish this feat with ease. He opened his mouth and broke into a broad smile. "Thank you, Principal," he exclaimed, bowing deeply, his voice brimming with gratitude. Master Gu-E inclined her head slightly, and with a shimmer, she vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air as evidence of her presence. Jiang Chun observed the spot where Master Gu-E had disappeared, unable to suppress a smirk. "You really know how to take it easy, don't you?" he remarked with a hint of playful teasing. Lin Yifeng shrugged nonchalantly, wearing an expression that conveyed his cleverness. For the sake of their objective, he believed in wielding every available power. He spread his arms wide, adopting a demeanor of casual acceptance. The fact that Principal Gu-E was willing to assist was nothing short of splendid. A satisfied smile crept across his face. "This way, we can save considerable effort. We can't send our warriors into danger, can we? Are you not worried about Master Gu-E's ire?" Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, inquiring curiously. "She is the supreme sorceress. Be cautious in how you utilize her, lest she makes things difficult for you. What is there to fear?" Lin Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. "She is currently the head of our Chinese Magical Academy." He appeared remarkably self-assured, as if he had already embraced the Ancient One as one of his own. In truth, she indeed had become one of their own. Moreover, as the strength of HYDRA has surged, so too has the Magic Academy flourished. The Ancient One had no valid reason to decline this alliance. The contemporary synergy between HYDRA and the Magic Academy is one of mutual enhancement and development. Should there be an opportunity to significantly elevate HYDRA's power, the Ancient One would naturally acquiesce. Jiang Chun shook his head, at a loss for words. At times, he found himself admiring Lin Yifeng's audacity and cleverness. This fellow always managed to devise various justifications and excuses to exploit every available resource to the utmost. Nevertheless, Jiang Chun had to concede that Lin Yifeng's methods were indeed the most effective and least labor-intensive. With the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, at their disposal, they had no need to concern themselves with any risks. They could simply reap the rewards, awaiting the arrival of the Chitauri battleships at their doorstep. However, in the future, he would have to be wary of Lin Yifeng, lest he inadvertently fall prey to his schemes. At times, this character appeared unreliable, but often, it was merely an act. One must not be deceived by his performances. Although the combat prowess of the Chitauri army had not been demonstrated, it was undeniable that their warships possessed certain merits. In the original narrative, the destruction of one by a nuclear missile was indeed a lamentable loss. Rather than passively witnessing such an event unfold, it would be far wiser to seize that cosmic vessel. With HYDRA's current capabilities, coupled with magical assistance, they could swiftly comprehend the underlying technology. By extracting the essence and discarding the dross, they could enhance and modify the existing warship. Furthermore, with HYDRA's industrial strength at present, once they mastered the technology, they could promptly commence construction. Additionally, with the possession of the Time Stone, future shipyards could employ time acceleration, resulting in a construction speed akin to that of dumplings being boiled. Nevertheless, it must be said, in the original storyline, the obliteration of a flagship by a small-yield nuclear weapon in space was nothing short of absurd. Chapter 150. Crisis averted. At that moment, an urgent ringtone pierced the air. Jiang Chun retrieved his phone from his pocket, the screen illuminating with Tony's name. He pressed the answer button, and Tony's anxious voice immediately filled his ears. Jiang Chun, I've spotted the aircraft. However, I have received no response to my message. Tony's tone was rife with anxiety and unease. Jiang Chun's heart sank. This indicated that the nuclear missile was perilously close. Nuclear missile, Lin Yifeng remarked, raising an eyebrow without elaborating further, merely casting a glance at Jiang Chun. Tony, where are you now? Jiang Chun inquired gravely. I am tracking the aircraft. Tony responded, his voice breaking intermittently amidst the high-speed chase. Wait, something's happening. Tony's voice suddenly grew more urgent. The aircraft had launched the missile and was now returning. I turned around, pursuing the missile. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, envisioning Tony piloting the Mark suit, racing through the sky in a deadly contest against the missile. Tony, listen. Jiang Chun inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm tone. I am at Stark Tower, preparing here. Bring the missile over, and I will open the portal in advance. Understood. Tony replied succinctly. Jiang Chun hung up and turned to Lin Yifeng. We must act immediately. Jiang Chun spoke solemnly. To be safe, let our people retreat first. Despite his confidence in neutralizing the nuclear warhead, there was no need to put his companions in danger. Lin Yifeng nodded. I have already informed everyone. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, focusing his mind. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Each second stretched on like a century. He needed to be fully prepared before Tony arrived with the missile. At that moment, he had to act, to slow the surrounding time and open the portal as the missile drew near. Just then, a figure appeared beside Jiang Chun. It was Master Gui. She wore a gentle smile. The situation has been resolved, she spoke softly. I will return the warship to HYDRA now. The rest is up to you. As her words faded, her figure vanished into thin air. Jiang Chun paused, then quickly regained his composure. A smile broke across his face. Truly, Master Gui was formidable. He marveled at her efficiency. Within a mere phone call, she had already seized the Chitauri warship. A weight lifted from his heart. With Master Gui's intervention, the alien invasion was effectively averted. After all, with her involvement, it felt like a blatant act of bullying. You run so fast. Are you afraid I might make you act again? Knowing Lin Yifeng, he imagined he would shamelessly appeal to Master Gui. Thus, it was understandable that she chose to depart swiftly. After all, as a centuries-old elder, she likely wished for retirement. Yet here they were, asking her to bear the burden. However, a single missile was something Jiang Chun could handle. Taking another deep breath, he dismissed any lingering thoughts, focusing solely on the impending nuclear warhead. He closed his eyes once more, directing his attention to the approaching missile. A silver gleam pierced the horizon. Tony piloted his Mark armor, pursuing the missile at breakneck speed. His focus sharpened, his vision narrowed to the receding dot ahead. Jarvis, can we accelerate further? Tony gritted his teeth. Sir, energy reserves are at 15. Increasing speed will expedite energy depletion, replied his AI assistant, Jarvis. Do it. Tony felt a pang of anxiety, yet resolutely issued the command. With the surge in power output, the Mark armor's velocity intensified once more. Call Pepper, Tony suddenly instructed. Jarvis dialed, but only encountered a busy signal. With a sigh, Tony understood that Pepper was preoccupied with evacuating civilians. She had recently mastered the art of teleportation. Although lacking combat prowess, she efficiently facilitated the safe relocation of employees. Tony steeled himself, focusing entirely on the impending crisis. The missile drew nearer, and he widened his eyes, fully concentrated. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, clutching the searing metal with both hands. Jarvis, maximize output, Tony shouted. The thrusters on the back of the armor erupted with blinding blue light. He strained to redirect the missile towards Stark Tower. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his arms trembled with exertion. Energy is down to 10, sir, Jarvis cautioned. Tony clenched his jaw, mentally calculating the time left. If Jiang Chun's portal failed, he would have one last chance to send the missile into the wormhole above. Of course, transporting the missile into the wormhole carried many unknown dangers. He was uncertain if he could return safely. He hoped fervently that Jiang Chun would succeed. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from entering the wormhole, as the other side was an alien stronghold, making a return exceedingly difficult. Under Tony's control, the missile hurtled towards Stark Tower. Come on, Jiang Chun, he silently urged, don't let me down. The wind howled in his ears, and the landscape blurred past him. Tony squinted, scanning the surroundings through the visor's display. Stark Tower loomed closer, quickening his heartbeat. Sir, energy is down to 5, Jarvis reiterated. Tony inhaled deeply, his arm muscles taut with tension. At that critical moment, a sudden beam of light flared at the top of Stark Tower. His eyes brightened. It was the portal he had long awaited, revealing an endless expanse of desert on the other side. Now, he bellowed, forcefully pushing upwards. The missile soared just above his head, speeding towards the radiant glow. Tony released his hands, watching as the missile vanished into the portal. He exhaled deeply, feeling as if all his strength had been sapped away in that moment. With only 3% of energy remaining in his armor, it was sufficient for a safe descent. Gazing at the now-vanished portal, Tony flew back to Stark Tower and descended to the balcony, where he encountered Jiang Chun. "Haha, you truly are remarkable," Tony exclaimed, his helmet retracting to reveal a face drenched in cold sweat, yet adorned with a joyful smile. Chapter 151. The importance lies in participation. The perspective shifted back to Jiang Chun. From the moment he learned of the impending nuclear missile strike, he had meticulously devised a plan in his mind. Within him resided the power of time, a force potent enough to manipulate the flow of time itself. As the cataclysmic missile appeared on the horizon, a mere speck against the sky, Jiang Chun quietly activated his ability. Time slowed before him, as if the world around him had been pressed to a slow-motion setting. The once boisterous city fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, the missile that had been racing through the sky now appeared to crawl languidly before Jiang Chun's eyes. With calm determination, Jiang Chun opened a portal directly in front of the missile. A brilliant golden light emanated, creating a passageway to a distant desert. He maintained the portal's stability, patiently awaiting Tony's arrival. Moments later, Tony, piloting his marked suit, arrived at the portal dragging the sluggish missile. He exerted himself to push the missile through the shimmering gateway. As the missile disappeared into the golden light, Jiang Chun finally relinquished his control over time. The world resumed its natural pace, and the cacophony of sounds flooded back, people's gasps, cries, and the roar of engines intertwining in a chaotic symphony. Meanwhile, in the far-off Nevada desert, an entirely different scene unfolded. Near the Area 51 Air Force Base, a colossal mushroom cloud began to rise, its fiery brilliance painting the sky a deep crimson. Shockwaves, laden with dust, surged outward in a frenzied expansion. Hundreds of American soldiers were swept into this sudden catastrophe, some scorched by the searing heat, others torn apart by the force of the blast, while many were buried beneath the rubble. Numerous individuals found themselves exposed to lethal radiation. Yet, what concern was it of Jiang Chun's? Tony, brimming with excitement, approached Jiang Chun, his eyes sparkling with the joy of survival. "Hey, buddy, you are truly impressive," Tony declared, removing his helmet to reveal a face glistening with sweat. "We did it." He clapped Jiang Chun on the shoulder with fervor. "By the way, where did you send that nuclear missile?" Tony inquired curiously. "To the desert near Las Vegas in Nevada, close to Area 51, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly, his tone devoid of any tremor. "After all, that's the only desert I knew of." Jiang Chun shrugged innocently, a facade of naivety gracing his features. Tony's smile abruptly froze upon his face. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to articulate something, yet ultimately opted for silence. The burden of this predicament fell squarely upon him. But in his eyes, it was a price worth paying. Given the circumstances, further discourse seemed futile. In light of the countless lives lost in New York, the losses sustained by the American military appeared trivial in comparison. In any case, thank you, Jiang Chun, Tony breathed deeply, sincerity lacing his words. Without you, New York would likely have ceased to exist. There's no need for gratitude, Jiang Chun waved dismissively. Had it not been for Tony's persistent pleas, Jiang Chun would have remained indifferent. Perhaps other warriors might have intervened, but he certainly would not have. Meanwhile, on the streets below, the once rampaging Chitauri soldiers now exhibited sluggish movements. Their energy weapons dimmed, their potency diminished. Captain America, Rogers, hurled his shield towards a Chitauri soldier, the shield ricocheting several times before striking the soldier's head, toppling him with a decisive blow. The shield then returned to his hand in an arc that would have astonished Newton himself. The Chitauri soldiers encircling Captain America and Black Widow, in that moment, seemed drained of their vigor, one after another collapsing as if their strength had been siphoned away. Even the remaining soldiers found their weapons significantly weakened, the output of their energy weapons considerably reduced. Noticing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Captain America's gaze, quickly replaced by elation. He sidestepped a feeble energy beam, the edge of his shield grazing another Chitauri soldier's neck. The soldier's fall unfolded in slow motion, crumbling to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Black Widow, Natasha, deftly navigated through the enemy ranks, wielding a commandeered energy weapon, acutely aware of its diminished attack power. With a swift turn, Natasha evaded a Chitauri soldier's lunge, delivering a precise kick to his knee. The soldier emitted a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha moved in, striking the soldier's head with the butt of her gun, once, twice, thrice, until he lay motionless. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. However, in stark contrast to the earlier carnage, the battlefield now exuded an eerie calm. The Chitauri forces had lost their previous bravado. Their movements were lethargic, their attacks feeble, resembling a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. This was a consequence of the Chitauri mothership, once hovering above, having been whisked away by the Ancient One, severing all connection with these soldiers. Deprived of the mothership's energy supply, the Chitauri soldiers resembled machines bereft of power, gradually grinding to a halt. Though they were not yet entirely incapacitated, their combat effectiveness had undeniably waned. Previously, the formidable Chitauri army had overwhelmed 2 individuals, but at this moment, they posed no threat whatsoever. The Chitauri forces had been reduced to mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Deprived of their mothership's energy supply, this group of Chitauri soldiers was even inferior to ordinary humans. In fact, those armed with simple firearms were capable of exterminating these Chitauri troops. As humanity mounted its counteroffensive, Chitauri soldiers fell one after another. At this juncture, the support from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, albeit belatedly. Armored vehicles thundered down the streets, machine guns belching fire, shredding the Chitauri ranks. Though they still resisted, they held no advantage against the human forces. In the sky, several Quinjet fighters circled, their cannons spewing flames, reducing fleeing Chitauri soldiers to mere fragments. Captain America stood beside a burning vehicle, surveying his surroundings, a hint of relief finally gracing his features. Black Widow approached him, a smile illuminating her face. "We have triumphed." Although their contributions to the battle were minimal, having dispatched only around 100 Chitauri, their participation was nonetheless significant. After all, the essence lies in the involvement, and thus Captain America claimed their victory was not unfounded. However, the wormhole still loomed. Black Widow looked up, her expression filled with concern. In the sky, atop Stark Tower, a thick beam of azure light persisted, the wormhole casting a vast shadow over the heavens. At this moment, Black Widow was more preoccupied with her friend, Hawkeye Barton. After all, he remained under control, stationed on the rooftop to safeguard the portal device. Chapter 152, The Tesseract Captain. The aliens have been defeated. Hurry and retrieve the Tesseract. We must secure it properly. Just then, Captain America heard Nick Fury's voice through his communicator. Nick Fury was now aware of the Chitauri's diminished state and sought to reclaim the Tesseract, placing all hope upon Captain America. "What? You want me to recover the Tesseract?" Captain America's voice echoed in the communication channel, laced with disbelief and perplexity. "Why don't you send someone else?" "There is no one else but you," Nick Fury replied, his tone somber, tinged with deep resignation. This was indeed his sole option, his final hope. Captain America fell silent, refraining from further questioning, and quietly turned to head toward Stark Tower. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the true nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. He was still merely a soldier, a warrior who obeyed orders without question. For him, the singular mission was to execute the task at hand, regardless of its perilous nature, arduousness, or even absurdity. Upon the rooftop of Stark Tower, Jiang Chun gazed quietly at the vast wormhole in the sky. The cerulean light continued to swirl, resembling an abyss that consumed everything in its vicinity. It was time to bring this to an end. He prepared to reclaim the Tesseract and decisively close the wormhole. Jiang Chun turned, followed closely by Tony and Lin Yifeng, as the trio made their way to the rooftop. Simultaneously, the warriors of Huagua who participated in the Battle of New York had embarked on their journey home. Each bore the fruits of their success, their faces radiating with the elation of victory. Only the 2 bodyguards, who had been tasked with protecting Lin Yifeng and Pepper Potts, returned to the upper levels. Standing behind Lin Yifeng, they had stowed away their armors, their distinctive crew cuts lending them an air of competence. On the rooftop, Hawkeye Barton and Dr. Eric Selvig remained steadfast at their posts. Hawkeye vigilantly guarded the device that activated the Tesseract, unwavering in his duty even now, exhibiting no sign of fatigue. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and the others, Hawkeye wasted no time in launching an attack. He drew his longbow, an arrow slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Jiang Chun. However, the arrow appeared feeble before Jiang Chun. He did not even make an attempt to evade. The arrow, mere centimeters from him, seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, dropping helplessly to the ground. Indeed, Hawkeye's archery skills were formidable, but in this moment, his weaponry remained conventional, rendering him powerless against a superhuman. The simple arrows could not breach Jiang Chun's magical defenses. Clad in a set of Divine Sword Series armor, Lin Yifeng's equipment rivaled Tony's Mark suits in performance. In an instant, he appeared before Hawkeye. Surprise flickered in Hawkeye's eyes, and before he could react, Lin Yifeng struck him squarely in the chest. A resounding thud echoed, and Hawkeye was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, nearly teetering off the rooftop. He let out a pained groan, struggling to rise, yet his body felt as though it had disassembled, devoid of strength. Lin Yifeng afforded Hawkeye no respite. He advanced once more, placing a foot on Hawkeye's chest. Blood escaped Hawkeye's lips as he felt the unmistakable sensation of fractured bones. Swiftly, Lin Yifeng disarmed Hawkeye, binding him and Dr. Eric Selvig together and tossing them into a corner. All set, Lin Yifeng's voice resonated through the communication channel, tinged with a sense of ease and delight. Engaging Hawkeye while clad in armor felt akin to an adult bullying a child. Enough of the games. Hawkeye's character is indeed commendable. At the very least, he has seldom caused any trouble within the Avengers, often serving as a mascot. It seems that whenever he participates in a battle, victory is assured. Jiang Chun has approached the device housing the Tesseract. Gazing at the Tesseract, safeguarded by an energy barrier, he pondered little and retrieved the Mind Stone scepter. He advanced slowly towards the intricate apparatus. At the center of the device, the Tesseract hovered silently, emanating an ethereal blue glow. An energy shield enveloped it, preventing any external force from breaching its defenses. This protective barrier, constructed from the Tesseract's own power, was impervious to ordinary attacks. Jiang Chun raised the Mind Stone scepter, its gem shimmering with a golden light that harmonized beautifully with the Tesseract's blue radiance. He gently pressed the tip of the scepter against the energy barrier. A crisp cracking sound resonated, reminiscent of shattering glass. The seemingly indestructible energy shield faltered before the might of the Mind Stone, proving to be remarkably fragile. As both the Mind Stone and Space Stone were artifacts of equal caliber, the barrier, powered by the Space Stone, was no match for the Mind Stone's force. A fissure rapidly expanded under the scepter's touch, and soon the entire shield disintegrated into motes of light, dissipating into the air. Simultaneously, the robust blue beam shooting skyward from Stark Tower vanished abruptly. In the sky, the once tumultuous and swirling wormhole began to contract slowly. The profound blue vortex diminished, ultimately condensing into a mere point of light before vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed, leaving only a clear sky in its wake. On the battlefield, the Chitauri soldiers, who had been fiercely attacking and fighting desperately, now appeared as soulless puppets, stiffly collapsing to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Their connection to the fleet was irrevocably severed, and with all energy sources extinguished, they could no longer continue the fight. Jiang Chun reached into the apparatus and withdrew the Tesseract. The cube, radiating a haunting blue luminescence, rested quietly in his palm, resembling a brilliant star. A satisfied smile spread across his face. The third gem was finally within his grasp. He could also sense that the spatial energy within him, which had previously unlocked some abilities, had now become invigorated. A resounding, boisterous laugh echoed from above. Thor descended from the heavens, landing firmly on the rooftop. He emanated an overwhelming aura, his eyes brimming with confidence and joy. The battles with the Hulk and the training he received in China had transformed him profoundly. He could distinctly feel the surge of power coursing through him, unprecedented in its magnitude. Just then, the sound of the elevator doors opening was heard. Captain America and Black Widow emerged, hastening towards the rooftop. Upon seeing the cosmic cube in Jiang Chun's grasp, Steve gritted his teeth and approached with resolve. He had not forgotten his mission, to retrieve the cosmic cube. Mr. Jiang, the cosmic cube is property of S.H.I.E.L.D. And we must take it back, Steve asserted, standing firmly before Jiang Chun. Property of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Jiang Chun regarded Steve with a look of incredulity. You create the chaos, and now expect us to clean it up? How dare you say this belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D? He tossed his phone to Steve, the screen displaying footage from a prior council meeting. If your research leads to any global threat, we have both the right and the obligation to reclaim the cosmic cube for proper safeguarding in our homeland. Lu Guoqiang's voice resonated with authority in the video, and the council members, including Nick Fury, concurred with his demands. Steve's expression turned slightly awkward. He recognized that this incident was indeed S.H.I.E.L.D's fault. Yet, as a soldier, he was bound to follow orders. Mr. Jiang, I understand this is S.H.I.E.L.D's responsibility, but we must adhere to the proper protocols. S.H.I.E.L.D will return the cosmic cube, and we will expedite its transfer to your country. Steve attempted to clarify. Proper protocols? Jiang Chun chuckled derisively. Rogers, you are a good man, a true warrior, but you should not serve the interests of those politicians. His tone softened slightly. They care only for their own gain, while you fight for their mistakes. Steve lowered his gaze, a look of confusion clouding his eyes. And as for S.H.I.E.L.D, who knows whom they truly serve? Wouldn't you agree, Captain? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his lips, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Steve. Jiang Chun's insinuation stirred unease within Captain America, causing his brow to furrow. Moreover, Captain, do you believe that once Nick Fury, that cunning schemer, retrieves the cosmic cube, he would willingly return it? Steve opened his mouth, but words failed him as he swallowed hard. He certainly did not trust Nick Fury. That one-eyed trickster was full of schemes. Who could tell what machinations lay in his heart? Yet, as a soldier, obedience to orders was his duty. Despite his myriad doubts, he could only steel himself to proceed. Furthermore, Jiang Chun's words seemed laden with meaning, and Steve felt an unsettling sense that S.H.I.E.L.D was not quite right. A thunderous, carefree laughter shattered the silence. Thor strode over, clapping a hefty hand on Captain America's shoulder with a resounding thud. Soldier, you are truly feeble. Thor's voice thundered like a rolling storm, resonating through the air and vibrating against the eardrums. He loomed over Steve, his gaze infused with disdain and contempt. With your meager resources, do you truly believe you can safeguard the Tesseract? Are you even aware of the gravity of your actions? The exploits of your S.H.I.E.L.D in weaponizing the Tesseract have likely spread throughout the cosmos. It may not be long before more extraterrestrial forces descend upon Earth, consuming everything in their path like a swarm of locusts. All of this is a consequence of your S.H.I.E.L.D. And now, you dare to attempt reclaiming the Tesseract? Are you eager to hasten Earth's demise? Thor's agitation grew more fervent, spittle flying with every word. Tell me, soldier. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Steve, his voice booming like thunder in Steve's ears. Does your S.H.I.E.L.D possess the capacity to protect the Tesseract? Can you withstand the greedy gazes from the depths of the universe? Faced with Thor's relentless interrogation, Steve's face blanched. His lips quivered, yet no words escaped his mouth. In that moment, he finally grasped the magnitude of the trouble S.H.I.E.L.D had invoked. They were akin to children playing with fire, oblivious to the inferno capable of obliterating worlds that they had ignited. And now, that blaze had spiraled out of control, spreading inexorably toward the entirety of Earth. A profound sense of powerlessness washed over him. His strength felt insignificant and fragile in the face of a genuine cosmic catastrophe. During the Chitauri invasion, he could merely struggle against the overwhelming tide of their forces, playing an inconsequential role in the grand scheme of war. At that moment, Black Widow stepped forward and gently tugged at Steve's sleeve, subtly shaking her head. Her eyes were filled with resignation and bitterness. As a seasoned agent, she understood better than anyone that the Tesseract could no longer return to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, she had chosen to remain silent. Nick Fury was aware of Black Widow's cunning and had refrained from sending her to retrieve the Tesseract. It was only Captain America, with his naivety, who could still be maneuvered by Fury. Now that the Chinese had made their move, they would not relinquish their hold easily. Moreover, given S.H.I.E.L.D's current state, they were utterly unqualified to contest for an artifact that could incite a cosmic war. Continuing this entanglement would only lead to humiliation, potentially bringing greater calamity to Earth. Steve slowly closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. At this juncture, they had no options left. On the rooftop, Jiang Chun cradled the tesseract in his palm, its ethereal blue light dancing at his fingertips, illuminating his serene and profound visage. Steve and Natasha stood silently by, watching as Jiang Chun secured the tesseract away. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend of reluctance, helplessness, and a hint of relief. Perhaps, for the current S.H.I.E.L.D, the loss of the tesseract might not be entirely detrimental. Just then, a colossal green figure descended from the heavens. It was the Hulk, clutching a golden magical chain, at the end of which was the thoroughly bound Blonsky. The titanic clash between the two had finally reached its conclusion, with Yang Rue's assistance leading to the eventual subjugation of the abomination. The chaos and destruction wrought by their battle surpassed even that caused by several Leviathan beasts. The Hulk glared at Captain America and Black Widow, evidently harboring no fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D. And this fellow is yet another problem caused by your agency. The damages incurred during the battle are your responsibility, Yang Rue remarked as he arrived on the balcony through a portal. The casualties from the conflict with the abomination numbered in the hundreds, and naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. bore the burden of accountability. Captain America couldn't help but wince at the sight of the severely injured Blonsky. What kind of Avengers are we? It feels more like a trap. Chapter 154. The war concludes. Tony, too, expressed his dissatisfaction, noting the repercussions caused by Ivan Vanko that S.H.I.E.L.D. must address. Although his skirmish with Vanko did not result in the same level of devastation as that between the Hulk and the Abomination, there were still casualties, which left Tony feeling irked. He had intended to combat extraterrestrial threats and protect New York, yet found himself entangled in a conflict with Vanko, missing the opportunity to confront the aliens altogether. In the final moments, he managed to deliver the nuclear bomb through the portal, but otherwise felt he had contributed little to the war, a reality that he found intolerable. All of this was a consequence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, as Vanko was now an Avenger seeking vengeance against him. Captain America, with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, nodded and said, "I will relay this to Director Nick Fury." Internally, he too was grumbling, questioning the integrity of an alliance that felt more like a consortium of misfortune. Additionally, "Let us take them back," Tony directed towards Black Widow, who was attentively watching Hawkeye Barton. With a sigh, he instructed them to escort the two back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Both were individuals under the influence of a supervillain and needed to be returned to the agency for further action. Understood, Captain America and Black Widow replied, moving forward to support the two as they departed the rooftop. Finally, with their exit, Tony began to disengage his armor piece by piece, watching the departing figures of Captain America and the others. Phew, it's finally over, he exhaled, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him. Ladies and gentlemen, this wretched war has finally come to a close. Would you care to join me for a drink? Tony flashed a grin, his eyes sparkling with the joy of survival, extending an invitation to all. Of course, Lin Yifeng replied readily. At that moment, a golden halo materialized out of thin air, rippling through the atmosphere to form a circular portal. From within this portal emerged Pepper Potts, looking utterly exhausted. Throughout the recent conflict, she had facilitated the evacuation of numerous individuals via the portal, including Stark's employees and several civilians. To be candid, in terms of sheer numbers rescued, she far surpassed Captain America and Black Widow. However, she was not a combatant and had not slain any Chitauri soldiers. At this moment, a hint of anxiety was etched upon her features. Tony, Pepper's voice was laced with concern as she hurried to his side, scrutinizing him with a worried gaze. "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Pepper, truly," Tony reassured her, gently grasping her hand and offering a tender smile. "Have all the aliens been dealt with?" Pepper glanced around, her eyes still reflecting traces of fear. "All taken care of, don't worry," Tony said comfortingly, his tone resolute and strong. "That's a relief." Pepper exhaled deeply, her taut nerves finally beginning to relax. "By the way, there is something else for which I must express my gratitude." Tony suddenly recalled something. Turning to face Lin Yifeng and the others, his eyes filled with appreciation. "While I was engaged in battle above, I noticed many warriors on the ground bravely confronting the Chitauri. His voice carried a note of admiration. They donned an array of formidable armors, valiantly dispatching numerous foes. He paused before continuing. I presume they are warriors from your esteemed nation? Tony, having fought in the skies, had indeed observed a considerable number of Chinese fighters, clad in various armors and eliminating a substantial number of Chitauri invaders. It was only natural for him to deduce that these individuals hailed from China. Given China's advancements in research on the arc reactor, which had long outstripped his own, and the new element provided by them, Tony found it unsurprising, even expected, that they possessed such sophisticated armor technology. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. China will forever remain my ally, Tony expressed sincerely, his gaze earnest and fervent. In the face of extraterrestrial invaders, we are all Earthlings and must stand united, Lin Yifeng declared with conviction, his voice resonating powerfully. Helping New York is our duty, he added, his tone unwavering. Well said. Tony nodded in appreciation, his admiration for the Chinese warriors soaring. Jiang Chun stood aside, observing Lin Yifeng's impassioned demeanor, his lips twitching slightly. He couldn't help but internally scoff at this fellow, whose ability to change his stance was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, he had been eager for a nuclear explosion in New York, and now it had become a matter of course? How hypocritical. However, Jiang Chun would never expose Lin Yifeng. He merely rolled his eyes in silence, directing his disdainful gaze elsewhere. Pepper, please prepare a banquet on the rooftop of the building, Tony said, turning to Pepper with a hint of excitement in his voice. We need to celebrate properly today. All right, Pepper replied with an eye roll, her tone laced with a touch of exasperation. She skillfully activated the portal, ready to arrange the festivities. Ever since she had mastered the portal magic, she found herself increasingly averse to walking. It was simply too convenient. As the sun set, New York finally emerged from the shadows of war. The air still tinged with the scent of gunpowder, yet this could not overshadow the joy of victory. The crowd below cheered, embraced, and celebrated this hard-won triumph. The late-arriving U.S. military was busy clearing the battlefield, hoping to salvage some technological artifacts from the Chitauri for research, only to discover that very few were salvageable. As for the victims buried beneath the rubble, they were left to fend for themselves. Without the Chitauri mothership's energy technology, these remnants were largely useless. Even if they were to be studied, little could be gleaned from them. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, a lavish feast awaited. Tony and his companions indulged in exquisite delicacies and fine wines, reveling in the moment of survival. We will have some guests arriving shortly. There are still matters to attend to, Lin Yifeng said, raising a glass towards Tony. Of course, you are most welcome, Tony replied, his brow arching in delight. It would be splendid to invite those warriors from China who helped us resist the aliens. He held a genuine fondness for those who had lent their assistance. That might be difficult. Most of them have already returned for debriefing. Perhaps next time, Lin Yifeng chuckled. However, a few will be coming, including some familiar faces. Then they are certainly welcome, Tony said, his expression brightening. At that moment, a portal opened in the midst of the banquet, and a group stepped through. Led by a woman Tony recognized, Lin Yuqing, the scientist who had collaborated with him on controllable nuclear fusion, followed by several Chinese military personnel he knew. Chapter 155. A late-night visit. Lin Yuqing wore a gentle smile, dressed simply in a white robe. This female scientist seemed as though she had just emerged from the laboratory. Indifferent to her attire. Mr. Stark, it has been a long time. Her voice was crystal clear, akin to the pristine waters of a mountain spring, providing an exquisite comfort to the ears. A flicker of surprise illuminated Tony's gaze. Miss Lin, it is truly wonderful to see you. His face radiated with a warm smile. It had been some time since their last encounter, and he had heard tales of an alien invasion in New York. Surely, Mr. Stark had vanquished numerous invaders. Lin Yuqing offered a subtle smile, her eyes sweeping over Tony. Oh, that's enough of that. Come, take a seat. We are just in time for the celebration feast. Tony chuckled to himself, then warmly gestured for Lin Yuqing to sit down. In the aftermath of the battle in New York, Tony felt a sense of frustration. He had barely contributed, his efforts largely consumed by dealing with Ivan Vanko. Following Lin Yuqing, Wang Yu, Xie Jin, and 8 other warriors emerged from the portal. Clad in uniform black suits, the distinct demeanor of the Chinese soldiers, efficient and stoic, left no room for doubt regarding their formidable prowess. Tony's gaze traversed these warriors. Silently admiring their strength, He sensed the powerful aura emanating from them, unmistakably a battle-hardened and robust team. Wang Yu, I didn't expect to see you here. Come, join your comrades. Tony was familiar with Wang Yu, who had saved him on several occasions, making it difficult to forget. If it weren't for your assistance, the casualties among New York civilians would have been far greater. Tony expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Though he was uncertain of Wang Yu's involvement in the recent events, he was aware that several Chinese warriors had contributed quietly, without seeking recognition. Many had even mistaken them for Iron Man, which left Tony feeling somewhat awkward, uncertain of how to clarify the situation. Defending the Earth is our shared responsibility. Wang Yu's voice was deep and resolute. Come, everyone, take your seats. Let us celebrate this victory together. Tony enthusiastically beckoned the group, his face aglow with a radiant smile. He guided everyone into the festivities, where fine wines and sumptuous dishes flowed freely. The celebration continued late into the night. Pepper was also busy arranging accommodations for their Chinese guests, utilizing the portal magic. She ushered each individual into the luxurious guest rooms within Stark Tower. This grand edifice offered every amenity, including an abundance of guest rooms. As night deepened, Jiang Chun stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his room, gazing down upon the city. Although the remnants of war were still evident, a sense of calm had finally settled over the landscape. Ah, New York, truly a place fraught with calamity, he mused to himself, filled with reflection. Just then, a gentle yet rhythmic knock resonated at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chun paused momentarily. Who could it be at this hour? He approached the door and peered through the peephole. Lin Yuqing stood outside the door, a gentle smile gracing her features. Jiang Chen's heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door. Yuqing, what brings you here? He asked, his voice tinged with undeniable surprise. Am I not welcome? Lin Yuqing playfully blinked. Of course not. Please, come in. Jiang Chun hastily stepped aside, allowing her to enter. As he closed the door behind them, a sense of unease settled in his chest. The atmosphere felt rather delicate, given that they were alone together. It's quite late. Is there something you need? Jiang Chun endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Of course there is. Or do you think I came for no reason? Lin Yuqing chuckled, revealing a box in her hands. The use of magical cores had become quite prevalent in Huagua, especially within significant sectors such as the military and research departments. The spatial magic bestowed by Loki, enhanced by the Ancient One, had been transformed into magical modules that could be directly utilized alongside the magical energy core. This had numerous applications in battle armor, including the storage of spare suits and ammunition, as well as the transportation of supplies. Lin Yuqing opened the box to reveal a golden pendant. At its center, a verdant gem. It was none other than the Eye of Agamotto, the vessel of the Time Stone. The group accompanying me will venture into the future world with you. General Liu instructed me to bring you this gem, Lin Yuqing said with a smile, handing the box to Jiang Chun. He stood in a daze as he accepted the box, realizing that Lin Yuqing's visit was solely for this purpose. He had anticipated something more enchanting. By the way, Wang Yu has prepared a set of battle armor for you. You should receive it tomorrow. Oh, Jiang Chun replied, his lips pursing slightly, feeling a lack of excitement. Tomorrow we shall meet the Avengers from the future. They are currently stationed at the Sanctum in New York. The Ancient One will be joining us as well. You should get some rest, Lin Yuqing softly said before turning to leave. Good night. Jiang Chun watched as Lin Yuqing's figure faded down the corridor, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. He gently closed the door and returned to his room. Sighing, he thought to himself, why am I daydreaming? Lin Yuqing is truly a remarkable woman. He tossed the Eye of Agamotto aside, feeling disheartened. Never mind, he muttered, retrieving the eye and taking out the tesseract. As he felt the power of the space stone within, his spirits lifted anew. He was certain that by keeping the space stone close for a while, he would fully unlock the spatial energy within himself. The fully unlocked abilities now encompass the powers of time and mind, which gradually unfold upon acquiring the Infinity Stones. Presently, he feels a stirring within the space stone. Indeed, he can utilize the space stone to completely unlock the spatial capabilities residing within him. Initially, Jiang Chen's abilities were confined to spatial teleportation, which, while commendable, did not fully correspond to the immense spatial energy within him. With just a few days alongside the Infinity Stones, he could entirely unleash his powers. However, the Space Stone is scheduled to be lent to the future Avengers tomorrow, yet this does not daunt Jiang Chun. Chapter 156. Temporal abilities. Jiang Chun has thoroughly mastered the power of time, capable of wielding it without incurring unforeseen consequences. Thus, he can accelerate the passage of time within his current space. Although it requires a few days with the Space Stone to completely unlock his spatial abilities, he, possessing the power of time, can circumvent this. Consequently, mere minutes later, Jiang Chun lifted the time acceleration state, having fully unlocked the spatial powers within him. This was also part of his plan. Upon arriving in the future world, he could seize the opportunity to acquire the other 3 stones and similarly engage in time acceleration, swiftly unlocking other latent powers. This is what one might call a fortunate turn of events. A fascinating sensation initially, Jiang Chun's spatial abilities were limited to teleportation. Now, upon complete unlocking, he has discovered numerous additional applications. Admittedly, many of these abilities could also be achieved through magic, but employing the inherent spatial power proves far more potent. He can effortlessly command abilities such as spatial confinement, spatial distortion, spatial fragmentation, spatial marking, and spatial creation. Even his initial teleportation ability has seen significant enhancement. Where he once needed to teleport freely across Earth, he can now directly transport himself anywhere, even to the farthest reaches of the universe. This is indeed a manifestation of the Space Stone's powers. Moreover, it appears there exists a remarkable connection with the power of time. The intertwining of time and space has forged a wondrous link between these two forces: temporal confinement, temporal domains, and temporal leaps. This relationship amplifies their strength. Temporal confinement ensnares foes on both temporal and spatial planes, rendering escape impossible. Temporal domains create an environment advantageous to oneself within a defined area. As for the phenomenon of temporal and spatial leap, Jiang Chun felt as though he could traverse time and space, venturing into different realms. In other words, even if he were to find himself in the future depicted in Avengers Endgame, he could, with his current abilities, return to this world. It is indeed a multiverse. And Jiang Chun understood that once he had unlocked the powers of time and space, he could freely journey through various multiverses, much like the Ancient One. Perhaps even with greater ease. He examined the mark left by the Ancient One. Jiang Chun produced the Mind Scepter and, after a careful inspection, discovered the imprint of the Ancient One upon the Mind Stone. It was evident that she too possessed the abilities of time and space, enabling her to traverse the multiverse without the need for the stone. Now, Jiang Chun found himself capable of the same, and perhaps even more. Excitement stirred within him as he rubbed his hands together. He sensed that his abilities extended beyond merely the multiverse, potentially encompassing even broader applications. Did this imply that he might one day return to his original world? P.S. He would soon be able to traverse the myriad realms. The notion of returning to the world he had traversed from perplexed him, especially since the entire nation had crossed over into the Marvel Universe. Jiang Chun was somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether this was a result of his whimsical wishes. Regardless, the situation had unfolded, and he had been striving to make amends, which was why he opted to report to the organization. Perhaps out of a sense of guilt, he had consistently endeavored to rectify matters. Now, with the prospect of returning in sight, Jiang Chun felt an overwhelming excitement. However, he remained puzzled about how to pinpoint the coordinates of his original world. This aspect continued to confound him. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace the present circumstances, focusing on executing the tasks at hand. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun calmed his mind, preparing for sleep and anticipating his journey to the future world the next day. This mindset reflected the attitude of Huagua. Having arrived in this world, one should not dwell on the past, but rather strive to survive and thrive in the present. The following morning, Jiang Chun, Lin Yuqing, and others bid farewell to Tony. "Are you all leaving?" Tony inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Yes. We have missions to undertake," Lin Yuqing replied with a smile. "Can't you stay a few more days? I'd love to show you around New York," Tony urged. "No. Time is of the essence. We must complete our tasks promptly," Lin Yuqing explained. "Besides, what is there to see in New York right now? Alien corpses?" Jiang Chun interjected, his words dampening the mood, leaving the others speechless. "Even so, there's no need to say it outright," someone remarked. "Very well, I want to insist," Tony replied with a twitch of his lips. Yet, acknowledging the truth in Jiang Chun's statement, he refrained from pressing further, though a tinge of regret lingered. Tony harbored no concerns regarding the missions the Chinese would undertake here. In fact, he found himself placing greater trust in China than in the United States. At the very least, China had not unleashed a nuclear bomb upon New York. After bidding farewell to Tony, Jiang Chun and his companions made their way directly to the sanctum in New York, where the Avengers from the future had been patiently awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Chun and his team, the future Avengers collectively exhaled with relief. At long last, you have arrived. Tony Stark, the Iron Man from the future, spoke first. His voice tinged with a hint of relief. I apologize for the wait. Preparing the time stone indeed required considerable time. Jiang Chun replied, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, noting the fatigue and anxiety etched upon their faces. According to their plan, they intended to traverse back through time, utilizing well-documented historical events to locate and gather the Infinity Stones. In simpler terms, they aimed to return to the past, retrieve the Infinity Stones, and subsequently reunite in the future with the 6 stones needed to save those who had perished in the past. However, upon their actual arrival in this world, they discovered a reality starkly divergent from their expectations. The environment felt both familiar and alien. They were not merely traversing a timeline. They had entered an entirely distinct multiverse. It was likely that the other 2 teams faced similar challenges. Nevertheless, they had no alternative but to proceed with their plan, which was already fraught with peril and had now become even more enigmatic. With 3 Infinity Stones now in the possession of China, the future Avengers' only hope rested upon Jiang Chun and his team. Thus, for these 4 Avengers, they had no justification to refuse any requests made by Jiang Chun. Their sole opportunity lay in placing their trust in him. This was both a gamble and a necessity. After a restless night of anticipation, the future Avengers were, understandably, relieved to see Jiang Chun and his companions arrive as scheduled. As per our agreement, we shall lend you 3 stones. However, our personnel will accompany you to your world for oversight, Jiang Chun stated, smiling as he nodded. He glanced at those beside him. The implication clear, they would all travel together. In response, Tony Stark and the others exchanged glances but voiced no objections, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 157. Journey to the Future. Standing at the center of the room, Jiang Chun gently waved his hand, causing 3 objects radiating an extraordinary luminescence to suspend in midair. The Tesseract, a deep blue cube, shimmered with an enigmatic glow, embodying boundless spatial energy. The Scepter, adorned with a golden tip, cradled a yellow gem that emanated a soft yet mysterious light, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart. The Eye of Agamotto, an ancient pendant, is adorned with a vibrant green gem, radiating the brilliance of time, as if it grants glimpses into both the past and the future. From the future come Iron Man, Captain America, Ant-Man, and Dr. Banner, their gazes fixed intently upon these 3 artifacts. Tony Stark's eyes shimmer with an unmistakable excitement, while Captain Rogers displays a smile of relief. And Scott Lang stares wide-eyed, his face a canvas of astonishment and exhilaration. This is the Infinity Stone you seek, Jiang Chun asserts, his voice calm, yet powerful. However, we shall accompany you to your world, he adds, his tone resolute and undeniable. Tony takes a deep breath, steadying his racing heart, and looks at Jiang Chun with gratitude. Thank you, he replies, sharing a glance with Captain America, Ant-Man, and Dr. Banner, where joy and hope are mirrored in their eyes. Tony explains, pride tinging his voice. In that case, we are ready to return. With that, the group presses a switch on a device, and their ordinary attire transforms in an instant. A silvery liquid metal surges forth from the apparatus, swiftly enveloping their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 4 are clad in combat suits of silver and white, exuding an air of advanced technology. This armor, a fusion of Tony's nanotechnology and PIM particle technology, appears as regular clothing until it morphs into battle gear when needed. Then, we shall take our leave, Tony announces, pressing another button, and a brilliant white light sweeps across the room, causing the figures of Tony, Captain America, Ant-Man, and Dr. Banner to vanish in an instant, leaving only Jiang Chun and Lin Yuqing standing in the vast chamber. Lin Yuqing watches in awe, clearly captivated by the nanotechnology and the time travel device. Her bright eyes sparkle with a thirst for knowledge. Once we reach the future, we will all have the opportunity to access these technologies, Jiang Chun says with a smile, simultaneously sensing the location of the space stone. Previously, he had left a spatial mark on the space stone, akin to the teachings of the Ancient One. At this moment, he can vaguely feel the cosmic cube residing in another realm. He understands that he can also use his spatial abilities to transport himself there. Are you all prepared? Just then, the Ancient One descends the staircase, her expression as warm and inviting as ever. Her voice is gentle, and her gaze sweeps over everyone present. Master Ancient One. Lin Yuqing bows slightly, her tone respectful. We are always ready, Jiang Chen affirms with a nod, his eyes resolute. The Ancient One gives a slight nod, her eyes gently closing. When she opens them again, she raises her hand and gestures. A golden portal slowly unfurls in the air, its radiant light shimmering as if it were a conduit to another realm. Jiang Chen takes a deep breath and steps boldly into the portal, followed closely by Lin Yuqing and a host of warriors, who file in one after another. As the last individual crosses the threshold, the portal silently closes, vanishing without a trace. Only the Ancient One remains, standing quietly in contemplation. The future has become utterly unpredictable. What fate awaits HYDRA, one wonders. Shaking her head, the Ancient One departs the sanctum, headed back to her school to continue imparting wisdom to her students. For the Ancient One, who revels in the role of a mentor, HYDRA is akin to paradise, filled with numerous exceptionally gifted and self-disciplined students who cherish learning. Speaking of which, Dormammu has been rather active of late. Perhaps it is time to surprise him? The scene abruptly shifts, as Iron Man, Tony, and 3 other Avengers press the device's switch. They are enveloped by an overwhelming force. Their bodies feel both stretched and compressed as the world around them rapidly transforms. They traverse through a quantum tunnel, hurtling toward their predetermined destination. After a moment of dizziness, they find themselves standing upon a platform. They have succeeded. They have returned to the future, the Eye of Agamotto. The Mind Stone and the Tesseract still in their grasp, emanating a faint glow. Simultaneously, their fellow teammates re-emerge upon the prepared platform. Rhodey clutches the cosmic cube, which radiates a deep violet light, infused with the power of the Infinity Stones. Rocket Raccoon holds a test tube containing ether particles, a substance capable of altering reality, shimmering with an eerie red hue. Hawkeye possesses a soul stone, quietly resting in the palm of his hand, casting a gentle orange glow tinged with an ineffable sorrow. Yet, one is conspicuously absent. Black Widow, Natasha, has not returned. The assembled Avengers seem to share a collective realization of this absence, their gazes converging on Hawkeye. He bites his lip, his expression dimmed, and slowly shakes his head, a gesture that conveys everything. The air seems to solidify with a palpable weight. Hawkeye bows his head and explains to the others. Acquiring the Soul Stone requires the sacrifice of the most precious soul. Natasha, he cannot continue. But every present soul comprehends the gravity of the situation. An indescribable sorrow envelopes the room, as if the very air has frozen. The Avengers remain silent, each grappling with the sudden, crushing news. After a long pause, Tony breaks the silence, his voice low. Did the others encounter any unforeseen events? Just as he prepares to speak further, an unexpected spatial disturbance interrupts the moment. In the center of the hall, a golden portal materialized out of thin air, its radiant light swirling as if it were a gateway to another realm. This sudden occurrence heightened the vigilance of the Avengers present, who swiftly readjusted their demeanor. Their eyes sharp and focused on the portal, muscles taut and poised to confront any impending crisis. At this tense moment, a group of individuals began to emerge from the portal. At the forefront was Jiang Chen, followed closely by Lin Yuqing and a cadre of warriors hailing from HYDRA. Upon seeing Jiang Chen and his companions, the taut nerves of Tony and Captain America finally relaxed. A smile graced Tony's face as he hurried forward. "I can't believe you actually made it," he exclaimed. Captain America also lowered his shield, a look of relief washing over his features. "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious." He turned to reassure the others. "They are the ones who lent us the Infinity Stones from another multiverse." Upon hearing his explanation, the other Avengers eased their apprehensions. Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over each Avenger. Lin Yuqing stood beside him, her eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. She scanned the environment, and for this scientist, everything here was utterly enticing. The warriors behind them also widened their eyes in wonder, observing all that lay around them. They were acutely aware of what was to come. Thanos' army would descend upon Earth, leading to an epic clash with the myriad heroes of the planet. While the scene appeared grand, it was, in reality, rather straightforward. It might seem like a clash of armies, but fundamentally, It was merely a confrontation between a host of superheroes and their adversaries. If this battle were entrusted to HYDRA, they would simply unleash rocket artillery to scour the land, followed by drones, robotic dogs, and unmanned combat vehicles. The era of sending soldiers to face death head-on was long gone. The cost of such unmanned equipment was trivial in comparison to the priceless lives of the warriors. The purpose of their journey to this future world was twofold. Firstly, to witness Thanos' might and prepare for what lay ahead. Secondly, to acquire advanced technological achievements from the future. If they could secure this technology and return it to HYDRA, it would undoubtedly enhance the nation's strength. This was also Lin Yuqing's motivation for venturing into the future. As for Jiang Qin's claims of distrust towards the Avengers, they were largely a ruse. As long as they could access this world, there would be ample opportunities for maneuvering. With the Infinity Stones in their possession, Tony and the others began to busy themselves. Tony, Dr. Banner, and Rocket, all technology aficionados, swiftly made their way to the laboratory. At this moment, the Avengers remained oblivious to the fact that, although they had gathered the Infinity Stones, they would soon confront immense peril. "Stay by my side. I will protect you," Jiang Qin assured. Observing the jubilant Avengers, Jiang Qin quietly addressed Lin Yuqing beside him. They both understood that a fierce battle would soon ensue, transforming this place into a battleground. For a delicate woman like Lin Yuqing, remaining here was undeniably perilous. "Do not worry. I am far from weak," she replied unexpectedly, shaking her head lightly with a smile. "I have been studying magic for some time now. Master Gu Yi praised my talent and said that if I wished, she would bestow upon me the title of Supreme Mage. However, I chose to dedicate my knowledge to my homeland, thus I declined." Jiang Qin's expression froze in disbelief. "What? You possess the potential to be supreme? I never would have guessed. But weren't you involved in scientific research? How did you pivot to the study of magic? Is that appropriate?" He had initially intended to showcase his protective instincts towards Lin Yuqing, yet it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. "Moreover, I possess battle armor. I can defend myself without issue." It dawned on him that Lin Yuqing's presence in this world was evidently sanctioned by higher authorities. Surely, she possessed the means for self-preservation. Besides, even without him, there were still 10 warriors present. Lin Yuqing's safety was indeed not a concern. What was surprising, however, was her status as a magical prodigy. While he relied on the boundless energy within him to excel, she was truly a genius, achieving her prowess through innate talent. In scientific research, Lin Yuqing could ascend to the pinnacle of her field, and in the study of magic, she could become an extraordinary mage. Could it be that she is the true protagonist? Contemplating these chaotic thoughts, Jiang Qin chose to remain silent, patiently waiting. In merely 10 minutes, Tony and the others emerged, holding a metallic gauntlet adorned with 6 resplendent gems, radiating a mysterious glow. This was the Infinity Gauntlet crafted by Tony using nanotechnology, capable of harnessing the powers of the Infinity Stones. A palpable tension enveloped the air, rendering breaths difficult, as if the atmosphere had solidified. He cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, his gaze laden with complexity, anticipation, concern, and an indescribable heaviness. The Avengers gathered closely, each expression gravely serious, their eyes fixated upon the Infinity Gauntlet, radiating palpable anxiety. Tony gripped the gauntlet tightly, his arm trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming in his palm. "Who will step forward?" His voice echoed in the vast laboratory, shattering the suffocating silence. It was hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "I will," Thor declared, rising abruptly, his expression resolute. His voice was deep and powerful, imbued with undeniable determination. "I cannot trust your current state." At that moment, Dr. Banner interjected, raising his hand to halt Thor. Once the god of thunder, he has now devolved into a mere recluse, languishing in a perpetual state of inebriation from which he cannot extricate himself. Even at this moment, he emanates a potent odor of alcohol that elicits involuntary grimaces from those around him. The Avengers, understandably, harbor reservations about entrusting such a state of Thor with the power of the Infinity Stones. "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Yet, his corpulent physique and murky gaze render his proclamation somewhat ludicrous. It is precisely for this reason that caution must prevail. Dr. Banner, unwavering, gazed intently into Thor's eyes. A look of profound concern etched upon his face. "In your former glory, we would have been at ease with you," but now Thor clenched his fists, parting his lips to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Allow me," Dr. Banner interjected, shattering the silence. The primary energy emitted by the Infinity Stones is gamma radiation. No one comprehends gamma rays better than I. His tone brimmed with confidence, and indeed, Hulk's physical strength was second only to Thor's, rendering him capable of withstanding the power of the stones. Among the assembled Avengers, it was evident that Hulk possessed the greatest physical prowess. There were indeed no other viable candidates. Approaching Tony, Dr. Banner seized the Infinity Gauntlet from his hands. Crafted with nanotechnology, the gauntlet expanded to fit Dr. Banner's hand as he donned it. The Avengers looked on with eager anticipation. Even Jiang Chun and others cast curious glances in his direction. Although they had witnessed this moment in film, witnessing it unfold in reality sparked intrigue. Merely a few stones possess the capacity to obliterate or revive half of the universe's life, a notion that seems utterly absurd. Jiang Chun couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Thanos believed that the universe's resources were finite while the population continued to swell. Inevitably, this imbalance would lead to universal demise. Thus, Thanos' plan was deceptively simple: to leverage the power of the Infinity Stones to eradicate half of all life in the cosmos. A mission to which he had devoted himself tirelessly. If one can extinguish half of the universe's life, why not conjure an abundance of resources instead? I remarked. Furthermore, the notion that resources would be exhausted is laughable. How vast is the universe? Resources far exceed living beings. Within the cosmic realm, life is the truly scarce resource. Even if we entertain Thanos' assertion that life overconsumes resources, what resources are we discussing? Natural resources? Food supplies? Or perhaps energy? Natural resources, sunlight, air, water, and minerals are claimed to be consumed, yet countless planets abound in the universe, and as long as they can be harvested, complete depletion is unfathomable. In terms of food resources, the existence of food chains on Earth implies their presence in the cosmos as well. Each biosphere possesses its own unique food chain, rendering the complete depletion of food resources nearly impossible. As for energy, the topic becomes even more intriguing. The so-called Infinity Stones are heralded as sources of limitless energy, not to mention the countless stars scattered throughout the universe. The notion that you could exhaust energy is, indeed, laughable. Concerns about resource depletion are merely the preoccupation of pirate civilizations, which, driven by their ethos, believe that once they have plundered all, there will be nothing left to seize. Little do they realize that for agrarian civilizations, resources are inherently sustainable. This is also the reason why China has historically shown little enthusiasm for the Infinity Stones. Currently, China is vigorously advancing its space exploration endeavors, with aspirations to mine resources from extraterrestrial bodies in the future. The issue of food security is further alleviated, as China has long since developed technologies such as carbon dioxide synthesis into starch. Provided there is sufficient energy, concerns about food scarcity become unfounded. The most pressing issue for China has been the energy dilemma, which has now been addressed with the successful implementation of controllable nuclear fusion technology, propelling the nation to new heights. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner donned the Infinity Gauntlet, inhaled deeply, and prepared to snap his fingers. The Avengers, fully equipped, stood vigilant against any unforeseen mishaps. Under the collective gaze of the assembled heroes, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, a formidable force emanated from the earth, radiating outward into the cosmos. Dr. Banner appeared to endure immense agony. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Hulk's robust arms bore the marks of severe burns, a startling sight for one so resilient. Had another Avenger taken his place, they might have met a far graver fate. Upon witnessing Dr. Banner's collapse, the Avengers rushed to his side, assisting him in removing the Infinity Gauntlet and lifting him up. Surely, they thought, success was within reach. Lin Yuqing, gazing at the unconscious doctor, murmured softly. At that moment, the Avengers remained oblivious to the fact that Nebula had vanished from their midst, stealthily making her way to the quantum machine. She would activate the device to bring the Thanos army from 2014 to their present. At this point, Nebula had not yet joined the Guardians of the Galaxy. She had yet to undergo her transformation into the later version of herself and remained loyal to Thanos. Particularly, with Thanos having learned from her memories about her impending betrayal, Nebula found herself with no alternative. The machinery activated, and a beam of light shattered through the wall, piercing the heavens. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, a colossal spacecraft materialized. Thanos' vessel, the sanctuary too. The Avengers, however, were oblivious to this development, preoccupied with concern over Banner's fate, unaware of the impending crisis. Ant-Man Scott stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought while staring at his phone, which displayed a call from Hope. Hope, the contemporary Wasp, is Scott's partner and, naturally, his girlfriend. Previously, she was also a member of the Fallen, but with Dr. Banner's snap, she has returned to Earth. This signifies Dr. Banner's success, as well as the triumph of the Avengers' plan. Likewise, the other Avengers have come to this realization. Observing this scene, Jiang Chun could only express his incredulity. When watching the film initially, he felt a surge of passion, anxiously rooting for the Avengers. However, now, being present and witnessing it firsthand, he could only resort to sarcastic remarks. Fortunately, in their world, such a scene could not occur again. The 3 Infinity Stones are firmly in the hands of the HYDRA, leaving Thanos without the opportunity to seize them, thus preventing any further incidents of obliteration. Even Ultron will never come into existence. The Mind Stone is in Jiang Chun's possession, and upon returning, he will hand it over to HYDRA, ensuring it never falls into Tony's hands, and naturally, Ultron and Vision's births will be averted. Alright, enough dawdling. It's time to begin, Lin Yuqing calmly stated, her eyes slightly narrowed as if gazing into the sky. Prepare yourselves, we need to head outside. After all, the building would be under attack from Thanos' spaceship, and no one could guarantee that unforeseen events wouldn't occur, prompting Lin Yuqing to prepare for everyone to evacuate the building. Jiang Chun recognized this urgency, and, after addressing the warriors, quickly made his way toward Tony and the others. It was dangerous here, they needed to leave at once. Jiang Chun opened a portal leading outside the building, causing some Avengers to regard him with curiosity. There was no time for explanations. Get in the car, Jiang Chun said with a smirk, helping Dr. Banner toward the portal. Don't forget to put on the gauntlet, he reminded, glancing back. Let us go? Tony trusted Jiang Chun, and upon seeing that the portal led directly outside the building, he thought little of it and followed him in. The others quickly followed suit, except for Ant-Man, who was still on the phone and unaware of the unfolding events. Boom, boom, boom. After Tony and the others exited the building, a tremendous explosion erupted. They turned to see that the Avengers' headquarters had been reduced to ruins by an unknown assault. It was at this moment that Tony and the others broke into a cold sweat. They could not help but contemplate the grim fate that would have befallen them had they remained in the building. In reality, the scenario depicted in the film, where the building is shattered by a spacecraft yet no one is harmed, is utterly implausible. Most of the Avengers present are merely ordinary individuals. Even a standard firearm could inflict injuries or even fatalities. If Thanos' ship were to unleash its firepower, it would likely mean total annihilation. What is happening? Who is attacking? Tony and the others gazed incredulously at the ruins of the building, instinctively looking up to behold the colossal space battleship slowly descending. Chapter 160, The Arrival of Thanos. A cacophony of artillery fire, infused with the aura of annihilation, tore through the sturdy shell of the Avengers Tower. The Sanctum II, a massive warship reminiscent of a mountain, gradually lowered its altitude. It obscured the sunlight, casting a vast shadow, akin to a slumbering behemoth hovering over the battlefield. The obsidian hull shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and the cannon mouths flickered ominously, as if poised to unleash devastation once more. At that moment, the Avengers Tower lay in ruins. The Avengers stood outside the wreckage, their eyes fixed upon the descending Sanctum II, filled with shock and bewilderment. A beam of light shot from the ship's underside, illuminating the ground. Within that radiance, a towering figure emerged, clad in golden armor and wielding a double-edged blade. He possessed purple skin etched with deep grooves upon his chin. It was none other than Thanos. The tyrant of Titan, the conqueror of the cosmos, returned to Earth once again. How could this be? Captain America's voice trembled, shattering the silence. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Thanos, the adversary they had vanquished, had reemerged. The Avengers, too, were engulfed in confusion, exchanging glances filled with doubt and unease. He must be the Thanos from another multiverse. Beside them, Jiang Chun observed Thanos in the distance with keen interest, noting that Thanos' head bore an uncanny resemblance to an oversized purple sweet potato, which had led netizens to humorously dub him the purple sweet potato essence. Thanos' gaze swept over the Avengers, filled with indifference and disdain. The presence of the Avengers was met with an overwhelming pressure, as if an immense mountain weighed heavily upon their hearts. Indeed, The multiverse, manipulating time would inevitably lead to being toyed with by time itself, Tony murmured, a complex expression crossing his face as he pondered the implications. The other Avengers regarded Thanos with eyes brimming with animosity. Over the past 5 years, their hatred for Thanos had grown like relentless vines in their hearts. Every midnight reverie was haunted by images of their comrades turned to ash, an endless torrent of pain, fury, and helplessness gnawing at their very souls. At this moment, fury blazed in Thor's eyes. Asgard had been razed by Thanos. Countless Asgardians perished at his hands. This enmity had long been a burden upon him. He fixed his gaze upon the proud, purple figure standing amidst the ruins, as if wishing to consume him whole. Thanos. Unable to contain himself any longer, Thor let out a roar, his divine powers surging within him. With a swift motion, Mjolnir soared from the debris, slicing through the air with a crackling lightning bolt, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it hurtled toward him. Meanwhile, the Stormbreaker sensed his call, slicing through the air from a distance, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance. Thor grasped the flying Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker, and in an instant, transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging towards Thanos. His eyes blazed crimson, muscles rippling with fury, resembling an enraged lion poised to shred all before him into fragments. With a thunderous roar, Mjolnir, imbued with the might of thunder, and the Stormbreaker, enveloped in a tempest of destruction, descended upon Thanos from either side with formidable force. This strike encapsulated all of Thor's wrath and strength, as if intending to annihilate the very fabric of existence. Under the illumination of the lightning, Thanos' purple skin appeared even more menacing. Yet, as he faced Thor's thunderous assault, a mere smirk of disdain curled upon his lips. He effortlessly raised his colossal blade, deflecting the attack with ease. A violent explosion erupted between them, the shockwaves reverberating in the air. Thor's onslaught, however, proved utterly futile against Thanos. The lightning dissipated, the storm subsided, and both Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker were repelled by an overwhelming force, unable to advance an inch. How could this be? A flicker of disbelief crossed Thor's eyes. He was unable to fathom that his full-powered strike could be so easily neutralized by Thanos. Is this truly all your strength? How disappointing. Thanos' voice dripped with scorn and mockery. With a sudden surge of might, he sent Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker hurtling away. Thor grunted, his body flung backward to crash heavily upon the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, yet felt agonizing pain coursing through him, as if his very bones were about to shatter. Was this the full might of Thanos? A wave of helplessness surged within Thor. His current power seemed utterly inadequate before Thanos. Moreover, his now cumbersome physique rendered his movements sluggish. Once the god of thunder, he now resembled a clumsy oaf, utterly defenseless against Thanos' advancing form. Do you truly believe you can stop me? Thanos approached Thor deliberately, each step feeling as though he were treading upon Thor's very heart, suffocating him. Thor called upon the Stormbreaker once more to engage Thanos, yet it was evident that he was no match for his opponent. We cannot simply stand by and watch. Outside the ruins, Tony gritted his teeth, witnessing Thor in dire straits, and murmured. He placed the Infinity Gauntlet into Jiang Chen's hands. Exchanging a determined glance with Captain America, and the two charged into the fray. Clad in the latest armor, Tony unleashed his repulsor rays at Thanos, while Captain America hurled his iconic shield toward their foe. Foolhardy, Thanos remarked, a flicker of annoyance crossing his gaze as he effortlessly swatted away their attacks with a casual sweep of his blade. The two continued their assault. Yet it was evident that their efforts bore no impact on Thanos. Iron Man's energy beams dissipated before him like mere fireworks, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Meanwhile, Captain America's strikes were akin to mere tickles against the Titan. Your strength is utterly inadequate, Thanos proclaimed with an air of indifference, his gaze filled with disdain for the two warriors before him. Thor struggled to rise from the ground, once again wielding Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker, rejoining the fray. However, their offensive maneuvers were nothing more than futile scratches against Thanos, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Captain America swung his shield with all his might, each blow aimed directly at Thanos. Iron Man soared through the air, relentlessly firing energy beams in an attempt to disrupt Thanos' movements. Thor summoned lightning for his attacks, simultaneously engaging in direct combat with his hammer and axe, yet all were effortlessly repelled by Thanos. Each of Thanos' retaliatory strikes bore the weight of destruction, leaving the trio exhausted and on the brink of despair. "You are utterly weak." Thanos' voice rang cold and cruel, piercing the hearts of the three like daggers. Though battered and weary, they refused to surrender. Under Thanos' relentless onslaught, the three soon found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Chapter 161. Objective Achieved. The remaining Avengers, witnessing Captain America and his companions embroiled in a desperate struggle, charged forth without hesitation, ready to assist. However, as they approached the battlefield, beams of light erupted from the Sanctum II, casting illumination upon the ground. From this radiance emerged four figures: the Black Order, Thanos' formidable lieutenants, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Cull Obsidian. Each member of the Black Order possessed immense power, having previously clashed with the Avengers, thus they were easily recognized. Seeing the Avengers poised to intervene in Thanos' battle, the Black Order met them head-on, igniting a chaotic confrontation. Yet, the Avengers were few in number and lacked the requisite strength, rendering them ineffective against their formidable foes. Simultaneously, countless shadows poured forth from the Sanctum II like a swarm of locusts, descending upon the battlefield. Gigantic transport ships also descended from the skies, unleashing a vast legion of soldiers. This was Thanos' dark army, numerous and undaunted. Armed with an array of weapons, they stood at the periphery of the battlefield, observing the confrontation between Thanos and the Avengers. Perhaps under Thanos' orders, this army merely loomed ominously, refraining from initiating an attack. Yet, this very presence exerted immense pressure on the Avengers. Soon, the Avengers found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle. Each fought with all their might. Yet they were no match for the likes of the Black Order. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Chun, who watched from the sidelines, finally felt a moment of respite. Tony entrusted the Infinity Gauntlet to him for temporary safekeeping, thus aligning with his intentions. Meanwhile, as Thanos engaged in battle, Jiang Chun had already seized the Infinity Stones and, in a state of accelerated time, fully unlocked the energy within himself. Upon accomplishing this, Jiang Chun finally exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. "Are we ready?" Lin Yuqing inquired curiously, casting her gaze upon Jiang Chun. He harbored no secrets regarding his abilities, and thus, certain high-ranking officials were already aware. As the nation's foremost scientist, Lin Yuqing was naturally well-informed. Moreover, her journey to the future world alongside Jiang Chun was primarily for the Infinity Stones. Additionally, the technological advancements of this world piqued her interest. Attaining them would indeed be advantageous. Not to mention, the colossal spacecraft belonging to Thanos hovering in the sky was an immensely valuable asset, and having it pierced through by Captain Marvel would be the least favorable outcome. "Indeed, it is complete," Jiang Chun affirmed, acknowledging Lin Yuqing's inquiry without reservation. "Very well, we must prepare." Lin Yuqing nodded, addressing the warriors beside her who were also ready. "Mages, accompany me to the spacecraft to set up the formation. Warriors, draw the enemy's fire on the battlefield." This was a straightforward arrangement. Upon arriving in this world, aside from assisting Jiang Chun in unlocking his potential, the Chinese faction was keenly interested in Thanos' fleet of spacecraft. Consequently, their current objective was to target the Sanctum Sanctorum II. Their plan was simple. Lin Yuqing and 5 mages would directly use a portal to reach the spacecraft, where they would establish a formation to envelop the entire vessel within a mirror dimension, facilitating its removal. This method mirrored what the Ancient One had previously executed, though now Lin Yuqing and her companions lacked the Ancient One's prowess, necessitating their combined efforts to achieve the task. "Understood," several mages, including Wang Yu, nodded before opening the portal and stepping through. "This is in your hands now," Lin Yuqing remarked to Jiang Chun before also entering the portal. "Thanos doesn't seem all that formidable," Jiang Chun mused, observing the Titans still engaged in combat with the Avengers. At this moment, the battlefield bore witness to the Avengers' defeat. With Thanos' forces and the Avengers positioned on opposite sides, the latter appearing utterly despondent. Ultimately, it was a war that glorified individual might. Xie shook his head, stating, "If it were up to me, I would simply unleash missiles and artillery. These aliens favor close combat. A white phosphorus bomb would decimate them. I wonder how many of those extraterrestrials could withstand it. In modern warfare, having enemies cluster together as if in ancient battles is tantamount to courting death. One blast of a thermobaric bomb, and swathes of foes would fall. Thanos' army can be taken down with standard firearms. How could they possibly endure the likes of a thermobaric bomb?" Even if one endures such a blow, the subsequent onslaught of drones and robots poised to deliver the final strike begs the question, how long can these extraterrestrials withstand it? In any case, according to the current strategy of the Hua Nation, unmanned warfare reigns supreme. After years of development, if warfare still necessitates soldiers to risk their lives, has the progress been in vain? With a formidable industrial backbone, the production of drones and robotic canines as instruments of war comes at an astonishingly low cost. As for the ongoing conflict, it scarcely qualifies as a war. At most, it resembles a petty skirmish at the village entrance. Perhaps Thanos was ill-prepared, having brought only a single warship. Indeed, this battle strikes S.H.I.E.L.D as somewhat comical. Yet, perhaps this is merely a quirk of this world. Are you interested in giving it a try? Jiang Chun inquired with a smile. There is indeed a necessity for such an endeavor. S.H.I.E.L.D nodded, continuing, in our realm, Thanos has yet to make his appearance, but he has always been in pursuit of the Infinity Stones. Sooner or later, he will confront our nation. Therefore, it is crucial to first comprehend his strength. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Now that a living embodiment of Thanos stands before us, to forego the opportunity to engage with him would be a disservice to such a splendid chance. Coincidentally, the Avengers had also been bested by Thanos with relative ease, providing them with the opportunity to strike. Observing the eager expressions of several warriors, Jiang Chun activated the portal, stepping through alongside S.H.I.E.L.D and the others. Another group of nameless faces. Observing the individuals emerging from the portal, Thanos remarked with a tone of derision. Clearly, he did not regard Jiang Chun and his companions with any seriousness. Thanos had witnessed his demise at the hands of these Avengers through Nebula's memories and had assumed them to be formidable. Yet, the reality seemed less than impressive. However, it is worth noting that 5 years ago, when he was vanquished, he had just destroyed the Infinity Stones, suffering immense damage that left him in a weakened state. In that condition, Captain Marvel and Thor were simply not his match, allowing Thor to behead him. Yet now, Thanos stood at his peak. While Thor had languished over the past 5 years, succumbing to despair and indulgence, becoming a mere shell of his former self, how could he possibly contend with Thanos? Thanos had personally engaged in battle to discern who might one day bring about his end. The outcome, however, left him profoundly disappointed. Consequently, he held no expectations for Jiang Chun and his companions either. After all, Earth, a little-known planet, could hardly be home to any true warriors. Chapter 162, The Red Giant Versus. Thanos, you will remember this. S.H.I.E.L.D smiled faintly as he unleashed his transformation into the Red Giant. In an instant, his stature surged dramatically, and he became a towering figure, nearly matching Thanos in both height and physique. In this scene, not only was Thanos taken aback, but even the Avengers were rendered speechless, particularly Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor, who had previously battled Thanos, found themselves utterly bewildered upon witnessing S.H.I.E.L.D transformed into the Red Giant. What was happening? The Hulk? No, the Hulk is green, and this individual is red. I am S.H.I.E.L.D, with a faint smile gracing his lips. The Red Giant version of S.H.I.E.L.D charged towards Thanos. With a powerful thrust of his foot, the ground beneath him shattered, propelling him like a cannonball towards Thanos. Whoosh! The sound of his fist sliced through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Before his fist could reach its target, a fierce wind rushed towards Thanos, who felt a sharp surprise flicker in his eyes. A biting gust of wind stung his cheeks, as if countless small blades were slicing through his skin. Boom! S.H.I.E.L.D delivered a heavy punch towards Thanos, who hastily crossed his arms in defense. Thanos felt a sudden pressure in his chest as an immense force surged through his hands, compelling him to stagger back several steps. This power is intriguing, Thanos mused, astonished that this earthling possessed such formidable strength. S.H.I.E.L.D, seizing the advantage, swiftly closed in on Thanos once more. Huh! With a fierce shout, S.H.I.E.L.D unleashed a flurry of punches, akin to a tempest wreaking havoc upon Thanos. The latter could only raise his colossal blade to defend himself. Bang! The sounds of fists colliding with the blade echoed continuously, reverberating through the air like distant thunder. Each of S.H.I.E.L.D's strikes seemed to harbor tremendous force, forcing Thanos to retreat repeatedly. A glimmer of anger crossed Thanos' eyes. He had not anticipated being pushed to such a limit by an earthling. Roar! Thanos bellowed, his muscles tensing as his strength surged dramatically. Boom! Thanos clenched his right fist and struck forcefully, colliding with S.H.I.E.L.D's fist. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending dust swirling into the air. Both combatants were forced back a step by the overwhelming force. You indeed possess some skill, Earthling, but do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such naivety. S.H.I.E.L.D's gaze remained resolute as he said nothing, inhaling deeply before charging at Thanos once again. 8 extremes. S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes sharpened, and his boxing technique transformed into an even more ferocious and rapid assault, delivering a devastating punch aimed squarely at Thanos' face. This punch was imbued with colossal force, akin to a cataclysmic upheaval, driven by an indomitable momentum. Thanos' pupils constricted as he sensed the might of this blow and dared not confront it head-on. He narrowly dodged the strike, his form swaying perilously. Boom! S.H.I.E.L.D's punch struck the ground behind Thanos, creating a massive crater. Witnessing this, Thanos felt a twinge of fear in his heart. Thanos gazed intently at S.H.I.E.L.D, his expression growing increasingly grave. Earthling, you have thoroughly enraged me. Thanos coldly regarded S.H.I.E.L.D, discarding his long blade and clenching his fists, resolved to settle this conflict with his own strength. Unfazed, S.H.I.E.L.D assumed the stance of the 8 extremes fist, preparing to confront Thanos' assault. With a series of resounding impacts, the two warriors clashed once more, this time with heightened intensity and peril. Thanos unleashed his straightforward military boxing technique, while S.H.I.E.L.D countered with the ferocious 8 extremes fist, both styles exuding formidable power. Their fists met with bone-crushing force, each strike imbued with immense strength. S.H.I.E.L.D's fists fell upon Thanos like hammers, while Thanos' blows struck S.H.I.E.L.D's body like meteors. Each collision echoed like the meeting of 2 mountain peaks. This was the essence of true combat, a genuine contest of formidable men. As their battle escalated to a fevered pitch, every clash erupted with astonishing might, causing the surrounding air to tremble and the ground to quake. The watching Avengers were left in awe, never anticipating that S.H.I.E.L.D could hold his own against Thanos to such an extent. Their exchanges unleashed a tremendous power, reverberating through the atmosphere and shaking the earth beneath them. The fight resembled a brutal clash between 2 ferocious beasts, steeped in raw ferocity and strength. With a thunderous crash, yet another fierce collision occurred, forcing both S.H.I.E.L.D and Thanos to step back. So S.H.I.E.L.D, is it? Well, I shall remember you, Thanos declared, flanked by the 4 generals of the Black Order. He had relished this bout with S.H.I.E.L.D, but now the warm-up was over, and he had no intention of prolonging the game. You think numbers are on your side? S.H.I.E.L.D dismissed the Black Order with a wave, considering them mere cannon fodder. He glanced at his comrades, and the other 4 warriors exchanged knowing glances before stepping forward in unison. To the astonishment of Thanos and the Avengers, the 4 transformed into red giants as well. In an instant, 5 towering crimson figures loomed before Thanos, their presence strikingly formidable. Even the seasoned Thanos involuntarily shuddered. Are there more of you? In this confrontation, S.H.I.E.L.D and his allies were unencumbered by armor. They understood that only through direct experience could they truly gauge Thanos' genuine strength. As it stood, Thanos' physical prowess appeared somewhat limited. However, this was still a terrifying prospect. For Thanos possessed the ability to make the Hulk question his existence with a mere military boxing technique. His physical strength rivaled that of the Hulk, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, the Red Giants were no mere replicas of the Hulk. They did not rely solely on primal instincts in battle. Instead, they wielded a variety of intricate martial techniques, coupled with exceptional combat awareness and an unyielding belief in victory. Each Red Giant surpassed the Hulk in capability. Thus, it was entirely plausible for S.H.I.E.L.D to exchange blows with Thanos on equal footing. Like the formidable Red Giants led by S.H.I.E.L.D, there exist countless others in HYDRA. If Thanos were merely of such strength, there would be little cause for concern within his own realm. The sight of these 5 robust Red Giants standing resolutely in the forefront left even the Avengers speechless. Captain America, having just regained his composure, nearly gasped for breath, his astonishment evident as he stammered while gazing at S.H.I.E.L.D and his companions. How could they, all hailing from Earth, be so exceptional? Is this the Hulk? Tony Stark approached Jiang Chun, equally incredulous. He was acutely aware that Jiang Chun and his compatriots originated from an alternate multiverse. To witness such power emanating from merely a handful of individuals was astounding. How could he not be astonished? No, they represent the Red Giants of HYDRA. Jiang Chun smiled faintly, a hint of pride embellishing his demeanor. Indeed, they are the true Red Giants. Tony inhaled sharply. feeling a chill run down his spine at the thought of HYDRA's forces from another multiverse. He pondered further than Captain America. If 5 red giants could be dispatched to this universe, how many more red giants might there be? The mere thought was terrifying. Chapter 163. The battle rages on. The 5 towering red giants stood shoulder to shoulder, resembling 5 majestic mountains amidst the battlefield. Their colossal physiques were adorned with muscles as solid as steel, exuding explosive power. Their crimson skin shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sun's rays. With piercing gazes, they fixated intently on their adversaries ahead. Despite facing the overwhelming dark army led by Thanos, they exhibited not a trace of fear. This army had previously conquered countless planets and obliterated innumerable civilizations, representing one of the most fearsome forces in the universe. Yet, in the face of such formidable foes, the 5 red giants exhibited no sign of retreat. In that moment, they were the most radiant presence on the battlefield, the focal point of all eyes. Haha, Thanos. Your time is up. Thor's voice reverberated across the battlefield, his laughter tinged with uncontainable exhilaration. Wielding his storm axe, he stood alongside the Avengers, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Having witnessed the fierce clash between S.H.I.E.L.D and Thanos, the visceral impacts of their confrontation ignited his fervor. The emergence of the 5 red giants filled him with hope for victory. To Thor, the assistance of the red giants made defeating Thanos an assured victory. Each of the 5 red giants possessed strength rivaling that of Thanos, if not surpassing it. United, how long could Thanos withstand their onslaught? The red giants not only boasted immense physical prowess, but also excelled in various combat techniques, their battle instincts remarkably sharp. Such a powerful quintet, when united, was more than capable of confronting any adversary. Moreover, although Thanos' army is numerous, only the 4 black stars can genuinely pose a threat to the red giants. However, Thor and the other Avengers are more than capable of contending with the black stars. The 5 red giants roared with fury as they charged toward Thanos. Their heavy footsteps reverberated through the ground, their imposing presence akin to 5 mobile mountains, crushing all in their path. Upon witnessing this, the black stars sought to assist. Yet, the Avengers had already prepared themselves, swiftly intercepting the black stars. Captain America wielded his shield, deflecting the onslaught of General Deathblade. Tony, clad in his armor, engaged in aerial combat with the Dark Star. The others likewise clashed with the forces of the Black Stars. Even Jiang Chun intervened, halting the powerful sorcerer Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' minions. In an instant, the battlefield devolved into chaos. The 5 red giants surged forward like tigers among sheep, encircling Thanos. They unleashed a flurry of ferocious punches upon him. S.H.I.E.L.D struck with a fist, the wind from his blow howling like a cannonball as it barreled toward Thanos' face. Bang! The resounding impact echoed as his fist connected with flesh. Thanos staggered slightly, raising his hand to block S.H.I.E.L.D's assault. 8 Extreme's fist. Another red giant attacked from the side, delivering a whip-like kick to Thanos' waist. Crack! Thanos was momentarily unsteady from the blow. Tombe fist. The 3rd red giant leaped high, palms shaped like cranes, descending upon Thanos' head like a meteor. Boom! Thanos raised his arms to shield himself from the deadly strike, his body sinking slightly as his feet sank into the ground. Xing Chuan, seizing the opportunity. The 4th red giant advanced, launching a powerful elbow strike directly into Thanos' chest. Thud! What appeared to be a light blow caused Thanos to cough up blood, his body flying backward as if severed from its tether. Wing Chun, the 5th red giant followed closely, launching himself forward with seemingly languid movements, yet delivering a punch that sent Thanos hurtling away. Tai Chi. The 5 red giants employed 5 distinct martial arts techniques, each with its own characteristics, rendering Thanos unable to adapt. Thanos was propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a substantial crater. In the original world, these traditional martial arts were often dismissed as mere ornamental displays, but here they seemed remarkably different. Coupled with the formidable physique of the red giants, these martial arts unleashed a terror surpassing that of any martial arts film. The 5 red giants offered Thanos no respite, charging once more to continue their relentless assault. Their fists fell upon Thanos like relentless raindrops, sending him careening through the air as if he were a mere plaything, tossed about by the 5 crimson giants. Enraged, Thanos realized that if this continued, he might very well be beaten to death. Thus, he emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield. The sound was akin to a clap of thunder, shaking the earth beneath his feet. His body began to tremble as a formidable energy erupted from within him, propelling the 5 warriors away. Thanos' gaze turned a menacing crimson, and his form started to swell. He summoned his double-edged blade, its surface glimmering with a chilling light. Gripping the weapon tightly, a fierce intent to kill filled his eyes. He was determined to slay the 5 giants before him. With a swift motion, Thanos swung his weapon toward the crimson giants. As the blade flashed, the giants sensed the imminent danger and retreated, attempting to evade Thanos' onslaught. However, the speed of his attacks was too swift, leaving them little room to escape entirely. The blade grazed S.H.I.E.L.D's shoulder, leaving a deep gash from which blood gushed forth. Another giant's arm was cleaved, exposing bone beneath the flesh, while the remaining 3 sustained varying degrees of injury. Thanos' blade was capable of shattering Captain America's shield and devastating vibranium weapons, although the Crimson Giants possessed immense strength. They could not withstand such a formidable weapon with mere flesh. Realizing the gravity of their situation, S.H.I.E.L.D and his companions exchanged glances and turned their attention to Thor, who was engaged in battle with the 4 generals of darkness. They called out, "Thor, may we borrow your hammer?" "I would, but Mjolnir is only wieldable by me," Thor replied, intending to convey that no one else could lift Mjolnir. However, he was interrupted as his hammer, thrown at General Hades, unexpectedly veered and headed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. "Let's give this a try." S.H.I.E.L.D and his comrades surrounded Thanos once more, now armed and no longer fearful. As the hammer collided with the blade, a fierce explosion erupted, and after a fierce exchange, both S.H.I.E.L.D and Thanos were forced to step back. S.H.I.E.L.D raised his hand and hurled the hammer at Thanos, who instinctively dodged the incoming projectile. Unbeknownst to him, another giant warrior behind him had seized Mjolnir and swung it down upon Thanos with great force. The impact left Thanos momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, as the giant had struck him squarely on the crown of his head. Despicable! How dare you resort to such treachery? Chapter 164. Firepower cleanses the ground. The kingdom of Hua has always been a land of etiquette. Thanos was struck on the head by a sudden blow, causing a flurry of stars to dance before his eyes. Yet, instinctively, he executed a swift roll to evade further danger, a reflex honed through years of combat. Consequently, he narrowly avoided a fatal strike. The Crimson Giant warrior pressed his advantage, hurling the mighty Mjolnir with great force. A momentarily dazed Thanos hastily grasped his great sword to deflect the hammer, altering its trajectory. Unfortunately for him, the hammer's new course led directly to another red giant, who effortlessly caught Mjolnir amidst thunderous roars, advancing once more towards Thanos. King Defa, you. Thor's reaction surpassed even that of Thanos, as he stood in stunned disbelief, watching 5 Crimson Giants sequentially wield his hammer in battle against Thanos. Was it not said that Mjolnir could only be lifted by its rightful owner? What was transpiring? Although Vision had previously lifted the hammer, he was not human, and Thor had never truly dwelled on the matter. But what was happening now? He watched helplessly as others wielded Mjolnir with fervor, leaving him, its true master, in a state of disarray. Was this a display of utter disrespect? It felt akin to Thor witnessing his beloved consort frolicking with 5 robust men right before his eyes, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. However, it must be noted that his own Mjolnir had been shattered by Hela, rendering this hammer, borrowed from another realm, not truly his. In his resignation, Thor found solace in the belief that his original Mjolnir would never betray him. Surely, it was this alternate version of Mjolnir that lacked integrity. Had it been his authentic hammer, it would never permit others to wield it, would it? This was merely Thor's way of self-soothing. The hammer danced in the hands of the 5 red giant warriors, launching assaults at Thanos from various cunning angles. The formidable Thanos, who traversed the cosmos, could hardly fathom that he would find himself bested in such an obscure location as Earth. Cursed be this fate, Thanos roared, directing his voice towards Ebony Maw in the distance. Initiate the ship for bombardment. Thanos, overwhelmed, sought to call for artillery support, at the very least to secure his escape. Yet, Ebony Maw hesitated. Their forces were outnumbered, facing only a handful of Avengers and several red giants. Such bombardment would likely result in grievous losses among their ranks. Just do it, Thanos bellowed, only to be met with another hammer strike to his forehead, sending him crashing backward. Despite his purple skin, his forehead now bore a dark bruise, a testament to the ferocity of the blows. Reluctantly, Ebony Maw conceded, and seeing Thanos indeed under siege, attempted to call for artillery support. In an instant, the cannon of the second temple was aimed at the ground, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Witnessing this, Jiang Chun promptly activated the teleportation portal, swiftly leading his comrades to safety. Their arrival in this world was driven by self-interest, and Jiang Chun had no desire for his allies to face harm. Previously, he had been engaged in magical duels with the Wood Throat, harboring a keen interest in the arcane arts beyond Earth. Thus, he had not taken matters too seriously. However, upon realizing that Thanos intended to launch an assault with his warship, he immediately evacuated everyone. In doing so, he inadvertently aided the Avengers as well. Amidst the chaos, a rain of artillery descended, inflicting severe losses upon the Dark Brotherhood's forces, while the ground, already a desolate ruin, was further ravaged, stripped of yet another layer. Why had the bombardment ceased? Thanos finally regained his composure and retreated, though he was puzzled by the fact that the cannon fire had lasted merely 2 minutes before vanishing. Nonetheless, he paid it little mind, content that he had escaped unscathed. In my conquest of countless worlds, I have never encountered one quite like yours, Thanos mused, casting a dark gaze towards Jiang Chun and his companions, deliberately ignoring the Avengers nearby. At least for the present, the Avengers appeared quite unimpressive, and Thanos had little interest in them, despite the future where they would ultimately bring about his demise. It seemed evident that they had succeeded only by ambushing him during a moment of weakness. Now, surrounded by 5 red giants, Thanos found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, thus directing his focus more intently upon them. It was indeed a unique scenario. Jiang Chun exchanged glances with his companions and shrugged. On a related note, despite numerous opportunities to prevent Thanos from gathering the Infinity Stones, he still managed to assemble them. As for Doctor Strange's assertion of having glimpsed millions of possible futures, with only a singular opportunity for victory, it was laughable. After all, in the Marvel multiverse, did not the neighboring Illuminati succeed in vanquishing Thanos? In alternate timelines, Thanos met with a plethora of untimely ends, many scenarios in which he failed to collect the stones. How could these worlds not adhere to Doctor Strange's proclaimed singular outcome? Moreover, the so-called sacred timeline was merely a selection by those who remained. Was it not possible that Doctor Strange's foresight of the future was predicated on the scenario in which Thanos had already secured the Infinity Stones and was engaged in battle? Why could they not preemptively ensure that Thanos never acquired all 6 stones? As long as he lacked even one, he could not fulfill his grand design. Did they truly believe, as their name suggested, that vengeance was the only path? Could they not avert disaster before it arose, extinguishing danger in its infancy? Such forced explanations that this was an inevitable event are fundamentally flawed. The infinite multiverse implies limitless futures, and to suggest they all converge upon a singular conclusion is sheer folly. No matter, I shall obliterate this planet and subsequently seek what I require amidst the ruins. Upon realizing that his own strength was insufficient to vanquish this group, Thanos naturally shifted his strategy and resolved to employ his warships to annihilate Earth. Once he eradicated these troublesome individuals, he would have the opportunity to pursue the gems once more. Unbeknownst to Thanos, the Infinity Stones resided within Jiang Chun, cleverly concealed by magic, rendering them impossible for him to locate. If Jiang Chun's sole intention was to prevent Thanos from acquiring the stones, he possessed an abundance of methods at his disposal. The simplest approach would be to open a portal and return to his original world. No matter how formidable Thanos might be, he could not breach the boundaries of the multiverse to discover the whereabouts of the gems. At the very least, the current Thanos lacked such capabilities. Chapter 165. Reinforcements arrived. Jiang Chun, too, was perplexed. Thanos appeared powerful, yet in reality, he was rather unremarkable. Why then was he able to gather all 6 Infinity Stones? Was it truly a matter of fate, or merely a necessity of the narrative? Standing behind Thanos was his legion, their gazes sharp and unwavering as they surveyed Jiang Chun and his companions, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. He slowly raised his hand, wielding his colossal blade as if issuing a command. Instantly, countless dark hordes stirred with anticipation. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood. Nauseating to behold, Thanos coldly regarded them, his eyes glinting with the assurance of victory. Though he may not be a match for the combined might of the Red Giants, he remained convinced that his overwhelming numerical superiority would crush this troublesome group into dust. Having waged war across the cosmos, Thanos was no naive idealist. He understood the value of a formidable army. Despite the individual strength of his troops being rather lacking when amassed, even he could only temporarily evade their might. Thanos prepared to unleash his forces to trample the opposition. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen contemplated whether he should flee once Lin Yuqing and her team achieved their objectives. For he held little regard for the conflict in this world. What did it matter to him whether the Avengers could defeat Thanos? Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A series of golden rings materialized quietly behind the Avengers. Jiang Chen turned to look, and lo and behold, it was the superheroes of this world, each one adorned in their unique and eccentric attire, which struck Jiang Chen as somewhat awkward. Emerging from the rings were figures of diverse garb that dazzled the eye. In that moment, it felt as though the battlefield had been paused, every soul holding their breath in anticipation of these delayed reinforcements. In truth, following the signal from Dr. Banner, those who had vanished 5 years prior had finally returned. After a period of meticulous organization, the sorcerers of this realm united to unveil the portal, summoning all heroes to this battleground. In an instant, the entire arena transformed into a balanced confrontation. The warriors of Wakanda emerged from the portal, marching in synchronized formation, with Black Panther leading the charge, his gaze piercing. Beside him stood his sister, flanked by the bald captain of the guard, while behind them loomed a vast contingent of Wakandan troops, hailing from diverse tribes, each with distinct combat styles. They boasted themselves as the mightiest and most advanced army on Earth, yet in reality, they were merely a collective wielding cold weapons, adorned in primitive tribal armor. The so-called high technology was nothing more than advancements based on vibranium, with weaponry primarily relying on melee arms. This inevitably reminded Jiang Chen of the satirical images mocking Wakandan technology, where high-tech circuitry was crafted into arrowheads. Such was the peculiarity of Wakandan ingenuity. "You're wider than I am. You're wider than I am." Upon their arrival, the Wakandan army began to chant their slogan, a phrase in their native tongue meaning "victory is ours." This spectacle rendered them even more reminiscent of primitive tribes. The Asgardian forces emerged from a nearby portal, their golden armor glistening under the sun's radiance. Valkyrie, astride her pristine steed, led the charge with an air of nobility. Though Asgard had endured several devastating blows, its army retained considerable strength. Having suffered the carnage wrought by Hela, followed by the onslaught of Thanos and the obliteration of the Infinity Stones, the remnants of Asgard's military power were limited. Yet, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Every Asgardian possessed formidable prowess, and even diminished. Their capabilities far surpassed those of the Wakandan forces. Naturally, being Asgardians, they refrained from the boisterous chants that characterized the Wakandan troops. Additionally, a substantial number of Kamartaj sorcerers stepped forth from the portal. Although their individual powers were modest, they could still wield simple spells. Coupled with Kamartaj's unique training system, even sorcerers lacking innate talent could borrow magical energy from deities, compensating for their deficiencies through diligent practice to master their spells. Furthermore, an array of heroes, each notable in their own right, had been summoned by the sorcerers to join this conflict. Various superheroes arrived in droves. Some soared through the skies, others rode flying vehicles, while many approached on foot. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Thanos' countenance darkened, his brow furrowed, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. He had initially believed victory was assured, yet the tide had unexpectedly shifted. In stark contrast, Captain America beamed with a long-forgotten smile. He stood tall, gripping his shield firmly. Behind every strong individual lies unwavering support. Meanwhile, Tony, standing beside him, wore a smile as well. At this moment, their confidence was undoubtedly solidified. Although they may have been outnumbered on Earth, the overall quality of their forces was not inferior. The Dark Legion under Thanos, while seemingly intimidating, was merely a slight enhancement over the previous Chitauri army. In contrast, the Defenders of Earth were a congregation of diverse superheroes. Each possessed unique strengths, showcasing a myriad of abilities, making it exceedingly simple to contend with the minions of the Dark Legion. In terms of advanced combat power, they were equally matched. The fighting prowess on Earth was formidable, bolstered by Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and now, with Jiang Chen and his companions, particularly the 5 colossal beings capable of delivering devastating blows to Thanos. Their superior power was undeniable. At this moment, Tony brimmed with confidence. The forces of Thanos were hardly a concern, more tardy than anticipated. Jiang Chun, observing the reinforcements of the Avengers, let out a sigh of relief. There was no longer a need for a strategic retreat. The advantage was decidedly theirs. Thanos' army was limited to this single vessel, devoid of reinforcements, and on their home turf, the Avengers could not possibly falter. Most crucially, the Infinity Stones were securely in their possession, leaving Thanos without a chance for resurgence. This round was firmly in their grasp. However, the political correctness of the situation was somewhat exasperating. Fortunately, it was not excessively burdensome at this juncture, but should matters escalate, it could become quite intolerable. Chapter 166, Avengers. Assemble. For Jiang Chun and his companions, assisting the Avengers was an act of goodwill, while withholding aid was a matter of principle. This predicament was not of their own making. It was the Avengers who traversed dimensions, inadvertently summoning Thanos, and thus, it was their responsibility to resolve it. In truth, barring unforeseen events, they could have navigated the threat posed by Thanos, albeit at the cost of Iron Man's sacrifice. As for the earlier intervention, it was straightforward. The Red Giants acted out of benevolence. Furthermore, for the sake of their homeland, they were eager to gauge Thanos' true strength, leading to their direct engagement with him. Simultaneously, the battle between the Red Giants and Thanos would serve to divert the latter's attention, buying time for Lin Yuqing and the others to create opportunities. This was a plan meticulously devised by their nation long ago. Should the situation pose a danger to their soldiers, Jiang Chun would not hesitate to withdraw. As for what lay ahead, they could only wish for the best. Nevertheless, it appeared that the reinforcements for the Avengers had finally arrived. Although harboring doubts about the capabilities of these troops, it was clear that this war was nearing its conclusion. Avengers, assemble. Upon witnessing the multitude of heroes behind him, Captain Rogers felt invigorated and shouted the rousing phrase that would rally them all. At this moment, both factions were fully prepared, and an epic battle was imminent. Amidst this tension, Dr. Strange, who had just emerged from the portal, wore a look of utter bewilderment. What was happening? How did this differ so greatly from the future he had envisioned? What was the significance of those 5 formidable Red Hulks? According to the script, was it not supposed to unfold with Captain America, in his moment of despair, facing Thanos' army alone, only to be bolstered by reinforcements, igniting hope in the direst of circumstances, leading to a climactic confrontation where Iron Man heroically sacrificed himself to vanquish Thanos? Why did this future diverge from what he had previously seen? Had something gone awry? Strange glanced at the 5 Crimson Giants and the unfamiliar Jiang Chun, and it dawned on him that this was all somehow connected to them. However, the current situation left no room for contemplation. Thanos, observing the reinforcements arriving, understood that the longer he persisted, the slimmer his chances of victory became. After all, this universe was not his domain. He was reliant solely on the forces at his disposal. He needed to seize the Infinity Stones swiftly to realize his ambitions. Speaking of which, where were the stones? Thanos directed his gaze towards Jiang Chun, who appeared to have possessed the Infinity Gauntlet moments ago. Or had it vanished? Never mind. He resolved to defeat these adversaries first. With a sweeping motion of his blade, Thanos commanded his legions to charge forward. In an instant, both sides launched their assaults. What was ostensibly a cosmic war against extraterrestrial foes had devolved into an ancient melee reminiscent of bygone eras. Though lasers and energy blasts occasionally illuminated the battlefield, the essence of warfare remained decidedly primitive. Only Dr. Strange, having glimpsed the so-called future, was not perplexed. The others pressed forward to engage Thanos' army. For Earth's heroes, their only recourse was to muster every ounce of strength to conquer Thanos' forces and safeguard their homeland. The two armies clashed like 2 surging torrents, colliding violently at the heart of the battlefield. The Avengers, fueled by the desire to protect their home and exact vengeance, surged forth relentlessly. The cacophony of battle echoed, shouts of war, the clashing of blades, and the explosions of energy resonated across the field. The earth trembled, dust billowing. Each Avenger was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, wielding weapons or unleashing energy attacks that felled the dark cultists. Thor, the god of thunder, led the charge, gripping Stormbreaker in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, unleashing formidable lightning that reduced swathes of enemies to ashes. Captain America, Rogers, raised his shield and led the way, each swing of his weapon claiming an enemy's life. Iron Man, Tony, maneuvered deftly through the skies, his repulsor blasts obliterating foes who dared to approach him. Despite the overwhelming numbers of Thanos' army, they were steadily pushed back by the Avengers' valiant counteroffensive. The dark cult that Thanos took pride in crumbled before the heroes. Akin to fragile creatures easily dispatched. Upon the battlefield, a colossal figure gradually rose from the ruins. It was Ant-Man, who utilized Pym particles to enlarge himself into a towering giant. With each thunderous stride, he advanced towards the enemy, causing the very earth to tremble beneath his feet. A single step was often sufficient to crush multiple foes, while his enormous fists swatted airborne adversaries like mere flies. The massive Leviathan was effortlessly dispatched with a single punch from Ant-Man. The emergence of the enlarged Ant-Man invigorated the spirits of the Avengers, while simultaneously imposing unprecedented pressure on Thanos' forces. Although Ant-Man's strength was not formidable, his presence served as a tremendous source of encouragement. Yet, without an exhilarating score to accompany the scene, it appeared somewhat comical. Observing the two factions clash like medieval warriors, Jiang Chun could not help but scoff. Such a spectacle might have stirred fervor had it been set to a rousing soundtrack. Instead, the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries rendered it rather absurd. Could one truly envision this as an interstellar conflict rather than a village brawl? However, with reinforcements having arrived in this world, Jiang Chun and his companions felt no need to exert themselves further. The red giants exchanged glances and stepped back, recognizing the futility of continuing to fight with full vigor. Their original mission had been to draw Thanos' attention and buy time for Lin Yuqing and the others. Now that the Avengers had arrived, they deemed it unnecessary to personally engage the enemy. As for the ensuing battle, it was best left to these local heroes. After all, this was their world, and thus their responsibility. Jiang Chun and his comrades were merely transient visitors, not inclined to overshadow the rightful champions. They stood quietly to the side, observing the conflict as outsiders. Occasionally, some ill-fated enemies would launch attacks against them, but these were swiftly dealt with. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of battle cries and explosions, echoing through the sky. The Avengers' elite forces evidently surpassed Thanos' troops, who had only a few capable fighters, while the Avengers boasted numerous heroes of considerable strength. For the Avengers, dispatching the minions of the Dark Order was effortless, as there were often those among them who could contend with the higher-tier threats. The ordinary soldiers fell like ants, slaughtered indiscriminately by the Avengers. From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle had been all but predetermined. In the Avengers' homeland, how could the isolated Thanos possibly stand as a challenger? Chapter 167. The war intensifies. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the sounds of collisions deafening. Pepper Potts, clad in blue armor, her sleek form shimmering with metallic luster, moved like an ethereal sprite across the fray. She fought alongside Tony, their synergy as a couple evident in their flawless cooperation, with her floating artillery unleashing formidable firepower, and Tony's palm-mounted energy beams slicing through the sky. The duo worked in concert to bring down enemy aircraft one after another. The couple stood back to back, forming an impregnable line of defense. Despite their claims of disliking combat, the fiery prowess of the little pepper wielded against the armored foes was executed with remarkable finesse, as if an extension of her very being. The enemy's aerial vehicles, under the onslaught of their ferocious assault, fell like leaves in an autumn gust. Captain America, Rogers, fought alongside Thor, the god of thunder. With his shield raised high, the star emblem shone vividly amidst the chaos of battle, resembling a target as the enemy's attacks, enigmatic in nature, were directed towards his shield. Once the bullets had been expended, it was time for Captain America to retaliate. Each throw of his shield dispatched an enemy with precision. Meanwhile, Thor swung Mjolnir and his storm axe, each strike accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as lightning ravaged the battlefield, reducing foes to charred remains. Suddenly, a soldier from the Dark Legion lunged at Rogers, startling Thor, who swiftly hurled Mjolnir in an attempt to rescue Captain America. To Thor's astonishment, the hammer took an unexpected turn and soared into Rogers' grasp. With a swift motion, he turned and delivered a crushing blow that sent the enemy flying. The crackling electricity enveloping Mjolnir surged through Captain America as he raised the hammer high, a tremendous power coursing through him. With a fierce yell, he struck the ground, summoning a blinding bolt of lightning that descended from the heavens, transforming into a multitude of electric serpents that spread outward, incapacitating all surrounding adversaries. Thor's expression became rigid, Could it be that anyone could wield the hammer? Yet, recalling the scene of the Hulk alternating and wielding Mjolnir against Thanos, he found it somewhat palatable. Merely stating to Rogers, "I shall lend it to you for now." Very well, Rogers accepted without hesitation, recognizing his need for strength. Armed with Mjolnir, he resumed his assault on the enemy forces. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Spider-Man darted like a nimble monkey among the foes. Suddenly, he spotted Black Dwarf swinging a colossal hammer towards a comrade. Taking a deep breath, Spider-Man aimed and shot his webbing at Black Dwarf, ensnaring him. With a powerful tug, Black Dwarf lost his balance and collapsed with a thunderous crash. At that moment, the enlarged Ant-Man lumbered past, each of his steps causing the ground to tremble. Lowering his gaze, he spotted the fallen Black Dwarf and without hesitation, lifted his massive foot, bringing it down with tremendous force. A scream echoed as Black Dwarf was crushed into oblivion, the forces of Thanos suffering a significant loss. The Avengers erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Star-Lord, too, fought valiantly on the battlefield, dual guns in hand, relentlessly shooting down one enemy after another. Surrounded by a throng of foes, Star-Lord remained unfazed, swiftly spinning in place and unleashing a barrage of bullets that annihilated his encircling adversaries. "You think you can capture me?" he declared. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar, graceful figure, adorned in green. It was Gamora. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Star-Lord's eyes as he called out Gamora's name, rushing towards her. Gamora turned around, her expression devoid of emotion. Star-Lord approached her with exhilaration, eager to embrace her. However, Gamora abruptly raised her leg and delivered a swift kick to his groin. Star-Lord let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, clutching himself, disbelief etched across his face. Gamora regarded him coldly, remaining silent. At that moment, Nebula stepped out from behind Gamora, casting a scornful smile at Star-Lord. It was Nebula who had persuaded Gamora, once a servant of Thanos, to join forces with the Avengers in their rebellion against him. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and the cacophony of battle cries reverberated as the Avengers engaged in a desperate struggle against Thanos' forces. Jiang Chun stood quietly at the sidelines, observing the conflict. Isolated and vulnerable in the Avengers' home turf, Thanos posed no real threat. The Infinity Gauntlet was now in his possession, tucked securely away, rendering it impossible for Thanos to locate it. In the original conflict, the objective was merely to prevent Thanos from acquiring the Infinity Stones. There existed numerous strategies to achieve this, such as sending a stone to another dimension or the quantum realm, or simply having a sorcerer conjure a portal to transport the stone to a distant location on Earth, thus eluding Thanos' grasp for a time. With such myriad approaches available to vanquish Thanos, it seemed rather absurd to have Spider-Man running around with the Infinity Gauntlet. At that moment, a figure caught Jiang Chen's attention. It was Scarlet Witch, Wanda. She descended from the sky, landing directly before Thanos. "You have taken everything from me," she declared. Thanos remained impassive, gazing at her with a blank expression. "I don't even know you." After all, this Thanos hailed from an alternate universe and had no acquaintance with Scarlet Witch. Yet, she was undeterred, advancing towards him, her eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. With arms outstretched, chaotic crimson magic surged within her hands, coalescing into a formidable energy field. Thanos stood his ground, coldly observing the Scarlet Witch, devoid of any fear. "I will make you pay," she bellowed, thrusting her hands forward, unleashing a torrent of chaotic magical energy towards Thanos. He raised his massive blade to strike at her, but the force of her chaotic magic proved insurmountable, preventing his weapon from advancing even an inch. This spectacle left Thanos astounded. What manner of creature was this woman? Not only that, but the seemingly indestructible blade was now riddled with crimson fissures, causing Thanos' pupils to constrict in shock. In the next instant, the blade shattered, and Thanos found himself ensnared by Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, lifted into the air as immense power tore at his body, eliciting a cry of agony from him. His armor was torn asunder, and soon, it would be his flesh. "Fire support! Open fire at my command!" Thanos bellowed, desperately attempting to summon an assault from the warship once more. In this dire situation, Ebony Maw hesitated not a moment, immediately calling for artillery support. The Sanctum II in the sky locked onto Thanos' position, for he intended to leverage the power of cannon fire to break free from Scarlet Witch's grasp. Chaos magic inflicted magical damage, and Thanos had yet to devise a countermeasure. However, he could at least withstand the artillery strikes. As the first barrage descended, Wanda was compelled to momentarily relinquish her control over Thanos, defending against the incoming fire, which allowed Thanos to escape her hold. Yet, the bombardment lasted but a single volley before it abruptly ceased, leaving Thanos bewildered. He looked up, and upon doing so, his face turned a shade of purple. The sky revealed no trace of descending ships, but rather a clear expanse. Where has my colossal space battleship gone? Chapter 168. The arrival of the Guardians. The disappearance of the Sanctum II was, of course, due to Lin Yuqing and her companions successfully pulling the entire warship into the mirror dimension, while the remaining foes inside could be dealt with later. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Jiang Chun could not suppress a smile. The mission had already achieved significant success. Not only had they acquired the Infinity Stones, but they had also seized Thanos' flagship. The Sanctum II was indeed a formidable vessel. Otherwise, Thanos would not have been able to traverse the cosmos. Seizing the opportunity presented by Thanos' invasion of Earth, a group had taken advantage of the chaos to capture the Sanctum II while the Avengers clashed with his forces on the ground. It had not been long since they had commandeered the Chitauri spacecraft yesterday in the original world, and now they had also taken Thanos' vessel. This was undoubtedly excellent news for their nation. Despicable! What have you done? Thanos could no longer contain his fury, vehemently accusing the Avengers across from him. Clearly, he attributed the disappearance of the Sanctum II to the Avengers' machinations. According to the military strategies of his nation, this was termed the art of deception. Though the Avengers were equally perplexed, one of them retorted Thanos' accusation. Hearing this, Thanos fell into silence. Their argument held a measure of truth. After securing the Sanctum II, Lin Yuqing and her allies did not re-enter the smoke-filled battlefield. Instead, they concealed themselves beyond the fray, quietly observing every subtle shift in the tide of battle. At this moment, the morale of Thanos' army plummeted to an unimaginable low following the loss of the Sanctum II. Those once ferocious vanguard soldiers now resembled headless flies, recklessly colliding on the battlefield without any semblance of strategy. Meanwhile, the Avengers, who had previously been on high alert, found themselves somewhat relieved. At that moment, a brilliant radiance cleaved through the battlefield's gloom, akin to a falling star plummeting to the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a figure clad in a striking red and blue uniform emerged before the onlookers. It was none other than Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Several Avengers who recognized her erupted in jubilant shouts, their spirits lifted by the arrival of this formidable ally, rekindling their hope of vanquishing Thanos. Carol advanced steadily toward the heart of the battlefield, surveying her surroundings until her gaze landed squarely upon Thanos. "Thanos," she declared, her voice crisp and resonant. "Your reign of terror ends here." Clenching his fists, Thanos emitted a bone-chilling crack, reminiscent of an enraged beast's growl. "Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you can thwart me?" The already infuriated Titan's rage intensified upon witnessing Carol's indifferent demeanor. How could it be that such an array of extraordinary beings existed on this insignificant planet? With determination, Carol soared towards Thanos, arriving before him in an instant, and unleashed a powerful punch. The air around her fist compressed into a tangible force, radiating with an awe-inspiring energy that instilled fear in all who beheld it. To Thanos, her punch appeared as a meteor hurtling towards him, imbued with the power to annihilate everything in its path. Yet, he did not flinch, fueled by rage. He retaliated with an equally formidable strike aimed at Carol. The impact of their fists colliding produced a deafening roar, akin to a bomb detonating on the battlefield. A tremendous wave of energy emanated from the point of contact, generating a violent shockwave that sent nearby soldiers flying like kites severed from their strings. Both Thanos and Captain Marvel were momentarily pushed back by the force, exchanging glances that acknowledged each other's strength, yet neither retreated, continuing their relentless assault. Each strike they exchanged bore the weight of annihilation, each collision causing the very earth to tremble. The battle raged on, both warriors sustaining injuries, yet neither yielded. Ultimately, Thanos seized an opportunity and delivered a punishing blow that sent Captain Marvel hurtling away, resembling a cannonball as she crashed into a massive boulder, shattering it into fragments. "This farce must come to an end," Thanos growled, his voice deep and hoarse, echoing the finality of death itself. Just then, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, positioning itself before Thanos. It was the recovering Scarlet Witch. Indeed, It is time for this to end, she proclaimed, her voice cold as ice, her eyes shimmering with crimson light, as chaotic magic swirled in her hands, forming a powerful energy field. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed Thanos' eyes. Beneath the rubble, Captain Marvel emerged, suspended in the air, her gaze icy as she regarded Thanos. The Titan observed the two women hovering above him, a hint of gravity passing through his expression. Both had previously engaged him in battle, and he was acutely aware of their formidable strength. Together, they posed a significant challenge, evoking a sense of discomfort reminiscent of his earlier encounter with 5 red giants, a feeling of helplessness rising within him. As anticipated, Wanda and Carol exchanged knowing glances, silently devising a strategy to confront Thanos. Captain Marvel would engage in close combat, while the Scarlet Witch would provide ranged support. Their complementary abilities kept Thanos on the defensive. Stripped of his weapons and lacking long-range assistance, he found himself quickly overwhelmed, firmly held under the pressure exerted by the two women. It seemed inevitable that his defeat was merely a matter of time, and it would not be long before he succumbed. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange had been locked in combat with Ebony Maw. The duel between the two sorcerers was nothing short of spectacular, and drawing upon his previous encounters with this world's Ebony Maw, Doctor Strange swiftly overcame him. Observing Wanda and Captain Marvel subduing Thanos, he refrained from intervening and instead turned his attention to Jiang Chun and the others, approaching them directly. "Is something amiss?" Jiang Chun inquired, noting the stoic demeanor of Strange. "Firstly, I am grateful for your assistance," Strange replied thoughtfully, regarding Jiang Chun and his companions. "However, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? There is but one outcome that can save this world and even the multiverse." He referred to the sacred timeline. In Strange's view, the only future that could exist was one that aligned with the sacred timeline. Any deviation from its course would inevitably lead to destruction, not only for this world, but for related realms as well. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he comprehended Strange's implication. He met Strange's serious gaze and continued, "To borrow a phrase from my nation's spokesperson, on what grounds do you presume to deny my world or any other the right to develop legitimately? Is it the time variance authorities' decree that the multiverse must adhere solely to the sacred timeline? Otherwise, it faces obliteration? Such a notion is absurd. Why should we accept that a world diverging from your prescribed path deserves annihilation? The time variance authority holds no authority over us. Even if the god of stories were to intervene, it would be futile." Chapter 169. The death of Thanos. No one can deprive others of their right to progress. A principle that applies not only between nations, but also across the multiverse. The so-called sacred timeline is merely one among many selected from a multitude of timelines. Regardless of who designates this sacred timeline, it holds no significance for the nation of China. Should one relinquish their development simply because their world is not deemed the sacred timeline? Should they succumb to despair out of fear of others' sanctions? Such notions are preposterous. China has emerged from the depths and has faced countless challenges. The more the adversaries impose sanctions, the more resolute we become in our pursuit of advancement. Does China fear the time variance authority? After years of vigorous development, our strength today renders us unafraid of any challenge posed by external forces. Every world possesses the right to its own development. On what grounds do you assert that only one timeline among countless others is the correct one? Jiang Chun observed the pensive Strange and remarked with a smile, "Or do you believe I should hand the Infinity Stones to Thanos, allowing everything to revert to what you call the singular conclusion?" "No, that is not my intention," Dr. Strange sighed. Continuing, "You make a valid point, and given the circumstances, we must proceed as such." He had exhausted all other options. Having witnessed millions of potential outcomes, he had chosen what he perceived to be the most favorable one. Yet now everything had shifted. Since the previously charted path could no longer be traversed, they must now proceed step by step. In any case, the current crisis seemed to be averted. Looking towards the battlefield, Thanos was being overwhelmed by Wanda and Carol. After enduring relentless attacks, Thanos found himself utterly drained, lacking the capacity to retaliate against the two formidable women. Strange no longer contemplated the future. Witnessing Thanos' predicament brought him relief. He possessed the power to assist the two women, but given the situation, it appeared unnecessary. The tyrant Thanos, who had dominated the cosmos, could never have anticipated experiencing the terrifying prowess of female fighters on Earth, rendered powerless by their onslaught. Thus, Strange deemed it unwarranted to intervene further, leaving Thanos' defeat to Wanda and Carol. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall now aid others," he expressed. Yet, the battlefield was still fraught with enemies. Strange thanked Jiang Chun and the others before departing once more. He did not solicit further assistance from them, as he understood that the affairs of his universe must ultimately be resolved by himself. Having already aided in overcoming the most arduous trials, they could not reasonably ask for more. Observing the Earth's coalition of superheroes in their eclectic attires, subduing Thanos' forces, it became evident that this conflict was drawing to a close. Indeed, after a fierce struggle with Wanda, Thanos, devoid of any support, ultimately met his demise. Carol soared behind him, seizing his throat and wrists, rendering him immobile, while Wanda manipulated the severed blade that lay beside Thanos, thrusting it directly into his chest. At this moment, the war finally drew to a close. The Thanos from a bygone era faced his end upon Earth. This outcome was not entirely unexpected. In Jiang Chen's perspective, Thanos' innate power was not particularly formidable, especially without the Infinity Stones, merely surpassing the Hulk in strength. In a world as extraordinary as Earth, many could stand against him. Choosing to engage in close combat was undoubtedly a path to his ruin. Thanos' true might resided in his vast cosmic fleet and army. Abandoning his strengths to confront Earthlings was an exceedingly foolish decision. However, upon discovering that all 6 stones resided on Earth, he lacked the time for preparation. Driven by impatience and misled by Nebula's memories, leading to his misjudgment. Nebula, unaware of the Scarlet Witch and Captain Marvel's formidable capabilities, had only briefly encountered Carol without grasping the extent of her power. As Thanos' imposing form collapsed to the ground, a cloud of dust arose. The blade embedded in his chest serving as a gravestone, heralding the fall of a legendary figure. On the battlefield, the once formidable Dark Order army, upon Thanos' death, scattered like lost dogs, crumbling into disarray. Deprived of their leader, they could no longer mount an effective resistance, falling prey to the Avengers' onslaught. The Dark Order's legion, much like the previous Chitauri army, seemed to lose their strength upon Thanos' demise, hastening their own demise. As the smoke gradually cleared, the air thick with the scent of blood and charred remnants, the surviving heroes of Earth gathered in small groups, supporting one another and assessing their injuries. Tony staggered slightly as he approached Jiang Chun, with Rogers closely following, wielding Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. "We truly owe you our gratitude," Tony expressed, his nanosuit's helmet retracting fluidly to reveal his somewhat weary visage. His tone was sincere, his gaze filled with appreciation for Jiang Chun and the others behind him. "Had you not intervened in time, the consequences could have been dire." Captain Rogers chimed in, his voice steady and powerful. "We owe you a great debt. The Avengers will forever remember this favor." "It was merely a trifling effort," Jiang Chun replied with a gentle smile, his tone lighthearted. "However, there is something I must inform you of in advance." As Tony shifted the conversation, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. "The machine we originally used for time travel was destroyed during the recent battle." He gestured towards the distant ruins of a building, expressing that relying on the time machine to send Jiang Chun and his companions back would not be a simple task. The reconstruction of such a device would likely require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, it appears that you may need to linger a few additional days in this temporal realm. Tony shrugged, his tone imbued with a touch of regret. "In other words, we are unable to return for the time being?" Jiang Chun nodded, curiosity evident in his voice. "This is a fair interpretation," Tony affirmed. "However, rest assured, I shall ensure the finest hospitality for you." He thumped his chest in assurance. "During this time, consider it a vacation in our world," he reiterated with sincerity. "We will expedite the construction of a new time machine to facilitate your swift return." At this juncture, Lin Yuqing and the others had also returned to Jiang Chen's side, expressing no objections to Tony's arrangements. "Given the circumstances, we shall graciously comply," Jiang Chen remarked with a slight smile, indicating the group's acceptance of Tony's proposals. "Apologies for the inconvenience," Tony waved his hand dismissively. "On the contrary, it is our duty to assist you. You are our saviors. By the way, what about the Infinity Stones? We will also return them to their respective universes." Tony inquired curiously, "So, where are the Infinity Stones currently?" Though 3 of the stones had been borrowed from Jiang Chen's universe, the other 3 were not. Caution is paramount. While they were grateful for Jiang Chen's assistance, the significance of the Infinity Stones is profound. With all 6 stones gathered together, the potential consequences remained unknown. They needed to ensure the stones were returned to their original worlds, and thus Tony sought clarity. Here they are, Jiang Chen nodded. Producing the Infinity Gauntlet, from which 6 radiant Infinity Stones emanated dazzling light. I shall relinquish these 3 stones to you. Jiang Chen, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards the Infinity Stones, deftly plucked 3 from the gauntlet: the Soul Stone, the Reality Stone, and the Power Stone. These 3 stones do not belong to HYDRA and are instead from other realms. Hence, Jiang Chen removed them without hesitation. However, the sight of him grasping the stones with bare hands left Tony and his companion in awe. Who would dare to directly catch the stones in Jiang Chen's hand? Fortunately, this did not daunt Tony. He swiftly transformed his sleeves into flowing liquid, forming 3 vessels to securely contain the stones, handling them with utmost seriousness. Thank you. Tony expressed his gratitude once more. It was evident that Jiang Chen and his companions held little interest in the Infinity Stones, remaining unfazed by such temptation, which earned Tony's profound admiration. Well, I have many arrangements to attend to. Pepper will oversee the remaining matters. Tony accepted the gems and bid farewell to Jiang Chen and the others, while Pepper Potts led them away from the battlefield. The conclusion of this conflict naturally entails numerous matters that require attention. To begin with, the task of clearing the battlefield will demand a considerable amount of time. The abrupt onset of this war left nations with little time to react, a situation that was beyond their control. Following the cataclysmic event 5 years ago, which saw a sudden halving of the global population, many nations fell into disarray. The United States, for instance, was engulfed in chaos. After 5 years of gradual improvement, the sudden reemergence of the previously vanished populace resulted in even greater turmoil. The American military, even at this juncture, remains in a state of disarray, rendering any assistance improbable. Moreover, it is conceivable that even without the previous disappearances, the U.S. forces might refrain from offering aid, possibly opting instead to launch a nuclear strike. Such an action could indeed eradicate Thanos. One might criticize the American military, yet one cannot dismiss their capabilities. Deploying a nuclear weapon within their own borders is not without precedent, as evidenced by the earlier conflict in New York. A repeat of such an event is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Given Thanos' exhibited strength, it is uncertain whether he could withstand the explosion of a nuclear device. Jiang Chen's ability to return the gems to Tony does not imply that the Chinese government lacks interest in them. These 3 gems originate from 2 other worlds, and failing to return them to their rightful realms would indeed have significant repercussions. China is keen to prevent such occurrences. Furthermore, entrusting the gems to the Avengers could avert numerous complications. The primary reason, however, lies in Jiang Chen's extraordinary abilities. He has not concealed his powers. After acquiring the Space Stone, he reported his capability to open gateways to the multiverse, thus allowing him to transfer the 3 gems to the Avengers without trepidation. Each of these gems bears a spatial imprint, enabling Jiang Chen to open a portal once they are returned to their original worlds. This not only offers China an opportunity to acquire the gems, but, more importantly, signifies access to 3 distinct multiverses, including the one Jiang Chen currently inhabits. This prospect holds immense significance for China. The value of 3 gems pales in comparison to that of the 3 worlds they represent. Both Jiang Chen and the Chinese government struggle to comprehend this. A single world implies boundless resources, and the notion of 3 worlds is almost unfathomable. In truth, for China, the paramount concern is resource acquisition. It remains a mystery why extraterrestrial beings pursue such enigmatic goals instead of focusing on the abundant resources available to them. Let us not dwell on distant matters. The planet where Thanos sought refuge after snapping his fingers was indeed capable of sustaining agriculture. For the nation of HYDRA, land has perpetually held immense allure. Furthermore, the notion of unclaimed celestial bodies beckons. To neglect the opportunity for acquisition would be a disservice to our ancestors. Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, such habitable worlds are countless. According to the current developmental strategy of HYDRA, rapid advancement and the acquisition of resources and territory are paramount. The myriad conflicts erupting on Earth ultimately boil down to the struggle for land, does it not? The mere acre of Earth has become insignificant to HYDRA. Our aspirations have long transcended terrestrial confines, aiming instead for the stars and seas. The pursuit of technological and magical advancements is inherently tied to this lofty ambition. Yet, the sovereignty of Hua's territory is sacrosanct. This legacy bestowed upon us by our forebears is invaluable and must never be relinquished. Thus, on Earth, Hua harbors no desire to instigate conflict, lest other nations, in desperation, escalate matters to nuclear warfare. At the very least, this holds true in the absence of effective defense against the aftermath of nuclear weaponry. Even if one could endure the immediate devastation, the subsequent radiation and contamination are intolerable to Hua. Our ancestors entrusted us with this magnificent landscape, and it is our duty to ensure it is preserved for future generations, not to leave them a shattered realm of ruins. This principle underpins Hua's enduring commitment to environmental stewardship. However, once the construction of the large, controllable arc fusion reactor is completed and a protective network established across the nation, or should there arise means to effectively mitigate the repercussions of nuclear arms, the narrative may shift. A review of modern history will reveal the necessary reckoning and reclamation. Hua has been diligently developing, veiling its strength, all in preparation for this eventuality. When the time is ripe, the eastern wind shall assuredly fulfill its mission. Chapter 171. Aftermath. As the smoke of war dissipated, Jiang Chun and his companions lingered in this future world, awaiting Tony's completion of the time machine capable of traversing the fabric of time to facilitate their return journey. Jiang Chun and his party were present to assist, and the Avengers could not possibly allow them to find their own way back. With the Ancient One not opening a portal, it was only proper for the Avengers to extend their hospitality and ensure their return. Moreover, Jiang Chun and his companions had yet to achieve their objectives, thus they were in no rush to depart for their own world. In the accommodations arranged by the Avengers, Jiang Chun exhaled softly, his brow unfurling with ease and a trace of relaxation gracing his lips. He had previously managed to activate the portal back to his world, and having confirmed its reliability, a significant weight lifted from his heart. The mirrored space housing the second temple had also been quietly restored to its original realm, everything remaining firmly within his grasp. Consequently, the others released their concerns, reassured that they could return to their world at any moment, and thus, unease dissipated. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Jiang Chun and his companions conducted themselves discreetly in this world, observing quietly and learning silently, as if they were ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing remained at the Avengers headquarters under the guise of scientific research, engaging in technological discussions with Tony and others. Her bright eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, each formula and data captivating her profoundly. Like a sponge, she eagerly absorbed the technological wisdom of this world, her notebook densely filled with various equations and statistics. Tony, too, held a deep admiration for this Chinese scientist from another realm. Given that Jiang Chun and his group had aided this world in overcoming its trials, Tony generously shared his technological expertise without reservation whenever Lin Yuqing inquired, including his groundbreaking nanotechnology, which possessed immense research value for China. This technology may prove to be of even greater utility in your world, Tony remarked, his voice tinged with anticipation. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Yuqing's eyes as she tightly clutched the organized materials in her hands, her spirits soaring. Thank you, Mr. Stark. This technology holds significant importance for us. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Consequently, China was able to obtain this coveted technology. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun engaged in a discourse on magic with the Sorcerer Supreme of this realm. Seated cross-legged, the air around them was suffused with an enigmatic magical energy. Curiosity illuminated Jiang Chun's gaze as he humbly sought insights into the mysteries of magic from the Sorcerer Supreme. The latter patiently elucidated. For the Sorcerer Supreme of the future world possessed many commendable aspects of magic, greatly benefiting Jiang Chun. Most importantly, this knowledge would facilitate his mastery over the energy of the Infinity Stones. After all, at this juncture, the Sorcerer Supreme wielded formidable power. Even though the current Sorcerer Supreme was not him, but rather Old Wang. However, it was undeniable that Strange's magical prowess far surpassed that of Old Wang. On this day, Jiang Chun sat across from Strange, surrounded by various peculiar runes and patterns that visually represented their magical exchange. Jiang Chun's expression was focused and eager, attentively absorbing every piece of magical knowledge imparted by Strange. The latter maintained a serene demeanor, his fingers gracefully weaving through the air as streams of magical energy danced at his fingertips, transforming into myriad shapes. Suddenly, the tranquility of the sanctum was interrupted by a gentle footfall. Wanda appeared at the doorway, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Clad in a flowing red robe, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, she exuded a melancholic aura, lacking the fierce bravado she had displayed during her confrontation with Thanos. She stepped into the sanctuary, her gaze sweeping across the floating runes before finally resting upon Strange. Taking a deep breath, her voice quivered with urgency. Strange, I have heard that the Avengers traverse time through a time machine to procure the Infinity Stones. She fixed her eyes on Strange, her expression brimming with hope. Is it possible for me to use the time machine to journey to the past and bring Vision back? Wanda's voice trembled, each word heavy with her longing. I would pay any price to have him by my side again. Her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Strange furrowed his brow, sensing the love and despair woven into Wanda's words. With a soft sigh, he began to respond. Wanda, I am truly sorry, but that may not be feasible. His tone was steeped in regret as he patiently explained. The place they traveled to is not the past of our timeline, but rather the multiverse. He paused, gauging Wanda's reaction. Therefore, even if you were to find that version of Vision at that time, he would not be the one you so dearly loved. His voice was low, each word falling like a heavy hammer upon Wanda's heart. Wanda's body quivered slightly, unwilling to accept his words. Then, what about the time stone? Is that also impossible? A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes, as if a drowning person had grasped onto a final straw. Simultaneously, she cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Chun across from Strange, as if contemplating a plan. Upon hearing Wanda's inquiry, Strange merely shook his head gently. I'm afraid, Wanda, that remains unattainable. His expression was one of resignation. The time stone belonging to this world has been destroyed by Thanos. Even if it had not been, it would not be capable of such a feat, and the time stones from other realms are equally unviable. His answer shattered Wanda's last flicker of hope. Her eyes dimmed instantly, as if all light had been extinguished. Wanda fell into a long silence, her shoulders trembling slightly as she fought to suppress her inner anguish. I will find Vision's body and lay him to rest. Her voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be forced from the depths of her throat. Slowly, she turned away, her silhouette exuding profound loneliness. With each step she took out of the sanctuary, the weight of her footsteps felt unbearable. Her long hair danced gently in the wind, as if whispering endless sorrow. Jiang Chun watched Wanda depart, his heart remaining largely unaffected. Vision's body had long been secretly dissected by the S.H.I.E.L.D. for research. When Wanda eventually discovers this truth, she will undoubtedly be engulfed in extreme rage and despair. She will retreat to Westview with Vision's remains. And in the years to come, Wanda will succumb to darkness, transforming into the Scarlet Witch. Her power was on the verge of spiraling out of control, potentially unleashing immense chaos and jeopardizing the stability of the multiverse. The memories of Wanda's quest for her family flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. Yet, he merely smiled faintly. These matters were of no concern to him. His purpose for being here was solely to procure sufficient benefits for his country. Other considerations were beyond his scope. However, the Darkhold was indeed an intriguing artifact. A glimmer of interest flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. It could be worth studying if an opportunity arose in the future. For now, though, such matters need not occupy his thoughts. Chapter 172. Assessing Gains. Bidding farewell to Strange, Jiang Chen reunited with Lin Yuqing and the others. At the accommodations arranged by the Avengers, Lin Yuqing and her companions had been waiting for quite some time, gathered around the time machine, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The unassuming machine, capable of enabling time travel, was quite inconspicuous. After more than a week of diligent effort, Tony had finally completed the reconstruction of this apparatus. Present, alongside Jiang Chun and the others, were Captain America, Dr. Banner, and Thor. Everything was prepared. Tony's voice resonated in the laboratory, imbued with a hint of pride. The machine that could traverse time and space had come to fruition under his craftsmanship, a source of great pride indeed. He turned to operate the time machine, his fingers dancing rapidly across the console, inputting a series of commands, igniting the machine into life. Captain America, clutching a briefcase, stepped onto the transport platform. Inside the briefcase lay 3 Infinity Stones, accompanied by Thor's hammer. Rogers was to deliver these items to different realms. Let us initiate the process. Rogers inhaled deeply. Adorned in a silver time travel suit, grasping the briefcase and the hammer. In a burst of light, he vanished from sight. All right, prepare for his return. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tony continued to manipulate the computer, and in the next moment, Captain America reappeared on the platform. Thus, the 3 stones had been successfully returned to their original timelines as planned. There had been no unforeseen complications during the borrowing of the stones. Captain America had not ventured further into the past, thus avoiding any reunion with Captain Carter and the nostalgic pangs associated with her. The smooth return of Captain America affirmed the success of the time machine. Rogers and Tony exchanged a glance, nodding at one another, clearly indicating that the mission had proceeded exceptionally well. Tony then turned to Jiang Chun and the others, inquiring, "Are you all ready?" Jiang Chun, Lin Yuqing, and the others, similarly clad in bespoke silver time travel suits, stepped onto the transport platform. "Indeed, we are prepared," they responded. "Let us hope we have the opportunity to meet again," Thor remarked. Placing a hand on Xie-Jin's shoulder, his tone reflective. "Certainly, there will be opportunities," Xie-Jin replied with a smile. "Haha, may it be so. I shall join Quill and the others in safeguarding the galaxy." In recent days, Thor and the few red giants, including Xie-Jin, have been training together, which, in truth, has amounted to little more than enduring punishment. Despite having unlocked his inherent powers as the god of thunder, 5 years of despondency have significantly diminished his strength, leaving him to suffer at the hands of the red giants. Naturally, Thor is quite curious about these mighty beings capable of wielding Mjolnir, and over the past few days, they have forged deep bonds through their interactions. However, Xie-Jin and his companions will inevitably return, while Thor prepares to depart Earth alongside the Guardians of the Galaxy. Thus, I bid you all safe travels. Tony inhaled deeply and pressed the activation button. The brilliance of the time machine instantaneously intensified, enveloping Jiang Chun and the others on the transport platform in a powerful force. Their figures gradually became indistinct, vanishing amidst the radiance. The Quantum Realm's passage was surreal, a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights. As Jiang Chun and his companions traversed this peculiar space, they were surrounded by distorted light and ever-changing colors, as if caught within a kaleidoscope. A blinding white light flashed, and tranquility returned. Jiang Chun slowly surveyed his surroundings, discovering that they stood within the Temple of New York. The temple was devoid of life, clearly indicating that the Ancient One had departed. Lin Yuqing also glanced around, relieved to see that everyone was present. This journey into the future had evidently been a resounding success. "Let us depart. It is time to return." Jiang Chun opened the portal, and everyone entered in an orderly fashion, returning to the Xianyuan base. They prepared to assess the spoils of this operation. Initially, they believed this mission was merely to partake in the Battle of New York, covertly aiding the Avengers against the Chitauri forces. As planned, they had captured a substantial quantity of Chitauri technological artifacts, including individual weaponry, energy shields, communication devices, and even some small aircraft. Of course, their most significant acquisition, with the assistance of the Ancient One, was a complete Chitauri warship. This vessel now rests quietly at the Xianyuan base on the far side of the moon, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of metallic armor that glimmers with a cold radiance. Furthermore, during their journey to the future, they obtained Thanos' warship, the colossal Sanctum II, which now lies silently alongside the Chitauri warship. Sanctum II dwarfs the Chitauri vessel by several multiples, its fearsome visage exuding an aura of annihilation. The surface of the warship is adorned with various weapon systems, each barrel pulsating with an unsettling energy. Additionally, Lin Yuqing acquired detailed information on nanotechnology from Tony. This knowledge, which meticulously outlines the principles, applications, and manufacturing methods of nanotechnology, undoubtedly represents a tremendous boon for the nation of Huagua. Nanotechnology is poised to significantly advance the People's Republic of China's progress in fields such as materials science, biomedicine, and electronic engineering. More importantly, Jiang Chun has left his mark on the Power Gem, Soul Gem, and Reality Gem during this endeavor. These marks serve as 3 keys, granting him direct access to portals leading to the worlds where these gems reside. This implies that he can traverse to these realms at will, acquiring additional resources and information. Coupled with his existing ability to open a portal to the future world, he is now capable of accessing 3 distinct realms. This undoubtedly confers a tremendous advantage, allowing China to navigate freely between different worlds and reap greater benefits. Certainly, what excites Jiang Chen the most is the unlocking of his own abilities. In this venture, the 6 spheres of infinity gem energy within him have been fully unsealed. The energy of time enables him to traverse timelines effortlessly, witnessing the past and foreseeing the future. The energy of space allows him to teleport instantaneously to any location, disregarding spatial distances. The energy of the mind grants him the power to read others' thoughts and manipulate their actions. The energy of reality empowers him to alter existence, conjuring anything he desires. The energy of strength endows him with boundless power, capable of obliterating all obstacles. The energy of the soul permits him to command souls and even resurrect the deceased. Each of these 6 energies possesses unimaginable capabilities. These abilities, akin to those of the infinity gems, seem to transcend them, enabling him to wield them without restriction at any time and place. This unprecedented sense of power renders his own existence somewhat surreal. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength has reached unimaginable heights. Furthermore, the unlocking of infinite energy has revealed to him additional applications of these powers. Chapter 173. Moon Base. In just a few short years, the might of the People's Republic of China has soared. The Moon Base, once an unattainable dream, now stands proudly on the far side of the moon. The enchanting force of portal magic has bridged the distance between Earth and the moon, making it as accessible as one's own backyard. Let us proceed. General Liu awaits us at the far side base. Lin Yuqing spoke, leading the group to another structure. Entering through another fixed portal, a flash of light illuminated their surroundings, and they found themselves at the moon base. Lu Guoqiang had been waiting for them, his face alight with a welcoming smile. "Welcome back, comrades," he boomed, his voice resonating with excitement. "You have worked hard on this mission." He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, his gaze filled with admiration. "Come, allow me to show you our new base." Lu Guoqiang turned, guiding the group deeper into the facility. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This marks his inaugural visit to the lunar Farside base, and everything fills him with wonder. Inside the base, it is spacious and radiant. Various devices operate in perfect harmony, emitting a gentle hum. Countless staff clad in white uniforms navigate the space, bustling yet orderly. "It is far more expansive than I had envisioned," Jiang Chen remarked, his tone tinged with awe. In his imagination, the lunar base was merely a modest dome, beneath which lay rudimentary living quarters and experimental facilities. Yet, what distinguishes this from a city? Indeed, over these past few years, we have exerted tremendous effort, Lu Guoqiang replied, a look of reflection gracing his face. Had we pursued the construction of the lunar base in the old world, it would have remained a distant dream. However, in this new realm, within a mere few years, we have achieved remarkable milestones. The collective strength of our nation, united in purpose, has unleashed an unimaginable force. Of course, not all of the 1 billion people share the same conviction, yet 80% suffices. When that energy is harnessed, miracles can be wrought. Nevertheless, this is merely the outpost of our foray into space. Under Lu Guoqiang's guidance, they traversed corridors and passed through various chambers, each designated for distinct functions. A vast ecological recycling system simulates Earth's environment, cultivating an array of flora. An advanced energy center harnesses nuclear fusion technology, providing a continuous supply of energy to the entire base. Sophisticated communication facilities maintain real-time contact with Earth, transmitting a plethora of information. This place is nothing short of miraculous. Jiang Chen expressed his heartfelt admiration. This will be the starting point for Huaguo's journey toward the stars and the sea, and he feels a sense of pride in it. In the previous world, witnessing the Shenzhou spacecraft carry humans to Huaguo's own space station filled him with exhilaration, yet he never anticipated that within just 4 years, the lunar base would also be operational. Ever since we encountered magic and mastered the portal, we have been planning the construction of a lunar space base. Previously, the development of aerospace relied solely on traditional rockets to transport materials to space. Although Huaguo has developed spaceplanes that significantly reduce costs, they pale in comparison to the value offered by the portals. For instance, sending a probe to the moon once brought jubilation to the entire nation, but now, with the magic of portals, one can simply open a door and step through, akin to returning home. Thus, in merely 2 years, the lunar base has risen from the ground, with materials continuously transported through the portal each day. To this day, the base is still undergoing vigorous expansion. It must be said, HYDRA truly lives up to its reputation as a construction powerhouse. Over here, Lu Guoqiang led them to a grand hatchway. As the hatch slowly opened, a more magnificent expanse unfolded before the onlookers. Jiang Qin's pupils constricted sharply, awestruck by the spectacle that lay ahead. Two colossal warships were quietly docked within the vast hangar. One was the flagship of the Chitauri, while the other was the Sanctum II, Thanos' vessel. Their hulls were adorned with an array of weapon systems, each cannon emanating a disquieting pulse of energy. The two warships resembled slumbering titans, lying in serene repose. Our entire base is enveloped by magical formations that obstruct external detection. Particularly here, where enhanced defenses have been implemented, Lu Guoqiang elucidated. The outside world remained oblivious to their existence, and they were incapable of transmitting any information beyond the confines of this sanctuary. Jiang Qin nodded, pondering the existence of another Sanctum II in this realm. Who could ascertain whether this warship harbored backdoor protocols akin to the nebula of the future world? This vessel had been captured from a future timeline, and in this world, another Sanctum II existed. With these two warships, coupled with the technology we have acquired, Lu Guoqiang's gaze gleamed with fervor, his voice imbued with anticipation. It would not be long before we could fabricate our own space warships. The HYDRA would truly embark upon the era of space exploration. A surge of ambition welled up within Jiang Qin. He envisioned the fleet of HYDRA soaring through the cosmos. This heralded a new epoch, one that belonged to HYDRA. The pace of development in HYDRA over the past few years was nothing short of miraculous. The construction of the lunar base stood as the most compelling testament. All of this was made possible through the aid of portal magic. The exchange of personnel and materials between the Earth and the Moon had become remarkably seamless, significantly accelerating the pace of the lunar base's construction. Today, the scale of the base had grown immensely, equipped with a comprehensive array of facilities. Research zones, living quarters, energy sectors, and defense areas. Each segment bore the dedication of countless researchers. He could envision the arduous efforts that had characterized the initial stages of its construction. Yet now, every sacrifice had proven worthwhile. This place would serve as HYDRA's stronghold in the quest to explore the cosmos. With these vessels, our research progress could be expedited by at least a decade. These two warships epitomized the pinnacle of technological advancement in the universe. In terms of materials, energy, and weaponry, they far surpassed the current technological capabilities of Earth. If we could fully decipher their intricacies, HYDRA's technological prowess would undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap. We have assembled the nation's foremost research team to study them, Lu Guoqiang continued. I am confident that groundbreaking advancements will soon be within our grasp. We shall no longer be confined to Earth. Instead, we shall venture into the vast expanse of the universe. As Jiang Qin listened, his spirit surged with fervor, equally filled with anticipation. He envisioned the fleet of HYDRA navigating the celestial seas. It shall be an extraordinarily glorious era. Our future will be as vast as the stars and the sea. Jiang Qin's voice brimmed with excitement. In the future, we shall construct more and larger bases. Lu Guoqiang smiled, stating that the moon is merely our first step. Listening intently, Jiang Qin's heart swelled with anticipation. Given the current pace of development in HYDRA, along with the technology at our disposal, all of this shall become reality. I eagerly await the arrival of that day, Jiang Qin murmured softly. That day is not far off. Lu Guoqiang patted Jiang Qin on the shoulder, his tone infused with confidence. Our generation will witness the rejuvenation of HYDRA. As a side note, I have observed many claiming that unlocking the power of the Infinity Stones renders the protagonist invincible. Please, even within the Marvel Universe, the Infinity Stones are not the most formidable. There are countless powers far superior, including deities, not merely extraterrestrials like Thor, but true conceptual gods. The protagonist's ability with the Infinity Stones differs from the original only in that it can be utilized in other worlds, non-Marvel realms. Moreover, in the future, numerous other power systems will be introduced, such as the cultivation abilities many readers have longed to see. The HYDRA people, along with the inherent limitations of their world, would find it impossible to cultivate, even with the existence of techniques. In such instances, the power of the Infinity Stones will come into play, allowing for the alteration of reality to enable HYDRA individuals to cultivate and adapt to such techniques. The capabilities of the Infinity Stones are primarily employed to harmonize with other systems. Chapter 174. Three worlds one by one, others dispersed, hurrying to their respective duties. In the vast base, only Jiang Chun and Lu Guoqiang remained, walking side by side. They traversed a dimly lit corridor, eventually halting before a sturdy metal door. Lu Guoqiang pressed his fingerprint on the scanner, and with a soft click, the metal door slowly slid open, revealing a spacious conference room. At the center of the room stood a massive oval conference table, crafted from a dark metal, its surface finely polished to reflect the overhead lights, emanating a cold sheen. A colossal display screen projected real-time images of Earth and the Moon. This is our base's command center, although it has yet to be officially activated, Lu Guoqiang announced as he entered the conference room, followed closely by Jiang Chun. Please, take a seat. Lu Guoqiang gestured for Jiang Chun to sit across from him. Once they were seated, Lu Guoqiang leaned slightly forward, his gaze intensely fixed on Jiang Chun. What have you gleaned this time? His voice was deep and powerful, tinged with unmistakable anticipation. Jiang Chun spoke, his voice laced with excitement. I have left spatial coordinates in all three worlds. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. In other words, I can open portals to those three worlds at any moment. Jiang Chun has left his mark on 3 gemstones and in a random location within the future world. His current mastery of temporal power enables him to effortlessly open portals leading to these 3 realms. Lu Guoqiang, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of incredulity, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. You mean to say that you can open portals to all 3 worlds, allowing us to traverse freely? Indeed, Jiang Chun affirmed with a nod. Excellent, Lu Guoqiang exclaimed, striking the table with his fist, producing a resounding bang. His face radiated an uncontrollable joy. Do you comprehend the significance of this? His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chun, his voice brimming with excitement. This means we possess the key to infinite possibilities. The resources and technologies of 3 worlds will be at our disposal. He began to pace around the conference table, seemingly lost in thought. The confirmation of this news from Jiang Chun was akin to a colossal revelation for Lu Guoqiang. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, a fervent yearning for the unknown and an aspiration for power. 3 worlds, 3 distinct timelines, each harboring boundless treasures. For a rapidly developing nation like HYDRA, this was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Jiang Chun, you have accomplished a great feat, Lu Guoqiang declared, giving Jiang Chun a hearty pat on the shoulder, his smile brighter than ever before. With these 3 worlds as our support, the resurgence of HYDRA will be unstoppable. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the HYDRA fleet soaring through the cosmos, heralding an era of unparalleled glory, a time belonging to HYDRA. Jiang Chun grinned, seemingly sharing the vision of HYDRA's cosmic journey, his heart inexplicably exhilarated. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the immense power within him. When he opened his eyes again, a strange light flickered within them. Moreover, all the energy within me has now been fully unlocked, he stated calmly, yet with an indescribable strength. I can sense an unprecedented power dwelling within me. He raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. Although no earth-shattering phenomena occurred, Lu Guoqiang could feel an invisible force coalescing in Jiang Chun's palm, a power that was both exhilarating and terrifying, as if it could effortlessly tear apart space and annihilate everything. A hint of astonishment crossed Lu Guoqiang's face. He understood that the power within Jiang Chun had far surpassed his expectations. The unlocking of the 6 Infinity Stones abilities had transformed Jiang Chun into a humanoid embodiment of the Infinity Stones, capable of achieving feats that, with some effort, he seemed poised to replicate. This is excellent. Your enhanced power is of immense importance to us, and there will be many occasions when we will require your abilities, Lu Guoqiang remarked. Now, you should return and rest well. Lu Guoqiang composed himself, patting Jiang Chun on the shoulder, and said, You have endured much during this period. Leave the subsequent matters to us. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. In 2 days, I shall arrange for a team to venture into that world of 2014. We have certain tasks to accomplish. He gazed at Jiang Chun, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation. At that time, you will be required to activate the portal. Furthermore, in the future, your efforts will be indispensable. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, Jiang Chun replied, nodding, determination sparkling in his eyes. I shall exert myself to contribute to the nation. Excellent. Lu Guoqiang once more patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, admiration evident in his gaze. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Lu Guoqiang excused himself to attend to pressing matters, and Jiang Chun took his leave. With a wave, he opened the portal leading home. In his assigned residence in the capital, Jiang Chun observed the bustling crowd outside and resolved to return to his hometown for a few days to unwind and relax. The existence of the portal rendered distance an insignificant concern. He reopened the portal and found himself back in his former home. Over the years, he had occasionally returned to tidy up, so the room remained neat and orderly. Stepping outside, Jiang Chun intended to stroll through the county town. The once familiar streets now radiated a sense of renewal, infused with the essence of technology and magic. Billboards along the roadside showcased a variety of intriguing magical products. Among the pedestrians, individuals occasionally cast simple spells, as though it had become a natural part of daily life. This evoked a profound sense of nostalgia within him, reflecting on the tremendous changes that had transpired over the years. Moreover, it appeared that the magical school promotion initiative was progressing exceptionally well. Today, the acceptance of supernatural powers in HYDRA had far surpassed previous times. The shadows of magic were ubiquitous in the streets, and discussions of magic flowed as effortlessly as conversations about the weather. This transformation filled Jiang Chun with both comfort and a sense of disorientation, as if he had stepped into an entirely new world. Basic spells from Kamar Taj had now become widely disseminated throughout society. Street vendors effortlessly levitated fragrant candied hawthorns, eliciting cheers of delight from children. Workers at construction sites employed levitation spells to facilitate the transportation of heavy materials, significantly enhancing efficiency. Even ordinary housewives could easily manage household chores with simple cleaning incantations. Chapter 175. Changes in society. These seemingly trivial changes had genuinely improved the quality of life for the populace. Of course, to maintain social stability, the use of magic was subject to stringent regulations. The promoted spells had established a comprehensive grading system, requiring rigorous scrutiny for those wishing to learn more advanced incantations. Certain spells capable of exerting tremendous influence are restricted in their study, not accessible to all. Individuals must undergo a series of assessments, and previous magical knowledge must be mastered as well. Dangerous magics are not permitted to circulate freely among the populace. For instance, the art of teleportation requires ordinary individuals to rely on enchanted artifacts like suspension rings. Only a select few, possessing extraordinary talents, can wield such powers unaided. And even these prodigies are subject to stringent regulatory oversight. Moreover, such gifted individuals may have opportunities for special recruitment into military service in the future. This approach of balanced development and regulation allows for the swift, yet relatively safe dissemination of magic. In addition to the realm of magic, Jiang Chun also takes pride in the breakthroughs in technology within HYDRA. The large screens on the streets are broadcasting the latest technological news, captivating numerous passers-by. On the screen, the magnificent space city rotates slowly, showcasing humanity's ambition to conquer the cosmos. Just a few years ago, what was a simple T-shaped space station has transformed into a sprawling space city, housing over 1,000 residents, named Nanchaman, marking the beginning of HYDRA's grand journey into the celestial realm. Simultaneously, the neighboring International Space Station faces the imminent end of its service life, with reports suggesting that 2 astronauts stranded there are yet again postponing their return. Next, real-time footage of the lunar base construction appears. This is not Xuanyuan's base. Rather, it is a publicly accessible research facility named Guanhan Palace. Spanning only a few square kilometers, its existence is enough to inspire great enthusiasm among the populace, with construction efforts underway in full swing. Furthermore, news of breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion has elicited jubilant cheers, as citizens express pride in their nation's progress. The government plans to establish 9 large nuclear reactor power stations across the country to meet energy demands nationwide. These 9 power plants, built upon the ancient land of Jiuzhou, will cover the entire nation. Moreover, these power stations harbor another purpose unknown to the general public: to establish a defensive magical array that utilizes the arc energy generated by the nuclear fusion reactors, supplying the magic formations to create an impenetrable defense to safeguard the nation. This is the Jiuzhou Defensive Array, and once completed, the safety of HYDRA will be assured. Nearby, several pedestrians are engrossed in the news on the large screen, engaging in animated discussion. Jiang Chun cannot help but glance over, intrigued. Hey, have you heard? Our space city is even larger than what is depicted in American films. An excited middle-aged man exclaims. That is nothing. With our construction capabilities, Guanghan Palace will likely be operational soon. The moon has always been our territory, a young man replies with a smile. Nuclear fusion is the real game changer. It signifies a definitive resolution to our energy challenges. Energy has long plagued human development, but the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology addresses this issue head-on. You must believe that what the nation presents for public viewing is merely its underwhelming aspects. What lies hidden in the shadows, perhaps, is an array of groundbreaking technologies yet to be unveiled. Those who are discerning understand the modus operandi of our great nation. It is evident that the majority are filled with optimism regarding the future. What relevance does this have to my meager monthly salary of 3,000? Naturally, where there are those who rejoice, there will also be those who lament. One discontented young man remarked with disdain, "What kind of breakthrough is this? When Thanos arrives, we will be no match for him. He truly is invincible." This individual expressed his dissatisfaction with certain domestic initiatives and continued. It has long been suggested that we should proactively collaborate with the Avengers. Only they possess the capability to vanquish Thanos. We ought to share our technologies with the Avengers. They are the true saviors. Such sentiments were met with rolling eyes, even from those who earlier dismissed the concerns of a 3,000 salary. What a lunatic, they thought. Has he lost his mind from watching too many films? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained silent. One wonders what expression he would wear if he knew that in the future, 5 red giant warriors would decisively overpower the Thanos he deemed invincible. They would enter that future realm, engaging Thanos not only to test his abilities, but also to confirm their own. Indeed, without the Infinity Stones, Thanos proved to be a negligible threat. As long as the Infinity Stones remained safeguarded, the nation no longer feared Thanos' menace. Following our plans, even if Thanos were to descend upon Earth, we would not be without the means to confront him. Thus, Jiang Chun chose to interject. Oh really? Is that so? The young man merely scoffed, continuing. Out of millions of possible outcomes, there exists but one. Iron Man must sacrifice himself to eradicate Thanos. The crowd reacted. Moreover, did you catch the news? During the recent alien invasion of New York, it was Iron Man who heroically turned the tide and repelled the extraterrestrial forces. Only the Avengers can salvage this world. Jiang Chun retorted, and what brilliant insight do you have? Curious glances were directed toward him from passers-by. Isn't it simple? Mobilize the entire nation to support Iron Man. With his intellect, he will undoubtedly save this world. Such outlandish statements left the crowd speechless. Yet, it also rendered others disinclined to engage with him. Ignoring such individuals often serves as the most effective response. However, one must wonder, what indeed are the nation's plans? A sense of curiosity arose among a few bystanders who dismissed the foolishness of the young man and began to converse. Surely, they must have taken some action. Otherwise, how could there be so many achievements? Regardless, I trust the nation. Whatever arrangements they make, we shall follow accordingly. This perspective reflects a clear understanding. Since arriving in this world, our great nation has consistently devised various strategies and initiatives. Though the populace may remain in the dark, the majority place their trust in the government and comply with its directives. Certainly, there have always been those who sing a different tune, much like that passerby with a meager salary of 3,000 a month. Alas, everyone fancies themselves a prophet. The affluent have long fled. Flee. Where to? Another passerby gazed at him with an odd expression, inquiring, have they escaped this universe? Evaded Thanos' snap? Regardless, the wealthy have undoubtedly departed, leaving us mere paupers behind. A monthly salary of 3,000 breeds a cynical worldview. If Thanos truly were to snap his fingers, where could one possibly escape to? Moreover, why would the wealthy choose to run? Pray, this is a perilous Marvel universe, and forsaking the safety of our homeland for certain doom elsewhere? Heaven knows what bizarre fate awaits in other lands. Take, for instance, this current situation in New York, besieged by extraterrestrial armies descending from above. A stray bullet could send you to meet your maker. Would one really venture to such dangerous locales? Is it conceivable that the affluent would be so foolish? Chapter 176. The Southern Gate Plan, however, upon perusing the news from foreign sources, it was reported that during the battle in New York, with the Avengers' assistance, the U.S. military triumphed over the alien invaders. A passerby remarked with curiosity. Likely a fabrication, but it probably aligns closely with the original narrative. The Americans, despite their utter ineffectiveness throughout, still take pride in proclaiming that it was the U.S. military that vanquished the aliens, with the Avengers' aid, of course. Yet, in truth, those involved are well aware that both parties contributed little of value. The military, for instance, did not engage in combat, but instead launched a nuclear strike, attempting to obliterate New York, erasing all evidence, while conveniently resolving their internal debt issues. On the Avengers side, at least Captain America and Black Widow managed to eliminate a few Chitauri, but the others were mostly a hindrance. Hawkeye was entirely subdued, guarding the teleportation device, while the likes of Abomination and Ivan Vanko only created chaos. Abomination could not move upon seeing Hulk and sought to provoke him, while Ivan Vanko pursued revenge against Tony, fittingly aligning with the Avengers moniker. Thus, in this conflict, neither the Hulk nor Tony proved particularly useful. In this war, the true contributors of strength were, in fact, the warriors from our homeland and Thor, the god of thunder. It was precisely due to these warriors clad in armor that American journalists mistakenly believed they were witnessing Tony's suit, leading the media to proclaim this far and wide. Even when Tony himself attempted to clarify, it was of no avail. Ultimately, in America, the populace remains convinced that it was Tony who saved New York and, by extension, the world. One wonders how they will reconcile their beliefs when the truth eventually comes to light. At that moment, the large screen interrupted with breaking news. The upcoming Zhuhai Air Show at the end of this year will unveil a plethora of new weaponry, featuring not only mysterious aircraft, but also the much-anticipated battle armor. Upon entering the realm of Marvel, one cannot overlook the significance of exosuit technology. The glimmering, enigmatic exosuits ascend into the air on the screen, showcasing astonishing agility and firepower. Promotional clips of the latest model intermittently flash across the display, captivating passers-by. I knew it. Our nation has certainly been hard at work these past few years. Look, we have mastered exosuit technology. We possess our own Iron Man. According to tradition in our country, military information has long been shrouded in secrecy, leaving even the populace unaware of our advancements in exosuits. Now, after several years since their inception, the technology has matured, and it is high time for our nation to unveil it. With the conclusion of the Battle of New York, it is also the moment for our country to display its might to the world. Certainly, we may not rival Iron Man, yet Marvel enthusiasts express their sentiments nonetheless. So what? Even if our suits are inferior, they still protect us. Others may be more impressive, but they are the ones who strike at us. His words undoubtedly ignited fervent responses. Iron Man would never harm us. He is a hero safeguarding the Earth. One individual argued passionately. Come on. Those who mingle in Hollywood have likely visited Lollipop Island. Your Iron Man has been there too. That was merely for the actors. What does it have to do with my Iron Man? Through the attitudes of the bystanders, Jiang Chun gleaned a general understanding of the public's perspective on the current situation. The overwhelming majority still place their trust in the government. Under its orchestration, daily life remains largely unchanged, with society enjoying a semblance of stability, free from significant upheaval. Of course, there are still some discontented individuals, but they remain a minority. Presently, our nation is also showcasing its technological advancements and preparing to unveil various new weapons at the upcoming air show, indicating that the time is ripe. Since arriving in this world, our country has been developing discreetly, with many plans kept under wraps. Even domestically, much remains unknown to the populace. Conversely, several foreign nations, including the United States, are aware of our transformations, yet they find themselves powerless, merely watching as we progress. Moreover, they remain largely uninformed about the specifics of our advancements. On Earth, there are no longer any adversaries worthy of our attention. Our nation has always been vigilant against extraterrestrial incursions. At this moment, the screen resumed broadcasting other content, once again capturing the attention of all passers-by. In response to the extraterrestrial threat, our nation's Southgate plan has officially commenced. Bystanders exchanged puzzled glances at the large screen, particularly at the television station logo in the upper right corner, questioning whether they were mistaken. The Southgate plan? Isn't that merely a science fiction concept? Is the government truly implementing it? The appearance of this name left many feeling somewhat perplexed. In the original world, it may have merely been a science fiction IP. But in the present reality, there exists a genuine extraterrestrial threat. Passers-by have once again engaged in discussions, their faces illuminated with excitement. In the previous realm, The Nanchaman project might have been seen as mere deception, a product of the Bureau of War Deception. However, upon entering the Marvel Universe, this initiative is poised to be implemented earnestly. It appears that HYDRA is ready to unveil its intentions. The Nanchaman project comprises a global comprehensive strategic defense system, featuring the large strategic aerospace carrier platform, Luanio, the sixth-generation unmanned fighter, HYDRA, the aerospace fighter, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the tactical mech, Chang'e. The news continues to elaborate on the project's essential components, presenting a series of fantastical creations on the grand screen. By heavens, I knew it. The space city has been renamed Nanchaman for a reason. It was waiting for us here. Gazing at the news screen, a colossal vehicle, imbued with a distinctly sci-fi essence, emerged from the Nanchaman space city, eliciting gasps from countless onlookers. Originally a source of jest online, these sci-fi inventions now materialized on news channels. Who could watch and not feel bewildered? The Luanio platform is comparable in size to S.H.I.E.L.D's aerospace aircraft carrier. Yet its performance far surpasses that of the carrier and allows for movement beyond the atmosphere, maneuvering in near-Earth space, an impressive feat considering S.H.I.E.L.D's carrier is confined to atmospheric flight. In the original world, the creation of such marvels would have been exceedingly arduous. However, within the Marvel Universe, with HYDRA's current technological reserves, the realization of these ambitions is entirely feasible. Of course, this so-called Nanchaman project is also aimed at showcasing to the populace and the nations of the world. I am now initiating the Nanchaman project. Will you, America, follow suit? Chapter 177. The plan of HYDRA. The content scrolling across the news screen instantly captivated the attention of everyone on the street. Pedestrians paused, gazing upward at the grand display, their eyes shimmering with astonishment and curiosity. The Nanchaman project comprises a global comprehensive strategic defense system featuring the large strategic aerospace carrier platform, Luanio, the sixth-generation unmanned fighter, HYDRA, the aerospace fighter, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the tactical mech, Chang'e. The host's voice resonated clearly, each word striking the audience like a hammer upon the heart. As the news broadcast continued, a series of breathtaking images flickered across the screen. First, the Luanio appeared, a colossal behemoth akin to a flying city, evoking the grandeur of scenes from science fiction films. Next, the HYDRA unmanned fighter sliced through the sky, its streamlined form exuding an unparalleled sense of speed. The S.H.I.E.L.D aerospace fighter darted like a silver lightning bolt, traversing the boundary between the atmosphere and outer space. Finally, the imposing figure of the Chang'e tactical mech stood at the center of the frame, emanating an air of indomitable authority. The faces of the onlookers were etched with astonishment and pride. Some stood in stunned silence. Others were animatedly gesticulating, while a few gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they beheld. Is this truly happening? A middle-aged man murmured, his voice laden with incredulity. Indeed it is. A young man beside him replied with fervor, his eyes shimmering with a sense of accomplishment. The voice of the news anchor resonated once more, imbued with gravity and anticipation. Dear viewers, to provide a more tangible understanding of this epic-making initiative, the Ministry of Defense has specially announced that all equipment related to the Nanchaman project will be showcased at the Zhuhai Air Show in a month's time. This promises to be an unprecedented technological extravaganza. Let us eagerly await this exhilarating moment. These words fell like a bombshell, igniting the emotions of everyone present. A wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd, each visage radiating excitement and expectation. Suddenly, a resounding declaration pierced through the throng. No one can stop me. This time I am determined to witness the air show in person. This proclamation was met with a chorus of agreement, as many expressed their intent to journey to Zhuhai and witness this technological feast firsthand. After years of anticipation, it seems the H-20 is utterly hopeless, one grumbled. Yet the tone betrayed an undercurrent of delight. Jiang Chen stood quietly at the periphery of the crowd, observing the vibrant scene before him. His gaze traversed the faces brimming with pride and enthusiasm, stirring a warm sensation within his heart. Despite the monumental transformations within HYDRA, the public's love and pride for their motherland remained undiminished. This heartfelt patriotism was impervious to any external force. As he beheld the thrumming crowd, a subtle smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips. He quietly turned and melded into the bustling streets, firmly convinced of one truth. Should the day of conflict ever arise, The overwhelming majority of his fellow countrymen, if able, would unhesitatingly step forward to contribute to the defense of their homeland. This courage and resolve are the very foundation upon which Huaxia has stood steadfast for millennia. Simultaneously, with the unveiling of the Nantamen project, Huaguo gradually lifted its long-standing information blockade toward the outside world. Various aspects of Huaguo began to circulate within the international community, sparking widespread attention and discourse globally. On major social media platforms, topics surrounding Huaguo's technological advancements and the Nantamen project rapidly ascended to trending status. Netizens from around the globe shared their perspectives, ranging from awe to skepticism and even concern. Has Huaguo truly reached such heights in technological prowess? This is simply unbelievable, commented a user from the United States. Does this signify a significant shift in the global balance of power? Queried another user from Canada, raising an intriguing question. It is impossible. It must certainly be a fabricated video. Even my American father does not possess such a sixth-generation fighter jet. They must be counterfeit. Everyone should not believe this. This reflects the perspective of netizens from South Korea. I can see that their technology is nearing our level, but we are already researching the 8th generation of combat aircraft. The future belongs to us, India. This is the assessment from a netizen known as a San. If only we could make a purchase, that would suffice. This sentiment is echoed by a tech-savvy individual from the Middle East. Meanwhile, governments and think tanks around the world have begun to closely monitor the movements of China, convening meetings to discuss strategic responses. This global discourse, ignited by China, will undoubtedly continue to resonate for a prolonged period and will have far-reaching implications. However, regardless of the international reactions, China remains indifferent. Now that China has decided to unveil these developments, it is evident that it no longer cares about others' opinions. Moreover, at this juncture, China has also initiated a visa-free policy for 144 countries, allowing qualifying foreign individuals to enter China without a visa. All these policies unequivocally indicate that China is poised to astonish the entire world. Of course, it is not only foreigners who are taken aback. The domestic populace is equally startled. Awakening in the throes of a terminal illness, the great powers turn out to be ourselves? Truly, our motherland has quietly accomplished such monumental feats. After returning home, Jiang Chun enjoyed a few days of tranquility. During this time, he has been diligently exploring his own capabilities, becoming increasingly adept at harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones. The unlocking of his inner energy has significantly enhanced his strength. One day, Jiang Chun received a call from Lu Guoqiang and promptly opened a portal, arriving directly at the Xinyuan base. Jiang Chun, you have arrived. Lu Guoqiang greeted him with a smile. Beside him, a contingent awaited, many of whom were familiar faces to Jiang Chun. Leading the group was Zhang Zhongzhao, exuding warmth and charm. Next to him stood Wang Yu, accompanied by a team of warriors, including mages and red giants. Jiang Chun, we plan to travel to the world of 2014 to observe the future trajectory of that realm. After all, in 2014, even Thanos was defeated, and China is naturally very interested in the future of this world. Furthermore, venturing directly into that universe will yield numerous resources. Although China's aerospace technology surpasses that of other nations, the prospect of obtaining resources from outer space remains highly alluring. Moreover, whether it be the Soul Stone or the Power Stone, both are located on extraterrestrial planets. The planet housing the Soul Stone is called Vormer, and the Power Stone resides on a planet within the Nova Galaxy. While these planets may not be classified as habitable, they are still quite promising. Regardless, they will possess abundant foundational resources, which will significantly aid China's development. Moreover, we can establish contact with the Huaguo of that world. Chapter 178, The Upcoming Mission. Establishing contact with the Huaguo of another world? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this was a feasible endeavor. How vast is the universe? To be frank, the pace at which humanity plunders resources has yet to match the speed of our discovery of the cosmos's expanse. Thus, as we enter the era of the universe, population becomes a significant constraint, despite China boasting a staggering 1 billion inhabitants. This number is woefully insufficient in the context of universal civilizations. Even with 4 billion or 40 billion, it remains inadequate. Therefore, in order for China to flourish, it is essential to forge alliances. As the old adage goes, those not of my kin will harbor different intentions, and there will inevitably be barriers between other nations and even different races. Simply put, There exists a fundamental mistrust of others, be they nations or ethnicities. Although China currently maintains varying degrees of diplomatic relations with numerous countries, ultimately, reliance must rest upon oneself. This holds true now, as we find ourselves in the Marvel Universe. While China is preparing to establish diplomatic relations with Asgard, the differences between the Aesir and the Chinese nation are considerable, and thus, China cannot fully place its trust in them. Conversely, the HYDRA of different worlds share a common ancestry, inheriting the legacy of HYDRA. Despite the variations across worlds, they remain kin. Compared to other ethnicities or the Aesir, they are inherently more trustworthy. Furthermore, as the affluent lead the way, how could a developing China stand idly by while the HYDRA of other worlds have yet to achieve their renaissance? Hence, this time, Zhang Zhongzhao leads a team to another world with the purpose of establishing cooperation with that world's HYDRA. Understood. Jiang Chun refrained from elaborating further, narrowing his eyes as he sensed the marks he had left behind. His consciousness seemed to traverse the boundless void, and Jiang Chun discovered several of his imprints. One was in the future world, specifically the realm of Avengers 4, where he had taken a moment to carve a spatial mark. Another was in the year 2013, the world where Thor and Rocket sought the ether. The final two imprints were in the same realm, the world of 2014, the home of the vanquished Thanos, where both the Power Stone and the Soul Stone bore his marks. I found them. The Power Stone and the Soul Stone are located. Where to next? Jiang Chun opened his eyes and turned to Lu Guoqiang, asking with curiosity. The Power Stone and the Soul Stone reside on two separate planets, neither of which is Earth. Let us proceed to the location of the Power Stone. Lu Guoqiang stated decisively, revealing that this had evidently been prearranged. The planet housing the Power Stone is a lost world, once home to a civilization that has seemingly perished, leaving behind only the cosmic sphere as a remnant of its existence. This marks the inception of the Guardians of the Galaxy, where Quill first encountered the Power Stone. With a deep breath, Jiang Chun did not hesitate, gracefully gesturing with his hands to unveil a golden portal. On the opposite side of the portal lay a rather ominous planet. Rest assured, success is assured on this journey, Lu Guoqiang stated earnestly, casting a serious glance towards Zhang, Zhaozhong, and others. Do not worry, we shall proceed ahead. Zhang Zhaozhong remarked with a smile to Jiang Chun and Lu Guoqiang before stepping through the portal, swiftly followed by Wang Yu and the others. This venture signifies China's first foray into new territories. Burdened with a sense of mission, they resolutely stepped through the portal, embarking on their journey to a distant extraterrestrial world. Close the door, Lu Guoqiang sighed, addressing Jiang Chun. Their comrades, Zhang Zhaozhong and the others, would be venturing into another realm for an extended period, relying heavily on their own resources during this time. Fortunately, China's advancement had equipped them with ample supplies and gear. Despite appearing seemingly empty-handed, they possessed storage magic devices capable of holding vast amounts. Each individual, including Zhang Zhaozhong, carried several pieces of battle armor to ensure their safety. Furthermore, Wang Yu, a highly gifted mage, could also open interstellar portals, thus facilitating their departure from this planet without significant difficulties. Will they be all right? Jiang Chun inquired, a hint of concern lingering as he closed the portal. He pondered whether they could swiftly return to their universe should danger arise. Have faith in our comrades. Lu Guoqiang replied with a confident smile. This team possesses formidable strength. You need not fret. Moreover, during your previous venture to the future world, Lin Yuqing learned the construction methods of the time machine from the Avengers. We have been replicating it in recent days. While we cannot yet facilitate direct teleportation, communicating with them is no longer an issue. Should any problems arise, we can provide timely assistance. At these words, Jiang Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Jiang Chun, be sure to prepare well. The journey to Asgard is set for the day after tomorrow, and you shall accompany us. Lu Guoqiang patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder, continuing, ultimately, this world values individual strength. Your current abilities will surely earn us greater recognition in Asgard. Jiang Chun's power was indisputable, especially now that he had unlocked all infinite energy. In terms of sheer strength, he was perhaps on par with beings like the Ancient One and Odin, though his mastery of that power still lagged behind these seasoned figures. Given time, Jiang Chun might well be able to match them in prowess. His participation would also serve as a testament to China's strength. Upon hearing Lu Guoqiang's words, Jiang Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement, gleaming with fervor. The last time, I did not take the opportunity to explore thoroughly before returning. However, this mission is markedly different. It is a formal visit, allowing for legitimate exploration of numerous locations. Lu Guoqiang observed Jiang Chen's expression and smiled gently, imparting some points of etiquette that required attention. The focus was primarily on the customs and protocols in Asgard. After all, this is a formal diplomatic mission to Asgard, and the Chinese government places great importance on such matters. Adherence to diplomatic decorum is imperative. Although Jiang Chen is not a principal participant, he must still be mindful of the requisite etiquette. Lu Guoqiang briefly outlined these matters to Jiang Chen, assuring him that a specialist would provide a detailed explanation shortly. Jiang Chen listened intently. This mission to Asgard not only represented a diplomatic endeavor, but also embodied the image of the Chinese nation. Thus, he could not afford to be negligent in any regard. Once Lu Guoqiang had conveyed these instructions, he turned to depart, as he had many other responsibilities to attend to.